Chapter 1. The Book of Knowledge. On the island of Baldigo, a realm of white earth, the omnipresent sand and dust create a barrier, isolating this place from the outside world, rendering it little known as the headquarters of the most enigmatic organization on the globe, the Revolutionary Army. Baldigo is not merely a base, it houses residential areas for the families of the revolutionaries and exceptional talents, as well as orphans taken in from around the world who undergo basic physical training and ideological education. On the streets, Rod formed a line and finally obtained the latest newspaper. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Fire Fist Ace makes a name in the new world, may challenge Whitebeard." Ace, Whitebeard. Rod's eyes flickered as he recalled the confrontation between Ace and Jinbei, followed by Ace being swayed by Whitebeard to become the captain of the 2nd Division. Having arrived in this world 3 months ago, he felt a surge of urgency upon reading the current events in the newspaper. It was the deep autumn of the year 1520 in the Sea Circle calendar, just a little over a year since Luffy set sail. Rod was originally a medical student on Earth, having just completed his internship. One fateful night, while gaming, he had just defeated a world boss, closed his eyes for a moment, and inexplicably found himself in this place, inhabiting the body of a 16-year-old boy who shared his name Rod. Initially bewildered, he had no idea where he was. Later, through the conversations of neighbors, he serendipitously learned the names Emperor Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger, leading him to the astonishing realization that he had arrived in the world of One Piece. Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on the island of Baldigo. Fortunately, his identity was that of a medical apprentice, perfectly aligned with his expertise. Thus, leveraging his advanced medical knowledge, Rod gradually established himself in Baldigo. While lost in thought, Rod found himself approaching a spacious square. There, he spotted a petite girl standing gracefully. Carla. Upon seeing the girl, Rod quickened his pace and called out, "Hey, race this week's newspaper." This girl was Carla, responsible for the basic physical training of the orphans taken in by the Revolutionary Army. At about 19 years of age, she stood roughly 160 centimeters tall, extremely diminutive in a world filled with giants. Yet her proportions still conformed to this world's peculiar standards. The weighty contours of her form often gave Rod the impression that they might soon overwhelm her slender waist. Carla accepted the newspaper, glancing at it with a cheerful smile. "Thanks, Rod. Are we practicing swordplay today?" "Indeed." Rod nodded gently. In the world of One Piece, viewed through the lens of Luffy and his companions, it radiates with fervor and sunshine. However, from a broader perspective, its essence is undeniably steeped in darkness and cruelty. The so-called era of great pirates is, in truth, a time of chaos. Heroes arise, commanding the winds and the waves, while the masses, or the weak, can only acquiesce to the times and silently endure. Rod's physical aptitude in this body was far from remarkable. He was inherently weak, his strength inferior even to that of his female peers. Naturally, as a transmigrator, Rod found this intolerable. This was the world of pirates, merely contemplating the extraordinary devil fruits and envisioning the legendary feats of great swordsmen ignited a fervor within him, stirring his very soul. How could he allow himself to remain ordinary in such a world? Alas, the innate talents of this body truly were mediocre. Even when Rod unleashed the fervor he had during his college entrance exams, training fervently, the results remained meager. At this rate, he would likely end up as a mere background character, at risk of being effortlessly dispatched by some billionberry pirate, which left him feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, while observing a one-armed swordsman demonstrate his technique, the sword energy unleashed awakened something quite remarkable within him. Gently grasping the practice sword, Rod squinted slightly. With a mere thought, a hazy space materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. In this void, an ancient tome floated ominously. This was the very object he had awakened to, a book imbued with a mythic aura, and indeed, it was as such. As Rod focused his thoughts, a display resembling an attribute panel emerged before him. Level 1. Book of Knowledge Advancement Conditions Not Met. Attributes. Intelligence 1. Talent. Swordsmanship Specialization Unity of Man and Sword, greatly enhancing comprehension of swordsmanship. Energy, 100,100. What exactly am I lacking? The energy is already full. Gazing at the attribute panel, Rod's eyes shimmered. There was no mechanical voice to elucidate matters. He had been navigating this alone. Energy was derived from combat or training. Starting from scratch, after 3 months of cultivation, Rod had amassed 100 points of energy, believing he would soon embark on the path of defeating the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, and kicking the admirals and elders. Yet unexpectedly, upon reaching full energy, a mysterious advancement condition appeared before him. Rod instinctively sensed that this advancement would lay the foundation for him to truly become powerful. However, to this day, he had yet to discover the method of advancement, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. Nonetheless, though the advancement conditions remained enigmatic, the abilities conferred by the Book of Knowledge were indeed formidable. The intelligence one attribute initially puzzled Rod. It seemed rather minimal. When he was tested for IQ, although not exceptionally high, it had been just over 100. Later, Rod realized that this enhancement was akin to the attribute bonuses he had experienced while gaming. An increase of 1 attribute point represented an enhancement of 1.5 times. This significantly accelerated Rod's cognitive speed, enhanced his learning capacity, and sharpened his observational skills. Simultaneously, he could recall many forgotten pieces of knowledge from his previous life, propelling his medical skills to new heights, earning him a modest reputation among the seasoned doctors of Baldigo. As for the swordsmanship specialization talent, it was even more powerful. In the pirate world, the art of the sword is quite rudimentary, lacking flamboyance. To become a swordsman, especially a great swordsman, one must engage in relentless practice for years, perhaps even decades, to glimpse the mysteries of the sword path. However, the swordsmanship specialization talent derived from the Book of Knowledge shattered this convention entirely. In less than 3 months, Rod had ascended to the status of a commendable swordsman. Were it not for his perpetually frail physique holding him back, his swordsmanship would have undoubtedly reached even greater heights. Swish! The wooden sword sliced through the air, tracing a graceful arc before striking the wooden post with a resounding thud. Despite the minimal force exerted and the use of a wooden sword, a noticeable mark appeared on the post. What exactly is the breath of all things? Entering a state of sword practice, Rod's mind became immensely focused, with no thoughts beyond the sword. Clap! The wooden post resonated with a series of rhythmic sounds. Sword light cascaded like a waterfall as Rod moved, striking the post from various angles. His movements were exquisitely elegant yet precise, akin to a machine, embodying both beauty and strength. Carlo watched from the side, unable to suppress a gentle nod. Though his physical condition may be lacking, his swordsmanship alone is enough to qualify him as a reserve member. I shall have him participate in the assessment later. Chapter 2. Handsomeness is a lifetime affair. Rod did not place all his hopes on the advancement of the Book of Knowledge. He was a pragmatic individual, well aware that the power firmly within his grasp was of utmost importance. Thus, after awakening the swordsmanship specialization talent, he dedicated himself to relentless sword training, devoting all his time outside his duties as a doctor to perfecting his craft. With each successive strike, his mind gradually underwent refinement. He became less restless, achieving a profound sense of tranquility and focus. There was a fleeting moment when he glimpsed a peculiar black and white world, where all things pulsed with life. In that instant, a seemingly ordinary strike effortlessly severed the wooden post, the cut remarkably clean. Regrettably, in the 3 months since, apart from that serendipitous occasion, he had not been able to return to that state. In retrospect, he pondered the original storyline and surmised that it bore resemblance to Zorro's experience when he defeated the Baroque Works assassin, Mr. One, and grasped the breath of all things. Thanks to his enhanced memory, he could barely recall the intricate details of those fleeting moments. That is the threshold for a swordsman, enabling a significant augmentation of the strike's lethality, while also allowing for the execution of flying slashes, also known as sword energy. An absolute focus on the sword, an unwavering concentration on the strike, will unleash astonishing blows from swordsmen. As Rod practiced, he silently contemplated. He had inquired of Kira, the clever and charming girl who possesses a wealth of knowledge, and she provided a relatively clear answer. The notion of the breath of all things may seem esoteric, yet it essentially represents an unparalleled state of concentration. In this state, a swordsman can feel the rhythm of existence, and following this rhythm, even a rusted iron sword can sever steel. Half an hour later, feeling the waves of soreness and spasms coursing through his body, particularly in his arms, Rod was compelled to cease his sword practice and pause to rest. My body is still too feeble, he sighed. After taking a few breaths to alleviate the muscle soreness, Rod gently closed his eyes, reflecting on the series of strikes he had just executed. His innate talent for swordsmanship enabled him to easily detect and rectify errors in his practice, maximizing the effectiveness of each training session. While others might require a day or even several days of uninterrupted practice to develop muscle memory for the same sword technique, Rod needed only 1 to 2 hours. The disparity in efficiency was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Rod, you should participate in the assessment later, Kira suggested cheerfully. She had just finished instructing in physical techniques, beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead, radiating a youthful vitality that attracted the attention of several young men nearby. Assessment? What kind of assessment? Rod turned his head, curiosity lighting up his features. The assessment for the reserves, which likely includes a physical prowess test and a practical combat test. Those who pass can become reserve members of the Revolutionary Army and receive further training, Kira explained with a smile. As an instructor for basic physical training, albeit temporarily, she bore the responsibility of identifying talent. Unlike the world government or the Navy, which can openly recruit, the Revolutionary Army must rely on individuals scattered across the globe to actively seek out promising newcomers. This method is undoubtedly inefficient and requires vigilance against spies. Fortunately, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, is a visionary. Since the inception of the Revolutionary Army, he has adhered to a policy of nurturing talent from a young age. He gathers orphans from around the world to cultivate them in Baldigo. These young individuals, raised in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, are undoubtedly its freshest and most trustworthy blood, with loyalty concerns being minimal. Further training? While Rod was indifferent to the concept of reserves, he felt a yearning for the prospect of additional training. Practicing swordsmanship alone was not a sustainable approach. Aligning himself with a powerful entity would facilitate a quicker and more effective rise. Without a doubt, he needed to acquire advanced physical techniques and the methods for cultivating the dual-color hockey from the Revolutionary Army. In the world of pirates, lacking hockey essentially precludes one from becoming a formidable force. All right, we'll give it a try later, Rod replied. Don't worry, your physical prowess test might pose some challenges, but the combat assessment should be no issue, Kira reassured him with a smile. It seemed she had an affinity for smiling. Rod merely nodded and seized the moment to rest. He was accustomed to facing forthcoming events in peak condition and was not fond of engaging in endeavors where he lacked confidence. As time gradually passed, today appeared to be a significant day. Rod noticed many familiar faces gathering nearby, pointing and whispering with expressions of excitement and apprehension. Most of these individuals resided in this area. Here at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, whether the children could become reserve members was undoubtedly a matter of considerable concern, akin to whether students from distant lands could join the Navy, reminiscent of the college entrance examinations from his past life. Many who spotted Rod, standing with his sword, greeted him with smiles. The title of Dr. Rod was quite well known in Baldigo. Several young girls watched him from a distance, their cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. It is worth mentioning that although Rod's physical talent was somewhat lacking, making him noticeably weaker than his peers, his looks were exceptional. In his previous life, he would have been the type to thrive on his appearance, akin to an idol star. In a world rife with all manner of oddities, eccentricities, and grotesqueries, he stood out even more. He would dare claim the second position, for no one would contest his first. Indeed, there was no mistake about it. The recovery of physical stamina in the pirate world was peculiar. Rod often observed protagonists in anime who would finish a battle utterly exhausted, only to recover significantly after a brief rest, bouncing back to life. Unfortunately, Rod did not possess such enviable, extraordinary resilience. However, he had prepared ample high-energy jerky, which contained exceptionally rich energy and nutrients, far superior to the Red Bull of his previous life. In just a few short minutes, Rod felt his shoulders no longer aching, his legs free from pain. He could ascend 20 flights of stairs without issue. Gradually, the training grounds fell silent. Young boys and girls stood at the periphery, gazing curiously at the peculiar equipment within the arena, their eyes brimming with excitement. Is this the equipment used to test physical prowess? Rod squinted. The definition of physical prowess in the original narrative was somewhat vague. The standard was set at 10 points for an ordinary Navy soldier armed with a gun, while superhumans scored 400 or higher. The one known as Rob Lucci, touted as the strongest in CP9 for 800 years, boasted a staggering 4,000 points of physical prowess. Rod wondered what the requirements for the Revolutionary Army reserves might be. They likely would be quite high, considering the Revolutionary Army's current focus on elite soldiers. Without a certain level of strength, one could not operate effectively in underground activities. No one took the stage to deliver a speech before the test commenced. Under Kira's decisive organization, the young candidates promptly began their assessments of physical prowess. Meanwhile, as Rod observed, he gradually began to comprehend what physical prowess truly entailed. Chapter 3. The Swordmaster? Physical prowess is an embodiment of comprehensive qualities, primarily divided into two major categories: strength, speed, and resilience, among other bodily attributes, and mastery over weapons, including cold weapons like swords and spears, or firearms. These qualities, when evaluated collectively, yield an individual's physical prowess score. Ed, physical prowess score 197, disqualified, stated a stoic revolutionary soldier clad in a cloak. The youth known as Ed clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration. He had come so close. Upon hearing this score, the crowd erupted in murmurs. 197? Just 3 points short. What a pity. Nonetheless, it matters not. Ed shall undoubtedly succeed next time. Keela, with a gentle demeanor, offered a quiet word of encouragement as Ed dejectedly exited the square. Uncertain of her exact words, it was evident that the disheartened youth, Ed, instantly rejuvenated, brimming with renewed determination. Is the passing mark 200? Observing this scene, Rod furrowed his brow. The rigorous sword training had significantly enhanced Rod's physical prowess, particularly his arm strength, yet he still found himself markedly inferior compared to others. As time gradually slipped away, the majority of the young men and women who had come to test themselves failed to meet the 200 mark, retreating in disappointment. Only a handful surpassed the 200 threshold, and fewer than 5 exceeded 300, all just barely. These individuals radiated excitement, yet each feigned indifference, squinting their eyes in delight, savoring the envious gazes of their peers, puffed up with pride like roosters. At that moment, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Riaz, with a power level of 387, outstanding. 387. That is nearly superhuman. The onlookers instinctively turned to gaze at the source. There stood a robust youth, cold and imposing, towering at 2 meters 2 centimeters, his muscles bulging, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a fierce beast of the jungle. Facing the uncertain glances of the crowd, Riaz remained composed, as though this outcome was entirely anticipated. Indeed, he was impressive, yet his demeanor was rather insufferable. One could overhear whispers nearby. Initially, everyone's scores were relatively similar, none soaring too high. Yet, with Riaz's astounding performance, his power level nearly doubled the passing mark. Such an overwhelming display of achievement naturally eclipsed all others, drawing the attention of the girls, much to the chagrin of the boys. Rod's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, these were merely minor characters, unlikely to last beyond a couple of episodes. One by one, individuals stepped forward to undergo the test, some filled with unyielding determination, while others radiated smug satisfaction. Yet, given the overwhelming performance of Riaz, the subsequent successes were largely mundane, failing to elicit any significant reaction. Soon, it was Rod's turn, which piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Oh, is Dr. Rod also taking the test? With his frail constitution, how could he possibly succeed? Not necessarily. I've noticed him practicing swordsmanship recently, and he seems quite methodical. The crowd buzzed with chatter, due to his distinctive medical skills. Rod had garnered considerable fame in Baldigo, drawing the attention of many. Rod slowly approached the square, and the recorder beside him casually remarked, "Just deliver a full-force punch against the punching bag." Understood. Rod nodded slightly, then took a deep breath. Only by joining the Revolutionary Army and aligning with such formidable forces could one acquire the most vital knowledge for cultivation and thus become stronger. Rod stood before the punching bag, his feet suddenly exerting force, his body subtly twisting. A powerful energy surged from his waist and hips, instantly traversing through to his arms. In that moment, Rod's fist resembled the tip of a sword, piercing through the air with a fleeting afterimage. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the bag. As he delivered the punch, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminated Rod's eyes. It felt exhilarating. He had unleashed his full strength. Rod, lacking proficiency in martial arts, perhaps found his fist's explosive power insufficient. Consequently, he opted for the swordsmanship technique that maximizes explosive force, thrusting his fist forward as if it were a blade. The results were indeed impressive. Explosive power, adequate, remarked the recorder, astonished. As a formal member of the Revolutionary Army, possessing formidable strength and keen insight, he discerned that Rod had nearly unleashed all his energy in that punch, delivering it with exhilarating fervor. The technique is commendable, however. Be mindful not to sacrifice your center of gravity in the pursuit of unleashing every ounce of power. Such a loss would not be worth the gain. The recorder advised Rod with a subtle nod. Indeed, Rod nodded slightly. Unfortunately, while he could compensate with explosive power, his other physical attributes such as speed and resilience were glaringly inadequate, resulting in a series of failures. Thankfully, he had anticipated this outcome and was not particularly concerned. His repeated shortcomings quickly diminished the interest of those observing him, who began to overlook his presence. The recorder, however, was kind-hearted, continuously offering words of encouragement to Rod. "It's perfectly fine. Physical enhancement comes with time and perseverance. You are still young. With a proper diet and 3 to 5 years of training, you will surely meet the standards." The patronizing tone of reassurance elicited a bittersweet smile from Rod. He had never expected his physical capabilities to be up to par. After all, he had only been in this world for 3 months. How could he possibly compete with peers who had been training since childhood? While he was making efforts, so were others. "I can pass the test." Observing the recorder's tendency to elaborate, Rod interjected, exuding confidence derived from his mastery of weaponry. Unbeknownst to the recorder, who gazed at Rod's self-assured demeanor, he could not help but gently shake his head, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. He truly did not wish to discourage Rod too harshly. Given Rod's dismal performance in physical assessments, unless his weapon mastery yielded extraordinary results, he would unlikely meet the standard of 200 combat points. At that moment, Rod concluded his physical assessments and moved on to the weapon mastery segment. The weapon mastery test for combat points did not require proficiency in every type of weapon, as that would be unrealistic. Generally, each individual has a particular weapon they excel at. Rod chose the sword, a true blade. The blade gleamed with a snow-like brilliance, exuding a frigid metallic sheen that sparkled under the sunlight. As Rod grasped the hilt, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Typically, he was gentle and courteous, a physician dedicated to saving lives. Yet now, his gaze was sharp, his expression cold, radiating an unmistakable aura of latent power. The recorder suddenly felt that even the formidable swordmasters he had previously encountered paled in comparison. How could this be? He was still so young. How could he possibly be likened to a swordmaster? He shook his head, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Whoosh! Rod suddenly stomped the ground and surged forth. In that fleeting moment of his emergence, his mind swiftly coalesced, entirely focusing on the blade of his sword. As if blessed by fortune, a subtle smile graced his lips as he effortlessly unleashed a strike. A sharp sound of tearing filled the air. Under the incredulous gaze of the recorder, the gleaming blade sliced through the black stone used for testing as if it were mere butter, and without pausing, continued to cleave the wooden stand beneath it in two. Crack! The next moment, the wooden stand could no longer bear the weight it was never meant to sustain and shattered violently. Following this, the now split black stone crashed down onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the recorder nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. This stone, renowned for its considerable hardness, though inferior to steel and far from the strength of basalt, was nonetheless a primary material for constructing fortress bases. That Rod could sever it with a single sword strike implied. This was the strike of a swordsman par excellence. The recorder's perception of Rod completely transformed. Even Keela, who had been observing from a distance, exhibited a subtle change in expression. Though she was aware of Rod's formidable swordsmanship, she had not anticipated that he had ascended to such heights. This young man is merely 16 years old, she mused, a swordsman at the age of 16. Chapter 4. The challenge. Rod stood with his sword in hand, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. This marked his second encounter with this remarkably extraordinary state. The previous experience had been fleeting, yet this time he intended to fully embrace it. It felt as though everything in the universe had fallen into utter silence, devoid of any sound, leaving only the rhythmic beating of his own heart. Is this the breath of all things? A wave of astonishment surged within Rod, yet he swiftly regained his composure. In this state, his emotional awareness seemed to coalesce into a heightened concentration, impervious to external distractions. Previously, he had focused all his mental energy on his strike, which enabled him to sever the black stone. Now, he began to experiment, directing his focus towards other objects around him. It appeared as though he could vaguely perceive the breathing of wood, stone, and the very ground beneath him. Could this be akin to the observation hockey? A wave of doubt surged within Rod, as this sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of the observation hockey. Just as he was about to delve into this feeling, an astonishing outburst of incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd. For the recorder had compiled Rod's scores and declared him eligible to join the ranks of the Revolutionary Army Reserves. His spiritual power was quantified at 249. This was no insignificant figure. Amongst this cohort, it ranked rather favorably. How could this be? Surely, it was implausible. The crowd found it difficult to comprehend, and a murmur of disbelief swept through them. Just moments ago, Everyone had witnessed Rod's physical aptitude test, and logically, such a performance could not possibly correlate with the spiritual power of such magnitude. Had it not been for Rod's identity, they would have suspected foul play. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, yet no one dared to voice their doubts publicly. After all, a practical combat test loomed ahead. It was inevitable that someone would challenge Rod, whose abilities remained shrouded in mystery, and the truth would soon be revealed. As for the fractured black stone, absent first-hand observation, no one would entertain the notion that Rod was responsible for it. Rod was quite indifferent to this. After emerging from his concentrated state, he sought out a stone bench on the periphery of the square, where he seated himself and began to savor the fleeting experience he had just undergone. Following this explosive moment, Rod developed a personal understanding of the breadth of all things, and with proper preparation next time, he believed he could directly access it. This exemplifies the formidable nature of his talent for swordsmanship. Anything related to this art, he could swiftly learn and master. At that moment, Kella approached him, chuckling softly. "You certainly surprised me. That was merely a sudden outburst. Ordinarily, I cannot achieve such feats." Rod shook his head. "That is indeed impressive. This is an understanding of the art of swordsmanship that only a master swordsman can grasp. It seems your talent for swordplay is remarkably high," Kella said with a smile, although a glimmer of curiosity flickered in the depths of her eyes. "Of course." Rod's eyes gleamed momentarily as he smiled and inquired, "Are you familiar with the scalpel?" "I wield it with remarkable steadiness and precision. Subsequently, upon delving into the art of swordsmanship, I discovered my innate affinity for it, mastering it with remarkable ease. Ultimately, one could attribute this to talent, though it is hardly an extraordinary revelation." Talent? Clara harbored little skepticism, merely posing an instinctive question, and upon receiving an acceptable response, she chose not to probe further. "Exercise caution. Surely someone will challenge you shortly," she warned. Inconsistencies in performance are bound to invite scrutiny. The so-called practical test is not merely a contest among those with acceptable levels of spiritual energy, but rather an opportunity for individuals with less than 200 points to challenge Rod and his peers. After all, spiritual energy does not necessarily equate to combat prowess. Should one emerge victorious, they would naturally qualify for the reserve ranks. Previously, Clara believed Rod's potential for the reserves stemmed from the practical test. Swordsmanship excels in offensive capabilities, representing the pinnacle of technique. In combat, it is a formidable force, often capable of overcoming stronger opponents. Indeed, Rod nodded calmly, yet he paid it no heed. If he couldn't even defeat these insignificant characters, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Rod was a latecomer, so after he completed his test, the power assessment concluded swiftly. The list of successful candidates has now been announced, and the next stage is the practical test. Keela's voice captured everyone's attention. Almost instantaneously, a series of challenges erupted. "I, Ed, challenge Rod. I, Leaf, challenge Rod." This unexpected turn of events took Keela by surprise. So many contenders. However, upon reflection, she understood and couldn't help but chuckle. Although power levels do not entirely represent combat effectiveness, they do reflect a considerable portion of it. In previous practical tests, few would choose to challenge others, typically aiming for those with power levels just above 200. But Rod was different. Everyone had witnessed that in the physical assessment, Rod barely passed in strength, while his speed and resilience were rather mediocre. Perhaps he had a slight edge in weapon mastery. But how formidable could he truly be? Opportunity knocks but once. If they missed this chance, they would have to wait another year. Thus, everyone scrambled to battle Rod, as each successful candidate had only 3 opportunities to be challenged. Observing this spectacle, the other successful youths cast sidelong glances at Rod, anticipating a spectacle. Those with power levels just above 200 breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Rod was taking the brunt of the challenges. There were quite a few contenders with power levels nearing 200. Had they accepted challenges, they might have faced defeat. What a hassle. Amidst the crowd, Rod smirked. Being too low-key was not advantageous. It seemed necessary to elevate his presence. Stepping out from the throng, Rod gripped his practiced sword and slowly approached the front. He surveyed the eager youths before him and, after a moment of silence, decided to intimidate them. "Will you face me one by one, or shall we engage together?" Upon his utterance, the fervent atmosphere in the venue momentarily faltered, then erupted with astonishment. Everyone gazed at the somewhat slender youth in white with incredulity, as if seeing him anew. "I'll go first." Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, a voice rang out, stepping boldly into the center of the arena. Damn it. Ed managed to seize the opportunity. Leaf and the others, regaining their wits, felt a twinge of frustration. Meanwhile, Ed appeared rather smug, as though he had already triumphed over Rod and secured his position in the reserves. My apologies, Dr. Rod, but I too wish to join the reserves. Ed's tone bore an apologetic lilt, yet his expression was resolute, clearly unwilling to relinquish this chance, even though he had once been treated by Rod. Defeating me will naturally earn you your place in the reserves. Rod stood resolutely with his sword, his expression remarkably calm. Chapter 5, Advancement. Apologies. Ed's demeanor turned stern, his gaze serious. Despite any discrepancies in Rod's performance, he was undeniably formidable. As the Revolutionary Army officiated the commencement, Ed charged towards Rod. Whoosh. Ed wielded a practice sword with both hands, delivering a fierce downward strike as he reached Rod, creating an astonishing sound of slicing air. The fierce energy evoking quiet admiration from the surrounding youths. The force of this blow was truly formidable. Unexpectedly, Rod remained stationary, neither blocking nor dodging, waiting until the blade was perilously close before swiftly countering with a strike of his own. His sword was silent as it moved, yet it arrived with astonishing speed. With a sharp hiss, the two practice weapons clashed. Despite being of identical material, Ed's practice sword shattered instantaneously, clattering to the ground in two pieces. Ed was left astonished on the spot. The entire vicinity fell into an eerie silence. All present stared in disbelief at the broken sword on the ground. The youths, including Lifer, who had contemplated challenging Rod, could hardly fathom this outcome. The materials of these practice weapons were known for their exceptional durability, capable of withstanding years of use without issue. Such a strike was indeed the hallmark of a swordsman of great caliber. Upon further reflection, Kella could hardly conceal her astonishment. With this one strike, Rod had proven himself worthy of being called a swordsman, albeit likely the weakest in history, for his strength was undeniably lacking. With a casual flick of his sword, Rod effortlessly severed Ed's blade, yet he refrained from pressing the attack, instead standing quietly in place. Do you wish to continue? He inquired with a smile that, to Ed, appeared devilish in nature. Ed, unable to accept this utterly unexpected outcome, gripped the broken hilt of his sword tightly and raised it once more. However, before he could bring his weapon down, Rod's practice sword was gently poised against his throat. Clang! The half-broken sword slipped from Ed's grasp and clattered to the ground. As he felt the icy chill at his throat, Ed was jolted back to reality, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear and disbelief. Witnessing this scene, the revolutionist presiding over the match shook his head and declared the result. Rod wins. In response, Rod calmly retracted his practice sword and surveyed the young challengers before him. Do you wish to challenge again? His tone, though seemingly mild, sent a palpable shock through the likes of Lifer and his companions, who instinctively stepped back, unable to meet Rod's gaze, their heads bowed in submission. In that moment, they realized the cut of Ed's broken sword was unnaturally precise, as though it had been cleaved by a masterful blade. The sheer terror of such a strike surpassed everyone's imagination. Lifer and the others were left bewildered, pondering the kind of strength required to achieve such prowess. Even Riaz, with his formidable skill level of 387, would find it impossible. Moreover, Ed, with a prowess score of 197, was on the cusp of adequacy. Riaz, who had consistently maintained an air of superiority, could not help but glance at Rod with a hint of trepidation, aware that he too could not withstand such a strike, though he felt reassured by his own speed. TCH. Observing the swift capitulation of his opponents, Rod shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. The sensation of severing all with his sword was indeed exhilarating. Entering into a state of focus required time to cultivate, yet in true combat, such a pause would not be afforded. Rod returned to the team, quietly reflecting that he needed to practice more diligently, ensuring he could effortlessly enter a state of focus in any circumstance. As Rod withdrew, the others, including Lever, finally sighed in relief and resumed their challenges. Though most ended in failure, with only a few emerging victorious. Those who were successfully challenged would not be disqualified, but they would wear expressions of embarrassment. That will suffice, Kurla remarked with a smile. After our evaluation, the candidates who have become reserves are Rezi and Rod Berry, totaling 31 individuals. Congratulations on your induction into the reserves. A stir arose in the square as those selected beamed with joy, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The others applauded to express their congratulations. In Baldigo, being named a reserve member of the Revolutionary Army was undoubtedly a matter of pride. representing a mark of strength. In the pirate world, power signifies everything. Given the stunning swordsmanship displayed by Rod, much of the attention was drawn toward him, with praises resonating continually. Rod appeared remarkably composed. He had long surpassed the age where flattery could elevate him to the heavens. This was merely the initial step. This position was still a far cry from the true pinnacle of this world. Nightfall. After completing the necessary preparations, Rod returned home, intending to fully grasp his focused state while it was still fresh. However, as was his habit, a thought flickered in his mind, and the attribute panel appeared before him. Level 1. Book of Knowledge. Advancement conditions met. Attributes. Intelligence 1 energy. 100,100. Noticing seemingly no significant change, Rod pursed his lips, preparing to close it. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Had he truly met the conditions for advancement? Rod was simultaneously filled with astonishment and confusion, utterly perplexed. Why? He began to reflect on the events of the day, seeking to understand what had led to the fulfillment of the advancement conditions. A battle? That seemed unlikely, as he had fought before without such an outcome. Then, it could only be that he had been designated as a reserve? Yet, this notion felt rather implausible. Merely being a reserve surely could not warrant another advancement upon official transition, would it? If that were the case, such an advancement would lose its value. Nevertheless, none of this mattered. What was crucial was the advancement itself. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Rod found himself once more in that ethereal space, at the center of which hovered a tome imbued with mythical allure. Without the slightest hesitation, Rod chose to advance. Buzz. At that instant, the nebulous space underwent a remarkable transformation, radiant strands of divine light intertwining and dancing like dragons and serpents, all converging towards the central book. The brilliant divine radiance enveloped the tome entirely. As the divine light permeated the ancient volume, it began to emit a gentle, phosphorescent glow, reverberating with an aura of vast and distant realms. Thud. Rod instinctively swallowed, his heart in turmoil. The air hummed with anticipation. At last, under Rod's eager gaze, the divine light dissipated, and the glow emanating from the book gradually faded. The transformation was subtle, merely manifesting as intricate, arcane patterns adorning the cover of the tome. Struggling to contain his excitement, Rod summoned his attributes once more. Second tier, Book of Knowledge attributes. Intelligence 2. Perception 1 talent. Mastery and swordsmanship. Unity of man and sword, significantly enhancing comprehension of sword techniques. An additional talent may be selected. Energy 01000 with an increase of 2 in intelligence. Rod's mental acuity now surpassed that of the average individual by more than double, placing him within the realm of genius. His enhanced memory would likely enable him to excel in rigorous examinations, such as those for Tsinghua or Peking University, with relative ease. Simultaneously, this boost in intellect allowed Rod to think more rapidly and approach problems with greater clarity. Energy was derived from battles or training, while status dictated advancement. However, given the rising energy requirements, the next level of advancement would likely necessitate a significant status, perhaps that of a Revolutionary Army officer, a commander of the 4 armies, or even a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. As thoughts raced through his mind, Rod formed this conjecture, gaining a modicum of understanding regarding his earlier, inexplicable advancement. As for the newly acquired attribute of perception, he did not sense any marked change. This was likely due to his lack of mastery over abilities such as observation hockey. Mastery of focus states would undoubtedly prove beneficial, if only there were enhancements to strength and agility as well. Rod shook his head. Attributes such as intellectual perception were merely indirect influences and could not directly augment his combat prowess. In fact, the perception attribute seemed temporarily useless. As he pondered, Rod's gaze fell upon the additional phrase in the talent column, extra talent extraction. He decided to give it a try. Chapter 6. Development. As Rod chose to commence the extraction, a dazzling array of colors flickered before him, with a plethora of seemingly modest phrases drifting by. Astonishingly, after just a fleeting glance, Rod could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed in surprise. Previously, he had assumed that the extracted talents would be akin to martial arts specialization or firearms specialization, similar to swordsmanship expertise. However, he was taken aback to discover that this book of knowledge was far more formidable than he had envisioned. Not only did it offer immediate and substantial enhancements to his physique through talents like rock solid, divine power, speed, and resilience, but it also included elemental talents such as thunder control, extreme cold control, and fire control. And this was merely the beginning. Rod discerned the extraordinary powers of Door, faith, and luck from the fleeting glimmers of text, akin to the supernatural abilities bestowed by the paramecia-type devil fruits in the world of pirates. As he gazed at these ethereal talents drifting by, his heart raced, and his eyes glimmered with fervor. Ah, divine power is splendid. With this, the might of my slashes would undoubtedly multiply severfold. Elemental abilities are formidable as well. Although I cannot transform into an element, how magnificent they appear. Door power? Goodness. With this, there would be no limit to where I could venture in the pirate world. Why can I only draw one? I desire them all. Amidst Rod's endless lamentations, the golden words before him gradually slowed their pace. Each formidable talent passed by with diminishing speed, eventually seeming on the verge of halting at the line for medical expertise. Could it be? Rod paused in disbelief. Was he destined to be shackled to the practice of medicine for 2 lifetimes? Yet, medicine alone cannot save the world. Almost in the next instant, the words leapt lightly and finally settled on another talent. As long as it is not medical expertise before Rod could fully discern it. This talent transformed into a dazzling golden radiance, swirling like a galaxy before finally merging into his attribute list. Second tier, Book of Knowledge attribute, Intelligence 2. Perception 1 talent, Swordsmanship Mastery, Unity of Man and Sword, significantly enhancing comprehension of sword techniques. Thunder Control, the god of thunder descends, allowing the free manipulation of thunderous power. Energy, 01000 the power of thunder? Witnessing this scene, Rod was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had contemplated that the advancement of the Book of Knowledge would serve as the foundation for his ascent to strength. To his astonishment, it truly was. With an intelligence exceeding that of ordinary individuals by more than twofold, Rod possessed an extraordinary memory. As soon as he glimpsed the talent of thunder control, a multitude of sparks of inspiration ignited within his mind. Vivid images of past scenes flooded his consciousness. There was Enel, the thunder god from Skypiea, wielding the seemingly omnipotent rumble fruit. There was also the Reikage from the Naruto universe, utilizing thunder to activate cells and enhance neural functions. Not to mention Misaka Mikoto from a certain magical index, with her railgun and the true thunder strikes. A cascade of techniques surged into Rod's mind, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to develop these abilities one by one. Calm down, I must remain calm. Rod took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Every endeavor has its priorities. One cannot expect to achieve greatness all at once. Moreover, the power of thunder that Rod currently wielded was insufficient to unleash overly formidable techniques. For the time being, possessing Swordmaster-level slashes as a means of attack was adequate for causing destruction. What he truly lacked was strength, speed, and physical resilience. Rod, deep in thought, recalled the disheartening energy level he measured today, which caused a slight flush to rise to his cheeks. A renowned swordsman of his era should possess a minimum energy level of 1,000, with no upper limit. Yet he was reduced to a pitiful 249 points, teetering on the brink of idiocy. This predicament stemmed from his frail physique. Until this issue was resolved, he would never be able to ascend to true strength. Gradually enveloped by a crackling aura of electricity, Rod cautiously tempered its intensity, transforming his entire being into a soft blue hue. Gazing into the mirror, he noted with disappointment that his hair remained unruffled, observing the ethereal figure reflected back at him. Akin to a being of blue light, he felt a gentle tingling sensation coursing through his skin, prompting quiet contemplation. Stimulating his cells with electricity to enhance their vitality appeared to be a feasible approach. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it would lay a solid foundation for Rod, fortifying his essence. Coupled with his rapidly advancing swordsmanship, these two innate talents would instill in him the confidence to confront any entity in this world, be it Kaido or Whitebeard. However, this method bore inherent risks, potentially jeopardizing his life, necessitating a period of experimentation. The secret techniques of Thunder Shadow had been passed down through generations. His ancestors must have sacrificed untold resources over countless years to refine these effective enhancement methods. Yet Rod's situation was distinct. Setting aside the disparity in physical strength between the pirate world and the world of Naruto, his innate gift for controlling lightning allowed him to manipulate the currents with remarkable precision, gradually adjusting their magnitude. He commenced with a subtle flow, ensuring that the electrical intensity remained stable, thus avoiding any perilous surges that could scorch his body. Determined to pursue this path, Rod settled cross-legged on his bed. first diminishing the electrical intensity to an almost negligible level. Then, he deftly navigated the currents within his body. Rod, a physician by profession, possesses an intrinsic understanding of the human anatomy, aware of which areas withstand the rigors of manipulation and which remain exceedingly fragile. The vital organs are certainly not domains Rod can venture into at this moment. Rather, it is the musculature and skeletal system that exhibit greater resilience. At this juncture, the enhancement of perception manifests its effects. With a perceptual acuity 1.5 times greater than that of an average individual, Rod is capable of discerning discomfort within his body with heightened sensitivity and swiftness, enabling him to make necessary adjustments. Furthermore, his mastery of the swordsman's focused state allows Rod to immerse himself entirely in the control of the electric currents, impervious to external distractions that could lead to errors in manipulation. Each step is meticulously orchestrated. Humming softly, he gradually fine-tunes his senses. The sound of electricity crackles faintly. The currents meander through every muscle and bone of Rod's being, meticulously avoiding the frail and vulnerable organ systems. Perhaps it is due to Rod's inadequate foundation, or perhaps the effect of the electric currents in fortifying his physique is indeed remarkable. Rod could distinctly feel a wave of intense, itching coursing through his entire body, akin to the sensation of bones growing. This visibly palpable enhancement was intoxicating, more so than fine wine, and he lost all sense of time, wholly immersed in the experience. Outside, dawn was breaking, yet the room remained shrouded in darkness. A pair of eyes abruptly opened in the obscurity, resembling two luminous stars gleaming in the profound night sky. Although the effects were not yet particularly pronounced, this was merely his first endeavor. With subsequent adjustments and increasing proficiency, the results would undoubtedly become more formidable. Rod's spirits soared. Having spent 3 months in this world, he had always been at the mercy of others regarding his physical strength, unable to even match his female peers. Can one fathom the humiliation of being looked down upon by girls for one's lack of power? Rod certainly could not endure it. He had no desire to experience such a thing again in his lifetime. Chapter 7. Determination in the room, after a night devoid of sleep. Rod felt neither lethargic nor weary. On the contrary, he was invigorated and at ease, akin to the refreshing sensation one experiences after a sauna. He discovered that this meditative state seemed to substitute for sleep. Moreover, throughout the entire night, he had concentrated on controlling electrical currents to enhance his physical form, nearly mastering this extraordinary state. With a mere thought, he could enter this focus, poised to unleash a powerful strike at any moment. This was the essence of a true swordsman. The feeling of strength was exhilarating. Rod clenched his fist, flexing the muscles of his arms, relishing the surge of power coursing within him, and could not help but break into a grin. If he were to undergo a test of his physical prowess at this very moment, he was confident he would effortlessly pass the examination of his physique. Be it strength, speed, or any other attribute, this transformation had occurred in just a single night. Rod took a deep breath, his gaze electrifyingly intense. With the thunder control talent at his disposal, he finally possessed a foundation and potential that rivaled anyone in this world. Sooner or later, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the ocean, challenging those legendary figures, ensuring that his name would reverberate throughout the realm. This would truly justify his existence in this world. In the early morning, a ray of dawn ascended from the horizon, dispersing the darkness. After concluding his thunderous body refinement, Rod consumed some high-energy jerky to satiate his hunger. Following a brief respite, he ventured into the courtyard to acclimate to his newfound strength. This was indeed a significant departure from the gradual accumulation of power. Such a substantial enhancement required careful adaptation to master it with precision. However, with Rod's swordmaster-level control, wielding this relatively frail physique was a task he found quite manageable. Thus, within a mere half hour, he fully adjusted to the augmentation of his body, placing himself in an excellent state. Just as he emerged from his focused state, an overwhelming wave of hunger engulfed him, as if he could devour 2 whole bulls. This dramatic enhancement of his physical form, almost akin to a leap, demanded a substantial intake of high-energy sustenance. He was famished and could hardly endure it any longer. Rod burst into the house like a gust of wind, swiftly devouring the remaining high-energy jerky, yet it hardly made a dent in his hunger. "Oh, how I crave roasted whole beef, roasted whole lamb, and barbecued seafood," he murmured, growing hungrier still, and he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. It was pitiful how merely contemplating such delights made his mouth water. He was ravenous. Eventually, he felt as though he could consume an entire elephant. Whoosh! With remarkable swiftness, Rod departed from his abode and hastened to a nearby eatery, where he ordered an abundance of high-energy fare, devouring it with the ferocity of a tempest. Fortunately, this world is replete with sea kings and formidable beasts, rendering such sustenance relatively inexpensive, well within the means of Rod's income. After a considerable time, as he piled a mountain of empty plates upon the table, the tumult within his cells finally subsided. I cannot believe I consumed so much. In that moment, Rod finally comprehended why characters like Luffy and his companions in the original tale possessed such prodigious appetites. The stronger the physique, the greater the expenditure of energy. And humans can only replenish this loss through food, inevitably leading to an increase in consumption. Rod shook his head, not overly concerned. For the world of pirates was teeming with an array of formidable beings. He had never heard of any strong individual from the vast seas succumbing to starvation. After settling his bill and satisfying his hunger, Rod strolled leisurely through the streets to aid his digestion. Passing by a training ground, he casually offered guidance to the youths practicing their swordsmanship. Observing their flushed faces and earnest attentiveness, Rod suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had become quite the expert himself. In truth, his prowess exceeded even his own expectations. During yesterday's practical test, the swordsmanship he displayed was astonishing, leaving many spectators captivated and inspired to take up the practice of sword fighting. After relishing the joy of imparting knowledge, Rod sauntered contentedly to the newly opened clinic. Inside, an elderly man with a head of white hair was puffing away on a cigarette. Upon seeing Rod enter, he curled his lip in disdain and remarked, "You little rascal. You still remember to come back." Rod, unperturbed by the unusual circumstances, casually retrieved a notebook and handed it to the elderly man, saying, "Old man, this is a compilation of medical knowledge I have organized. I doubt I will be returning here in the future." The old man accepted the notebook and, upon glancing at its contents, was immediately taken aback, his fingers trembling slightly. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions and inquired, "Are you truly not considering furthering your pursuit of medicine? Your talent is undeniably remarkable. I yearn to become stronger than anyone else." Rod fell silent for a moment, his voice low as he stated, "Strength is the essence of everything." However, this did not imply that he intended to abandon the practice of medicine. Medicine is a highly practical auxiliary discipline that enables him to confront various incidents with greater composure. He would never forget the helplessness of legendary figures such as Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard when faced with injuries. In the original text, during the Marineford War, what wonders might have unfolded had Whitebeard possessed his peak power? Or perhaps Sengoku would have never dared to initiate the Marineford War. After all, while the Navy possessed the capability to suppress the Whitebeard pirates, the devastation wrought by a peak Whitebeard unleashing his tremor powers would likely surpass that of the formidable Shiki. Moreover, in the world of pirates, there exists an array of dark medical practices, with explosive concoctions like Chopper's rumble ball being far from scarce. Upon hearing Rod's unwavering words, the old man sighed, choosing to say no more, instead puffing slowly on his cigarette. In this era, nothing could deter a man from setting sail towards the sea. "I shall not dissuade you. Do take care," he remarked, pausing slightly, a hint of amusement in his tone as he added, "This should not require my reminder. You, my friend, are remarkably prudent and mature for a 16-year-old. Both Rod's demeanor in daily life and his expertise and erudition in medicine left the patients of Baldigo's doctor in awe. Nevertheless, he continued to engage Rod with a stream of reminders regarding the taboos of the sea. Rod exhibited no signs of impatience. He could discern that the old man genuinely regarded him as a child. "Go on, but remember my words, and do return to visit an old man like me." With that, the elder turned away, choosing to say no more. Rod fell into a moment of silence, for he had never been one to articulate his thoughts eloquently. With a slight bow, he made his way outside. Upon reaching the street, he gazed at the distant sky, obscured by swirling dust. Clenching his fists, he felt a sense of suffocating confinement. Though Baldigo was safe and isolated, it resembled a prison, imparting a heavy, oppressive sensation. Having arrived in this world, how could he not venture out to sea? At that moment, it was as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles, and he gained clarity regarding his true desires. He had never been content with the status quo. He yearned for excitement, for the thrill of engaging with legendary figures, and for witnessing monumental events. To achieve these aspirations, strength was the most fundamental requirement. With his resolve solidified, Rod set forth, swiftly arriving at a desolate area in the eastern part of Baldigo. There stood an edifice reminiscent of a castle, yet significantly larger, sprawling endlessly to the eye. This was the training ground for the reserves, and indeed, the true headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Baldigo was merely a subordinate town in this grand scheme. Chapter 8. Breathing. By the time Rod reached the assembly point, Rez and the others had already arrived, their expressions tense as they scanned their surroundings. The lower level of the castle was expansive, supported by stout stone columns, each thick enough for 4 men to embrace. These pillars gleamed with a cold sheen, appearing as if forged from metal, adorned with enigmatic engravings. Standing amidst them, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. Even Rez, the strongest among the newcomers, possessing an almost superhuman physique, stood with clenched fists, his pride tempered in the presence of such grandeur. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army awaited. Rod displayed an unwavering courage, and in this regard, the traveler possessed an extraordinary psychological advantage. He surveyed his surroundings, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The true extent of the formidable individuals and secrets concealed within an organization recognized by the world government remains a mystery to all. Suddenly, a distant sound of footsteps echoed through the vast space, reverberating eerily. Riaz and the others turned to look. A robust human clad in martial arts attire approached them with a deliberate pace. Haku the fishman? A glimmer of recognition flickered in Rod's gaze. He was to be their instructor. He wondered where Sabo was now and how formidable his strength had become. Upon reaching Rod and his companions, Haku spoke in a deep, resonant voice. I am Haku, your instructor from this day forth. Follow me. With that, he strode in a particular direction, prompting Riaz and the others to hastily follow suit. Haku led them through a series of corridors, seamlessly navigating numerous checkpoints, until they reached the second floor of the castle. The headquarters was evidently fortified, concealing countless powerful beings in the shadows. Yet, in the eyes of true strength, even the most formidable defenses are but trivial. Just as the Navy headquarters had been breached by the Golden Lion, suffering immense destruction, and the aftermath of the war on the top had left it in ruins. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters had also been annihilated by the Blackbeard pirates. This is a world governed by the powerful, where true strength knows no fear. After traversing several corridors, the group arrived in a vast hall. Within this hall were numerous young men and women, slightly older than Rod and his companions, engaged in their own training or sparring with one another. Upon Haku's arrival, they all paused, turning in unison to regard the fishmen with respectful bows. Are they all part of the Revolutionary Army Reserves? Rod cast a cursory glance, and his heightened senses, honed by training, made him acutely aware of the presence around him. He realized that each of these reserves was likely stronger than Riaz, the most formidable of his cohort. Perhaps he could survive a few more episodes. Rod withdrew his gaze, choosing not to dwell further. Haku did not linger in that place, but led Rod and the others into a slightly smaller hall. Once they were seated, Haku gestured for everyone to find their own spots before speaking. This will be your new abode, the place where you shall reside from now on. Becoming a reserve means bidding farewell to the mundane life of ordinary people. What lies ahead for you is not merely my specialized training. You will also face genuine combat. Battles fraught with blood and fire, against perhaps ferocious pirates or savage beasts. His words were solemn, and Riaz and the others could not help but feel a weight in their hearts. After a long pause, Haku spoke again, his tone somewhat softened. But for now, you need not concern yourselves with that. Your immediate priority is to bolster your strength. He paused momentarily, surveying everyone present, and continued. Regardless of whether you practice swordsmanship or possess the powers of a devil fruit, you must understand one fundamental truth. Physical strength is the cornerstone of everything. Without a robust physique, no matter how proficient you are in other areas, it is merely an illusion. His words resonated profoundly, compelling respect and belief. Riaz and the others grasped the essence, albeit vaguely. Rod, well versed in the narrative, wholeheartedly agreed. In the world of pirates, true strength resided in those monstrous beings who could battle for days on end, with health bars that seemed almost limitless. This understanding was also the reason for Rod's exhilaration after developing his lightning-enhanced physique. In the vast ocean, one could hardly make their mark without a body stronger than that of a monster. Now, I will teach you a method of breathing, Haku said. While the enhancement of one's physique is a gradual process without shortcuts, there are effective techniques that can expedite this journey. The most crucial of these is this breathing method. A proper breathing technique can ensure ample oxygen supply to the muscles, thereby accelerating the effectiveness of your training and fortifying every corner of your body, crafting a flawless superhuman physique. Rod and his companions listened intently as the merman Haku explained, while they endeavored to follow his instructions. The breathing technique proposed by Haku was peculiar. As a physician, Rod understood that a typical person inhales oxygen, yet during exhalation, a portion of that oxygen is released, thus not being fully utilized. However, the method taught by Haku allows one to control their breathing pattern, ensuring that every ounce of oxygen is absorbed and utilized. Instinctively altering such a fundamental process is quite challenging, yet those present were not ordinary individuals. They were all semi-superhumans with a power level exceeding 200, thus defying conventional reasoning. Rod mastered a state of focus and delved into the art of thunder forging, endowing him with a level of bodily control far superior to that of the average person. Consequently, he swiftly grasped certain nuances and began to make gradual adjustments to his breathing. As time passed, upon completing this unique breathing technique, he was struck by a profound transformation. He felt as if he had become an entirely different being, imbued with a newfound lightness. His heart pulsed with greater vigor, and his mind appeared to be markedly more alert. This breathing method seemed to enhance the vitality of his internal organs. In the narrowed eyes of Rod, a flicker of brilliant light could not help but emerge. At that moment, he seemed to have unearthed the reason behind the extraordinary vitality of the peak powerhouses. The influence of internal organs on the physique is comprehensive. If one can strengthen them through cultivation, it would naturally forge a monstrous life force. This insight held even greater significance for Rod. The lightning body forging technique dared not traverse the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Was it not due to their fragility? If one could gradually enhance the internal organs through this breathing method, fortifying them to a level capable of withstanding the electric current's enhancement, then that would signify the perfection of the lightning body forging technique, rendering Rod's body devoid of any weaknesses. Has he truly grasped it so swiftly? Suddenly, the merman Haku seemed to sense something. Taken aback, he cast a deep glance at Rod, who was seated at the periphery. Was he the young swordsman that Kurlati had mentioned? Truly, a formidable talent. This breathing technique was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in altering years of instinct. To master it so quickly indicated Rod's extraordinary control over his body. Haku had taught numerous reserves, but had never encountered such an exceptional individual. Even the former Sabo took considerable time to reverse his instincts. Once you master this breathing method, you must strive to transform it into an instinctual practice, integrating it into every facet of daily life, whether sleeping or exercising, maintaining it consistently. Haku had initially intended to convey these thoughts after everyone had completed their training. Chapter 9. 1 month in the realm of piracy. Cultivation predominantly occurs in solitude or through sparring with others, enhancing oneself through combat. Generally, a mentor serves merely as an introduction, laying a solid foundation for the students and occasionally addressing their queries. Thus, upon becoming reserves, one enjoys considerable freedom without a mandate to assemble for training at specific locations, allowing for the personal organization of daily schedules. Naturally, this does not imply one can indulge in idleness. Apart from the year-end assessments, even occasional practical missions spur the reserves to diligently train and cultivate. In the martial-centric world of pirates, those with aspirations seldom squander their time, especially since Baldy's Place offered little entertainment, bordering on the tedious. In the second level of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, within a private training room, Rod preferred solitary practice over the public scrutiny of the hall. 1995. 1996. Within the room, Rod, bare-chested, was performing push-ups to strengthen his arms and core. Sweat soaked the ground beneath him as he gasped heavily. Yet he maintained a special breathing technique. Clearly, through days of training, he had integrated this method into his instincts, enabling him to sustain it even amidst the near limit of physical exertion. 1998, 1999, 2000. After completing an astonishing 2,000 push-ups, Rod showed no sign of pausing for rest, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his potential. Finally, after reaching 2,232 and then 2,333, he attempted once more to lift his body, only to falter midway and collapse to the ground, unable to rise again, gasping for breath. Was 2,333 his limit? His body was utterly exhausted, resembling a lifeless fish, yet Rod's eyes sparkled with a remarkable brilliance. The sensation of power increasing day by day was intoxicating. Tier 2. Book of Knowledge Attributes. Intelligence 2. Perception 1 Talent. Swordsmanship Mastery. Unification of man and sword. Significantly enhancing comprehension of sword techniques. Thunder Command. The god of thunder descends, allowing free manipulation of thunderous energy. Energy 31,000. Glancing at his attributes, Rod noticed a slight increase in energy and contentedly closed his eyes for a brief respite. Meanwhile, in the reserve training hall, Reyes was engaged in weighted exercises. Having mastered a unique breathing technique, his physique was steadily improving. At that moment, he felt a surge of confidence. If he were to retest his physical strength, he was certain he could exceed 400 or even more. Reyes, has Rod not shown up today? Inquired a tall, short-haired woman. Bosnia. It seems Rod prefers to train alone, Reyes replied respectfully. He appears to be devoted to his training, coming and going at odd hours, rarely making an appearance. The headquarters reserves comprised over 100 members, divided into 10 teams. Rod and Reyes both serve under Nia, lacking command authority in their routine endeavors. They follow Nia's lead solely during combat missions. To rise as a captain among her peers, Nia's prowess is undoubtedly formidable, capable of effortlessly overpowering Reyes. Hence, Reyes holds her in deep respect. Humph, such a reclusive man, Nia scoffed softly, turning away in dissatisfaction from this new member who did not fit in. After a brief moment of mourning for Rod, Reyes immediately immersed himself in training. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Rod's days were exceptionally fulfilling, every moment meticulously scheduled. He replaced sleep with electrical currents to enhance his physical form at night. Each morning, he consumed an enormous amount of food to replenish his energy, grateful for the ample provisions provided by the reserves, sparing him any expense. His mornings were dedicated to physical training, honing his burgeoning strength and speed, while afternoons were spent practicing swordsmanship and developing his electrical abilities. Day after day, Rod felt his physique grow stronger and his abilities advance. This gradual transformation filled him with exhilaration, and he immersed himself in the process without a trace of monotony. By the end of the month, Rod had undergone significant physical changes. Though he had not reached the muscular stature of Reyes, he had transformed from his previously frail form into a much more refined physique, exhibiting an elegant, streamlined appearance. This was a state Rod found immensely satisfying. However, this transformation merely scratched the surface. The enhancement of his physical capabilities far surpassed his external changes. He could scarcely gauge the strength of his body now, but he surmised that if he were to test his physical prowess, he would likely achieve an extraordinary score with ease. One afternoon, Rod had just devoured a lunch comparable to a small mountain when he promptly returned to the training room to commence today's swordsmanship practice and lightning development. Bathed in a dazzling blue radiance, Rod resembled a deity of thunder emerging from the annals of myth, exuding an aura of immense authority. The intensity of the lightning had indeed escalated. It was evident that with the accumulation of energy from the Book of Knowledge, the potency of the lightning would continuously amplify. Within the azure glow, Rod opened his eyes, shining brightly like the stars. After a month of rigorous training, his energy had surged to 66 points. The strength of the lightning had significantly increased, a transformation Rod could distinctly perceive. Initially, the thunderous power he could wield merely induced a slight numbness and could only cling to his surface, unable to be projected outward. However, the present Rod could, with mere discharges, render an ordinary person incapable of controlling their body, with arcs of lightning capable of extending approximately 5 to 6 meters. Closing his eyes, he directed the lightning to cascade along the blade of his sword until the entire weapon radiated a soft blue hue. Yet, Rod did not cease. He continued to amplify the output of the lightning until the training room resonated with a lively sound. At this moment, the sword was completely enveloped in blue light, resplendent in its brilliance. Rod grasped the hilt of his sword, gently gliding it across the testing stone before him. He scarcely felt any resistance as the edge of the stone was severed, falling to the ground. Observing this scene, Rod smiled softly, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his face. At present, his thunderous might could not yet unleash dazzling strikes of several million volts, yet through his well-honed swordsmanship, he could still unleash formidable power. The most formidable characteristic of lightning, of course, is its penetrative ability. When this trait is infused into a direct thrust of the blade, Rod could effortlessly pierce through steel plates. Moreover, when it clings to the sword's body, it enhances the weapon's sharpness. This long sword is merely an ordinary high-carbon steel blade. Yet under the amplification of thunderous energy, It possesses a sharpness that rivals that of a renowned blade. With such a significant enhancement in strength, he felt a stirring restlessness. Sensing the surging power within him, Rod chuckled to himself. Chapter 10, Departure. Night, the dining hall. Rod was indulging in a feast in the corner, his hands moving incessantly as the mountain of food before him vanished at an almost visible pace. His appetite far exceeded that of an average individual. While most people gradually enhance their physique through persistent effort, requiring only a limited amount of energy replenishment each day, Rod was an exception. His physical advancement was almost tangible, manifesting in noticeable increments. This was akin to achieving in a single day the strength that would typically take others a considerable time of diligent training to attain. Consequently, his body demanded an extraordinary intake of energy and nutrients daily. At that moment, Rod was savoring a golden, glistening leg of lamb when a voice suddenly interrupted him. At last, I found you. Reyes? What is it? Rod slightly lifted his gaze and mumbled indistinctly. Observing his demeanor, Reyes spoke curtly, there is a practical mission tomorrow. Be there early. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a moment's pause. Their relationship had never been particularly amicable, and his visit seemed to be merely at the behest of Captain Nia. A practical mission? Rod's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he was soon lured back by the enticing aroma of food, immersing himself in his work once more. The following day, beneath the castle headquarters, a multitude of people had gathered. As the Revolutionary Army had not mandated uniforms, the attire of these individuals was a vibrant inlaying, granting Rod a fresh perspective on the eccentricities of the pirate world. Fortunately, amidst this chaotic spectacle, there was a singular highlight. Standing at the forefront of the crowd was Keela, elevating the overall aesthetic appeal of this motley crew to a new level. Since Rod joined the team, it has reached a new echelon. Consequently, this future Revolutionary Army has, albeit reluctantly, become somewhat presentable. Oh, what a prominent figure, arriving last indeed. Rod turned his head and beheld a tall woman, whose attire could hardly be described as anything but provocative, casting an irritated glance in his direction. Am I late? She inquired. Rod was nearly blinded by the dazzling whiteness, yet he maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he spoke. You. Nia clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to give Rod a good thrashing. While the others had arrived well in advance, Rod had chosen to make a last-minute entrance, leaving her as the captain feeling rather humiliated. Taking a deep breath, Nia suppressed her irritation and decided to spare Rod for the time being. She began to explain the nature of their upcoming practical mission. This task is primarily designed to allow you newcomers, including Reyes, to witness the harsh realities of combat. Witness combat. Are we going to slay pirates? Reyes could not help but lick his dry lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Revolutionary Army was at odds with the world's nobility, and unlike typical pirates, they stood on the side of justice, ready to punish the wicked whenever the opportunity arose. Interestingly, in regions plagued by corrupt naval forces and colluding officials, the Revolutionary Army emerged as the harbingers of justice, safeguarding the interests of ordinary citizens. Nia scoffed. You are all far too green to engage in battle with pirates. Moreover, this is the new world. At your current level, even if you were to band together, you would likely struggle against a single pirate. She continued. Our destination is a cluster of islands near White Soil Island, teeming with ferocious beasts. Opening her mouth, she feigned a fearsome expression. These creatures vary in size, with the largest reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, capable of devouring you whole. Upon noticing the serious expressions on Reyes and the others, Nia felt a flicker of amusement. She remembered being similarly frightened in the past. However, when she glanced at Rod, she found him remarkably calm, as if completely unperturbed. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Nia thought with a cold smirk, eager to see if Rod could maintain his infuriating composure when faced with beasts in pursuit. Rod, of course, felt no fear. Rather, a thrill surged within him. After a month of rigorous training, his strength had escalated dramatically. At this moment, he possessed the capability to effortlessly overpower his former self from a month prior with just one hand. Nevertheless, true combat prowess cannot be gauged through mere speculation. It necessitates the crucible of real battle for validation. Moreover, he had long since realized that the energy acquired during combat far surpassed that gained through conventional training. At this juncture, the merman Haku finally made his entrance, addressing the gathered individuals. You are all well acquainted with the details of this mission. Now, let us embark. Yes. The reserves promptly retrieved their pre-prepared gray coats, donning them one by one. These coats bore a design reminiscent of the ones worn by Dorag in the original narrative, albeit in a somber gray hue. The uniformity of the gray attire imbued the team with an air of solemnity. The restless hearts of the newcomers gradually settled, as if they could sense the arduous struggles endured by the revolutionary predecessors who had silently toiled in this desolate land. The march commenced at a brisk pace, for each individual possessed a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person, easily capable of completing a marathon. However, the inhospitable environment of White Earth Island, with its sporadic sandstorms, forced them to take detours, ultimately prolonging their journey to the coastline for a full 7 days. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a large sailing vessel that had been awaiting their arrival. All boarded the merchant ship in an orderly fashion, a silence enveloping them. It was evident that after 7 days of marching, Riaz and the others exhibited subtle changes in their demeanor, no longer appearing so exuberant. Haku nodded slightly, turning to issue the command to set sail. Keela, on the other hand, maintained a casual demeanor as she stepped into the cabin, intending to indulge in a beauty rest. The reserves sought out places to rest as well, for these 7 days of marching were merely an appetizer, and none had forgotten the impending true combat. In this world, sailing ships were marvels of advanced technology, boasting exceptional performance. Rod hardly felt any significant turbulence as the vessel launched at full speed, swiftly leaving White Earth Island behind, until it vanished beneath the horizon. This marked Rod's first venture into the sea in both this life and his past. Despite having gleaned knowledge of the ocean's appearance through various sources and videos, the experience remained unparalleled. One could never truly grasp the vastness and infinity of it without personal experience. It was as if his spirit underwent a profound baptism, expanding his horizons. Leaning against the ship's railing, Rod blissfully squinted his eyes and glanced at the attribute panel, noting that his total energy had increased by 7 points, reaching a total of 73. The rise in energy was relatively steady. With ordinary training, he typically accumulated 1 point per day. It took him 3 months to amass 100 points. However, after acquiring the Thunder Body technique, he managed to gain approximately 2 points daily. During the past 7 days of marching, Rod was unable to practice the Thunder Body technique, not out of fear of being discovered, but due to the inability to meet his body's energy demands after the training. Rod could scarcely endure the state of hunger that rendered his eyes a ghastly shade of green, perceiving every passerby as a potential meal. How he longed for an artifact akin to a spatial ring. Gazing at the distant horizon, Rod idly mused that life without such a convenience was indeed rather inconvenient. Chapter 11. Slaughter. The destination to which Rod and his companions were headed was in close proximity to White Soil Island. Their journey unfolded without incident, and they enjoyed a restful night aboard the vessel, arriving at their destination the following day. The grand sailing ship anchored near an island, and as they listened to the occasional roars of ferocious beasts emanating from within, they caught glimpses of terrifying avian creatures soaring into the sky, their wingspans reaching 3 to 4 meters. The expressions of Rez and his companions changed drastically. Having grown up in Baldigo, they had never encountered such beings before. Well, they had seen them, but most had already been served as sustenance on their dining tables, and they had once marveled at the exquisite taste of such flesh. Yet now, an ominous sense of retribution loomed over them. Rez swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with another newcomer, both detecting a flicker of fear in each other's eyes. "Stay calm," their teammates reassured them, but Rez could sense that even they were somewhat anxious. Clearly, given their strength, they were ill-equipped to dominate on this island of monsters. Perhaps only the captains like Nia could maintain their composure. At this moment, the merman Haku began to elucidate the rules of the impending practical mission. Your task is to survive on this island for 3 days and slay as many beasts as possible. Collaboration is permitted, but no more than 3 individuals may form a team. The island is under surveillance. Should a life-threatening situation arise, we will dispatch aid. While fatalities are rare, the occurrence of disabilities is still possible. Now, proceed into the island. With that, Haku offered no time for deliberation, hastily ushering them onto the island without distributing provisions, clearly indicating that they would need to rely on themselves. Once the reserves disembarked, they did not immediately venture forth, but instead began to seek out partners, intent on forming teams. Rod declined Riai's invitation and then casually selected a direction to venture deeper into the jungle. The air, thick with the essence of the wilderness, seemed to awaken a primal instinct long forgotten in the recesses of human memory. Rod felt a subtle yet intense sensation awakening from the depths of his soul, akin to a simmering fervor. It dawned upon him that he too yearned for the thrill of battle. Rod licked his dry lips and smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Kella and his companion arrived at a cabin filled with numerous screens, monitoring various areas of the island. This archipelago was evidently developed by the Revolutionary Army as a training ground for reservists. Inside the cabin, several Revolutionary Army soldiers were intently observing and recording the performance of the reservists, which would contribute to their year-end assessments. The fisherman Haku wore a serious expression, his gaze constantly scanning the screens, particularly focused on the new recruits like Rod. Good physical fitness and mastery of martial arts and swordsmanship do not guarantee victory over ferocious beasts, as some individuals falter at the sight of blood or when faced with life-and-death situations, failing to unleash even a fraction of their potential. Keep a close watch. Do not let any mistakes slip through, Haku said gravely. The reservists from the Revolutionary Army, once they mature, often become the backbone of the organization, with many rising to leadership positions. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. Do not worry. The more formidable creatures on this island have already been turned into ingredients. So under normal circumstances, there should be no issues. Kella remarked with a smile, though his words were chilling. They were undeniably too inexperienced. Haku shook his head, referring specifically to Rod and Riais. That is not necessarily the case, he said. Are you referring to that young swordsman? Haku nodded slightly, solemnly stating, he truly is a prodigy. He altered his breathing method in just a few minutes. A few minutes? Kella was momentarily taken aback, then expressed disbelief. I recall that Sabo took nearly an hour to achieve that. Sabo's talent was renowned within the Revolutionary Army. He joined at a very young age. And Haku admitted there was little he could teach him. Later, under the tutelage of Dragon, his strength surged rapidly, though still only 18. Many Revolutionary Army commanders were no match for him. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, had praised Sabo's combat talent on multiple occasions. However, talent is one thing and combat ability is another. This world is rife with individuals of extraordinary talent who falter in battle. Haku shook his head. Let us wait and see, Kella replied with a smile. At that moment, Rod was walking deeper into the forest, wielding a simple longsword. This island had likely been meticulously arranged by the Revolutionary Army, designed for the reservists to gain experience and courage through actual combat. In such a scenario, the strength of the beasts would not be overly formidable. Rod dared not underestimate the ferocious beasts of the pirate world. He recalled that even in the original tale, there existed formidable creatures that only Luffy in his fourth gear could vanquish. Should Rod encounter such a being now, he would likely be unable to escape. Suddenly, from a thicket towering at a man's height, a shadow gradually advanced. With his keen eyesight, Rod soon discerned that it was a fearsome beast. Its body covered in bristly hair and standing at a staggering 1.5 meters tall. Its massive jaws bore two enormous tusks that glimmered ominously in the scattered sunlight filtering through the forest. He remembered the largest sow he had ever encountered in his previous life, which stood about 60 to 70 centimeters tall. This wild boar, therefore, towered twice as high as an ordinary domesticated pig, resembling a small automobile. You shall be my first prey. It had been a while since Rod had savored roasted meat, and the sight of this boar ignited his appetite. With a swift motion, he positioned himself directly in the path of the spiky wild boar, a grin spreading across his face. The spiky beast fixed its gaze upon the strange creature wielding a long sword before unleashing an eerie roar. Its powerful hooves stomped the ground, sending mud flying and stirring a foul wind as it charged towards Rod, akin to a heavy-duty Hummer barreling at full speed. The two razor-sharp tusks resembled gigantic scimitars, aimed menacingly at Rod. In a heartbeat, as the wild boar surged forward, Rod deftly sidestepped, the accelerating beast unable to halt in time. A flash of determination ignited in Rod's eyes as he unleashed the full force of his body into his arm. The gleaming sword, imbued with a hint of ethereal light, sliced upward across the spiky boar's neck. With a sickening thud, a massive head flew into the air, blood gushing forth in torrents. The boar, propelled by its own momentum, careened forward for several meters before crashing to the ground, its body convulsing briefly before succumbing completely. It was all rather straightforward. The spectacle of blood spraying forth failed to stir any emotion within Rod. As a physician, he had witnessed far worse. A barbecue feast awaits. I shall indulge before resuming my endeavors. Rod skillfully extracted a variety of wilderness survival tools. He ignited the grill, and flames surged upward. Before long, the spiky wild boar was roasted to a golden sheen, emanating an irresistible aroma as the fat dripped into the fire with a sizzling sound. It was ready. After a brief wait, Rod sprinkled salt over the meat and coated it with a layer of honey, enhancing the already rich fragrance, which made his mouth water. Observing this scene through the surveillance equipment, Keela, the fisherman Haku, and numerous revolutionary soldiers could not help but lick their lips, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Had they not considered their hunger? Chapter 12. The Thunder Unleashed. Rod's appetite was nothing short of astonishing. Under the watchful gaze of the Revolutionary Army, including Keela, he swiftly devoured an entire roasted pig, leaving not even the head untouched. The preparations were remarkably thorough. Keela's lips twitched, unable to bear the sight. What caliber of gluttony was this, that such essentials as salt and honey were meticulously arranged? In the center of the room, Haku, the fisherman, wore a solemn expression as he observed Rod's performance in slaying the spiked wild boar. He commented, "His strength is commendable," placing him in the middle tier among the reserves. "I heard his physical abilities were rather average during the aptitude test, yet it seems he has significantly improved this month." While his swordsmanship was precise, it was evident that his experience was lacking. With his prowess, there were numerous techniques he could have employed to effortlessly dispatch the spiked boar. Yet he chose the most laborious method of decapitation. Nonetheless, these were mere trifles. At this point, Haku's face displayed admiration. Rod's combat awareness was impressive, and his performance in battle was quite commendable. This aspect surpassed many of his contemporaries. Listening to Haku's astute and well-reasoned analysis, the revolutionary soldiers in the room nodded in agreement, expressing subtle admiration. Previously a doctor, his psychological state had indeed improved significantly. Keela nodded, but within him stirred an inexplicable sense of unease. Rod's choice to behead seemed merely a pretext for bloodletting, perhaps only to facilitate a subsequent barbecue. The fisherman Haku, realizing this, understood why Rod remained so composed, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. Keela's countenance also altered. On the surveillance screen, not far from Rod, a colossal humanoid creature charged forth with unrestrained ferocity. The ground trembled, and the forest quaked. Boulders and trees along its path shattered. Nothing could impede its advance. With a resounding crash, the members of the Revolutionary Army witnessed a stone, as large as half a house, being swatted away by a single blow, creating chaos in its wake. Rod had lingered too long in one place, and the scent of blood had attracted this formidable beast. Someone called out, "Shall we go to the rescue?" Keela glanced at Haku, observing the situation. He noted that although the black ape was indeed powerful, ranking as a dominant force on this small island, Rod was no weakling himself. Even if he couldn't defeat the creature, he could certainly hold his ground. If it truly became unbearable, then assistance could be rendered. Haku pondered for a moment before responding. As a reserve instructor, he was not a caretaker. He could not dispatch aid at the slightest hint of danger, for that would merely cultivate a generation of fragile flowers, detrimental to their future. Meanwhile, Rod, who had just risen, felt the tremors of the earth and turned in astonishment. He beheld a black ape, towering at 4 meters, barreling towards him with an overwhelming force, akin to an unstoppable tank. A formidable opponent has arrived, he mused. Rod's eyes narrowed slightly, a weight of seriousness settling upon him. This black ape was evidently a creature of a different caliber compared to the wild boar encountered earlier. It was likely that even the 30 or so reserves alongside Rez and Rod would meet their demise if faced with such a formidable opponent. Beneath the sunlight, the ape's enormous and muscular form appeared as if forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Simultaneously, it radiated a pungent odor, reminiscent of years spent hunting, steeped in the scent of blood. With a roar, the black ape approached, casting a glance at the scattered bones on the ground, and was instantly overtaken by fury, thumping its chest and howling at the sky. What on earth? Rod found himself perplexed, as if he had somehow stolen the creature's meal. In the next moment, the ape lowered its head, gazing down at Rod with eyes aglow, revealing a hint of bloodthirsty savagery. In a flash, the beast did not waste words. Almost instantaneously, the black ape lunged forward with astonishing speed, the gust of wind it created scattering the bones across the ground like autumn leaves. Its massive fist came crashing down towards Rod, the air itself seeming to explode under the force. "Get out of the way," the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army exclaimed through the monitors. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Rod stood his ground, neither flinching nor evading. As the fierce winds ruffled his hair, he suddenly unleashed a sword strike. With a swift motion, blood erupted, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Indeed, the strength of creatures in this world could not be measured by ordinary standards. Rod's sword sliced through the resilient fur of the black ape, and as the force diminished against the layers of muscle, it halted just before the sturdy bone. The strength was still lacking. Launching himself over 10 meters away, Rod observed the scene with a slight shake of his head. A typical swordsman ascends through years of relentless physical training, developing an astonishingly robust physique, which allows them to unleash strikes capable of cleaving steel after comprehending the essence of all things. However, Rod was different. He possessed a mastery comparable to that of a swordsman, yet lacked the corresponding strength, leading him to falter against the black ape's formidable bone structure. The injury to its finger muscles was trivial to the black ape, inciting its already furious temperament to become even more savage, as if provoked by an insignificant ant. Within this mountainous forest, although the black ape was not the strongest, it was undoubtedly the most arrogant. Its humanoid form granted it unparalleled agility, allowing it to traverse the woods at will. To be wounded by an ant was utterly intolerable. With a thunderous roar, the black ape's bellow reverberated through the forest, causing Rod's eardrums to ache. "What a nuisance!" he exclaimed, as an electrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. In the astonished gaze of Keela and the others, an intense brilliance erupted from the young man on the screen, arcs of electricity crackling and thunder flashing. He stood bathed in the radiance of lightning, resembling a god of thunder descended from myth, exuding an overwhelming presence. Thunder, the might of celestial power. This instinctive fear was engraved in all living beings, commanding respect and caution. The black ape sensed a flicker of anxiety, its instinctual dread of thunder compelling it to retreat. Yet the ferocity of its beastly nature urged it to crush this feeble creature that dared to provoke it. In this moment of hesitation, it could only release its pent-up emotions through a roar. Enough of this noise. Before the sound of his words faded, Rod transformed into a streak of light, swiftly traversing the battlefield. His blade, infused with thunder, emanating a soft blue luminescence, sliced through the air with ferocious intent. The once indomitable bone structure shattered effortlessly, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The massive arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The pain of the severed limb, combined with the paralysis and terror induced by the thunder, finally shattered the black ape's resolve. It let out a pained howl, stamped its foot in desperation, and turned to flee. This creature was far too terrifying. It had to escape. In that fleeting moment, a figure darted past the black ape with astonishing swiftness, the force of thunder causing its muscles to twitch involuntarily. It stood frozen in place, its bloodthirsty, crimson eyes reflecting the silhouette bathed in lightning, resembling a deity. The scarlet hue in its gaze swiftly faded, only to be replaced by a thin line of blood that spread rapidly from its left shoulder down to its abdomen. Its body swayed slightly, and a portion of it began to slide down along the path of the bloodline. Rod cast a glance, shook the sword blade, sheathed, and turned to leave. Chapter 13. The sudden arrival. At this moment, the monitoring room was already in a state of fervor. Thunderous power? How could that be? Was it a malfunction? All the Revolutionary Army soldiers were in disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. The sword had unleashed thunder. Kira, with a solemn expression, gazed at the merman Haku. It appeared that Rod was neither a user of the devil fruit nor a member of any special race. Thus, there remained but one possibility. Her tone was filled with astonishment, seemingly taken aback by her own conjecture. Yet, having eliminated all impossibilities, whatever remained, no matter how unlikely, must indeed be the truth. Indeed. Haku inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with profound shock and a hint of delight. It seems we have all underestimated this young man's swordsmanship talent. At such a tender age, he has already stepped into the realm of a sword master, which is astonishing enough. Yet, it appears this is not even his limit. At merely 16, he has comprehended a sword intent unique to himself, and that too, the formidable power of thunder. Kira shook her head, murmuring, "This is truly." The usually astute and clever woman found herself at a loss for words. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, although unversed in the way of the sword, she was well aware of the various classifications of sword masters, from the most ordinary swordsmen to those who grasped the breadth of all things, able to condense their strikes into a single line, severing steel and even unleashing sword energy. Further still, there were the pinnacle sword masters who understood sword intent, such as Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, whose blade scattered petals as he swung, and Marco, whose sword was entwined with thunder. After some time, Kira regained her composure, smiling as she remarked, "However, This fellow is clearly still too inexperienced. His physique does not match his mastery of swordsmanship. In a real battle, I suspect any sword master could easily overpower him. Kira, though petite, possessed formidable physical prowess and thus was not easily dazzled by Rod's impressive display of thunderous radiance, instantly discerning the essence of his paper tiger. Nevertheless, his potential was unfathomable. Compared to him, Sabo was merely a tad stronger. Haku shook his head and sighed softly. It seems I will soon be unable to teach him any further. Students endowed with exceptional talents inevitably hold their teachers to higher standards, much like the young Sabo. The conversation between these two left the nearby revolutionary soldiers perplexed, as if they were deciphering an ancient tome. Upon hearing the comparison between Hakuna, Sabo, and Rod, the realization dawned upon them. Sabo, a student of the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon, possesses an unparalleled natural aptitude and strength, destined to become a pillar of the revolutionary cause. The mere fact that Rod could be mentioned in the same breath speaks volumes to all present, leaving an indelible impression of his name. At the sight of the black ape's remains, shortly after Rod had departed, a striking figure clad in remarkably light attire suddenly appeared. The creature had been slain. Who could be responsible? Nia furrowed her brow, displeased. During her previous visit to this island, she had been overpowered by the black ape, fleeing in disarray. This time, her return was fueled by a desire for vengeance. Yet to her surprise, upon arrival, only 2 severed corpses remained, along with an arm, evidence of a sword wound. Approaching the scene, she examined the precise cut, slightly charred at the edges, and remarked gravely, only a swordmaster could so cleanly sever the resilient body of the black ape. Among the reserves, there are many skilled swordsmen. Yet only 2 swordmasters, the captain of the first team, Shano, and the newly promoted Rod. Naturally, Rod was not a contender. His strength was lacking, though his swordsmanship was commendable. To her astonishment, Shano had made significant strides in the past year. Analyzing the situation, it seemed that Shano had dispatched the black ape with merely 2 or 3 strokes, a feat Nia acknowledged she could not achieve. This was the distinct sharpness of a swordmaster. Having failed in her quest for revenge, Nia felt a deep sense of frustration, yet there was little she could do but turn away. As time slipped by, bloody battles raged across various corners of the island. Although these ferocious beasts surpassed the newly recruited reserves like Riai's in strength, humanity possessed an advantage: intelligence. The beasts on this island, however, were devoid of wisdom, driven solely by primal instincts. As night approached, the ferocity of the beasts intensified, prompting most reserves, including the captains, to seek refuge in safe havens, reluctant to venture out under the cover of darkness. The jungle at night, rife with wild creatures and shrouded in dimness, presented a veritable nightmare for humankind. Beneath the towering tree, the scene unfolded. Rod, however, was basking in the warmth of a blazing fire, leisurely preparing dinner. Tonight's feast consisted of roasted rhinoceros, roasted white elephant, and a whole roasted deer. Regrettably, there were not many utensils available, preventing the creation of a more varied culinary experience. Rod shook his head with a sigh, his yearning for the spatial ring intensifying within him. This was a profound desire stemming from a true gourmand. Beside the crackling fire, Rod savored a succulent poultry leg while reflecting on the day's events. Today's battle had granted him a remarkable increase of 4 energy points, achieving an efficiency 4 times greater than ordinary training. Truly, the efficacy of combat in enhancing energy was unparalleled. As night approached, he anticipated further energy gains from his thunderous body refinement, which filled him with delight. However, the journey to 1,000 still lay ahead, a long road yet to traverse. Rod felt the long journey ahead of him and took another hearty bite of the poultry leg. This bird, resembling a dove yet significantly larger, had been captured by Rod from the skies, plucked, and roasted to perfection. Its meat was extraordinarily succulent, and with just a hint of seasoning, it became utterly delectable. Its rich aroma lingering in the air for an extended period, Rod regarded it as one of the finest delicacies. He vowed to set sail in the future and experience the culinary wonders of the world. He had heard tales of dragons in the pirate realm and pondered what dragon meat might taste like. As a descendant of the great Chinese lineage, Rod's appetite for exquisite food was insatiable. At that moment, he suddenly felt the ground begin to tremble, as if a multitude of cavalry was simultaneously trampling the earth from afar. Shortly after, he heard distant roars of savage beasts, filling the atmosphere with a sense of panic. As if they were startled. What was happening? Rod furrowed his brow slightly, halting his actions as he lifted his gaze towards the distance. There, A lithe and agile figure suddenly sped towards him. Nia? Rod blinked in confusion. However, she appeared somewhat disheveled, her brow glistening with sweat and her attire in disarray. Rod was increasingly perplexed. With Nia's prowess, how could he be pursued so relentlessly? Such formidable creatures ought not to exist on the island. Otherwise, ordinary reserves would surely meet their demise upon encounter. Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. Chapter 14. The super beast. The moonlight cascaded like water over the nocturnal jungle, shattering the once tranquil and profound ambience. A serpent? This large? Rod was momentarily taken aback, only to have his eyes ignite with an indescribable fervor. In the nearby forest, a colossal serpent slithered forth, its path marked by the shattering of boulders and trees. As it carved a serpentine trail through the greenery, its body stretched an impressive 20 to 30 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a barrel. Adorned with palm-sized, dark green scales, the triangular head bore a pair of menacing, golden vertical pupils, exuding an aura of dread. No wonder the other ferocious beasts of the forest fled in haste. It was a top-tier predator on the prowl. Given the serpent's size and length, any black gorilla or wild boar ensnared in its grasp would meet a swift demise, crushed into a mere pulp. At that moment, Nia, who was racing towards the fire, caught sight of Rod, and her expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she stomped the ground, pivoted her body, and resolved to change direction and flee. Although she felt a twinge of annoyance towards Rod, she had no intention of leading such a formidable beast towards him. However, after sprinting a mere 10 meters, she suddenly halted, bewildered by the absence of the terrifying rush of wind behind her. "Oh no," she exclaimed, quickly braking and turning around, her face paling in shock. The serpent had abandoned her, charging straight for Rod. "What the hell? It's so late, and you're still grilling? Do you think this is a campfire party?" The aroma of food emanating from Rod had evidently lured the giant serpent. Cursing under her breath, Nia retraced her steps, gathered momentum, and leaped into the air. Wielding an iron rod that sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, crashing down upon the serpent's massive form. Boom! The ancient serpent, having survived for countless ages, possessed skin and scales of unimaginable resilience. Yet, Nia was no ordinary fighter. She was among the strongest of the reserves. Her formidable strike shattered the scales, reddening and swelling the skin beneath. However, this was the extent of her success, as she could not inflict any real harm upon the beast, only inciting its wrath. Buzz! The air crackled with energy as a powerful tail swept through the air with incredible force. The mere aftershock stirred a tempest, and should it land a blow, it could easily obliterate structures and fracture the earth itself. Against such a massive creature, humanity's strength paled in comparison, and at that moment, Nia found herself utterly outmatched. With a swift motion, Nia vanished from her position, leaving behind a shattered ground. Almost instantly, the serpent's tail came crashing down. Boom! It struck the earth like a meteor, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest. The ground trembled violently, sending invisible shockwaves that hurled stones and dirt into the air. The earth fractured, a fissure extending 5 to 6 meters in length. Phew, that was close. Nia swallowed hard and instinctively wiped the sweat from her brow. It was utterly terrifying and incredibly unfortunate. She had been resting when, without warning, the tree she was sheltering under splintered, revealing a massive serpent. In a moment of irritation, she struck it with her staff, only to find herself pursued relentlessly. Fortunately, her speed was exceptional, her agility unmatched, and she had mastered the explosive movement technique known as Soru, allowing her to narrowly escape the clutches of this apex predator, though danger lurked at every turn. It was precisely for this reason that the fisherman Haku and his companions refrained from launching a rescue. However, Kilo was already contemplating how to deal with the serpent after the mission concluded. Serpents are cold-blooded creatures, lurking underground with faint breaths, capable of remaining hidden for extended periods, thus evading the Revolutionary Army's searches until this mission exposed it, luckily, without casualties. As the serpent's attention was drawn away, Nia exhaled in relief, preparing to resume her marathon of evasion when, from the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure wielding a sword, advancing steadily toward the serpent. Rod, was this fool trying to drive her to madness? Nia felt a surge of frustration. She had risked everything to draw its ire, and now he dared to approach it? Initially viewing him as an ignorant fool, she now regarded him as a reckless imbecile. The memory of the serpent's devastating strike lingered vividly. Even she had to evade its lethal reach, Yet this brash young man seemed wholly unaware of the peril, foolishly charging ahead. Did he believe that his youth and burgeoning prowess as a swordsman rendered him invincible? Such arrogance, disappointment filled Nia's heart. Talent alone was insufficient without the wisdom to temper it. This kind of character would likely never mature. Rod. Through the surveillance equipment, the fishman Haku observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing in concern. It was reckless. Individual strength was insufficient against such a formidable beast unless one possessed overwhelming power, which made inflicting fatal damage exceedingly difficult. Like Nia, she could contend with the serpent, but given its resilience, she would be drained before she could ever hope to slay it. Kila, however, merely smiled. This was the essence of a swordsman. In the world of pirates, every swordsman exuded pride and confidence, steadfast in their convictions, believing that their blade could cut through any obstacle. This was a trait unique to swordsmen, especially for a young swordsman like Rod. At this moment, Rod had approached, gazing upwards at the colossal serpent that measured nearly 30 meters in length. Even with only half of its body reared up, it towered like a multi-story building, rendering humanity before it as insignificant as mere ants. Ordinarily, a normal person would gaze in awe at such a magnificent creature. However, Rod's expression was peculiar. He scrutinized the great serpent from head to tail, much like a butcher assessing fish on a chopping block, contemplating where to make the first cut and how to prepare the meal thereafter. Each region nurtures its own kind. I recall in my previous life, the longest python was merely a little over 10 meters, while this one is nearly twice that length. It appeared extraordinarily delectable. Exceedingly terrifying. Alas, it has encountered me. Rod shook his head with a soft sigh. Crackling sounds echoed as electric arcs burst forth, accompanied by the booming thunder. The air was tinged with a faint, tingling sensation. Rod was suddenly engulfed by a torrent of thunder, transforming into a figure of azure light that illuminated the dark forest. What on earth? The power of thunder? Just as Nia, poised to strike with her staff, was about to advance, she was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. Rod then propelled himself forward, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent a cloud of dirt spiraling into the air, causing the ground to tremble violently and fissures to erupt beneath him. In an instant, he soared upwards with the swiftness of lightning. As he ascended towards the heavens, the thunderous energy enveloping him surged forth, coalescing into a colossal sword of lightning, measuring an impressive 5 meters in length. Before long, he stood over the great serpent, gripping the magnificent lightning sword. Below, Nia gazed in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. To her eyes, the striking young man stood atop the serpent's head, wielding a divine sword forged from the might of thunder, as if to act as the arbiter of celestial justice. Chapter 15, A Strike to Sever. Hiss. The great serpent finally sensed danger, snapping its head around to behold Rod brandishing his sword in midair. Startled, its scales bristled in alarm, akin to a frightened cat. And just as it contemplated retreat, Rod gently swung the long sword while uttering a command. Flash. Words failed to encapsulate the brilliance of that strike. As the sword cleaved through the air, it seemed as though it could bisect the very heavens. In the eyes of all spectators, only the radiant sword of the thunder god remained, illuminating the night sky. The thunderous blade left a trail of afterimages as it tore through the firmament, directly severing the serpent's head. Despite the serpent's decades of shedding skin and growth, its body, thick as a barrel and armored with impenetrable scales, was sliced as effortlessly as paper beneath the divine sword. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the serpent as its head fell away, a fountain of blood gushing from the gaping wound. Boom! The severed head and the serpent's massive body, towering several meters high, plummeted to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. This serpent, which had lurked for decades and had instilled chaos in Captain Nia's ranks, was vanquished by Rod's single strike. Nia, standing below, was left bewildered. Who was truly saving whom? Moreover, how had Rod become so formidable? Wasn't his power level only 249? And what was this extraordinary force of thunder? Could it be that Rod is the wielder of the natural thunder fruit? A torrent of questions flooded Nia's mind, leaving her momentarily questioning her very existence. The iron rod in her hand clattered to the ground, yet she remained oblivious, her face a mask of astonishment, as if she could scarcely believe the spectacle before her eyes. However, the severed, yet still imposing, serpentine body lying on the ground served as a relentless reminder of the earth-shattering feat Rod had just accomplished. Even Kurla and the others in the surveillance room were left in stunned silence. This thunderous power is almost excessive, Kurla murmured to herself. Could sword intent truly reach such heights? She was uncertain and could not help but glance at Haku. I am equally perplexed, the fishman Haku replied, shaking his head slightly. Sword intent was an advanced concept, already bordering on the legendary prowess of a great swordsman. Even as an instructor in the Revolutionary Army Reserves, he possessed but a mere inkling of understanding. The other soldiers of the Revolutionary Army displayed expressions of reverence. Earlier, when Rod had effortlessly slain the black ape with a single sword stroke, they had merely marveled at his innate talent. Yet now, with Rod's decisive strike against such a formidable serpent, it became evident that this young man had acquired strength that could stand alongside theirs. Just 16 years of age, the group fell into a contemplative silence, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, Sabo hadn't he possessed such power at the same age. At this moment, Rod, having exhausted his strength, gently descended from the heavens. He remained motionless, his expression serene, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. What a fade! Nia inwardly scoffed, irritated by Rod's calm demeanor. Is this the effect of fully unleashing thunderous power in conjunction with swordsmanship? Rod's gaze flickered slightly as he discreetly assessed the power of this sword. Its destructive force was undeniably formidable. After all, the amalgamation of swordsmanship and the might of thunder naturally unleashed a potency that exceeded mere addition. However, such power seemed only suitable for dealing with large, cumbersome beasts. It would be exceedingly difficult to strike a human of equal standing. In the world of pirates, the strong possessed vitality akin to that of cockroaches, exhibiting not only tremendous strength but also astonishing speed. During combat, mere mortals could hardly perceive their movements. Take, for instance, the terrifying velocity exhibited by Nia's application of the Navy's 6 styles, which was beyond Rod's reach. Moreover, the exhaustion of stamina posed a significant issue. This ultimate strike had already consumed nearly half of Rod's energy. Should a confrontation arise, such limited endurance would be utterly insufficient. The cultivation of his body with lightning was imperative, although he could not yet directly refine his internal organs. The enhancement of his muscles and bones would inevitably elevate the condition of his innards. While contemplating his future plans, Rod gradually approached the massive form of the serpent. Alas, it was far too grand, rendering it somewhat challenging to roast. Nia, who had just arrived, overheard Rod's remark and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, evident by the dark lines that appeared on her delicate forehead. With a huff, she turned to leave. Hey, aren't you going to stay and eat? Rod began. But before he could voice his hunger, a faint growl emanated from his stomach. Nia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. Clearly, her stomach was quite displeased with this response and had no qualms about betraying its owner. In truth, Nia had been fleeing, frequently employing the 6 styles, which had drained her energy significantly. Furthermore, her fruitless search for the black ape during the day had yielded little sustenance, leaving her quite famished now. Let us eat together. After all, I can't finish this alone. Rod chuckled. Having observed the woman's previous actions, her character was commendable, making her a worthy friend. Nia yearned to depart. Yet the colossal serpent before her, a creature that had likely lived for countless years, was undoubtedly a sumptuous feast, rendering her unable to move her feet. Thus, she stood there, feigning an interest in the scenery. Hey, it's so dark. What are you looking at? Come over and help me with the fire for the barbecue. Rod unhesitatingly called her out. Before long, a roaring fire blazed, and Nia watched in astonishment as Rod conjured a plethora of seasonings such as salt and honey, leaving her utterly speechless and filled with admiration. The art of gastronomy, indeed, I still have much to learn. The serpent, having existed for who knows how long, boasted remarkably tender meat, and after meticulous roasting, the flavor was astonishingly exquisite, prompting endless praise from both. However, the serpent's body was simply too vast. Even though Rod and Nia could be considered voracious eaters, they found themselves unable to consume it all, leaving a considerable amount behind. To waste such a delicacy would indeed be a grievous sin. Rod's face was etched with profound sorrow, once again igniting an immense yearning for the spatial ring. At that moment, a sudden melodious voice resonated from behind. Share some with me, won't you? Both turned to see Keela perched gracefully upon a tree branch, a playful smile adorning her face. The moonlight cascaded like liquid silver, accentuating Keela's already exquisite visage, rendering her ethereal, to the point where even Nia felt a twinge of inadequacy. Rod too marveled, thinking how a girl from another realm could be as beautiful as a figure painted on canvas. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her transcendent aura transformed dramatically. It was as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, lured by the allure of delectable food, instantly morphing into a voracious glutton, consuming portions that eclipsed even those of Rod and Nia. Truly, the ancients spoke wisely. It is indeed challenging to nurture only women and petty men. In Rod's heart, only this phrase remained. Chapter 16, The Gathering. The following day, as dawn broke, Rod awakened from the thunder forging, casting a glance at his attribute panel, where he noticed an unexpected increase of 2 points in energy. He couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Typically, an entire night's thunder forging would yield only a single point of energy. Could it be attributed to the fact that he had slain that formidable serpent the day before? Rod stroked his chin, observing that the stronger the creature, the more efficient it became in harnessing energy during combat. Regardless, he decided to seek out a breakfast first. Rod took a deep breath, savoring the particularly refreshing scent of the morning forest, which invigorated his spirit. His gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly fixating on a large yellow bull leisurely grazing. The bull stood over 2 meters tall, its body a vibrant shade of orange-yellow, with sharp horns that pointed skyward. It was the one he had chosen. Rod chuckled softly and charged forward. Whoosh! His speed was astonishing, conjuring a fierce gust of wind and an imposing presence. The great yellow bull had thrived in this forest until now, its alertness beyond question. In an instant, it turned its gaze towards Rod. Moo! It bellowed. Infused with the indignation of having its breakfast interrupted, as its hooves thundered against the earth, charging forth without a hint of submission, its horns glinting ominously. Such a temperamental creature. Rod shook his head, and, before approaching, suddenly unleashed a sword strike into the air. A faint blue sword energy burst forth from the blade, tearing through the atmosphere with the swiftness of lightning, directly cleaving into the ox's head. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, infused with the sharp intent of the sword. In an instant, the formidable iron head of the great yellow ox, which had rampaged through the forest, was cleaved open, blood gushing forth, rendering its eyes blind and its mouth wailing in agony. Indeed, the might of a long-range strike could not rival that of a direct blade cut. In a fleeting thought, Rod swiftly maneuvered past the great yellow ox, the whirlwind generated causing its fur to stand on end. Following its momentum, the ox continued to charge forward for several meters before its head was violently severed, rolling onto the ground as blood spurted forth like a fountain. With his back to the great yellow ox, Rod sheathed his sword and gathered materials to prepare a sumptuous beef feast. The flames crackled as the fire blazed, fat sizzling as it dripped into the flames. As Rod savored the tender, juicy meat of the ox's leg, he pondered quietly. Sword energy, a long-range attack method of sword masters, naturally lacked the potency of a direct sword strike. However, as one of the signature techniques of a swordsman, it possessed an undeniable elegance. During the war atop the highest peak, the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, unleashed a sword energy that split the earth and severed icebergs, resonating throughout the world and solidifying his title as the great swordsman, a display of unparalleled magnificence. The essence of sword energy lies in the swordsman compressing and refining the power of their strike to an extreme before unleashing it, resulting in a soaring attack. This process involves both physical strength and the level of comprehension of swordsmanship, with each aspect complementing the other. The greater the strength and deeper the understanding, the more refined the sword energy becomes, enhancing its might and extending its range. After undergoing more than a month of rigorous training amidst the tempest, Rod's physical prowess has undeniably improved significantly compared to when he first arrived in this world, to such an extent that one could assert it has multiplied several times over. However, when juxtaposed with those who have truly ascended to the ranks of formidable warriors, he still appears rather inexperienced. As Keela aptly noted, in a contest of strength and speed, even a casual swordsman would be able to overpower him. Nevertheless, with the invigorating power of thunder coursing through his body, his basic speed should be relatively comparable, although his strength likely still lags considerably behind. Rod slightly narrowed his eyes. With his remarkable talent in swordsmanship, he would surely not fall short of anyone in his understanding of the art. By day, he engaged in combat to acquire energy, and by night, he practiced lightning-infused body refinement to strengthen his physique. The path before Rod is remarkably clear. He need only persist step by step, and it won't be long before he sheds the title of the weakest swordsman in history. 2 days swiftly elapsed. The time for the combat mission finally came to an end, and the signal for the assembly of the Revolutionary Army reverberated across the island. prompting the reserves to cease their activities and head towards the gathering point. In the forest, 5 dark figures relentlessly assailed a strikingly handsome youth. These 5 figures were cougars, exceptionally agile, their speed akin to lightning, with razor-sharp claws and a physique rivaling that of a tiger, marking them as one of the apex predators of the jungle. Yet, astonishingly, amidst this ferocious onslaught, the youth maneuvered with the grace of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly evading the oncoming attacks from all directions. His keen perception was truly remarkable. Is it over? Then I shall cease this game. Upon hearing the horn that echoed throughout the island, Rod smiled gently, suddenly grasping the hilt of his sword, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. With a whoosh, a sword chi erupted in a circular fashion, sweeping in all directions, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity that culminated in a powerful explosion. The surrounding cougars, caught off guard, were struck by this formidable sword energy, sent flying in a torrent of blood. The proximity of such a sword chi explosion possessed sufficient force to cleave through the cougar's relatively resilient fur and bone, inflicting fatal injuries. Simultaneously, the thunderous power embedded within the sword chi rendered these cougars incapable of any dying resistance. With a single strike, he claimed 5 lives. With a resounding clang, he sheathed his sword and proceeded towards the assembly point. Upon reaching the shoreline, Rod found it already teeming with reserves. A quick glance revealed familiar faces, including Riai's and others, who, albeit somewhat bruised and disheveled, appeared to be in good spirits. Nia was also present, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation with friends. Rod had no interest in conversing with others. He wandered off to the side, opened the attribute panel, and glanced at it. Upon arriving on the island, he had a total of 73 energy points, and now it had increased to 88. Rod was not surprised. As the formidable beasts fell one after another over the next 2 days, his opportunities to locate powerful creatures dwindled, resulting in a slight decrease in the energy he could acquire. Had he not discovered a den of robust wildcats for practice, the energy yield would have been even less. Nevertheless, a substantial 15 points of energy significantly enhanced his thunderous prowess. This young man was rather reclusive, observing Rod standing alone, showing no inclination to engage in conversation with his teammates to foster camaraderie. Nia couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Yet he possessed the merit to be solitary. With his extraordinary talent, he would likely soon ascend from the reserves. Contemplating this, her gaze inadvertently drifted to the other end of the crowd, where a similarly solitary youth stood. How had Shano fared in this mission? It was rumored that he had single-handedly battled a horde of crocodiles, vanquishing the entire group deep within the jungle. The prowess of a swordsman was indeed formidable. In this regard, it was difficult for them to compete. The captains exchanged opinions, each casting respectful glances toward the proud young swordsman. Among the captains, there existed a hierarchy, and Shano evidently surpassed them all. Nia found it amusing. Could crocodiles truly rival that massive serpent? She pondered briefly and concluded it was a close match, 3 parts Rod, 7 parts Shano. After all, despite Rod wielding the extraordinary thunderous might, he could not even match her in physical prowess and had not trained in advanced martial arts. In a real confrontation, the odds would likely not be in his favor. Chapter 17. Coastal base. Gradually, individuals emerged from the forest, yet some remained absent, not due to demise, but rather because of the dense foliage and intricate terrain of the island. Some were distanced, while others had lost their way. Fortunately, the island was equipped with surveillance, and under the Revolutionary Army's search, everyone soon gathered. A sorrowful death had not occurred. However, a newly appointed reserve had sustained the loss of a hand. Yet, judging by his spirited demeanor, he seemed unwilling to retire, determined to persevere, which garnered great admiration from the Merman Haku. This was the true quality that the Revolutionary Army should embody, unyielding and impervious to despair in the face of adversity. Subsequently, the group began boarding the vessels, departing the island. The anxiety and unease experienced during their arrival had been tempered, and as they glanced back at the receding island, Rees and others felt a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, there had been several close calls. I too, another chimed in, once nearly had my insides ripped out by a wildcat, but thankfully, I was quick-witted. The newly appointed reserves exchanged hushed words, still haunted by memories. Rees, how many fierce beasts did you slay? Someone inquired curiously. Not many, just around 10 or so, he replied. Riai shook his head slightly, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. As the highest-ranking individual among the newly appointed reserves, he had always held himself to exceptionally high standards. Yet, He was taken aback by his rather mediocre performance in this practical exercise. It is still quite commendable. I have heard that the last cohort of reserves achieved similar results, someone remarked enviously. Indeed, individuals vary greatly. Some are inherently endowed with the qualities of a champion, and the disparity only widens over time. I wonder how Rod fared, someone murmured. I am uncertain, Riaz replied, shaking his head. However, he is a swordsman, and his efficiency in dispatching beasts should surpass mine, albeit only by a small margin, perhaps a dozen at most. After all, his speed is rather sluggish, and his strength is lacking. When faced with even moderately formidable beasts, he would likely find himself fleeing. The other newly appointed reserves nodded in agreement. Rod's frail physique was evident for all to see, and none were more aware of it than they. At that moment, Nia strolled by, overhearing their conversation, and could not help but chuckle softly. She tossed a piece of paper their way, saying, "Take a look. The list of the top 10 performers from this practical mission has been released." Riaz, quick as lightning, snatched the paper and glanced at the names, instantly stiffening in shock. The other newly appointed reserves, noticing his reaction, curiously gathered around him, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they widened their eyes, their pupils trembling violently as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle. To their amazement, the name at the very top was none other than Rod, a fellow participant from their cohort. You are merely surviving, while he is playing a game. Observing their collective bewilderment, Nia smiled and turned to leave. With a single strike, Rod had slain a great serpent. If he wasn't the best performer of the day, Nia would be the first to doubt it. As the results were announced, the deck erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Everyone found it hard to accept that, in the past, the top 10 had almost always been dominated by the captains. With few exceptions, it seemed this newcomer named Rod was indeed formidable. Rumor had it that he was a swordsman. Who would have thought he was this strong? It appeared that Shano had found a rival. People buzzed with excitement and curiosity. They were not averse to the emergence of such a prodigy, for having a companion like him could significantly enhance their survival probabilities during missions. Standing alone at the bow of the ship, Shano, who had been meditating, was roused by the commotion. A young swordsman? He mused softly to himself, chuckling lightly, dismissing it. After all, the gap between swordsmen was considerable, and he did not believe that the youthful Rod possessed the strength to contend with him. Half a day later, the sailing ship returned to the Isle of White Earth. Rod emerged from the cabin, acutely aware of the markedly different gazes directed towards him, while Riaz and the others regarded him with reverence. The remaining reserves mostly exhibited a mixture of curiosity and challenge. Has the results been announced? Rod's eyes flickered momentarily, and he quickly realized that the enhancement from slaying the great serpent had propelled his performance ahead of the others. Naturally, he was indifferent to this fact. He donned his coat and joined the procession, embarking once more on a journey through the desolate expanse. The merman Haku appeared to have no intention of returning directly to headquarters. Instead, he led Rod and the others along the coastline. Swiftly arriving at a region of intricate terrain, Rod could distinctly sense the presence of numerous sentinels lurking in the shadows, and he could even faintly discern the dark muzzles of cannons peering from concealed positions. This was the coastal base, tasked with monitoring the coastline of White Soil Island to prevent any unwelcome pirates from inadvertently trespassing upon their headquarters. Haku briefly mentioned the matter and then led the reserves into the main hall of the base. Although he did not elaborate on how to deal with the pirates, it was evident that their fate would not be a pleasant one. As a senior officer of the Revolutionary Army, Haku held considerable authority and status, allowing him to pass through unhindered, with fellow revolutionaries showing him respect and saluting as he went. Riaz, you shall remain. The rest may take their leave to rest, Haku commanded upon reaching a grand hall. Understood. Nia and the others quickly dispersed, leaving only Rod and the newly appointed reserves. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, Haku finally spoke. I trust that through this practical experience, you have gained a deeper understanding of your own capabilities. In true combat, physical prowess is but one aspect. Swordsmanship, martial arts, and awareness play equally significant roles, if not more so. Without these, you are merely a brute endowed with raw strength. Reflecting on their previous experiences, Riaz and the others instinctively nodded, their expressions deep in thought. Until now, they had solely focused on honing their bodies, believing that sheer strength would enable them to overpower all. While this reasoning held some truth, it was impossible to attain the level of dominance they desired in one fell swoop. Hence, during this process, The ability to harness their physical strength through swordsmanship and martial arts became exceedingly crucial. As for awareness, it could only be cultivated through repeated battles, an endeavor that could not be rushed. Previously, I taught you to alter your breathing techniques, which is fundamental to physical strength, Haku declared, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his voice low and steady. Today, I shall instruct you in an advanced martial art known as the 6 styles. He briefly introduced the 6 techniques, which included the shave, enabling instantaneous explosive movement, and the moonwalk, allowing one to seemingly walk on air. After this simple introduction, he began to demonstrate the 6 styles, moving slowly while explaining the nuances and intricacies involved. Is this the Navy's 6 styles? Rod blinked, not particularly surprised. Given the Revolutionary Army's profound infiltration into the world, it was only natural for them to master the 6 styles, an exceedingly practical advanced martial art. Previously, Nia had employed Soru. For Rod, the 6 styles certainly warranted study, though a comprehensive mastery was unnecessary. The slicing strike of the Gale step seemed a mere jest to him, a swordsman, while the spear thrust held no utility. He had no need to learn any peculiar techniques like the 2-finger Zen, as his physical prowess was already commendable. As for the iron block and paper drawing, which appeared to serve as foundational abilities for the 2-colored hockey, Rod believed that with his enhanced physique, he would swiftly meet the requirements for mastering the 2-colored hockey, rendering further study unnecessary. The explosive displacement of Soru and the levitation effect of Jeppo were precisely what would prove most beneficial to me. Rod was filled with emotion, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Haku on the stage. With intellect twice that of an ordinary person, he effortlessly absorbed the relevant techniques. However, true mastery would necessitate repeated practice on his part. In Chapter 18, A Small Kitchen, the Navy's 6 styles epitomized the culmination of various martial arts, a practical discipline forged over centuries by formidable figures within the Navy. This martial art is universally applicable, benefiting anyone, whether they pursue martial techniques or possess supernatural abilities. The threshold for learning such advanced techniques is inherently high, and not just anyone is deemed worthy to practice. One must possess a physique that borders on the superhuman to qualify for instruction. Among the newly inducted reserves, perhaps only 2 or 3 barely meet the criteria. And even then, they are likely to struggle with the learning process. The remaining reserves might need several months, or even half a year, to reach a level where they can attempt to train. Nevertheless, this is quite remarkable. Once these reserves mature, they are bound to become self-sufficient. It appears that the headquarters views these reserves as potential leadership candidates. No wonder the recruitment threshold is set at 200 power units after 3 years of training. They will likely attain strength comparable to that of the Revolutionary Army's officials. A thought flashed through Rod's mind, and suddenly, everything became clear. It appeared that throughout the world, there must exist a similar base to White Earth Island, each governed by the commanders of the 4 armies, responsible for training ordinary soldiers and building the foundation of the Revolutionary Army. This was quite akin to the Navy. However, the Navy's operations were far more extensive, reaching across the seas, with naval branches along the first half of the Grand Line that also bore the responsibility of training new recruits. Should a recruit possess sufficient talent, they would be sent to the elite camps of the Navy headquarters for advanced training. When considered in this light, the Navy's foundation was remarkably formidable, truly deserving of its status as one of the most powerful forces upon the seas, if not the most powerful. Nevertheless, the fact that the Revolutionary Army was regarded as a threat by the world government, which has dominated the world for 8 centuries, suggested that beyond these conventional forces, there were likely many hidden elements as well. In the upcoming period, you shall engage in the practice of the 6 styles. Haku spoke in a solemn tone. It is of no consequence if you cannot master it, for the 6 styles are martial techniques that transcend human limits, designed to accelerate physical training. Be cautious not to overexert yourselves, as injuring your bodies would be a regrettable cost. You may disperse now, Rod will remain. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, rising to depart. Before leaving, every individual cast a glance of profound envy towards Rod. It was evident that he was about to receive special attention. Yet, there was little they could do. With Rod's outstanding performance in missions, despite any perceived embellishments, his strength had undoubtedly surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Riai sighed inwardly, unable to suppress a chuckle, for he had previously believed himself to be the strongest among his peers. I shall catch up to you. He glanced at the composed Rod and silently vowed in his heart. Rod was oblivious to his own thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would scarcely care. Given the pace of his cultivation, once he surpassed others, it would be nearly impossible for them to catch up. After everyone had departed, Haku gradually approached Rod and seated himself before him, offering a gentle smile. With your innate talent, though I have just provided a brief overview, I trust you can comprehend the essence. Should there be any points of confusion, feel free to inquire now. Observing Haku's demeanor, Rod realized that this instruction in the 6 styles was likely tailored primarily for him. As for others like Riai's, mastering the 6 styles was still somewhat beyond their grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Rod posed several questions, delving into intricate details regarding shave and moonwalk, as well as general queries about his daily training regimen. Haku, being a master of physical arts with years of teaching experience, was well acquainted with the challenges students typically faced in their training. His responses were methodical and elucidative, enabling Rod to grasp the concepts effortlessly, evoking a profound sense of enlightenment within him. Previously, he had practiced in solitude, unknowingly veering down numerous divergent paths. While the detrimental effects might not be immediately apparent, prolonged training in such a manner could surely jeopardize his physical well-being. The human body is the most intricate of instruments. Even the slightest miscalculation could yield grave consequences. With Haku's insights, Rod felt not only capable of rectifying these errors, but also optimistic that his future training efficiency might increase by a notable margin. One should not underestimate this improvement. Over time, even a modest enhancement in efficiency could yield remarkable results. After addressing another query, Haku patiently regarded Rod, revealing no trace of impatience. Are there any further questions? He inquired. None, thank you, Master Haku, Rod replied gratefully. Rod expressed his heartfelt gratitude sincerely. It is my duty to teach students, and there is no need for thanks. Haku smiled and remarked, your talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled in my experience. Strive diligently and do not squander this gift. The student must certainly remember this. Observing his demeanor, Rod was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. The formidable power of thunder was likely mistaken for the sword intent he had comprehended. Yet, this was all part of his plan, and thus, not surprising. There are advantages to both humility and ostentation. As long as what is revealed remains within the realm of understanding, there is little risk involved. At this moment, Rod was, at best, merely an exceptionally gifted individual with boundless potential. Whether he would truly flourish remained uncertain. Very well, go forth and diligently cultivate your skills. Indeed, Rod nodded gently and rose to depart. Behind him, a figure clad in a coat, donning a bear-shaped helmet and smoking, approached leisurely. So, is this young man particularly gifted? You've gone out of your way to make special accommodations for him. It's you, Kaldo, Haku replied. Indeed, this lad possesses remarkable talent. At merely 16, he has already grasped the essence of his swordsmanship. The newcomer was none other than Terry Kaldo, the intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army, a figure of considerable authority and one of its senior officials. Oh, 16? That is truly impressive. Kaldo inhaled sharply, quickly inquiring, what type of sword intent does he wield? There are myriad forms of sword intent. One might even say that each swordsman discerns a unique and personal sword intent. The strength of sword intent is not measured in superiority or inferiority, but rather in the individual swordsman's essence. Thunderous might. Haku's lips curled into a smile, his eyes glimmering with delight. Elemental, is it? Kaldo's eyes narrowed slightly. While elemental sword intent may surpass physical techniques in destructive power, it seems to pose challenges when advancing to the rank of a grand swordsman. As the intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Headquarters, Kaldo was well-versed even in the lore surrounding the grand swordsman reigning at the pinnacle of martial prowess. It is said that grand swordsmen grasp the true essence of the sword, and with a mere stroke, they possess the power to cleave mountains and part seas, an extraordinary transformation of the mundane into the miraculous. Haku paused momentarily, then chuckled and shook his head. By the time he reaches that level, his strength will likely far exceed ours. There's no need to fret. Indeed, Kaldo chuckled in agreement. Come, since you have graced me with your presence, I must treat you to a drink. Let us go, let us go? I've had my eye on that bottle of ice flame liquor you procured from the North Sea for quite some time, Haku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he led the way outside. Meanwhile, Kella, forgotten in the moment, shook her head in mild exasperation. Stretching languidly, she ambled toward her room. Time for sleep, time for sleep. Chapter 19. Initial Mastery the following morning. After having breakfast, Rod entered the training room, ready to commence his studies of shave and moonwalk. Shave is a technique of high-speed movement, While moonwalk is an ethereal step built upon the foundation of shave, he decided to start with shave. Recalling the training methods explained by Haku yesterday, Rod slowly made his way to one side of the training chamber. The principle of shave is not particularly difficult. In fact, it could be regarded as the simplest among the 6 techniques. The challenge lies solely in the threshold that requires one to possess a physique beyond human capabilities, enabling the body to withstand such explosive speeds before one is deemed worthy of training. Much like breaking the sound barrier necessitates a robust constitution. However, once the physical strength meets the criteria, the practice itself is not overly daunting. Just as he was about to initiate his training, Rod suddenly felt that something was amiss. This training room seemed somewhat cramped. He surveyed the space. As a base for the Revolutionary Army, it was constructed with top-notch materials, utilizing a special rock that is only slightly less resilient than hockey stone, making it exceptionally durable. Consequently, although this individual training room is well-equipped, its size is somewhat limited. While it suffices for physical training, it may fall short for learning shave. According to Haku, the greatest challenge in the initial stages of shave practice lies in controlling one's explosive power, which can easily result in an uncontrollable burst of speed. Rod shook his head. He had no inclination towards bashing his head against a wall. He decided to venture out to the training hall. With a sigh, he turned and walked outside. Although he was not fond of training alongside others, he had little choice in the matter. As he traversed the corridor, Rod gradually arrived at the entrance of a spacious hall. This expansive area was ample enough for practicing the art of shaving, although the moonwalk might prove somewhat challenging. At that moment, a number of reserves were engaged in their training or indulging in casual conversations. Upon noticing Rod's presence, they reacted with expressions of surprise. Following the previous mission, Rod had established himself as a prominent figure among the reserves, standing on par with the captains. Typically, individuals of his stature would not frequent the training hall. He was likely in search of a place to practice the 6 styles, as the single training rooms in this base lacked the space of those at headquarters. Remarkable indeed. He had only been a reserve for a month, yet had already met the prerequisites for mastering the 6 styles. However, merely meeting the requirements did not equate to mastery. It would take at least several months, if not longer. It took Shano over 4 months to proficiently grasp 2 of the styles. Well, that is not certain, some murmured. I've heard this fellow is a true genius, a 16-year-old swordsman. Such individuals are beyond our comprehension. Swordsmanship and physical techniques are entirely different realms. How could they possibly be compared? The chatter grew increasingly boisterous, which irked Rod. He preferred a more tranquil environment. He decided to seek a more secluded spot. Shaking his head internally, he continued down the corridor, making his way outside the base. After presenting his identification, he arrived at a clearing nestled within the valley, adorned with several unique plants native to the White Soil Island. They bore a resemblance to cacti, albeit with some distinctions. This will do, he concluded. Before the extraordinary plant, Rod marked a spot and then gradually retreated to a sufficient distance. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the technique of shear and subtly adjusted his bodily strength. With that, he struck the ground forcefully. Boom! In an instant, the earth fractured, resembling a spider's web, while he propelled himself forward. Alas, the power had not accumulated as intended. He pressed on. Boom! The ground cracked once more, and Rod's body surged ahead. Though there was slight improvement, it still fell short of the standard for the technique. Once more, Rod possesses a remarkably steady mindset, and his innate talent lies in the mastery of swordsmanship, which does not align with the realm of physical arts. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to learn at a slower pace. However, his intellect surpasses that of the average person by more than double, and his agile thinking allows him to swiftly identify the underlying issues. As he diligently corrects them step by step, his learning progress is, in fact, considerably swift, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. The 6 powers of the Navy, indeed, transcend the limits of human capability, exacting an unparalleled toll on physical stamina. After merely a brief period of practicing the technique known as shave, Rod found his legs entirely numb, muscles aching. This, perhaps, elucidates the slow pace at which one must master the 6 powers. Upon sensing the state of his body, Rod couldn't help but smirk. Having trained for just a short while, he had already approached his physical limits. Given the recovery time required for stamina, a typical person would find themselves severely restricted in the number of training sessions they could undertake in a day. However, I am different. Rod chuckled softly, gracefully settling onto the ground. Hissing sounds emerged as wisps of pale blue arcs materialized, slithering about like serpents in motion. A delicate blue luminescence began to emerge from Rod's body. This phenomenon, distinct from the electrifying enhancement of physical strength experienced during thunderstorms at night, possessed a gentler flow of energy, akin to the soothing sensation of soaking in a hot spring, offering merely a hint of delightful tingling. Currently, Rod had developed 3 distinct states of thunderous power. The first was the thunder body refinement, which harnessed electric currents to stimulate the cells within his body, thereby enhancing their vitality and fortifying his physique. The second state was the thunder mode, employed during combat, wherein the full force of the thunder was activated to invigorate and stimulate the nerves, thereby augmenting both the speed of movement and the responsiveness of the nervous system. Under his present physical condition, Rod could sustain this state for approximately 1 to 8 hours, depending on the intensity of the battle. The third state, which he currently experienced, was a non-combat mode intended to alleviate fatigue and expedite physical recovery, albeit with the side effect of increased appetite. Before long, Rod's stamina gradually returned to its peak. After massaging his legs, he rose once more to continue his training. A fortnight swiftly elapsed. During this time, apart from practicing thunder body refinement at night, Rod devoted the remainder of his hours to honing the techniques of shave and moonstep, thanks to the electric currents that alleviated fatigue and accelerated recovery. Rod's training duration and frequency far exceeded those of an ordinary individual. In a mere 15 days, he had acquired a preliminary mastery of the shave technique, a method of swift movement, though his control remained somewhat unrefined. This was particularly evident as he could execute the shave technique but struggled to accurately control his landing. This lack of precision was perilous. On another occasion, as Rod employed the shave, his figure flickered, instantly traversing a considerable distance to appear before a towering tree, nearly colliding with it. For the time being, this technique could only facilitate movement, lacking practical combat efficacy. Rod shook his head slightly. To employ such a state in battle was akin to courting death. One might inadvertently charge headlong into an opponent's blade with a mere moment of explosive energy. It was indeed not so simple. After all, the 6 forms of the Navy encapsulate the pinnacle of various martial arts, even a pure practitioner of physical techniques, upon mastering only a few of these forms, could traverse the seas with ease. How could it possibly be so effortlessly attained? Rod maintained a remarkably steady mindset, displaying no signs of impatience. In comparison to others, he had learned at an impressive pace. In addition to his advancements in physical techniques, his physique had finally surpassed a significant threshold through relentless daily training. Rod estimated that he and Captain Nia were now on the same level. His increasingly formidable physique was one of the reasons for his rapid mastery of the 6 forms. The winter of the year 1520 in the sea circle had arrived, and a series of significant events were brewing, poised to erupt at any moment. This instilled in Rod a persistent sense of urgency, a desire to stretch each day into 2, fervently yearning for greater strength. I am still far from sufficient. Exhaling gently, Rod loosened his muscles and continued his practice of shave. As for moonwalk, it was an advanced application technique of shave. Mastering shave would significantly ease the difficulty of learning moonwalk. Chapter 20. The mission. Half a month later, in an open space, Rod stood relaxed, resembling an elegant cheetah, brimming with latent energy, his gaze fixed on the predetermined landing point in the distance. In an instant, he surged forward, transforming into a barely discernible blur that sliced through the air, generating a fierce gust, and, with remarkable precision, landed almost exactly at the center of his target. This level of skill should suffice for practical combat. Exhaling softly, Rod nodded in quiet satisfaction. Within a month, he had mastered the explosive movement technique known as shave, a speed that even surpassed his own expectations. Although he possessed various advantages, such as rapid learning and accelerated recovery of stamina, mastering martial arts ultimately required relentless practice to achieve excellence. Perhaps it was due to the significant enhancement of his physical prowess. After all, in martial arts, the stronger one's physique, the less daunting the challenges of training become. Setting aside these scattered thoughts, Rod looked up at the sky and leapt into the air. With a remarkable leap, his physical capabilities had long surpassed human limits, propelling him into the sky with minimal effort. However, under the influence of gravity, his body began to descend uncontrollably. Normally, humans cannot remain suspended in the air, let alone fly. Yet, the moonwalk, a technique from the Navy's 6 styles, granted humans the ability to momentarily defy gravity. With a swift push of his feet, Rod seemingly stepped onto the air, producing a resounding thud. and his body ascended a short distance. After several repetitions of this technique, he returned to solid ground. The moonwalk is an advanced application of shave, allowing a brief suspension in midair by utilizing momentum, holding immense significance. Its drawback, however, lies in its lack of agility and greater stamina consumption compared to shave, rendering it unsuitable for long-distance movement. Rod concentrated intently. Ultimately, the sky is not the realm of humanity. The moonwalk bestows upon mankind the fleeting ability to defy gravity, which is nothing short of miraculous, a true testament to an advanced martial art that transcends the limits of the human body. However, the captains possess, to varying degrees, a couple of techniques from the 6 styles. My acquisition of these skills merely compensates for my shortcomings in this area, ensuring that I am not easily led astray in battle. The most significant enhancements, however, lie in the realm of thunder power and swordsmanship. Second tier, Tome of Knowledge Attributes, Intelligence 2, Perception 1 Talent, Swordsmanship Mastery, Harmonization of Man and Sword, greatly enhancing comprehension of sword techniques. Thunder Control, the God of Thunder descends, allowing for the free manipulation of thunder power. Energy, 1, 491,000, having surpassed the significant threshold of 100 in energy. I have made considerable progress, amassing a total of 149 points of energy. At this moment, Rod's thunder power has doubled compared to when he ventured to the Monster Isle. In this phase, even when not relying on swordsmanship, the thunder power stands as a formidable force, potent and fierce. Simultaneously, regarding swordsmanship, as my physical strength gradually approaches a critical threshold, the sword aura I unleash finally exhibits a commendable potency. Should I confront the ferocious beasts of the Monster Isle again, a single stroke of my sword aura would suffice to obliterate them, significantly enhancing destructive capability. Before becoming a great swordsman, the might of the sword aura was primarily influenced by the strength of the swordsman himself. Physical prowess is the foundation of all things. This statement is not mere rhetoric. In summary, my current combat capability against captains like Nia should afford me over a 90% chance of victory. As for Shano of the first team, I have heard he is also a swordsman. Having never witnessed his prowess firsthand, it is somewhat difficult to gauge. After a moment's contemplation, Rod felt confident that as long as Shano has yet to master the dual-colored hockey, he possesses sufficient assurance to defeat him. It may be said that after more than 2 months of rigorous training, Rod has finally acquired the foundational strength to establish himself in this world. Even being able to firmly suppress the elite reserves and promising cadres fostered by the Revolutionary Army. Should he master the dual-color hockey, his prowess would experience another exponential surge. Such a pace appears remarkably fearsome. In truth, within the realm of pirates, the journey from an ordinary individual to a formidable warrior is not exceedingly arduous. With a stroke of good fortune, even a single devil fruit could suffice. A rare Logia-type fruit could bestow upon its possessor the power to traverse the seas with ease, dominating the first half of the Grand Line. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, advancing further becomes exceedingly challenging. Figures such as the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo or the vice-captains of the Yonko pirate crews are nearly on par with the admirals of the Navy. Yet to truly stand alongside or surpass an admiral is a daunting endeavor, one that may elude a person for a lifetime. Yet, Rod is different. The existence of the Book of Knowledge endows him with boundless possibilities, allowing for nearly unrestricted advancement. Bottlenecks? Non-existent. At the highest level of the coastal base, Kildeo had been standing by the window for quite some time. Within a month, he had mastered both the Soru and Jeppo techniques, demonstrating a level of mastery that could perhaps even surpass Sabo's. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, the glimmer of intelligence dancing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "No, it is not merely a talent for martial arts. Is it the speed of learning? The rapid perception of errors and effortless correction? This level of acuity is remarkable. Furthermore, the application of the power of thunder, or the thunder sword intent, is astonishing in its execution. He had not anticipated that sword intent could be developed in such a manner, evolving into a conventional form of power. With his discerning eye, he could naturally perceive that Rod could harness lightning to swiftly restore his physical stamina, thereby accelerating his training progress. Truly, a genius cannot be fathomed through ordinary reasoning. Kildeo shook his head and returned to his desk to continue organizing intelligence reports. A voice called from outside, "Report. Enter." As the revolutionary soldier briskly entered, Kildeo gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. A group of pirates has landed on the eastern coast, numbering 127. Based on their flag, they are the renowned Silver Sword Pirates of this region. However, their captain is absent. Leading them is the first squad captain, Black Fist Slot. With a bounty of 83 million, accompanied by 7 or 8 other squad leaders, the soldier quickly reported. Upon hearing this, Kildeo paused in contemplation, just as a voice from outside the door suddenly announced, "Have pirates finally arrived?" As soon as he uttered those words, Kildeo could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that this fellow intended to lead the reserves into battle against the pirates. "I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, those rascals have been idling about of late." The fishman Haku chuckled heartily before turning to depart. Judging by his adeptness, it was evident that this was not his first encounter with such matters. Chapter 21. The so-called tactics. Dusk fell upon a hillside. The fishman Haku arrived at this location with the reserves and spoke. "I trust you are all aware of our mission objectives. The specifics of the offensive strategy will be determined by you. Unless you face insurmountable foes, I shall refrain from intervening. Be acutely aware that our adversaries are ruthless pirates, cunning and treacherous, do not harbor even the slightest compassion." His tone was grave and earnest, underscoring the significance he placed on this combat assignment. The pirates of the New World are akin to ravenous wolves, seasoned in the art of war and steeped in bloodshed. To ensure the safety of the reserves, Haku had even summoned several revolutionary officers from the coastal base. Yes, the numerous reserves responded in hushed tones, each feeling a twinge of anxiety, particularly individuals like Riai's. Pirates. The ferocity and brutality of such beings have been instilled in us since childhood. None dare underestimate them, for those who do have met their demise. Rod, what are your thoughts? Riai's quietly inquired of his companion, Rod, beside him. Rod cast a peculiar glance at him and remarked, "What is there to deliberate? Just eliminate them entirely. After all, they are nothing but worthless scum, wasting precious air." He harbored no affection for pirates. In this world, save for a rare few like Luffy and red-haired Shanks, the vast majority of pirates were notorious criminals, guilty of heinous acts, deserving of execution even in his previous life. Riai's remained speechless, thinking to himself how intimidating Rod was. Clearly, he was not someone to provoke. At that moment, Nia, Shano, and other captains approached Rod, inviting him to join in the strategizing of their battle plan. This was a realm where strength dictated status, and Rod's performance in the last mission had evidently earned him the respect of the captains. The enemy leader was a formidable pirate with a bounty of 83 million, known as Black Fist, presumably a master of hand-to-hand combat. It was highly likely that he had already awakened his Busashoku Haki. Could Shano handle him and keep him occupied? Once we deal with the other minions, we will swiftly come to assist. Nia, seemingly a tactical analyst, spoke with great authority. "In terms of numbers, we are slightly outnumbered. But that is inconsequential. We can proceed this way and that way." Her words flowed rapidly, indicating her deep understanding of strategy. The other captains nodded frequently in agreement. Even the stoic swordsman Shano displayed a hint of approval. His prowess had not yet reached a level where he could disregard numbers. Meanwhile, Rod silently scoffed, wondering why they were still discussing plans when everything had already been decided. This band of pirates appeared to have deviated from their course due to a maritime storm, fortuitously discovering White Earth Island, where they disembarked to explore and simultaneously repair their ship. On the beach, a camp was established. Some pirates were on guard duty while others rested, and a few had been dispatched to explore the island. It was the nature of pirates to investigate any island they encountered, as it was often the case that treasures awaited discovery. At the center of the camp stood Black Fist Slot, arms crossed, who calmly inquired, "How much longer until the repairs are complete?" "Half a day," someone replied. Slot nodded and turned his gaze towards the interior of the island. It was dusk, and the distant horizon was tinged with a hint of sunset amidst swirling dust, creating a grandiose sight. "Where are the brothers who went to explore the island? Why haven't they returned?" Slot's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. He was a meticulous individual, placing great importance on punctuality. Any of his subordinates who were tardy faced severe consequences, often resulting in lashes, and in grave cases, immediate execution. His crew was well aware of this, which made such occurrences rare. Something was amiss. This island harbored danger. Half a minute later, Slot commanded all hands to be on high alert. Instantly, the scattered pirates on the beach began to converge on the camp, remaining composed, their combat readiness evident. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, a barrage of artillery fire suddenly erupted from a distance. sending flames trailing through the air and striking the pirate encampment. The ground trembled, and debris was propelled into the sky. Slot stood unwavering at the center of the chaos, his demeanor remarkably composed, accustomed to the tumult of fierce storms. This level of firepower was insufficient to rattle a cadre of the New World like him. The other pirates, too, remained largely unperturbed, displaying instead a chilling, bloodthirsty countenance. Having been battered by the tempestuous sea, the pirates were in a foul mood, craving the satisfaction of slaughter to vent their frustrations. If they could encounter a few beauties along the way, it would be even better. Nia had no intention of inflicting casualties. Rather, he sought to use the cannon fire to divide the pirates and seize the opportunity to strike amidst the turmoil. Charge! In the next moment, the captains led their crews, launching an assault from various directions toward the pirate camp. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, and the beach was stained crimson beneath the setting sun. Capitalizing on the element of surprise, the reserves achieved commendable success in their offensive. However, the pirates of the New World were far from easy prey. Had it not been for the formidable strength of captains like Shano and Nia, coupled with the well-equipped reserves, casualties would likely have ensued. Ultimately, it was best to avoid direct confrontation. Observing the scene, Rod shook his head gently and then made his way toward the pirate ship. His mission was to obliterate the vessel, cutting off the pirate's escape route, a task specifically assigned to him by Nia based on his capabilities. As he walked, an instinctive sensation compelled him to glance to his left. Near a hastily erected shelter, two towering pirates, their faces flushed with an unusual hue, glared at him with murderous intent. Truly oblivious to their impending doom, Rod's gaze turned icy. Swiftly, a surge of ferocious power erupted from him, causing the ground to fracture beneath his feet, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. In that moment, Rod surged forth like lightning toward the pirates. Before the murderous glint in their eyes could fade, terror swept over their faces. Regaining their senses, they turned to flee. However, after merely a few steps, a thunderous sound erupted as the makeshift shelter was toppled by the raging winds. Simultaneously, a figure tore through the air, rapidly approaching. The two pirates sensed the intensifying gale behind them and exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth as they let out a primal roar. Their skin flushed crimson, muscles swelling, countless veins rising to the surface like worms. A ferocious aura emanated from their bodies. As elite pirates of the New World, how could they survive without a few hidden skills? This was a form of advanced physical technique, akin to iron, capable of temporarily enhancing one's strength, resembling a state of frenzy. Yet the after effects were severe, leading to blood loss and mental fatigue, rendering one unable to fight for several days. However, at this moment, they could not afford to ponder such consequences. The boy charging at them with a sword was terrifying, and without a desperate fight, death was inevitable. Die. The two individuals braced themselves for a desperate struggle. However, just as they turned, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked before them, dazzling in its intensity and gone in an instant. After the lightning, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in time, leaving only the haunting howl of the sea breeze. Rod's expression remained serene as he sheathed his sword. The heavy thud of a corpse collapsing echoed behind him. Chapter 22. Cutting off their escape in the camp. Slot commanded from the center, his demeanor calm, yet an unusual glint flickered in his eyes. Where had so many young warriors emerged from? Was this island perhaps a stronghold of some formidable power? Immediate retreat was imperative. In a flash, he resolved this decision with remarkable decisiveness. As a pirate who had traversed the four seas and evaded the Navy's pursuit to penetrate the New World, he understood the value of urgency and recognized that life was the most precious of commodities. Just as he prepared to issue the order to retreat, a surge of silver sword energy suddenly swept from nearby, tearing through the earth, an astonishing sharpness resonating in every direction as if it could rend all asunder. A swordsman? Slot's brow furrowed even deeper. To cultivate such a young sword master, this mysterious force was indeed formidable. With a whoosh, the sword energy cleaved the air, the fierce wind whipping Slot's long hair backward. Unexpectedly, he stood firm, neither blocking nor evading. As the sword energy approached, he abruptly clenched his fist. Armament. The pitch-black hue of his haki enveloped him in an instant, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. When his fist collided with the sword energy, the void erupted with a sound akin to cannon fire. For a mere moment, the seemingly unstoppable silver sword energy was shattered by Slot's blow, the remnants scattering and tearing the ground around into a web of tiny fissures. The power of armament. Not far away, Shano emerged slowly, his expression rife with trepidation. Slot remained impassive, tightening his fist, the air around him vibrating with a series of ominous hums. Swish! In the next instant, he surged forward, his speed blinding. Arriving instantaneously before Shano, his fist charged with haki, crashing down with thunderous force. Shano had no time to evade, mustering all his strength to meet the blow with a sword strike. Bang! As expected, Shano was sent flying. It was time to depart. Slot chose not to pursue, for he wished to avoid offending this unknown power, seeking only to withdraw unscathed. However, just as he turned, a sudden commotion erupted within the camp, as if something dire had been witnessed. This is bad. A chill ran down his spine as he quickly glanced towards the sea. There, the pirate ship anchored upon the waters flickered with blinding lightning, the creaking sounds growing frantic, as if it were on the verge of disintegration in the next moment. Rod's actions in destroying the ship encountered virtually no resistance. The individuals left aboard to repair the vessel were merely ordinary pirates of relatively weak strength, utterly powerless against Rod in this moment. However, the pirate ship, sturdy enough to navigate the new world, proved to be a formidable challenge for him. Its exceptionally hard materials required considerable effort to dismantle its overall structure. As the destruction concluded, the pirates on board watched in terror as Rod stood poised in the void, illuminated by flashes of lightning, resembling an ancient god of thunder. One sword style, thunder slash. The resounding cry of his sword echoed across the heavens, unleashing a brilliant blue sword aura that illuminated the entire world, cutting through the air with an unstoppable, commanding presence. Wherever it struck, the deck of the pirate ship, the cabins below, and even the most resilient keel were cleaved apart, revealing the ocean beneath. Sizzling sounds erupted as endless currents of electricity wreaked havoc across the ship's hull, leaving it charred and blackened. Fortunately, most pirates in the New World possessed robust physiques, preventing them from being electrocuted to death. However, they were rendered nearly incapable of resistance, their bodies paralyzed, as they could only gaze in abject terror at the young figure standing aloft. Suspended in the air, with a single stroke, he severed the ship. In that moment, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in awe at the figure bathed in lightning from afar. Could this truly be a fellow reserve from our generation? The reserves collectively gasped, struggling to accept this disheartening truth. What overwhelming power of thunder and astonishing swordsmanship! The captains, including Nia, were filled with astonishment and shock. During the task allocation, some had voiced dissent, suggesting that more captains should accompany him to sever their escape route. Yet Nia had insisted on allowing Rod to proceed alone. In truth, even Nia was taken aback, while she believed Rod could accomplish the mission. She never anticipated he would do so with such brilliance. Having comprehended the essence of thunder swordsmanship, the swordsman's destructive capability was indeed terrifying. Even Haku and Kila, Revolutionary Army officers stationed at the rear, could not help but express their admiration. The entire battlefield was stunned by this singular strike. The pirates' morale plummeted, their eyes darting about in search of an escape route. Cursed be it. Slot's expression darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath. In the treacherous waters of the New World, attempting to venture out without a sufficiently sturdy ship was tantamount to seeking death. Having just faced maritime calamity, he was acutely aware of this truth. With their escape route severed and trapped on a desolate island, Slot's inner bloodlust surged forth. He understood all too well that the discovery of such a powerful faction's secret base would inevitably lead to extermination. Sending these young individuals was merely a means to practice their skills. Let us kill enough to make it worthwhile. Slot suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Fight to the death. The pirates momentarily faltered, and the atmosphere grew suddenly grim, clearly understanding the dire situation they faced. At that very moment, a dazzling bolt of thunderous sword energy descended from the heavens, akin to divine retribution, capable of annihilating all in its path. Seeking death, Slot scoffed, standing resolutely on the ground, utterly dismissive of the need to evade. With a powerful stomp, he unleashed an invisible wave of energy, propelling himself skyward to confront the oncoming force head-on. He was a pure martial arts master, embodying the philosophy of facing challenges directly. Once he resolved to engage in battle, fear was not an option. His demeanor was chillingly resolute. "Ha!" Slot bellowed, channeling his entire strength into a technique that unleashed explosive power. His fist enveloped in a dark aura of armed haki, striking the sword energy without embellishment. Boom! The ferocious force erupted, momentarily stalling the thunderous sword energy before it shattered and scattered, Is that all? Slot smirked with pride, yet in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. Crackle! From the site where the sword energy fragmented, an endless torrent of electricity surged forth, enveloping Slot entirely. The proximity was too great. Slot could not evade and was directly scorched by the electric currents. His hair stood on end, and even his remarkably honed physique felt waves of numbness and pain. He had yet to refine his haki to the level of hardening, leaving him vulnerable to such an all-encompassing assault. Boom! In the next moment, Slot was struck down by the residual force of the sword energy, crashing onto the ground. However, true to his prowess as a martial arts expert, his robust physique and remarkable vitality allowed him to rise again after a brief pause, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was now an explosion of curls, and dark marks marred his skin from the high temperature of the electric currents. Chapter 23. Decapitate the Head. Is this the power of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 80 million? Rod gently descended from the sky, his tone neither enthusiastic nor indifferent. To be honest, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The bounty on pirates had originally emerged as a mechanism devised by the world government to incentivize the strong to hunt down pirates. However, in contemporary times, bounties have evolved into symbols of status and power. A bounty exceeding 80 million is quite commendable on these seas. In the grand expanse of the four seas, it is more than sufficient to establish oneself as a regional overlord. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, one could attain a respectable position, and with a modicum of effort, become a supernova. It is worth noting that after Luffy vanquished the warlord Crocodile, his bounty was merely 100 million. How infuriating! That little brat. Does he think he has triumphed? Upon hearing this, Slot was consumed by rage. He let out a thunderous roar, his muscles bulging, his skin turning an ominous shade of iron black, transforming him into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. His explosive hairstyle appeared somewhat comical, and his skin had darkened. This was a secret black fist technique that even the captain praised, of which I had only witnessed twice before. I never expected that he would employ such a technique against a youth like this. The fact that the captain resorted to this move suggested that this battle was nearing its conclusion. Nearby, pirates drawn by the commotion gazed at Slot's form with a mixture of awe and trepidation. In the arena, after unleashing his secret technique, Slot emitted a series of wild howls and raised his fist to strike. This time, his speed was slightly diminished, yet the power behind his punch was colossal, akin to Mount Tai collapsing, an unfathomable force. Shano, who prided himself as the foremost among the reserves, paled further at the sight. Had Slot unleashed this technique from the outset, he feared he wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single blow. Rod, however, stood expressionless in place, neither blocking nor dodging. As the fist approached, he suddenly grasped the hilt of his sword and slashed out with a fierce stroke. Lightning crackled, enveloping the blade, imbuing this ordinary longsword with a sharpness rivaling that of a famed blade. Boom! The pale blue sword clashed against the black fist. The arena erupted as if thunder had struck, a tremendous wave of energy radiating outward, sweeping away sand, debris, and tents, creating a scene of awe and terror. Those nearby were compelled to retreat, halting their combat, their gazes filled with reverence as they regarded the battlefield. Slot's expression shifted slightly, instinctively taking a step back, while Rod merely swayed slightly. The clash between them had evidently determined a victor. While Slot had honed his physique to an extreme, Rod's own body had also reached a commendable level. Paired with his swordsmanship and the power of lightning, he was more than a match. How could this be possible? Slot's heart was shaken. He possessed unparalleled confidence in his own strength, especially after wielding his secret techniques. He felt capable of contending even with pirates who had bounties exceeding 100 million. However, the fact that a mere youth of 16 or 17 could stand against him was undeniably a sudden blow. I refuse to believe it, Slot roared, launching a powerful punch that failed to connect, followed by another fierce strike. His assault was relentless, incorporating his fists, arms, and knees in a tempestuous flurry. Each punch and kick bore an astonishing weight, imbued with the formidable power of armament haki, effortlessly capable of shattering boulders and splitting the earth. The mighty gale of his punches ravaged the surroundings, sending dust and debris swirling through the air. Rod maintained an impassive expression, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation. His intellect, more than twice that of an ordinary person, bestowed upon him not only an extraordinary learning speed, but also an exceptional capacity for information processing. In the heat of battle, This translated to a profound mastery over the unfolding situation. His cognitive reaction time surpassed that of the average individual, enabling him to confront any circumstance with poise, devising strategies in an instant. In stark contrast, Slot appeared almost deranged, unleashing the full extent of his lifelong mastery of martial arts. Every part of his body became a lethal instrument, intent on vanquishing and tearing Rod apart. Although his barrage of rapid strikes was relentless, the force behind each blow inevitably diminished. Yet, with his neural reaction and physical speed heightened to a lightning-like mode, Rod found the engagement increasingly effortless. Was this all there was to it? Rod spoke softly. He was no longer inclined to allow Slot to accumulate further combat experience. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, the sudden burst of light causing Slot to instinctively squint and raise his fist in defense. Rod wielded his sword, effortlessly slicing through the defenses, advancing with a graceful, feline agility, while simultaneously thrusting his blade like a celestial being descending from the heavens, aiming directly at his opponent's heart. The disparity in their heights rendered a decapitation impossible. He could only strike at the vital point. Armament. Slot remained unfazed, confident in his ability to withstand the impending strike with his armor of hockey. Yet, almost instantaneously, the cold smirk that graced his lips froze in place, for the blade, imbued with the ferocity of thunder, shattered his defenses and pierced his heart. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Both combatants stood motionless, as if time itself had ceased. Just as Slot managed to utter a single word, darkness enveloped him. His brain, deprived of blood flow from the heart, spun into a dizzying haze, and he collapsed to his knees. The perilous nature of a swordsman's duel was starkly evident. A breach in defense could lead to a fatal strike, unlike unarmed combat, where one could endure several rounds despite sustaining grievous injuries. Though Slot had not yet succumbed to death after his heart was pierced, he knelt on the ground, his left hand pressed against the wound, futilely attempting to staunch the torrent of blood, his face a portrait of terror and despair. The power of the armament hockey proved to be merely an illusion. Rod maintained a tranquil demeanor as he sheathed his sword. Slot lifted his head, his mouth smeared with blood, and attempted to utter a few words. However, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to sustain the secret technique any longer, his form reverting to its normal state. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood rapidly accumulating beneath him. Is he dead? The captain is dead. How could this be? To have journeyed through the new world only to meet his end in such a manner. At that moment, with daylight still lingering, the pirates beheld the scene before them, gasping in shock and displaying expressions of disbelief. Annihilate them. The reserves raised their weapons, shouting fervently, their morale soaring. In an instant, chaos erupted. The pirates, demoralized, dared not confront their foes directly, their only thought being to flee. Those few who fought back valiantly were swiftly overwhelmed and slain, unable to make any significant impact. Impressive. You are indeed stronger than I. The captain of the first squad, the swordsman Shano, approached with sincerity in his tone. He then shifted his words, brimming with determination, declaring, "However, once I master the dual-colored hockey, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you." "Oh," Rod nonchalantly replied, and turned to join the ranks pursuing the pirates. Although these ordinary pirates provided little energy individually, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, and Rod harbored no inclination to waste. Chapter 24. The return half an hour later. The pursuit was nearing its conclusion. The reserves were diligently clearing the battlefield, striving to restore the area to its natural state, ensuring that no trace of the fierce combat was immediately discernible. Simultaneously, they were tasked with salvaging the sunken pirate ships, searching for any potential treasures within. The captains gathered to report their achievements to the Merman Haku. The adversary, after all, was a pirate from the New World, cunning and ruthless, employing every means at their disposal. Even with the oversight of Revolutionary Army officials and the reserve's superior average capabilities, casualties were inevitable. However, most were merely injuries, with only 4 fatalities recorded. In this engagement, Rod undoubtedly shone the brightest, a fact that none among the reserves would contest. Hearing is but a fleeting notion. Seeing is believing. Rod's impressive prowess demonstrated during the annihilation of the pirate ship and the decisive defeat of Black Fist Slot left everyone in awe and astonishment. After the battle, the reserve members, including the captains, cast glances at Rod imbued with a sense of reverence. This was a tribute to strength. If it were merely a matter of being slightly stronger, as in the case with Shano, the captains might still entertain thoughts of challenge. However, Confronting a being as formidable as Rod was another matter entirely. In just over 2 months, he had ascended to become the unequivocal strongest among the reserves. Such an extraordinary individual had yet to emerge since the Revolutionary Army began training reserves. Perhaps only Sabo, who had long since begun his tutelage under the leader, could rival him. This thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of captains like Nia. Following this battle, Rod finally attained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Recognizing his standing within the broader pirate world, he had effortlessly dispatched Slot, who bore a bounty exceeding 80 million. While his exceptional swordsmanship played a crucial role, it also served to validate that his capabilities were at least comparable to those of notorious pirates boasting bounties surpassing 100 million berries. In a sense, Rod had fulfilled his initial objective upon entering this world. He would no longer be at the mercy of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million who might easily dispose of him. Moreover, the destruction of the pirate ship, the slaying of Slot, and the ensuing pursuit yielded substantial energy gains for Rod. The energy accumulated in the Book of Knowledge surged from 149 points to 170 points, a remarkable increase of 21 points. This surpassed the gains from 10 days of Rod's training. This signified that his mastery of the thunder power had significantly intensified, and it would not be long before the might derived from this power could even eclipse his swordsmanship to achieve swifter growth. It was clear that reliance on combat was essential. Rod sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplatively polishing his sword. His gaze, though serene, bore a hint of tranquility. The blade, fashioned from rather unremarkable material, would have long since faltered in keeping pace with his burgeoning strength had it not been for the enhancement provided by the power of thunder. Particularly after the clash with Slot's Black Fist today, it felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, exquisite swords of renown are a fortuitous discovery, and Rod remained unperturbed. Once he masters the art of armament hockey, he would breathe new life into this sword until he could procure a worthy blade. Soon, the battle debriefing concluded. The Merman Haku led the reserve troops back to the coastal base, ready to rest for the night before heading to the headquarters castle. This training expedition yielded significant results, especially with the discovery of Rod, an exceptionally talented newcomer. Haku's spirits were high, his face adorned with a smile, which intrigued Keela. In her memory, Haku was a true master upholding the spirit of martial arts, rarely displaying such exuberance. After several days of arduous travel, the group arrived at the foot of the headquarters castle, gazing upon the majestic and ancient edifice, along with the town faintly visible in the distance. The reserves collectively exhaled in relief, particularly Riais and the newly inducted members, who felt as though they had stepped into another realm. Alas, it was regrettable. Riais' eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression clouded, for among the 4 deceased, one was his dear friend. They had grown up together, trained side by side, and vowed to join the Revolutionary Army to fight for their dreams, only to face such an unexpected fate. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Riais clenched his fists, the knuckles turning pale. Had he possessed Rod's power, such a tragedy might have been averted. All right, you have a day to rest. So take the time to unwind, Haku announced. Instantly, the reserves linked arms and dispersed, eager for respite. Rod stood still, blinking in a moment of bewilderment. Rest? Such an unfamiliar concept. For over 2 months, he had been immersed in rigorous training and cultivation, with even sleep supplanted by physical conditioning. At times, he found himself weary, not from physical exertion, but from the exhaustion of will and spirit. Ultimately, he was merely a regular human, not a machine. Perhaps I shall take a proper rest today, he murmured softly to himself. This respite would be one of complete relaxation and rejuvenation. He succumbed to slumber, drifting through an entire afternoon and night, utterly at ease, only to rise the following morning, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort and lightness. This feeling of ease emanated not solely from his body, but even more so from his spirit and will. After 2 months of intense training, his mind had been in a continuous state of tension. This thorough relaxation allowed Rod to shed an invisible burden, refining his mental fortitude. In a vague sense, even with his eyes closed, Rod felt attuned to the movements around him. This awareness differed slightly from the swordmaster's comprehension of the breadth of all things, being more instinctive and vivid. Was it the observation of the color of hockey? Rod smiled faintly, for this was indeed an unexpected delight. However, it should be attributed to the enhancement of perception granted by the Tome of Knowledge. This effectively augmented Rod's innate talent in this regard. Restaurant. Rod was about to place his order when he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar face. This familiarity did not stem from a past encounter in this lifetime, but rather from a previous existence witnessed upon the screen. The future chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, who also served as the second-in-command. The elder brother of the original protagonist Luffy, Sabo. One could only wonder how formidable he had become in the present. Rod's gaze was imbued with a fervent intensity. In the original narrative, when Sabo made his entrance, he exhibited an extraordinarily domineering strength. He successively vanquished the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, including Diamante, the wielder of the Flare fruit, as well as Shiryu of the Rain, the captain of the 1st Division of the Blackbeard Pirates. Subsequently, after consuming the Maramara Nomi, his power soared to unparalleled heights. At present, in the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, Sabo is 19 years old. And considering his prodigious talent, it is likely that his prowess far exceeds that of Rod at this juncture. Chapter 25. Quite simple. Sabo possessed a keen sense of perception. Or rather, his mastery of observation haki was remarkable, allowing him to almost instantaneously detect Rod's scrutiny. He instinctively followed the direction of Rod's gaze and was momentarily taken aback, for he realized he did not recognize Rod. Puzzled, Sabo maintained his decorum and politely inquired, "May I ask what brings you here? It seems I do not know you." "You must be Sabo. I often hear Nia and others speak of you, praising your strength and innate talent, claiming you are the strongest young man in the Revolutionary Army." Rod replied, "Is that so?" Sabo responded, slightly taken aback. He was indeed familiar with Nia. "Are you a newly appointed reserve in this cohort?" "Yes," came Rod's reply. Rod smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to spar together." Sabo stood there, momentarily dazed, perplexed by the audacity of such a newly minted reserve wishing to challenge him. As he pondered this bewildering situation, Rod had already turned to leave, leaving Sabo to swallow his myriad questions, unable to suppress a bemused expression. "How spirited he is, to possess the courage to challenge me." Sabo found the encounter rather amusing. Despite his youth, his prowess and abilities had garnered the recognition of many high-ranking officials within the Revolutionary Army. He had consistently executed missions with remarkable success, whether showcasing dual-color dominance or his mastery of martial arts, each with his unique insights. In the Revolutionary Army, not only his peers, but even the average cadre were far from his match. Thus, it was indeed intriguing that a mere reserve, yet to be officially recognized, would boldly claim the intent to spar with him. Rod was certainly not jesting. He genuinely wished to engage in a spar with Sabo to amass the energy of the Book of Knowledge. However, he possessed a degree of self-awareness. At this moment, it was likely that he would not stand a chance against Sabo. Sabo had long ago become a disciple of Dracula and subsequently ascended to a position within the Revolutionary Army, enduring countless battles that honed his skills. At this juncture, his mastery of the dual-colored haki and his unique martial art, the Dragon Claw Fist, had likely reached a formidable level, placing him far beyond the average Revolutionary Army officer in terms of power. If the black market fighter slot were to face Sabo, he would probably be dispatched with a single blow. Should Rod master the dual-colored haki, he would significantly narrow that gap. "I am now fully qualified to study the dual-colored haki. It is time to seek out Master Haku." After Rod had his fill, he approached Haku to express his intentions. "You wish to learn haki?" Haku, the fishman, was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly replied, "I must admit, I overlooked this. Given your physical prowess, you are more than capable of mastering haki." In truth, it was not neglect, but rather the astonishing speed of Rod's growth that caught him off guard. In just a little over 2 months, Rod had made remarkable progress, prompting Haku to reflect on his rapid development. He led Rod to a training room and began to elucidate the nature of haki. As a transmigrator, Rod was already well-versed in the concept of haki, though he lacked knowledge of its practical application. In the world of pirates, haki is classified into 3 distinct types: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Armament haki enhances both offense and defense, enabling its user to withstand the powers of devil fruits and even touch the corporeal forms of users with Logia-type abilities. Conversely, observation haki grants the ability to sense the presence of enemies, allowing one to perceive or anticipate incoming attacks during battle. Lastly, conqueror's haki possesses the power to intimidate and even incapacitate foes. In the pirate realm, conqueror's haki is regarded as the mark of a true leader, and even in the formidable new world, such a trait is relatively rare. In contrast, armament haki and observation haki are far more commonplace, with many practitioners in the new world making them a standard form of power. After introducing the essence of Haki, Haku briefly explained the methods of awakening it. Firstly, there are two pathways to awaken Haki. The first is through combat. Fighting for one's life can trigger the latent potential within, presenting an opportunity to awaken Haki. However, this method is fraught with peril and relies heavily on luck. The second approach involves meditation, an exercise in controlling and focusing one's mental energy to actively sense the dormant power within the depths of the body and coax it forth. This method is gentler but can be time-consuming, potentially taking a lifetime without yielding results. Haku continued to elaborate, stating that typically, a combination of both methods yields the fastest awakening of Haki. You should begin by sensing, he advised. As a swordsman, you possess an innate ability to perceive the breadth of all things, which should enhance your sensing efficiency significantly compared to an average individual. First, adjust your breathing, allowing your thoughts to transcend the self and the other. Although his words seemed esoteric, Rod comprehended them with ease. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and with a mere flicker of intention, he entered a state of deep concentration. Almost in the next moment, he became acutely aware of the subtle sounds of breathing emanating from the ground, the equipment, and even the fabric of his clothing, resembling a rhythmic pulse. Over the past 2 months, Rod had nearly daily immersed himself in this state, harnessing the power of thunder to bolster his physique, achieving an extraordinary mastery over this condition. Following the perceptual techniques elucidated by Haku, Rod gradually delved deeper into his being, whereupon he beheld a hazy world tinged in crimson, reminiscent of a great river flowing and the resonant tolling of dawn and dusk bells. Within this realm, there appeared to be a unique force, stirring with anticipation, yearning for its master's summons. It seemed that with the slightest beckoning, he could draw it forth from within. It appeared almost effortless. Even in this state, Rod couldn't help but entertain this thought. It's not as challenging as I imagined. In the next moment, Rod slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Did you not feel it? That is quite normal. Haku assumed Rod's peculiar expression stemmed from his inability to perceive the latent power, and offered words of encouragement. Although this latent power resides within everyone, 99% of individuals never awaken it, let alone cultivate it. Thus, there is no need for discouragement. With your innate talent, you should be able to awaken it within a few months. Rod's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he extended a hand and inquired, "Is it this?" What could he possibly mean by that? Haku was momentarily taken aback, a disbelieving thought flashing through his mind. This notion rendered his cognition rigid, his countenance frozen, and his limbs immobile, resembling a zombie as he slowly lowered his head. Then, he beheld an unforgettable sight. Before him lay Rod's outstretched palm, from which a dark, viscous substance, reminiscent of oil, seemed to emerge, sprouting gradually, drop by drop, from beneath his skin. At first glance, one might mistake it for some sort of dark blemish. However, as a master of the advanced technique known as armament Haki, Haku could not possibly misinterpret such a phenomenon. Armament Haki? Chapter 26. Cultivation. Within the training chamber, an air of silence prevailed. After a prolonged interval, Haku finally emerged from his shock, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, akin to the feeling one gets when provoking a dog. Just moments before, he had been expounding on the arduous nature of awakening Haki, emphasizing that even with exceptional talent, one must endure extensive periods of training and combat. Yet, in the very next moment, Rod had summoned forth armament Haki. Rod looked at him with an innocent expression and said, "It doesn't seem that difficult. I just closed my eyes and sensed it, and with a slight guidance, it naturally emerged." Haku felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could tell this was the truth, and it struck him deeply because of its authenticity. "Next, I should be able to cultivate Haki," Rod stated. "You can," replied the merman Haku, his tone heavy with gravity. He felt a sudden sense of helplessness, for Rod's innate talent was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat daunted. Haku then began to elaborate on Haki in detail, explaining how it was awakened and now how to train it. He never anticipated that both the awakening and training of Haki would be discussed on the same day. The armament Haki is intricately linked to one's physical strength. The stronger the body, the more potent the armament Haki one can cultivate. Conversely, a frail physique will yield a weak manifestation of Haki, regardless of training. Take for instance the island of Nine Snake in the calm belt of the Grand Line, where every citizen is a warrior and nearly everyone can wield Haki. Yet their inherent weakness renders their abilities feeble. Under normal circumstances, The optimal time to train hockey is when physical conditioning enters a plateau. Making significant breakthroughs challenging in a short span, this yields the highest returns and quickest results. However, Rod was somewhat of an anomaly. Within just over 2 months, he had refined his physique to a remarkable level, rendering the conventional constraints and norms meaningless to him. He was, in essence, a being that defied logic and understanding. Thus, Haku refrained from mentioning this aspect. The intensity of armament hockey varies from person to person, closely tied to one's physical strength. Each individual is distinct. Nevertheless, there exists a certain classification in terms of mastery. Once Haku regained his composure, he began to explain meticulously and steadily. Cultivating armament hockey to the point where it envelopes one's weapon or fist, thereby enhancing attack power, is considered the introductory stage. To elevate from mere superficial wrapping to a high-density adhesion on the weapon or fist, resulting in armament hockey hardening, signifies true mastery of the technique. The next level involves covering every inch of one's skin with armament hockey, achieving full-body hardening, which constitutes proficiency. As he spoke, Haku demonstrated the various levels of mastery associated with armament hockey, illustrating what each state entailed. However, it is essential to underscore that the essence of armament hockey lies fundamentally in one's strength. Without sufficient power, even the most perfect control will be futile. Rod nodded gently, finding that these observations aligned closely with his own conjectures. Achieving complete body hardening does not equate to true strength. Take Virgo, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, as a prime example. Despite his ability to harden his entire body, he was swiftly defeated by Trafalgar Law. The true essence lies in the potency of the armament hockey. Just as Rod had previously dispatched the Black Fist slot, whose armament hockey, despite achieving full hardening, was insufficient to prevent Rod from piercing him with a single sword strike due to inadequate strength. For you, attaining partial armament hockey hardening suffices. Focusing one's energy on defense is an affront to a swordsman, Haku remarked. Rod nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. A swordsman? What does it mean to be a swordsman? With a sword in hand, one can vanquish all foes in the world. This is the belief that belongs solely to the swordsman. Perhaps it lacks the visceral satisfaction of a martial artist's blows landing with force. And it may not possess the grandeur and mystery of those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Yet, it embodies a unique form of romance, both splendid and perilous. Observing Rod's nod, Haku displayed a look of satisfaction, his tone growing serious. Now, we shall officially commence the training of hockey. You must. A month later. In the training chamber, Rod held his sword aloft with a single hand, poised before him, his gaze fixated intently upon the blade. Enveloping the sword were ethereal wisps of an enigmatic essence, invisible to the naked eye. Yet, Rod could distinctly sense it. This was a latent potential inherent to all in the world of pirates, a power known as hockey. Throughout a month of rigorous training, Rod not only made significant strides in the intensity of his armament hockey, but also mastered its fundamental application. At this moment, he was immersed in the practice of armament hockey hardening. As Rod concentrated, the ethereal aura surrounding the blade trembled, beginning to coalesce. However, before this essence could fully unite, before the characteristic deep black of hardened hockey could manifest, it abruptly dissipated. Had he failed? Rod gently exhaled a breath. In comparison to his contemporaries in the reserves, he undoubtedly surpassed them by leaps and bounds, having begun his study of the dual hockey at the tender age of 17, leaving them far behind. However, in the realm of hockey cultivation, he remained a novice, needing to navigate his path forward with caution and diligence. Fortunately, the fishman Haku was exceedingly responsible and knowledgeable, capable of resolving nearly any query. Thus Rod encountered few obstacles, experiencing a steady yet fruitful training process. Occasionally, when he performed exceptionally well, he could successfully utilize the armament hockey for hardening, yet this achievement proved ephemeral, dissipating with ease. This was a pressing challenge that required resolution. While he delved into the armament hockey, Rod was also honing his observation hockey, in which he made swifter progress. In fact, he hardly needed to exert himself, as the peculiar state he previously sensed was, in truth, the observation hockey, merely undeveloped and unfit for practical application. Under Haku's guidance, Rod swiftly mastered the method of employing observation hockey. This form of hockey encompasses the ability to perceive an opponent's movements, facilitating preemptive strikes or evasions. The stronger the observation hockey, the more details it captures, extending its range and sensitivity. When perfected, it can even grant brief glimpses into the future. Such a level of observation hockey is far rarer than conqueror's hockey, with its wielders numbering no more than 5 across this vast ocean. The ability to manipulate time, even in the most minute and intricate manner, transcends the imagination of ordinary mortals, remaining elusive and difficult to fathom. Rod's pace of cultivation left Haku, who had been closely observing him, feeling quite overwhelmed. Initially, Haku could offer some guidance, as he had practiced hockey for many years and possessed a wealth of experience, along with unique techniques for various applications. However, Rod's learning speed was astonishingly rapid, almost to the point of intuitively grasping concepts, and before long, he had extracted all of Haku's insights. Nowadays, Haku approached Rod's training with a sense of detached amusement, adopting a demeanor of serene indifference, no longer feeling disheartened by Rod's swift progress. Occasionally, Haku found himself pondering that even if Rod were to claim he had mastered the hardening of the armament hockey, it wouldn't seem particularly remarkable. He would merely be slightly surprised at most. Thankfully, the cultivation of hockey necessitated practical application, allowing Haku to still showcase some remnants of his skills. Otherwise, he might truly question the meaning of his existence. Chapter 27. Convergence in the Training Hall. Riaz and the newly inducted reserves were engaged in casual conversation. Time had flown by, and it had nearly been 4 months since they became reserves. Speaking of time, it had been a month and a half since their last mission, and there had been no news at all. "Do you know anything, Riaz?" someone inquired, glancing towards him. Excluding a certain nearly transcendent monster, Riaz was considered the strongest among this cohort of new reserves. Thus, he was typically the first to receive any updates. "It should be close to graduation time," Riaz replied, taking a sip of water. Reserves cannot remain reserves indefinitely. Periodically, some will transition to full status. Given the qualifications and capabilities of these individuals from headquarters, most will receive considerable benefits and status upon promotion, roughly equivalent to officers in the Navy. Captain Shano and Captain Nia should be graduating this time. I wonder who will fill the vacated captain positions. However, Rod is definitely destined to become the captain of the first team. Nonsense. That monster Rod will undoubtedly graduate ahead of schedule. With his strength, remaining a reserve is inconceivable. We'd be playing make-believe afterward. Ahem, that's true, Riaz chuckled. If Rod remained, future practical missions would indeed resemble mere child's play, as they would exist on entirely different levels. Riaz felt a sense of helplessness. During the initial power testing, he had confidence in suppressing Rod, but within just a month, Rod's performance during missions had eclipsed his own. Another month passed, and he could barely catch a glimpse of Rod, having completely faded into the background as a mere spectator. Reflecting on how he had yet to fully master shaving, the chasm between them seemed to widen even further. "Oh, the captains have all arrived," someone suddenly remarked. Riaz and the others turned to observe Shano, Nia, and the others striding into the training hall, led by Haku. "What is going on?" Some expressed their confusion, remarking that aside from external missions, the captains seldom gathered. To everyone's astonishment, the arrival of the captains coincided with the emergence of numerous prominent figures on the scene. The intelligence officer, Telly Kildeo. Sabo was present as well, alongside Keela. "My goodness, is that not the Northern Army commander, Karas?" A multitude of revolutionary cadre and senior officials appeared, inciting a stir among the reserves, deepening their bewilderment. Who are these individuals? Each bore an air of confidence. Riaz and his companions exchanged furtive glances, for behind Commander Karas trailed a dozen distinguished young men and women, casting them watchful gazes laden with intent. At that moment, an unexpected figure slowly emerged, causing an immediate hush to fall over the crowd. All eyes turned with profound respect, even reverence, towards the middle-aged man clad in a deep green coat. The leader. To bear this title left no doubt regarding the identity of the newcomer, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. A truly formidable individual who stood at the pinnacle of the world. His status was so elevated that even the 4 emperors of the New World paled in comparison. His power and origins remained elusive, and even among the Revolutionary Army's upper echelons, few knew of his background. The reserves felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, especially Riaz and his comrades, who had never before encountered Dragon. Silent, Dragon seemed merely to observe the strength of the new generation of the Revolutionary Army, which allowed the reserves to regain some composure, excitement evident on their youthful faces. Amidst the silence, the dozen young men and women who had accompanied Karas appeared to have received permission to step forward, scrutinizing Nia and the others with a gaze that conveyed disdain. Captains like Shano were equally unwilling to back down, glaring defiantly in return, each eager to teach these seemingly hostile newcomers a lesson. Such audacity. It was evident they were seeking trouble, someone muttered. Riai squinted thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something, and murmured, "These individuals must be reserves from other bases. And they have indeed come here to provoke us." Riai had heard Nia mention that outstanding reserves trained at other bases would come to headquarters for exchange battles upon graduation, fostering the growth of the younger generation. Those who performed well might even leap several ranks, ascending to become revolutionary cadre, a possibility not to be dismissed. After all, this was a world where strength dictated status. The Revolutionary Army was no exception. At that moment, a young man in his 20s emerged from the opposing camp. He was robustly built, a scar adorning his forehead, resembling a towering bear. "Western Army Reserve, SAS, at your service." The robust young man displayed impeccable courtesy, clasping his hands as he spoke. Yet, one could sense an air of pride emanating from him, his calm gaze seemingly dismissive of Ziano and the others. Meanwhile, within the solitary training chamber, the color of armament hardened. Buzz. In an instant, the pitch-black aura of the armament surged forth, swiftly enveloping his arm, transforming the skin into a glossy ebony hue, exuding an almost metallic quality, invulnerable and unyielding. He had nearly mastered the art of armament hardening at will. From the occasional success of half a month ago to now, where he could almost flawlessly execute the technique, Rod's learning pace was nothing short of astonishing. "Let us test its might." Rod clenched his fist and struck the steel plate before him with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as the thick steel was effortlessly pierced. Akin to the snapping of a withered twig, he felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him, for this was an augmentation of nearly double his attack power. While such a feat might have seemed trivial months prior, for the current Rod, it represented a staggering leap in strength. Should he face the once feared Black Fist slot now, a mere swing of his sword could cleave him in two, rendering the need for precision strikes obsolete. After a month and a half of rigorous training, the rewards had been substantial. The concept of Haki resonated profoundly with all beings in this world. With diligent practice, it directly enhanced one's capabilities, amplifying both offensive and defensive prowess. Moreover, the armament Haki endowed ordinary individuals with the ability to contend against the elemental transformations of Logia users, making it an invaluable tool in combating those endowed with the powers of the Devil Fruit. Naturally, those who wielded Devil Fruits also trained in Haki, establishing it as a pivotal force in high-stakes battles within the pirate realm, one that could ultimately determine the outcome of conflicts. In addition to mastering the armament Haki, Rod's physical strength had steadily increased over this period. However, compared to the remarkable surge he experienced during his initial training with lightning, the pace of his progress had significantly slowed, now approaching a more stable plateau. Rod was indifferent to this, as it was merely an enhancement achieved during sleep. In comparison to ordinary individuals, it was entirely an additional form of cultivation. What more could he possibly desire? Chapter 28. A reflection of the era's second tier, Book of Knowledge Attributes. Intelligence 2, Perception 1 Talent. Mastery of Swordsmanship. Unity of man and sword. Significantly enhances comprehension of sword techniques. Thunder Control. The arrival of the Thunder God, granting the ability to manipulate the power of thunder at will. Energy, 2, 771. 000. The power of thunder had also strengthened considerably. Upon glancing at the attributes, Rod smiled gently. The cultivation of Haki also brought about an unexpected increase in energy. As for swordsmanship, it had reached a temporary standstill. At the stage of a sword master, mere relentless practice bore diminishing returns. One must venture forth to engage in combat with others and contend against the heavens to seize the opportunity for breakthroughs. The refinement of swordsmanship is forged through endless battles. However, the enhancement of physical strength, coupled with the mastery of armored Haki, had significantly amplified the might of his sword aura. In summary, at this moment, Rod's combat prowess had reached an incomparable level compared to before he mastered the Haki. Effortlessly dominating his opponents was surely within his grasp. The dual-colored Haki served as a ticket into the realm of the formidable within the SH pirate world, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Today would be the end of his training. It seemed quite lively outside. He sheathed his sword and opened the door to the training chamber, stepping out. In the training hall, the sounds of clashing echoed. Two shadowy figures were entangled, their fists and feet colliding in a flurry of strikes. Each blow generated a fierce gust of wind, and wherever they fought, the ground bore tiny fissures, sending chills down the spines of those observing, including Riai's. This space, aptly named the training hall, was constructed from exceptionally resilient materials, ensuring that their training sessions seldom encountered issues. It was no wonder that the captains rarely chose to practice here, someone murmured. Riaz contemplated the distance he still needed to cover, resolving to train even harder after this encounter. He hoped that his captain would emerge victorious. Otherwise, the headquarters reserve would be left in disgrace. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the figures in the arena parted. One remained standing while the other staggered back several steps, unsteady on his feet. Upon closer inspection, Riaz and the other's expressions darkened. The retreating individual was none other than the captain of the 5th squad. Trembling, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he reluctantly admitted, "I concede." Though his opponent's martial skills were not vastly superior, the disparity in combat experience was insurmountable, akin to a seasoned battlefield veteran versus a fresh recruit, leading to a complete domination. He had initially hoped to impress the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, but instead became a stepping stone for his adversary. To his dismay, the reserves at headquarters turned out to be mere sheltered flowers, possessing brute strength, but lacking finesse. SAS remained composed, his expression and tone unchanged, before stepping back. Nia, along with others, sensed the gravity of the situation. The headquarters, located in the New World, offered fewer practical combat opportunities compared to bases in other regions, which facilitated the accumulation of battle experience. After SAS withdrew, another figure emerged. This individual appeared to be in his early 20s, yet exuded an aura of sharpness, his entire demeanor radiating intensity. A sword hung from his waist, clearly marking him as a swordsman. "The East Army Reserve, Clo," the young man stated coolly, omitting any formality, which only intensified his cold demeanor. "I shall take my turn," Nia declared, brandishing an iron rod as she stepped forward. "You are not my match," Clo replied, shaking his head. His gaze shifted to Shano, and he spoke in a calm, almost dismissive tone. "You are also a swordsman. Draw your weapon and do not waste time." An abrupt silence fell over the crowd. No one had anticipated that this young man, like Shano, was also a swordsman. Nia furrowed her brow. Against a swordsman, her chances seemed slim, yet having stepped forward, retreating would do nothing but undermine her resolve. "I welcome your guidance." Nia gripped the iron rod, showing no signs of retreat. "Since you wish to concede, I shall oblige." With a disdainful huff, she charged forward, her determination unwavering. The clash of metal rang out as sparks flew, the sound of their weapons colliding echoing through the air. Nia unleashed her full strength and speed, her strikes raining down like a tempest, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. Yet, to her astonishment, Crow effortlessly parried every blow, one hand wielding a sword while the other rested casually behind his back. "Too slow," he remarked, seemingly losing interest. He swept aside her assault with a flick of his sword, then stepped forward, delivering a horizontal strike that sent Nia sprawling. It was a complete domination. Though Nia realized he had shown her mercy, a sense of resentment brewed within her. Curse it, his strength pales in comparison to Rod's, yet his arrogance is insufferable. "When Rod arrives, he'll surely put you in your place," she fumed internally. "Are you not going to make a move?" Crow stood poised, addressing Shano. "You must be the captain of the first team, Shano. Let us not waste any more time." His tone was calm and leisurely, as if he were discussing trivial matters. Yet everyone around could sense his confidence and pride. "That fellow possesses some skill," Sabo observed quietly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Such arrogance stems either from ignorance or from a string of victories that bolster one's confidence. I, too, have my moments of pride, though my demeanor is more restrained." Commander Karas of the Northern Army chuckled lightly, remarking, "I have heard tales of this young warrior during my travels. He has faced countless dojos, and his string of victories has understandably inflated his ego. Such is the nature of youthful swordsmen." Keela, however, smiled knowingly, recalling a certain newly appointed reserve who had swept through the headquarters. Suddenly, she found herself anticipating the spectacle of Rod dominating the battlefield. During her time at headquarters, she had watched these reserves grow, and she still leaned toward the headquarters side. Truly arrogant, the reserves, including Rez, clenched their fists in solidarity. Yet, beneath their righteous indignation lay a profound astonishment. Such a multitude of young prodigies had never before graced their bases, not only in numbers, but in strength that surpassed their captains. Perhaps this was merely a prelude to an era where the strong flourished like clouds in the sky. Rod, who had just arrived, could not help but murmur to himself as memories of the forthcoming year flooded his mind, a time of tumult and fervor. A pirate crew, brimming with dreams, set sail from the East Sea, stirring the waves alongside the notorious Blackbeard and Ace. The largest war in history, the Battle of Marineford, was on the horizon, heralding the conclusion of legendary tales. A cascade of characters and events rushed into his consciousness, igniting a surge of emotions within him. Upon hearing his voice, Wrights and the others quickly turned to him, their faces brightening with delight. "You finally made it. Those people have been insufferably arrogant." The reserve spoke up, expressing their grievances. "Indeed." Rot nodded slightly, effortlessly discerning the intricacies of the situation unfolding on the field. The only unexpected element was the appearance of Dorag. This marked his first encounter with a truly pinnacle entity in this world, both in terms of power and status. At this moment, Shano found himself in a rather awkward predicament. As the captain of the first reserve team, the ostensible strongest among them, he should have been the grand finale of the event, aligning with his elevated status. However, he was taken aback by the rapid and decisive defeat of his teammate, who had been utterly overwhelmed. With 2 battles resulting in 2 losses, should he also falter, the headquarters would become the subject of ridicule. At that moment, he sensed movement from behind and quickly turned to look. What met his gaze was the very scene he had longed to witness. Rod had arrived. Standing calmly at the rear of the formation, gazing in their direction. With a sigh of relief, Shano stepped forward to engage in a grand duel of swordsmanship with Kuro. A resounding clash echoed as their blades, imbued with ferocious power, collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Shano's expression shifted as he involuntarily staggered back a few steps, while Kuro merely swayed slightly. In their clash of raw strength, it was evident that Kuro held the upper hand, leaving Shano's arm tingling from the impact. He had no choice but to utilize his newfound power. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharpened with determination as he summoned a recently mastered force. Armament Haki enveloped him. The pitch-black Haki swirled around his gleaming sword, creating a striking contrast of black and white that exuded an icy power. The other captains, including Nia, could not contain their excitement, exclaiming in astonishment at the manifestation of Haki's might. No one had anticipated that Shano would master armament Haki so close to graduation, and that he could achieve its wrapping technique. Haku, who had been keenly observing the duel, let out a sigh of relief. Had the headquarters reserves suffered a complete defeat, he would have felt the sting of embarrassment as their instructor. "Armament Haki? Now this is intriguing," Kuro remarked with a slight nod. Sabo chuckled softly, acknowledging the stability of Shano's execution. Although still somewhat unsteady, he has indeed accomplished the wrapping of armament Haki. "Quite commendable." Keela expressed her admiration, recognizing that with this ability, Shano had earned the qualifications to become a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. In the next moment, Shano dashed forward, confronting Klo with a sword imbued with the formidable power of Haki, striking downward as if capable of severing all in its path. The fierce gust of wind it generated stung the skin. Riais and the others gazed intently, acknowledging Shano as the captain of the first squad. The might of this strike could undoubtedly cleave through steel with ease. However, to everyone's astonishment, Klo remained steadfast, neither blocking nor dodging, until the blade drew near, at which point he merely smiled and countered with his own sword. His strike was silent, yet arrived first. With a resounding clash, the 2 swords collided, sending forth a shower of sparks, and Shano was sent hurtling backward, losing grip on his sword, which flew from his hand. In that instant, Klo showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he swiftly pursued Shano's airborne form and delivered a powerful kick. The impact sent Shano crashing away, blood spilling from his mouth as he landed awkwardly on the ground. Struggling to rise, he had already lost the ability to fight. It was evident to any observer that Klo held an overwhelming advantage in both speed and strength, leaving Shano with no hope of victory. The captain's defeat was indisputable. The man possessed Haki as well, an astonishing display of power. The reserve members present were struck with astonishment. Klo, seemingly of similar age, wielded such oppressive strength, effortlessly defeating Captain Shano. This was the pinnacle of the headquarters reserves? As Shano slowly rose, Klo refrained from pursuing further, remarking coolly, "You reserves at headquarters, endowed with the most resources, cutting-edge information, and comprehensive training knowledge, yet possess only this level of strength, truly disappointing." Nia and the other reserves were incensed by his words, but found themselves at a loss for a retort. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shano cast a glance toward the crowd and chuckled, "I'm not the strongest among the headquarters reserves." "Oh?" Klo's interest was piqued slightly as he followed Shano's gaze. The crowd parted like the tide, revealing a calm young man standing amidst them. He did not appear robust. In fact, compared to most, he seemed somewhat frail. yet exuded a unique aura that stirred the spirit. Was Rod about to make his move? The reserves could not help but display expressions of anticipation. Although some harbored concerns that Rod might not prevail against Chloe, the majority were filled with confidence. After witnessing Rod's remarkable performance during combat missions, an inexplicable belief lingered in everyone's hearts that Rod would never be defeated, regardless of his opponent. Is it him? Sabo remarked, somewhat taken aback. Do you know him? Chloe asked curiously, as it seemed these two should not be acquainted. Yes. Sabo nodded, recounting the events that transpired in the restaurant a month and a half ago. Oh, that does align with his character, Kila remarked with a hint of mystery in her smile. Watch closely. This young man has the potential to astound you all. Upon hearing this, even General Karas of the Northern Army could not suppress a flicker of curiosity. Kila's strength is formidable, and her discerning eye is unparalleled. Her words suggested that this young man truly possesses remarkable abilities. Indeed, a commendable youth. At that moment, Dolag unexpectedly spoke, his tone somber and measured. This revelation left the cadre of the Revolutionary Army in shock. They had not anticipated the leader would bestow such an assessment upon a mere boy. Previously, neither Kolo nor Shano had elicited any change in Dolag's demeanor, let alone a judgment. No one dared to question Dolag's discerning eye. The officers could not contain their curiosity, turning their gazes towards that direction. Under the mixed scrutiny of anticipation, curiosity, disdain, and assessment, Rod maintained his calm and composed demeanor, as if a gentle breeze caressed his face, seemingly indifferent to it all. This poised presence left a favorable impression on the cadre of the Revolutionary Army, who silently marveled at him. Be cautious, Shano warned as Rod passed by, his voice low and serious. I sense this fellow has some hidden cards yet to play. He was unaware of the extent of Rod's strength, but given that he had dominated the entire practical mission despite being a reserve member for barely 2 months, it was evident that Rod surpassed him in power. Moreover, during his training in hockey, he had heard from Hakudi about Rod's cultivation journey. Knowing that Rod had already mastered dual-colored hockey and could occasionally employ armed color hardening. Now, it remained to be seen whether Rod could triumph over Kolo. Otherwise, the entire headquarters reserve, including teacher Hakudi, would face a significant embarrassment. Chapter 30, Blossoms and Green Leaves in the Headquarters Training Hall. A plethora of talents gathered. Whether it was the defeated leaders of the headquarters reserve or Kolo and Sass from the opposing side, they could all be considered prodigies, possessing monstrous strength at such a tender age. Should they navigate the seas for some time, they would undoubtedly be capable of standing on their own. Flowers must have green leaves to accentuate their uniqueness. Nearby, Hakudi observed Rod as he slowly made his entrance, a smile gracing his face. He had previously marveled at the emergence of so many young talents from other bases and felt a pang of guilt over the defeat of the headquarters reserve, believing he bore responsibility for not nurturing the younger generation adequately. Yet, upon witnessing Rod's appearance, a realization struck him. While many commendable youths had emerged from other bases, the likelihood of them truly reaching the pinnacle of the sea was nearly impossible. At best, they would become senior officers akin to their own. However, Rod was different. Haku observed Rod's remarkable journey closely. In just over 4 months, he mastered an array of formidable abilities: the Thunder Sword and Tint, the shaving and moonwalk techniques, the armament hockey, and the observation hockey. Such an impressive repertoire at his age would make any ordinary individual proud to excel in even one of these skills, yet Rod possessed them all. This astonishing rate of growth ignited within him an audacious thought. Perhaps Rod could ascend to the ranks of true peak figures, akin to the admirals of the Navy, the great swordsmen, or the 4 emperors, standing atop the world. At the very least, his potential was undeniably vast. Haku held this belief with unwavering conviction. Were there even stronger reserves at headquarters? The other reserve members from different bases regarded Rod, who had just emerged, with keen interest. Although Rod's entrance was indeed striking, and it seemed that no one from the headquarters reserves dared to question him, the prior performances of the headquarters reserves left much to be desired. Thus, these individuals remained confident that no one could surpass Kuro. Are you truly the strongest? Kuro inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity and scrutiny. If you are the strongest, why are you not the captain of the first team? Before arriving, he had familiarized himself with the structure of the headquarters reserves, which were divided into 10 teams, with the captain of the first team typically being the most powerful. I have only recently become a reserve, Rod replied calmly, with nothing to conceal regarding this matter. Upon hearing his words, a hush fell over the gathering. Those unaware of the situation could not help but display expressions of disbelief. They speculated on Kuro's question. perhaps thinking that Rod simply preferred not to assume a leadership role as suggested by his late arrival. Little did they anticipate that he was indeed a newly appointed reserve. Moreover, considering the timeline of reserve recruitment, Rod had been a reserve for no more than 4 months. Could he be deceiving them? Yet, in such a setting, who would dare to lie? All eyes turned to Rod with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Meanwhile, the headquarters reserves suppressed their laughter while secretly lamenting the situation. A newly appointed reserve? Commander Kira's of the Northern Army couldn't help but glance at Kira. Indeed, Kira confirmed. And how old is he? Sabo inquired. 17. 2 years your junior, Kira replied, observing their expressions of sheer astonishment. Even Dorag, standing nearby, appeared taken aback, his demeanor shifting slightly. Youth signifies potential. And if Rod truly commanded the respect of the headquarters reserves at such a young age, his future could be unfathomable. In the midst of it all, Kuro's expression momentarily faltered before he broke into a low, contemplative laugh. In that case, let us see your true capabilities. Show me your strength, or you may miss your opportunity. Rod maintained an unwavering calmness in his demeanor, displaying an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely guiding a junior rather than confronting a formidable adversary that threatened to decimate the headquarters reserves. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Crow's prior attitude during his encounter with Nia. Humph! Crow let out a derisive snort and abruptly struck downwards with his sword. A piercing greenish sword aura surged forth, imbued with an unsettling chill that sliced through the air, approaching Rod with a palpable sense of impending danger, even before it arrived. A faint stinging sensation lingered on his face. Observing this scene, Rod gently grasped the hilt of his sword, then suddenly drew it forth. The strike was unadorned, yet, propelled by Rod's formidable strength, it manifested as a brilliant flash of light. In the next instant, the greenish sword aura erupted violently, dissipating into nothingness. While the gust of wind it generated sent Rod's hair billowing and his garments fluttering. Rod effortlessly received the sword energy, causing a sudden change in Crow's expression, as he abandoned his previous underestimation and regarded Rod with newfound seriousness. That recent strike was imbued with the formidable Busashoka haki. Swiftly, Crow's gaze darkened, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing behind Rod, his sword enveloped in haki, descending with ferocity, as if to cleave Rod in twain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Rod seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, having already turned to face the threat, effortlessly parrying Crow's assault with a gentle stroke of his blade. Ranshin. As Crow witnessed this, a surge of astonishment coursed through him, yet he quickly regained his composure. He pivoted on his right foot, utilizing the rotational force of his waist, and unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg, reminiscent of a dragon's tail. This was the Ranshin from the 6 styles, capable of delivering strikes with the potency of a sword. Oh no! The spectators could not help but exclaim, astonished that Crow was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also exceptionally proficient in martial arts. In such close proximity, the Ranshin erupted, and with Rod's blade occupied in defense, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, teetering on the brink of defeat in the next heartbeat. Quite impressive indeed. Rod silently conversed with himself, his empty left hand suddenly clenching into a fist and striking out with force. To confront the Gale's kick with bare hands? Was he courting death? Someone exclaimed. Yet in the next moment, all expressions froze in disbelief. The fist that had been launched abruptly transformed into a glossy black, dense with the formidable haki, resembling ink. Bang! Like a withered branch being shattered, Gale's slicing kick was instantly obliterated by Rod's punch. Simultaneously, Rod's right arm surged with power, effortlessly deflecting Crow's blade while executing a downward strike. Swish! A pale blue bolt of sword energy tore through the air, slicing towards Crow. Shave! Crow, evidently well-versed in the 6 styles, stepped swiftly to create distance, but the speed of the thunderous sword energy was too rapid. He had no time to evade. One sword style, aye. He inhaled deeply, gripping his sword with both hands, and struck fiercely. The air filled with a sharp tearing sound. The speed of the strike nearing the sound barrier. Bang! The thunderous sword energy collided with the blade, the force propelling Crow backward for a good 7 or 8 meters before he was forced apart, splattered in the aftermath. Before Crow could catch his breath, his expression abruptly shifted. Chapter 31, Uncrossable. The battlefield dynamics changed in an instant. Rod's prowess did not disappoint Haku and the others, effortlessly resolving what was a deadlock for most, and instantly countering. Crackle, crackle, crackle. An endless surge of electric currents erupted, arcs of lightning slithering like silver serpents. the terrifying radiance of thunder engulfing Crow. Amidst the blinding light, piercing screams echoed, laced with tremors, sending shivers down the spines of the reserves. Who felt a tingling sensation even from such a distance? One could only imagine the terrifying force of thunder that Crow was enduring at that moment. Who could have anticipated that Rod possessed such power? Such formidable, thunderous energy? Could it be a devil fruit of some kind? General Karas of the Northern Army furrowed his brow. He did not speculate about a natural-type thunder fruit. For Rod's combat style bore no resemblance to that of a natural-type user. No, it is the thunder sword intent. Observing the distant mass of thunderous light, Keela remarked. Can sword intent achieve such a level? Karas pondered, perplexed. However, sword intent is inherently mysterious, both ethereal and tangible, making it difficult to study. Each swordsman's intent is unique, shaped by their experiences, consciousness, soul, and understanding of the sword path, rendering it nearly impossible to replicate. Nearby, Sabo slightly focused, revealing a hint of intrigue. No wonder this young man dared to challenge him. Armament hockey hardened, thunder sword intent. Yet, this level alone is insufficient, he chuckled softly. Thunder sword intent, indeed? Dorage blinked, and a flicker of excitement passed through his deep-set eyes. In comparison to the world government, the Revolutionary Army appeared rather juvenile, with a history scarcely spanning a few decades. Even with his exceptional talents, having amassed the combined intellect of the monkey family and diligently nurturing new recruits, his achievements were still meager. Thus far, the only successor who had emerged to stand alongside him against the world government was Sabo. This lineup was undeniably too scant. Of course, the Revolutionary Army harbored many hidden strengths, yet the pirate world ultimately reveres power, and the strategic prowess of a peak powerhouse is of paramount importance. At that moment, amidst the intense scrutiny of all present, a thunderous roar erupted from the storm of lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura that rattled the surroundings, causing arcs of electricity to explode and lightning to surge. Within that tempest, a monstrous figure materialized. The creature, transformed by Crocodile, broke free from the confines of the thunder and emerged outside the arena. A Zoan-type devil fruit? It must be some kind of feline, one would presume. Rodriguez felt a twinge of surprise. This was indeed his first encounter with a user of the devil fruit. Initially unprepared to engage, he found himself compelled to confront this challenge. Bursting forth from the tempest was Kuro, exhaling a searing breath laced with faint arcs of electricity. In a state of partial beast transformation, his muscles swelled with an explosive vigor, as though he could shatter mountains with a single fist. A menacing aura enveloped him, instilling a sense of dread among the reserves, their brows furrowing with an acute pressure as if facing a superior predator. The only drawback was his charred exterior and trembling body, clearly indicating he had endured considerable electric shock. Since I have resorted to utilizing my devil fruit powers, it seems this battle must reach its conclusion. With that proclamation, Kuro surged forward, his speed multiplying exponentially, leaving even captains like Nia struggling to keep pace. His foundational velocity, combined with a martial prowess slightly superior to Rodriguez's, rendered him even swifter. Yet, despite Kuro's remarkable speed, amidst the tempestuous clash, he failed to land a single blow on Rodriguez. Conversely, Kuro found himself narrowly evading Rodriguez's sword strikes multiple times. Once, he could not dodge in time and was grazed by his sword's aura, leaving a deep gash upon his shoulder. The air was filled with the sharp sounds of slicing wind and the clashing of metal, as the reserves struggled to capture the swift movements of the two combatants, only perceiving two shadows colliding, sparks flying in their wake. From an outward perspective, it appeared that Rodriguez was at a disadvantage, as Kuro maintained a higher frequency of attacks, clearly taking the initiative. However, when Kuro retreated to a distance, it became evident that the situation was quite different, for Kuro bore numerous sword marks, while Rodriguez remained entirely unscathed. Though his speed was impressive, it was still far from sufficient. Rod stood resolutely with his sword, exuding an air of tranquility. While his current speed may not rival that of the half-beastified Crow, his neural response, invigorated by the thunderous activation, surpassed Crow by a considerable margin. Consequently, with the foresight granted by Kinbunchika Haki, it was utterly impossible for Crow to inflict any harm upon him. What is happening? The reserves were somewhat puzzled, completely unable to comprehend the battle unfolding before them. Kinbunchiku. Shano's eyes sparkled as he chuckled. Can you even utilize Kinbunchika Haki? Time and again, they were astonished, leaving Karas and the other revolutionary officers at a loss for words. The monstrous speed of learning was astonishing. Even Kella, who prided herself on understanding Rod best, couldn't help but shake her head. She had believed that in these past 2 months, Rod had only mastered Busashoka Haki. Yet, to her surprise, his mastery of Kinbunchaku was equally impressive. With a sigh, Crow finally admitted defeat, saying, "I concede." Perhaps outsiders were unaware. But he understood all too well that in the recent confrontation, Rod had not exerted himself. He had approached the encounter with a mentoring attitude. Otherwise, he would have been vanquished long ago. After all, his mastery of Busashoka Haki was merely at the enveloping stage, while his Kinbunchaka Haki had yet to awaken. The disparity created by these factors could not be bridged by a single devil fruit. What about the others? Rod's calm gaze swept over the other reserves from the subsidiary bases. Despite lacking an overwhelming presence, he compelled them to lower their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Crow was the strongest among them, yet the one who could effortlessly defeat Crow was undoubtedly the true champion among the reserves. Such a monster existed within the headquarters. As they exchanged glances, a sense of awe washed over them. Until now, each of these individuals had been the pride of their respective regions, and even Crow could not fully subdue them. However, the prowess exhibited by Rod instilled a sense of caution. None dared to provoke him. From beginning to end, he remained unfazed, engaging in combat with Crow without sustaining a single injury, not even a breath of exertion. This disparity was no longer something that mere numbers could compensate for. One individual alone was capable of supporting the entire backbone of the headquarters reserves, and none dared to underestimate him. With a single hand, he subdued the multitude of strong opponents. Witnessing this scene, Nia, Shano, and the other reserves could not help but display expressions of exhilaration, sharing in the glory. Crow was formidable, but Rod was even more so. Indeed, was there truly no one capable of defeating this monster? Among those present, the one with the most intricate emotions was undoubtedly Res. He shook his head with a bemused smile, expressing, "This has utterly shattered my confidence in pursuing you." A step ahead, he was still brimming with self-assurance. A significant leap ahead, there was still hope. Yet, at this moment, Rod seemed akin to an insurmountable divine mountain, utterly beyond reach, even in the act of gazing upward. A resounding revelation. Chapter 32. The resolution at the highest level of the headquarters castle. The upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army gathered to analyze the maritime situation. Under the intentional guidance of Drag, Sabo, who had yet to step into the upper ranks, was fortunate enough to listen in, while Keela had not yet earned that privilege. The landscape of the four emperors in the New World had already been established, with the navy retreating into the shadows. The immense pressure of heavenly gold weighed heavily, leaving many nations in dire straits. In such circumstances, our revolutionary ideals received heightened recognition, leading several nations to covertly reach out to us. The weapon trade in the Dark World was monopolized by the Joker, creating significant obstacles for our operations. Drag listened attentively, occasionally offering insights on certain matters, but most of the time remained silent. The Revolutionary Army had developed a relatively complete system, and under layers of control, as the leader, he only needed to steer the overall direction and issue major decisions, without having to concern himself with every detail. After a considerable time, he decided to bide his time. Soon, this ocean would descend into chaos. Ultimately, Drag summarized the discussion and established fundamental principles for the Revolutionary Army's actions in the forthcoming period. To overthrow such a colossal entity as the world government, reckless actions would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Patience was of utmost importance. Have the lists of graduated reserves been compiled? Yes, replied the intelligence officer, Kildeo. The ordinary graduates, such as Nia and Sass, can be allocated according to the established distribution principles. Dorag nodded slightly, acknowledging that Nia and her companions were relatively typical reservists. Their strength was commendable yet not extraordinary, requiring further honing before they could ascend to the ranks of the Revolutionary Army's leadership, both in capability and experience. As for Shano, Crow, and Rod, they had all mastered the formidable armament Haki, showcasing impressive strength, and according to protocol, they could directly undergo the leadership assessment, with the evaluation tasks tentatively scheduled. After a brief silence, Kildeo suddenly spoke. "Leader, I believe that considering Rod's exceptional talent and young age, it is not yet his time to emerge. He should remain at headquarters to continue his training, ensuring his full potential." Upon hearing these words, Karas and the other officers nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed the previous exchange battle, and at such a tender age, Rod possessed remarkable power. This potential could very well position him as one of the pillars of the Revolutionary Army in the future, capable of shouldering immense responsibility. Indeed, although Rod currently held no official rank, merely being a reservist, he was regarded by Kildeo, Karas, and others as more significant than some senior officers. He represented the future. In the Navy, he would be considered a seat of an admiral, a figure of the level of a marshal or the five elders, all of whom warranted attention. In the Revolutionary Army, where peak talents were scarce, his significance could not be overstated. Just as Sabo had been taken as a disciple by leader Dorag upon revealing his extraordinary gifts. Upon hearing Kildeo's suggestion, Dorag fell into thoughtful contemplation. Rod and Sabo are distinctly different. Sabo was personally mentored early on, excelling in character, capability, and combat prowess. In contrast, Rod grew up in Baldigo, sheltered from the wider world. Despite his formidable strength at such a tender age, he may develop a sense of arrogance. Such a disposition is likely to encounter setbacks in the vast ocean, potentially leading to his downfall. Moreover, at the tender age of 17, he is indeed quite young. Sabo had already embarked on missions alone by the age of 18. However, as one of the few peak powers in this vast sea, Drago understands that mere training cannot forge a true warrior. After a lengthy contemplation, Drago suddenly shook his head and chuckled. This matter should be left for him to decide. To grasp such a formidable intent of the Thunder Sword, his will must be exceptionally resolute, possessing his own thoughts. Individuals of such caliber cannot be easily swayed by us. Upon hearing this, Karas and the others momentarily stared in surprise, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment. They had indeed overlooked the fact that they regarded Rod as a mere junior, with even Kildeo perhaps perceiving him as a child in need of protection. Furthermore, while training at headquarters certainly fosters steady growth and strength, one will forever remain a sheltered fledgling. Only by soaring through the skies and facing life and death can one become a majestic eagle, free and unrestrained. True warriors do not fear battle. Drago's tone was imbued with a restrained yet commanding aura, his gaze one of disdainful superiority. Since becoming the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago has seldom taken action. Yet no one doubts his strength and wisdom. Meanwhile, Sabo observed this scene with a hint of wistfulness. So many high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army had gathered, embroiled in debate over a mere boy, a privilege he himself had never experienced. It seems he must strive harder in his training, otherwise, being surpassed would be quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, Sabo remained confident, firmly believing that his talent and effort were not inferior to others. He would never allow himself to be eclipsed by the rising star Rod. In the training hall, Haku sought out Rod, explaining his intentions with a somewhat complex expression. Rod was likely the fastest graduate among the reserves he had taught, having triumphed over the younger generation in less than half a year, unmatched in prowess. The choice was undoubtedly to graduate. Rod spoke without hesitation. The knowledge he needed had already been acquired during his time in the reserves. Remaining here held no value for him. The coming year promised to be a tumultuous one, teeming with extraordinary individuals emerging to stir the winds of change. If he were to remain nestled within the headquarters, it would not be long before he was rendered obsolete by the tides of time. He yearned for excitement and grandeur, to traverse the world and stand atop the pinnacle of success. Haku, observing the unwavering determination in Rod's gaze, understood that this student's resolve was unshakable. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you further. However, I implore you to remember that the outside world differs greatly from this place. Every crisis must be faced and resolved independently, and one must never act recklessly, no matter where you find yourself. Always bear in mind that your life is of utmost importance. It is the one who laughs last who is the true victor." His tone was imbued with sincerity, clearly reflecting his regard for Rod, as if he were his own child. Rod nodded earnestly, signifying his understanding. Haku was a true martial artist, who never withheld his knowledge and devoted himself wholeheartedly to guiding Rod, providing comprehensive advice in every aspect. At times, he would even seek verification from other Revolutionary Army officials regarding Rod's inquiries, ensuring that each question was addressed in the most effective manner. Lacking proficiency in swordsmanship himself, he sourced relevant manuscripts from within the Revolutionary Army for Rod's reference in his training. When it came to cultivating his prowess, he would personally engage in sparring sessions with Rod. In the realm of instruction, he had reached the pinnacle of excellence. Rod has always believed in repaying kindness and settling scores, keeping these principles close to his heart. Chapter 33. Arrival. Is Rod truly destined to graduate? Listening to the conversation between Rod and Haku, despite their prior suspicions, Riaz and the others felt a sense of surrealism, even though they were all in the reserves together. He was on the verge of graduation. The gap between us and him is only destined to widen, someone remarked. Others may speculate that Rod would face setbacks at sea, perhaps even meet an untimely end. Yet those in the reserves harbored an inexplicable belief that this man would only ascend, ultimately gazing down upon the vast ocean. At that moment, Crow approached and declared, "Wait until I master observation hockey, then I shall challenge you." He felt that his defeat to Rod stemmed from his lack of mastery in observation hockey, which hindered him from fully unleashing his extraordinary speed and strength. "Oh." Rod nodded calmly, neither affirming nor denying. Much like Shano, the gap would only widen as he surpassed him, leading to inevitable despair. Furthermore, Clow's cultivation was overly eclectic, blending physical techniques, swordsmanship, and fruit abilities. While he might appear formidable at present, should he continue on this path, it is conceivable that even Shano could eventually surpass him. Only through unwavering dedication and sincerity can one ascend to the pinnacle. Although Rod possesses the artifact known as the Book of Knowledge, his primary focus remains on swordsmanship, with other abilities serving as mere complements, maintaining a clear distinction between primary and secondary. The assessment tasks for the officers are designated by the higher-ups. These tasks are typically intricate, testing a myriad of skills beyond mere combat prowess. There are numerous situations where sheer brute force proves inadequate. Of course, this pertains to insufficient strength. Where one is formidable as a Marine Admiral, nearly all tasks could be effortlessly accomplished, regardless of time or place. Combat capability remains the most crucial and fundamental element, dictated by the rules of this world. After 3 days of arduous travel, Rod, Sabo, and Kira arrived at the coastline and boarded a vessel to set sail. Your officer evaluation task is to eliminate the leader of an underground intelligence organization, Silver Fox Crid, a man who has gravely transgressed the rules of information trafficking and must be slain to serve as a warning to others. Be advised, this individual is exceptionally skilled in disguise, concealment, and impersonation, with a keen sense of smell. Should you falter and alert him, it could jeopardize the mission. Here are the records of Silver Fox's deeds and pertinent information for your review, Kira informed Rod while handing him a document. Their presence was not solely to accompany Rod on this mission, they were merely passing by. Should Rod successfully complete the task and ascend to the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, he would join them on another assignment that fortuitously requires someone of his youthful caliber. Very well. Rod perused the documents with keen interest. With his almost photographic memory, he swiftly committed the contents to memory, and a plan gradually took shape in his mind. The Silver Fox Crit's strength was rather unremarkable. His most notable achievement, or at least the one that appeared most impressive on the surface, was the slaying of a pirate with a bounty of 120 million. This time, Crit had crossed paths with the Revolutionary Army. Under the extensive intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army, his location was soon pinpointed. Rod's mission was ostensibly simple: land on the island and eliminate the Silver Fox of Crete. However, this individual was adept at disguise and camouflage, making it uncertain whether the target could even be located. Should he become aware of Rod's presence and blend into the crowd, the difficulty of the task would escalate significantly, potentially leading to failure. "Do you think he can accomplish the mission?" Kella inquired of Sabo. Sabo blinked thoughtfully for a moment before responding. "This task does indeed possess its challenges. Setting aside the difficulty of identifying the Silver Fox, even if he is found, executing him will prove to be quite a formidable endeavor." His implication was clear. He harbored doubts about Rod's capabilities. In the pirate world, even those of moderate strength exhibited remarkable survival skills, let alone someone like the Silver Fox, who thrived in the underground realm of information trading, likely possessing maxed-out skills in survival and evasion, making him a difficult target to eliminate. After a week of sailing, the ship finally reached its destination. It was a small island, not particularly large, yet bustling with activity. The harbor was filled with numerous vessels, ranging from ordinary merchant ships to pirate galleons, coexisting in harmony, each respecting the other's presence. This island fell under the dominion of the formidable Whitebeard, a name that transcended 2 eras and was sufficient to instill fear in all petty criminals. While the new world was inhabited by reckless rogues, few dared to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. As the ship gradually approached the shore, Rod observed the throngs of people at the port, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The vast ocean, while magnificent, had proven monotonous. Moreover, this was his first encounter with the outside world. As he gazed upon the bustling scene, he noticed a few distinctly non-human entities among the crowd, each bizarre and intriguing, awakening a sense of wonder within him. Nevertheless, having lived 2 lives, Rod quickly regained his composure. It was then that he spotted a somewhat familiar figure, not because he recognized him immediately, but due to the imposing aura this person exuded. Striding at the forefront of a group of fierce pirates, he commanded the attention of all present, who parted ways in deference, unwilling to offend him. Was it the infamous Squard, the great dreadnought? Rod was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a glimmer of amusement in his expression. This individual is none other than the infamous king of deception in the pirate world. In such a crucial event as the Marineford War, he managed, under Akainu's subtle provocation, to inflict a wound upon Whitebeard, further diminishing the already ailing pirate's strength, which ultimately contributed to Whitebeard's demise. Remarkably, he departed from Marine headquarters unscathed, leaving behind only a few tears. However, this matter pertains to Whitebeard's personal affairs, and as long as it does not implicate him, Rod is disinclined to interfere. At this juncture, Keela remarked, "Exercise caution and maintain a low profile. After all, we are in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Once the mission is completed, we shall rendezvous here to assist you in your departure." Understood. Rod nodded and descended from the sailboat, making his way along the cobblestone path that led into the heart of the island. Everything he encountered along the way filled him with a sense of wonder. It was a facet of the pirate world he had never glimpsed on the screens of his previous life. First, he would attend to his mission. Rod navigated the winding streets, swiftly making contact with the leader of the local revolutionary army. The task of evaluating cadres, eliminating the cunning Silver Fox would prove to be no trifling matter, as he had once dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The leader of the revolutionary army gazed at Rod before him, unable to suppress a flicker of astonishment. Rod is indeed quite youthful. Although his identification is impeccably valid, it is somewhat difficult to place complete trust in him. Enough of the hesitation. Simply hand me the latest information on Silver Fox, Rod asserted. The youthful exuberance is truly palpable. The supervisor shook his head and retrieved a document from the drawer. Rod took the documents, glanced at them, and then proceeded to walk out. "Do you not need assistance?" "No." Before the words had fully escaped, Rod's figure had already vanished. "TSK, who exactly assigned this task?" "It is evidently a level more challenging than the usual assessments for officials." The person in charge took a puff of his cigar, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to check in. Such a young individual with boundless potential must be befriended early, or there may be no opportunity in the future. Chapter 34, The Unparalleled Assassin Within the Town. Rod did not hasten to seek trouble with the Silver Fox. Rather, he strolled leisurely through the streets, familiarizing himself with the terrain. With his extraordinary memory, he swiftly constructed a rudimentary map of the town in his mind, a strategy to neutralize his enemy's geographical advantage. The power of thunder, after all, differed significantly from the natural thunder fruit. It was incapable of receiving electromagnetic waves, thus enhancing the extent of his observation. Otherwise, the situation would not be so troublesome. Rod curled his lip in disdain. Should he be able to develop a mind network, his observation ability would not only encompass the entire island, but would be exceedingly close. The mind network would also possess a listening effect, rendering it impossible for the Silver Fox to escape his grasp. It seems that an opportunity to visit Sky Island is inevitable. However, acquiring relevant methods from Enel, who perceives himself as a deity, would likely prove more challenging than taking his life. Moreover, such methods might not even be applicable. As Rod pondered, he made his way toward the location of the Silver Fox. The leader of the revolutionary forces followed behind, utterly perplexed by Rod's actions. Initially, he believed Rod was familiarizing himself with the terrain, but within less than 2 hours, Rod had completed his task. Could this individual possibly be indulging in leisure? The leader muttered to himself, feeling that Rod was somewhat unreliable, especially as Rod was currently savoring an ice cream. In a dimly lit space, numerous figures clad in black gathered, engaged in earnest discussion. "Lord Crit, Squard demands a higher protection fee if he is to allow us to remain on the island." "Grant it to him," came a raspy voice from the shadows. This voice belonged to a tall, slender figure whose presence was unremarkable, appearing almost ordinary. Yet, the black-clad individuals exhibited not a hint of disrespect, fully aware of the Silver Fox's merciless and capricious nature. No one knew the origins of the Silver Fox, or rather, those who inquired had met their demise. All that was known was that he had forged an intelligence organization capable of rivaling even the dark emperors of the underworld. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the entrance, steady and unhurried, as if the owner were strolling through a spring meadow rather than traversing a foreboding underground passage. An outsider, exclaimed one of the black-clad figures. Members of the intelligence organization were professionally trained to walk lightly, and the stark contrast in the sound of the approaching footsteps was immediately discernible to these skilled operatives. However, exchanging glances, they found it hard to believe, as numerous security lines had been established outside, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach without triggering an alarm. You guessed correctly. As a reward, I shall grant you a sword, came a voice accompanied by a dazzling azure, sword energy. Its brilliant light illuminated the space, and the sharpness of its edge sent chills down their spines, prompting instinctive retreat. With a swift sweep, the sword energy cleaved the underground space in two, unleashing a torrent of electricity that surged toward all present. Though the black-clad individuals evaded the direct cut of the sword energy, they could not escape the ensuing thunder. The intensity of Rod's lightning was now potent enough to inflict harm even on ordinary revolutionary cadre. The relatively feeble black-clad figures were utterly unprepared, each one charred by the wrath of the storm, their hair standing on end. Within the confined space, flashes of lightning illuminated the area, mingling with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. In a single strike, the black-clad figures faced near annihilation. It was near because, at the opposite end of the space, a figure desperately broke through the ceiling, fleeing just before the surge of electricity erupted. Quick to react, Rod locked onto the aura of this fleeing figure with his observation haki and pursued with remarkable speed, disappearing in a flash of lightning, leaving behind a chaotic and devastated basement. Silver Fox burst into the grand hall, his gaze sweeping across the scene, where the lifeless bodies of cloaked figures lay scattered, seemingly slain in an instant. Their faces bore a dazed expression, as if bewildered by their sudden demise. As adversaries of remarkable speed, escaping their grasp would prove exceedingly challenging. Silver Fox's countenance darkened, yet he remained unperturbed, for he was well acquainted with such predicaments and possessed ample experience in handling them. The covert network must have already contacted Squad. Reinforcements would soon arrive. In anticipation of such contingencies, Silver Fox had previously established multiple defensive lines within the base and stationed personnel in inconspicuous locations around its perimeter. Upon observing any disturbances, they were to promptly summon aid. This was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and he had long cultivated a rapport with Squad, knowing he could count on his assistance if the need arose. In the next moment, a thunderous sword energy sliced through the air, rending the earth and producing a shrill, piercing sound. Having witnessed Rod's swordsmanship in the basement, Silver Fox dared not confront it head-on. With a deft maneuver, he executed a burst of explosive movement, vanishing from his original position. However, before he could regain his footing, a figure appeared behind him, striking down with a sword. Clang. Fortunately, Silver Fox's mastery of observation haki allowed him to anticipate Rod's assault, raising his sword just in time to deflect the blow. The clash resonated with a deafening sound. The overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Silver Fox violently backward, crashing through the wall and landing on the street outside, creating a deep crater upon impact. Quickly, we must leave. A powerful foe is engaged in combat. The onlookers, seasoned in such affairs, swiftly dispersed, retreating to a safe distance to observe. It's Silver Fox. The leader of the Revolutionary Army's expression shifted upon seeing the figure that had been propelled outward. The young man's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. He had barely observed for 5 minutes, and the situation inside had already escalated. Yet, this was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. If Silver Fox was not dealt with swiftly, they would face dire consequences once the pirates arrived. He muttered under his breath, "The examination prohibits intervention. My presence here is already a strain. Now, it hinges on whether Rod can swiftly eliminate Silver Fox. Otherwise, I may have to assist Rod in his escape." In the midst of the fray, the sound of clashing swords echoed. The two combatants engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their strikes generating waves of sword energy that tore into the earth, forcing the spectators to retreat further. As one of the renowned masters of the underworld, Silver Fox wielded his dual-colored haki with remarkable finesse, possessing advanced mastery of armament haki, particularly in observation haki, which surpassed Rod's capabilities. Regrettably, under Rod's relentless assault, Silver Fox soon found himself in peril, as the fierce power of lightning began to impair his agility, causing a slight numbness in his muscles. This was a testament to his robust physique and astonishing resilience. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the fate of the cloaked figures, rendered incapacitated. "Who are you? Why do you seek my life? Who sent you?" The Silver Fox fought valiantly while retreating, attempting to disrupt Rod's focus with words. However, Rod remained utterly indifferent, wielding his sword with reckless abandon. Unlike the sparring matches at headquarters, he no longer had to concern himself with his opponent's life, allowing him to unleash his full power without restraint. This uninhibited and exhilarating combat was truly a delight. Chapter 35: The Great Whirlpool Spider Hockey. A universal force in the pirate world, significantly influences battles. The armament hockey directly enhances both offense and defense, while observation hockey enables one to anticipate an enemy's attack. Although the Silver Fox was clearly outmatched in strength and speed by Rod, he managed to withstand Rod's onslaught, thanks to his slightly superior observation hockey. As the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable defeat. If the battle continued, the Silver Fox would undoubtedly succumb. Yet, he had no intentions of risking his life against Rod. He merely needed to wait for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. However, as the fight progressed, the Silver Fox gradually felt overwhelmed, his movements becoming noticeably sluggish, his body disobeying his commands. This was disastrous. The encroaching effects of the thunder were taking their toll. Anxiously, he dared not clash swords with Rod, for the transmission of energy through the blade would only accelerate the erosion of his body, leaving him in a state of frantic evasion. The two combatants moved with remarkable speed, appearing to most observers as mere shadows flashing past each other, separating at the slightest touch, occasionally unleashing invisible shockwaves. When a sword chi pierced the air, it would tear through the earth, demolishing structures. The sheer terror of their power was enough to instill fear. The young warrior, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, exhibited such prowess, overpowering his opponent. However, the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates was imminent. That band of monsters would not turn a blind eye to disturbances in their territory. It seemed that this confrontation would conclude abruptly. Whispers filled the air as spectators commented on the clash. In the pirate world, strength is revered, and battles between formidable foes are the most thrilling and exhilarating. Just then, a sudden turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. The Silver Fox could no longer withstand the encroaching thunder. His legs turned numb, and his evasive maneuvers faltered for a crucial moment. In the blink of an eye, this fleeting instant could prove fatal. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air like a silver ribbon, aimed directly at the Silver Fox's head. With his armament hockey, he could not defend against Rod's lethal strike. Move! 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 The Silver Fox's eyes turned blood-red as he summoned all his strength, unleashing his latent potential. At the last possible moment, he managed to shift his body slightly to the side. Puff! An arm flew through the air, blood spilling onto the ground. Intense pain radiated from the severed limb as Silver Fox gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while hastily creating distance. In his gaze directed at Rod, a flicker of fear and despair began to emerge. As one of the prominent information brokers in the underworld, he had encountered countless formidable foes, many of whom were stronger than Rod. Yet none had instilled in him such overwhelming pressure. Throughout their previous confrontation, Rod had maintained complete control over the battle's rhythm, exhibiting a chilling composure coupled with an oddly frenzied ferocity, as if two conflicting personas were intertwined within him. He bore no resemblance to a fledgling youth. Rather, he embodied the essence of a grand pirate commanding the vast seas. Silver Fox had entirely relinquished his will to resist, for he had indeed lost the capacity for defiance. The severed arm had not only impaired his physical balance, but had also unleashed the thunder that coursed through his body, searing his internal organs and rendering his muscles numb and paralyzed, leaving him unable to muster any strength. At this moment, his mere ability to stand was a testament to his formidable physique. As he watched Rod approach with an indifferent expression, Silver Fox parted his lips, seemingly attempting to utter something, a final, desperate struggle. Rod, however, did not possess the habit of conversing with the deceased. Gripping his sword, he intended to grant Silver Fox a swift demise. Yet, in that very instant, a booming voice resonated from behind him. Halt! Accompanying the command was a piercing whistle, heralding an approaching figure at an astonishing speed, the resultant gust akin to a tempest, sending debris soaring through the streets. At the sight, a remarkable spark ignited in Silver Fox's dim eyes. It was the glimmer of light and hope amidst despair. Scord had arrived. He was my ally. Should you slay me, you would incur the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates and find no escape from this island. His words flowed rapidly, yet remained remarkably composed, devoid of aggression. For he feared provoking Rod. Oh! Rod let out a faint sound, casually swinging his sword downwards. With a sickening thud, a head flew into the air, blood splattering across the ground. One could observe the silver fox's wide eyes, still reflecting a flicker of joy and hope, as if it had never crossed its mind that Rod would completely disregard the might of the Whitebeard pirates and swiftly execute him. This was Whitebeard, after all. Damn it! At that moment, Skuyard finally arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the dismembered silver fox, his expression darkened, filled with indignation. As one of the captains under Whitebeard's banner, he had always commanded authority on this island, and no one had ever dared to defy him. "You insolent brat, are you challenging my dignity?" Skuyard brandished his greatsword, exuding enough ferocity to frighten even the bravest of children. "You have killed. What do you intend to do next?" Rod stood resolutely with his sword, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he were confronting not a formidable pirate of great renown, but rather the most ordinary of creatures. Skuyard, consumed by rage, responded with a cold sneer, declaring, "Then you shall meet your demise." Before his words could fully resonate, Skuyard lunged forward with ferocious vigor, propelled by a tempestuous force, darting towards Rod with lightning speed. Setting aside the original portrayal, Skuyard, as one of the captains under Whitebeard's banner in the New World, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Yet, almost instantaneously as Skuyard charged, Rod made his move. With a swift motion, Rod's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. And harnessing the explosive velocity of the shave technique, he delivered a sudden, decisive strike. One-sword style, thunderclap slash. Rod had never anticipated encountering an adversary of Skuyard's caliber at this juncture. However, now that the battle had commenced, he harbored no reservations. With a sword in hand, he was solely focused on warfare. Whoever dared to obstruct his path would meet their demise. Boom! The ferocity of the thunder surged to its zenith, emanating from the blade's aura, forming a tempestuous curtain of lightning, crackling and surging forward to crush Skuyard. Before his eyes, there was naught but thunder, as if capable of obliterating all in its vicinity. The combat experience was immensely transformative for Rod, considering his previous encounter with Crow, the training undertaken in between, and the rewards from this mission. The energy accumulated from the Book of Knowledge had reached a fearsome level of 456 points. Correspondingly, the intensity of his thunderous power had escalated to an alarming degree. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Rod unleashed the ultimate power of thunder. With blinding lightning enveloping the area in a brilliant azure hue, the thunder roared and reverberated, causing the heavens and earth to change color. How terrifying! Such an intensity of thunderous power could only be attributed to the legendary Thunder fruit. People hastily withdrew, squinting at the battlefield, for the radiance was so intense that it threatened to sear their eyes. In the world of pirates, there are numerous abilities associated with thunder. However, only the fabled Thunder fruit could generate such a vast and potent display of lightning. Chapter 36. Show off and flee on the streets. The thunder wreaked havoc, its brilliance overwhelming, while the terrifying heat from the electric discharge ignited every flammable object in the vicinity, leaving the ground charred and blackened. At this moment, the potency of the thunder surpassed even Rod's swordsmanship, radiating an aura akin to the might of the heavens. Yet, Skuyard, a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, proved his mettle. His formidable strength and exceptional mastery of hockey allowed him to charge through the tempest of lightning, displaying unparalleled ferocity. Clang! The rampant thunder interfered with the perception of hockey, and it was only when Rod closed in that Skuyard reacted, raising his sword to parry Rod's strike. "You are still far from my level." Skuyard's form was as black as ink, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His tone was frigid, infused with murderous intent, completely dismissing Rod. This young challenger, as a threat. Rod's body emanated a brilliant display of thunder, and he remained composed, uttering not a word. With a single miss, he deftly retreated, as if he had entered his own domain amidst the cacophony of thunder, his speed and reflexes reaching an extraordinary zenith. Skuyard's expression was icy, and without hesitation, he pursued. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the surrounding thunder quivered violently, transforming into countless divine thunder swords that surged forth like a tempest. The sound of thunder clashing resounded as the bolts struck Skuyard, producing bursts of electric arcs. While they failed to penetrate the hardened defenses, they effectively hampered Skuyard's velocity. The defense was rather formidable. Rod's expression remained unchanged, as this was within his expectations. As a renowned pirate, Skuyard's physique had likely been honed to its peak, and the intensity of his hockey was undoubtedly formidable. It was hardly surprising that the power of thunder alone could not breach his defenses. There was no reason to feel disheartened, considering that Rod had been training for less than a year. It seemed that only a blade striking directly at him could inflict any real damage. Even sword energy appeared inadequate. Amidst the roaring thunder, Rod calmly assessed the disparity between the two parties. It was undeniable that he might be considered exceptionally strong among his peers, yet when faced with these long-established titans, he still bore a certain immaturity. Both his dual-colored haki and physical prowess fell short, leaving him to rely on the thunderous force to hold his ground, struggling to inflict meaningful harm. At that moment, a figure surged through the thunder, and Rod's expression shifted before settling into tranquility. For the newcomer was a member of the Revolutionary Army he had met earlier. "We must leave. The Whitebeard pirates have arrived," he said swiftly. Rod's eyes narrowed slightly as he peered through the thunder, gazing at the formidable figures swiftly approaching him, some of whom were even mightier than the Silver Fox. If they encircled him, escape would be nearly impossible. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "You go ahead. I shall create a diversion." The revolutionary soldiers, though puzzled, refrained from questioning further and promptly retreated, having acknowledged Rod's strength, no longer viewing him as a mere junior, but rather as an equal. Exhaling gently, a spine-chilling aura suddenly surged from Rod's being. The sound was akin to 1,000 birds chirping in unison. An astonishing force of thunder erupted from Rod. Yet rather than dispersing outward, it converged upon his outstretched palm. As the boundless thunder coalesced, a sphere of lightning, the size of a human head, gradually shifted from a pale blue to a deep azure, its hue intensifying until it seemingly breached a threshold, revealing glimmers of silver light. Drops of sweat trickled down Rod's forehead, evaporating almost instantaneously, clearly indicating the immense strain this technique imposed upon him. "Go," he commanded, as if he were lifting a great mountain, gently propelling the thunderball forward. The instant it left his grasp, Rod wasted no time. He swiftly pivoted and vanished into the street in the blink of an eye. "What is that?" Squard, who had just managed to break through the encirclement of thunder, emerged only to behold the lightning sphere before him. The orb, now deep blue with hints of silver, appeared magnificently resplendent. Before he could react, the sphere abruptly halted and then erupted. Boom! It sounded as if 1,000 cannonballs had detonated simultaneously. The thunder flashed, radiant like blazing flames. The ferocious force obliterated everything in its path, instantly creating a 5-meter deep scorched crater in the ground. As a result of the blast, Squard was violently hurled away, spitting blood mid-air and rolling several meters before coming to rest before his arriving comrades. What on earth happened? The captain was so severely injured. They wondered what kind of foe they had encountered. Could it be members of the Beast Pirates? The members of the Great Whirlpool Spider Pirate crew were left in disbelief as they hurried to assist Squard, casting glances at the nearly obliterated street and the nearby shattered structures, unable to suppress their awe and hesitating to pursue. As Squard rose, his face flushed with a mix of humiliation and shock, though his entire body was enveloped in the armor of haki, obscuring his expression. "Seal off the port. Capture that brat." His voice brimmed with unrestrained fury and disgrace. Having been outmaneuvered by a youth and losing face before his comrades, Squard was consumed by rage. Yes, the pirates were in a state of chaos. The entire island was suddenly thrown into disarray. At that moment, Rod had already arrived at the port and boarded the ship to meet Sabo. It seemed that Keela had received the news ahead of time. As soon as Rod stepped aboard, she ordered the anchor to be raised and set sail. The brisk sea breeze greeted him, carrying with it a hint of saltiness. Watching the islands gradually recede into the distance, Rod couldn't help but chuckle to himself, relishing the thrill of his audacious escapade. "You certainly made quite a stir," Keela remarked, shaking her head in resignation. Not merely a stir, but a blatant defiance. Confronting Whitebeard's men on his own territory was nothing short of audacious. Fortunately, he had managed to escape unscathed. "Well done," Sabo said with a smile, clapping Rod on the shoulder, appreciating his boldness, though lamenting not having disembarked himself, for he would have relished a battle with Squard. "You two ought to know when to stop," Keela exclaimed, covering her forehead, sensing impending trouble. Sabo was already quite reckless during missions, often causing chaos, and she always found herself cleaning up the aftermath. She had hoped Rod would be more composed. Yet he turned out to be even more reckless than Sabo. Honestly, it would be better to stay at headquarters and manage the reserves, she thought. "Have I completed my mission?" Rod inquired. "Of course," Sabo replied, nodding slightly as he retrieved a transponder snail and handed it to Rod. "The specific assignment will be communicated at headquarters. This is for you." Rod was momentarily taken aback. A telephone worm? Chapter 37. The Journey Ahead. The telephone worm is a peculiar creature in the pirate world, primarily employed for long-distance communication, a possession of anyone with a modicum of status. The telephone worm bestowed upon Rod by Sabo appeared to be an untainted specimen, having never been owned before, as it retained its most fundamental state. As the owner utilizes it, the telephone worm gradually mirrors the owner's features, imitating their expressions and tone during conversation, making it a rather fascinating creature. However, Rod held little interest in it. To him, it was merely a mobile phone. Although this mission did not last long, it involved two intense battles, particularly the final move, which overexerted the power of thunder. Rod's physical and mental stamina were severely depleted. Once assured of safety, he returned to the cabin and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Rod felt no lingering fatigue, only a refreshing clarity, and the minor injuries he had sustained seemed to have healed due to this restorative rest. The energy of the Book of Knowledge, 493 points, was it? Rod stretched his body and rose to his feet, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. The crackling of electricity danced like a silver serpent, radiating a brilliant light. At that moment, the power of thunder appeared to be approaching a deep blue hue, a stark contrast to its previous pale shade, and its might had significantly intensified. Upon initial observation, the energy gain seemed less impressive than that of his encounter with Squard, and certainly not as substantial as the one with Silver Fox. However, this discrepancy arose from the brevity of Rod's battle with Squard. It lacked the intensity required to be deemed a complete confrontation. His mastery of armament hockey still required considerable improvement. Following this skirmish, Rod attained a clearer understanding of his prowess upon the seas. Based on the original narrative, Squard's caliber as a captain roughly equated him to a Navy rear admiral, positioning him within the same tier. It is worth noting that within the Navy, the disparity in strength between branch rear admirals and headquarters rear admirals is considerable, leaving Squard's precise placement somewhat ambiguous. To engage Squard in direct combat and comprehensively overpower Silver Fox, a being of that caliber, Rod must possess at least the strength of a Navy headquarters rear admiral, with destructive capabilities surpassing that level. Should his physicality and mastery of armament hockey improve further, he would likely be capable of defeating a branch rear admiral. However, the enhancement of physical strength is a gradual process, requiring diligent effort. Rod's gaze flickered, yet his swordsmanship seemed to lag behind. Regrettably, there were few masters of swordsmanship within the Revolutionary Army, or rather, they were not present at headquarters, leaving Rod without the means to seek their guidance. Indeed, for Rod in his current state, even an ordinary swordsman, let alone a top-tier one, would likely be incapable of offering him instruction. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of the sword path, the Grand Sword Masters, possess the authority to enlighten him. However, what caliber of individuals are these Grand Sword Masters? Rare as the mythical dragon, their numbers are exceedingly scarce, and encountering one is a stroke of fortune, let alone receiving their counsel. Lost in such thoughts, Rod made his way to the deck. At that moment, only Kella was present, leisurely basking in the sunlight, clad in attire that was remarkably cool, revealing expanses of her snow-white skin. "Where's Sabo? You should be training at this hour," Kella remarked, removing her sunglasses with a smile. "Oh, where are we headed now? I recall you mentioning that upon completing the cadre assessment, there would be another task awaiting me." Rod leaned against the railing, squinting his eyes to bask in the sunlight. He yearned for combat and reveled in the pursuit of strength, yet he did not eschew the pleasures of life beyond training, as evidenced by his penchant for exquisite cuisine. H.M. Kira sat up, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The master of Krino's Island, Bell, once served the world government. Although his rank was modest, his influence was significant, having dealt with numerous confidential matters. This individual is quite astute. He recognized that such a position often leads to a grim fate. During one mission, he feigned his own death to escape and took root in the new world on Krino's Island, leveraging the clandestine information he had amassed from his previous work to cultivate relationships with various dark overlords of the underworld, living quite lavishly. This current mission entails the theft of sensitive intelligence held by Bell. This information may contain secrets or scandals pertaining to the world government, which could potentially be invaluable to the Revolutionary Army. Shall we resort to direct abduction and interrogation? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Rod's eyes. Kurla, with her delicate forehead adorned with a few dark lines, cast a disapproving glance at Rod and remarked, "Bell is a former agent of considerable prowess, having recruited numerous mercenaries, and he operates from his own stronghold. While relying on brute force is not out of the question, it seems rather insufficient with just the three of us. The primary objective of this mission is to infiltrate and steal. Lacking sufficient strength, we must resort to more circumspect methods. What am I to do then? Rod retorted, pouting. In matters of infiltration, he had always adhered to the principle of the unmatched assassin, eliminating all witnesses. However, such a strategy would not suffice this time. Kurla stretched her body, rising to respond. Belle has a penchant for organizing arena contests with lavish prizes, often featuring devil fruits as the grand reward to attract formidable contenders for recruitment. Should a particularly promising candidate emerge, he himself will attend the event, thus facilitating Sabo's operations. Is this merely to allow me to show off? That I can certainly do. Rod nodded, indicating that it was rather simple. Keela rolled her eyes and remarked, I will be in charge of coordinating from the center, so you must be cautious and refrain from revealing too much of your strength. Bell was no fool. He understood that a single devil fruit could hardly entice true powerhouses. If Rod displayed excessive prowess, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and lead to unforeseen complications. Indeed, Rod nodded gently. It was quite simple. He was eager to hone his swordsmanship. In terms of sheer skill, Rod's prowess was not particularly formidable, perhaps only slightly superior to that of Shano. This marginal advantage stemmed from his mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey. Without a mentor of the caliber of a grandmaster swordsman, the only way to refine his technique was through relentless combat. Naturally, relying solely on battles would result in gradual progress, akin to Zoro, who, prior to training under Mihawk, displayed commendable abilities but fell short of extraordinary. However, after 2 years of tutelage with Mihawk, Zoro's strength surged remarkably, qualifying him as the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. After more than a week of sailing, the vessel gradually approached its destination. Under Bell's stewardship for over a decade, Kronos Island flourished, bustling with a myriad of visitors, including merchants, pirates, and even representatives from the world government. This was evidently a testament to Bell's extensive connections. Simultaneously, Rod spotted the flag of the beast pirates fluttering in the harbor. What a vibrant scene it was! Rod let out a gentle sigh. In the world of pirates, there are no true continents, only islands, which are categorized by their size into small, medium, and large. Small islands possess a well-developed ecosystem, ensuring an abundance of freshwater resources and basic necessities, and are inhabited, forming communities. Medium islands are considerably larger, typically housing several small towns, with a central large town. Large islands, capable of accommodating an entire nation, include places like Alabasta and Dressrosa. The island before them, Kronos, is classified as a medium island. It has been thoroughly developed, and from the port, one can see a wide road leading directly to the central town. Chapter 38. Serendipity. Bell is quite adept in management, and Kronos Island thrives with prosperity, featuring a diverse array of shops filled with goods from across the globe, each more peculiar than the last. As Rod strolled along the street, inhaling the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, his appetite was inevitably piqued. Following the scent, the trio soon arrived before a remarkable restaurant. Its entrance alone spoke volumes of its distinction. Crystal chandeliers behind the door radiated splendid brilliance, while the open doorway was adorned with intricate patterns of gilded gold. Flanking the luxurious carpet stood robust security personnel in uniform, along with 2 elegantly attractive hostesses. As was customary, they decided to satiate their appetites before embarking on their mission. With that, Sabo gracefully stepped inside, his movements imbued with an air of nobility, entirely at odds with the underground activities of the revolutionaries. Such demeanor naturally caught the attention of the hostesses, who greeted him with sweet smiles. Kurla subtly gestured to Rod before also making her way into the restaurant. Rod followed closely, harboring high expectations for the culinary delights of this upscale restaurant. It seemed that the lives of the Revolutionary Army's cadres were quite comfortable. He mused to himself, initially thinking that the daily routines of the revolutionaries were shrouded in secrecy, clandestinely engaging in skirmishes. However, upon further reflection, he realized that even if Sabacal had yet to reveal the identity of the revolutionaries, it would not matter much. This was the New World, a complex environment where the world government would find it challenging to maintain control. By the time the world government became aware and dispatched personnel, it was likely that the 3 of them would have long since vanished. As the trio settled at their table, Sabacal swiftly placed their orders with practiced ease. While the formidable figures in the pirate world may not be gluttonous, they certainly possessed hearty appetites, necessitated by their robust physiques that required ample energy and nutrition. During the interval while their dishes were being prepared, Rod casually surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly he paused, his body trembling slightly as he averted his gaze. For he had spotted an unexpected tall figure. What was Peach Rabbit doing here? Rod felt a jolt of shock. She was one of the rare female great swordsmen in the world, a candidate for the position of admiral, her strength unfathomable, likely surpassing even the current 3 admirals in offensive power. Amidst his astonishment, Rod could not help but feel a thrill of excitement. This was a great swordsman. A rarity indeed, if only he could seek her guidance. Although being a revolutionary and attempting to apprentice under an admiral candidate seemed somewhat implausible, Rod was unconcerned. Strength was the essence of everything. Why could the world government dominate the world? Why could the 4 emperors establish their territories in the New World? Compelling the Navy to retreat? It was simply due to their overwhelming power. To Rod, whether one was a pirate, a Navy officer, or a revolutionary, was merely a matter of identity and stance, entirely incapable of constraining him as a transcendent being. Peach Rabbit's mastery of observation hockey had reached its zenith. Even though Rod's gaze flickered away, it caught her attention. A subtle, discerning glance swept over Rod, and sensing something, Peach Rabbit offered a gentle smile, elegantly raising her cup of red tea in salute. How perceptive! Witnessing this scene from the corner of his eye, Rod felt a twinge of admiration, though his expression remained remarkably composed as he similarly raised his teacup and downed its contents. An intriguing young lad. Peach Rabbit blinked before retracting her gaze. Although she was somewhat surprised by the formidable aura emanating from Rod and his companions at such a young age, as a candidate admiral and a great swordsman herself, she had encountered countless storms, including many young warriors akin to Rod and his friends. In simpler terms, at this moment, Rod and his companions failed to pique the interest of this great swordsman. Well, it was getting late. Time to go out and purchase some clothing. The elegant figure of Tao, too, rose gracefully. At that moment, Rod realized that this female swordswoman was indeed extraordinarily tall, likely exceeding 2 meters. Clad in exceedingly short shorts, she revealed a pair of long, straight, fair legs, adorned with a spider tattoo on her left thigh, exuding an unusual allure. Many young men in the restaurant covertly admired her, yet hesitated to approach, for although Tao too was strikingly beautiful, she emanated an air of noble aloofness that made her seem unattainable. This woman was formidable, truly formidable. After Tao too departed, Sabo took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Rod silently scoffed, thinking that the swordswoman could probably dispatch all 3 of them with little effort. Keela's eyes darted as if in recollection, and after a moment, she suddenly gasped in a hushed tone. She seems to be the Vice Admiral, Tao Tu Shij. Vice Admiral? Sabo inhaled sharply. He was not one of those overly ambitious novices, proclaiming their intent to challenge the 4 emperors before even stepping into the New World. As the future chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo had a clear understanding of his own strength and was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by figures such as the Navy admirals. It was said that the legendary Rayleigh could cleave an island with a single sword strike, and the current 3 Navy admirals were akin to human calamities, capable of easily devastating an island's climate. The fabled strongest man in the world was rumored to possess the power to annihilate the world itself. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. The more one knows, the more one comprehends the gravity of the situation. While he firmly believed that he would one day stand alongside these legendary figures, competing against them, he knew that he was still far from that reality. Keela was equally astonished, beads of cold sweat dotting her delicate forehead. I wonder what such a person is doing here. They surely won't interfere with our mission, will they? You are overestimating yourself, she replied. Rod was rendered speechless. Although Peach Rabbit serves as a candidate for the position of general, her authority may not surpass that of an admiral in the Navy. Yet her status is hardly dissimilar. The events that warranted the mobilization of such individuals are monumental occurrences capable of swaying the fate of the world. Our encounter with her appears to be mere coincidence. Perhaps she was merely tempted by a craving or sought a respite from idleness, casually wandering over from the warship to indulge in an afternoon tea. Although Rod's words seemed somewhat unreliable, they inexplicably resonated with a profound sense of reason, allowing both Sabo and the other individual to relax considerably. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. The rich aromas and exquisite dishes successfully diverted the attention of the 2. With a sense of tranquility, they began to savor the culinary delights. The chef of this restaurant, situated in the New World, undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills. Not only were the flavors, colors, and presentation superb, but there was also a special sauce that, when combined, created an unparalleled taste, rich in fragrance. As the three indulged in the meal, they gradually began to forget their astonishment regarding the peach rabbit. Or perhaps it was a subconscious act of forgetting. After all, such a formidable presence, one that instilled fear across the seas and surpassed the dominion of nations, felt somewhat distant from their current reality. Rod did not ponder deeply. Even if he wished to take on a mentor, he could not carelessly approach someone and proclaim, "I possess great talent. Take me as your disciple." Many matters are governed by fate, much like the connection between Zorro and Mihawk. Rod had a premonition that he would encounter the peach rabbit once more, and that this reunion would not be far off. Chapter 39. Gathering together after exiting the dining hall, the three companions parted ways. Sabo intended to scout the fortress of Bel to ascertain the defensive arrangements within, as well as to survey the terrain and formulate an escape route. Rod and Keela proceeded towards the venue of the tournament, secretly observing the unfolding events. Before they arrived, they were met with a cacophony of uproar, the air filled with the fervent clamor of voices and shouts. Before them lay an expansive circular plaza, encircled by grandstands teeming with spectators, where a myriad of figures from diverse races, mermen, longhands, longlegs, and others, were seated. Rod also observed a number of elegantly attired nobles, their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted and expressed their fervor. Some ladies even displayed a predatory glint in their eyes, fixating on the robust man upon the stage like wolves. Periodically, Bel would produce the devil fruit to host grand competitions, drawing attention and spectators. In ordinary times, this venue served as a battleground for wagers, where contestants would engage in combat to win prizes, while the audience placed bets, cultivating a lucrative enterprise. Clara's eyes betrayed her unabashed disdain. Such battles disregarded the sanctity of life, often resulting in gruesome spectacles, with contestants being mercilessly cleaved in two. Occasionally, slaves would be forced to compete, and the inherently kind-hearted Clara found this utterly intolerable. Rod maintained a calm demeanor, acknowledging the natural order of competition and mutual consent, deeming it unworthy of further discussion. The match commenced swiftly, featuring two towering figures whose aggressive styles ignited a fervent atmosphere among the audience. The arena descended into a state of frenzy as competitors ascended the stage, only to be vanquished, gradually escalating the excitement of the event. Many spectators, in a display of enthusiasm, cast aside their outer garments, waving them in the air. With each bout concluded, the victors celebrated exuberantly, their shouts of joy contrasting sharply with the defeated, who expressed their discontent with vehement exclamations, some even contemplating wagering their fortunes. During the intermissions, alluring dancers clad in revealing attire took to the stage, maintaining a relentless fervor throughout the proceedings. Pathetic, Rod mused, shaking his head at the spectacle. The participants predominantly belonged to the lower echelons of this new world, lacking even the mastery of the dual-colored dominance. It was no wonder they fought so desperately for a mere prize. Of course, it is so, Kurla remarked. In a few days, when the true tournament begins, skilled contenders will emerge. Even some pirate captains newly arrived in this world will step onto the stage to engage in combat. While the devil fruits are openly priced, they often remain elusive in the marketplace. Rod nodded gently. The most significant reason, perhaps, lies in the fact that these pirate captains, upon arriving in the New World, have felt the overwhelming disparity in strength akin to that between heaven and earth and are eager to grow stronger. They are even willing to gamble on the powers of devil fruits without hesitation. Strength, indeed, holds a far greater allure than wealth or power. With strength, one can attain riches, authority, and status, thereby securing everything desired and realizing one's dreams, he mused. Rod was fortunate. The existence of the Book of Knowledge altered his fate, granting him the opportunity to ascend to greatness and gaze upon the mundane world from above. Rod seized this chance, signifying that the world would indeed be transformed. As dusk approached, Rod and his companion departed from the arena and sought refuge in a hotel. Soon, Sabo joined them, and the three engaged in a brief discussion before retiring for the night. Naturally, Rod continued his practice of thunderbody forging in lieu of sleep, a discipline to which he would never grow indifferent. The time had now arrived in the year 1521 of the Oceanic calendar, drawing ever closer to that tumultuous era, and the time available for Rod to strengthen himself in peace was rapidly diminishing. The ensuing days would be dedicated to gathering intelligence while awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Rod ambled leisurely, for the hotel was ill-suited for rigorous exercise. He wandered through the town, and upon encountering a weapon shop, he ventured inside. hoping to procure a fine sword akin to that of Zaros. However, such treasures appeared to be elusive. The competitive nature of the New World rendered the prospect of unclaimed, renowned blades exceedingly rare. After several days of fruitless searching, Rod found himself at the last day of his quest. That afternoon, as he entered the arena, he immediately sensed a palpable shift in atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the previous days. The audience sat in hushed anticipation, their breaths held. This gathering was composed of individuals of exceptional caliber, either affluent or formidable in strength, heightened by the presence of imposing bodyguards stationed nearby, each armed and exuding a cold, steely gaze that spoke of rigorous training. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as a procession ascended to the elevated VIP section. It was none other than the formidable captain of the Beast Pirates, Barkley. Oh, and the island sovereign, Bell, has also arrived. Ah, the captain of the Silver Sword Pirates is here as well. It is rumored he is in search of a devil fruit and may even participate personally. Each notable figure's entrance sparked a flurry of murmurs below. Some eyes gleamed with envy, while others burned with resentment, and many sighed in exasperation. These individuals were renowned across these waters, some even possessing a reputation that echoed throughout the entirety of the New World. Who was that woman? She is stunning. The crowd below was rife with astonishment, with several men, lacking in composure, visibly captivated. Even the Queen of Sweet Street, Stussy, was unrecognized by some. Perhaps it's time to reconsider one's standing in the New World. A mocking voice echoed. The speaker paused, suddenly recalling something, their face paling as they hastily fell silent. Kello wore a grave expression, whispering, "So it is Stussy who graces us with her presence. No wonder Belle has come directly to the venue." What was unexpected, however, was the attendance of even the captain of the Beast's Pirates, suggesting that Stussy's standing in the underworld was far more elevated than one might have anticipated. Rod nodded slightly. Stussy's presence at the main table during the tea party hosted by the formidable Big Mom clearly indicated her status as a remarkable figure. Even the muscular members of the Beast Pirates had to show her respect. This was advantageous, as it diverted attention towards this side, making Sabo's actions considerably smoother. Carol let out a sigh of relief. Yet it would be prudent for us to create a larger commotion, as we had little to lose. Indeed. Rod nodded and surveyed his surroundings, searching for Peach Rabbit. Given the magnitude of the occasion, it was only natural that she would also be present. Of course, it was unlikely she would attend in her naval capacity. Rather, she would be among the audience, as this was the territory of the Beast Pirates. To openly flaunt her identity as a naval officer here could spell trouble. The Emperor Kaido was indeed a true madman, a reckless fiend, should the Navy provoke him. He would not hesitate to assault a naval base, even the headquarters. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice suddenly drifted from behind him. "Little brat, were you looking for me?" Chapter 40. The agreement on that sun-drenched afternoon, with the sun blazing and a gentle breeze wafting through, Rod inexplicably sensed a chill, as if he had stepped into a wintry realm, causing his entire being to stiffen slightly. He slowly turned around and beheld a familiar figure. The VIP seats were lavishly adorned, and a tall, graceful woman reclined in one of the chairs, casually crossing her legs. One arm languidly draped over the armrest while the other supported her chin, her posture reminiscent of a legendary figure surveying those below. Her silky black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a sheer, flowing black gown with a plunging neckline. Although her bosom was not particularly ample, it was nonetheless noteworthy, exquisitely delicate. The high slit of her dress revealed a pair of breathtakingly long legs, intertwined like two white serpents entwined in a dance. The stark contrast between the black fabric of her gown and her pale legs exuded an intoxicating allure. Her figure was enchantingly curvaceous, and though her beauty did not strike one as astonishing, it possessed a captivating charm, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Her bright eyes and radiant smile bore a playful glint as she regarded Rod and the others. Rod never anticipated that this woman would be so perceptive, and the coincidence of their proximity left him momentarily bewildered. However, Keela, quick to respond, instantly adopted a playful demeanor, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful, big sister." Indeed. It has been proven that complimenting a woman's beauty is eternally in vogue, especially when uttered by a youthful and radiant girl like Keela. If Rod's memory serves him right, Peach Rabbit is not so young anymore. Upon hearing the compliment, Peach Rabbit smiled and replied, "Such sweet words from a young lady." Her gaze held a deeper meaning, as Rod and his companion clearly recognized her as a candidate for a high-ranking position. Quite remarkable indeed. Nevertheless, Peach Rabbit had no intention of putting the two juniors in a difficult position, and the subtle sharpness in her expression gradually softened. Keela, ever astute, quickly discerned this nuance and seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. After all, they were part of the Navy, not ruthless pirates, and given Peach Rabbit's casual attire, it was evident she was here for leisure. Rod sighed in relief upon witnessing the scene. In the original narrative, there were scant references to the character of Tao Rabbit, and he found it difficult to gauge the personality of this formidable figure, thus refraining from making hasty judgments. Fortunately, Keela possessed an abundance of experience in endearing antics, effortlessly diffusing the tension. She had also arrived. Should I exhibit sufficient prowess in swordsmanship, I could relax. As Rod's thoughts became more animated, a flicker of enthusiasm ignited within him. From an early age, he had committed to a path of self-improvement centered around swordsmanship. Yet the current dominance of thunderous power rendered this philosophy somewhat awkward. Only through apprenticing under a grand swordsman and engaging in a systematic and profound study of the art could he hope to surpass his limitations. Otherwise, he would remain in this uncomfortable predicament. The energy from the Book of Knowledge would continuously amplify through battles and training, naturally enhancing the power of thunder. Little one, do you intend to become my disciple? Rod was deep in thought when Tao Tu suddenly spoke, startling both him and the other person. How do you know? Rod inquired cautiously, a hint of trepidation coloring his tone. The situation was indeed unsettling. Once could be attributed to chance, but twice bordered on the extraordinary. Could it be that this rare female sword master possessed an ability to see into the hearts of others? There were precedents for such phenomena, such as Princess E.G. of Mermaid Island, who naturally wielded the power of observation haki, capable of hearing the inner voices of others. It was not unreasonable for a woman like Tao Tu, a pure swordswoman, to possess such a gift. You reveal your thoughts far too openly. You are still quite inexperienced. Tao Tu remarked with a faint smile, her words laden with meaning. Upon hearing this, Rod's expression shifted, and he almost instantaneously entered a state of intense focus. His thoughts converging into a singular line, his spirit and energy highly concentrated, his gaze as tranquil as a mirror-like lake. Oh, Tao Tu exclaimed softly. Glancing at Rod with a hint of surprise, she hadn't anticipated his reaction to be so swift and penetrating. What astonished her even more was Rod's profound mastery of this focused state. This state of concentration is a fundamental attribute possessed by all sword masters. In a certain sense, this foundation can also be regarded as a talent or gift. Most sword masters require a period of preparation to enter the state, ranging from the brief span of a single sword stroke to as long as a minute. Only a select few top-tier sword masters, and even fewer great sword masters, can achieve such a seamless transition into focus as Rod did. Unbeknownst to her, Rod practiced this state almost every night for physical refinement, thus mastering it with remarkable proficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Tu inquired, "How old are you?" 17, he replied. Rod initially entertained a thought in his mind. Realizing that Tao Rabbit was oblivious to it, he exhaled a sigh of relief and spoke. It is indeed rather unpleasant to have one's innermost thoughts easily discerned by others. The activity of thought generates brainwaves that radiate outward. Those with keen perception, such as the observant and perceptive, can capture these signals and subsequently comprehend the essence of one's heart. However, the majority of formidable individuals possess a resolute will, capable of consolidating their mental focus, achieving a state akin to that of a master swordsman as concentration. Tao Rabbit's ability appears effective only against ordinary individuals or those of lesser strength. Yet, in the throes of intense battle, when thoughts are tumultuous, it is conceivable that one's intentions could be captured, resulting in an effect reminiscent of precognition. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, Rod gained a more intuitive understanding of this seemingly terrifying ability. Fear often stems from the unknown. Once understood, it is not as daunting as it seems. While he was deep in thought, Tao Rabbit suddenly interjected, saying, "If you can defeat everyone in this arena, I will consider mentoring you for a period of time." Rod's face was clouded with concern, yet Keela had already exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful! With your guidance, Rod will surely be overjoyed." The expressionless Peach Rabbit replied, "Let us speak of that once he has triumphed over all." Rod glanced at Kira and noticed that her surprise was entirely genuine. She seemed to harbor no reservations regarding Tao Tu's naval identity, simply feeling that this matter was beneficial for Rod. What a truly innocent and sentimental young girl she is. Rod felt a profound sense of admiration within. Yet he spoke with remarkable tranquility. "Then I shall ask you to await my demonstration, teacher." "I am not your teacher yet," replied Tao Tu, her tone devoid of embellishment, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. a 17-year-old swordsman with an exceptional foundation. Such talent is indeed a rarity to be found even in the farthest corners of the world at this moment. He was merely upholding the dignity and composure of his mentor. Kurla silently mocked, "The mirth in your eyes is practically spilling over, old friend." Meanwhile, the arena had entered a pivotal stage. A towering figure clad in animal hides, ruggedly handsome, appeared to have emerged from the wilderness. Surveying his challengers with an air of superiority, he had already vanquished 7 or 8 adversaries, including formidable opponents and those endowed with the powers of devil fruits. His mastery of armament hockey was remarkable, and his martial techniques, though straightforward and brutal, possessed an innate elegance. His assaults were reminiscent of ferocious beasts, fierce and unyielding. When in motion, he resembled a leopard on the hunt, swift and agile. Even the stalwart of the beast pirates, Barclay, expressed unrestrained admiration for him. Chapter 41. The entrance silence enveloped the arena momentarily. Many who had initially brimming with confidence, observing from the sidelines, could not help but reconsider their resolve. For this brute named House was overwhelmingly powerful. Judging by Rod's standards, he was at least nearing the level of a Marine branch major. And he was the embodiment of a solid martial artist. Brute force sufficed. As long as his defenses were unbroken, House could overwhelm his opponents with sheer strength. Was there anyone left to offer counsel? House stood in the center, his gaze calmly sweeping across the expanse, exuding a formidable aura. He coveted the devil fruit before him. An animal type 1. Securing this fruit would significantly enhance his chances of joining the beast pirates and attaining a commendable rank. Having navigated the New World for so long, House understood well that without a sufficiently powerful backing, survival in this chaotic realm was arduous, as one could easily attract formidable foes. The notorious reputation of Kaido of the Beast was known far and wide. Under such a protective leader, one would naturally feel the most secure. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates were also a viable option, yet he found no way to approach them and was left to settle for second best. House's voice resonated across the vast arena, yet no response came forth. Was this competition to conclude thus? Impossible. There remained many in the VIP section yet to make their entrance, still observing, unwilling to reveal themselves too soon. In this arena, there were no intermissions. The earlier one entered, the more susceptible one became to being targeted. Whispers filled the air as people's gazes turned towards the elevated platform. Bell furrowed his brow slightly. While House's strength was commendable, it had yet to meet his expectations, prompting him to consider covert maneuvers to have his allies intervene. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped from the VIP section, miraculously leveraging the air for a second time, landing gracefully in the arena like a fleeting swallow. This effortless poise left the onlookers in awe. "Step back. I have no desire to kill you." He spoke with a tone imbued with an undeniable authority. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Captain Reynard of the Silver Sword had truly made his move. He was a formidable pirate with a staggering bounty of 190 million. It was rumored that a few months prior, the Silver Sword pirates had encountered a devastating storm, suffering significant losses, and Reynard's esteemed title had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. It appeared he intended to leverage this opportunity to join the Beast Pirates. For only a force as powerful as the 4 emperors could provide the resources and manpower necessary to rebuild his crew. All gazes were filled with profound respect as they regarded Captain Reynard. House's expression shifted as well. He clearly had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Yet, the devil fruit at stake was crucial for his future plans. Retreat was not an option he was willing to consider. "Please." He bowed deeply, clasping his fists. "Come at me." Reynard kept one hand behind his back, while the other was subtly raised. Upon witnessing this, House's fury ignited. Though this man was indeed a renowned captain who had carved his way through the Grand Line into the New World, House himself was no stranger to power. How could he tolerate such humiliation? With a fierce roar, he stomped his foot onto the ground, propelling himself forward like a bullet, his fingers clenched into a fist, imbued with the power of hockey, and he launched a punch directly at Captain Reynard. The force of his strike was akin to a cataclysm, generating a deafening sound of tearing air. As House's heavy fist approached, Reynard did not flinch nor draw his sword. Instead, he tightened his right hand and countered with a punch of his own. His strike was silent yet swift, arriving before House's blow could land. With a crack, their fists collided, and House was sent sprawling backward like a mere straw, spitting blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground. In a single blow, the disparity between them was glaringly evident. House, a master of physical combat, found himself unable to match the strength of this swordsman renowned for his blade. It was clear to all present that the gap between the two was insurmountable. The arena fell into silence, with every onlooker reflecting the unmistakable realization. In their eyes, the outcome of this contest had been sealed the moment Reynard had struck. There would be no alteration to the result. Shall we continue? Reynard calmly withdrew his fist, standing with his hands clasped behind him. House's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. As a master of physical prowess, his robust physique meant he would not sustain severe injury from a single blow. However, the strength demonstrated by Reynard was truly chilling. If he could send him flying without drawing his sword, what would happen if he did? Very well, I concede. He lowered his head, retreating in despondence. Upon the high platform, Buckley, the pillar of the beast pirates, observed the scene and instructed his subordinates to approach House. House's characteristics harmonized seamlessly with the ethos of the beast pirates, even more so than Silver Sword Leonard. However, given the public nature of the competition, he refrained from disrupting the established order and opted to extend his invitation privately. Congratulations are in order, securing 2 formidable generals, Stussy remarked, stifling a giggle that carried an innate allure. Buckley, upon hearing this, smiled in return. Stationed on an island, he would seize any opportunity to recruit suitable individuals. In truth, the Yonko pirate crews of the New World resemble more of warlord factions, each governing their own territories. They too seek to amass followers, manage enterprises, delineate spheres of influence, and even clandestinely explore technological advancements. Meanwhile, Leonard stood calmly in the arena, his demeanor relaxed, evidently unperturbed by the prospect of challengers. His gaze burned fervently upon the devil fruit on the high platform, his fists clenched in determination. After enduring significant setbacks, the once fiery ambition of venturing into the new world had been tempered, and his resolve to focus solely on the sword had waned. The previously shunned devil fruit now seemed trivial in the pursuit of strength. Rod, it's your turn to act, murmured Keela from the VIP section, glancing at the unfolding situation. Defeating Leonard should deter any further challengers, thus avoiding a wheel battle. Peach Rabbit cast a surprised glance at Keela, as her tone exuded unwavering confidence in Rod's ability to triumph over Leonard. Initially, she had contemplated lowering her expectations, considering Leonard was not a foe easily managed by someone of Rod's youth. However, the current circumstances hinted at a discrepancy. Rod appeared to be even more exceptional than anticipated. Rod gently nodded. At the moment when everyone believed the competition had reached its conclusion, he unexpectedly leaped into the arena and stepped steadily towards the center. Standing face to face with Reynard. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Reynard inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he pointed to himself. A person's name. A tree shadow. The captain of the Silver Sword had fought his way to the New World, vanquishing rear admirals, suffering defeats at the hands of vice admirals, and traversing countless perilous terrains, enduring storms and tribulations, earning a reputation that was nothing short of legendary. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be confronted by someone so young, perhaps not even half his age. You are not mistaken. It is indeed I who shall challenge you. Rod displayed an impassive expression. His age had always been a significant hindrance, making skepticism from others a commonplace occurrence. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Rod's physique remained within the bounds of an average individual, perhaps slightly taller, which did little to convey an impression of formidable strength. In Chapter 42, The Young Swordsman, it is noted that the majority of formidable figures in the world of pirates are robustly built, with most towering around 2 meters, while the admirals of the Navy generally approach 3 meters in height, and the 4 emperors are even more exaggerated in their proportions. However, the pirate realm is not devoid of individuals possessing normal physiques yet exhibiting monstrous strength, such as the 4 Emperor Shanks and the world-renowned swordsman Dracul Myhawk. Yet, these individuals have long been established and weathered, and few would perceive someone like Rod, whose visage still bore a hint of youthfulness, as particularly powerful. There may be some latent ability, but it was improbable that he could rival the Silver Sword Reinhardt. Consequently, as soon as Rod spoke, a chorus of derisive jeers erupted from the crowd. On the elevated platform, Buckley could not suppress a bemused expression, turning to Bell to inquire, "Did you bring this lad up here for amusement? How could I possibly be that dull?" Perhaps he believes Reinhard would show restraint, seeking merely to make a name for himself. Bell responded, shaking his head in amused disbelief. This young man is utterly oblivious to the peril he faces. Reinhard spared House clearly because he recognized Buckley's fondness for him, merely returning a favor. The reputation of the Silver Sword was forged through countless battles, with the number of heads claimed beneath his blade easily reaching 800, if not 1,000. Meanwhile, Stussy observed with a subtle smile, her eyes gleaming with inscrutable meaning. She cast a glance towards the distant VIP section, for as a member of CP0, it was impossible for her not to recognize the illustrious figure of Peach Rabbit, a renowned swordsman and candidate for admiral. Perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye, Stussy murmured softly. Bell, taken aback by her words, momentarily faltered in comprehension. He glanced at Rod on the stage, particularly noting the youthful and handsome visage of the young man, and suddenly understood, unable to suppress an internal critique. Could this old hag be considering the notion of a May-December romance? This lad is young enough to be her son. At that moment in the arena, Reinhard, having received confirmation, calmed himself and spoke with a dispassionate tone. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. Enough with the idle chatter, let us engage in battle. Rod appeared utterly relaxed and devoid of a combat stance, casually standing there. However, the moment he grasped the hilt of his sword, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, reminiscent of an unparalleled divine sword being unsheathed, radiating a chillingly sharp aura that pierced the very soul. Sensing the unique essence of a swordmaster that suddenly emanated from Rod, Leonard's expression shifted instantly. He abandoned his previous underestimation and fixed his gaze upon Rod with solemnity. In the next instant, Rod began to draw his sword slowly, with excruciating slowness, inch by inch. Yet it instilled in Leonard a sense of impending danger, as he felt an increasingly formidable presence. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the onlookers perceived a flash of light, followed by a dazzling arc of silver sword energy that surged forth, tearing through the air and earth as it swept horizontally towards Leonard. With a decisive slash, faced with Rod's sword energy, Leonard's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be complacent and unsheathed his own sword for a counterattack without hesitation. In an instant, a verdant blade of sword energy erupted forth to meet Rod's strike. The two energies collided mid-air in an explosive display, scattering into shards that rent the arena's ground asunder, a breathtaking spectacle. They had reached an impasse. This young man was indeed a formidable swordsman, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments before, House had found it hard to believe he could scarcely withstand a single punch from Leonard, yet this young man had effortlessly parried a sword strike, the implications of which were self-evident. In a flash, observing this scene, Leonard's gaze darkened, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing at close range. One sword style Iato. The blade, infused with the fierce aura of armed color, sliced through the air, producing a deafening tearing sound as it aimed toward Rod. Before the sword even reached him, Rod felt an almost imperceptible sting on his face. This is intriguing. Rod took a serious stance, gripping his sword firmly with both hands, the hardened armament color enveloping it. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged forward. The clang of metal echoed violently, unleashing an invisible shockwave that swept through the arena. The two pitch-black blades, imbued with the essence of armament color, clashed momentarily before separating and engaging in a frenzied series of strikes. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens, if not hundreds, of blows, with most spectators merely perceiving two shadowy figures entangled in combat, each collision generating a fierce energy that tore through the air. The terrifying velocity of their duel whipped up fierce winds, sending dust swirling about. The battle between these swordmasters was nothing short of breathtaking. Is this truly Leonard's formidable strength? It was utterly daunting. House felt a chill of sweat trickling down his spine. He realized how fortunate he was. Had he confronted such a powerhouse in the outside world, he would have been swiftly annihilated. Now that he was a part of the Beast Pirates, he vowed to strive diligently, aiming to acquire a devil fruit and bolster his strength. His resolve hardened with each thought. With a loud thud, the two figures abruptly disengaged, retreating several meters while gasping for breath. Even with their extraordinary physiques and remarkable stamina, the intensity of their fierce exchanges had begun to take its toll. You are quite impressive, but you still lack the edge to surpass me, Leonard declared with a proud expression, for he had been dominating the earlier exchanges. Rod's speed and strength were just shy of his own, and his armament color was slightly weaker, though his observation hockey was comparatively stronger. In the VIP section, Peach Rabbit calmly analyzed the situation, seeing through Rod's capabilities. To secure victory, he would need more than his current prowess. Let us wait and see. Clara remarked with a gentle smile, this fellow is rather extraordinary. Peach Rabbit's expression shifted slightly. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the stage, ever ready to intervene. She would not place her hopes on something as ephemeral as chance. As a grandmaster swordsman and a superlative force atop the world, she was accustomed to having everything under her control, accustomed to acting according to her own preferences. She had taken a liking to Rod as her apprentice, and she would not allow him to come to harm. He could not perish in such a trivial locale. Back in the arena, upon hearing Leonard's confident declaration, Rod remained expressionless and offered no reply. Suddenly, he raised his sword, executing a swift, overhead strike. With a whoosh, in the next instant, a torrent of blue sword energy, imbued with terrifying thunder, erupted forth, expanding like a curtain of light and encompassing a radius of over 10 meters, creating a veritable domain of thunder. Thunder, known for its swiftness, the lightning blended seamlessly with the sword energy, creating a speed akin to flashes of light. Leonard barely had time to harden his entire body before being engulfed by the thunderous tempest. Crackling and sizzling ensued, even with the protection of his hardened armament color. The horrific power of the lightning inflicted excruciating pain upon Leonard, causing his muscles to convulse, his body to sting, and his hair to stand on end. In the next moment, Leonard stumbled out from the thunder, propelling himself several dozen meters before finally halting to catch his breath, exhaling a plume of black smoke. His expression exceedingly grim. The vast arena fell into a profound silence as everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the young figure bathed in lightning, resembling a deity. Chapter 43. Chaos Thunder? Is he a user of the devil fruit? Tao Tu narrowed her eyes slightly, her dissatisfaction evident as she directed her gaze towards Kira. Purely devoted swordsmen, or those who pursue the pinnacle of the sword path, generally harbor disdain for the devil fruits, emphasizing sincerity and complete immersion in their craft. No. Kira quickly shook her head, responding earnestly, Rod is certainly not a devil fruit user. I am well aware of this. This is the thunder sword intent. As she spoke, Kira regarded Tao Tu with a hint of confusion. How could such a prominent swordsman fail to recognize the essence of sword intent? Tao Tu, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, her previously composed visage betraying a flicker of astonishment. Thunder sword intent? What kind of thunderous sword intent could achieve such a level? Tao Tu scrutinized Kira, skepticism lacing her words. Are you certain? Absolutely, Kira affirmed without hesitation. Tao Tu furrowed her brow. She could discern that Kira was not deceiving her. Yet it was precisely because of this truth that she found it hard to believe. As a formidable swordsman standing at the pinnacle of the sword path, Tao Tu possessed a deep understanding of sword intent. Few in the world could rival her comprehension. Rod's sword intent is truly exaggerated, so much so that one might mistake it for the natural powers of the thunder fruit. The three formidable figures atop the platform were equally astonished. This is no ordinary force of lightning. Even Leonard cannot withstand it, and its might should not be underestimated. Bell felt a slight chill with his strength. He could only momentarily evade the brunt of this thunderous power. An intriguing young lad. This fellow likely did not come merely for the devil fruit. Barkley chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Amidst Stussie's surprise, a flicker of speculation arose within her. Could this young man be a disciple of Peach Rabbit, or perhaps a younger relative? Such potential deserves an earnest exchange, should the opportunity arise. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Stussie could not help but lick her lips, her gaze fervently fixed upon the proud figure wielding the sword. Meanwhile, in the arena, gazing at the distant Leonard, Rod spoke calmly. What now? Leonard's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, but fortunately, under the armor of hockey, no one could see it. Do not be too arrogant, he roared, stomping the ground before launching himself at Rod. Swoosh! Before he could draw near, he slashed through the air with his sword, unleashing a torrent of teal sword energy aimed at Rod. Too slow. In his thunderous form, Rod's speed and reflexes were enhanced, surpassing Leonard's, combined with his superior observation hockey. Victory was beyond Leonard's grasp. Yet, fueled by his fury, Leonard managed a desperate burst of strength, allowing him to contend with Rod, albeit barely. As blades clashed and figures intertwined, dazzling arcs of lightning obscured everything. Spectators could only catch glimpses of two elusive silhouettes colliding, with only a select few powerful enough to penetrate the mist and discern the unfolding drama. Gradually, as the thunderous power enveloping the arena transformed from a pale blue to a deep blue, a charred figure was violently hurled from the fray. This was not merely a darkening from hockey's hardening. It was genuine charred flesh. Leonard crashed to the ground some distance away, his body marred by sword wounds, his clothing torn and scorched, resembling a tree struck by celestial lightning, utterly disheveled. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Rod in the distance, who stood without a hint of breathlessness, merely a bit disheveled. Leonard could not help but sigh softly, only to wince in pain as the slightest movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. It was evident to anyone with sense that Leonard was utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Rod stood calmly in the arena, his demeanor serene as he softly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to engage with me?" A profound silence enveloped the space. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the fallen Leonard, who moments ago had been perceived as the harbinger of victory. They had anticipated that the moment the Silver Sword Leonard made his move, the contest would conclude. Yet, unexpectedly, a youthful swordsman, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, emerged, wielding the power of thunder, and decisively felled Leonard. In attendance were individuals of notable stature, either affluent or formidable, each cognizant of the implications such potential held. Stussy discreetly swallowed hard, contemplating how to coordinate with Toru should conflict arise. However, upon reflection, she concluded that with Toru's prowess, finding a worthy opponent on this isle would be improbable, thus alleviating her concerns. Bale, contrastingly, harbored no such thoughts. He resembled more a merchant than a warrior, managing the island as a vassal under the beast pirates. Conversely, Buckley appeared considerably more solemn. If they could not recruit this talent, they must preemptively extinguish it. Such potential, if allowed to flourish, would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable adversary. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he prepared to act. Meanwhile, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly erupted from Bale's stronghold in the distance, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the arena. Chaos ensued as individuals stumbled and scrambled to escape, fearing the fallout. What transpired? Bale sprang to his feet, hastening toward his headquarters. Buckley, noticing the commotion, furrowed his brow slightly, issuing a command to his subordinates before following suit. Most of the beast pirates were brutes, and individuals with strategic acumen were scarce. Thus, Bale's safety was paramount. With the Carl brothers stepping in, the young lad should not evade capture. With this thought, he quickened his pace to catch up with Bale and vacate the premises. Stussy, relieved that a major confrontation would not erupt, quietly vanished from the elevated platform. She sought an opportunity to familiarize herself with Rod, this promising talent. Should the chance arise, she would not shy away from forging a connection with this young and striking individual. As the arena descended into tumult, Rod gestured toward Curl and then departed with the throng. This uproar was evidently instigated by Sabo. The trio had previously agreed upon a rendezvous point, though it seemed he would not be returning to headquarters with Sabo and the others, at least for the moment. Observing Rod's departure, Curl, despite internally critiquing Sabo for causing such a ruckus, maintained a composed exterior and respectfully addressed Toru. "Please follow me. We have a designated meeting place." "Very well." Peach Rabbit gracefully rose, her tall and elegant figure eliciting a twinge of inferiority in Keela, who felt considerably shorter in comparison. Yet, it was primarily due to the overwhelming presence of this formidable female swordsman that Keela instinctively felt a sense of reverence. Chapter 44. Sniping Indeed. Sabo proved to be the very embodiment of chaos, a source of considerable distress even for Keela. The commotion he caused was nothing short of monumental. Outside the arena, one could observe a sea of anxious faces, as the preceding tremors had felt akin to an earthquake. It remained a mystery what exactly Sabo had unleashed. Rod, filled with curiosity yet unconcerned for Saber's safety, recognized the latter's formidable strength. After walking for a while, he arrived at a rather secluded street where the foot traffic had dwindled. Rod then came to a halt and, with a calm demeanor, uttered, "Come forth." No sooner had the words left his lips than a robust figure emerged from around the corner, towering at approximately 2.5 meters. Clad in armor and draped in a feathered cloak, adorned with horns atop his head and possessing long hair, he resembled a barbarian, an appearance typical of the formal members of the Beast Pirates. "Boss Buckley requests your presence," Carl stated in a flat tone, devoid of any fluctuation, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. As a formal member of the Yonko pirate crew and the strongest subordinate under the command of the formidable Buckley, the mere act of using the word request was a considerable gesture of respect towards Rod. Rod's potential is indeed remarkable, yet until it is fully realized, all discussions are merely idle talk. In the world of pirates, strength is the ultimate currency, not potential. "What if I choose not to go?" Rod replied nonchalantly. "That is not for you to decide." A cold glimmer flashed in Carl's eyes. "You alone are insufficient." Rod gently rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, facing off against his opponent. The atmosphere abruptly thickened, and the scattered passers-by on the street felt an overwhelming chill that compelled them to flee hastily. In an instant, only Rod and Carl remained on the street. As a gentle breeze wafted by, whoosh, the two figures almost simultaneously vanished from their positions, each stirring up a tempest as they collided. Clang! The long sword clashed with the curved dagger, resonating like thunder across the street. The tremendous force radiated outward, sending debris flying in all directions, while the cobblestones beneath them fractured into intricate fissures, causing the entire street to tremble. With a mighty push after a brief stalemate, Carl unleashed a surge of raw power, forcefully propelling Rod backward. A wielder of animalistic abilities, perhaps? Rod's expression was tranquil as he lightly stepped upon the air, gracefully descending to the ground without a trace of earthly presence. The formidable members of the Beast Pirates are predominantly Zoan-type users, renowned for their robust physiques and astonishing brute strength, led by the infamous Kaido, one of the four emperors, who is heralded as the mightiest creature across land, sea, and sky. This is a group that seems intent on transforming their intellect into sheer muscle. It is only natural for Rod to feel overpowered in terms of strength. Once the power of lightning can be harnessed to refine his internal organs, this disparity should be significantly mitigated. In the world of pirates, the strong are often diligent, and Rod does not possess a considerable advantage in terms of effort if he wishes to bridge the gap in physical prowess. He must rely on the unique properties of thunderous power. At this moment, despite his internal organs being somewhat fortified by the enhancement of his physique, they still fall short of the direct augmentation provided by electrical currents. Without a confidence level exceeding 90%, Rod is reluctant to recklessly manipulate his internal organs, as this involves far more complexities than mere muscles or bones. Bang! Upon partially transforming, Carl's stature grew increasingly colossal, nearing 3 meters in height. When he charged, it resembled a tank barreling through, exuding immense force. Rod did not engage directly. Instead, he activated his thunder mode, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, narrowing his eyes, he detected an opening and surged forward, unleashing a swift strike. One sword style, Iato. This fundamental sword technique, akin to a full-force slash, was certainly within Rod's repertoire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Empowered by the might of thunder and the enhancement of armament haki, the bluish-black blade, infused with astonishing tearing force, struck Carl's arm, producing a sound of cutting that sent shivers down the spine. After a brief stalemate, the blade pierced through the armament haki and gradually sliced through the fur of the Zoan-type user, who relied on its resilience to withstand gunfire, yet was ultimately ensnared by the incredibly tough muscle, halting just before the bone. Damn it! In agony, Carl's eyes turned crimson, resembling a frenzied lion as he swung his scimitar towards Rod. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Rod swiftly withdrew, for he was no resilient beast like Carl. Taking that strike head-on would spell his demise. Yet, in that fleeting instant, his observation haki surged violently, a sharp pain piercing his brow, as if his very heart threatened to leap from his chest. Danger! Death awaited. Fortunately, Rod's cognitive reflexes were remarkably swift, and under the activation of the thunderous power coursing through him, his nerves managed to keep pace, albeit just barely. Thus, in the briefest of moments, he inclined his body slightly to the left as a pitch-black bullet, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, hurtled towards him, grazing the skin of his forehead. A trickle of blood cascaded down his face. Rod could feel a searing pain emanating from his forehead, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed hair. Yet, his expression remained utterly impassive, growing increasingly indifferent, exuding an aura of extreme danger, akin to a wounded beast poised to strike. A sniper, perhaps? It had been quite some time since he had sustained an injury. The power of thunder seemed to awaken, surging with wild intensity, as if it were conjuring a tempestuous realm of lightning in the vicinity. In the next instant, Rod propelled himself forward, stepping upon the very essence of thunder, leaping like a bolt of lightning and crashing into the rooftop of a nearby edifice with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the building began to crumble. Carl, who had yet to arrive for assistance, witnessed his brother, Carla, being violently hurled from the structure, blood spraying from his mouth as he fell, his complexion a vivid crimson, hair standing on end, landing heavily upon the ground. Are you all right? Carl rushed forward, keeping a vigilant eye on Rod's direction as he whispered the question. Carla's face bore a pallid hue intermingled with shock and disbelief. He had been located by Rod and struck down. He acknowledged this fact. After all, a sniper is not well equipped to handle close encounters. What truly astonished him was the realization that his well-aimed shot had missed its mark entirely. "Oh, I grazed him slightly," he muttered, but what significance did that hold? It was utterly unfathomable. How could this young man have reacted so swiftly? Cursing under his breath, Carla endured the pain and rose to his feet, slightly trailing behind Carl. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to increase the distance between them by 3 paces. "I need to contact Boss Barkley immediately." Glancing at Rod as he descended from the rooftop, Carla resolved to call for reinforcements. Unlike Carl, who was a mere muscle-bound brute, he possessed a clearer understanding of the dire situation. Given Rod's displayed prowess, even if they could manage to defeat him, it was highly improbable they could kill him. With a swift motion, a specially designed signal flare was launched into the air, soaring upward with remarkable speed, like a flash of lightning, before erupting into a brilliant crimson emergency distress signal. Trouble loomed on the horizon. Rod furrowed his brow slightly. He possessed ample confidence in his ability to eliminate the Carl brothers, yet he was uncertain about accomplishing it swiftly. After all, the combination of one distant and one near was inherently challenging, especially considering that the formidable beings of the pirate world often exhibited remarkable vitality. Chapter 45, A Sword from Peach Rabbit, Belle's Stronghold. In a frenzied dash, Belle and Barkley swiftly arrived at their destination, soon grasping the unfolding circumstances. It was reported that a mysterious individual had detonated a substantial quantity of explosives, breaching the castle and liberating the enslaved captives. "Damn it, where's the guard squad?" Belle clenched his fists, his expression darkening, for he had discovered that some crucial intelligence hidden in his residence had gone missing. "Lord Norsley has been defeated. That mysterious figure is incredibly powerful. With a single punch, he sent Norsley flying. We were utterly incapable of resisting him." The guards clamored, attempting to distance themselves from the incident, aware that they would bear responsibility for this debacle. Belle's countenance turned ashen, yet his anxiety and trepidation waned slightly. It should not be the world government. Had they discovered his identity, their agents would have been dispatched to execute a cleansing mission. Could it be a rival from the underworld? As Belle pondered this, his expression abruptly shifted upon noticing an urgent distress signal in the distance. The Carl brothers were unable to subdue that young man. Barkley, equally astonished, struggled to fathom the situation. The Carl brothers, one an adept of the animal-type devil fruit, and the other a fearsome marksman, possessed formidable combat capabilities when united. They could easily subdue opponents of the caliber of Silver Sword Reinhard, and slaying them would be a trivial task. Their reputation was formidable in these waters. They had even clashed with members of the Whitebeard pirates, solidifying their status as true warriors. Yet, unexpectedly, they were now compelled to signal for assistance from a mere youth. "I will go ahead," Barkley declared resolutely, charging toward the source of the signal with astonishing speed, his massive frame crashing through all obstacles like a fearsome beast, shaking the ground and causing pedestrians to stumble. Simultaneously, the entire island stirred, as members of the beast's pirates, scattered in various directions, converged toward this location. If Rod were to insist on eliminating Carl and the others, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared within a formidable encirclement. Delaying until Buckley's arrival could even pose a threat to his life. "If you have the guts, then don't run, kid." Although Carl's reactions were somewhat sluggish, he was far from foolish. He swiftly grasped Kara's intentions and charged forward while hurling taunts to provoke Rod. Kara silently raised her sniper rifle, her presence a distant yet menacing distraction, capturing the majority of Rod's attention. A formidable sniper is a terrifying adversary. They wield specially modified firearms with bullets infused with hotkey, granting them extraordinary penetration capabilities. Furthermore, snipers typically possess remarkable observation hotkey, ensuring unparalleled shooting accuracy. Most pirate crews are equipped with snipers, such as Jesus Burgess from the Red-Haired Pirates. "Forget it. Let us retreat." Realizing the futility of the kill, Rod chose not to pursue further. It was unnecessary to place himself in danger for the sake of these two minor characters. Just then, a voice laced with amusement echoed from a short distance away. "It seems you've encountered some trouble." Rod turned to see Sabo casually seated atop a rooftop, wearing a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. "Your arrival is of little consequence," Rod remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Sabo, a master of physical combat, may have possessed greater strength than Rod at that moment. However, against Carl, a formidable behemoth with tough skin and immense muscle, achieving results in a short span was a daunting task. Sabo chuckled softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. A thunderous explosion echoed as Carl's massive form, charging forward with ferocity, suddenly faltered and was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. The earth trembled, and one could hear the sound of objects falling within nearby buildings. Sabo, with a nonchalant retraction of his fist, didn't he spare a glance at Carl or his companion, and turned to Rod with a grin, saying, "Let us depart. The beast pirates are swiftly approaching." In that very moment, a pitch-black bullet shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at Sabo. Rod had barely sensed the bullet when he saw Sabo gently raise the steel pipe, as if foreseeing the impending danger, positioning it before the oncoming projectile. With a resounding clang, the dark bullet, infused with tremendous kinetic energy, was deflected away by Sabo's steel pipe in an instant. Only then did the sound of gunfire belatedly reach their ears. Upon witnessing the scene, Rod narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished by the remarkable prowess of Sabo's observation hockey. Meanwhile, Carla was utterly bewildered. What is happening? How can the youth of today be so extraordinarily skilled? Just moments ago, one had deftly evaded his shots, and this one had the audacity to directly intercept with a weapon. Carla felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations, yet he refrained from uttering a single word. He was paralyzed with fear, daunted by the prospect of action. Should these two individuals decide to strike, while Carl might manage to hold out until reinforcements arrived, he would likely meet a grim fate, if not death, then at the very least, grievous injury. In the distance, a haunting sound echoed, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds approaching. Carl's and his companions' expressions brightened. Should more officers arrive, they would have confidence in thwarting Rod and his companion. Yet, at that moment, a chilling feminine voice seemed to descend from the heavens. "You two dare to harm my student?" Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a magnificent, seemingly boundless wave of cherry blossom-colored sword energy descended from the sky. The sword energy had not yet reached them, yet the oppressive force of its descent rendered the air thick and viscous, akin to water. Carl and his companion could barely lift their heads, their widened eyes reflecting sheer despair and dread. Boom. Nothing could adequately describe the brilliance of that sword strike. The awe-inspiring sword energy cascaded down like a waterfall of stars, instantaneously reducing Carl and his companion to mere dust before plunging into the earth without pause. Under the incredulous gazes of Rod, Sabo, and Carla, the street, stretching nearly 100 meters, was instantaneously transformed into a bottomless chasm, 5 to 6 meters wide. Such terrifying power. Sabo gazed down at the abyss, mere meters from his feet, unable to suppress a gulp, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Despite the depth of his observation hockey, capable of foreseeing Carla's sniper shot, he had not sensed the impending sword energy at all, or rather, he had been utterly incapable of reacting. Had that sword energy been aimed at him, his fate would likely have mirrored that of Carl and his companion. Rod lifted his head in a daze, gazing at the tall woman standing proudly against the sky, his mind overwhelmed with shock, rendering him speechless. Tao 2 was the second peak powerhouse he had ever encountered. Yet this was the first time he had witnessed such strength in action, even though his memory held many scenes more terrifying than this. The astonishment of witnessing it firsthand was beyond words. Carla, equally stupefied, seemed almost petrified. Despite her cleverness, she was utterly shaken by this nearly mythical power. It was said that the underworld king Riley cleaved an island with a single sword strike, which she had initially thought was an exaggeration. Now, as she swallowed hard, she felt a surge of joy, realizing that this was Rod's mentor, and with her guidance, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly soar to new heights. At that moment, Tao 2 slowly descended, her black dress gently swaying, her silky black hair dancing in the wind. Her alluring visage remained nonchalant, as if the destruction wrought by her strike was merely a fleeting illusion. Chapter 46. Farewells and Warships. When Barclay arrived at the scene and beheld the shocking abyssal fissure, he instinctively chose to heed his inner voice, abandoning any thoughts of pursuit. In simpler terms, he resolved to follow his heart. He quickly decided to report this news. Barclay's heart raced. Such devastation could only be the handiwork of a sword master at the pinnacle of the sword path. This formidable foe was far beyond the capabilities of someone like him. Only a trio of calamities could contend with such an adversary. As for the deceased Carl brother, he could only mourn in silence. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, "What? You are actually a student of Tao 2?" Sabo exclaimed, wide-eyed, utterly taken aback by this astonishing revelation. "Come on, brother, we are the Revolutionary Army. Although we are not outright adversaries of the Navy, this is a bit much." Sabo found himself at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, "Well done." The earlier mythic sword strike from Tao 2 had deeply intimidated him, leaving no room for any thoughts of rebuttal. I'm afraid I cannot return to headquarters with you. Rod helplessly shrugged his shoulders, yet it appeared the teacher had limited time to instruct him, likely only able to offer a 3-month training period. After all, Peach Bunny was a candidate for a high-ranking position and had little leisure time. Moreover, Rod was not a complete novice without any foundation. Peach Bunny estimated that 3 months would suffice to impart the knowledge she wished to share. Alas, this posed a dilemma. Sabo pondered briefly. A great swordsman is a rare gem, and Rod's fortune in becoming a disciple was undeniably a positive development. Even Dolag would hold little objection. The Revolutionary Army's adversary is the world government and the celestial dragons of the aristocracy, not the Navy, which upholds the order of the seas. In such an era, no one can impede an individual's path to strength. Thus, we shall not rush back to headquarters. Coincidentally, I have acquired substantial intelligence from Bell's castle, including some ancient secrets and recent information concerning the seas. It seems there is an underground assassin organization targeting one of the factions under our command, not far from here, and we shall lend our assistance. During this time, focus on your studies. Once you have completed your training, we shall return to headquarters together. As Sabo concluded, a sincere smile graced his face. We are comrades. Having ventured out together, it is only fitting we return together. Kira nodded in agreement, affirming that it should indeed be this way. How could they return first? Upon hearing this, Rod's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the two individuals, who bore looks of understanding. He ceased his attempts at persuasion and nodded, indicating that he would contact them when the time was right. Very well, Saber replied with a smile, patting Rod on the shoulder. Keep striving. Perhaps after 3 months of diligent practice, you might catch up to me. Humph. By then I shall effortlessly surpass you. Rod's demeanor was calm, exuding an air of confidence, without even mentioning the enhancement of his swordsmanship after 3 months of cultivation. His thunderous power would undoubtedly ascend to a level comparable to that of a Navy Vice Admiral. At that point, while he may not be able to defeat Sabo, achieving a stalemate would be entirely within reach. After all, thunderous power is a force of extraordinary might, bordering on invincibility. The three exchanged contact information and then proceeded together to the hotel lobby. There, Peach Bunny sat casually, savoring her red tea, exuding elegance akin to the most refined nobility, capturing the attention of many self-proclaimed gentlemen within the hotel. Have you concluded your discussions? Peach Bunny set down her teacup languidly, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Rod. Rod nodded. In that case, let us proceed. Peach Rabbit led the trio to the shores of Kronos Island, where towering cliffs loomed above, and the relentless sea crashed against them, creating a symphony of waves amidst the jagged rocks. Can we fly? She inquired, as the sea breeze playfully tousled her skirt and she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Rod was momentarily taken aback and said, I can perform the moonstep, then keep up with me. Tautu did not inquire why Rod could execute the moonstep, nor did she seem to care about such matters. She gracefully leaped and ascended into the air. Rod had only the time to bid farewell to Sabo before hastily following him. The two appeared to walk as if traversing through the void, advancing step by step towards the horizon. Were they planning to return to the warship using the moonwalk technique? A slight twitch at the corner of Sabo's mouth revealed his concern for Rod. The moonwalk placed a tremendous strain on one's stamina, and he could easily envision the challenges Rod would face. Hila, too, smiled, but her beautiful eyes betrayed a glimmer of anticipation. The prowess of Rod is extraordinarily formidable, a realization that Carla feels acutely. In a mere span of 5 months, he has acquired capabilities that surpass those of ordinary revolutionary cadre. After 3 months apart, she wonders just how much stronger he has become. Although the enhancement of strength tends to slow as one progresses, an inexplicable intuition tells her that Rod may not be bound by such limitations. Gazing at the two dark figures, gradually receding into the distance as they tread the moonlit path, Carla softly murmurs, Sabo, I fear you may soon be eclipsed by him. Sabo, taken aback by her words, is poised to refute her claim, yet he suddenly realizes that there may be a kernel of truth in her observation. Throughout their journey, Rod has vanquished the Silver Fox and emerged unscathed from an encounter with Squard. This time, he has triumphed over the formidable Leonard of the Silver Sword and has held his own against the formidable Carl brothers. Such a series of accomplishments brings him perilously close to being recognized as the most gifted individual within the revolutionary ranks. A sense of urgency and motivation begins to stir within Sabo, a sentiment he has never before experienced from a peer. The vast expanse of the sea stretches endlessly before them, a boundless azure. Teacher, are you certain we are not going in circles? Rod trudged behind, grinding his teeth in frustration. It had been well over half a day since they departed from Kronos Island. During this time, whenever Rod felt invigorated, he would stride through the air with a lunar grace. When fatigued, he would swim through the sea to keep pace with Tao Tuesday. Under the blazing sun, his clothes were perpetually dampened and dried, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "We are nearly there," Tao Tu remarked once more, her expression devoid of emotion. Rod, in a fit of exasperation, exerted himself too forcefully with his legs, inadvertently tumbling into the sea. He crashed upon the surface, sending forth a spray of waves half a meter high, before managing to stabilize himself and ascend once more. During his previous training in the 6 styles, he had not devoted much effort to mastering the moonwalk, merely seeking its utility for flight, resulting in a lack of proficiency. Rod took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming desire to express his thoughts 100 times over. "You seem to be harboring some unsavory thoughts," came the calm and cool voice of Tao Tuesday. In an instant, Rod shuddered. His extreme fatigue had rendered his mind somewhat unstable, inadvertently revealing a hint of his thoughts. Meeting Tao Tu's slightly skeptical gaze, Rod forced a chuckle, quickly regaining his composure as he earnestly fabricated, "I was merely pondering what the teacher's warship might look like. I have yet to behold a naval vessel." Tao Tu narrowed her eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of being ensnared by her own words. How endearing was that Navi youth who so readily exposed his thoughts. "You shall see it soon enough." No sooner had the words left her lips than a colossal shadow emerged from the distant mist. Chapter 47. Guidance as a candidate for the position of admiral. Tao Tu was naturally equipped with the highest caliber of naval warship, a behemoth that resembled a small mountain. The multitude of gun ports appeared chilling and formidable, while the sails stretched across the sky like a veil, giving the impression of a moving fortress. Against an ordinary pirate ship, it could likely unleash such a barrage of firepower that the adversaries would be left in tears. Rod's face revealed a hint of astonishment, yet internally, he remained composed. As a proud time traveler, he had encountered vessels far grander than this in his previous life. Thus, he merely marveled at the peculiar technological advancements of the pirate world. Peach Rabbit was quite pleased with Rod's expression. To thoroughly impress this prodigious student, she employed every method at her disposal. First, she effortlessly dispatched the Carl brothers with a single strike, creating an exaggerated chasm that showcased the insurmountable strength of a great swordsman. Next, she took the opportunity to temper Rod's arrogance during their journey, ultimately revealing her magnificent steed. "Descend," she commanded, guiding Rod to land on the highest deck of the warship. Upon touching down, Rod immediately leaned against the railing and sat down, not wishing to stir a single hair. Though only half a day had passed, the relentless exertion had pushed his physical and mental limits to the brink, and at that moment, all he desired was to sleep until the end of time. Almost as soon as he sat, he succumbed to slumber. Peach Rabbit cast a glance at Rod, but chose not to comment, instead welcoming her approaching aide. "Peach Rabbit, may I inquire who this is?" Her female aide, Eleanor, asked curiously, evidently surprised that Peach Rabbit would return from her outing with a young man in tow. "Is it possible?" Eleanor's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Move along," Peach Rabbit chided gently, tapping Eleanor's forehead with irritation. "This is my student." "Ah, a student?" Eleanor exclaimed, clutching her forehead while internally musing. Could she be considering a romantic involvement with a student? Indeed, older women have their charms. News of Peach Rabbit's return spread rapidly across the highest deck, where numerous female sailors gathered, akin to a personal guard directly under her command. "Peach Rabbit's student. She has taken on a disciple," they whispered among themselves. "This young man is rather handsome, though somewhat lean." The whispers circulated throughout the ship, leaving the naval personnel in a state of disbelief. The personal guards were curious, while the male sailors felt a twinge of envy. Since the female soldiers resided on the top deck as a privilege of their position, it was hardly remarkable. However, the fact that this new student was also granted residence there sparked both admiration and jealousy. Having changed into standard naval attire, Peach Rabbit emerged from the cabin, her authoritative insignia fluttering in the wind. Though she lost some of her regal elegance, she radiated a striking and valiant demeanor, reminiscent of a Valkyrie. "Has anything significant occurred recently?" Peach Rabbit inquired casually as she accepted the cup of red tea from Eleanor. Eleanor mused, cradling a stack of documents. "The situation remains relatively stable with no major upheavals. The only significant event has been the duel between Fire Fist Ace and the Sea Knight G-Bay. The decisive battle raged for 5 days and nights, resulting in a stalemate. Eventually, Ace was taken away by the Whitebeard pirates, leaving the ultimate outcome uncertain. After recounting this, Eleanor curiously inquired about the experiences of Peach Rabbit during these days. Peach Rabbit cast a sidelong glance at her, not bothering to conceal anything. For despite their apparent hierarchical relationship, they were akin to sisters. Three geniuses appearing simultaneously? Eleanor furrowed her brow, deeming Peach Rabbit somewhat reckless, and promptly remarked, "Is it truly wise to take on disciples without thoroughly investigating their identities?" Peach Rabbit gently set down her teacup and replied nonchalantly, "Identity and stance are of no concern to me. What I value is the individual, not any extraneous details." Her tone resonated with an indescribable confidence and pride. She was utterly indifferent to Rod's identity. Whether he was a pirate, an assassin, or even a revolutionary, it mattered not. As a pinnacle swordswoman, a formidable force that commanded respect across the world, she deemed it her prerogative to take on disciples at whim. Just as with Luffy's family, where the son is the leader of the revolutionaries and the grandson a renowned pirate on the Grand Line, who would dare confront Garp? In this world, ultimately, strength dictates all. Very well, Eleanor found herself at a loss for words and shifted the topic. The headquarters has issued orders for us to visit the G5 base to coordinate with Admiral Kizaru regarding the defense zone. Let him await our arrival. After all, he is idling at the base. Peach Rabbit sipped her red tea and suggested, "Let us go to Fire Island. It has been a while since I enjoyed a hot spring, and I could also teach my disciple." But isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Eleanor said, feigning reluctance, though her expression betrayed a deep yearning. Peach Rabbit glanced at her seemingly disapproving subordinate and chose to ignore her, narrowing her eyes in contemplation of the upcoming lessons. After much consideration, she concluded that 3 months was indeed a rather tight time frame. If progress were slow, 5 to 6 months would suffice. She could simply have Kizaru cover for her. Peach Rabbit mused indifferently. The following day, in the cabin, Peach Rabbit was instructing Rod in swordsmanship, stating calmly, "Use pure swordsmanship to attack me." "Understood." Rod concentrated his mind, his gaze fixated intensely on the Peach Rabbit, then stepped forward, launching a relentless flurry of sword strikes. Whether it was a thrust, a sweep, a slice, or a cleave, no matter how ingeniously he angled his attacks or how rapid and dense his onslaught became, the Peach Rabbit defended flawlessly, even finding moments to strike him lightly with the blade, sending shivers through his entire being. Rod was thoroughly ravaged for half an hour. His entire body reddened from the relentless blows of the Peach Bunny. He almost questioned whether he had offended her in some way. Finally, she paused, exhaling softly. "Do you understand why I can strike you while you cannot hit me?" she asked. "It is because, esteemed teacher, you are a master swordsman, possessing swift reflexes, immense strength, and an observation haki that far surpasses my own," Rod replied with a composed flattery. "That is but one aspect. Do you know who is the most popular at the card table? The wealthy fool." Rod pondered for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the Peach Rabbit, like the Vine Tiger, also enjoys playing cards? A novice. The Peach Rabbit glanced at Rod in silence and remarked, "Such individuals often reveal their emotions during gambling. When they hold a good hand, they become exuberant. But when they receive a poor hand, they are dejected, making it all too easy for others to read them. In the realm of gambling, they are destined to lose every time." Rod instantly comprehended the implication. "Are you suggesting that my intentions were revealed prior to my assault?" Your gaze was so fixated on the intended target that an experienced individual, without the need for the keen observation of haki surpassing yours, could effortlessly discern your thoughts. Anticipate your trajectory of attack and evade or counteract accordingly. Of course, your usual thunderous power conceals your movements, enabling you to operate at a speed that typically eludes the perception of ordinary individuals. Rod felt a profound sense of enlightenment, akin to a sudden awakening. His journey on the path of cultivation was still in its infancy, and he had encountered relatively few battles. Thus, many techniques and insights that could only be grasped through practical experience remained unknown to him. What should I do then? He resolved to maintain a level gaze at his opponents, observing with the corner of his eye while striving to conceal his thoughts and intentions. Now, let us proceed. Chapter 48. The hot springs. The situation in the New World is intricate and convoluted, with 4 emperors reigning supreme. However, there exist numerous neutral territories and chaotic zones controlled by formidable pirates, assassin families, and underground organizations. Given the specifications of the warship, Peach Rabbit, as long as it does not venture into the territories of the 4 emperors, it is virtually assured of safety, stable and secure. Ordinary pirate crews would merely flee at the sight of it. Rod's progress in learning was remarkably swift, Within just a few days, he had fine-tuned various subtle details, exhibiting the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Through her observations during this period, Peach Rabbit had gained an in-depth understanding of Rod's abilities across the board. At this moment, the Navy warships had already reached their destination. This island presented a uniquely peculiar geographical environment. From a distance, one could see a towering volcano rising like a celestial pillar at the island's core, surrounded by lush jungles, alive with the sounds of howling monkeys and roaring tigers. It was evident that this island harbored a multitude of ferocious beasts, far more formidable than those designated for trials at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Rod pondered whether the volcano was dormant or active. The sight of it evoked thoughts of Magma and Admiral Akainu, whose powers were said to emulate volcanic eruptions, unleashing not only intensely heated lava, but also explosive shockwaves. The specifics remained unclear. After the discovery of this extraordinary island a few years ago, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit would periodically return here for respite. Eleanor's eyes sparkled with excitement, a sentiment shared by the others. The New World is starkly different from the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. The Four Seas are predominantly under the control of the Navy and the world government, with the first half of the Grand Line being somewhat weaker but still firmly governed, with numerous naval bases and divisions, and even neutral islands leaning towards the world government. In such an environment, resupplying or resting is a straightforward endeavor for the Navy. However, the latter half of the Grand Line presents a contrasting scenario. The New World is the dominion of the Four Emperors, and those who dare to disregard the Navy's authority are plentiful, with naval bases being few and far between. Under these circumstances, even resupplying becomes a challenge for the Navy, let alone engaging in leisure or rest, which often necessitates waiting for a change of duty before they can truly relax. Yet, it has been proven that as long as one possesses sufficient courage, it is more accurate to say, as long as one wields formidable strength, one can act as they please. Ever since discovering the hot springs here, Peach Rabbit frequently visited, allowing Eleanor and her subordinates to indulge in luxury. After leaving behind essential guard personnel, Peach Rabbit led Rod and the others further into the island. The Navy in the New World comprises elite forces, capable of serving as school-level officers in the Four Seas, while Peach Rabbit's personal guards are exceptionally fierce, having dispatched any daring beasts that challenged them, utilizing them for dinner. As they progressed, they forged a path that resembled a grand thoroughfare, with Rod even catching glimpses of distant warships. Before long, the group arrived at the base of the volcano, where scattered houses were visible, steam wafting through the gaps between them. These were likely hot spring houses. The team gradually began to disperse. Rod observed that Tao Rabbit remained silent and did not instruct him, so he had no choice but to quietly follow behind. Gradually, Rod suddenly realized that only Peach Rabbit and her loyal guards remained by his side. No wonder he could feel an array of fervent gazes behind him, burning with an intensity that seemed to yearn for his very position. Rod curled his lips in disdain. Envy? Jealousy? But they were all in vain. Humph. What? Are you truly intending to join us for a soak in the hot springs? As they approached the hot spring house, Tao Tu turned her head, regarding him with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Eleanor and the other attendants giggled, teasing him. With such a youthful appearance, seemingly harmless, who would have expected him to harbor a mischievous side? Dear young man, I wouldn't mind sharing the experience with you, she coaxed. Come on in, don't be afraid. Inside the hot spring house, several bold attendants had already shed their garments, revealing expanses of pale skin that dazzled the eye. These hot spring facilities were privately established and lacked the provisions of conventional establishments. Thus, they indulged in the freedom of bathing in the nude. At that moment, Rod felt a surge of desire, yet recalling the harrowing consequences, he quietly veered away from the spot, embarking on a solitary quest for a hot spring. This region possessed the potential to develop into a volcanic hot spring resort. Before long, Rod discovered an open-air natural hot spring, its pool taking on an irregular circular shape. Enveloped in rising steam, Rod shed his garments and entered the hot spring, the pleasantly warm waters soothing his skin, alleviating his weariness, and allowing him to exhale with unparalleled contentment. This marked his first experience of soaking in a hot spring in both this life and his previous one. The hot spring pool sought by Rod is situated at a considerable elevation, providing a panoramic view where all the hot spring houses below are within sight. Furthermore, some of these establishments, designed for outdoor bathing, were constructed with a significant portion of the roof missing, thus exposing Rod to a plethora of rather eye-catching scenes. Indeed, The naval profession is particularly prone to such occurrences. Rod murmured softly, quickly averting his gaze, casting a sidelong glance towards the deepest and largest hot spring house. The sight was rather dazzling, and it was only fitting to compensate for it. The enhancement of one's physique is a holistic endeavor, and Rod's eyesight was remarkably acute. Even through the faint veil of steam, he could discern with considerable clarity. In the ensuing 2 days, Tao Rabbit refrained from initiating any training, opting instead for complete relaxation. Only after replenishing her energy did she summon Rod to a clearing. Regarding swordsmanship, your strength lies in your impeccable mastery of concentration. Very few swordsmen can rival you in this regard. Tao Rabbit, gripping a practiced sword, remarked calmly, yet your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Your foundational skills in swordsmanship are woefully inadequate, reminiscent of someone who has only recently begun their journey with the sword. At times, I find it truly perplexing how your swordplay has managed to grasp such formidable thunderous sword intent. At this point, a hint of confusion crossed Tao Rabbit's features. She found herself utterly baffled, ultimately attributing it to Rod's innate talent. Regardless, this was a fortunate circumstance, and she decided not to dwell on it further. Rod nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Undeniably, his innate talent for swordsmanship had enabled him to ascend to the realm of a swordmaster within a mere 3 months. However, despite any enhancements, the cultivation of fundamental sword techniques would not be excessively remarkable. Moreover, in the ensuing time, Rod had devoted the majority of his energy to fortifying his physique and dual-color aura, inevitably neglecting his sword practice. What appeared to be proficient and precise swordsmanship was, in the discerning eyes of a grand sword master like Tao Tu, fraught with numerous errors. Even the most basic sword forms exhibited some discrepancies, and the so-called sword techniques were rather insipid, relying solely on his formidable thunderous power and physical strength for support. The foundation of swordsmanship is of paramount importance, serving as the bedrock of all sword techniques. Without a sufficiently solid foundation, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the essence of the slash and to step into the domain of the Grand Sword Masters. Although the realm of Grand Sword Masters is challenging to articulate, it ultimately revolves around the principle of returning to simplicity. Tao Tu spoke softly, then established a training regimen for Rod. Well, let me set a modest goal for you. Perform 100,000 slashes. If you fail, then execute 100,000 thrusts. If that proves too difficult, resort to 100,000 horizontal cuts. Upon concluding, she smiled gently, remarking that having a student with a solid foundation is indeed a blessing. Allowing for unrestricted practice, Rod's expression darkened at that moment. Chapter 49, 3 months. In the distance, Eleanor and her loyal guards were covertly observing, eager to discern the qualities of the man who had managed to earn the attention of the typically self-important General Tao Tu. What could this mean? General Tao Tu was actually teaching the fundamentals of swordsmanship? Good heavens, could it truly be that she has taken a liking to him? Is our General Tao Tu finally on the verge of experiencing a springtime of her own? The guards chattered incessantly, casting their critiques. Starting swordsmanship training at such an age seems futile for any future prospects. Eleanor found this puzzling. The devil fruit offers a shortcut to power. Acquiring a potent fruit can lead to strength with minimal effort. However, physical combat and swordsmanship are different realms altogether, particularly swordsmanship, which most masters begin practicing from a tender age to solidify their foundations. She had never heard of a swordsman who ventured into the craft later in life. Perhaps General Tao Tu merely recognized other admirable qualities in this man. Eleanor felt a twinge of disappointment, having initially believed Rod to be a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. After a brief observation, her interest waned, and she returned to the hot springs to indulge in skincare. The process of refining swordsmanship fundamentals is exceedingly tedious and monotonous. Repeating a single motion hundreds, if not thousands, of times is beyond what a typical person can endure, let alone Rod's 10,000 repetitions. This is not merely a test of physical endurance, but a profound trial of mental fortitude. For a swordsman, the essence of a strike lies not in brute strength. Such a notion belongs to mere brutes. The crux of mastery is precision, achieving the consistency of 10,000 strikes as if they were but one. When the time comes that your 10,000 strikes maintain a singular state, it signifies that your foundation in swordsmanship is sound. Tao Tu's words echoed in Rod's mind, his countenance resolute and his gaze intensely focused. His dedication to training bordered on obsession. This is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. An individual's strength can rival an army, challenge a nation, or even dominate an era. Yet, Such power cannot be conjured from thin air. It demands arduous and prolonged training to attain, and Rod possessed that understanding. With each swing of the sword, he made continual adjustments, engaging every ounce of his physical power. Through this relentless refinement, his strikes began to harmonize and flow with an elegance reminiscent of a master artist. At that moment, fatigue in his arm muscles caused a slight distortion in Rod's swordplay, an imperfection he was unaware of, but Tautu noticed it immediately. Maintain your stance. The angle of your strike has shifted slightly, and your arm's strength is faltering. With a stoic expression, the Peach Rabbit offered her critique, yet internally, she felt a sense of surreal wonder, utterly astounded. The pace of Rod's progress was astonishingly rapid, as if he were a great swordsman reborn, merely reacquainting himself with the powers he had previously lost. While the fundamentals of training may seem straightforward in theory, they are often arduous in practice, requiring years of relentless perseverance. Even with her guidance as a master swordsman, the speed of his learning would not be exaggerated, leading Peach Rabbit to believe that this teaching period might need to be prolonged. To her surprise, however, Rod delivered an unexpected shock, even bordering on the eerie. From his initial blunders to executing 10,000 strikes with only minor fluctuations, he accomplished this remarkable feat in less than a month. It appeared that completing the training within 3 months was indeed a plausible goal. Peach Rabbit's enchanting visage remained impassive, yet her heart harbored a subtle sense of melancholy and wistfulness. This feeling was peculiar. She had eagerly devised numerous tutorials, even immersing herself in the practice, striving meticulously to refine this rough gem named Rod. Yet, she had not anticipated that this gem would evolve independently, shedding its impurities without her even exerting her strength, beginning to radiate brilliance. While exceptional students undoubtedly bring joy to their teachers, an excess of brilliance can also evoke a sense of disillusionment, as it casts doubt on the value of the teacher's instruction. Peach Rabbit's thoughts were intricate and nuanced, while Rod remained oblivious to such complexities. He was immersed in the state of wielding his sword, reveling in the art not only for its aesthetic allure, but also due to an inexplicable connection, evidenced by the fact that the first talent in the Book of Knowledge was swordsmanship specialization. With each strike, he poured his soul into the blade. Beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, yet they did not deter his relentless pursuit. He swung his sword tirelessly, seeking that elusive sensation of perfect alignment. Peach Rabbit had once stated that the true essence of swordsmanship, as understood by great swordsmen, emerges from the transformation of fundamental techniques. Although this statement may seem enigmatic and elusive, it provided Rod with a clear objective. If the essence of the sword is profoundly intricate, beyond capture or verbal description, then the path forward was to hone the foundational techniques to their utmost limits, allowing the truth of the sword to reveal itself naturally. In this sense, success would come effortlessly, as if by divine providence, without the need for forceful imposition. Peach Rabbit's instruction encompassed not only the basics of swordsmanship but also practical combat. Unlike the enhancement of physical prowess, assessing progress in swordsmanship is most effectively achieved through real-world application. Only through relentless combat can one forge the strongest swordsmanship, akin to Zorro's battles against the baboons. Of course, Peach Rabbit did not have a peculiar band of sword-fighting baboons at her disposal, thus she had to personally engage, tempering her strength to spar with Rod. This exchange of skills was both an enlightening and challenging endeavor. Rod is certainly not destined to win. Even if Peach Rabbit refrains from utilizing her observation haki, her sheer strength and speed would effortlessly overwhelm him. Their comprehension of swordsmanship resides on entirely different planes. Even if Rod occasionally showcases some dazzling maneuvers or clever tactics, they are swiftly neutralized, with Peach Rabbit often serving as the one to feed Rod his moves. Most of the daytime is spent honing the fundamentals of swordplay, occasionally engaging in sparring to validate their techniques, while the nights are dedicated to rigorous physical conditioning and, on occasion, indulging in hot springs or venturing into the wilderness. 3 months swiftly elapsed. In the open area, Eleanor gazed at Rod with an impassive expression and stated, "Today, Major Peach Rabbit is resting, so I shall engage you in today's swordsmanship practice." She wielded a delicate-looking rapier, reminiscent of a Western sword. Those who employ such a blade are typically exceptionally skilled in the thrust technique. The thrust is the most lethal form of swordplay and also the swiftest. Yet it is fraught with peril, teetering on the edge of a razor, for this move exposes the greatest vulnerabilities, easily allowing others to seize the opportunity. Rod was taken aback, not expecting that this seemingly quiet and unobtrusive female officer was, in fact, a formidable swordswoman. He held no contempt for her, To be the aide of Toru, Eleanor's prowess must at least rival that of a naval vice-admiral. Is it happening now? Are you certain? Rod confirmed once more. You're so young and yet so verbose. If I tell you to attack, just do it. Do you really think you can harm me? Eleanor replied, somewhat impatiently. Her impression of Rod was not particularly favorable. Having initially held high expectations, believing Rod to be an extraordinary genius worthy of Toru's attention, who even took the time to instruct him one-on-one and disregarded the face of Admiral Kazuru for his sake. She was disheartened to find that Rod had only just begun to practice the fundamentals of swordsmanship upon arriving on this island. Then I shall confront you head-on. With that declaration, Rod certainly would not hold back any longer. He propelled himself forward with a swift motion, like a phantom, charging towards Eleanor. Chapter 50. Progress in Swordsmanship. After 3 months of diligent practice, Rod had mastered various sword techniques with considerable finesse. As he rushed towards Eleanor, he thrust his sword forward with lightning speed. Eleanor was momentarily taken aback, yet she remained unflustered. With a slight shift of her body and a nimble movement of her feet, she narrowly evaded the strike. However, she had underestimated him. Although her body had completely escaped the blow, her loose-fitting attire did not enjoy the same fortune, resulting in a sharp rip that revealed her fair skin. Rod did not pursue, but instead took a step back, slightly awkwardly remarking, "Do you need to change your clothes?" He was momentarily caught off guard. Had it been a spar with Tao Rabbit, he should have easily evaded that last strike, perhaps even counterattacked. Rod had already contemplated how to respond if he were to be countered, but suddenly he was startled by the sound of tearing fabric. It was not intentional. Eleanor struggled to maintain a facade of indifference, yet she could not suppress the turmoil within her. It was not embarrassment that stirred her, but rather a sense of humiliation. As a seasoned swordswoman with over 20 years of training, she had been struck by a novice who had only practiced the basics of swordsmanship for 3 months. If her gossipy guards were to witness this, they would likely mock her for a lifetime. She found it utterly unacceptable. Eleanor took a deep breath and, her expression unwavering, said, "Continue. Are you certain?" "Of course." Eleanor suppressed her urge to explode and charged forward. Though the previous exchange had contained elements of carelessness, it was sufficient to showcase Rod's prowess. This time, she unleashed 70% of her strength. The blade sliced through the air with a hissing sound. To her astonishment, Rod appeared remarkably composed under her assault, parrying and countering with ease. Her lips pressed tightly together. Her expression grew colder as she gradually released more of her power. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows dozens of times. Their speed escalated, beyond what an ordinary observer could discern, with only 2 shadowy figures weaving through the arena, constantly shifting positions. The flashes of steel illuminated the air, and whenever their blades clashed, a deafening metallic resonance erupted, sending sparks flying. Even without unleashing sword energy, they ravaged the ground, leaving it in disarray, with dirt flying and fissures spreading. The more Eleanor fought, the more alarmed she became. Ultimately forced to accept a sobering truth, in a mere swordsmanship duel, she could not overpower Rod at all. It was at best a 50-50 contest. She realized that Rod's foundational skills were remarkably solid, with many responses that even prompted her admiration, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. It was astonishing, suggesting that Rod's swordsmanship was on par with her own. Could it be true that this fellow had only begun practicing swordsmanship 3 months ago? Eleanor realized she had underestimated him. This truly was a prodigy in the realm of swordplay. Meanwhile, Rod felt rather at ease. If his sparring with Tao Rabbit had been a hellish challenge, then this bout with Eleanor was merely difficult, even bordering on simple. The disparity between a great swordsman and a swordsman was indeed a chasm of realms. The sword technique of the Peach Rabbit exudes an enigmatic charm. Seemingly light and devoid of substantial power, yet it envelopes Rod in an overwhelming sense of peril, an omnipresent threat. In contrast, Eleanor's style appears flamboyant, with a multitude of sword shadows that can easily confound an opponent, but Rod effortlessly dismantles her tactics. At that moment, a sudden sharp command pierced the air. Instantly, Eleanor executed a dramatic pivot, her slender waist coiling like a spring, unleashing an extraordinary force, her muscles flowing like water. Secret sword, flying swallow. She struck with a speed that bordered on the sublime, darting like a swallow in flight. However, Rod had already endured countless encounters with the Peach Rabbit. How could he fall prey to such a maneuver? With a mere step and a delicate flick of his blade, he nullified the razor-sharp assault. Sword techniques are the confluence of a swordsman's style, physicality, and unique abilities, akin to Zoro's 3,000 worlds and a myriad of other techniques. Such techniques are inherently unreplicable. Even if one attempts to emulate them, the nuances of individual differences will inevitably lead to a divergent path. Just as few can master Zoro's three-sword style, for it requires not only a formidable jaw to withstand tremendous force, but also the dexterity to keep one's teeth intact while speaking. Rod was deeply impressed, indeed. Soda was worthy of its name. At that moment, Eleanor, having failed with her sword strike, ceased her aggressive attempts and paused. Her face flushed, and she breathed heavily, gazing at Rod, who remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. A surge of frustration welled up within her, and she was tempted to utter an expletive, questioning whether she should voice her thoughts. Could it be that you truly only began your foray into the fundamentals of swordsmanship 3 months ago? Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and inquired, her heart heavy with concern, if someone could bridge the gap of over 20 years of her dedication in merely 3 months. She feared she might succumb to despair. Upon hearing Eleanor's question, Rod blinked and replied, "Not quite." The first part of his response offered Eleanor a moment of relief, yet the latter part darkened her expression instantaneously. Considering last autumn, it should total 6 months of practice. How infuriating! Although the duration seemed to have doubled, Eleanor still felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, leaning towards despondency. She took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the urge to cleave him with her sword. "To what extent have you developed your swordsmanship?" she asked. Perhaps around 70 or 80,000 strikes would yield some noticeable fluctuations. Rod instinctively lowered his voice, fearing that he might inadvertently hurt the feelings of this seemingly kind-hearted female officer. In truth, his foundation in swordsmanship was remarkably solid, by Tao 2 standards. He had already proven himself competent. Observing Rod, who spoke these words in a rather subdued tone, Eleanor was suddenly overcome by an urge to abandon her sword and return home to tend to the fields. Tao 2's expectations were far from commonplace. Achieving a fluctuation of 70 to 80,000 swords was a realm that eluded most swordsmen, rendering it almost unimaginable for the average practitioner. Even Eleanor herself was only marginally more skilled than this benchmark. She remained silent, adjusting her somewhat tattered garments, before turning away in a sullen manner. The exchange of sword techniques had reached its conclusion. Any further engagement would inevitably lead to a life-and-death confrontation. It was all rather perplexing. Rod shook his head and continued to practice his swordsmanship. Having mastered the fundamental sword techniques with considerable proficiency, he was now poised to embark on the path of integration and expression, which entailed the creation of unique sword moves. Previously, Rod had employed the one-sword style, Iato, a technique derived from the slashing motions of swordsmanship, capable of unleashing maximum arm strength with an exceptionally high striking intensity. It is a relatively common sword technique, yet each practitioner imbues it with their own distinctiveness. In contrast, Eleanor's secret sword technique, Flying Swallow, is likely a derivative of a swift, direct thrust, encompassing numerous intricate details and proving to be significantly more complex. Rod had little need for intricate sword techniques, nor did he particularly enjoy flamboyant displays of skill. With the unique power of thunder as his ally, his swordsmanship was renowned for its swiftness and sharpness. A single strike to vanquish an opponent sufficed, rendering elaborate nomenclature unnecessary. Much like the eagle-eyed warrior who effortlessly cleaves through glaciers, this was the true aspiration of a master swordsman. Reflecting on the forthcoming Summit War, Rod immersed himself ever deeper in his training. There remained a considerable distance to reach that level. Chapter 51. The Pirate Gorilla in the Hot Spring House. A gentle mist enveloped, concealing alluring figures. The personal guards lounged at the edge of the hot spring, utterly lacking in energy. Indeed, soaking in the springs was delightful, comfortable, and popular, yet 3 months felt exceedingly lengthy. When would this period come to an end? I actually find it quite pleasant, with little to ponder, simply savoring the saltiness. Alas, Major General Peach Rabbit is tasked with training the charming Rod. Speaking of which, today seems to be when Miss Eleanor is sparring with the young gentleman. I wonder how that turned out. As the thought crossed her mind, they noticed Eleanor entering with an impassive expression, moving swiftly with heavy footsteps, as if harboring some vexation. The guards, astute as they were, sensed something amiss and began to murmur among themselves. A disturbance has occurred. Could it be that she was outmatched instead? TSK, is Rod truly that formidable? Despite their hushed tones, Eleanor, already in a foul mood, caught their whispers clearly, and her already sour countenance darkened further, as if someone owed her a considerable sum. However, Eleanor had urgent news to relay. She shot a withering glare at the guards and hastened deeper into the hot spring house, addressing Major General Peach Rabbit, who was indulging in the springs. Major General Peach Rabbit, we have a situation. Peach Rabbit lazily opened her eyes, glancing at Eleanor's somewhat tattered attire, momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Did you let your guard down and end up bested by Rod? A few dark lines appeared on Eleanor's forehead as she dismissed the unprincipled superior's jest. Maintaining her serious demeanor, the pirate guerrilla led by Black Arm Zephyr is about to engage a group of pirates in our nearby waters and has sent word requesting our cooperation. Zephyr, the former admiral? Peach Rabbit inquired, her expression turning grave. Zephyr had been a high-ranking officer in the Navy and had served as the chief instructor for many years. A considerable portion of the current Navy officers were his students, Peach Rabbit included. Indeed, Eleanor confirmed. The target is the notorious pirate Spabok. While Black Arm Zephyr is confident in his ability to defeat Spabok, he cannot guarantee the safety of his subordinates, hence the request for our collaboration. This is not a direct order from the Navy headquarters. Your participation is contingent upon your decision. Upon finishing her words, she quietly stood in place, awaiting the command of Peach Rabbit. In her professional capacity, Eleanor exhibited a remarkable sense of responsibility. Peach Rabbit narrowed her eyes slightly. She was well aware of Zephyr's character shifts and his recent actions, but these were matters of the heart, entangled with too many complexities. Peach Rabbit felt powerless, resigned to let events unfold naturally. Assisting was certainly her intention. After a moment's contemplation, she expressed, after all, Spabok does not belong to any of the 4 Emperor pirate crews. If he must be dealt with, so be it. Eleanor was not taken aback. She nodded and prepared to issue the orders. Ordinary naval officers, even the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, would likely tread carefully in the presence of a notorious pirate like Spabok. However, Peach Rabbit dismissed any concerns regarding strength. It was merely a matter of wielding the sword a few more times. Wait, first change your clothes. Peach Rabbit's voice came from behind, mercilessly reopening Eleanor's old wounds. Oh dear. Eleanor could no longer contain herself, suddenly lunging at Peach Rabbit, grasping and scrambling. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the scene. Aboard the warship, gazing at the island disappearing beyond the horizon, Rod exhaled gently, revealing a hint of sentiment. To reckon properly, he had been in the pirate world for less than a year. Excluding the initial 3 months spent traveling, his actual training period spanned approximately 6 months. Of that, 3.5 months were dedicated to studying shave and moonwalk, as well as the 2-color hockey at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The remaining 3 months were spent training in swordsmanship under Peach Rabbit's tutelage. Though the 3 months on Fire Island seemed brief, they constituted nearly half of Rod's training time. Given such a duration, his progress was indeed remarkable. The most significant enhancement was, without doubt, in his swordsmanship. He had advanced to a level where he could spar with the seasoned swordsman Eleanor without falling behind. It could be said that after 3 months of intensive training, Rod's swordsmanship had reached a commendable level, with Peach Rabbit unable to find many faults, establishing a solid foundation for his ascent into the realm of great swordsmen. At this stage, Peach Rabbit found it challenging to offer further guidance on Rod's swordsmanship. The path ahead required him to forge his own way, to innovate, and to comprehend the essence of cutting, thereby achieving greatness as a swordsman. In addition, his training in the 2-color hockey had not faltered. His mastery of observation hockey had yielded some success, and with the enhancement of perceptive attributes, it should not become his weakness. His mastery of armament hockey had reached the current limits of his physical prowess. At this moment, my physical strength should be on par with that of a typical vice admiral in a naval branch, and my speed and agility, attributed to the activation of thunder, may even surpass some. Rod exerted force in his hands, effortlessly twisting the ship's railing into a helix. He displayed no awareness of the destruction of public property. Instead, he chuckled softly and opened his attribute panel. Second level, Tome of Knowledge Attributes. Intelligence 2, Perception 1 Talent, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Unity of Man and Sword. Significantly enhancing comprehension of sword techniques. Thunder Command. The God of Thunder descends, granting the freedom to manipulate the power of thunder. Energy, 7, 171. 717 points of thunderous energy. Rod smiled faintly, a glimmer of blue light dancing in his eyes. The magnitude of this thunderous power possesses a destructive force formidable enough to pose a threat to the existence of a vice admiral. While it may present a challenge to the admirals of the main fleet, the vice admirals of the branches would undoubtedly find it insufferable. Coupled with swordsmanship of the vice admiral caliber, I ponder the extent of my current abilities. A typical branch vice admiral should hardly stand as my adversary. Rod displayed a hint of satisfaction. In this vast ocean, it is exceedingly challenging for a strong individual of the rank of rear admiral to navigate alone, as they are prone to encounter life-threatening perils, such as formidable sea kings and violent storms. However, those of the rank of vice admiral possess the capability to stand alone. Even amidst the throngs of powerful beings in the New World, a modicum of caution suffices for safe passage. Within the hierarchy of strength in the pirate world, vice admirals are positioned among the upper echelons, an aspiration that remains elusive for the overwhelming majority of ordinary individuals throughout their lifetimes. Rod finds himself within this esteemed tier. Ascending further, one encounters those who stand merely a step away from the pinnacle, such as the immortal Marco, the Calamities, the Four Emperors, and the formidable Doflamingo. Ultimately, there are those who soar above, surveying the ocean from their lofty heights, the Four Emperors, Marine Admirals, and renowned swordsmen. The path ahead promises to be the most arduous and exhilarating. Rod sighed, not appearing overly proud, for according to Tau Rabbit, Rod's current level could merely be deemed the beginning. Many individuals on the vast ocean have reached Rod's stage, yet those who advance further are exceedingly rare. Chapter 52. Reunion in a tranquil expanse of sea. A colossal naval warship glided smoothly across the water. On the deck stood a cadre of iron-willed and formidable sailors, their collective prowess far surpassing that of Tau Rabbit's subordinates. This was the pirate guerrilla squad led by the former admiral, Blackarm Zephyr, renowned for its specialized hunting of pirates and recognized as the precursor to the later Neo Navy. On the upper deck, a tall and robust man, his right arm replaced with a mechanical prosthetic, stood rigidly, gazing out at the distant ocean, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. This man was none other than Blackarm Zephyr. Initially, Zephyr had joined the Navy to become a hero, earning a long-standing reputation for his reluctance to kill. However, after his family was slain by pirates at the age of 42, his hatred for them transformed his outlook, leading him to assume the role of chief instructor of the Navy, where he trained new recruits, including the current 3 admirals and the majority of naval officers, showcasing unparalleled teaching prowess. Unfortunately, after being attacked by Whitebeard II, all but 2 of his students, Ein and Binz, perished, resulting in Zephyr losing an arm and undergoing a profound change in character. Last year, he formed the Pirate Guerrilla Squad, embarking on a relentless campaign against pirates. Behind him stood a young woman with cascading azure waves of hair, her legs perfectly straight and features exquisite, her large, bright eyes betraying her identity as Ein, a user of the retreat fruit. Teacher, I've heard that Rear Admiral Tau Rabbit is a great swordsman. Indeed, Zephyr replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. When she arrives, you may seek her guidance. That would be splendid, Ein exclaimed, her face alight with joy. As a swordswoman, receiving instruction from a master swordsman was indeed a long-held aspiration. Oh, by the way, Tau Rabbit has taken on an apprentice who is reportedly only 17 years old. He will also participate in this battle, so do keep an eye on him, Zephyr advised. Understood. I nodded, her curiosity piqued. The student of Rear Admiral Tau Rabbit must possess exceptional swordsmanship talent. It would be great to spar with him if the opportunity arises. Sparring is permissible, but remember, he is only 17. No matter how gifted he may be, his strength is unlikely to be formidable. Exercise caution and ensure no harm comes to him, Zephyr cautioned. Tau Rabbit's temper is not to be trifled with. Yes, I will be mindful. I nodded hastily. As time gradually passed, the warship of Peach Rabbit soon came into their view, swiftly converging with their own vessel, sailing side by side. In terms of rank, Peach Rabbit held a higher position than Zephyr at that moment. However, as a junior, Peach Rabbit led Rod and the others aboard Zephyr's warship to pay their respects. Once on board, while Peach Rabbit engaged in reminiscing with Zephyr and deliberated on the specifics of their combat strategy, Rod was left on the deck. Oh, now there were indeed many familiar faces. Rod cast a glance around and chuckled softly. The alluring swordmaster Ein, the master of martial arts, Shiozwa, and the paramecia-type user of the flourishing fruit, Binzi. Each of these 3 individuals possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of a rear admiral in the Navy. Particularly noteworthy is Ein's ability derived from the retreat fruit, which is exceedingly peculiar. Once afflicted, one experiences a regression in age by 12 years, and repeated encounters could result in total erasure from existence. The application of hockey should provide a means of defense against such a devastating ability. Otherwise, it would seem excessively overpowered. Rod was deep in thought when Ein and the other two approached him, each introducing themselves and casting curious glances in his direction. He appeared somewhat frail, lacking any semblance of strength. The rugged Haizie mused to himself, then, with utmost directness, stepped forward and clapped Rod on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, when the time comes to land on the island, stick with me, and I assure you of your safety." Rod was rendered speechless. After all, age was indeed a significant drawback. It was solely due to his remarkably swift advancement in skill that he found himself in this predicament. Sighing with fatigue, Aang gazed upon the strikingly handsome young man before her, feeling an immediate sense of fondness. In comparison to the middle-aged-looking Xiozhua and the eccentrically dressed Benzi, Rod's appearance was undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye and aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Her large, luminous eyes fell upon Rod's sword, and after a moment of hesitation, she could not resist inquiring, "Shall we engage in a sparring session to refine our swordsmanship? Surely, there is much to be gleaned from the techniques of a grand swordsman." Thus, she mused. Rod was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before resolutely stating, "You are no match for me." Had it been 3 months prior, Aang might have held his own against Rod, perhaps even emerging victorious. However, in the present circumstances, it was no exaggeration to assert that this trio combined would struggle to contend with him. Aang, upon hearing this declaration, momentarily faltered, astonished by such audacity. How arrogant! Xiozhua was left speechless. All three of them were seasoned veterans of the Navy, at the peak of their powers, proficient in hockey and the six styles. Regarded as the core combatants of the pirate guerrilla squad, Aang was evidently indignant. Narrowing her eyes, she drew forth 2 short blades, barely longer than daggers, and with a hint of irritation remarked, "Then please enlighten me." The audacity of this 17-year-old child was astonishing. Aang felt compelled to teach Rod a lesson, to remind him of the vastness of the world and the heights of humility. Such an arrogant demeanor might be tolerable in everyday life, but in the brutal battles against pirates, it could prove fatal. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Benzi had intended to lighten the mood with a dance, but upon witnessing Aang's icy countenance, he instinctively withdrew. Within the pirate guerrilla squad, ZFA held the utmost authority, while Aang's commanding presence was second to none. In terms of both strength and capability, Aang was truly exceptional. Why was it that no one was willing to accept the truth? Rod let out a sigh, reluctantly gesturing for Aang to commence the spar. Given his mastery in swordsmanship, it was nearly an act of bullying to engage in a duel with Aang. Did this fellow truly believe that Aang sought his guidance? Ryuza was rendered speechless. This clash drew the attention of numerous onlookers, members of the pirate guerrilla squad and the personal guards of Peach Rabbit, who were curiously observing from a distance. The guards were intrigued by Rod's potential to triumph over Eleanor, while the members of the pirate guerrilla squad were largely merely idling away their time. What they had anticipated to be a fierce contest turned out to conclude with astonishing swiftness, almost in the blink of an eye. Rod deftly parried Aang's twin blades. Advancing with a swift motion, his empty left hand grasped Aang's delicate neck. With the slightest pressure, this enchanting swordswoman could meet her untimely demise. The scene fell into a profound silence, as onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Feeling the warmth at her throat, Aang's initial annoyance was abruptly replaced by an overwhelming shock. How could the disparity be so vast? She had scarcely registered Rod's onslaught. His precise swordsmanship and terrifying speed left her utterly astounded. Indeed, he had proclaimed, "You are no match for me." Rod shook his head, stepped back after releasing his grip, and sheathed his sword. Aang crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, her delicate and fair face flushed. Rod was perplexed. He had not exerted much force. So why did she appear as though she were on the brink of suffocation? Aang possessed commendable overall strength and had an enigmatic ability, yet when it came to swordsmanship, she was like a novice, oh no, a younger sister. Before Rod, she couldn't even withstand a single move. If Ryuza, who specialized in martial arts, had been present, perhaps she could have lasted a few more exchanges. Chapter 53. The journey. A gentle sea breeze caressed the deck, enveloping it in silence. What had just transpired? Aang had been defeated in an instant. Everyone, particularly the members of the pirate guerrilla squad, could not help but rub their eyes, as if struggling to believe the scene before them. Within the pirate guerrilla squad, Aang was truly a formidable leader, ranking among the best in strength. With only a few like Ryuza and Benz being her equals, coupled with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, She was renowned even at the Navy headquarters, her popularity soaring to great heights. Even the personal guards of Todd had heard of her. Rod's prowess was impressive. No wonder he could make Eleanor falter. Initially, they thought he was merely handsome, but little did they know he possessed such strength. "Ah, I am smitten. Draw your sword, Rod. He is mine." The personal guards whispered among themselves, chuckling as they exchanged frivolous banter. Did Miss Ain lose due to carelessness? Vince was somewhat baffled. He was a superhuman with the ability of the flourishing fruit, capable of spawning plants and commanding them in battle, akin to the would release in the world of Naruto. Though his strength paled in comparison, and he was often schooled by Ain. No, it was this young man who was too formidable. Ryoza's expression turned serious. A master of martial arts with keen insight, he perceived more than Ben's. In that fleeting moment of combat, Ain was utterly outmatched, swiftly defeated and subdued. While there was indeed a hint of carelessness involved, in a genuine battle, she would likely not last more than a few exchanges. On the upper deck, Zifa and Todd had appeared at some point, having witnessed the entire confrontation below. "It seems you have taken on a worthy disciple," Zifa remarked, his gaze contemplative, as if recalling something. Todd, with a hint of amusement in her eyes, replied nonchalantly, "He still has a long way to go. He is quite impressive. Even Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru were not far behind him, perhaps even slightly weaker, for those three are exceptionally powerful Logia users." Zifa shook his head slightly. His discerning eyes recognized that he was among the best in the pirate world at nurturing and uncovering new talent, effortlessly discerning a person's potential and future from subtle details. Having not yet become a great swordsman and failing to take that crucial step, even the strongest potential at this moment amounted to little more than that. Peach Rabbit possesses a profound understanding. In the era of great pirates, every year witnesses the emergence of exceptionally talented supernovas, powerful wielders of devil fruit abilities, and masters of the dual hockey techniques, with numerous top-tier swordsmen among them. However, the ultimate achievements of these individuals, let alone reaching the pinnacle, are rarely comparable to the likes of formidable beings such as the Night Demon and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Zephyr chose to remain silent, for Peach Rabbit's words rang true. Those who ascend to the summit possess a renown that is etched into the annals of the sea, becoming legends, with only a scant few in each era. With two colossal warships stationed, as long as one does not recklessly intrude into the territory of the four emperors, one is as steady as a mountain. With full speed ahead, they swiftly approach the waters near their target. The pirate crew that Rod and his companions are set to confront was once known as the Devil Pirate Crew. Their captain, Spark, was a supernova a decade ago who, upon entering the New World, made a series of significant moves that stirred the very tides of fortune, earning a bounty of 340 million. However, after an unknown turn of events, he ceased his maritime pursuits and established a foothold in the blank areas bordering the territories of the four emperors in the New World, engaging in various criminal enterprises such as drug trafficking, slavery, and arms dealing. Through various clues, Zifa managed to uncover the stronghold of Spark's influence and resolved to launch an offensive to eradicate them. Concerned about potential casualties, he enlisted the help of Peach Rabbit. At this moment, aboard the warship, Rod and his companions gazed ahead, already catching sight of the silhouette of an island in the distance. Once the warship docks, Ein and the others will swiftly infiltrate the island, eliminating enemy officers, while the remaining navy, led by Vice Admiral Eleanor, will steadily advance to root out any remaining threats. Peach Rabbit and I will take the lead to seek out Spark and confront him directly. Your adversaries include Harmon, the highest-ranking officer of the Devil Pirate Crew, along with several other ordinary officers, all of whom bear bounties exceeding 100 million, some even surpassing 200 million. Given the passage of time, their strength is undoubtedly transformed. This will serve as a trial for you. Zifa, with a serious demeanor, laid out the battle plan, assigning tasks to each individual. Do you understand? We understand. Ein and the others shouted with fervor. Nearby, Peach Rabbit wore an indifferent expression. This languid woman was solely responsible for the act of combat. Were it not for Zifa being in charge this time, Peach Rabbit would undoubtedly venture onto the island alone, dismantling the opposition before calling upon her teammates to clean up the aftermath. Be cautious. Before departing, Peach Rabbit remarked to Rod. After all, real combat is fundamentally different. Any unforeseen circumstances could arise. She had painstakingly found a prized apprentice and certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall him here. Rod's gaze shifted momentarily, and he smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. There are few on this island who can pose a threat to me." Tautu nodded gently, and together with Zafa, they descended from the heights, launching a surprise attack on Spac. Meanwhile, the warships sped towards the island with great urgency. On the island, watchtowers were manned, and the sentinels, upon spotting two colossal warships approaching, turned pale with alarm. A naval fleet was drawing near. Whether they were merely passing through or had other intentions, they needed to inform their superiors without delay. The sentinels, visibly anxious, hurriedly relayed the information upwards. In the heart of the island, within an entertainment establishment, the faade gleamed with opulence, yet below lay numerous dungeons housing a multitude of slaves, including fishmen, merfolk, dwarfs, and longhand tribes, an assortment of the oppressed. These captives exhibited a range of emotions. Some appeared numb, others trembled with fear, and many had lost all hope, too terrified to even utter a cry for help, knowing that resistance would only invite brutal punishment, rendering their existence a living hell. At that moment, in a chamber on the top floor of the hotel, the island's apparent leader, the highest-ranking officer Harmon, sat face-to-face with a bald elder. Spac's underboss expressed immense satisfaction with the transaction, asking Harmon to convey his regards to Doflamingo. "I shall deliver the message," replied the elder, his demeanor calm, yet subtly proud. Harmon, unfazed, recognized that despite the considerable power amassed by the Devil Pirate crew over the past decade, it paled in comparison to others. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a tyrant of the underworld, wielded significant influence, holding the title of Warlord of the Sea. A figure who dominated both the shadows and the light, a formidable force beyond the reach of the Devil Pirate crew. Not to mention, the ordinary cadre present, Lao Ji, was no easy adversary, possessing strength that could rival Harmon himself. Suddenly, Harmon frowned slightly and retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. "What is it?" he inquired. "Boss Harmon, we have a naval invasion," came the urgent response. Harmon narrowed his eyes, maintaining his composure as he prepared to ask for more details, when a series of thunderous booms echoed from afar, reminiscent of hundreds of cannons firing simultaneously. The intensity of the bombardment startled Lao Ji. Chapter 54, The Landing. This island, ostensibly developed as a commercial venue, had not fortified itself with many artillery placements, making the naval forces landing a notably effortless endeavor. They even utilized cannon fire to clear the landing zone thoroughly. An experienced observer could, with difficulty, assess the enemy's artillery count from the cacophony, thus gauging their strength. "Quickly contact Spac. This invading navy is likely not to be trifled with." Lao Ji approached the window, squinting for a moment before speaking in a subdued tone. Harmon's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained resolute, promptly contacting Zephyr. Under normal circumstances, Zephyr was engrossed in his training elsewhere, indifferent to trivial matters. However, what unsettled Harmon was the fact that he could not reach Zephyr at all. At that moment, Zephyr had no time to concern himself with his subordinates. He gazed at the two figures across from him, his countenance darkening to an extreme, and remarked, "General Peach Rabbit, it seems the black-armed Zephyr truly regards me highly. Given his strength, he might have had a chance to escape facing either of the two alone, but against them both in unison. Even a fleeting opportunity to flee seemed nearly impossible. Devil Zephyr, you committed countless crimes a decade ago, and have engaged in illicit dealings ever since. Today, there is no evading your demise. Justice may arrive late, but it is never absent," Zephyr pronounced coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Ah, justice," Zephyr retorted with a mocking smile. At his level, he had long since discerned the essence of the world, and he found it beneath him to debate the notion of justice with Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Zephyr narrowed his eyes, choosing not to respond, partly out of disdain for conversing with a pirate, and partly due to his own confusion regarding the matter. The myriad conflicts within the Navy and the various decisions of the world government had sown doubt in his heart regarding justice. Unlike Karp, who was carefree, or Sengoku, who was shrewd and calculating, Zephyr had ultimately ventured out alone to establish a guerrilla force of pirates, striving to uphold justice in his own way. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, as if an endless barrage of cannon fire rained down upon the earth, accompanied by a piercing alarm resonating through the skies above the island. It was evident that the Navy had launched a full-scale assault. "We must resolve this swiftly. I certainly do not wish for my dear subordinates to suffer any harm," Peach Rabbit remarked, slowly drawing the renowned blade, Kenpyra, from her waist, her expression devoid of emotion as she advanced toward Zephyr. Zephyr followed suit, and in an instant, the battle erupted. In an instant, an astonishing commotion erupted. overpowering even the alarms resonating in the sky and the distant thunder of cannon fire. Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy and a master of pure martial arts, had seen his strength wane due to his age and a lost arm. His conventional prowess now resided within the ranks of a vice admiral, yet when unleashed, he could maintain the formidable power of an admiral for a limited duration. As for Tantata, at the zenith of her prowess as a grand swordsman, she may not surpass the three admirals in overall capability, but her attacking ferocity was unparalleled. Together, they possessed the capability to subdue even formidable foes like Don Quixote da Flamingo, rendering Spak's resistance futile. Nevertheless, Spak, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 340 million from a decade ago, was undeniably powerful. He was an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, equipped with remarkable mastery of hockey, possessing a resilient physique that could withstand considerable punishment in the short term. After all, the strength of pirates in this world is renowned for their vitality. And Zoan users are considered the apex of monstrosities. Had it been only Zephyr, the two sides might have battled for an entire day and night to determine a victor. The three warriors, in a tacit understanding, shifted the battlefield away from the front lines. Zephyr and Tantata were concerned about inadvertently harming the Navy and feared that Spak, in desperation, might breach their ranks, dragging others down with him. Meanwhile, Spak clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that the personnel on the island could defeat the encroaching Navy and subsequently come to his aid. Under normal circumstances, he would not possess such confidence. After all, the subordinates of Zephyr and Tantata could easily dismantle his crew. However, with members of the Don Quixote family still present on the island, there remained a slender chance for a turnaround. Spak was no longer the audacious pirate he once was. A decade of silence had indeed sharpened his strength, but it had also made him more cautious of his life. He would not relinquish any opportunity, no matter how minuscule. The grandeur had faded, and smoke filled the air. As Spak's stronghold, this pirate island was inhabited solely by pirates and assassins, devoid of ordinary citizens. The Navy had just begun to establish a foothold on the island when they encountered fierce resistance. However, under Eleanor's leadership and command, the Navy advanced steadily and resolutely. Meanwhile, elite Navy members such as Ein, Shuz, and Binzi had ventured ahead into the island, targeting enemy officers and disrupting the order behind enemy lines. On the streets, Rod meandered leisurely, akin to a spring outing amidst nature's embrace. He exuded tranquility, his confidence emanating from his formidable prowess. In this moment, Rod may not possess the same singular mastery as Hawkeye, who traverses the world with a mere sword, yet he harbored sufficient strength for self-preservation, capable of confronting the vast majority of circumstances. On this island, only the notorious pirate Spock posed a genuine threat to his life. Even the highest-ranking officer, Harmon, would require a battle to truly gauge his capabilities. At that instant, a sudden intuition urged him to glance towards an approaching corner. Beneath a telephone pole stood a towering, muscular figure, his gaze laden with murderous intent directed at Rod. Could he be one of Spock's subordinates? What was his name? What was his bounty? Rod shook his head, disinterested in pondering further. Whoosh! With a single step beneath his feet, the street trembled violently as spiderweb-like fissures split the earth, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. Simultaneously, his body surged forward like a bolt of lightning, swift and unstoppable. The pirate officer's murderous intent had scarcely faded from his eyes when terror seized his expression. Snapping back to reality, he spun on his heel and fled. Yet within mere strides, a deafening roar erupted behind him, the unmistakable sound of someone closing in at breakneck speed. The gale-force winds of their approach scattering debris across the street. Such terrifying velocity, he had only ever witnessed it in the highest-ranking officer, Harmon. There was no escape. The officer felt the chilling sound of the wind behind him. Gritting his teeth, he let out a thunderous roar. His armament color hardened, while simultaneously employing a technique to enhance his physical defense. His skin transformed into a dark hue, resembling steel, exuding an indomitable essence. Die. He prepared to fight with all his might. However, just as he turned, a figure swiftly brushed past him, causing his skin to tremble. He immediately froze in place, the spark in his eyes rapidly dimming. Subsequently, a thin line of blood began to spread swiftly from his left shoulder down to his abdomen. His body swayed slightly, and soon half of it began to slowly slide down along the path of blood. Rod remained composed, shaking the blade slightly before sheathing it, and continued to advance steadily. Chapter 55. True Strength in Battles of Equal Rank. The sharpness and swiftness bestowed by the power of thunder may only afford Rod a slight edge. However, when confronting adversaries of lesser strength, this advantage becomes exponentially lethal. Take this officer, for instance. Had he engaged in combat with the seasoned swordsman, Deputy Eleanor, he might have sustained a semblance of resistance for a time, as he is, after all, a formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. In a typical pirate crew, he could easily assume the role of captain. Yet, when faced with Rod, he found his defenses shattered with ease, falling victim to a single stroke. There remains a significant gap in prowess, compared to the great swordsmen who effortlessly cleave through icebergs and parts islands. This level of skill resembles little more than a child's play. Rod's expression remained indifferent as he continued deeper into the island. Along the path, the streets were stained with blood and littered with corpses. At his swift pace, these ordinary pirates often failed to react before meeting their demise, which could be considered a stroke of fortune. The battle raged fiercely. Rod's forces swept through with overwhelming might, while the front lines steadily advanced under Eleanor's command. However, Ein's ambush encountered an unexpected turn of events. In the clash, she managed to eliminate a cadre using her unique devil fruit ability, but was subsequently ensnared by a swordsman, plunging her into a fierce struggle. Having witnessed Ein's special powers, the swordsman denied her any opportunity to utilize them, relentlessly overpowering her with his superior swordsmanship and domineering presence. With a resounding bang, as the last bullet was fired, Ein felt a heavy weight in her heart and swiftly retreated without hesitation. She maintained her composure, adeptly discerning the strengths and weaknesses of both allies and foes, and analyzing her chances of victory. Realizing that persisting in the fight could lead to her downfall, she resolved to withdraw to the main battlefield. After all, she had successfully eliminated a pirate cadre during this sortie, which was commendable. Yet, suffering defeats at the hands of two swordsmen in a single day left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Clang, while battling and retreating, Ein skillfully utilized her mastery of the 6 styles and swordsmanship. Although the swordsman was indeed stronger, he found it difficult to keep her at bay. "Is running all you can do, Navy?" the furious pirate swordsman exclaimed. The cadre slain by Ein had shared a close bond with him. Had he perished in a genuine battle, the swordsman might have felt less anger and frustration, for becoming a pirate entails an acceptance of death. However, the manner of his demise was intolerable. Regressing in age only to be shockingly slain like a child was a humiliating end. The pirate swordsman could not bear to witness his comrade's tragic fate. Ein, unfazed by the swordsman's taunts, maintained an air of calm, clearly accustomed to such situations. If she encountered a companion, they could combine forces to eliminate their foe. Ein even contemplated a counterattack. If only a teammate of comparable strength could engage him, she could find an opportunity to retreat once more, ensuring an easy victory. Almost simultaneously with her thoughts, a familiar figure wielding a sword appeared at the end of the street, causing her internal conflict. Why is it this guy? Having recently suffered defeat at his hands, she felt a sense of discomfort at being seen in such a vulnerable state. He possessed formidable swordsmanship and overall combat prowess. If they collaborated, they could likely vanquish the pirate behind them. With this in mind, she accelerated towards Rod. Sparring and actual combat differ significantly. Sparring tests one's sword skills and physical attributes, while real battles encompass a multitude of factors. The dual-color hockey, physical techniques, fruit abilities, battle spirit, and even the surrounding environment can all influence the outcome of a fight. "Ah, quite a predicament, aren't we?" Rod remarked with a smile, observing the flushed and breathless girl before him. "What a mess." Ein, filled with exasperation, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She shot a fierce glare at Rod and swiftly commanded, "You shall hold them off while I take the lead." With that, she pivoted to confront the swiftly approaching pirate swordsman, her expression resolute, wielding her twin blades with an air of striking elegance. Regardless of Rod's status as a guest soldier or his youth, Ein could not afford to allow him to take the forefront in the assault. After all, their adversary was a formidable swordsman with lethal prowess. While death might not be a certainty, the prospect of sustaining grievous injuries was a concern she could not overlook, especially when considering how to explain the outcome to Zephyr or to Momotaro. It was a grave underestimation indeed. Rod gently shook his head, then suddenly stepped forward and declared, "Such matters of violence should be left to men. Girls should remain behind and focus on being beautiful." Before his words had fully settled, Ein felt a fierce gust of wind sweep past her, causing her flowing sea blue hair to dance in the breeze. while the cape of justice billowed dramatically. In that moment, she found herself in disarray, for the young man she regarded as her charged straight into the fray. Are you courting death? How can you be so fast? Just as this thought flickered through Ein's mind, two sword-wielding figures collided with a resounding clang. The pirate swordsman, who had approached with menacing intent, was sent flying like a mere straw, spitting blood mid-air, as his precious blade slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Rod showed no intention of holding back. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above the pirate swordsman. The swordsman let out a heart-wrenching scream, arms crossed defensively in front of him. Yet Rod's foot descended upon him with the force of a collapsing mountain, shattering his defenses and driving him into the street with a thunderous impact. Boom! It sounded as if a meteor had struck the earth, and the street erupted with a deafening roar. The swordsman crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater. His chest caved in as if struck by a formidable cannonball, leaving his heart shattered. Clearly, such grievous injuries rendered him unable to survive. With a single strike and a decisive kick, Rod had vanquished a formidable foe. I'm still caught in her rising anger over Rod's reckless charge. Had yet to process the outcome of the battle, which had concluded in an instant. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a fine layer of dust from the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Anne remained ensnared in a profound shock, her large, luminous eyes quivering as if she had witnessed a ghost. This strength was simply beyond comprehension. Are you truly 17 and not 70? Anne's emotions were in turmoil. Her keen perception allowed her to discern the myriad abilities Rod had momentarily revealed. His prowess far surpassed her own mastery of armament hockey, exhibiting extraordinary speed and strength, along with a force that resembled thunder itself. All these factors combined suggested that Rod could defeat her in no more than 2 or 3 moves. It was utterly disheartening. After a prolonged silence, Anne's thoughts began to return, and she muttered indignantly to herself. She had initially believed that Rod's talent merely eclipsed hers, only to discover that his true combat power was not only superior, but vastly so. How infuriating. Chapter 56. The Might of a Sword at this juncture. The Navy finds itself in a state of transition, caught between the fading glory of the golden era and the uncertain promise of the younger generation. The seasoned admirals, including the formidable Akainu and numerous vice-admirals, are gradually stepping into middle age, while the new wave of youthful officers grapples with an embarrassing lack of noteworthy talent. Among this cohort, Anne's exceptional abilities distinctly mark her as a standout. Although there are others who surpass her, they do not do so by a significant margin, placing them all within the same echelon. In such an environment, Anne's aspirations soar high, leading her to perceive her contemporaries as rather unimpressive. However, today she faces an unexpected blow. Although she could rationalize her defeat in swordsmanship against Rod through various justifications, such as being a disciple of a grand swordsman, the undeniable chasm in their actual strengths is something her mind cannot reconcile. Is there truly such a monstrous talent? Anne murmurs to herself, realizing why she has been taken under the wing of Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. It is worth noting that Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, one of the rare female powerhouses within the Navy and indeed the world, has always held herself in high regard, allegedly rebuffing Rear Admiral Chibuda's 100 declarations of affection. Meanwhile, Rod, who has effortlessly dispatched their foes, remains oblivious to the internal struggle Anne has just traversed. He approaches her with a calm demeanor and inquires, "Have you seen the senior officers, Harmon and the others?" "Oh," Anne responds, momentarily taken aback by his question, before quickly regaining her composure. "I didn't encounter them on my route, nor did I hear. They likely crossed paths with Yoshizawa and the others." Prior to their departure, Anne and her fellow strike team members were assigned specific defensive zones, tasked with intercepting the officers of the Devil Pirate crew en route to the main battlefield. Their objective was clear: eliminate foes when possible, and if not, to delay them, thereby buying time for the advancement of the main engagement. The overarching tactical strategy was to concentrate superior forces to clear the battlefield before encircling the pirate officers. While Yoshizawa may not possess the strength to defeat Harmon, he should be capable of holding him at bay, especially with Benz nearby. Aine, well aware of her companion's capabilities, expresses her confidence, stating, "Benz is a paramecia-type user of the flourishing fruit. Although his direct combat prowess may not be formidable, he excels in control and defense. Yoshizawa, with his mastery of physical techniques and resilience, has successfully restrained many adversaries akin to Harmon in the past. This time, however, it may not be so straightforward." Rod shook his head, unlike Ein, who was entangled with that swordsman. Rod meticulously surveyed the area under his responsibility and detected several individuals that clearly did not belong to the Devil Pirate crew. They were far more formidable, more audacious. And naturally, their demise was all the more tragic. If my intelligence is accurate, members of the Don Quixote family should also be involved in this battle. The adversaries that Xiao Zhuo and his companions face are likely not limited to just Harmon. Don Quixote. Ein's tone sharpened, her urgency palpable. We must hasten to their aid. The individuals from the Don Quixote family are not to be trifled with. Her voice was laced with anxiety, deeply concerned. The Don Quixote family was renowned throughout the New World, boasting a multitude of strong allies. According to Ein's assessment, they should not have dispatched their highest-ranking officials for a mere underground transaction, but they were certainly formidable among their ranks. While Xiao Zhuo and his companion could contend with a powerhouse of Harmon's caliber, facing two such adversaries would likely lead to their collapse. As Ein had anticipated, the situation for Xiao Zhuo and his companion was dire. Had they not fortuitously encountered a patch of greenery, adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees, in which Binzi constructed defensive lines, they would have surely been overwhelmed by now. In truth, their endurance thus far was largely due to the inexplicable cessation of hostilities from the opposing leader, with only a handful of pirate officers continuing their assault. Well, have you made your decision? Lao Ji's expression turned grave, carrying an air of subtle intimidation. Spack is as good as dead. With Zephyr and Peach Rabbit joining forces, his escape is impossible. Even if we rush to assist, it would merely result in more casualties. Your managerial skills and combat prowess are quite commendable. I shall recommend you to the young master. Upon learning the identities of those besieging Spack, Lao Ji understood that the disintegration of the Devil Pirate crew was inevitable, even if they could defeat the Navy on the front lines. Peach Rabbit and her companion were more than capable of sweeping through the entire pirate island, leaving no survivors. A flicker of conflict danced in Harmon's eyes, as he grappled with the reality of once being a companion on the high seas. Time was of the essence. We cannot wait for Peach Rabbit and her companion to eliminate Spack. If we do, we will have no means of escape, Harmon exclaimed, his expression shifting as he took a deep breath. Do you have any method of leaving? The port has already been seized by the Navy. Leave that to me. For now, let us first deal with these two vexatious Navy officers. Lao Ji replied coolly. Understood. Harmon displayed a semblance of respect, having decided to align himself. He was keen to uphold appearances, leading the charge forward. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. A blue-haired woman suddenly burst onto the battlefield, leveraging the element of surprise to strike a pirate officer, sending him stumbling back a dozen paces before swiftly delivering a fatal blow. Damn it! Hammond, filled with rage, charged forward in an instant. These pirate officers were his trusted subordinates, destined to be the foundation of his rise from the Don Quixote family. How could he endure the loss of one before his very eyes? However, just as he surged ahead, a brilliant sword aura suddenly pierced through the air, tearing it apart with an ear-splitting whistle, reminiscent of a supersonic jet skimming the ground. Despite his shock, Hammond remained composed, exhibiting an extraordinary control over his abilities. In a heartbeat, his frenzied figure transformed from extreme motion to utter stillness. His fist, enveloped in a lustrous black hue of hockey, struck out defiantly against the incoming sword energy, with a resounding crash. Upon the collision of fist and sword, Hammond's expression shifted dramatically as his robust form was uncontrollably propelled backwards for a staggering 7 or 8 meters, his face flushed with strain. Shatter! He bellowed, planting his feet firmly, and with another fist, he finally shattered the encroaching sword aura. The shattered remnants of the sword energy swept outward in all directions, carving countless minute fissures into the ground, creating a scene of sheer horror. Hammond gasped for breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. What terrifying sword energy! Could it be that a seasoned swordsman, or even a master swordsman, had arrived? His expression turned grave as he raised his gaze towards the direction from which the sword energy had come, only to behold a young, striking figure in white, standing with sword in hand, gazing back with an indifferent demeanor. Chapter 57. Thunderous fury. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The breeze that blew seemed to carry a chilling edge, piercing the very soul with the arrival of this white-clad swordsman. The remaining pirate officers hurriedly retreated behind Hammond, casting wary glances at the marks left on the ground. This single sword strike had pushed the power-focused Hammond back so far. Should it be aimed at them? they would scarcely be able to withstand it. Even the distant Rao Ji was shaken, swiftly appearing beside Hammond, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. The combined might of the two began to overshadow their adversary. When did the Navy produce such a formidable young talent? Rao Ji pondered gravely. The Don Quixote family had extensive connections with high-level informants within both the world government and the Navy. Logically, if a potential newcomer of Roeder's caliber emerged within the Navy, they should have been well aware of it by now. He must be eliminated at once. The somewhat aged visage of Rao Ji revealed a glimmer of ruthlessness and determination. A new superpower was emerging within the Navy, a prospect that certainly did not sit well with Don Quixote da Flamingo, who recognized that the present moment represented the optimal opportunity for preemptive suppression. At this juncture, I also encountered the duo of Xiuzhua and Ling, both of whom wore pale expressions, blood trickling from their lips, their bodies marred by numerous injuries, and their stamina severely depleted, particularly the overexerted Bin's, whose vision was beginning to dim. Nevertheless, Xiuzhua and Ling were oblivious to their own wounds, their eyes fixed in awe upon the sword-wielding figure before them. My heavens, what extraordinary power is this? Bin's gaped in astonishment, trembling as he spoke. Previously, when Harmon had first made his appearance, he had effortlessly obliterated the most resilient plant under Bin's control with a single punch, a display of strength that was nothing short of astonishing. Yet Rod's sword stroke had forcibly repelled Harmon, requiring both fists to counter it. What tremendous power! Such destructive capability could rival that of a typical vice admiral. Xiuzhua gazed intently at the sword marks etched into the ground, and after a moment's contemplation, murmured, I am acquainted with Vice Admiral Weasel from headquarters and have witnessed him sever a pirate ship with a single strike. He is indeed a master swordsman. Rod's swordplay, while perhaps not surpassing that of Vice Admiral Weasel, surely comes perilously close. The potential here is truly formidable. Observing the reactions of Xiuzhua and Ling, I inexplicably felt a strange sense of solace. It is indeed not my weakness, but rather the monstrosity of that individual. Xiuzhua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting his gaze over the battlefield, and calmly analyzed. The destructive power of a swordsman is undeniably unparalleled. Yet the two adversaries before us are exceptional martial artists, possessing remarkable endurance and resilience. In a protracted battle, it is likely that Rod will falter and reveal a vulnerability. We should promptly contact Deputy Eleanor and request her to dispatch reinforcements. The front line should have already secured a decisive advantage. With an abundance of combat experience, Xiuzhua swiftly arrived at the most prudent decision. Very well. I nodded slightly. She extended a delicate hand, as white as jade, and slipped it into the somewhat loose collar of her Navy uniform. From this world's unique pocket, she retrieved a visibly struggling communication snail. At that very moment, as I contacted Eleanor, the battlefield was rapidly ignited. Rao Ji and Harmon positioned themselves on either side, advancing menacingly before forming a pincer movement and charging forward. There was no need for words to establish their stances. Since Rao Ji had resolved to eliminate Rod, Harmon had no choice but to heed the commands of this seasoned veteran. He was well aware of Rao Ji's esteemed reputation within the Don Quixote family. Had it not been for the peculiarities of the highest-ranking officers, Rao Ji would likely have ascended to that position long ago. Ultimately, Harmon believed that their combined efforts to deal with the young Rod would not consume much time. After all, youth implied that Rod's physical prowess had yet to reach its zenith, and his mastery of armament hockey would inevitably be lacking. Thus, with high offense and low defense, these two masters of martial arts could easily exploit opportunities in close combat to secure victory and ultimately eliminate him. However, just as Rao Ji and Harmon charged, it was Rod who made the first move. With a swift step, he transformed into a mere flicker, darting forth like lightning. Confronted by their onslaught, he remained composed, sword in hand, executing a simple yet powerful horizontal slash. One sword style, thunderclap. This technique, merging swordsmanship with the force of thunder, had once allowed him to sever a pirate ship on the brink of destruction during his time as a reservist, a display of might that had left many revolutionary officers in awe. Now, with Rod's enhanced swordsmanship and mastery of thunder, what spectacle would unfold? With a thunderous boom, it was as if the divine thunder had struck the earth, and the resounding sword chant echoed across the landscape. The breadth of this strike was overwhelming, a torrent of swift offensive energy sweeping forth like a radiant tide. Rao Ji and Harmon barely had time to react, forcing them to summon their full armament hockey while unleashing their most skilled martial techniques. to counter the dazzling sword energy concealed within the blinding thunder. Earthwomb fist, mountain splitter fist, crackling and booming. The resplendent thunder roared, arcs of electricity surged, and the sound of thunder reverberated. Rao Ji and Harmon were instantly engulfed within it. At the moment the thunderous roar erupted, An had already hung up the phone. Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, she felt a tingling sensation on her exposed skin, causing her to drop the communication snail, which fell to the ground. The unfortunate creature, unable to voice its grievances against its merciless owner, quickly wriggled behind Ein, retreating into its shell in trembling fright. What on earth was happening? Both Xiao and Zhou stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing the most extraordinary spectacle. The power of thunder was simply astonishing. The remaining pirate officers, who had initially harbored intentions of attacking Ein and his companions, were instantly deterred by this terrifying scene and hastily retreated. Under the incredulous gaze of all, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Two shadowy figures, engulfed in darkness, were violently propelled from the storm of thunder, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. It was evident that Rao and Ji were in a rather precarious state. Their fists, used for direct confrontation, were marred with blood, and their typically sturdy physiques trembled slightly, with certain areas charred black. In a single strike, these two martial arts masters had sustained injuries. Rao cast a wary glance towards the distance, where the calm, white-clad youth stood, bathed in the radiant thunder. Rod's exceptional performance not only failed to instill in him a sense of retreat, but instead fortified Rao Ji's resolve to eliminate Rod, even at the cost of his own life. With one advancing and the other retreating, they besieged him. He coldly issued the command, his tone imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Eliminate him, and I assure you, you shall rise to become a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Harmon took a breath. Upon hearing Rao Ji's promise, his previously restless thoughts settled instantly, and a similar glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Though Rod possesses remarkable strength, he is not insurmountable. The greatest advantage of a master of martial arts lies in their resilience. As long as an opportunity is seized to approach and engage, their chances of victory remain substantial. Chapter 58. Unrestrained Combat on the Front Lines. Eleanor stood atop a tall building. Her once gentle and delicate visage now bore an air of authority, exuding the qualities of a valiant general. Moments ago, under her leadership, the defenses of the Devil Pirate crew were swiftly breached by the Navy, leaving only sporadic resistance that could hardly create a stir. I understand now. Eleanor hung up the phone with Ein, letting out a soft huff, exasperated by his unpredictable nature. Even she had to treat the combined forces of Rao Ji and Harmon with utmost seriousness, as this young lad dared to confront them head-on. Well, perhaps he was a bit impetuous, but such impulsiveness was befitting of his age. Moreover, a good thrashing might just temper that foul temper of his. Eleanor smiled brightly. Rod's usual calm demeanor resembled that of a jaded old man who has seen through the world's follies, which was rather unappealing. She signaled for her guards to withdraw from the battlefield to report the situation. Lo and behold, someone dared to bully our Rod. Let's teach him a lesson. Someone bellowed fiercely. Humph, do you really think you can match him? Harmon is a senior officer of the Devil Pirate crew, and Rao Ji is also a core member of the Don Quixote family, both possessing formidable strength. The one who had spoken earlier chuckled. Ah, but Eleanor is here. Isn't she? Eleanor remained expressionless, her silence indicating that she was accustomed to her shameless guards. With a graceful turn, her commanding presence flowed as she strode forward. Her guards chuckled and quickly followed suit. In their eyes, Rod was not only the beloved apprentice of their cherished Vice Admiral Peach Bunny, but also akin to a younger brother who required nurturing and care. This was not merely about strength. Rod's youth stirred a maternal instinct among these female sailors sailing the seas. Of course, the most significant factor was Rod's striking appearance, especially when contrasted with the burly Navy officers surrounding him. Rao Ji's tactical intentions were clear and posed a significant threat. However, alas, they encountered Rod. Rod's strength may not rival that of Rao Ji and his companion, and his mastery of armament hockey is certainly not as polished as theirs. However, it is far from the assumption that they could rely on this to vanquish Rod. Moreover, in Thunder mode, Rod's speed is significantly augmented, while Rao Ji and his ally find themselves vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of lightning that Rod unleashes. Though they possess formidable physiques and remarkable resilience, they will inevitably experience a degree of numbness and discomfort which could hinder their performance. With this interplay of enhancement and diminishment, Rod navigates the confrontation with remarkable ease. Earth Elder Fist G. Rao G charges forward, forcefully breaking through the lightning with a cacophony of crackling arcs, arriving before Rod with a fist poised to strike. His speed akin to a tempest, unstoppable in its ferocity. Yet, Rod's response is uncomplicated. With a slight retreat, he grips his sword with both hands and suddenly delivers a horizontal slash. One sword style, Iato slash. The effectiveness of an Iato slash varies greatly depending on the wielder. Were it to be executed by Mihawk, a single Iato slash could likely cleave an island in two, effortlessly parting mountains and seas alike. Although Rod may not rival Hawkeye, the power of this strike should not be underestimated. With a chilling sound, the obsidian blade sliced through Rao G's chaotic martial arts with relentless force, sending him hurtling away and leaving a ghastly gash upon his body. Ignoring the opportunity to pursue, Rod's expression shifted slightly, as if he had sensed something amiss. In a blink, he vanished, enveloped by a flash of lightning. Almost instantaneously, Hammond appeared in his stead, his heavy fist meant for Rod crashing down into the earth instead, creating a massive crater several meters wide. This crater, perfectly circular, demonstrated remarkable control of power, causing even Rod to marvel at the skill on display. True masters of martial arts are not merely defined by their strength or speed. They possess the ability to harness their power with exquisite finesse, achieving effects akin to using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. This was exemplified in the original narrative during the Marineford War, where Diamond Jozu, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, withstood the strikes of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, and later, with a single punch, sculpted a mountain of ice upon the frozen surface. While Hammond's control may not yet reach the pinnacle of Diamond Jozu's prowess, it is nonetheless commendable, explaining why Rao G sought his invitation. Alas, no matter how formidable or skillfully controlled one's strength may be, it is mere rhetoric if it cannot touch Rod. Utilizing the cover and distraction of the tempestuous thunder, Rod, like a specter, appeared behind Hammond in an instant, unleashing a sudden strike. During their earlier clash, Rod had keenly discerned that Hammond was the linchpin of this battle, as Hammond's mastery of observation hockey seemed lacking, particularly amidst the cacophony of thunder. As anticipated, when Rod positioned himself just behind Hammond, the latter had yet to react. It was only when the blade was drawn that the sharp aura of the sword jolted Hammond into awareness, but it was far too late for him to evade. The silver blade sliced through Hammond's hardened armor, producing a cacophony reminiscent of steel being severed. Although Hammond's observation hockey was somewhat feeble, his armament hockey was immensely powerful, managing to withstand the onslaught for 2 fleeting moments before being cleaved apart, exposing flesh and even the pale glint of bone beneath. Yet, that brief interval was sufficient for Hammond to spring into action. He forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself to the side and narrowly evading the subsequent assault of the sword's energy. With a resounding sweep, the radiant sword energy continued its path, rending the earth asunder before crashing into a 3-story building, reducing it to splinters with devastating ease. This level of destruction left the distant onlookers, including Ein and others, utterly astonished. Moreover, the tide of battle seemed to defy expectations. Was it not supposed to be Rod who was being overwhelmed? In a moment of shared astonishment, Ein and the others exchanged glances, unable to conceal their shock. Though Rao G and Harmon may not be the most formidable titans of the New World, they are undeniably notorious figures, capable of commanding respect wherever they go. Yet, despite their concerted efforts, they found themselves unable to contend with Rod, who seemed to dominate the encounter with ease. With a cacophony of sound, Rao G and Harmon launched a relentless assault against Rod, unleashing punches and kicks with such fervor that one might think they were prepared to headbutt or bite him in desperation. As the battle raged on, the 2 seasoned fighters, known for their prowess, found their pride wounded. Being bested by a mere youth was a humiliation they could scarcely bear. At this juncture, Rod was not unscathed. A trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, a testament to the perfect synchronicity of Rao G and Harmon's assault. Yet, even in the face of injury, his ferocity only intensified, becoming more frenzied and sharp, refusing to yield, and fighting with exuberance. Chapter 59. Overcoming Adversity in the Realm of Pirates. The strong are often rugged and resilient, possessing a vitality that astounds. Epic confrontations between peak warriors can endure for days on end. Even when Rod managed to suppress Rao G and Harmon temporarily and inflict significant damage, it was still insufficient to strike at their very core. In fact, these injuries seemed to awaken a primal ferocity within them, driving them to fight with reckless abandon, eschewing technique in favor of instinct, seizing every opportunity to strike, even at the risk of being wounded themselves. In such tumult, Rod, an elegant swordsman, would not engage in mutual harm. Utilizing his speed, enhanced by the power of thunder, he moved like a specter across the battlefield, only clashing with them when evasion was impossible. The sheer might of Rao Ji and Harmon was staggering. A single kick could create a crater in the earth, and their collisions could bring structures crashing down, as ferocious as beasts of legend. As Shozu, a master of martial arts, observed the battle between these titans, he couldn't help but express admiration, gaining insights from the spectacle before him. However, amidst the chaos, it was the young figure clad in white, wielding a sword, that captured the most attention. The thunderous power he unleashed roared through the arena, while brilliant sword energies swept across the landscape, tearing the earth asunder. Such extraordinary destructive capability clearly surpassed that of Rao Ji and Harmon by a considerable margin. At this point in the battle, the entire area spanning several hundred meters resonated with anguished cries and tremors, as buildings crumbled and the earth turned charred, riddled with craters, reduced entirely to ruins. Eleanor, accompanied by her loyal guards, followed the commotion, and upon witnessing the devastated battlefield, could not help but stand in stunned silence. Wait, this situation is rather alarming. How could young Rod possess such formidable thunderous power? She mused, feeling a flutter of excitement. Oh dear, this is troubling. No, it's merely that you've been electrified. The guards collectively gasped in awe, only to quickly regain their composure and engage in playful banter. Not only was his swordsmanship exceptional, but his combat prowess was equally impressive. What kind of disciple has Major General Tautu taken under her wing? While Eleanor maintained an impassive facade, inwardly she could not help but scoff. As the foremost expert under Tautu's command, she prided herself on her authority and composure. Yet it appeared she was being overshadowed by those who followed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as the combat intensified and their injuries worsened, Rao and Ji gradually regained their senses, reluctantly confronting a grim reality. They had to acknowledge that even their combined efforts could not vanquish Rod. Should this confrontation continue, they might very well be left behind. Upon accepting their impending defeat, the resolute martial artists swiftly adapted their mindset. There was no need for despondency. If they could not prevail, they would simply retreat. After all, they had escaped from the Navy before. It was a perfectly ordinary occurrence for pirates. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a moment of mutual respect passing between them, before they set their plan for escape into motion. Rod, however, keenly perceived the shift in their mindset. While his observation and color dominance may not rival that of Peach Rabbit, who possesses an almost supernatural insight into the human heart, his perceptual enhancements render him no less formidable, capturing a multitude of intricate details. Wishing to depart? Let us first inquire whether the sword in my hand consents to your departure. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rod's eyes. In truth, his stamina had already diminished to a considerable extent. If the battle were to persist, the outcome remained uncertain. However, since his opponent had chosen to concede, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to pursue and amplify his victory. The sound of crackling reverberated through the air. Rod unleashed the full force of his thunder, transforming the once gentle storm into a violent tempest, akin to a dragon thrashing in the earth, sweeping across all directions. The lightning blazed like a fiery flame, flickering with intensity. In the fleeting moment that Harmon turned to flee, Rod moved with sudden ferocity. A flash of blue lightning streaked through the air, cloaked by the cacophony of thunder. And seizing the moment of Harmon's shifting mentality, Rod darted forward like a phantom, delivering a straightforward thrust of his sword. The brilliant lightning coalesced at the sword's tip, its compressed power causing the blade to hum and vibrate as if it could scarcely withstand the force. This strike was silent, for its speed rendered sound obsolete. An ineffable peril descended. In the balance between life and death, a profound terror loomed. At that moment, Harmon's mind was unnaturally clear. His observation and perception resonated, while time itself seemed to slow. Cursed fate. Move now? Despair and fear illuminated his eyes, and although he yearned to evade, his body, battered from prolonged combat, bore countless wounds. Moreover, the torment of the lightning had numbed him, causing his movements to falter. That mere moment proved fatal. Harmon coughed, blood spilling from his lips. mingled with fragments of his insides. He glanced at the sword tip protruding from his chest, a bitter smile struggling to form on his face. Indeed, do traitors ever meet a good end? In the final moments of his life, Harmon felt a strange sense of relief. Death would spare him the embarrassment of meeting his elder brother in the afterlife, leaving no guilt behind. This young swordsman was truly formidable, surely. He would become a renowned force in the world. Thus, perishing at the hands of such a person felt like an honorable end. To be unable to become the strongest, only to be slain by the strongest, perhaps this, too, fulfilled the essence of his initial dreams. With these thoughts, the light in Harmon's eyes gradually faded, devoid of resentment. Only a sense of liberation remained. As Rod withdrew his sword, Harmon's robust body trembled, then collapsed to the ground like a mountain crumbling, blood pooling rapidly beneath him. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. All present stood in stunned silence, witnessing this event unfold. Suppression and execution are two radically different scenarios, the stronger the presence, the more pronounced this distinction. Prior to this moment, Ian and his companions had observed Rod overpowering Rao Ji and his companion. Yet they never anticipated that Rod would secure the kill. They had envisioned that Eleanor, the deputy, would arrive, and together they might subdue the notorious pirates. But fate had other plans. Not far away, Rao Ji, witnessing the scene, instinctively withdrew his foot as he attempted to aid his comrade. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Flee. He must escape. Lao Ji felt as though he could not afford to linger for even a moment. Engaged in a duel against two adversaries, he found himself suppressed. In a one-on-one confrontation, it would not be long before he faced a swift demise. At that moment, a surge of survival instinct welled up within him. His eyes bulged with urgency, veins coursing with blood, and the muscles on his bald head twitched with tension as he resorted to a desperate martial art technique, albeit this time solely for the purpose of escape. He turned and sprinted towards the interior of the island, hoping to evade his pursuers amid the labyrinthine structures. In the blink of an eye, Lao Ji had distanced himself from the desolate battlefield, one foot stepping into an alley. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a leisurely voice echoed from above. Those who dare to confront us should remain here. Chapter 60. The conclusion. Eleanor's strategy against Lao Ji proceeded with remarkable ease. On one hand, Lao Ji had already been severely wounded by Rod, leaving him drained and in a poor state. On the other hand, Eleanor was a seasoned swordswoman, capable of dominating one-on-one encounters, bolstered by a cadre of loyal guards. Among them were several skilled female snipers whose precise shots rendered Lao Ji utterly incapacitated. This fierce battle culminated in Lao Ji's capture. Standing amidst the ruins, Rod exhaled softly, feeling a wave of fatigue and pain wash over him. Yet his spirit remained remarkably invigorated, akin to emerging from an all-night stint at an internet CAF. The enemy was becoming increasingly resilient. Rod sheathed his sword, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. In the world of pirates, every being that could be deemed powerful was, without exception, a formidable creature, possessing an exceptionally diverse array of abilities. They were inherently strong, swift, and possessed robust physiques. Their mastery of armament hockey further augmented their offensive and defensive capabilities, while observation hockey enabled them to anticipate attacks and enhance their evasive maneuvers. Merely these two skills could render a powerful individual nearly invincible, at the very least devoid of any fatal flaws. Even if one possessed superior raw strength, it often required arduous battles to secure victory. This was particularly true for Rod, a swordsman of significant offensive prowess. Had he been akin to Luffy, who relies on sheer fists, the struggle would likely be even more arduous. It is no wonder that Akiji and Akainu could engage in combat for 10 consecutive days and nights, altering the very climate of the island in the process. Kaido, the beast, is reputed as the most formidable creature across land, sea, and air, an immortal entity whose vitality is undoubtedly even more terrifying. Rod took a moment to rest, and gradually regained his composure as he ambled towards Ain and the others, lost in thought. "How are you holding up?" he inquired casually, observing the pallor of Shozua and his companion. The two exchanged bemused glances, wondering if he was boasting. "I meant to ask if you can still endure," Rod clarified, noticing their expressions. "Am I the sort to boast? My strength speaks for itself." It was only then that Shozua and Binzi realized their misunderstanding. Awkwardly scratching their heads as they replied, "We're managing, I suppose. A few days of rest should suffice." "Oh, Rod had initially intended to showcase his medical prowess, however. Upon hearing their conversation, he decided against it, knowing that ample time for recuperation lay ahead. At this moment, the frontline battle had concluded. With the second-in-command of the enemy dispatched and Rao Ji also captured, leaving only the notorious pirate Spak. Yet, from the tremors faintly emanating from the ground, it appeared that Spak was still desperately resisting. Indeed, it was said that this formidable pirate possessed the abilities of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, making him remarkably resilient. Even if he did not match the strength of Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates, he was undoubtedly a superhuman behemoth, likely standing his ground against Rod's blade without a hint of fear. At that moment, Eleanor approached slowly, draped in a cloak of justice and clad in a sharply tailored naval uniform. With a slender sword at her waist, she shed her former image as a frail aide, emanating an aura of authority that compelled Rod to steal a few more glances, exclaiming in awe, "Who would have thought you possessed the potential to become a general?" "Likewise," she replied, her expression impassive, though a flicker of complexity danced in her eyes. "You have indeed achieved a significant feat, single-handedly slaying the high-ranking officer Harmon and aiding in the capture of Rao Ji from the Don Quixote family." Yet, Eleanor felt a premonition, sensing that once Rod perfected his swordsmanship, he would soon be departing. "I am not a member of the Navy. The accolades rightfully belong to you." Rod waved his hand dismissively and remarked casually, "Huh." The three of them, Ein included, exchanged surprised glances with Rod, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. For it was not stipulated that a naval apprentice must necessarily be part of the Navy. Eleanor, wishing to steer clear of that topic, turned to Rod and inquired, "We are to scour the battlefield, liberate the captives, and escort the pirates. What about you?" "Me?" Rodbin initially contemplated returning to the warship for rest, but upon reflection, he decided it would be more intriguing to witness the Battle of Taudu and her companions, the great swordsmen. Previously, on Krenos Island, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of their prowess, having dispatched merely a couple of minor foes. This time, he was determined to observe attentively. Upon hearing his thoughts, Ein's expression brightened as he eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "I wish to go too. I wish to go too." The allure of witnessing the combat of a great swordsman was simply irresistible to any swordsman. "Very well, but be mindful of your position and do not stand too close," Eleanor replied with a calm demeanor, clearly possessing considerable experience in such matters. Thus, while Shiozwa and Binzi returned to recuperate, Rodbin and Ein set forth towards the battlefield. In the eastern part of the island, what was once a lush jungle had undergone a dramatic transformation, now appearing far less verdant. Fragments of the mountains lay shattered, debris was flung about, and the earth was stripped bare, revealing terrifying chasms where turbulent seawater churned violently. Although Spark was robust and resilient, he was nonetheless at a disadvantage against the fierce strikes of the great swordswoman Taudu. His formidable physique bore numerous sword wounds, bloodied and marred, with several gashes deep enough to expose bone and damage his internal organs. "Damn it, I refuse to yield," Spark bellowed, his voice reverberating across the landscape. Imbued with a sense of profound indignation, faced with the combined onslaught of Taudu and her ally, he found himself utterly defenseless, relegated to a state of constant defense yet still unable to withstand their assault. Her attacks are far too incisive. Furthermore, the seasoned veteran, Black Arm Zifa, exhibited remarkable skill and timing, often forcing Spark to endure Taudu's strikes head-on. The synchronicity of their teamwork was so profound that Rao and Ji could hardly be considered their equals. They were simply on different tiers. The trio moved swiftly, engaging in fierce combat amidst the swirling dust, rendering the scene indistinct. One could only perceive the devastation wrought upon the terrain. With mountains crumbling and earth and stones surging upward like waves, ancient trees propelled into the air to heights of several dozen meters. Is this truly the extent of my teacher's combat prowess? The destructive capability is simply staggering. Rod stood atop the towering edifice, gazing at the myriad sword-like scars that pierced the sea, unable to suppress his awe. Teacher Zephyr was once formidable. No, even more so. Ein pouted, a hint of defiance in her demeanor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had always felt a deep sense of guilt, for it was Zephyr who had sacrificed his arm to protect them, a loss that rendered him significantly weaker. Rod was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the melancholic young girl before him. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Indeed, Zephyr, the former admiral, was a hero of his era, standing alongside legends such as Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard. His strength was beyond question. Alas, time is a merciless blade. Even the mightiest individual becomes as insignificant as dust in the face of eternity. Ayn then emitted a soft hum, nodding her head in a display of satisfaction. Had it not been for that grievous injury that resulted in the loss of his arm, along with the ensuing complications, Master Zephyr's prowess would scarcely pale in comparison to that of Admiral Garp. The impact of injuries sustained at different stages of life varies greatly. For instance, when Shanks lost an arm during his prime, it hardly affected his standing, allowing him to maintain his position among the four emperors. Conversely, when Zephyr, in his twilight years, suffered a similar injury, it manifested as a severe detriment, capable of undermining even a top-tier powerhouse. Chapter 61. Farewells and Advice. The pinnacle of strength within the pirate world is characterized by individuals of extraordinary physiques, surpassing even the mightiest of beasts. The duration of their ultimate confrontations is often measured in days, showcasing their endurance. In Rod's perspective, age is unlikely to diminish these monsters' combat abilities significantly. However, it does render a peak warrior exceedingly vulnerable, akin to an elderly person susceptible to illness, which strikes with overwhelming force, leaving them unable to resist. Ailments, injuries, and side effects, once disregarded in youth, become profoundly severe in old age. This reality was most vividly illustrated in Whitebeard. The side effects of the tremor fruit were omnipresent, with each utilization reverberating back upon himself. In his youth, Whitebeard paid little heed to these repercussions, even dismissing them entirely, thus solidifying his reputation as the world's strongest man. Yet, as he aged, particularly since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, he found himself confronting an unrelenting tide of challengers, with Kaido of the Beasts being the most formidable among them. Consequently, the side effects erupted fully, affecting the world's strongest man comprehensively, leading to his gradual decline, to the point where he required intravenous fluids to sustain himself. In stark contrast stood the legendary Garp, who, due to the world government's conservative policies regarding the New World, engaged in scarcely any hard-fought battles. His daily routine consisted of leisurely moments at Marine headquarters, indulging in donuts in the Admiral's office, occasionally visiting the East Blue to mentor his grandson, and casually dispatching a few cannonballs at minor pirates for practice. This lifestyle enabled him to maintain his nearly peak combat prowess, even possessing the confidence to decisively confront Akainu during the Marineford War. According to Rod's conjecture, to preserve near-peak strength in old age, one must avoid injuries, particularly severe ones such as losing limbs, and refrain from utilizing powers like the tremor fruit that inflict widespread internal damage. However, at merely 17 years of age, such concerns were still a distant thought. Rod shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and focused intently on the battle. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield had begun to shift. It seemed that upon sensing Rod's presence, every strike and maneuver executed by Peach Bunny had noticeably slowed, as if deliberately performed for the sake of an audience. Zephyr, with his seasoned acumen, swiftly discerned Peach Bunny's intent and skillfully restrained Spark. A rare smile flickered across his usually stern visage, evoking an unexpected pang of sympathy for Spark. Per Spark, the formidable pirate, renowned throughout the New World and dubbed the Devil's Man, had unwittingly become the target for Peach Bunny's swordsmanship demonstration, serving as a mere practice dummy for her apprentice. Alas, how impressive the teacher! Rod, exhibiting remarkable wit, swiftly grasped the situation. He quietly cautioned Ayn, and then devoted his full attention to the demonstration of swordsmanship by Tao Tuesday. Two formidable warriors collaborating, or rather being showcased by Tao 2's swordplay. Such an opportunity is indeed exceedingly rare. Rod's eyes widened as he etched each scene into his memory. Though perhaps momentarily futile, it ultimately constituted an accumulation of experience, a foundation upon which to build mastery in the art of swordsmanship. Hours later, with Spock trembling and collapsing to the ground, the unique swordsmanship lesson reached its conclusion. Henceforth, your days shall be forever intertwined with the desolate confines of Impel Down. Zephyr produced seastone handcuffs and secured them onto Spock. The distinctive power contained within the seastone instantaneously rendered Spock deeply weakened. He glanced at Zephyr's mechanical arm, mustered a feeble grin, and in a tone tinged with derision remarked, "Black Arm Zephyr, ha ha ha. Is your so-called justice merely serving the world government and the celestial dragons like a hound? Truly a pitiable notion of justice." With his fate sealed in the shadowy depths of Impel Down, Spock harbored no fear of inciting Zephyr's wrath. Upon hearing these words, Peach Rabbit's expression darkened, and without hesitation, she delivered a resounding slap, rendering the weakened Spock unconscious, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. "Teacher, there's no need to concern yourself. I understand completely." Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference as he stated, "The Navy prioritizes the interests of the populace. One must possess their own discernment of justice. I shall not be swayed by these malevolent individuals." Not far off, Rod felt a slight shift in his demeanor upon hearing this, shaking his head internally. Zephyr was undoubtedly a true hero, dedicating his life to the Navy, enduring countless tribulations while steadfastly believing in justice, only to be betrayed by the world government, ultimately leading to a tragic end. In his previous life as an outsider, Rod had not pondered too deeply, but now, having entered this world, speculation was unavoidable. Zephyr had produced an abundance of outstanding students, with the current admirals and most Navy officers emerging from his tutelage. Logically, an individual of Zephyr's caliber should be regarded as a treasure wherever he went. However, it was unfortunate that his ideology conflicted with that of the Navy's superiors, the world government. While it was unlikely that Zephyr would instigate a mutiny, the world government could not afford to overlook the potential threat, thus compelling them to take preemptive measures against him. The ensuing days were dedicated to the thorough cleaning of the island, a task that spanned a full 3 days. The notorious pirate Spock had amassed considerable wealth over a decade, a fortune that could indeed be described as mountainous. Their operations were far from legitimate. They occasionally ventured out to reap profits with minimal effort. Moreover, due to their dealings with the Don Quixote family, the Navy seized a substantial cache of high-quality weapons and munitions, contributing to the cause of justice. As for the enslaved individuals, they were processed in accordance with established regulations. Notably, any personal spoils acquired by the Navy personnel during the operation on the island were exempt from confiscation, serving as an additional perk. On board the warship, Rod gazed upon the port, observing the slaves who wore expressions of numbness, their faces ashen even after their salvation. He could not help but exhale a gentle sigh. In recent days, he had explored the island's subterranean spaces, which were shrouded in darkness and despair, beyond the capacity of words to convey. As a time traveler with a reasonably sound moral compass, Rod found the institution of slavery abhorrent and the lofty celestial beings equally intolerable. This was precisely why he adapted to the revolutionary cause with such alacrity. Darkness and oppression were omnipresent, and we could only strive to do our utmost. The cool and detached voice of Peach Rabbit reached him, rare in its subtle hint of fatigue. Although the Navy was an armed force under the aegis of the world government, it functioned as the sole stabilizing institution of these seas, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a beacon of hope for the common folk. Reforming the entrenched maladies of society could not be achieved solely through the Navy's efforts. Rod knew that Peach Rabbit was attempting to retain him, hoping he would join the Navy and inherit this noble cause of justice. However, he had his own thoughts and his own path to follow. Sighing softly, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but feel a slight haze in her eyes as she listened to Rod's somewhat reactionary discourse. Every pirate harbors their own dreams, and the Navy is no exception. To embody justice, to punish evildoers, to become a hero, to protect one's territory, these are noble aspirations. Yet, if someone as powerful as Zephyr, an admiral, feels so powerless, what can she, merely a candidate for admiral, do with her lesser strength and status? Ultimately, with a gentle yet resolute tone, she stated, regardless of where you are or what your status may be, always remember to uphold the dignity of being human, and never overstep that inviolable boundary. Otherwise, I shall be the first to apprehend you. Chapter 62. The merchant ship Peach Rabbit is an exemplary teacher. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, she teaches with earnestness and passion, yet she does not overly interfere with her students' life paths, making her truly impeccable. However, why could she not simply give me a ride along the way, instead of leaving me behind? Rod stood at the water's edge, feeling the cool sea breeze, utterly disheartened. He and Sabo had agreed upon a rendezvous point, but Peach Rabbit insisted that the delay had been excessive and that they must return directly to the G5 base. Thus, she carelessly chose a populated island and unceremoniously abandoned Rod there. It seems that Peach Rabbit harbored a lingering resentment. Rod contemplated with a hint of dissatisfaction as he turned and ventured into the island, eager to savor the local delicacies. On the warship, Peach Rabbit and Zephyr stood side by side, gazing at the gradually diminishing island. With their keen eyesight, they could even discern Rod's figure upon it. After a prolonged silence, Zephyr finally spoke. "Do you trust him so readily? He is my disciple. If I do not trust him, Whom should I? Peach Rabbit replied in a calm and expressionless tone, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of bittersweet longing and anticipation. As Peach Rabbit's first, and perhaps last, student in her lifetime, she had placed immense expectations upon Rod, despite their brief 3-month acquaintance. Naturally, Rod's performance had pleasantly surprised her. Yet, with her disciple about to embark on a journey away from her, she felt a subtle sense of loss, uncertainty, and hope. Being a top-tier warrior, Peach Rabbit understood that under the shelter of protection, one could never become a formidable force capable of navigating the vast seas independently. Thus, she would not hinder Rod's quest for independence. I shall take my leave to rest, she said, stretching her body before gracefully returning to her warship, leaving Zephyr standing alone in contemplation. Rod, do not disappoint Peach Rabbit, Zephyr murmured softly, his peripheral vision catching sight of Ayn, who seemed lost in thought on the lower deck. In the world of pirates, due to its unique geographical environment, the disparities among various islands in terms of cultural landscapes, technological advancement, and culinary specialties are strikingly vast. Such pronounced differences naturally gave rise to countless tenacious merchants who traversed the islands, engaging in trade and profiting handsomely. At this moment, the island where Rod finds himself is of moderate prosperity, yet it boasts several unique specialties. Notably, one of its prized products is the sizable hairy crab, akin in size to a grinding wheel, harvested from the coastal waters nearby. The meat is remarkably delectable, tender, and when paired with a specially crafted sauce by the island's chefs, it becomes an exquisite delicacy. After indulging, the lingering aroma on one's lips and teeth leaves an unforgettable impression, beckoning one to return for more. After indulging in a hearty meal, Rod strolled towards the harbor, resolutely determined to board a merchant vessel bound for the island where Sabo and his companion resided. The port was bustling with numerous ships, and several robust sailors were busily transporting cargo up and down. After wandering for a considerable time, Rod finally spotted a merchant ship that shared his destination. However, it was surrounded by a crowd, buzzing with lively activity. What was taking place there? Rod blinked and leaned closer. It was said that this caravan had encountered a band of pirates during their last expedition, resulting in a fierce battle that claimed numerous guards. This time, they sought to recruit temporary protectors, offering generous compensation and even the possibility of permanent positions. Someone whispered, recruiting guards? Rod let out a soft exclamation, finding the situation quite favorable, as it would save him a considerable sum on shipping costs. His finances were rather meager. The only currency he possessed was the bounty bestowed upon him by the Peach Rabbit, and he had just spent a significant amount indulging in the delicacies of hairy crabs. Regrettably, there were few naval bases in the New World. Otherwise, he might have captured a few pirates to exchange for a bounty. The recruitment process was straightforward. One merely needed to demonstrate strength by lifting a sufficiently heavy stone lock to be selected. This merchant ship appeared to be quite renowned, with a number of burly men queuing for the opportunity. As Rod stood in line, several individuals cast their gazes upon him, accompanied by bemused smiles. "Young man, I believe you've come to the wrong place," remarked a towering figure, easily measuring 2 meters and 20 centimeters. He flexed his arm, striking a classic bodybuilding pose, his muscular contours notably exaggerated. Rod curled his lips in disdain, his expression indifferent, too apathetic to engage with the simpleton. Disappointed by the lack of amusement, the burly man could not help but show a hint of annoyance as he stepped forward to test his strength. Clash! His muscles rippled with exertion as he summoned his strength, effortlessly lifting the 1-meter-high stone lock above his head. Rod approached with an effortless grace, casually lifting the heaviest and largest stone lock. With a gentle toss, it soared into the air, ascending over 10 meters, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The dock fell into a profound silence, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. This seemingly delicate young man possessed such formidable strength. The burly figure who had previously flaunted his muscles stood in stunned disbelief, his face flushed with embarrassment. Even the young lady responsible for recording the events was taken aback. She quickly rose, her cheeks aglow, and guided Rod onto the deck. The captain, a man with a bushy beard in his middle years, exuded a rugged charm. Upon hearing of Rod's extraordinary strength, he displayed a commendable demeanor, promptly assigning Rod to the finest cabin, deftly avoiding any mention of the need for guards. Demonstrating a keen sense of perception, Rod was quite pleased, having given 32 likes, indicating that he would lend a hand should danger arise. Thank you, thank you." As he watched the hatch close, the captain finally exhaled, straightening his posture. The young lady behind him, puzzled, inquired, "Captain, Even if he possesses the strength to hurl that heaviest stone lock, is it truly necessary for you to take such precautions? The formidable presence of the bearded man, who dared to engage in trade upon the treacherous seas of the New World, was certainly not to be underestimated. He employed many powerful subordinates, and even an ordinary pirate crew might struggle against them. Cultivating a relationship with such a young powerhouse could only yield benefits. The bearded man chuckled softly. In the realm of commerce, connections are paramount, and given Rod's youth and demonstrated potential, he might prove invaluable in the future. Oh, I see, the young lady replied, nodding with a semblance of understanding. The merchant vessel did not linger long at the island. That very afternoon, it set sail from the port, venturing deeper into the ocean. The performance of the rod throwing the stone locks spread rapidly. This level of prowess may not catch the attention of the bearded ones. Yet for the majority of sailors and guardians, it stands as a formidable force, deserving of reverence. Rod was utterly indifferent to this, even rejecting the advances of several youthful and beautiful girls sent by the bearded faction. He spent nearly all his time in the cabin, engaged in the rigorous thunder tempering. Except for his daily sustenance, Rod sensed that as the thunder tempering progressed and his muscles and bones strengthened, there was a reciprocal enhancement occurring within his internal organs, thereby bolstering their resilience. Perhaps it would not be long before he could harness lightning to fortify his organs. This would mark a pivotal moment. The reinforcement of his internal organs would fill the last gap in Rod's physique, sculpting a body devoid of flaws. The vastness of the ocean might conceal individuals who possess similar subtle energy techniques. Only with fortified organs could the risks associated with such encounters be significantly mitigated. Within the dimly lit cabin, a soft blue glow flickered, and the air was permeated with the scent of electric arcs. Rod kept his eyes closed, relentlessly striving. Chapter 63, The Rules of the Road. In the current New World, a semblance of stability has been achieved. Minor conflicts persist. Yet wars that engulf the entirety of the New World are rare. Although the four emperors have grown in power and instill fear across the seas, they have effectively morphed into warlord factions akin to the world government, no longer merely pirate crews reliant on plunder for survival. With the formation of these powers, a certain order is inevitable. It is through order that economic and technological development can flourish, thereby sustaining the extravagant demands of such warlord factions. For the vast majority of merchant vessels, entering the territories of the four emperors guarantees a significant degree of safety, as they are unlikely to encounter particularly formidable rogue pirate crews. The more seasoned pirate crews have often faced the might of the four emperors firsthand and are well aware of the consequences. In contrast, it is the greenhorn pirates, newly emerged with bounties just exceeding 100 million, who tend to be audacious. However, these fledgling pirate crews pose little threat to legitimate merchant ships. The captains of these vessels are formidable individuals themselves and often employ mercenaries, boasting substantial military strength. Of course, merchants typically prefer to avoid conflict, valuing harmony above all. When confronted by pirate crews, they usually resort to displays of force for intimidation, followed by concessions, offering a form of tribute to ensure safe passage. Only in dire circumstances would a bloody battle ensue. Inside the cabin, Rod closed his eyes, and a faint blue luminescence emerged from his skin, oscillating rhythmically like gentle ripples upon the water's surface. After some time, the soft blue glow gradually faded. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened, resembling two luminous stars in the vast, deep night sky, radiating brilliance. Rod rose to his feet, stretching his body as he reveled in the immense power contained within him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In terms of physical strength, he found himself slightly swifter than the formidable duo he had previously vanquished, Rao Ji and his companion. However, in other facets, be it sheer strength, physique, or endurance, he fell short. Overall, he remained at the level of a rear admiral within the naval branch. To ascend further, surpassing Rao Ji and reaching the caliber of a rear admiral from the headquarters, he would likely need to enhance his internal organs, which would propel his overall capabilities and allow him to step confidently into a more potent realm. Any individual of rear admiral rank from the headquarters is a formidable force across these seas, boasting a well-developed skill set with scarcely any apparent weaknesses. Even on the battlefield of the highest order, such as the Marineford War, they shine brilliantly. If the rear admirals from the branches are akin to those barely scraping into the upper echelons of the pirate world, the rear admirals from the headquarters stand firmly atop this hierarchy. Even the strongest among the reserves may not guarantee the attainment of such heights. This level can be regarded as the pinnacle of human potential, Beyond it lies a realm occupied by true monstrosities, with Rod's thunderous might and swordsmanship. Once his physique ascends to the headquarters rear admiral level, his overall strength would likely catapult him among the very strongest. Few rivals could compare. He is still a touch away from that milestone, yet the moment of breakthrough seems imminent. Rod murmured softly, his gaze tinged with anticipation. The prospect of severing the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, of striking down the admirals and the 5 elders, seemed a distant dream. Yet, with each deliberate step taken, the gap would surely narrow. Tap, tap, tap. A series of knocks echoed, prompting Rod to open the cabin door. There stood a strikingly beautiful red-haired young lady, the captain's daughter, Aisha. She appeared to be quite intrigued by the young, handsome, and remarkably skilled Rod, frequently visiting to seek his guidance in swordsmanship. However, she was considerate enough to time her visits around mealtimes, ensuring she did not overstep her bounds. I knew you would be awake at this hour. Do you realize you have become the most enigmatic figure aboard this ship? Aisha remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Rod, her fiery lips and ample bosom exuding a hint of alluring charm. Yet, having endured 3 months of steely resolve in the hot springs, Rod possessed remarkable self-discipline. Entirely unfazed by Aisha's subtle allure as he turned and stepped back into the cabin, swiftly donning his shirt, Aisha lingered behind, admiring the chiseled profile of Rod and the sinewy muscles that wrapped around him like steel cables, unable to resist the urge to lick her crimson lips. He was undeniably handsome, with a strength that seemed beyond the ordinary. One could only imagine the vigor he possessed in more intimate pursuits. The thought sent a shiver through her, her legs almost unwilling to remain closed. In truth, Rod was not extraordinarily handsome by traditional standards. He was merely conventionally attractive. However, when combined with his age, prowess, and the contrast with those around him, Aisha's perception transformed entirely. What are you thinking? Rod had approached her without her noticing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Aisha quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Goodness, what on earth was she contemplating? Despite having spent her childhood traversing the seas with her father, Aisha was, at heart, a girl of virtue, unaccustomed to such thoughts. Rod did not ponder much and casually remarked, "Let us go. It's time to dine at the restaurant." All was well. Aisha took a deep breath, secretly reflecting that it was solely this man's irresistible charm to blame, certainly not her lack of resolve. Indeed, that was the truth. The heavens can be unpredictable. Just before they reached the restaurant, the vessel, which had been sailing steadily, suddenly encountered a violent jolt, nearly causing Aisha to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Rod furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly grasping Aisha and hastening toward the deck. Before he could approach, a cacophony of shouts reached his ears. A pirate crew was drawing near. "Cannon fire! Take cover! Prepare for boarding!" It was too late to evade. They braced for close combat. Amidst the chaos on the deck, the sailors and guards, under the guidance of the bearded commander, quickly restored order and diligently fulfilled their roles. Old hands truly exhibited their seasoned prowess. Rod gazed into the distant sea, where a formidable pirate ship sliced through the waves, its deck teeming with fierce pirates brandishing swords, their expressions bloodthirsty and frenzied. How unfortunate, he mused, for this route typically spared encounters with pirate crews. Beside him, Aisha murmured with a hint of worry, "I hope we can settle this peacefully." Yet, despite her words, she clutched a gun in her left hand and a sword in her right, her face alight with eager anticipation, far from a being of peaceful disposition, much to Rod's bemusement. Indeed, women who roam the high seas are notoriously fierce. None are innocuous. The likes of Kella, Eleanor, and Toru, along with their loyal guards, were all cut from the same cloth. The pirate vessel, equipped with some unknown advanced technology, approached swiftly, soon overtaking the merchant ship and preparing for an aggressive boarding. Is this how pirates conduct their plunder? Rod felt a vein throb on his forehead as he watched pirates leap across the air, spanning several meters with ease. How straightforward, brutish, and effective. Indeed, this was the essence of piracy. Under the restraint of a bearded brute, the two parties refrained from immediate conflict. The pirates, fully aware of their own code of conduct, lounged on the deck, awaiting the arrival of their captain with a nonchalant demeanor. Soon, 2 imposing figures strode across the makeshift gangplank, exuding an air of authority with their powerful gait and menacing gazes. "My rules are simple," one of them announced. "Defeat my brother and me, and you shall pass without a single coin taken. Fail to do so, and you will part with 90% of your wealth and your fair maidens. while still retaining your life. These pirates clearly understood the principles of sustainable development. They knew better than to annihilate merchants entirely, perhaps out of a desire to avoid losing too many crew members and inciting a fierce resistance from their adversaries. Chapter 64. Rod takes action. The sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. With the arrival of the two pirates aboard, the morale of the merchant crew plummeted to an all-time low, a chill permeating the air that even the sunlight could not dispel. The sailors and guards swallowed hard, their eyes filled with dread, with some trembling visibly. Even the fearless Miss Aisha exhibited signs of tension. Rod observed the hand he was gripping, noticing that it had turned slightly pale from the pressure. It seemed that this pirate crew possessed quite a formidable reputation. He pondered this thought, his gaze intensifying. Clearly, they were twins. One was slightly taller, yet their facial features were remarkably similar. If not for the height difference, it would be quite challenging to distinguish between them. Sensing Rod's confusion, Aisha spoke softly yet gravely. This is the recently renowned twin pirate crew. Captain Barry and First Mate Bud are twin brothers, and their synergy is exceptional. They excel in coordinated attacks and have previously defeated a formidable pirate with a bounty of 170 million. The most troubling aspect is that these brothers are rather deranged. They take great pleasure in tormenting beautiful women. Aisha bit her lip, her expression dark as stormy waters, her eyes gleaming with determination. Should the situation become unbearable, she would not hesitate to leap into the sea, sparing herself from humiliation. Was a bounty of merely 170 million truly worth such gravity? Rod curled his lips in disdain. Such a character was easily dealt with during his early days in the field. The Silver Fox from years past was of a similar caliber, and it had barely been a year since then, merely the beginning of this year. What has just started even mean? Aisha shot him an exasperated glance, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. He was, after all, a young man ignorant of the world's vastness and unaware of his own limitations. Meanwhile, the man with the scruffy beard was attempting to negotiate, his tone submissive, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Boss Barry, we can deliver 90 to 100% of the goods. Can we let go of the women? You know our brother's preferences. And the last batch of female slaves was of woeful quality, easily worn out. We need to replenish. Barry smiled faintly, yet his words sent a chill down the spine. I see a few fine specimens aboard your ship. His gaze swept over Aisha, accompanied by a sinister grin. Could we not engage in a civil discussion? The scruffy bearded man made one last attempt at reconciliation, unwilling to part with his daughter. The rules are set. If you defeat my brother and me, you shall be free to leave. Do not accuse us of bullying. You may send out 2 of your own. Barry sneered. Were it not for the number of capable hands aboard the merchant ship, he would not have wasted his breath. The scruffy bearded man's expression darkened as he retreated, turning to a burly one-eyed man with sincerity etched on his face. Mr. Nord, we must rely on you. Nord was indeed the mercenary hired at great expense by the scruffy bearded man, having previously repelled a pirate crew with his prowess. However, at this moment, Nord appeared uncertain, his gaze evasive as he stammered, perhaps you should just concede. Life is paramount. A daughter can always be replaced. The notorious reputation of the twin pirates loomed large, and he was reluctant, even fearful, to confront them, wishing only to rid himself of these harbingers of misfortune. Upon hearing this, many sailors and guards nearby turned their eyes towards him, their expressions filled with hope. No one wished to confront the twin pirates. The scruffy bearded man faltered slightly at these words, especially feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, his countenance becoming exceedingly grim as he clenched his fists. This route was supposed to be the safest. They were to return home once this transaction was complete. He pleaded with Nord, I implore you to intervene. If we truly cannot prevail, I will not insist. Nord hesitated, fear creeping into his heart. He dreaded that if a fight broke out between the Barry brothers, their ferocity might lead to his demise. It was merely a job, and he was not inclined to risk his life for it. The merchant ship's crew was caught in indecision, while the members of the twin pirates remained unhurried, each appearing to revel in the unfolding drama, particularly Barry and his brother, who seemed to take a twisted pleasure in tormenting others in dire straits, their faces bearing a slightly morbid thirst for blood. Rod stood on the upper deck, observing the commotion below, and could not help but shake his head slightly. Initially, he believed these individuals could manage the situation without his intervention. After all, at this moment, defeating such insignificant foes would hardly yield him any energy, rendering him rather disinterested. Let it serve as a mere warm-up, after all. He had seized the opportunity to hitch a ride. What warm-up? Aisha queried, bewildered, turning to glance at him. Suddenly, Rod leaped into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing with a soft thud on the lower deck, precisely between the two factions. The sound of his landing was faint, yet it reverberated sharply across the deck, compelling everyone to turn and gaze in his direction, momentarily taken aback. The merchant crew appeared somewhat astonished. This enigmatic young man had remained in the cabin since boarding, rarely emerging, yet had garnered the attention of the captain and his daughter, leaving many sailors envious and puzzled. No one anticipated that, in such a scenario, this young man would dare to step forward. Had he not heard of the infamous reputation of the Gemini pirate group? Come back, Aisha shouted nervously from above, fearing that this foolhardy act might lead to irrevocable consequences. Rod walked forward, unperturbed and expressionless. Having made the decision to act, he deemed any further words unnecessary. In a swift motion, the members of the twin pirates were caught off guard as the young figure, who had just leapt down, suddenly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before the Berry brothers. With a punch and a kick, the renowned Berry brothers were sent flying like straw, spitting blood midair before crashing heavily into their own pirate ship. The entire vessel trembled violently, creating considerable waves, as if it were on the brink of capsizing. A profound silence enveloped the scene, with all eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle. The bearded men gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Aisha covered her mouth in shock, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the unfolding drama. The members of the twin pirates, initially entertained, were now struck dumb, their expressions shifting to sheer terror as they fixated on Rod. When his emotionless gaze fell upon them, a chill coursed through their spines, prompting them to flee the ship in haste. Some, positioned further away, even leapt into the sea to escape. In mere moments, the deck was deserted, the sounds of frantic shouts echoing from the pirate ship as cries of set sail, demon, devil, run, filled the air, as the crew scurried like ants on a hot pan. Yet, Rod showed no intention of sparing them. He stepped forward, seemingly treading upon thin air, ascending as if an invisible staircase lay before him. With each stride, he covered several meters, effortlessly reaching the deck of the pirate ship. Under the watchful eyes of all, Rod stood poised with his sword, an imposing figure against the backdrop of the sky. His white garments billowed in the sea breeze, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the mortal realm, with the wind howling around him and the vast expanse of the world stretching endlessly. Both pirates and Aisha could see nothing but the silhouette of the young man in white, sword in hand. Gripping the long sword, Rod made a gentle sweep, uttering a single word with a calm demeanor, slash. No words could capture the brilliance of that strike. The sword cleaved through the air as if it could rend the very heavens, a radiant, thunderous aura illuminating the eyes of countless onlookers. The sword energy sliced through the deck of the pirate ship with the ease of a knife through water, continuing its relentless path through the cabin. Even the sturdy keel, tougher than steel, yielded in an instant to the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a staggering power of thunder erupted, sweeping in all directions. The intensity of Rod's lightning was far beyond what these ordinary pirates could withstand. In an instant, the pirates still on the deck were struck by an electrifying surge, their hair standing on end before they collapsed one by one, their bodies convulsing, foam escaping their lips as they succumbed to death. A chilling sound of cracking echoed ominously. Then, Aisha beheld the magnificent pirate ship tremble slightly, suddenly splitting into two with a remarkably clean break. With a resounding crash, the severed vessel overturned in the ocean, creating a tremendous wave that rippled outward in all directions. "My heavens, this is utterly outrageous," exclaimed the bearded sailors and guards, standing frozen in disbelief, while Nord emitted a groan from deep within his throat. "This guy is astonishingly powerful." The sword gun in Aisha's hand fell to the ground, yet she remained unmoved, her eyes filled with incredulity. While it was within her imagination that Rod could instantaneously send the Berry brothers flying, merely showcasing great strength and speed, the spectacle of him standing midair, severing a ship with a single stroke, amidst a tempest of thunder, was something altogether difficult to fathom. Aisha and her father were, after all, rooted at the lower echelons of the New World, despite having heard tales of the cataclysmic power wielded by the top-tier warriors. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed a novel experience for them. Rod gracefully descended back onto the deck, casting a glance at the capsized pirate ship before sheathing his sword. He remained remarkably composed, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Indeed, at this moment, Rod's prowess had magnified exponentially compared to when he first embarked on his journey. Even the Silver Fox would have required a fierce battle to subdue him. The twin pirate crew was merely comparable to the Silver Fox as faction, both residing within the same tier of power. An eerie silence enveloped the deck, where one could hear a pin drop. The onlookers gazed at Rod's silhouette, their expressions brimming with profound reverence. They seemed poised to utter words of admiration or cheers. Yet none dared to speak, not even in hushed whispers, as though fearful that Rod might wield his sword against them as well. Indeed, not even a hint of energy surged forth. Mere shrimp remained mere shrimp, and even if the ship were to be cleaved, they would still be nothing more than a cluster of insignificant shrimp. Rod slightly shook his head, suddenly sensing that the atmosphere was rather off. Despite having achieved victory, why was there not a sound to be heard? With a hint of confusion, he turned to gaze at the crowd in the distance. To his surprise, they appeared tense and wary, as if facing a formidable adversary, prompting him to chuckle softly. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to salvage it? It's about to sink." His tone was gentle, resembling that of an ordinary young man, which caused the group, including the bearded man, to instinctively breathe a sigh of relief. The bearded man, being an old hand in such matters, was the first to regain his composure. He gathered his thoughts, seemingly wishing to engage in conversation, yet hesitated on how to address Rod. "Just call me Rod. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance." Rod, surprisingly, appeared to be exceedingly amiable. He waved his hand and said, "It is but a trifling effort." Rod, polite yet cautious, felt a sense of gravity in the presence of the young man whose power had just been vividly displayed. "We are immensely grateful for your intervention. We shall take full responsibility for salvaging the pirate ship's treasures. These spoils rightfully belong to you, and we shall not lay claim to even the slightest fraction." Observing his demeanor, Rod suddenly felt a twinge of ennui and replied with an indifferent tone, "As you wish." With that, he fell silent, standing still as if lost in contemplation. The bearded man, hesitant to interrupt, bowed respectfully before retreating several paces to begin directing the sailors in their salvage efforts. The mercenary Nord, perhaps burdened by guilt, exhibited an unusually fervent enthusiasm. He boldly leaped onto the wreckage of the pirate ship, only to be struck dumb by the scene that unfolded before him. Initially, he had presumed that the formidable members of the twin pirates would have survived the ship's destruction. Thus, he approached with the intent to redeem himself, hoping to avoid the ire of the devilish young man. However, upon his arrival, he realized he had overestimated the situation. Corpses of pirates bobbed lifelessly upon the waves, sprawled across the debris, utterly devoid of life. Among them, he even discerned the disfigured remains of the Berry brothers. The man had not only cleaved the massive pirate vessel in two, but had also annihilated all its crew. Such a feat was nothing short of astounding. Nord remained speechless. Having been a mercenary for several years, he had encountered powerful individuals like Rod before. Yet, the sheer strength and youth of this man were truly intimidating. Nevertheless, he felt no envy or resentment. The chasm between him and Rod was so vast that it rendered such emotions inconceivable, leaving only a profound sense of reverence. On the deck, Aisha stood a short distance away, her expression conflicted. She yearned to approach, but sensed an underlying air of detachment stemming from Rod's formidable presence, which inspired awe and, consequently, distance. Is it too much to ask for a means of contact? Aisha pondered quietly for a long moment, her eyes flickering with a resolute yet tragic determination, reminiscent of a soldier preparing to enter battle. She felt an intense urgency. If she did not seize this moment, she feared she might never have the chance to connect with this extraordinary man again. Rod, endowed with the keen perception afforded by his observation hockey, could not help but smirk slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. He turned to face the pair of bewildered eyes, teasingly remarking, "What's this? Your father may respect and fear me, but is it true that even the fearless Miss Aisha is just like those ordinary folks?" Upon hearing the lightly mocking tone, Aisha momentarily faltered, her indignation mingling with an unexpected thrill. After all, how could one not be astonished by the sheer magnitude of power he had just displayed? She let out a huffy sigh, her voice laced with a tinge of bitterness. "It's utterly ridiculous. Despite our similar ages, I am even slightly older. How can the disparity in strength be so staggering, as if we inhabit entirely different realms?" Rod smiled faintly and said, "Rather than dwell on this, let us hasten to complete the unfinished tasks at hand." "What tasks?" Aisha's face flushed crimson. In this context, what else could there be? Was this fellow intending to coerce her? Should she acquiesce, remain taciturn, or yield? Oh dear, could this be a touch too immodest? Rod glanced at her with a peculiar expression and said, "It's time to eat." "It's mealtime. You know, having just completed the thunder tempering, he was indeed quite famished. At that moment, Aisha's expression darkened. Chapter 66. The Devil Fruit. The sailor guards displayed remarkable professionalism, diligently conducting the salvage operation with great expertise. They swiftly turned the pirate ship upside down, extracting every last item. When the bearded man approached Rod with the inventory of recovered treasures, Rod had yet to satiate his hunger. "Your Excellency, these are all the goods salvaged from the pirate ship." The bearded man cast a surprised glance at Aisha standing nearby, then respectfully lowered his head, internally sighing. "Silly girl, how could we ever hope to associate with such extraordinary figures?" Rod glanced at the list, his gaze momentarily faltering in surprise. "Is there truly a devil fruit?" "Indeed, my lord," replied the bearded man, presenting a finely crafted box. Inside lay a crimson fruit, somewhat resembling a coconut. Could this be the legendary devil fruit, reputed to be more unpalatable than excrement? Was it that the Berry brothers abstained from consuming it due to difficulties in division? Rod thoughtfully stroked the fruit, examining it for a moment before losing interest. During his time at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, he had prepared for this, having perused the compendium of devil fruits. Yet this particular fruit was not documented within its pages. It was evidently an unknown devil fruit. However, judging by its shape and other details, it was highly probable that it belonged to the paramecia category. If one were to choose from the three types of unknown fruits, the preference would undoubtedly be for the Logia type first, followed by the Zoan type, and lastly the paramecia type. Logia devil fruits, regardless of their specific nature, bestow almost unparalleled power across the seas, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. Even in the New World, Logia abilities remain exceedingly rare and formidable, eliciting admiration from countless individuals. The current 3 admirals of the Navy are all potent users of Logia powers. Next in line is the Zoan type, as consuming such a fruit guarantees at least a worthwhile enhancement. Even the most mundane Zoan fruit can significantly bolster the user's strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. If fortune favors one with an ancient or mythical variant, the rewards would be tremendous, paving a smooth path toward becoming a great pirate. As for the paramecia type, its efficacy is largely contingent upon the individual's luck, offering a spectrum of abilities ranging from the powerful to the bizarre and eccentric. The uncertainty surrounding these powers is substantial. The strength of a fruit is indeed dictated by its developer, yet the average person is not a transcendent being, and their creativity is often confined by the world's limitations, making it challenging to truly harness its potential. A prime example is the infamous Buggy, a character whose name, when reversed, could transcend dimensions to strike down the forces of the river crab. Both Buggy and Shanks were trainee crew members of the Roger Pirates, and in their youth, they were equally audacious, daring to confront the formidable Whitebeard. While their talents likely had some disparity, it was not likely to be vast. Yet, 2 decades later, Shanks has ascended to the pinnacle of power, achieving the status of a Yonko, while Buggy remains floundering in the weakest sea, the East Blue, ultimately becoming the first experience for Luffy on his journey. This stark contrast illustrates that while wagering on the other 2 types of fruits may be sound, betting on a paramecia fruit is akin to a high-stakes gamble, risking one's future. Emerging from his chaotic thoughts, Rod shook his head lightly. With his mastery of swordsmanship and thunder, his strength was already sufficiently robust, and he held little anticipation for new talents, viewing them merely as embellishments. Moreover, the drawbacks of devil fruits are considerable. They are vulnerable to seawater, restrained by sea prism stone, and even countered by the dark fruit, leading him to harbor no interest whatsoever. However, his disinterest did not extend to others. Aisha was a case in point. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the devil fruit, her expression betraying an almost unmasked desire. For those at the lower echelons of society, devil fruits represent the singular pathway to ascendancy. Unlike the bearded man who was already plotting his exit from the sea, Aisha possessed her own dreams, which had only solidified further since Rod's arrival. Yet, dreams without the foundation of strength are merely idle talk. This gaze is undeniably intense. Rod sensed the opportunity almost immediately, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This devil fruit is of no use to me. I shall sell it to you for 100 million berries." The bearded man paused for a moment, taken aback by the prospect of acquiring a devil fruit for such a price, as it was widely acknowledged that while these fruits were nominally priced, they were inherently scarce in the market. After a brief contemplation, he observed the expression on Aisha's face and suddenly understood. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am immensely grateful for your generosity. Let us dispense with the formalities and proceed with the transaction." Rod casually waved his hand, expressing indifference. The devil fruit he possessed was of no use to him, as he neither consumed it himself nor did his friends have any desire for it. Or perhaps they simply looked down upon it. Ultimately, it was destined to be sold, rather than seeking out an auction house. It would be more convenient to do a favor and sell it directly to the bearded man. That young lady, Aisha, was quite commendable. The bearded man paused momentarily before hastily retrieving a peculiar card and presenting it to Rod. "Your Excellency, this is a universally accepted bank card in the New World, containing 200 million berries. In truth, the assets aboard the Twin Star pirate ship were worth less than 100 million, approximately 60 to 70 million. But the bearded man clearly knew how to conduct himself, promptly rounding the figure up for Rod. "A bank card?" Rod took the card, casting a curious glance at it. "The world government?" "No, it was the underground bank established by the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. The name of the world government does not hold much weight in the New World. Only figures like the Golden Emperor can afford to operate such a bank. This card is non-nominal, my lord. You may redeem it at any island of your choosing," the bearded man promptly explained. "The Golden Emperor?" Rod pondered briefly. He was certainly aware of this individual, a user of the superhuman gold fruit, whose powers had reached the level of awakening. He was on par with Doflamingo in terms of strength. His status was equally astounding. Tesolo was the master of the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesolo, wielding control over numerous industries across the globe. Most remarkably, he possessed 20% of the world's berries. The influence of such vast wealth was incalculable, enabling him to manipulate the celestial dragons and leverage the power of the world government, thereby commanding the underworld with his financial prowess. He was indeed a formidable figure straddling both the light and dark realms. No wonder he had amassed such wealth. It turned out he was in the banking business. Rod murmured with a hint of reflection. Fortunately, this is a world where might prevails. While the power of wealth is formidable, it is not without its limitations. In the eyes of those few who stand at the pinnacle, Tesolo likely resembles little more than a jester. The subsequent journey proceeded without further incident. As the merchant vessel gracefully reached its destination, gliding into the harbor. "Farewell, esteemed companions." Rod lightly leaped to the port, waved at Aisha and the others, and proceeded into the city without looking back. They have parted ways. Aisha's eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity as her delicate hand cradled the devil fruit, her expression gradually solidifying with determination. "Have you truly made up your mind?" the bearded man inquired. "Yes," Aisha replied with a subtle nod. "This time I shall venture from the first half of the Grand Line until I return to the New World." With that, she resolutely consumed the devil fruit. Without this step, how could she draw closer to him? She mused, though her charming visage turned momentarily sour. "How dreadful it tastes," she lamented. Chapter 67. Reunion and action in a somewhat dim hall. Sabo and Kuro were engaged in discussion with a group of revolutionaries. "The security at the light slavery arena is exceedingly tight. It seems challenging for us to rescue Yuri and the others unscathed. We must rescue them regardless. Uncle Yuri and the others were captured as slaves to buy us time. I never suggested not rescuing them, merely that our strength may be inadequate. Although the enemy leader can be entrusted to Sabo, we cannot withstand the attacks of other foes if we are restrained. It could cost us dearly. Can the organization send reinforcements? That poses a challenge. The New World is not our primary infiltration zone." The crowd buzzed with debate, unable to reach a consensus. Sabo felt a twinge of frustration. Rescuing them was unlike individual missions. Ensuring Yuri and the others' safety was paramount. Kura, however, remained composed, sipping her red tea with poise. Ever since her last encounter with Momotaro, she had developed a fondness for red tea, relishing the elegance of savoring it. Rod should be returning soon, she thought, taking a delicate sip as her mind wandered. "The last time Rod contacted us was about half a month ago. He should be arriving shortly. If he is here, this mission will be a breeze." Kura and Sabo exchanged glances, both struck by the same thought. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the room. "Who is it?" A revolutionary frowned and stood, displaying a wary demeanor. Numerous hidden sentries were stationed outside. It was unusual for anyone to intrude during a meeting. Yet, Sabo's face broke into a smile as he swiftly approached the door and opened it, revealing a familiar figure. "Indeed, it's you," he said with a grin. Outside stood Rod, who had just arrived. "Long time no see." Rod smiled as he entered the hall, subtly nodding towards Keela in acknowledgement. Sabo closed the door with care, striving to suppress the delight evident on his face, and proceeded to introduce Rod's identity to those present among the Revolutionary Army, stating, "It appears we can take decisive action now. With Rod here, launching a strong assault on the auction house poses no issue." His words elicited astonishment among the assembled revolutionaries, who displayed expressions of incredulity. This young man before them possessed the power to alter the course of battle? It seemed implausible, especially considering that Rod was even younger than Sabo. A wave of skepticism washed over everyone as they surreptitiously scrutinized Rod, yet they refrained from vocalizing their doubts. For Sabo's reputation was formidable. As the next generation carefully nurtured by Drago and the future chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo had already established considerable prestige and renown within the ranks of the revolutionaries. What could this mean? Rod blinked, sensing the urgency of being assigned a task so soon after his arrival. There was no time for explanations. Sab chuckled and said, "We can discuss it on the way." Very well. Given Rod's current prowess, many matters need not be pondered excessively. This is a world that reveres strength. Any conspiracy pales in comparison to absolute power. Though Rod's strength at this moment may not be sufficient to recklessly traverse the world, he is already capable of facing most situations with relative ease. The course of action is quite straightforward. The Revolutionary Army's officer, Yuri, along with numerous soldiers, has been captured and enslaved. Upon hearing the news, Sabo and others have come to their rescue. However, the influence of the bright slave market is considerable, boasting a large number of subordinates. Its leader, known as the Poison Wolf, once commanded the seas with great authority and has a bounty of 250 million. Among this group of revolutionaries, only Sabo possesses the confidence to confront him. Aside from the Poison Wolf, the other minor leaders also exhibit considerable strength, with several renowned mercenaries from the underworld in their service, thus presenting a dilemma for the revolutionaries. After all, once one falls into slavery, they often become subject to constraints, finding themselves in a weakened state upon rescue, rendering them unable to engage in combat directly and necessitating protection. Some cruel slave owners may even administer terrifying chronic toxins, where escape equates to death. In such circumstances, a forced rescue could very well lead to both losses and casualties. After listening to Keela's introduction, Rod could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, remarking in a somewhat peculiar manner, "This Poison Wolf is quite intriguing." That's not the point. Keela shot him a glare and responded, "How confident are you in fending off the other enemies?" Upon hearing this, the other members of the Revolutionary Army perked up, eagerly anticipating the mysterious young man's reply. "If we consider the strength of the enemies you mentioned," Rod contemplated for a while before offering a somewhat conservative reply, "I am tenfold certain." Upon hearing this response, the members of the Revolutionary Army fell into a profound silence, at a loss for words. Had it not been for their remarkable composure, they might have been tempted to voice their skepticism. Even Keela could not help but display a trace of astonishment. In her memory, Rod was not one to boast. His confidence stemmed from his prowess, and he seldom engaged in endeavors without assurance. Had he truly grown significantly stronger over the past 3 months? She found herself filled with anticipation. Sabo maintained a calm demeanor, yet he too felt a flicker of surprise at these words. The task of safeguarding the hostages, while simultaneously repelling the invading foes, was undoubtedly more arduous than facing the venomous wolves alone. The sheer number of adversaries, attacking from all directions, included skilled marksmen proficient with firearms. In such circumstances, it was exceedingly challenging to cover every angle. Sabo himself felt far from assured. After all, he specialized in physical combat, and no matter how swift he was, there were limits. It was impossible to block every assault or eliminate all enemies in a single sweep. As various thoughts occupied their minds, the team swiftly arrived at their destination. It resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, rife with gladiatorial combat, drawing bloodthirsty spectators. Surrounding the arena was a cluster of low, sprawling buildings, within which numerous slaves were imprisoned. Occasionally, one could spot elegantly dressed nobles and merchants procuring slaves within. "What are your plans?" Rod inquired. "We will enter, locate Yuri and the others, and rescue them all," compelling the overseer to lift the restrictions. Sabo replied with a sense of certainty. Rod felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he glanced at Carla, only to find her wearing an expression of complete agreement. "Very well. I concede that this is indeed the simplest solution." Rod helplessly pressed his forehead. The rescue operation proceeded with an anticipated smoothness. Given the might of their group, breaching a slave camp was remarkably effortless. After all, The likes of Poison Wolf and his companions could not possibly remain there indefinitely, under the duress of the revolutionary forces. The cowardly overseer dared not resist and swiftly lifted the constraints on Yuri and the others. What followed, however, was the most challenging part. Sabo's expression gradually grew grave. In such a vast slave camp, with numerous informants and countless surveillance devices, their intrusion had likely already been disseminated. Poison Wolf and his comrades would arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Since they had chosen to plunge into chaos, they might as well see it through to the end. Rod slowly drew his sword, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a formidable group of armed figures surged forth from the end of the street. At the forefront were the venomous wolf and his fierce subordinates. Chapter 68. Thunderstorm. The venomous wolf presided over an extensive slave yard, commanding a vast multitude, numbering in the thousands. Most of these individuals were pirates lured to his banner, while a minority hailed from the underworld as assassins or mercenaries. Regardless of their origins, they were all battle-hardened elites, skilled in the art of combat. Upon spotting Rod and his companions, a bloodthirsty excitement gleamed in their eyes. Akin to that of predators eyeing their next prey, their gazes were fervent and ruthless. The collective aura of over 1,000 men gathered, suffused with a murderous intent that pervaded the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a harsh winter. Those observing from a distance instinctively shuddered, retreating repeatedly. Charge. In terms of both stance and situation, no words were necessary between the two factions. The venomous wolf and Sabo dashed forward almost in unison, colliding with one another. A resounding crash echoed. Their fists clashed with such force that the venomous wolf did not falter. His eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor betraying a mix of seriousness and fury. Managing such an illicit establishment relied heavily on a reputation for fearsome prowess. Should they be provoked and fail to retaliate, they risked being regarded as easy prey by all. The sounds of combat intensified as Sabo and the venomous wolf exchanged blows, moving so swiftly that to the untrained eye, they appeared as mere shadows entwined in a fierce struggle. Both masters of martial arts, each strike carried immense power, shattering the ground beneath them, creating a landscape of craters and unleashing gales that swept in all directions, painting a terrifying tableau. As the battle raged on, Sabo and his opponent crashed into a nearby street, clearing the main battleground for their brethren. Brothers, charge. Capture them. That girl with the orange hair is mine. Foolishness. What is so great about women? That handsome lad in white is far more enticing, so fair and tender, and with an air of pride. I find that utterly irresistible. A cacophony of brazen remarks erupted from the opposing side, their confidence palpable. The new world is unlike any other. The average strength within these waters is worlds apart from elsewhere. A team of over 1,000 is indeed extraordinary, capable of easily overpowering even a Navy captain. Yet, Rod's prowess is not something any captain could hope to rival. Almost in the blink of an eye, Rod suddenly sprang into action. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself forward, unleashing an invisible shockwave that scattered the dust and caused the earth to tremble violently, fracturing the ground like a spider's web. In an instant, he surged forth with lightning speed. Whoosh! The onlookers witnessed a flash of lightning as his figure effortlessly traversed over 20 meters, crashing into the enemy ranks before they even had a chance to react. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the enemy formation was brutally pierced, with dozens of figures sent flying, unable to maintain their footing. What on earth? The frontline sub-leaders wore expressions of bewilderment, as if something had slipped past them unnoticed. At that moment, Rod had already surged into the very heart of the enemy, casting his gaze around, only to find adversaries in every direction. Observing the increasingly sinister expressions of those surrounding him, Rod offered a gentle smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Have you ever witnessed a thunderstorm? Before his words could fully escape his lips, he was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant blue light, which grew ever more intense, gradually resembling a miniature sun descending upon the earth, both mysterious and terrifying. The murderous intent in the eyes of those around him had not yet faded when fear etched itself upon their faces. Even though they had yet to master the observation hockey, an instinctual dread began to permeate the air, akin to the terror humans feel upon witnessing a lightning bolt piercing the heavens. Run! The word had barely formed on his lips when Rod lightly stomped his foot, causing his jet-black hair to rise as if caught in an unseen wind, while menacing azure arcs of electricity sprang to life. With a crackling sound, in the next moment, an immense force of thunder erupted forth, transforming into serpentine bolts of lightning, as thick as an arm, sweeping through all directions in an instant. The intensity of his lightning was so profound that even these elites, mere ordinary-level warriors, could not endure it. They were instantly charred by the electric onslaught. As if struck by divine retribution, the piercing screams of agony drowned out the sky, reverberating across the landscape. Rod remained remarkably composed. Human traffickers and slave masters, in their oppression of the enslaved and their mercenary dealings in human lives, had long since forsaken their humanity and deserved their fate. Each and every one of them, simply existing, was a squander of precious air. Regrettably, such realizations held little significance. Reflecting upon Teacher Peach Rabbit's helplessness concerning these matters, Rod could not help but let out a soft sigh. The slave trade had thrived in the world of pirates, not merely due to the allure of immense profits, but more so because of the pernicious example set by the world's aristocracy, which had corrupted the very foundations of society. To eradicate this abhorrent phenomenon, the destruction of slave markets would prove futile. Only by addressing the root causes, overthrowing the world government, and toppling the celestial dragons from their pedestals could true change be achieved. The ground trembled ominously. The thunderstorm's commotion was indeed overwhelming, its terrifying radiance illuminating the sky, rendering a vast portion of the island distinctly visible. From a distance, onlookers could not help but exhibit expressions of reverence. As for those nearby, including Keela and others, they were utterly speechless. Not only had their adversaries failed to respond in time, but Keela and the others were also yet to comprehend the situation. They had just assumed their battle stances, preparing for a fierce confrontation, only to witness a figure surge forth from their ranks, and then, as if by magic, the combat seemed to come to an abrupt conclusion. Could this be real? A revolutionary soldier murmured softly, his dark pupils reflecting the distant, menacing roar of thunder. As the words left his lips, his body involuntarily trembled. Indeed, he had grown stronger, and to such an extent. Kurla's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her gaze seemingly piercing through the thunder to behold a figure clad in white, standing with undeniable pride. Meanwhile, the battle between Sabo and his companion was also affected. Is it the natural type thunder fruit? As he gazed into the distance at the thunderous roar of the tempestuous power, the poison wolf's expression flickered with intense trepidation, as if he had encountered a specter. A sense of foreboding gradually welled up within him. Even Saber was jolted, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "Such formidable thunder, it appears that Keela truly foresaw this." He murmured, feeling an undeniable urgency stir within him, his typically composed visage betraying a hint of fervor. As one of the most gifted members of the Revolutionary Army's younger generation, he possessed a certain pride and would not easily concede defeat. Moreover, having witnessed Rod's remarkable destructive capabilities and astonishing offensive power on numerous occasions, he was resolute in his belief that he would not be outdone by Rod. As you commence, Sob became serious, and the venomous wolf was swiftly subdued, beginning to suffer injuries and cough blood. He was horrified to realize that the martial prowess of the young man before him surpassed his own, especially a unique claw technique that can effortlessly breach his armament haki, tearing through his skin and muscles, inflicting significant wounds. Chapter 69, Breath of the Dragon. The resplendent thunder gradually ceased, revealing before the eyes of the people a charred and blackened earth, along with clusters of unknown scorched objects. The air was permeated with a burnt odor. The residual high temperature distorted the air, rendering the figure clad in white at the center somewhat indistinct, enigmatic, and unfathomable. The thunderstorm's reach was vast, and its lethality formidable. Yet the thousands of individuals present were not all huddled together. Fortunate souls on the periphery narrowly escaped calamity. Upon witnessing this terrifying scene, they collectively gasped in horror, with some of the more fragile-hearted collapsing to the ground, their expressions vacant, nearly succumbing to fear. Thunder, the might of the heavens, annihilating all, was the most awe-inspiring force. The minor leaders, who had been at the forefront and untouched by the chaos, exchanged glances, each reflecting profound dread and panic. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed, as if triggering something. Like startled birds, these minor leaders shrieked and attempted to flee, yet there was no time. A figure in white flashed through the scene like a specter. The drawing of a sword, its sheathing, all executed in a single breath, swift as lightning. Rod did not glance back, continuing far in the rear. The revolutionary officer Yuri bore an inscrutable expression, suddenly overcome by an impulse to seize the moment more vigorously. Were there more individuals of such caliber, the dream of toppling the world government might be realized in just a few years. With the remarkable achievement of facing 1,000 foes alone, Rod remained composed, leisurely approaching the vicinity of Sabo's battlefield, eager to ascertain the extent of Sabo's current prowess. In the original narrative, Sabo made his debut in Dressrosa in 1524, where he exhibited astonishing mastery of martial arts, effortlessly defeating numerous formidable opponents, including the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates' 1st Division and Vice Admiral Bastille, demonstrating unparalleled strength. Presently, it is August of 1521. His elder brother, Portgas d'Ace, has already garnered fame throughout the New World and joined the Whitebeard Pirates, likely to soon be swayed and elevated to the position of 2nd Division captain. His younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy, is set to embark from the East Blue next year, stirring the tides of destiny. These three can be regarded as individuals destined for greatness, their capabilities transcending conventional understanding. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps sensing Rod's gaze, Sabo instinctively intensified his assault, showcasing the Dragon Claw Fist, a unique martial technique, in all its glory. Each strike seemed capable of tearing apart all tangible and intangible existence, imbued with a distinctive aura. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Sabo delivered a powerful kick to the poison wolf, sending it soaring into the air. "Huh!" he exclaimed, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared above the poison wolf, his hands radiating a dark, gleaming haki, gently pressing against the creature's chest. Dragon's breath. A sharp glint flashed in Sabo's eyes as his fists summoned a flurry of indistinct phantoms, descending like a tempest. In this rapid barrage, the poison wolf was forcefully hammered from the sky to the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth cracked open, raising towering clouds of dust, as if a great explosion had transpired. Has he already mastered this technique? Rod narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. This close-range attack method, akin to a sudden burst of power, had also been employed by Sabo in the original narrative, shattering the vast arena with an astonishing force, reminiscent of a dragon's breath. As the dust settled, Rod unsurprisingly discovered that the infamous poison wolf was now on the brink of death, incessantly coughing up blood, occasionally mixed with fragments of internal organs. Truly a distinctive martial art. The poison wolf widened his eyes, seemingly attempting to imprint Sabo's entire figure in his memory. He then turned his gaze towards Rod, only to be shocked to find that the architects of his demise were two youths who appeared to be no older than 20. Huh, have I become a stepping stone as well? With this thought crossing his mind, the light in the poison wolf's eyes gradually faded, his breathing slowed, and he succumbed to death. Exhaling, Sabo felt a sense of relief wash over him as he managed to keep pace with Rod, barely maintaining his dignity. At that moment, Kello approached, accompanied by the members of the Revolutionary Army. "We must leave quickly. This place is not safe for lingering." Rod and Sabo exchanged gentle nods before proceeding ahead. As they passed through the charred expanse, Sabo couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Your destructive power is truly astonishing. Having been apart for merely 3 months, you've grown so much stronger. It seems you will soon surpass me." His expression was serious, evidently not jesting. "It has been said that Rod is a monster, and it is quite possible that he could defeat you at this very moment." Keela teased in response. "Moreover, he is 2 years your junior." Sabo's countenance instantly turned pale, as if his heart had been pierced. In previous comparisons, he always held the advantage of youth. Even if he momentarily lagged behind others, he could easily mask it with his age. However, in comparison to Rod, that advantage was utterly obliterated, and it even seemed to reverse. Listening to their conversation, the members of the Revolutionary Army collectively gasped. This wielder of thunder, a man capable of slaying 1,000 foes in the blink of an eye, is merely 17 years old. At that age, what were they doing? It seemed they were still in the reserves, or rather, striving to become part of the reserves. A profound silence settled among them as they contemplated. "Let us depart from here for now." Rod chuckled lightly, shaking his head. He was experiencing a rapid growth in strength. Yet Sabo was no slouch either, being the protagonist's elder brother. If a confrontation were to arise, Rod fancied his chances to be marginally greater, though it was by no means guaranteed. After all, Sabo possessed remarkable mastery in martial arts and an exceptional innate talent for combat, having developed the unique Dragon Claw Fist technique, which posed a considerable threat to Rod. Even if victory were within reach, it would likely come at a heavy cost, with the possibility of mutual destruction lingering in the air. However, such disparities would swiftly diminish once Rod began to harness the power of thunder to refine his internal organs. This transformation, he believed, would not take long to manifest. Rod could distinctly perceive the vigorous throbbing of his heart within, his internal organs steadily fortifying themselves, inching ever closer to that most secure threshold. all was in readiness, awaiting but a favorable breeze. Chapter 70. The return with the mission concluded. Rod and his companions had no reason to linger further afield, and thus embarked upon their journey back to Baldigo by ship. After more than 10 days of navigation, the sailboat returned safely to the Isle of White Earth, having encountered naught but minor tribulations along the way. As they gazed upon the familiar windswept sands and the pale soil in the distance, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The new world, after all, was indeed a realm of challenges, populated by formidable foes, its waters treacherous and its weather unpredictable. Even with the prowess of Rod and his companions, every step had been fraught with tension and unforeseen obstacles. Yet, now, upon the sight of the familiar Isle of White Earth, they could finally lay their anxieties to rest. Though Baldigo's landscape may not boast remarkable beauty and appeared somewhat desolate, it remained, in their eyes, the safest haven within this new world. The trio disembarked and briefly coordinated with the Revolutionary Army stationed at the coastal base before making their way directly to the headquarters castle. The journey home always seemed to unfold swifter than the departure. In just the span of half a day, the ancient and weathered headquarters castle loomed into view. Exchanging knowing glances, the three quickened their pace, soon arriving at the base of the castle. "You two should go rest. I will report on the mission," Sabo declared. Clur stretched languidly, a hint of weariness in his voice as he remarked, "It seems that after this mission, you shall soon ascend to a higher rank, will you not?" "Uncertain," Sabo replied, waving a hand dismissively as he ascended towards the top of the castle. Rod and Kurala bid each other farewell, each returning to their respective homes. The headquarters castle remained tranquil, vast, with ancient stone pillars standing tall. Rod felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling the moment he first became a reservist last year in this very place, when he was overwhelmed by a feeling of awe and insignificance. Yet, at this moment, as he gazed upon these structures, he was enveloped by a profound tranquility. For this castle, no matter how resplendent and grand its construction, could be obliterated by a single man wielding a sword. Such destructive impulses are not to be encouraged. Rod shook his head slightly. Yet his feet continued to move swiftly, leading him to the familiar entrance of the training hall. Rod is back. Upon noticing his presence, some individuals paused momentarily, revealing a hint of surprise. Nia quickly approached him, taking 2 steps for every 3 she took, and exclaimed, "Why have you returned only now?" "Shano and Chloe have been back for several months." Leaning closer, she whispered softly, "You haven't truly failed your mission, have you?" "Failed?" Rod was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Typically, the evaluation process for officials yields results within a month. However, due to his apprenticeship with Tao Tu, he had spent over 4 months on this endeavor. Such an extensive duration naturally aroused suspicion among others. Some even speculated that Rod might have met with misfortune in the outside world, especially in this new realm, where such occurrences were not unheard of. Reflecting on this, Rod chuckled softly and remarked, "How could it possibly end in failure? I was merely delayed by certain circumstances." "That's a relief," Nia replied, visibly easing, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "To be honest, I never believed it. A creature of your caliber could hardly falter during an official evaluation. I heard that fellow, Crow, has mastered the observation hockey and is eagerly awaiting the chance to challenge you. He is quite confident, and many hold high hopes for him." It was widely acknowledged that Crow's initial defeat to Rod was largely due to the suppression of observation hockey, as Crow's speed and strength after his beastly transformation surpassed Rod's capabilities. Rod gently shook his head, opting for silence. Yet Nia could perceive an undeniable confidence emanating from him, causing a flicker of curiosity to dance in her eyes. The two strolled leisurely, engaging in light conversation. At this moment, Nia had officially become a member of the Revolutionary Army, although her assignment had yet to be determined. Suddenly, Rod halted in astonishment, having spotted 2 familiar figures. One was Chloe, and the other was none other than the one-armed swordsman who had triggered his swordsmanship expertise upon his arrival in this realm. It was Chloe's mentor, the formidable swordsman Ryuji, a senior official of considerable strength. Nia followed his gaze and quietly introduced Ryuji to Rod. Rod blinked, suddenly recalling the legendary dragon slayer, Ryoma, as Longji's attire bore a striking resemblance to the traditional samurai garb of Wano. One could not help but wonder if there existed some connection between the two. Even if Longji were not a descendant of the great swordsman Ryoma, it was likely that he hailed from the same enigmatic land of Wano. This realm, a mysterious territory within the New World, is home to numerous illustrious swordsmanship schools, the most renowned of which is the tale of the legendary swordsman Ryoma, who is said to have slain a celestial dragon. At that moment, Crow was also drawn to Rod, his eyes lighting up as he approached. Yet, before he could issue a challenge, Longji interjected with a firm command, "Step back, you are not his match." Upon hearing this, Crow's expression froze. His face a canvas of conflicting emotions, pale and flushed. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his teacher's formidable strength and keen insight, leaving him no choice but to comply. Retreating obediently, however, his gaze betrayed a mixture of resentment and doubt. He had exerted every effort to defeat Rod, enduring countless hardships to finally attain the mastery of observation hockey. Just as he was poised to reclaim his lost glory, he found himself facing the disapproval of the mentor he revered above all. Despite his unwavering trust in his teacher, a flicker of skepticism arose within him. Could it be that his mentor was mistaken? Just months prior, he had fought Rod to a standstill, and had it not been for the suppression of his observation hockey, he fancied he would have emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Longji fixated intently on Rod, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he had sensed something profound. With a hint of intrigue, he proposed, "Shall we have an opportunity to spar and refine our swordsmanship?" "Very well," Rod replied. Rod was astonished by the man's astuteness, yet he felt no fear, responding with remarkable composure. At these words, both Crow and Nia gasped, their expressions betraying disbelief. Longji was indeed a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army, having once been a top-tier swordsman at the pinnacle of his prowess. Even now, despite having lost an arm, his strength remained formidable, surpassing that of an ordinary vice admiral by far. "Indeed, you are quite impressive," Longji remarked, his demeanor resolute and austere, even as he offered praise. He cast a penetrating glance at Rod before turning to leave with Crow. "That's a powerful swordsman," Rod mused, squinting slightly. "Of course," Nia replied matter-of-factly. Longji's sudden appearance in the New World made waves, and he garnered immense fame. Later, for reasons unknown, he was recruited by the leader and swiftly ascended to a high-ranking position. Many were initially skeptical, yet Longji single-handedly defeated over 10 seasoned officers, thereby solidifying his reputation. As Nia spoke, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Such an individual is considered a senior figure in the realm of swordsmanship. Why would he seek you out for a duel? Perhaps he wishes to impart some wisdom? She paused, considering. "Indeed, you are the most gifted swordsman in our Revolutionary Army. Perhaps he seeks to take you under his wing. Quickly, Rod, you should become his disciple. He is a true master of the sword." "Only slightly less renowned than those elusive legends of the blade," she exclaimed excitedly, as if she herself were the one about to take on an apprenticeship. "As for being my mentor, he has not yet earned that privilege," Rod replied dismissively. Rod gently shook his head. Even a wounded master swordsman would only stand a chance against him at a 6-to-4 ratio, if it came to a desperate battle. Rod's overwhelming power would grant him a significant advantage. In such circumstances, seeking a mentor would likely make Longji feel somewhat embarrassed to accept him. Upon hearing this, Nia's excitement abruptly froze on her face, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Had Rod truly reached a level where he could disregard even senior officials in just a few months? Yet, gazing at Rod's remarkably calm and handsome visage, Nia found it impossible to harbor any doubts. It seemed as though anything this man asserted would undoubtedly come to fruition. Rod certainly exuded confidence. For this evening marked the commencement of his inaugural refinement of the internal organs. Historically, the outcomes of the first refinement are often the most pronounced. Chapter 71. Refining the internal organs. Meanwhile, in the somewhat dimly lit conference room at the pinnacle of the headquarters castle, Sabo was recounting the experiences of the recent mission. He meticulously detailed the events from Rod's slaying of the Silver Fox, the chance encounter with Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit on Kronos Island, the subsequent parting of ways, and ultimately, the rescue operation, all conveyed with precision and devoid of any emotional embellishment. He understood well that, in the presence of Dragon, any deceit or personal bias would prove futile. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, having risen from humble beginnings to establish a vast influence, if he lacked the ability to discern truth from falsehood, he would likely have been infiltrated and neutralized by the world government long ago. Thus it was. Upon concluding his report, Sabo stood respectfully, his demeanor seemingly composed. Yet the corners of his eyes subtly gauged Dragon's expression, revealing an inner turbulence that contradicted his outward calm. Much like Luffy and Ace, Sabo was the sort of individual who, once he recognized a friend, would remain steadfastly loyal. Though he had not known Rod for long, he had already acknowledged him as a rare peer within the Revolutionary Army, a rival and a comrade in arms. "Do you hold a favorable impression of Rod?" Dragon inquired, his tone measured and his expression inscrutable, leaving Sabo unable to fathom the thoughts of this enigmatic mentor. After a brief pause, he cautiously responded, "Rod's character and integrity are worthy of trust. His overt disdain for the world nobility and the dark regimes is profoundly sincere. Not just I, but Clara also believes that he could not be led astray by a Navy instructor." As he spoke, Sabo felt a swell of anxiety. Even though he and Clara had previously surmised that Dragon would not pursue the matter further, the uncertainty lingered, stirring a sense of unease. Such is the nature of concern. In the realm of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo found few peers of his age, and Rod's demeanor resonated deeply with him. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, the air thick with tension. After a prolonged pause, Dragon finally remarked, "Your mindset is unsettled. Such an attitude is unworthy of the future of the Revolutionary Army." "I am not so easily swayed to doubt Rod over such trivial concerns." Upon hearing this, Sabo finally let out a sigh of relief, awkwardly scratching his head. He understood that his recent display had resulted in a loss of points, yet he held no regrets. A person who remains indifferent even towards their friends leads a rather meaningless existence. Suddenly, the phone buzzed, and Drago raised his hand to answer. On the other end, a voice soon emerged, seemingly that of Commander Mori from the Western Army. "Chief, the leader of the Flower Country has just perished in battle. Has the cadre from Sui met a similar fate? What is the situation?" During a meeting discussing the division of territorial powers, the death was attributed to the Western Sea Patriarch, Capone Beach, with the involvement of the Eight Treasures Navy as well. "I understand. I will immediately dispatch personnel to take charge of the revolutionary affairs in the Flower Country." After concluding the call, Drago fell into contemplation. Both the Eight Treasures Navy and Capone Beach were formidable adversaries. Ordinary cadres, even seasoned ones, would likely find them challenging to confront. Who should be dispatched? Drago pondered, suddenly looking up at Sabo. After years of honing his skills, Sabo was evidently equipped to undertake such a task. Wait, there was someone else. In that case, let these two compare. Coincidentally, Longji was also at headquarters. After a brief moment of reflection, a comprehensive plan began to take shape in his mind. In the deep of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Rod sat cross-legged on the bed, delving into profound meditation. The observation haki of the pirate world differs from the divine consciousness of the cultivation realm. It is a unique ability to sense the vitality of living beings and their emotional fluctuations, yet it cannot penetrate the inner vision. However, Rod is somewhat exceptional. The enhancement of his perceptive attributes has bestowed upon his observation haki a subtle transformation, allowing him to faintly perceive the movements within his body, reminiscent of the awakening of his armament haki. Yet, in contrast to that earlier experience, the images Rod can now discern are considerably clearer, enabling him to distinguish precisely which part corresponds to what sensation. At this very moment, within Rod's perception, within Rod's body, various components exhibited a vigorous vitality, with the essence of muscle and bone resplendent, while the internal organs appeared somewhat dimmed, suggesting a burden too great to bear. At that moment, faint tendrils of thunderous energy flickered forth, coursing through the bloodstream and radiating in all directions. Unlike previous instances when this thunderous force merely traversed the muscles and bones, this time, under the influence of a certain will, it gradually approached the internal organs. The electric stimulation provoked discernible changes within the sensitive and fragile viscera, causing them to quiver as if in convulsion. A cacophony of symptoms emerged: shortness of breath, dizziness, and an array of other manifestations. Rod nearly expelled a mouthful of blood. His skin flushed crimson, as though it might ooze blood, a reaction spurred by the heart's stimulation and the accelerated flow of blood. This terrifying display sent a shiver of trepidation through Rod, and he silently thanked his past self for refraining from recklessly refining his internal organs. He remained composed. Rod's resolve was remarkably steadfast. He quickly steadied his mind and continued to probe cautiously. Gradually, drawing upon his wealth of experience, he swiftly discovered a certain equilibrium, wherein the current began to systematically stimulate his organs. There was little discomfort, akin to the initial experience of forging muscle and bone. The meticulous preparations ultimately bore fruit, sparing Rod from undue surprises as he embarked on the process of refining his internal organs with a sense of cautious exhilaration. Success flickered briefly in his mind, and he concentrated all his thoughts on the fortification of his internal system. This almost palpable enhancement was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time, evoking a sense of nostalgia. As seconds turned into minutes, Rod sensed the vitality of his internal organs rapidly intensifying. The previously stark contrasts in strength and weakness that had created an imbalance were gradually rectified. Lead Rod opened his eyes, a flicker of joy crossing his face. He had successfully refined his organs for the first time. Slowly rising from his bed, he took a few steps. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But after the initial enhancement, he felt as though his internal and external selves had become harmoniously unified. Every movement, every gesture seemed to resonate with the rhythmic undulations of his organs. This sensation was extraordinarily marvelous, as if his body had been rejuvenated. Even the air he breathed felt refreshing, and his breaths became remarkably smooth. His internal organs possessed an unprecedented sense of control, each function vividly apparent to him. The most conspicuous change was undoubtedly the significant increase in his physical strength. After a brief experiment, Rod arrived at this conclusion. Previously, his stamina paled in comparison to that of seasoned warriors. In prolonged battles, he would easily succumb to exhaustion. However, with the enhancement of his organs, this disadvantage had been mitigated. Once his internal strength reached a certain threshold, he would transform into a man of astonishing endurance, capable of persevering for 3 days and nights, or even 10. In combat and hand-to-hand confrontations, he would face no shortcomings whatsoever. Chapter 72, The Summit Days Later, in the Training Chamber. This was the highest specification training room within the headquarters castle, constructed from a unique material slightly inferior to seastone, spanning several dozen square meters. The various pieces of equipment here were of the utmost caliber, capable of accurately measuring the strength and speed of ordinary personnel, while providing a rough estimate of the prowess of senior officials. Beyond that level, the equipment would be compromised, rendering further assessment impossible. Kerr had traditionally practiced in this very space. Rod stood before the punching power testing machine, pausing momentarily in contemplation before deciding to hold back just a fraction of his strength. In a sudden motion, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The machine trembled violently, its brilliant red lights flashing incessantly, resembling a device that had been thoroughly abused. Where his fist struck, a deep imprint emerged, several inches in depth, with its patterns vividly discernible. Indeed, it was evident that he could not exert his full strength. Rod gently stroked his chin, quietly assessing his own strength. The enhancement of his internal organs did not directly amplify his physical power and agility, yet it served a function akin to integration and coordination. Previously, due to the fragility of his organs, Rod's overall strength had not been fully realized. For when he unleashed his full power, it would inevitably harm his internal organs. However, at this moment, with the fortification of his organs, such limitations began to gradually dissipate, rendering him harmoniously unified. The strength Rod could now exert had increased by a substantial 20%. Such a terrifying augmentation. With Rod's current prowess, even this modest increase was sufficient to vanquish an ordinary pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and even typical Revolutionary Army officers might struggle to withstand it. This level of power should have surpassed that of the former Lao Ji. It remained uncertain how much distance lay between him and the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Rod's eyes. Despite the remaining disparity in strength, when combined with the power of thunder and swordsmanship, my destructive capability is more than sufficient to rival, if not surpass, that of an ordinary vice admiral. There exists a considerable variance among the vice admirals. The average individual would likely be effortlessly slain by someone of Doflamingo's caliber, while the elite among them could withstand a confrontation for a brief period without succumbing. Of course, the venerable Carp is an exception. In summary, through arduous training, Rod's stamina has significantly improved, his breathing has become deep and measured, and his foundational attributes have been enhanced, elevating his overall prowess to a new tier. Should he face the combined might of Lao Ji and Harmon again, he is likely to conclude the battle with greater swiftness. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and soon after, Keela entered through the door. Upon entering, her gaze fixated on the punching force tester before Rod. Noticing the distinct imprint left behind, she expressed her surprise. "Have you been training in martial arts? If it were swordplay, such destructive force would be inconsequential. But with a punch, that is rather astonishing." "Not really. I've just been training a bit, and my strength has improved slightly," Rod replied. Keela's flawless brow furrowed slightly, pondering. What does improved slightly even mean? From her perspective as an expert in fishman karate, The power of that punch far exceeded her own capabilities. Feeling somewhat dejected, Keela remarked, "Let's not discuss strength. The captain has asked for you to come over. It seems there is an important mission to be assigned. We should hurry." "All right. I'll take a quick shower first. I'm drenched in sweat," Rod said. "Go quickly," Keela replied impatiently, her tone sharp. While waiting, Keela approached the punching force tester with a blank expression, gathering all her strength before delivering a powerful strike. Unsurprisingly, she found that her punch failed to leave even a mark on the tester. Her beautifully shaped brows twitched slightly as she took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to analyze Rod, this peculiar individual. Of course, such an action might very well result in her being swiftly overpowered by him. Rod took a swift shower and soon emerged from the bathroom, dressed and ready. He turned to Keela and said, "Let's go." Keela remained silent, leading the way with a sulky expression that unmistakably conveyed her displeasure. Rod chose to remain indifferent. Could one truly blame him for such rapid enhancement of power? In silence, the two continued their journey forward. Rod was astonished to discover that Keela was leading him away from the headquarters castle. Could it be that she, in a fit of indignation, sought a place to engage him in combat? Should he adopt a more accommodating demeanor or assert his dominance? As he sensed the increasingly peculiar gaze from behind, Keela could no longer contain her composure and coldly declared, "This is merely a combat exercise. Your strength is formidable. To prevent any damage to the castle, we have designated an external location for the battle." No sooner had she spoken than Rod noticed numerous figures standing in the distance. Monkey D, Dragon, the Fishman Hachi, and several high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, along with the newly recruited members like Kuro. Even farther away, Sabo was locked in a standoff with Longji. It appeared that this mission was quite formidable, as it required Longji to oversee the assessment of their capabilities. Rod pondered deeply, yet his feet remained in motion as he approached Dragon, offering a respectful bow. His expression was serene, his gaze meeting Dragon's with a calm indifference. It was likely that even the most seasoned revolutionaries, including figures like Sabo and Koala, would feel a sense of trepidation in the presence of Dragon. However, such feelings were foreign to Rod. To him, as a traveler from another realm, the formidable figures like the four Emperor's commanders, Dragon, and the Gorosei were merely towering peaks awaiting his ascent. There was respect, yet no fear. Dragon fixed his steady gaze upon Rod, observing the depths of his dark, mirror-like eyes. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he spoke in a low, measured tone. "Indeed, you are worthy of the title of the strongest among the reserves over the past 2 decades. Such praise is unwarranted," Rod replied, his demeanor unruffled and composed. "Very well," Dragon said, turning with a smile towards Sabo and his companion. "You two may commence. Feel free to unleash your full potential. I shall ensure your safety." With Dragon's prowess, he could undoubtedly control the battlefield, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Sabo nodded in acknowledgement. "Please guide us." As the younger member, he performed a courteous bow before assuming a combat stance. "You may strike first," Longji said, gripping the hilt of his sword and addressing Sabo with a tone that conveyed a sense of superiority. Unfazed, Sabo maintained his composure, his hands forming claws as he circled Longji, akin to a poised leopard preparing to pounce, searching for an opening. Throughout the exchange, Longji's expression remained tranquil. Even when facing away from Sabo, there was not a flicker of disturbance. He stood there calmly, one hand gently resting on the sword's hilt. Rod narrowed his eyes slightly and observed for a moment before whispering, "Sabo cannot win." Keela turned her head in surprise, retorting with some discontent. "Sabo possesses considerable strength. He can undoubtedly ascend to a senior position this year, especially since Longji has sustained an injury. In my view, the outcome remains uncertain." She let out a soft huff, unsure if she was still harboring resentment. Chapter 73, Flawless? The young girl exuded a certain confidence. Rod cast a sidelong glance at Keela and said, "Don't believe me? How about a wager?" "A wager? What shall we bet on?" 100 million berries. 100 million berries? When did you amass such a fortune?" Keela exclaimed in astonishment. 100 million berries is no trifling sum, were it not for Rod's annihilation of the twin pirates and his sale of a devil fruit. His wealth would likely still be in the 6 figures. How I acquired it is of no concern to you. I did not steal or rob. So, will you take the bet or not?" Rod cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with a sense of superiority as though she were a mere pauper. Clara, infuriated by this disdain, clenched her teeth, momentarily tempted to acquiesce. However, a sudden realization halted her, and she muttered indignantly, "I don't have enough money. Truly impoverished." How much do you possess? After a moment of contemplation, Clara finally responded, approximately 84,300,000. The gravity of her words struck her with alarming clarity. She was, in fact, wagering her entire fortune, risking total ruin. Instantly, Clara became vigilant, regarding Rod with suspicion. Rod's demeanor was remarkably calm and composed, seemingly devoid of any flaws. Yet, clever Kira understood all too well that an absence of faults could, in fact, be the gravest flaw of all. You are deceiving me. Her delicate features puffed up in indignation, and just as she was about to articulate her thoughts further, the sudden eruption of battle captured her attention. A sharp clang resonated as Sabo's claws clashed with Longji's sword, producing a thunderous sound of metal against metal, accompanied by an invisible shockwave that swept through the arena. In that fleeting moment of stalemate, the onlookers witnessed Sabo being forcefully sent flying, a trace of crimson blood oozing from his fist, while Longji merely swayed slightly. The outcome of their collision was unmistakably clear. Although Sabo faced initial defeat, he remained undeterred. For someone of his caliber, such wounds were hardly consequential. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, his form flickering until he stood before Longji, engaging in close combat. The air crackled with the sounds of their fierce exchanges, each combatant striking dozens, if not hundreds, of blows. To the eyes of Chloe and the others, they appeared as two indistinct shadows entwined in a struggle, with the occasional wave of energy radiating outward, tearing the earth apart with deep, dark fissures. The ground trembled beneath their fury, and gusts of wind howled, swirling up clouds of dust. Yet, the discerning observers could clearly see that the sword-wielding shadow was steadily overpowering the unarmed one. This is the strength of a master. Chloe's expression brimmed with pride. Nia and the others were equally astonished, questioning if this was the prowess of a senior officer. Indeed, Sabo was still too young. Given that Longji's age was at least double that of Sabo's, his defeat was to be expected. Kira cast a glance at Rod's insufficiently confident explanation, inwardly grateful that she had refrained from agreeing to the wager. Otherwise, she would have found herself back at square one. Rod remained noncommittal. Once again, a fierce collision ensued. Saab was hurled away, his attire tattered, hair disheveled, and his forehead beaded with sweat. His expression was gravely serious, tinged with a sense of helplessness and resentment. Longji's prowess was overwhelming, or rather, impeccable, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. Saab found himself significantly outmatched in every aspect. His offensive capabilities and combat experience were utterly crushed. Were it not for his innate talent in body techniques and agility, he likely would not have been able to engage Longji for so long. Throughout the battle, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he remained unable to evade the ever-persistent blade, suffering repeated strikes. The reality was evident, even with an arm severed. Longji triumphed effortlessly over him. Saab had a long journey ahead. Dorag shook his head slightly, speaking in a low tone. The battle is concluded. Saab, return. Rod, you may proceed. Understood. Saab quickly composed himself and, as he passed Rod, whispered a caution, be careful. His abilities are exceptionally refined, nearly flawless. Acknowledged. Rod nodded casually. Indeed. Any figure of the rank of a general within the headquarters has honed their abilities to an extraordinary degree, with hardly any weaknesses, especially those who are proficient in martial arts or swordsmanship. Was it Rod's turn now? The revolutionary leaders such as the Fishman Haku and Kildeo felt a flicker of anticipation but held no grand expectations. Sabo, widely regarded as the foremost genius of the revolutionary army and a disciple of the leader, Dracul, had long been revered among the younger generation for his strength. If even he could not contend with Ryuzi, what could Rod, who had only recently risen to prominence, possibly achieve? It was perplexing why the leader had chosen to send Rod into the fray. He was merely slightly more formidable than I. How could he possibly triumph over my master? Crow felt quite disgruntled. The cadre members, including Shano, largely shared his sentiments. Perhaps only Nia and Keela held a degree of confidence in Rod. Keela's support stemmed from the imprint left by the power testing machine earlier that day, while Nia simply believed that this man would not be defeated. All eyes were on Rod. Unaware of the scrutiny, he gently placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor calm as he regarded Ryuzi across from him, saying, "You've just fought. Do you wish to take a moment to rest?" "No need. I was merely warming up," Ryuzi replied, a flicker of intense fervor flashing in his eyes. From Rod's demeanor, he sensed that his previous intuition about Rod was likely correct. This was a remarkably powerful young swordsman. To secure victory, he would have to exert himself fully. Be careful. In the next moment, Ryuzi drew his sword. One sword style, instant slash. This was a unique technique of drawing the sword. With a clang, Ryuzi's speed in drawing the sword was nearly unparalleled. In an instant, that extreme velocity was transferred to the blade, generating a terrifying force. Buzz! A deep green light suddenly emerged. As Ryuzi executed this draw and slash, that glimmer transformed into a dazzling sword aura, erupting forth with unstoppable momentum. As if it could sever all in its path, Ryuzi's prowess was undoubtedly the strongest that Rod had encountered thus far. Faced with such overwhelming strength, likely stemming from the swordsman Ryuzi of Wano, Rod too radiated an intense battle spirit, filled with youthful vigor, as if his brilliance could pierce through the heavens and earth. One sword style, Iato. In this moment of Iato, Rod unleashed his full potential, harmonizing his internal energies to an extraordinary degree. The power behind this strike was formidable beyond measure. A brilliant silver sword aura shot forth from the blade like a crescent moon, erupting violently. Boom! Two streams of sword energy clashed midair, erupting in a sudden explosion that left two deep gashes in the ground. Long Ji, once a master swordsman, though now missing an arm and somewhat diminished in strength, retained his profound understanding of swordsmanship. This deep green sword energy, having forcefully shattered Rod's silvery stream, dimmed only slightly before continuing its relentless surge, pushing Rod back 2 steps before finally dissipating. Truly formidable. Although the initial collision had been somewhat weaker, Rod's fighting spirit soared even higher. His previously languid demeanor vanished entirely, revealing a newfound seriousness the onlookers had never witnessed before. In the next moment, he began his counterattack. Chapter 74, Thunder Dragon. Is this real? Seeing Rod withstand Long Ji's strike, slightly at a disadvantage yet entirely unscathed, Kroll's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Just a few months prior, Rod had merely edged him out, with his defeat stemming from a lack of mastery in observation hockey. Yet, after months of arduous training to master it himself, Rod now stood toe-to-toe with his own teacher. This was utterly unfathomable. Shano and others who graduated alongside Rod were equally astonished, their jaws dropping in shock. Not only them, but even Haku, the fishman who had taken Rod under his wing, wore a bewildered expression. He had always considered his strength to be inferior to Long Ji's. If Rod could withstand a blow from Long Ji, did this not imply that his strength was nearing a level where he could rival Haku? Haku felt as though 1,000 divine beasts were galloping through his mind. Given Rod's innate talent, he had envisioned a day when he would be surpassed, yet he had never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly, catching him completely off guard. To achieve this level without the power of thunder, could it be possible that Rod truly had a chance to defeat Long Ji? Curl grasped her small fists tightly, feeling an inexplicable surge of anticipation. And at this moment in the arena, the air crackled with tension. Rod unleashed the power of thunder, and as he swung his sword, a tempest of fury surged forth, transforming into a pillar of lightning that thundered toward Long Ji. The air crackled with the sin of electricity, sending shivers down one's spine. Could this be the fabled sword intent of thunder? It was indeed astonishingly formidable. Long Ji's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration, yet his demeanor remained unfazed. He did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he struck back with a single slash. Swoosh! The sword energy, imbued with the might to cleave through all, swept forward and almost instantaneously severed the lightning pillar, obliterating it along with the sword energy. In that moment, Long Ji stepped forward, stirring a tempest that propelled him toward Rod with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, if this was the extent of Rod's power, then defeat was inevitable. Long Ji's gaze hardened, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. A top-tier swordsman possessed the pride of one, and having been entangled by Sabo previously left him feeling somewhat displeased. Now, facing Rod, despite his astonishment at Rod's innate talent, he was unwilling to hold back any longer. No one relishes the role of a stepping stone. Moreover, this exaggerated, almost elemental force of thunder, coupled with the intense currents, would surely take its toll on him if the battle prolonged. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. Long Ji's strikes were overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Rod's signature ability, the sword intent of thunder, ineffective. Indeed, senior figures are not easily challenged. The spectators exhibited expressions of regret. Rod's performance was undeniably impressive, yet still lacking in certain aspects. Everyone believed that, given a few years, with further refinement of his swordsmanship and dominance, Rod might surpass Long Ji, but for now, it was simply too soon. Sabo shook his head gently, harboring little hope for Rod. Only Dorag remained steadfast, his gaze calm and composed. He had entrusted Long Ji with the evaluation of strength and had never considered that Sabo or Rod might triumph. The choice between the two was merely a matter of who performed slightly better. This also carried an element of admonition. A life of uninterrupted success is not always beneficial, and occasional setbacks can foster greater growth. At this moment, Long Ji erupted with breathtaking speed, akin to a flash of lightning, closing the distance in an instant, ready to clash with Rod's two strikes and shatter him. Indeed, the mid-level figures of the main force were significantly stronger than the likes of Rao Ji and others, which explained why even Sabo was rendered powerless. Rod let out a soft sigh. Before his transformation, he could single-handedly overpower both Rao Ji and Harmon. Although these two excelled in martial arts, their speed paled in comparison to his, and they possessed no area of effect capabilities, posing no real threat to Rod, merely serving as a buffer. However, Long Ji was an entirely different matter. As a master swordsman, he surpassed Rod in the realm of swordsmanship. In terms of strength and imposing presence, he was far superior to Rao Ji and Harmon, and even in speed, Rod's forte, their abilities were nearly on par, with Rod lagging behind in other aspects. Regrettably, had he faced Long Ji a few days earlier, before his transformation, Rod feared that even with all his might, the battle would have resulted in a mere 60-40 split. But now, confronted by Long Ji, who approached with sword drawn, Rod's eyes shimmered with electric intensity. The initial benefits of his transformation had not only dramatically enhanced his physique and strength, but also reflected in his tome of knowledge, accumulating energy exceeding 900, progressing towards full capacity with a staggering total of 947. At this level, the hue of his thunderous power was extraordinarily profound, its ferocity capable of incinerating an ordinary person in an instant, akin to divine thunder. The previous strike had merely been a prelude. With both hands gripping his sword, Rod's blue aura surged, and in an instant, he unleashed a devastating blow. One sword style, Thunder Dragon. The nearly perfected thunderous energy was summoned to its zenith, and the explosive force transformed the very heavens and earth, reflecting a deep azure light in the eyes of all present. Buzz. The air vibrated, and even before the sword descended, the overwhelming might of the thunder sent shockwaves through Long Ji, altering his expression. How could this be possible? Long Ji's heart raced in astonishment. The previous bolt of thunder had already been astonishing, yet Rod had become even stronger. The proximity left him with little choice to evade, forcing him to meet the attack with his sword. Almost in the next heartbeat, a dragon of lightning, highly condensed and shimmering with a silvery glow, surged forth, colliding violently with Long Ji's sword. Despite Long Ji unleashing his full strength, channeling his armored color to its utmost, and emanating an aura capable of cleaving through all, he was still forcibly overwhelmed by the Thunder Dragon. Boom. The earth split open, a terrifying chasm appearing, and Long Ji was driven back several steps, each footfall creating deep imprints and spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. By the time the Thunder Dragon dissipated, Long Ji found himself 100 meters away, leaving a landscape of devastation in his wake, coughing up a mouthful of searing blood laced with arcs of electricity. He gazed in disbelief at the sword-wielding youth illuminated by the horrific thunderlight, unable to suppress the shock that washed over him. With a single sword strike, the tide of battle had turned. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All present could only entertain one thought. Could this truly be the extent of thunderous sword intent? Even the ever-cool and profound Dorag was nearly left speechless, utterly moved. Despite his command over the revolutionary army, his profound knowledge of both ancient and modern wisdom, and his mastery of numerous revolutionary theories, he had never encountered a being capable of wielding sword intent in such a manner. Surely, the nature system's thunderfruit could not compare to this? Kurla was equally dumbfounded. Having witnessed Rod's tempestuous display of lightning not long ago, he had been awestruck. But that had been against a mere rabble, which he could somewhat rationalize. However, at this moment, witnessing a lightning dragon that tore through the earth and dramatically altered the tide of battle, repelling the high-ranking officer Long Ji, was simply beyond the realm of science. Chapter 75. Victory. The fusion of thunderous power and swordsmanship had been Rod's ongoing exploration. The thunder slash was expansive, wielding swordsmanship to unleash a vast torrent of lightning, capable of sweeping across an entire battlefield. In contrast, the lightning dragon was a concentrated force, compressing the frenzied lightning through swordplay, sending the formidable Long Ji flying with a single strike, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Rod had grown remarkably strong. Sabo offered a slight, bittersweet smile, his eyes brimming with astonishment. His premonitions had indeed come to pass, yet he had not anticipated such rapidity. Even with Sabo's usual composure, accepting this was a challenge. He did not mind being surpassed. Given Rod's demonstrated talent, his ascendance was almost a foregone conclusion. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that this day would arrive so swiftly. As for Kuro, Shano, and others who graduated alongside Rod, they were now rendered utterly speechless, frozen in place, their minds blank, like deer caught in headlights. It seemed Rod was not merely capable of competing on equal footing, but was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, in the arena, Longji braced himself against Rod's lightning dragon. His grip on the sword trembling, his palms splitting open and oozing blood. Such swordsmanship. Longji's gaze grew grave. In his prime, he might have withstood it. But at this moment, he felt overwhelmed. Whoosh. In the next instant, Rod surged forward, traversing nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Trailing a shimmer of light, his speed rivaling that of Longji. Longji dared not underestimate him and raised his sword to meet the challenge. Clang. The blades collided, producing massive sparks, the sound of metal clashing resounding like a sonic wave, painful to the ears. His strength is inferior to mine. The moment they clashed. This thought flashed through Longji's mind, only to be swiftly followed by a torrent of furious lightning, slicing through the air like a silver serpent, roaring towards him. Longji's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he dodged backwards while swinging his sword to deflect the oncoming thunder. Yet, even so, the potent electrical current surged through the metal blade, affecting his honed physique, causing a barely perceptible tremor. Although the tremor was slight, in a confrontation of this caliber, any misstep could lead to a loss of advantage. In Rod's eyes, the brilliance of thunder surged forth, and without a moment's hesitation, he advanced, wielding his sword with precision. Harnessing the advantage of the tempestuous lightning, he gradually seized control of the battle's tempo, subduing Longji's imposing presence. Momentum is an elusive concept, often possessed solely by the formidable. At this moment, Rod undoubtedly qualified as a strong contender, radiating his own formidable aura. This aura mirrored his swordsmanship, unyielding and relentless, capable of cleaving through all obstacles. The clash of blades resonated with a metallic symphony, as the force of thunder reverberated with an ear-splitting roar. Despite Longji's vigorous efforts to reclaim the situation, he found himself increasingly outmatched against Rod's prowess. As a master swordsman, Rod's strength lay in his offensive capabilities. A single strike was often sufficient to leave his adversary scrambling, thus establishing the rhythm of combat. Yet, at this juncture, the most potent aspect of Longji was firmly suppressed by Rod, throwing the battle's cadence into disarray. When Longji sought to unleash his full might in an assault, he was immediately countered by Rod's precise and unyielding application of the Thunder Dragon. When he attempted to maneuver with agility in search of a weakness, Rod's speed was equally formidable, exhibiting remarkable reflexes both physically and mentally, rendering him a worthy opponent in this contest of swiftness. Ultimately, a swordsman renowned for his offensive prowess found himself reluctantly compelled to adopt a defensive stance. As the adage goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable loss, especially when compounded by the relentless onslaught of potent electrical currents that hindered Longji's ability to exert his full strength. As the battle progressed, Rod's advantage would only grow more pronounced. As radiant sword energies clashed together, they erupted into a cacophony of thunder, wreaking havoc upon the heavens and the earth. The deafening roars even drew the curious gazes of those within the castle headquarters, their expressions tinged with astonishment, wondering why there was thunder erupting from the ground. At this juncture, figures like Klo and Nyaxano found themselves utterly unable to comprehend such power. They felt a profound insignificance. The sheer strength of these forces was overwhelming. A single strand of sword energy could easily dispatch them, while an occasional bolt of thunder could inflict severe injuries. Under the guidance of the Fishman Haku and others, they retreated to a considerable distance, yet they could still sense the relentless clash of sharp intentions, as if capable of slicing through the very sky, stinging their skin. The terrifying thunder sent shivers down their spines, and even from such a distance, their hair stood on end, prompting Nia and Keela to hastily retreat in fright. The explosions were utterly terrifying. At long last, accompanied by the clear sound of a sword song, a deep green renowned sword suddenly slipped from a hand, embedding itself into the ground afar. Longji stared blankly at his trembling right hand. He recalled the time he was defeated by that individual, resulting in the unfortunate loss of his arm. Henceforth, he had diligently practiced one-handed sword techniques, vowing never to lose his beloved sword in battle again. For a swordsman, Losing one's blade in combat signified defeat. Since departing from the land of harmony and venturing into the new world, this vow had remained unbroken, yet today, he found himself bested by a youthful swordsman. After a protracted silence, he regained his composure, casting a complex gaze upon the indifferent young man before him, and with a bitter smile, he shook his head, saying, "I concede." There was a sense of relief in his tone, as if he had seen through something and let go of a burden. His entire demeanor began to undergo a peculiar transformation. This left Rod momentarily taken aback, revealing an expression of astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. Was it so easy to ascend to the ranks of a great swordsman? Even if Longji were to seize that fleeting opportunity, he would likely need to cultivate for another 4 or 5 years before achieving even a sliver of possibility. By then, who could fathom how formidable he would become? You are truly remarkable. It appears another great swordsman is destined to emerge in this world, Longji remarked with a tranquil tone. After sheathing his brilliance, he seemed transformed. His countenance remained solemn, yet he exuded a less aggressive presence, embodying the qualities of a master. I appreciate your kind words. I shall strive earnestly. Rod was not one to exhibit humility. A swordsman who does not aspire to be the greatest swordsman is certainly not a worthy swordsman. He even entertained thoughts of defeating Mihawk to claim the title of the world's premier swordsman. As for Zoro, well, he could challenge me when the time comes. Longji refrained from further comment, merely casting a profound glance at Rod. Despite a subtle shift in his mindset, he remained astounded, nay, utterly shocked, by the fact that Rod had bested him. He had heard Crow speak of Rod and knew that this young man was not yet 20, seemingly only 17. To possess the strength to defeat him at such a tender age was a manifestation of talent and potential that was truly unfathomable. Longji, well versed in the ways of the world, had traversed many lands during his years with the Revolutionary Army, encountering various storms and numerous young prodigies. Yet, he had never before witnessed such a monstrous existence. This achievement could not merely be attributed to talent, willpower, effort, and opportunity all played indispensable roles. Chapter 76. Reverse training. It was not until Longji's own admission of defeat echoed throughout the arena that Crow and the newly inducted members of the Revolutionary Army awoke from their stupor. A series of gasps filled the air, stirring up a fine cloud of dust. Rod had actually defeated a high-ranking officer. This revelation was undeniably hard to accept. Yet the reality was inescapable. It was simply staggering. Prior to this, Rod's strength, while formidable, had not transcended the realm of comprehension. It was a power that fell within the bounds of understanding, and his displayed potential was still deemed acceptable, with figures like Crow and Shano harboring aspirations of surpassing him. However, the astonishing prowess Rod exhibited during this battle shattered all preconceived notions. What a monster! Shano sighed in disbelief, extinguishing any thoughts of pursuit. In his lifetime, reaching Longji's level would be a monumental achievement. Yet, this young man, who was 7 or 8 years his junior, had already surpassed Longji. The disparity was beyond quantification. Moreover, he understood that this gap would likely continue to widen, leaving him to merely look up in admiration. Crow also felt a sense of despondency. If even his most esteemed mentor could not contend with Rod, what was there left for him to say? His previous aspirations and confidence now felt like a mere jest. Among Rod's contemporaries, a sense of reverence took root. The Fishman Haku and other high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army expressed their astonishment. Their gazes towards Rod imbued with respect, no longer the condescending looks typically reserved for juniors. Strength determined status. With Rod's demonstrated ability to defeat Longji, no one would foolishly regard him as just a young subordinate. This young man in white was worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Were it not for his insufficient experience, he might have been directly promoted to a senior position. Rod had triumphed. Kella covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Saber's expression was somewhat intricate. He clenched his fists, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. It seemed he needed to exert himself further, for complacency was not an option. With Rod sheathing his sword, the battle finally came to a close. It was only then that the onlookers took note of the battlefield. Stretching several hundred meters, utterly shattered, crisscrossing sword marks marred the ground, which lay charred as if it had been purged by divine thunder. Rod, come with me. The rest of you may disperse, Dorag spoke in a deep voice, and the remaining revolutionaries began to scatter, casting one last profound glance at Rod before departing. Having witnessed the ferocity of the battle, a singular thought lingered in their minds. When would this young man advance further? evolving into a figure capable of altering the course of world affairs? 2 years? Perhaps 3? Yet even after 3 years, he would still only be 20. They could not dwell on it. They must not. The notion was swiftly cast from their minds. In the conference room, the task assigned to you is to journey to the Flower Kingdom and assume the responsibilities of the Siyue cadre. The Flower Kingdom is one of the member states of the world government, possessing formidable strength and a complex situation with a large armed organization, the 8 Treasure Navy. Stationed there. Here are the relevant documents. Peruse them when you have the time. The intelligence officer, Kildeo, handed over several files. Understood. Rod nodded as he accepted the document, quickly grasping its contents. Subsequently, Kildeo elaborated on Rod's responsibilities, which primarily involved nurturing underground forces, gathering resources, and propagating revolutionary ideologies. At this stage, the violent overthrow of the regime was not the Revolutionary Army's immediate preference. In truth, your qualifications are insufficient for such a task, Kildeo remarked. However, this journey will see you traversing the Grand Line from the New World to the West Sea alone, which can be regarded as a significant trial. I hope you accomplish it successfully, without any negligence. In the eyes of the Revolutionary Army's high command, Rod, who displayed terrifying potential, is deemed the future of the revolution. And no one wishes for such a promising talent to encounter misfortune. Yet, at this level, without practical experience at sea, relying solely on cultivation may render one unable to progress further in a lifetime. Thus, no one was foolish enough to obstruct this opportunity for growth. Indeed, Rod nodded, suddenly feeling a peculiar sensation. Typically, individuals embark on a journey from the 4 seas, traverse the Grand Line, and ultimately arrive in the New World. This expedition often serves as a transformative experience, akin to a rigorous selection process through tumultuous waves. However, Rod's journey unfolded in reverse. He commenced in the formidable New World, ventured to the first half of the Grand Line, which the denizens of the New World affectionately referred to as paradise, and ultimately returned to the 4 seas. Reminiscent of a novice village. This is not to suggest that the 4 seas in the initial segment of the Grand Line lack formidable adversaries or dangers. Rod, well versed in the original narrative, understood profoundly that this vast ocean harbored countless hidden talents. Many reclusive powerhouses surely lingered above the 4 seas. Moreover, these regions are under the strictest control of the Navy, and given Rod's affiliation with the Revolutionary Army, personnel from the world government posed a latent threat. In a certain sense, this environment could be even more perilous than the New World itself. Very well, prepare yourself. We shall embark tomorrow, Kildeo remarked with a smile. Rod nodded slightly and turned to leave. Once he departed, the conference room fell into an abrupt silence. Kildeo pondered for a moment but could not restrain himself any longer. Chief, regarding the matter of Peach Bunny and Rod. His expression betrayed concern and uncertainty. However, Dorag raised a hand to halt his words, speaking in a calm tone. Have you not realized? Such a young man cannot be swayed in his convictions and stance merely by Peach Bunny. Even I cannot influence him. We need only to acknowledge that his position certainly does not align with the celestial dragons, those aristocrats of the world. To overthrow the colossal entity that is the world government, we must learn to embrace and accommodate all forces of resistance. Dorag's voice was grave, his gaze inscrutable. The world government, which has ruled for 8 centuries, conceals depths that are beyond estimation. Even the Navy, which is overtly formidable, harbors secrets that are nearly impossible to gauge. At that moment, Rod, who had just exited the conference room, encountered Keela, Naya, and Sabo, who had been waiting for him. So when do we set off? Keela asked with a cheerful smile. Tomorrow, I suppose. Let's have a meal together as a farewell. Sounds good. The 4 set off and soon arrived in the town. The streets and buildings remained unchanged, despite their absence for over half a year. As Rod walked along the street, he could feel numerous gazes fixed upon him, filled with awe, longing, admiration, and aspiration. The news of his battles had likely circulated among the reserves. Perhaps the townsfolk did not fully comprehend the magnitude of the swordsman Ryuji, but they understood that Rod was no longer a figure within their reach. In time, he might even become a role model for parents to instill values in their children. After enjoying the farewell meal, Rod did not return to the headquarters castle immediately. Instead, he met briefly with the old doctor, engaging in casual conversation at the clinic before departing the town and heading back to the castle. Tomorrow, he would leave the desolate and windswept White Earth Island, embarking on a journey of reverse training. Chapter 77. The Storm the Following Morning. After bidding farewell to Keela and the others, Rod arrived at the shore and boarded a boat to set sail. After some twists and turns, he found himself on a lavishly decorated large merchant ship. This vessel was part of a fleet dedicated to serving the world government, akin to a state merchant, tasked with collecting rare treasures to be presented to the celestial dragons. Rod will embark on this vessel to the Red Sea port, and subsequently traverse the land route to Mariewa. Although it is somewhat regrettable to forego the breathtaking sights of Fishman Island, located thousands of meters beneath the surface. Experiencing the pinnacle of global power at Mariewa is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Furthermore, the path to Fishman Island is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. And at this moment, Rod possesses no assurance of survival in the depths of the ocean. In contrast, the risks associated with the land route are virtually non-existent. Rod himself is a model citizen, devoid of any bounty, and even possesses the impeccably clean identity of a disciple of the Peach Rabbit. While traversing the Red Earth continent may appear perilous, it is, in reality, remarkably secure. "Young man, how shall I address you?" As Rod turned around, he beheld a middle-aged man striding towards him with an imposing demeanor. The man's countenance radiated a vibrant glow, and his attire was opulent. Behind him trailed two bodyguards clad in black, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Rod exhibited a flicker of inscrutable emotion. This individual was none other than Soros, the overseer of the vessel, a prominent figure under the aegis of the world government. It was said that he managed a vast array of enterprises, akin to the role of a chairman in a state-owned enterprise from a past life. However, in a realm where power reigns supreme, the status of a mere merchant, though seemingly illustrious, is precarious and subject to the whims of fate, as one could be supplanted at any moment. "I am Rod." Rod nodded slightly, acknowledging the presence of the ship, mindful of the respect it commanded. The young man, venturing into the new world at such a tender age, truly exemplified youthful ambition. Soros, with a gleam of interest in his eyes, scrutinized Rod closely. Guiding individuals across the Red Earth continent was no monumental task. He had often engaged in such endeavors, rendering it hardly worthy of his attention. However, upon learning of this promising young man, Soros found himself intrigued. As a businessman, forging connections with formidable individuals or potential young talents had become second nature to him. Only by continually expanding his network and befriending the powerful could he solidify his standing. This was a lesson Soros had gleaned from his years of service to the world government. Yet, Rod preferred to remain inconspicuous and thus had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions with Soros. However, Soros's enthusiasm was unrelenting. His keen eyes seemed to pierce through to deeper truths as he persistently engaged Rod in conversation, employing subtle hints. He even produced an exquisite wine of unknown origin, clearly rare to entertain Rod. But who was Rod? He savored the fine wine, maintaining a composed silence. Aware that his experience could not possibly rival that of a seasoned merchant like Soros, he chose to refrain from divulging any personal matters. Realizing that even seemingly trivial revelations might be dissected for weaknesses, he adhered to the principle that silence is golden, responding with non-committal affirmations while keeping his own affairs private. As night fell, he took his leave, retreating to his cabin to continue refining his skills. Soros, meanwhile, found the young man rather intriguing. His expression gradually shifted to one of perplexity. Typically, young individuals at this age are unable to withstand flattery. The effects of alcohol exacerbate this tendency. Yet Rod remained unnervingly calm, leaving even Soros, with his wealth of experience, unable to discern anything amiss. What could composure achieve? A black-clad bodyguard scoffed. Another bodyguard concurred. Youth implied a lack of physical conditioning and an inability to hone skills to a masterful level. Physical prowess was the foundation of all. A young man like him could be vanquished with a single hand. The bodyguard brimmed with confidence, having once been a renowned mercenary in the underworld. Having slain even billion-dollar bounty pirates, thus held a disdain for youthful power. Moreover, if Rod were truly formidable, how could he have left the new world to return to paradise? Soros, however, merely shook his head, recognizing that forging alliances was never a misstep. Who could say whether this young man might one day leap from fish to dragon, soaring through the skies? The two bodyguards exchanged derisive snorts, disinterested in further debate. Their relationship with Soros was merely one of employment, devoid of any hierarchical obligation to show deference. The remainder of the voyage proceeded with remarkable tranquility. Rod remained secluded in the ship's cabin, devoting himself to his training, emerging only during mealtimes. This behavior left Soros somewhat exasperated. leading him to shake his head in resignation at the prospect of forging a friendship. He speculated that Rod might have been shaped into a reclusive character by the harsh realities imposed by the formidable beings of the New World. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Many powerful individuals venturing into the New World often experience a profound sense of despair upon witnessing the staggering disparity between their capabilities and those of others, with some even resorting to suicide. Otherwise, the first half of the Grand Line would not be referred to as a paradise by the denizens of the New World, as pirate crews from that realm frequently unleash torrents of bloodshed upon their arrival in the first half of the Grand Line. On this particular day, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and the sea churned violently. The ship rocked perilously, forcing Rod to cease his training and step to the rail, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, the weather, a hallmark of the New World, shifted dramatically. One moment, the sun shone brightly, and the next, dark clouds gathered, unleashing catastrophic waves reminiscent of an apocalyptic deluge. Silver streaks of lightning cleaved the somber sky, and a torrential downpour followed suit, as if the heavens themselves were emptying their reservoirs. Such a deluge could drench a person to the bone in an instant. One could only hope that fortune would not betray him. Rod murmured softly, his focus unwavering. If it were merely a tempest, he could slice through it with a single stroke, preserving the vessel. However, should a cataclysmic vortex arise, he would be compelled to safeguard only himself and depart at the earliest opportunity. The loss of the ship would not render this endeavor a failure. Rather, it would entail a significant compromise, leaving a lingering discomfort. Crack! A streak of lightning cleaved the heavens, stretching for dozens, even hundreds of miles, stunning, majestic, and imbued with an unforgettable resonance. This was the true thunder of the heavens. A flicker of lightning sparkled in Rod's eyes, revealing a sense of yearning. If he could harness such terrifying thunder, even figures as formidable as the four emperors could perhaps be effortlessly vanquished. As time gradually passed, Rod's fortune proved to be quite favorable. The tempest did not unleash significant natural calamities, and the ship navigated safely out of the treacherous area, greeted instead by a radiant sunlit sky. Casting a glance back, less than a kilometer away, the colossal storm still raged, with tumultuous waves that instilled a sense of dread. It was a remarkable meteorological phenomenon. Even having witnessed such spectacles on numerous occasions, Rod could not help but marvel. The extraordinary and terrifying transformations of the weather were indeed a compelling reason for any pirate crew to enlist competent navigators before daring to traverse the Grand Line. In the vastness of the ocean, no matter how formidable the adversary, they are powerless against the true wrath of nature. Even the legendary battles of figures such as Pirate King Roger and the Golden Lion could succumb to the overwhelming force of a natural disaster. One might ponder, had the young Whitebeard encountered the fierce storm at the Battle of Whitewall, would he have been able to shatter it with his bare fists? Rod, lost in thought, was about to return to the cabin when he suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something. Chapter 78, The Sea Kings. The weather was fair, free from storms, and the crew aboard the ship displayed an exuberant spirit, believing themselves to be under divine protection, cheering heartily. Yet, none noticed the encroaching shadow in the vicinity of the vessel, growing larger and larger. In the dimness, it seemed as though a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain quietly descended, enveloping the realm. Danger! The two black-clad bodyguards finally reacted, turning to gaze at the source. In that fleeting moment, an immense, towering figure suddenly burst forth from the ocean's surface, letting out a resounding roar. The colossal sound waves formed a nearly tangible force, sweeping in all directions, as if they threatened to rupture the eardrums of all present. Simultaneously, the tumultuous waves nearly capsized the grand sailing ship. A chorus of startled exclamations erupted on board, plunging the crew into chaos and fear. In the vast oceans of this world, the Sea Kings had virtually no natural enemies. Their gargantuan forms bestowed upon them an irresistible power. A mere flip or collision could spell catastrophic disaster for any vessel. Without a sufficiently strong champion to stand guard, encountering these creatures almost assuredly meant the end of life. The Sea King's massive body, resembling a small mountain, obscured the sunlight entirely, casting a shadow that filled their hearts with dread. Soros and his companions were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their brows throbbing painfully, akin to ordinary individuals stumbling upon the king of beasts in the wild. The sky was darkened, and their hearts were shrouded in foreboding shadows. Do not engage, you cannot prevail. Our only recourse is to pray that it deems us unworthy of its attention. Soros trembled, restraining the black-clad bodyguards. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards were gripped by icy fear. their earlier instinct to retaliate now overshadowed by the realization of their own insignificance. They lower their heads, quaking like frightened quails. This creature should not be classified as a large sea king. It was likely a medium-sized specimen, albeit a relatively slender one. Rod had perused the extensive collection of literature at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters and was well acquainted with the classification of the peculiar creatures known as sea kings. From the diminutive variants to the medium-sized, large, and the colossal sea kings, their sizes exhibited a remarkable range. The smaller sea kings measured merely several dozen meters in length, whereas the gargantuan ones could extend over 5,000 meters. What does 5,000 meters even signify? The average elevation of the red Earth continent is merely around 10,000 meters. Two colossal sea kings, when joined together, could ascend to the sacred realm of the celestial dragons and, with a mere press, could flatten the holy land of Mariawa. However, considering such immense size, it is likely that they would be incapable of such awe-inspiring feats. Before Rod stood a sea king, its visible portion rising approximately 40 to 50 meters above the water's surface, and estimating its submerged length suggested it was over 100 meters long. In the realm of medium sea kings, this specimen could indeed be deemed rather diminutive. Judging by its shape and characteristics, it appeared to be a standard tentacled creature, relying on brute strength rather than possessing the unique attributes of an electric eel. Gazing up at this sea king, Rod observed for a moment before allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Had it been an electric eel type, the power it would wield could potentially surpass even Enel's formidable thunder fruit, capable of instantaneously vaporizing a small expanse of ocean. An unstoppable force that could annihilate any divine entity that dared to oppose it. The designation of Sea Kings as one of the three ancient weapons is truly well-deserved. In reflection, he marveled at the reality before him. Rod suddenly leapt into the air, his form seemingly treading upon the very fabric of the sky, ascending step by step as if upon invisible stairs. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the head of this formidable sea creature. Standing before its eyes, Rod, with his ordinary human stature, appeared no larger than an ant. Even a single eye of the beast dwarfed him immensely. A menacing aura, reminiscent of an advanced life form, intermingled with the briny scent of the ocean, rushing forth to greet him. Rod maintained an impassive demeanor, even feeling a slight sting in his nostrils. "Feel the thunder," he remarked, gazing into the mirror-like pupils that reflected his own image. The resplendent thunder roared, piercing the heavens like silver serpents. The Sea King sensed a twinge of unease and extended a tentacle, measuring dozens of meters in length and as thick as a colossal pillar, crashing down towards Rod. Before the tentacle struck, the terrifying pressure of the wind it generated nearly capsized the vessels below, causing the very air to become taut. It was this gust that alerted Soros and the black-clad bodyguards, prompting them to look up. What they beheld was an unforgettable spectacle. A blurred figure clad in white, wielding a sword, stood proudly high above, bathed in dazzling lightning, and suddenly unleashed a strike. One sword style, thunder slash. Nothing could adequately convey the brilliance of this sword's edge. As the strike was executed, it seemed to cleave the very heavens and earth asunder, leaving countless witnesses with only the vision of an overwhelming sword energy infused with boundless thunder that appeared to span the cosmos. This sword energy effortlessly severed the outstretched tentacle of the Sea King, slicing through the void before landing a devastating blow upon its head, which was larger than a sailboat. A guttural, heart-wrenching roar erupted from the Sea King. Under the might of this strike, a significant portion of its skull was brutally cleaved open, unleashing torrents of thunder that enveloped much of its massive form. The aroma of seared flesh wafted through the air. The crackling, terrifying currents surged forth, even from a distance of dozens to hundreds of meters, inducing a sensation akin to electric shock among Soros and his companions. Yet, true to its title as the sovereign of the seas, the Sea King exhibited astonishing vitality. Despite blood gushing forth like a raging river, it remained alive. The means by which it achieved this was unknown. Under Rod's astonished gaze, the Sea King swiftly closed its eyes, and in a blink, its entire form plunged into the depths of the ocean, disappearing completely within mere moments. Rod could not help but let out a sigh, feeling an uncomfortable sense of pretentiousness hanging in the air, as if caught in a state of limbo. Fortunately, he found himself at a considerable height, and the tumultuous waves stirred up by the aquatic monarchs rendered Soros and his companions too preoccupied to notice this scene. Rod, feeling somewhat perturbed, enjoyed the sea breeze before sheathing his sword with a resonant clang. Slowly descending back onto the surface of the water, He cast a glance around and soon spotted the severed tentacle. Although termed as severed, it was still longer than the entire ship. Surely, this must be edible? How delectable could it be? What would be the best way to consume it? A trio of culinary musings struck Rod's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss. For the tentacle was simply too immense, thick, and lengthy. It surpassed even the length of the great serpent he had vanquished during his earlier mission. And in terms of girth, it was utterly incomparable. Rod surmised that any slice he cut would be utterly delectable. Perhaps he should inquire of Soros and the others. Chapter 79. Atop the cloud pinnacle, the tumultuous sea gradually calmed, the storm subsiding. The people finally regained their composure, exchanging glances that reflected a surreal, almost dreamlike incredulity. How splendid, they thought. Salvation had arrived. Just moments ago, I believed my fate was sealed. Who is that individual? He is truly handsome and formidable, having dealt a devastating blow to the Sea King with a single sword strike. Remarkable. He appears quite youthful, brimming with untapped potential. As they collected themselves, they swallowed hard, their faces illuminated by the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. At that moment, Soros approached the ship's railing, his eyes revealing a myriad of complex emotions. This was no mere fish leaping to become a dragon. It was undoubtedly a true dragon. Soros felt a profound admiration swell within him. He had mistakenly thought Rod's reclusive nature stemmed from the pressures exerted by the formidable beings of the New World. With such innate talent and potential, he would invariably overshadow others, making it implausible for him to be subdued. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards clad in black, towering figures exceeding 2 meters in height, found themselves blushing deeply, wishing fervently to plunge into the sea, particularly the one who had boasted of being able to take on 10 opponents single-handedly, who nearly fell to his knees in humiliation. Rod remained unfazed, his demeanor tranquil as he descended onto the deck. In an instant, the entire vessel fell into a profound silence, save for the howling of the sea breeze, with all present displaying expressions of reverence. Soros, quick to seize the moment, hastened to Rod's side and respectfully said, "Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention. I am immensely grateful. Let us forego the formalities and promptly send someone to attend to the provisions." Rod, however, did not possess the aloofness that Soros had envisioned. Instead, he pointed excitedly towards the distant tentacle and exclaimed, "Very well." Soros was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this master had a penchant for tentacles? He dared not be negligent and promptly instructed his crew to steer the vessel closer, arranging the tentacle accordingly. He then summoned the head chef aboard, urging him to exert every effort in preparing this exquisite ingredient, ensuring that Rod would be thoroughly pleased. The head chef, having witnessed the almost divine spectacle moments prior, was equally mindful and began to bark commands, setting to work without delay. Before long, this rare seafood delicacy was transformed into an array of 18 exquisite dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Rod indulged in the exquisite flavors of a delicacy sourced from the depths of the ocean. The flesh was remarkably succulent, surpassing even the roasted serpent he had once savored, while brimming with abundant nutritional energy and a delightful texture. It is little wonder that the formidable navigators of the sea seldom succumb to starvation, although the sovereigns of the ocean may pose a challenge. The lesser sea creatures are more than sufficient to effortlessly satiate the needs of an entire vessel. Rod nearly swallowed his own tongue. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Soros and others were standing respectfully not far away, inhaling the aroma of the food and swallowing their saliva, yet daring not to approach. Even the head chef exhibited the same demeanor. Rod smiled and suggested, "Let's eat together. I cannot finish it all by myself." "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Soros replied, yet he was the first to dig in. "Delicious," he exclaimed, praising the culinary delights crafted from the Sea King's bounty, which were truly the epitome of gourmet cuisine, reserved only for the formidable. Even someone of Soros's stature, comparable to that of a state-owned enterprise chairman, seldom had the opportunity to indulge, and when he did, the fare was often far from fresh. The two bodyguards, clad in black, scrutinized Rod with a sense of trepidation. They had come to realize a grave concern, when they had initially spoken with disdain. Rod had not been far away. Perhaps ordinary individuals, or even typical strongmen would not have perceived it, but given Rod's prowess, he surely understood their sentiments. With this thought, the two seasoned mercenaries, who had once stirred chaos in the underground world and had taken down bounties exceeding 100 million on pirates, now resembled chastened schoolchildren before a teacher, huddling together. Their imposing frames of over 2 meters in height appeared diminutive alongside Rod, who possessed a more conventional stature. They felt no desire for the exquisite meal before them, only hoping that Rod would not take notice of them. Rod's gaze did not linger upon them. He was not inclined to take a life merely due to a couple of dismissive remarks. However, a slight reprimand was certainly in order. One ought to be wary and refrain from underestimating others based solely on age. In the unfolding epochs to come, it is certain that many young individuals with extraordinary prowess will emerge. The gathering was a delightful affair, and Soros exhibited an unparalleled aptitude for navigating the currents of social dynamics. Were he to engage with a typical powerhouse, he would possess the confidence to forge connections, perhaps achieving a commendable level of parity. Yet, with someone of Rod's age and capability, he found himself lacking in assurance regarding the nature of their camaraderie. Moreover, he could not help but ponder the implications. Such strength at a tender age must inevitably stem from a formidable mentor or an affiliation with an ancient power. This venture into the world appeared to be merely a rite of passage. It was prudent to become acquainted with such individuals, but to recklessly entangle oneself in their affairs could lead to unforeseen consequences. Rod was unaware of the self-aggrandizing musings of the official businessman. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he returned to the cabin to continue his relentless and arduous training. He would not allow the fleeting allure of prosperity to cloud his vision. Fully cognizant of the source of such respect, true strength is the foundation of all. The more powerful one becomes, the more acutely one perceives their own insignificance. He still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the pinnacle of the ocean. The subsequent voyage proceeded remarkably smoothly. After a day, following an inspection by the Naval G-1 branch, the merchant ship swiftly arrived at the Red Harbor, directly beneath the sacred Mary Geos. In this world, there exist two pathways for entering and exiting the new world. One ascends to the heavens, while the other descends into the sea. Before Rod lay the world government's exclusive ascent route, a lofty pathway soaring 10,000 meters into the sky. Of course, others could apply to traverse this route, but such requests often demanded a lengthy wait and the relinquishment of their vessels. Soros had already arranged the necessary details, and upon arriving at the Red Harbor, he guided Rod and the others directly to the lift. The interior of the Red Harbor was rather unremarkable, especially the half of the harbor leading to the New World, which remained largely undeveloped, heavily guarded, and teeming with formidable soldiers. Rod and his companions traversed the path, their vigilance unwavering. Under the leadership of Soros, they soon ascended the elevator, a marvel constructed from a unique metal, boasting immense weight-bearing capacity and ample space, rendering them almost inconspicuous upon it. Soros directed his subordinates in the transportation of goods, while Rod curiously surveyed his surroundings. The elevator, soaring over 10,000 meters, surpassed even the peak of Mount Everest from his previous world, which stood at merely 8,000 meters. The source of its propulsion remained a mystery to Rod, who could only marvel in amazement. Before long, Soros completed his preparations and signaled for ascent, the elevator rising smoothly and gently, devoid of any jolt. The aerial expanse of the pirate world differed from that of Rod's former Earth. At such altitudes, humanity could still thrive. No matter how many times he gazed upon the scene, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to dust. Beside him, Soros expressed his awe. The altitude was already considerable, with the crimson harbor below reduced to a mere black. Gazing far into the distance, the ocean appeared vast and boundless, while the azure sky seemed tantalizingly close. A delicate mist seemed almost tangible, and the sensation of standing amidst the clouds evoked an irresistible enchantment, as if the entire world lay beneath their feet. It was no wonder that the world government chose to establish its headquarters here. Such a location truly befits the pinnacle of global power. Rod pondered silently, gazing into the distance, his eyes gradually deepening in contemplation. Chapter 80, Sabaody Archipelago, Mariewa. At the heart of this city lies the residence of the world's noble celestial dragons, an immense castle that seems within reach of the stars, shrouded in mist, transcending the realm of mortals. Surrounding it is the headquarters of the world government, serving as the office for the Five Elders and Admiral Steelbone. Further afield, the suburbs accommodate the residences of high-ranking officials of the world government and the servants of the celestial dragons. Rod and his companions traversed the Red Earth continent's roads, which were somewhat more remote than the suburbs, gazing from afar at the sacred land of Mary Geos. Upon their arrival, however, Rod felt none of the previous awe he had experienced when overlooking the ocean or gazing at the sky. His heart was devoid of any tumult. While the heavens and earth command reverence, the decayed and debased aristocratic regime, self-proclaimed as divine celestial dragons, is but a mere shadow of true grandeur. Their journey across the Red Earth continent was largely uneventful, aside from the discomforting presence of the celestial dragon guards, whose haughty and scrutinizing gazes were somewhat disquieting. Before long, Rod and his companions reached the initial segment of the Grand Line. Here, they encountered a stark contrast. Instead of the technologically advanced elevators, they found themselves in enchanting bubble pots. These bubbles, a unique product of the climate in the Chambord Islands, were both remarkably practical and exquisitely beautiful. Thus began yet another journey of 10,000 meters in ascent and descent. Rod and his companions once again descended upon the Red Harbor, albeit this time at the forefront of the Grand Line. This port exhibited a far greater vibrancy and thrived with activity. Upon witnessing Rod and his entourage emerge from the bubble pod, individuals quickly approached, eager to engage in conversation. However, upon catching sight of the enigmatic smile of Soros, they were taken aback and instinctively recoiled. Although Soros, who served the world government, may not have seemed formidable in the presence of the powerful to these ordinary merchants, he was undeniably a significant figure, one not to be trifled with. Observing their reaction, Soros couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In the New World, he might have remained inconspicuous, yet in this segment of the Grand Line, particularly in the region of the Sabaody archipelago, he was regarded as one of the prominent figures, revered by many as an esteemed guest. However, noticing Rod's ambiguous expression, Soros felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly led the way, saying, "This way, please." "This way. I have a designated vessel heading to Sabaody." Rod nodded lightly and proceeded ahead. Soros followed closely behind, trailing half a step, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. The group swiftly departed, leaving an indelible impression on the local merchants. Who was that young man to command such deference and admiration from Soros? Surely, he must be the scion of a high-ranking official in the world government. Ah, indeed, being born into a fortunate lineage can spare one a lifetime of struggle. The onlookers shook their heads with a sigh, their faces reflecting envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Rod and his companions arrived at the port and boarded a remarkably opulent and ostentatious large sailing vessel. Noticing Rod's astonished expression, Soros awkwardly remarked, "After all, we work for the world government. We must maintain a facade of grandeur. It is a promising future." Rod nodded casually. Each individual possesses their own survival skills. Soros must go to great lengths to form alliances and curry favor with the upper echelons. Rod, however, is solely focused on cultivating his skills, persistently growing stronger. For in due time, power, status, wealth, and beauty shall be his to enjoy without end. The might amassed within oneself, derived from genuine strength, constitutes the most stable foundation of status. The Sabaody archipelago stands as a pivotal waypoint along the Grand Line. This locale serves not only as a bastion for pirates embarking towards the New World, but also lies in close proximity to both the Navy headquarters and the Red Port. Such a naturally advantageous geographical position has drawn countless pirates, naval forces, and aristocrats from the world government, along with numerous merchants eager to engage in commerce. Furthermore, due to the world government's indulgence towards the Sabaody archipelago, many formidable forces from the underworld have established significant operations here, with the Don Quixote family being notably prominent. This archipelago can be regarded as the largest hub for commodities in the world, where a myriad of treasures can be discovered, including the exceedingly rare devil fruits, which occasionally manifest. The islands of Sabaody, apart from gaining insights into this so-called gray area, also harbor a desire for finding renowned blades. The exquisite longsword crafted at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, despite being bolstered by the power of hockey, has become burdensome with time. However, Rod has no inclination to frequently replace his weapons. He prefers a singular, definitive choice. The supreme great sword would be ideal, while a second-rate one would be acceptable. He thus inquired of Soros, which weapon shop here is the finest. Ideally one that boasts distinguished swords and blades. Weapon shop? Soros paused for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. There's a remarkable weapon shop on Island 14. The proprietor is said to be a master craftsman, having forged blades for numerous sword masters, and is quite renowned. Oh, Rod's eyes brightened. Such an individual might possess an admirable collection of swords. Island 14 is a lawless area, teeming with pirates brandishing weapons and bearing fierce visages. Nevertheless, a basic order does exist. The nearby islands are under the protection of the Don Quixote family, ensuring that while ordinary pirates may engage in skirmishes, they cannot create disturbances within the shops. Soros diligently played the role of a tour guide, elaborating on the customs and culture of the Sabaody archipelago. He mentioned that this year's supernova, Cavendish of the White Horse, has already landed on the Sabaody Islands. He is a formidable character. Even before entering the New World, his bounty has reached a staggering 280 million berries. The term supernova refers to those pirates who have garnered bounties exceeding 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line. These individuals possess exceptional talent and strength, along with considerable fortune. Cavendish. He seems rather competent. Rod, however, maintained a calm demeanor. The bounties on supernovas often carried a degree of exaggeration. At this moment, Cavendish's true strength was likely around 240 million. A pirate of this caliber would typically only reach the rank of a division vice-admiral. Perhaps due to some unique abilities, he might appear somewhat troublesome, but if Rod desired to eliminate him, he wouldn't even have the chance to flee, as long as he remained within sight. The Wanjian Pavilion. Though the Sabaody archipelago boasted numerous shops and a vast marketplace, it was ultimately monopolized by a few powerful factions. The Wanjian Pavilion was one such establishment, with a history spanning several centuries, as Soros explained. Upon entering, they were immediately approached by a staff member inquiring about their purchases. Those who frequented the Wanjian Pavilion were at least top-tier swordsmen, with many renowned sword masters among them, often engaging in significant business transactions. Bring your master here. Despite Soros's respectful demeanor before Rod, he immediately adopted an imperious attitude toward the junior store clerk. May I ask who you are, sir? The clerk was momentarily taken aback. In a shop like the Wanjian Pavilion, the highest authority was not the store manager, but the masters who presided there. These masters were celebrated artisans, treasures of the establishment, and wielded considerable influence within the overarching factions, their status far surpassing that of the store manager. Very well, please hold on for a moment. Although the clerk was puzzled, he noted Soros's distinguished bearing and well-tailored attire, prompting him to seek out a master from the back. Rod and his companions settled down, and immediately, a staff member presented them with fragrant tea. Not long after, a series of shuffling footsteps approached. From the back, an elderly craftsman, bearded and over 50 years of age, emerged. Chapter 81. Exchange of information. It is indeed the esteemed Lord Soros gracing us with his presence. How delightful. You should have informed us in advance. The craftsman said respectfully as he stepped forward. Soros instinctively felt compelled to downplay the situation, but suddenly remembered that a distinguished gentleman awaited beside him and promptly inquired. This gentleman seeks a fine, renowned sword. Why don't you hastily display your finest collection? Upon hearing this, the craftsman cast a slightly bewildered glance at Rod. The gravity with which Soros spoke indicated that Rod must be a person of considerable importance. This way, please, he said, not daring to be negligent, and quickly led the two into a room of noticeably higher caliber. Unlike the outer area filled with an array of swords, this room contained only 9, each boasting an exceptional quality in its scabbard, which exuded a sense of ancient weightiness. Rod stepped forward a few paces and, with a resounding sound, drew his sword. The blade gleamed like a pristine autumn lake, reflecting the faintest starlight. This sword, named Fleeting Star, was forged from deep-sea fine iron over a span of 49 days. Both its sharpness and resilience rival those of an exceptional quality blade. When discussing swords, the master craftsman found his confidence, speaking eloquently with an air of mastery. Rod weighed the sword in his hands, pausing for a moment in contemplation. Suddenly, he extended 2 fingers and lightly grazed the blade. To his surprise, only a faint white mark was left behind. Well, that seemed satisfactory. Rod gently shook his head and sheathed his sword. The master watched in astonishment, his mouth agape. Momentarily at a loss for words, Rod casually seized another sword, drawing its blade. The sword, entirely crimson, emanated a subtle warmth in his grasp, reminiscent of a flickering flame. This weapon, named Crimson Flame, had undergone a rigorous tempering process through magma and fire a staggering 99 times, earning its reputation as refined steel, remarkably sharp. However, before he could finish his thought, Rod wiped the blade again, revealing not a faint white mark this time, but a nearly imperceptible red line. It is indeed somewhat sharp, Rod nodded in acknowledgement. The master, Soros, experienced a twinge of discomfort, marveling at this unconventional method of testing swords. Subsequently, The master refrained from further introductions, his expression numb as he observed Rod test sword after sword. By the time Rod had completed the trial of the 9 treasured blades, not a single drop of blood had surfaced from his fingers. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to retire from the fray. It was utterly disheartening. Not bad. But it still fell short of my expectations. Rod felt a sense of disappointment. Most of these blades were merely of the common sword level, suitable for ordinary swordsmen. Yet they fell short of his standards. Once utilized, one could never predict when they might be replaced. Noticing this, Soros furrowed his brow and glanced at the master craftsman. As he was still hopeful of fulfilling Rod's request and establishing a cordial relationship. Your Excellency possesses such formidable strength, yet these weapons indeed seem somewhat inadequate. The master craftsman hesitated, then looked at Soros and said, I recall that in a few days, there will be an underground auction on Island 13. Among the items for sale, there appears to be a fine blade. I had initially intended to attempt to bid on it, but I later heard that a wealthy merchant has already claimed it, so I decided not to compete. Claimed. Soros expressed disdain. This merchant was rumored to be the wealthiest in the West Sea, purchasing the fine blade to curry favor with the king of the Flower Kingdom, who was known for his passion for collecting exquisite swords. Spending several 100 million berries would likely be of no concern to him. The wealthiest in the West Sea? This presents a bit of a dilemma, Soros mused, furrowing his brow. After all, he merely managed the assets of the world government and did not have much disposable income. As for public funds, a slight diversion was permissible, but excessive misappropriation would invite scrutiny. Let us attend this auction. Rod decisively made the decision and walked outside. Soros expressed his gratitude to the master with a bow and hurried to follow. The group exited the myriad sword pavilion and found a place to settle down. 2 days later, as Rhodes and his companions arrived at Isle 13, just as they were about to proceed to the auction site, a figure suddenly emerged from the small cabin ahead, crashing heavily to the ground, battered and bruised, unconscious. Ah, Isle 13, one could say. Upon noticing this, Rod slightly lifted his gaze and, as expected, a sign was hanging above the quaint little house. The Scammer's Bar of Shachi. Could it be that Shachi is associated with the underworld king, Rayleigh? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Rod's eyes. Just as he was about to pass by the modest dwelling, he hesitated, for he had no desire to provoke a legendary figure such as the underworld king, Rayleigh. However, if it were Shaki, she would surely know what I seek. As Rod took a step forward, he suddenly recalled that Xiachi seemed to be well informed, possessing a wealth of insider knowledge. After pondering for a moment, he made his way towards the small cabin. Welcome. Even before he entered, a woman's voice rang out from within. Would you like something to drink? A cup of black tea, please, Rod replied casually as he settled into a seat, directing his gaze towards the bar. Behind the counter sat a woman whose allure had not faded with time. She sported a chic bob, the ends slightly curling at her temples, and held a cigarette between her lips. At that moment, she cast a surprised glance at Rod, then lowered her head to tend to her tasks. Soon after, she presented him with a cup of black tea, her expression brightening as she said, The apprentice of the great sword master truly brings distinction to my humble establishment. Oh, you know me? Rod was taken aback, surprised by the extent of Xiaqi's intelligence network. Spark was no insignificant figure. His recent transfer to the Push City had become a hot topic of discussion. Young Rod had made quite a name for himself at sea by defeating both Raoji and Harmon in a 1-against-2 battle. Xiachi exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. What information do you seek by visiting me? She was direct, and Rod, not one to beat around the bush, nodded and replied, The news of the supreme great blade. Ah, Xiachi responded with a click of her tongue, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Legendary swords of varying ranks could only be wielded by swordsmen of corresponding prowess. It appeared that this young man harbored ambitions of becoming a grand swordsman. After a moment of contemplation, she beamed and said, While the supreme great blade is indeed exceedingly rare, I actually possess some information regarding it. Oh? Rod's eyes brightened as he noticed Xiachi, who, with a hint of mischievous delight, remarked, For instance, the black blade of the supreme great knife's 12 craftsmen. I can gladly provide you with its precise location at no cost. The smile on Rod's face gradually faded, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to utter a certain expletive. Who in the world is unaware that the Black Blade Knight rests in the hands of Eagle Eye? I can pay, whether it be 1 million or 10 million. It matters not, Rod stated solemnly. Yet, Xiachi remained unfazed, gently shaking her head as she replied, Some information cannot be quantified by wealth. The news of the supreme great blade may hold little significance for the vast majority of people in this world, yet for some elite swordsmen, even the most formidable ones, it represents a perilously enticing temptation, one for which they would willingly sacrifice everything. Rod nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "What if we exchange information?" Xiachi slightly adopted a serious demeanor, recognizing that Rod was no fool. Since he had proposed such a notion, the information he would offer must be of equal significance. "Do enlighten me," she urged. Rod was not particularly concerned about Xiachi's integrity. After all, the older generation of pirates valued loyalty and honor. He pondered for a moment. As a traveler from another world, he possessed a wealth of knowledge and information that most ordinary individuals could not fathom. Yet truly comparable intelligence to the supreme great blade was indeed scarce. After a while, he suddenly inquired, "What information do you have regarding the Pirate King, Roger?" At the mere mention of this name, Xiaqi's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of a dangerously alluring smile gracing her lips as she narrowed her eyes and replied, "Do tell." Chapter 82. The auction. Having prior knowledge of Ace's identity, Rod was intrigued about the potential twists that the upcoming Marineford War might unfold. As he leisurely exited Xiaqi's bar, he mused with great interest. The information he intended to exchange was the revelation of Fire Fist Ace being the offspring of Pirate King Roger, along with the details surrounding that event. For instance, how Ace's mother, Port Gasti Rouge, evaded the Navy's searches and managed to carry Ace for 20 months before his birth. With such foundational knowledge, Xiaqi's keen sensitivity to information would undoubtedly enable her to discern its authenticity with ease. Consequently, she was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the revelation that Roger had left a descendant in the world, a fact unknown even to the members of the Roger Pirates. Eager to relay this news to Rayleigh, Xiachi readily divulged the information about the Supreme Great Blade, thereby dismissing Rod. As fate would have it, this Supreme Great Blade was conveniently located in his intended destination, the Flower Country. It appeared to be a royal treasure, though Rod was uncertain how Xiachi had acquired this intelligence. With the confirmed information about the Supreme Great Blade, Rod's desire for the auction's Great Blade diminished significantly. Adopting a nonchalant attitude, he reunited with Soros, who had been waiting outside, and approached the auction venue, only to find it heavily guarded, with security personnel encircling the entrance. "Excuse me, this is a private area. If you do not possess an invitation, please leave," one of the guards stated curtly. "We do not have an invitation," Soros replied coolly. "Kindly inform them that Soros has come to pay a visit." Seeing Soros's distinguished demeanor, the guard hesitated, pondering if he was in the presence of a significant figure. At that moment, a rotund middle-aged man approached from a distance, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Soros. He quickly hurried over, exclaiming with surprise, "Lord Soros, what brings you here? Wasn't it rumored that you were operating in the New World?" "Ah, it's you, Hardin. I just returned," Soros responded with a hint of modesty. "Are you also attending the auction? It would be advantageous for us to accompany you inside." "Ah, no. It is I who should be grateful to you. I hope to rely on your support in the future," Hardin replied. Hardin felt a sense of trepidation. Soros, renowned as a prominent merchant of the world government, had an abundance of opportunities at his disposal. Even a mere trickle of profit would suffice to satisfy Hardin's insatiable appetite. The security personnel, recognizing the familiar faces, did not intervene. As the group entered the auction venue, they discovered the expansive hall was already filled to a considerable extent. Observing the attendees, it was evident that they were all distinguished individuals, either affluent merchants or formidable figures exuding an air of power. "Ah, Lord Soros, you have graced us with your presence." As Rod and his companions entered the venue, many attendees appeared to recognize Soros, promptly rising to greet him. Those unfamiliar with his identity found themselves in a state of bewilderment, prompting nearby individuals to swiftly provide introductions. He is a favored merchant of the world government, overseeing an extensive array of enterprises, and can be regarded as a titan within the realm of business. Rod found it somewhat amusing that Soros, who had nearly been annihilated by the Sea Kings in the New World, held such a formidable reputation in the Sabati archipelago. Of course, many regarded him with disdain. Take Gates, the foremost merchant of the West Sea, for instance. His enterprises primarily thrived within the West Sea, barely extending into the first half of the Grand Line, and thus had little connection to Soros, who largely dominated the Sabati archipelago. Observing the crowd's adulation and flattery towards Soros, Gates could not suppress a derisive snort. Feeling somewhat disillusioned, The merchants who had previously engaged in conversation with him had also flocked to Soros. After all, Sabaody was his domain. Regardless, it had little bearing on him. He resolved to secure that magnificent blade swiftly and return to the West Sea, for the Grand Line remained perilously treacherous. Gates inhaled deeply, contemplating. The auction finally commenced. The first item up for bid was a long-lost treasure of exquisite jewelry, allegedly hailing from an ancient kingdom. It was crafted from 19 deep-sea blood pearls, resplendent and opulent, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The starting price was set at 30 million berries, but it swiftly escalated to 60 million. Ultimately, this string of blood pearls was purchased outright by the West Sea magnate Gates for a staggering 90 million. What extravagance! Many in the crowd could not help but marvel. Throughout the ensuing auction, Gates frequently placed bids, showcasing the lavishness befitting the foremost merchant of the West Sea, leaving even Soros momentarily astounded. While the Grand Line boasted an average strength far surpassing that of the Four Seas, the vast expanse of the Four Seas far exceeded that of the Grand Line, contributing to a remarkably stable economic effect. Gates's wealth was arguably among the pinnacle of affluence in this world. If this fellow does not depart from Sabaody today, he may find it impossible to leave. Soros sneered. The saying goes that wealth should not be flaunted. To spend lavishly in a chaotic place like the Sabaody archipelago is to prepare oneself to be preyed upon by ravenous wolves. Rod nodded slightly. This wealthy merchant was undoubtedly the most coveted target of pirates. The next item was the grand finale of the auction. The host unveiled a long sword sheathed in black cloth. Even before it was drawn, a sharp aura emanated from it, indicating its extraordinary quality. This sword, named Raging Gale, was a masterful creation by a legendary blacksmith, forged with earth fire. On the day it was completed, a thunderstorm struck, elevating its status to that of exceptional craftsmanship, ranking among the finest even among the great swords. The starting bid was set at 30 million. The prominent figures and affluent nobles in attendance narrowed their eyes, revealing their excitement. Clearly, they had come specifically for this sword. The powerful coveted the great weapon, while the wealthy sought it for collection or to foster connections and expand their networks by courting the strong. Take Gates, for instance. His business empire centered around the Flower Kingdom, making it vital to maintain good relations with its royal family. If money could resolve an issue, it was hardly a concern. 40 million. At that moment, Soros raised his paddle. Some attendees were taken aback. Soros was not a swordsman, nor did he have a penchant for collecting renowned blades. Could it be that a high-ranking official from the world government had taken a liking to this sword? With this thought, silence descended upon the crowd. The world government had ruled for 800 years, its power too formidable for ordinary individuals to challenge. As the host hesitated, pondering whether to drop the hammer, a steady voice called out, 100 million. The crowd gasped, turning to see none other than Gates, the wealthiest merchant of the West Sea. You, Soros seethed with rage, astonished that this man dared to undermine him. 110 million. He raised his paddle once more. 150 million. Gates replied nonchalantly. The numerous wealthy merchants and strong figures were on the verge of despair. Such bidding was unprecedented. The opponent raised the bid by 10 million, while they were increasing it by 40 to 50 million. It was evident that Gates was determined to have it. Soros was taken aback. He had been counting in increments of 10 million, which was already quite bold, yet Gates outstripped him in extravagance. Momentarily, Soros felt at a loss. He was not a free merchant like Gates. With the world government overseeing him, although his funds were ample, he could not afford to spend recklessly, for fear of drawing unwanted attention. With this in mind, he glanced at Rod, seeking the principal's counsel. Rod furrowed his brow slightly. He had previously boasted of possessing 200 million, sufficient to procure a magnificent blade, yet he had not anticipated encountering someone as capricious as Gates. Our baseline is 200 million. Anything beyond that is inconsequential. After all, while news of the Supreme Blade is intriguing, this Raging Blade, though commendable, is not an absolute necessity. Soros gritted his teeth and raised his bid. 160 million. However, before Soros's words fully resonated, Gates's voice echoed forth. 200 million. His tone was remarkably calm, exuding an air of opulence that caught the attention of numerous onlookers. Everyone was rendered speechless. The foremost figure of the West Sea truly lived up to his reputation, displaying an arrogance that dismissed money as mere trifles. Soros's eyelids twitched furiously, ultimately forcing him to take a seat in frustration. Mr. Rod, this fellow shows us no regard, clearly intent on opposing us, Soros muttered, a glimmer of malice evident in his gaze. No need, Rod replied indifferently. The relationship between swordsmen and their blades is, when discussed, quite esoteric, yet in essence, it embodies a unique affinity. Much like Zoro, who, at the weapons shop in Log Town, was able to acquire the splendid blade known as Sandai Kitetsu, instantly transforming his weaponry with elegance. The notion that a person selects a sword, and a sword likewise chooses its master, is indeed true. What is destined to be in his possession shall ultimately find its way to him. Seeing that no one else dared to raise their bid, the host promptly brought down the gavel, a hint of excitement flickering across his features. Such extravagant merchants from all corners of the world are truly lavish. One can only hope Gates departs the port safely today. The potential profits are substantial, and the host certainly wished for Gates's secure exit. However, he suspected this hope might be slightly naive, as from his vantage point, several brutish figures had departed mid-auction, likely to summon their compatriots for a wealth redistribution. The Raijin blade was the piece de resistance of this auction, and with the final gavel strike, the event reached a triumphant conclusion. Rod rose and ventured outside, preparing to depart from the archipelago of Sabaody early the following morning. He intended to seize the opportunity to explore the islands thoroughly, ensuring he sampled all the renowned delicacies they had to offer. Meanwhile, Soros cast a fierce glare at Gates before following suit. Gates, however, remained unfazed. After all, he was set to leave that very day. What could Soros possibly do to him? He harbored no fear of the official powers. For as the foremost merchant of the West Sea, he maintained connections with numerous affiliated nations, even having a voice among the world government. As for the underhanded dealings, he had recently recruited 2 formidable talents, confidently asserting that he would not be intimidated by the petty thieves of the Sabaody archipelago. The dusk gradually descended upon the horizon. Accompanied by Soros, Rod strolled leisurely after indulging in a variety of renowned delicacies. One could assert that Soros, as a subordinate, proved to be exceptionally competent. With him by Rod's side, expenditures in Chambord were virtually non-existent, and he was well-versed in navigating the intricacies of the locale, possessing knowledge of both grand and trivial matters alike. As they meandered along, a sudden wave of discourse erupted ahead. It was rumored that the prized sheep of the West Sea had caught the attention of Tyrone and his entourage. They were in for a misfortune. They deserved it. Daring to be arrogant in Chambord. Little did they know that just moments ago, this fellow had been so debonair at the auction. Oh, how charming he was then. Yet now he must relinquish it all. Rod looked over and noticed a crowd gathered not far away. In the open space ahead, it appeared that 2 factions were facing off. Ha ha ha. This fellow is truly unfortunate, Soros remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. The strength of Talon's crew is formidable, specializing in the unsavory dealings of the Don Quixote family. Even if that scoundrel Gates can manage Talon, he will likely be dealt with by the Don Quixote family officials arriving subsequently. Who was stationed in Chambody lately? Ah yes, the top officer Diamante. That fellow is quite formidable and not easy to converse with. Ha ha ha. Even with Gates' status, he might only be able to save his own skin. Soros finally felt a sense of relief, chuckling with a touch of arrogance. The 7 warlords, especially the Don Quixote family, who straddled both the underworld and legitimate realms, were not adversaries that mere merchants could contend with. Even if Gates were truly killed, it would likely be nothing more than a condemnation from the allied nations of the West Sea. Contemplating this, Soros felt a pang of sympathy for his rival. He decided to move closer to the scene. Rod advanced forward and soon beheld the extravagant Gates, who had previously squandered wealth with abandon at the auction. Once brimming with confidence, overshadowing a multitude of affluent merchants and aristocrats, Gates now bore an expression of profound distress, accompanied only by 2 severely injured bodyguards. Damn it! Gates cursed inwardly. He had been sufficiently cautious, yet ultimately found himself intercepted at the port. The speed at which they had located his vessel suggested the presence of a genuine underworld overlord. A wave of despair washed over him. Fortunately, the 2 newly recruited experts exhibited remarkable professionalism. Even in such dire circumstances, they harbored no thoughts of betrayal. Of course, Gates was acutely aware that should the situation become untenable, they would likely flee faster than anyone else. The higher-ups had decreed that he surrender 70% of his wealth to secure their departure. Opposite him, a brooding young man spoke, his voice laden with menace. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Your ship has long been set ablaze by our men. With those words, he effectively severed all of Gates' retreat options, a display of ruthless efficiency. A shadow flickered in Gates' eyes, but accustomed to the tempest of life, he remained unperturbed, his gaze darting as if in search of an avenue for escape. Chaos. He needed to incite chaos. In a sudden burst of inspiration, he shouted, "Behold, the great blade." The 21st model, the ranch, valued at 200 million belly. Without hesitation, he hurled the ranch towards the nearby onlookers. Upon hearing Gates' proclamation and witnessing the blades soaring through the air, the bystanders felt a fleeting surge of desire, yet it was but a momentary impulse. Driven by the instinct for survival, they instinctively recoiled in unison. The ranch struck the ground with a resounding thud, revealing a small segment of its blade, glimmering with a faint blue luminescence. Gates had evidently underestimated the deterrent power of the Don Quixote family while overestimating the courage of these ordinary spectators. "Ha! Tyron," witnessing the scene, nearly choked with laughter, coldly remarked, "Indeed, such bravado. In that case, you shall surrender 90% of your wealth." Gates was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. The onlookers regarded him with innocent eyes. Who would dare provoke Tyron, let alone the formidable Don Quixote family? The atmosphere grew decidedly awkward, reminiscent of a swarm of black crows passing overhead. Suddenly, a figure emerged, extending a hand to grasp the ranch. With a resonant clang, he fully unsheathed the blade, its azure edge reflecting subtle glimmers of light, akin to delicate arcs of electricity dancing. He merely held it, yet the great blade trembled ominously. The astonishing sound of the sword's song reverberated throughout the arena, and everyone seemed to feel a subtle sense of joy. The individual in question was none other than Rod. He held the blade, ranch, before his eyes, and as he gazed upon it, a genuine smile unexpectedly emerged from his heart. Fate had arrived, and indeed, it was unstoppable. This sword resonated with him in a remarkably profound way. Just as he was reveling in his happiness, a chilling voice suddenly interjected, "You boy. If you fear for your life, then hastily set down your weapon. I might still grant you a chance to live." Upon hearing this, Rod tilted his head and cast a sidelong glance at him, calmly stating, "I acquired it through my own abilities. Why should I relinquish it?" Chapter 84. A peculiar request. With his words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. All gazes turned to Rod, filled with disbelief. This young man, emerging from that obscure place, dared to confront Talon, the representative of the Don Quixote family? Even Soros appeared somewhat flabbergasted. In contrast, while Rod's formidable strike against the Sea King had left him profoundly shocked and intrigued by his mysterious background, the Don Quixote family, particularly the formidable Doflamingo, was a true titan of the underworld. In the realm of piracy, the Don Quixote family ranked just below the four emperors, and due to their leader Doflamingo's unique position, they wielded considerable influence even within the world government, reaching far and wide, particularly in chaotic locales like Sabaody. Even the common passerby, a creature of peculiar nature, trembled in fear, reluctant to become embroiled in this affair, a testament to their power. Talon raised an eyebrow, a glint of icy malice flashing in his eyes. The incident involving Gates was merely a robbery, an entirely ordinary operation in their line of work, as piracy inherently involved theft. Yet, Rod's words were a true slap in the face, not just to Talon, but to the entire Don Quixote family. "OSS, Odin, seize this presumptuous brat together," he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than two burly men clad in animal hides leapt forth. One wielded a large blade, while the other brandished a massive sword. Both clearly masters of brute strength. "This mere child, I could handle him alone. Why have you summoned us both?" One complained. "He has committed a grave error. Whoever captures him first shall be handsomely rewarded," Talon replied coldly. Exchanging furtive glances, OSS and his companion turned their malicious eyes upon Rod, cackling, "What a handsome young lad. Far superior to the wretches at home. We shall enjoy ourselves this time." However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of lightning streaked past, dazzling and ephemeral. Many spectators doubted their own senses. In the midst of their confusion, OSS and his companion trembled as a crimson line abruptly appeared around their necks, blood gushing forth. Terror etched on their faces, they instinctively reached for their throats. Yet, as their hands moved, their heads tumbled from their bodies, blood splattering across the ground. An eerie silence fell over the assembly. All eyes were fixed on the young man in white, sword in hand, who appeared as though he had not moved at all. With a hint of satisfaction, he remarked, "Indeed, a fine blade. It is both swift and sharp." He gripped the sword firmly, holding it horizontally before him, meticulously examining every intricate detail, leaving no trace unnoticed. The more he observed, the greater his astonishment grew. The blade, seemingly inborn to resonate with the power of thunder, evidently surpassed the previous exquisite longsword in its capacity to channel such force. The last strike had been executed with such swiftness, undoubtedly due to his formidable prowess. Yet it was also augmented by this remarkable sword. He flicked his fingers, and a melodious chime resonated from the scintillating azure blade, emitting a faint glow that brought delight to his spirit. While he basked in this joy, the opposing Tyrone and his associates felt a chill creep down their spines, a sensation of dread enveloping them, especially for Tyrone, who had scarcely taken 2 steps forward before witnessing the abrupt demise of OS and his companion. The severed heads fell to the ground, fortuitously aligning to face him, their wide-open eyes seemingly voicing silent accusations, sending a shiver through Tyrone's very soul. He swallowed hard, instinctively considering invoking the name of Don Quixote to intimidate Rod, only to realize that Rod appeared unfazed, causing his heart to race and prompting him to abruptly silence himself. His seasoned instincts kicked in. This territory belonged to Don Quixote, and the unfolding events were likely already reported to the higher-ups. Once the main forces arrived, this audacious young man, Rod, would surely be at their mercy, and he would have to experience the consequences of his arrogance. Tyrone, shaken from his fright, began to contemplate this unsettling scenario as the atmosphere settled into an eerie silence. Rod immersed himself in the familiarity of the situation, exuding a sense of relaxed ease. Tyrone, on the other hand, lowered his eyelids, skillfully concealing the resentment in his eyes, and awaited the arrival of reinforcements. Time passed slowly, yet the script did not unfold as Tyrone had anticipated. Before the arrival of Diamante, Rod unsheathed his sword with a sharp sound and called upon Soros. Seemingly intent on departing the crowd, Tyrone furrowed his brow, estimating the time and believing that Lord Diamante should be arriving imminently. Suddenly filled with confidence, he swiftly positioned himself several dozen meters in front of Rod and declared from a distance, "You think you can simply walk away after provoking the Don Quixote family?" His demeanor was arrogant, his tone brash. However, speaking from such a distance diminished the persuasiveness of his words, causing even bystanders to stifle their laughter in disbelief. "What did you say?" As Tyrone began to articulate his response, a sudden blur caught his eye, and he saw a figure in the distance gradually dissipate. In the next moment, a blade of deep azure materialized at his throat. The chilling sharpness, even without making contact, sent a shiver down Tyrone's spine, as if he were about to follow in the footsteps of the 2 who had come before him. He struggled to swallow, opening his mouth to speak, but the mocking gaze of Rod rendered him mute. He sensed that this young man was truly a fearless madman. Should he utter even a single incorrect word, he might very well meet his demise in the next instant. Just as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, a commanding voice echoed from afar, imbued with an air of authority. "You little brat, if you dare, strike that blow, and let me witness your resolve." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Tyrone's expression changed dramatically, and he stood tall with renewed bravado. "Indeed, I shall remain right here without moving. If you have the courage, then strike." In an instant, a head flew into the air, blood splattering the ground. Rod took a gentle step back, evading the splattered blood, and with a subtle shake of his head remarked, "I have never encountered such a peculiar request. Would you not agree, Diamante?" Upon uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards the newly arrived figure, a swordsman draped in a crimson cloak. This individual was none other than Diamante, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, a wielder of the paramecia-type flare fruit ability. He possessed the extraordinary power to transform any object he touched, be it stone or steel, or even his own body, into a supple, silk-like form. The garments adorning his figure were crafted from exceptionally resilient special steel. Although they appeared as fabric, their essence was remarkably robust, affording formidable protection. Chapter 85, Diamante. Rod's voice reverberated across the open ground, rendering all present momentarily frozen, as if turned to stone. Had Diamante not been present, and had Rod merely slain Talon before departing, it would have amounted to nothing more than a commonplace skirmish, lacking in severity. However, to execute Talon before the esteemed members of the Don Quixote family, particularly in front of Diamante, transformed the act into a blatant affront. The atmosphere grew thick with a chilling aura of malevolence, palpable to all. Stealing a glance, it was evident that Diamante's countenance had darkened to an ominous hue, his eyes glinting with a predatory thirst for blood. This was a grave misstep. The youth had acted with reckless abandon. Behind him, Soros's expression shifted sharply. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a soft sigh, retreating into the shadows of despair. Clearly, given his status, he possessed no authority to speak in Diamante's presence. All he could do was hope for the best. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, a suffocating tension permeating the air, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, suffocating in its oppressive weight. They must flee. They must escape this place. The spectators instinctively began to retreat, creating a wide expanse in the center. In a heartbeat, only Rod and the members of the Don Quixote family, including Diamante, remained in the clearing. Despite being outnumbered, Rod maintained an unwavering calm, standing resolutely with sword in hand, his gaze imbued with a glint of sharpness. He had never shied away from conflict, if he were to fear even individuals of the caliber of the seven warlords, such as Don Quixote da Flamingo. How could he ever ascend to greatness and challenge the legendary figures among the four emperors? After all, true experience demands worthy adversaries. Anything less is merely trivial. Under the scrutiny of all present, Diamante unexpectedly refrained from immediate retaliation as he regarded Rod with an air of familiarity, as if recognizing him from a distant memory. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over him, and he sneered, "So it is you, little brat." After Rao Ji's capture, instead of hiding away under that woman Peach Rabbit, you dare to show yourself on the seas? You truly are oblivious to the danger. His voice dripped with disdain. Rao Ji held a significant position within the Don Quixote family, and his imprisonment had caused quite a stir. While the family busied themselves with efforts to extricate Rao Ji from captivity, they also conducted thorough investigations into the circumstances of his arrest, unearthing information about Rod. Rumors spoke of a prodigious swordsman, one who commanded a formidable mastery of the thunder sword intent. To vanquish such a talent would indeed be an exhilarating endeavor. He licked his lips, his eyes betraying an unmasked bloodlust. "A half-month's funeral," Diamante declared, slowly lifting his western sword high above his head, before abruptly bringing it crashing down. Buzz! An astonishing sound of tearing rent the air. As his sword descended, a brilliant emerald sword aura suddenly erupted forth, cleaving the earth as if it were mere tofu. Imbued with an overwhelming momentum that threatened to sever all in its path, crashing down upon Rod. This was the epitome of swordsmanship, radiant and extraordinary. Diamante was evidently a formidable swordsman. Although his portrayal in the original narrative was rather unimpressive, as a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, well-versed in both swordplay and the powers of the devil fruit, he certainly held a status equivalent to that of a vice-admiral. Otherwise, he could not have maintained control over the chaotic Sabaody archipelago. Alas, did Lord Diamante truly unleash his full strength from the outset? Such a lack of opportunity. It is indeed a pity. To have bested Lord Lao Ji at such a young age, he would surely become a significant figure in the coming years. However, encountering Lord Diamante at this moment may well spell his doom. Death may be preferable. Living on could prove even more tormenting. The members of the Don Quixote family following Diamante displayed expressions of bloodlust and exhilaration, as if they could already envision Rod being cleaved in twain beneath that sword aura. With a whoosh, the sword aura had yet to arrive, but the gales it stirred rushed forth, whipping Rod's dark hair back and revealing his glimmering, pitch-black eyes that sparkled with fierce brilliance. Observing the seemingly grand emerald sword aura, Rod merely shook his head lightly. Grasping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he executed a seemingly effortless horizontal slash. Aye. As this strike fell, a resplendent silver sword aura emerged, akin to a silver moon across the sky, resonating with an unsettling sharpness. In a flash, two utterly distinct sword auras collided with a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens and earth. Sizzle! The two sword auras engaged in a fierce struggle, clashing and resonating with a cacophony of ringing and explosive sounds, until they ultimately shattered, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged forth. This astonishing spectacle even caused nearby buildings to creak ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. The onlookers were gripped with fear, hastily retreating, some so frightened that they dared not remain to witness the unfolding battle. In the next instant, the outcome of the clash became apparent. To the astonishment of all present, a faint silver sword aura suddenly surged forth from the residual chaos, continuing its assault upon Diamante. Rod had, astonishingly, gained the upper hand. What? Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this scene. He had never anticipated that his full-force strike would be countered by Rod, and with naught but a simple, unadorned eye slash to thwart it. He deflected it? The members of the Don Quixote family behind him wore expressions of incredulity. While Diamante's swordsmanship may not have been his core technique, combined with his nearly perfected physical prowess, cleaving through a naval warship would be but a trifling task. Indeed, you are truly the disciple of a great swordsman. I admit I underestimated you. Diamante, raising his sword to dispel the residual sword energy, cast a cold gaze upon Rod and spoke in a somber tone. Such is the essence of so-called high-ranking officials. Rod stood with his sword, his expression remarkably composed. Yet, an air of pride emanated from him, palpable to all around. Indeed, this was a source of rightful pride. He had successfully parried the full-force strike of Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, and even gained a slight upper hand. Such prowess was not unlike that of this year's supernova, Cavendish, albeit Rod was clearly much younger, and youth signifies potential. If Cavendish has the prospect of becoming a renowned pirate in the future, then Rod could very well ascend to the pinnacle, becoming a legendary figure. Everyone felt their journey was worthwhile, witnessing the emergence of such a remarkable individual. Ah, is this the young man that Shaki spoke of? Quite impressive indeed. From atop the roof, a silver-haired elder observed the scene from a distance, taking a sip of his drink. That little rascal, Pudding, has taken on an apprentice. I can't help but feel a tinge of envy. Those who stand at the zenith of the swordsmanship realm are few and far between, and they often experience a profound solitude at such heights, even if they are unfamiliar with one another. They are generally aware of their peers and hold them in high regard. However, Diamante's strength is far from ordinary. Rayleigh's eyes glimmered with intensity. Let that old man witness the prodigious essence of thunderous swordsmanship. Chapter 86. A single strike to vanquish this battle had far-reaching implications. And the Sabaody archipelago was not lacking in thrill-seekers, with numerous powerful individuals gathering to watch the spectacle unfold. Hey, isn't that Diamante? Who dares to provoke him? Could it be this year's supernova? Is it not amusing to call him a supernova? Those in the know understand that supernovas can only flaunt their might in the first half of the Grand Line. Diamante is a formidable figure with a formidable reputation in the New World. He can single-handedly dismantle Cavendish, after all. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Their curiosity piqued about Rod's identity. In this world, for an ordinary person to become renowned, the most straightforward and blunt method is to be targeted by the world government's bounty. The higher the bounty, the greater the notoriety, making one easier to remember. Unless one has connections like Sanji, the bounty poster's image is usually quite clear and direct. Otherwise, information can only be gleaned through newsprint. Rod, having neither a bounty nor any monumental deeds widely reported, was largely unknown to these common folk. What use is strength without charm? Handsomeness reigns supreme. Lord Cavendish is truly the finest. Indeed, how could a noble pirate like Cavendish be understood by mere commoners? Ah, my beloved Cavendish. Listening to the derogatory remarks from those around regarding Cavendish, a female admirer expressed her discontent, her eyes wide with indignation. The previously boisterous men fell momentarily silent at her words. They glanced at these robust women, wielding axes and whips with fierce demeanor, and could not help but sigh. For this legendary noble pirate, the dashing captain of the beautiful pirate crew, they felt only a mix of admiration and a faint twinge of sympathy. At that moment, within the arena, upon hearing Rod's words, Diamante let out a cold laugh, choosing not to elaborate. Indeed, he had been at a disadvantage during their last encounter. However, having been subdued, he intended to retaliate. One must deliver harsh words while standing atop the vanquished enemy. With a sharp exclamation, he suddenly activated the powers of his flare fruit. Army chess. Buzz. In the very next instant, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters trembled dramatically, as if infused with an enigmatic force. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the entire expanse of land began to rise, akin to a piece of cloth fluttering in the wind. Behold, the manifestation of Lord Diamante's fruitability. It was indeed formidable. This situation seemed utterly unsustainable, heralding the imminent conclusion of the battle. The members of the Don Quixote family were visibly invigorated, as if they could already envision Rod being crushed beneath the levitating earth. Yet, little did they anticipate. Rod merely stamped his foot lightly and leapt into the air, gracefully evading Diamante's fruit attack with his moonwalk technique. Indeed, can he perform the moonwalk? However, it is rather difficult to gain momentum while suspended in the air. Let us see how he responds this time. As expected, Diamante let out a cold grunt and suddenly unleashed a sword strike, Half Moon Funeral. A magnificent greenish-blue sword aura swept forth, as if cleaving the very heavens and earth in twain. In this strike, Diamante poured forth all his might, executing his swordsmanship to its utmost potential, reaching the limits of both speed and power. Intent on cleaving Rod from the sky, restoring his pride, and proving his prowess. Buzz. witnessing the greenish-blue sword aura slashing skyward, illuminating the dark night. All present could not help but sigh, feeling that Rod was doomed to his fate. "Is this all the power you possess?" Rod suddenly erupted in laughter. He laughed while shaking his head, having expected the esteemed highest official of the Don Quixote family to possess remarkable abilities, only to find him to be nothing more than a name-seeker. "Such trivial swordsmanship is hardly impressive. I had overestimated you." "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true swordsmanship entails." Rod stood resolutely with his sword, exuding an air of defiance. Amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes of the crowd, he calmly uttered 2 words, "Thunder Dragon." In an instant, the void crackled with electricity, and thunder erupted, illuminating the sky as if it were day. Bathed in the tempest, he unleashed a single stroke of his sword. Boom! Like a thunderclap, a majestic dragon, forged from lightning, burst forth from the blade, twisting and coiling through the air like a serpent, crashing violently against the jade-green sword aura. Diamante's most formidable sword energy offered no resistance, disintegrating into nothingness as if made of paper. Yet, the Thunder Dragon, fueled by its fury, roared downwards like a divine retribution, poised to obliterate all in its path. How could this be? Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he dared not hesitate. He stamped his foot fiercely, causing the earth to rise in layers, forming a makeshift barrier before him. But how could this mundane soil withstand the onslaught of the fearsome Thunder Dragon descending from the heavens? With a series of explosive sounds, the thunderous force swept through the 9 layers of earth, crashing against Diamante's blade. A resounding bang echoed. The final surge of the Thunder Dragon's might erupted, sending Diamante hurtling backwards, blood gushing from his mouth as he collided with a nearby shop. Simultaneously, the vast expanse of earth that Diamante had manipulated fell back to the ground, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars. As dust filled the air, the very ground trembled violently. Many affluent merchants and nobles leisurely enjoying their time on the Shambadi Islands suddenly noticed the ripples forming in their water cups. Was there an earthquake? They were taken aback, rushing outside in confusion. Meanwhile, the onlookers at the scene were rendered utterly speechless in shock. In midair, a figure clad in white stood bathed in lightning, sword in hand. Surrounded by swirling dust clouds, illuminating the sky with a brilliant azure hue, the piercing thunder instilling fear in all who beheld it. Such immense power of thunder! Could he be a user of the natural thunder fruit? No wonder he is so formidable at such a young age. This is nearly an invincible natural ability, rivaling even the current 3 admirals. The crowd gaped in astonishment, completely unaware of the dust they inhaled. What did I just witness? Did he just cleave a thunder dragon with a single stroke? The wealthiest man in the West Sea gates was left dumbfounded. Even Diamante was forcefully sent flying, bloodied. At this moment, sorrow swallowed hard. Not only him, but even Rayleigh, who had been calmly sipping his drink nearby, spat out his wine in shock. He had finally witnessed the legendary, monstrous thunder sword intent. Yet, it was not as he had anticipated. Instead of offering guidance as a senior, he found himself profoundly shaken. Just another ordinary bystander in awe. Who is he? The vice captain of the Roger Pirates, the legendary Dark King Rayleigh, once cleaved an island with a single stroke of his sword, establishing himself as one of the most formidable swordsmen in the world. Even in his twilight years, he effortlessly parried the attacks of Admiral Kizaru. Could this be a mere illusion? Is this truly the essence of swordsmanship? Rayleigh blinked, his face adorned with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you jesting with me?" As he unconsciously murmured to himself. Chapter 87. Now do you yield? Lord Diamante has unleashed his ultimate move. Lord Diamante was sent flying by a single strike. This scene was clearly beyond the expectations of all members of the Don Quixote family. In their minds, the high-ranking officer Diamante was indeed a significant figure, a powerhouse recognized globally, second only to the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo. They had encountered a formidable opponent. The junior members of the Don Quixote family exchanged glances and prudently decided to call for reinforcements. Of course, seeking assistance from the headquarters in Dressrosa would be futile at this moment. They could only rely on the influence of the world government in this locale. Given Doflamingo's status as a celestial dragon, their relationship with the world government was rather delicate. Requests for aid were typically accepted, albeit with a less than favorable attitude. After all, Doflamingo had ascended to the position of warlord of the seas through threats against the world government. At that moment, the dust began to settle. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from the ruins of the buildings. Rod Diamante slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glacial, filled with both horror and fury. At his level, his strength had reached its zenith. What he sought was merely reputation and ambition. Yet now, having been publicly sent flying by Rod, this was a humiliation he would bear for a lifetime. If you still refuse to submit, then I shall make you yield. Rod smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Upon finishing his words, he lightly stomped his foot, creating a tremendous wave of air that rippled through the space around him. In an instant, he traversed several dozen meters, descending upon Diamante like a bolt of lightning, and struck down with his sword. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the two blades met for the first time in direct confrontation. This time, Diamante no longer dared to be complacent. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, summoning his haki to its utmost limit before swinging his blade to meet the oncoming strike. The clang of steel resonated, and in a heartbeat, Diamante was forced to retreat, unable to withstand the force of the blow. What immense power! Diamante's heart was shaken, his hands trembling slightly. How could this be possible? Though I am not particularly strong, he is merely 17 or 18 years old, not yet at the peak of his physical potential. How can his strength be so formidable? It was unfathomable to him. He had encountered many prodigies and exceptional talents before. Such individuals often possessed unique gifts in swordsmanship or the mastery of devil fruits, achieving feats in their youth that others would only dream of accomplishing in a lifetime. However, physical prowess was different. It could not be hastily attained but required relentless training and daily perseverance to cultivate. Typically, a person's physical condition peaks in their 30s or 40s, after which they may maintain their state but find it challenging to advance further. Yet, Rod was so young, merely 17 or 18. Diamante could scarcely fathom the level of physical refinement Rod might reach if he were to continue his ascent uninterrupted. Would he rival the likes of Iron Fist Garp or Kaido of the 100 Beasts? He never anticipated encountering such a brilliant talent. Especially when his family had already forged an enmity with him, it was imperative to eliminate this threat before it could grow. However, at that moment, he could no longer afford to consider his family, for Rod was already upon him. With a flourish, Diamante chose not to engage in a direct confrontation. He suddenly tore off his red cloak, letting it billow in the wind. The cloak transformed into an intricate network of silk-like threads, which, in reality, were composed of exceptionally strong special steel. In an instant, Rod found himself ensnared within a multitude of these seemingly delicate, yet incredibly sturdy steel threads, which shimmered faintly with haki, further enhancing their resilience. Layer upon layer, these threads enveloped Rod like a spider's web, with Rod positioned as the hapless insect caught within. This is rather intriguing, this technique. Rod's eyes sparkled with admiration. Diamante truly embodied the prowess of a seasoned warrior of the sea, adept at seizing opportunities and honing his fruit abilities to such an extent. These threads appeared fragile individually, yet when amassed, they exhibited remarkable resilience. An ordinary person confronted with such a technique would likely find themselves utterly helpless, meeting a grim fate. Alas, at this moment, your capabilities do not extend to remote manipulation. And moreover, these metallic threads are conductive. He gently shook his head, and the faint flicker of lightning around him surged to a height of 3 meters. The terrifying arcs of electricity flickering violently. In the blink of an eye, this tumultuous lightning spread along the threads at an astonishing speed. Diamante scarcely had time to release the threads before being struck directly. His haki was nearly entirely devoted to controlling the threads, leaving his body in a state of near defenselessness. Crackling with electricity, the violent lightning enveloped him in a searing embrace, allowing Diamante to experience the torment of electrocution. His hair stood on end, his eyes glazed over, steam wafting from his scalp, as his metallic attire conducted the electricity to such an extent that he nearly lost his wits. Nevertheless, he was a formidable warrior, enduring the overwhelming paralysis and pain coursing through his body, gritting his teeth to sever his control over the threads. Stumbling backward, he took 2 faltering steps, almost collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the physiques of the strong in the pirate world were monstrous, endowed with extraordinary vitality. Though Diamante's scalp was tingling from the shock, the abrupt interruption had not brought him to the brink of death. Just as Diamante regained his composure, an astonishing sound of slicing air erupted from across the battlefield. A powerful presence rapidly approaching. He could only grit his teeth and brace himself. Yet, even as he unleashed his full potential, he could barely hold his ground, forced to engage in a retreating battle. Amidst the spectators' astonished gazes, the 2 figures clashed like titanic beasts, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, reducing houses and structures to mere rubble. Occasionally, waves of sword energy would surge forth, carving deep ravines into the earth. "This is incredible," someone gasped, swallowing hard. Prior to this, many on Sabaody Archipelago had only heard tales of the New World's overwhelming strength, a realm where powerful figures converged, far surpassing the first half of the Grand Line. Yet they lacked a clear understanding of just how formidable it truly was. The confrontation between Rod and Diamante vividly showcased the might of the New World's warriors, akin to a bulldozer rampaging unchecked. Many pirates who had initially contemplated venturing into the New World now felt a sense of trepidation and fear. It seems I need not intervene. The future belongs to the youth. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, leaped down from the rooftop, and strolled leisurely into the distance. Almost in the next instant, amidst the swirling dust, the crackling sounds of combat abruptly ceased. Then, everyone beheld a silhouette, one they had anticipated, being hurled backward with great force, rolling across the ground for several dozen meters, lying before them like a lifeless dog. "Now, do you concede?" Rod spoke softly as he slowly exited the battlefield. His attire remained immaculate, showing no signs of wear, as though he had not just emerged from a fierce combat, but rather enjoyed a leisurely spring outing. Chapter 88. The Madman Diamante, as a high-ranking officer of the headquarters, possessed formidable strength. Although his swordsmanship did not rival that of Dragon G, and his physical power was slightly inferior to Rod's, his formidable ability derived from the flamboyant fruit significantly enhanced his overall combat prowess, rendering it comparable, if not slightly superior, to that of the one-armed Dragon G. Had it not been for the electrically conductive steel wire net formed by his cloak, which Rod had adeptly countered, resulting in severe injury, the battle would likely have encountered far more complications. After all, while Rod had indeed experienced a significant enhancement in stamina compared to his previous self, he still might not outlast a seasoned warrior like Diamante. Moreover, this was the Sabaody Archipelago, and years of influence raised concerns about potential assistance from allies of the Don Quixote family. Alas, defeat is simply defeat. Rod's relentless training and unwavering dedication have bestowed upon him abundant rewards, whether it be his physical prowess, swordsmanship, or his signature thunderous might. Any one of these attributes alone is sufficient to elevate an individual to the status of a supernova. The amalgamation of all these qualities has forged Rod into a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber. At the tender age of 17, he audaciously vanquished Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. In this moment, the arena is filled with nothing but the sound of Rod's footsteps echoing against the ground. The audience, paralyzed by awe, dares not even draw a breath. Be they the lunatics of the Sabaody Archipelago, lawless pirates, or the powerful elite, including members of the Don Quixote family, none are bold enough to utter a word. Since Don Quixote da Flamingo ascended to the position of a warlord, he has seldom intervened directly. Among the 4 highest-ranking officers, Virgo has infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent, while Treble serves in a capacity akin to that of a secretary and bodyguard, remaining within the confines of the Dressrosa Palace to protect the crucial figure, Sugar. Pica maintains his stronghold in Dressrosa. In recent years, the one who has truly been active in executing tasks has been Diamante. While the masses may not grasp the full extent of Doflamingo's prowess or the formidable strength of the Don Quixote family, they will undoubtedly remember Diamante's might. Yet, just moments ago, after a fierce battle, this renowned titan of the seas now lies on the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Who would dare confront the brilliance of this youthful swordsman? Diamante, with great effort, raised his head, his eyes flickering with boundless rage and humiliation. However, he has long surpassed the impetuousness of youth, fully aware of the art of yielding and enduring. For the sake of preserving his life, he knows that the Don Quixote family's formidable influence in the underworld offers myriad ways to eliminate Rod. The dark realm is rife with assassins and killers of various strange abilities, ensuring that he would find himself in a predicament where life becomes a desperate plea for death. Lowering his eyelids, Diamante concealed the animosity within his gaze. In his estimation, by submitting, his life would remain secure. After all, he is a Don Quixote, and Doflamingo, the night demon, has seen him through defeats before. Usually, opponents, mindful of these illustrious names, opt for a dignified retreat. Furthermore, a youth like Rod, under the influence of such a prominent figure, would surely swell with pride. "Lord Diamante," exclaimed numerous members of the Don Quixote family, only to lower their heads in submission. If even the highest officer must bow, what recourse do they have? Yield and accept fate. Yet, to their astonishment, Rod thrusts his sword forward, piercing directly through the heart. A terrifying force erupted, instantly shattering it to pieces. "How dare you kill me?" Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief, blood continuously oozing from his lips as he momentarily clung to life. He was a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, one of the 4 esteemed subordinates of the warlord Doflamingo, holding a position of great prestige. Even government officials and kings from allied nations would treat him with the utmost respect. Yet, Rod declared with unwavering resolve that he would kill him without hesitation. The members of the Don Quixote family were filled with rage, as Diamante had already humiliated himself by conceding defeat, yet Rod brazenly executed Diamante before the crowd. "What? Are you not satisfied?" Rod drew his long sword, its azure blade gleaming as if newly forged, untouched by even a single drop of blood. He stood, sword in hand, casting a smile towards the members of the Don Quixote family. However, to those gathered, this smile resembled that of a demon. The expressions of the Don Quixote clan members shifted dramatically, each retreating a step in unison. A brief moment of anger was swiftly engulfed by a tide of fear and terror. How dare they confront such a madman? This was a being who could slay at will, even a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family. Among the crowd, a man wearing a white mask, who had just arrived, blinked at the scene, retracting his steps and muttering, "This is not my fault. It's merely that Diamante was too fragile. He perished just as I arrived. Well, I shall report it thus." With that, the CP agent shook his head and slowly withdrew from the throng. As for the remaining minor members of the Don Quixote family, the CP agent deemed them unworthy of his attention. They lacked the gravitas to provoke the formidable Rod. Moreover, the crucial point was whether he could even contend with him. The CP agent, displaying discernment, cleverly slipped away. "Diamante is dead," Soros whispered, trembling, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated Rod would dare to publicly execute Diamante. Could it be that he truly possessed some immense backing that allowed him to disregard the Don Quixote family? Gates, the foremost merchant of the West Sea, was also shaken. What use was wealth if it could not rival genuine strength? He murmured softly, his countenance filled with resignation. The 2 bodyguards swallowed hard, quietly advising, "Boss, you are pivotal to this conflict's outbreak. This young man may have some backing, but you do not. We must hasten to leave Shambadi. The vast ocean offers refuge, and the Don Quixote family would find it difficult to pursue. If we can return to the West Sea, we can seek shelter from the royal family." Gates, upon hearing this, was struck with alarm and quickly replied, "You are right. I shall seek a ship to depart." Meanwhile, Rod had dispatched the remaining 7 or 8 members of the Don Quixote family, bringing this incident to a decisive conclusion. He shook his sword, and with a resounding clang, sheathed it, pausing momentarily. Under the watchful gaze of all, he suddenly advanced towards Gates. The merchant, who was about to discreetly escape, found his steps faltering, suspended in midair for a moment before silently retracting them. It was over. Surely, this man would not seek retribution later. Gates was drenched in sweat, wanting to speak but finding himself at a loss for words. This conflict had ignited due to the incident with Lancia and was further exacerbated by the earlier affair involving Lao Ji. Yet, at its root, it stemmed from Gates' own misguided provocations. If Rod truly desires something, Gates would find himself at a loss for words, left with no choice but to concede. Chapter 89. A thunderous revelation spreads across the world. Rod did not actually pursue Gates' intentions, and it must be noted that this was a conflict he had instigated himself. The Don Quixote family had grievances with him long before. Given their domineering nature, conflicts would inevitably arise in the future, with this incident merely serving as a prelude. Moreover, he fortuitously acquired a formidable weapon that perfectly suited him. At this moment, Rod was in a state of sheer delight. The thrill of wielding a knife was exhilarating, and dispatching his enemies brought a double dose of joy. "Are you heading back to the West Sea? Would you mind giving me a ride along the way?" Gates, initially startled, found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief as Rod approached and spoke with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. He had anticipated that such a young and renowned powerhouse would be exceedingly arrogant. However, being a seasoned tycoon, Gates quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied, "Oh, it would be an immense honor for me if you were to board my vessel." Elated beyond measure, Gates felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. How could he refuse? After all, this demon had previously left a trail of decapitated foes, and the corpses still lay strewn about. Rod nodded, considering himself quite adept at persuading others through reason. If words failed, he would resort to the sword. "Please follow me. I shall have a new ship ready within 3 days." Gates responded with profound respect, initially intending to procure a mere ordinary sailing vessel to hasten his return to the western seas. However, with Rod accompanying him on the journey, he felt compelled to take the matter seriously. Indeed, Rod nodded lightly and followed Gates forward, not casting another glance at Soros. Some opportunities, once missed, are irrevocably lost. Soros's decision to yield to Diamante, while understandable, was nonetheless disheartening. After all, Rod had once saved his life, yet in the end, he uttered not a single word. Behind him, Soros opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately succumbing to a despondent sigh. Rod's demeanor was unmistakably clear. He was consumed by profound regret. Yet, perhaps it was of little consequence, for this individual might not even withstand the relentless pursuit of Don Quixote. Soros muttered words of consolation to himself, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated remorse. Accustomed to investing in the promising youth, how could he possibly overlook Rod's latent potential? At such a tender age, he had already vanquished Diamante, and it was evident that he could easily ascend to the ranks of formidable figures like Doflamingo. The prospect of reaching the pinnacle of power was certainly within reach. Establishing a rapport with such individuals could yield immense benefits, enticing merchants from all corners of the globe. Yet, blinded by folly, he allowed this opportunity to slip through his fingers. With the departure of Rod and his companions, the battle came to a satisfactory conclusion. However, the repercussions of this encounter reverberated like a tempest across the world. First, the underground realm most severely impacted by the Don Quixote faction felt the tremors, followed by the entire Grand Line, and eventually, even the distant seas were touched by its effects. Major news outlets clamored to report on the events. While ordinary people may not yet grasp the significance of Rod, the rising young swordsman, those with even a modicum of influence were already aware, informed, and profoundly astonished. At the tender age of not yet 20, Rod has already made a name for himself across the world. In the New World, at the G5 branch of the Navy, Peach Rabbit, clad in the attire of justice, stands tall and alluring before the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze fixed upon the distant sea. Her captivating visage bears no trace of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. Although the responsibilities at G5 may appear daunting, they are, in truth, rather effortless. The naval base in the New World is inherently a militarized zone, devoid of any refuge islands, leaving the welfare of civilians to their own devices. Typically, there are not many affairs to attend to, with several rear admirals managing the minor tasks beneath her. Officials like Peach Rabbit primarily serve the role of deterrence. Moreover, Peach Rabbit is fortunate to have a capable and efficient female aide, allowing her to spend her days idly gazing at the sea. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Eleanor pushing the door open. A significant event has transpired, she exclaimed. Oh, Peach Rabbit responded with a detached expression, remaining unfazed. Eleanor ground her teeth in frustration, realizing that if her superior was indifferent, the burden would inevitably fall upon her. Instinctively, she ran her fingers through her hair, feeling as though her hairline had receded slightly, and muttered with irritation, "It's that little brat Rod's doing." Peach Rabbit's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened, as if a flash of swordlight sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. She turned her intense eyes upon Eleanor, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating her very being. Eleanor instinctively shrank back. Only then did Peach Rabbit realize her demeanor, casually retracting her imposing aura, and with keen interest, inquired, "What has happened?" Eleanor, inwardly grumbling and feeling despondent, noted that this was not the Peach Rabbit she once knew. It seemed Rod had stolen all the affection. Like a forsaken kitten, she whispered, "That guy took down Diamante, the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family." Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit fell silent for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "It appears his strength has significantly increased recently." Eleanor remained quiet, noting that Peach Rabbit's primary concern was indeed this. Observing Peach Rabbit's calm demeanor, though her eyes betrayed a sense of pride and joy, Eleanor couldn't help but dampen the mood, stating, "Diamante was essentially the face of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo is not a man of easy temperament. That guy is bound to face dire consequences." "Indeed, you are correct," Peach Rabbit replied with a notably cheerful tone. She waved her hand and commanded, "Bring forth the ship. We shall patrol the waters of Dressrosa and capture a few pirates. It has been too long since I ventured out to sea. My hands are itching to slice through something." Eleanor, in the resplendent yet dimly lit chamber of the royal palace in Dressrosa, 4 opulent chairs are elegantly carved with the symbols of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. each representing a high-ranking official. These four individuals are undeniably the founding heroes of the Don Quixote family. Without their support, Don Quixote Doflamingo would not have ascended to power so effortlessly. Thus, even with his haughty demeanor as a celestial dragon and his cold, ruthless nature, he found it difficult to accept the current circumstances. Lao G's imprisonment and Diamante's death in battle were direct provocations, were they not? Doflamingo's voice remained eerily calm, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet it exuded a sense of impending doom that suffocated the already gloomy atmosphere of the room, as if it were on the brink of an apocalypse. Despite the presence of formidable officials from the Don Quixote family, none dared to speak, each drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though they were prey to a prehistoric beast, facing imminent death. The tension in the air grew increasingly oppressive. At that moment, Treble hastily entered, urgency etched on his face. Doflamingo, a Navy warship of admiral caliber, is patrolling the nearby waters. It appears to be using heavy artillery to fish. Observations suggest it is the admiral candidate, Momonosuke. His words deepened the already chilling atmosphere, which froze momentarily before dissipating like spring snow. Doflamingo's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 90, A Billion Bounty in the Waters Near Dressrosa. Eleanor expressed her exasperation. Is this truly acceptable? This is one of the 7 warlords, sanctioned by the world government. We cannot interfere. Fear not, replied Momonosuke with a composed demeanor. I am merely assisting him in eliminating coastal threats and clearing the shipping lanes. No sooner had he spoken than a massive sea creature suddenly leapt from the water, its dozens of meters long body resembling a small mountain, crashing down on a Navy warship of similar size. A flash akin to a comet streaked across the sky, cleaving the heavens in twain. The radiant light, reminiscent of a sword slicing through water, instantly severed the colossal creature in two. With a cacophony, torrents of blood rained down, mingling with countless entrails. The sea creature emitted a mournful cry before plummeting back into the ocean, creating monumental waves that rocked the Navy vessel. But that was not all. The brilliant light continued its relentless path, slicing through the air and even parting the thick clouds above. It appeared as though a sword had cleaved the very sky. Such was the refinement of that sword energy, it seemed almost tangible. At the pinnacle of the palace, Doflamingo gazed at the unfolding scene from a distance, his initial excitement gradually subsiding as he silently dismissed the notion of personally hunting down Rod. The madwoman, Toripole, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and murmured to himself. If they were to provoke the current admirals of the Navy, they would not be overly concerned, as these 3 individuals adhered to a certain code of conduct and would not initiate harm against the 7 warlords. However, the case of Peach Rabbit was entirely different. Women, by nature, are often unfathomable, powerful women even more so. When it comes to women who have reached the pinnacle of strength, their capriciousness is such that even Doflamingo must yield. He was acutely aware of the formidable connections this woman possessed, a lifelong pursuer and fellow admiral candidate, Vice Admiral Chibuta, and a close companion, the former chief of staff, Crane, who had once relentlessly pursued Doflamingo. Just the thought of them caused Doflamingo a headache. He returned to his chambers in silence, deep in contemplation. It was impossible not to retaliate or to refrain from taking revenge. In the underworld, reputation and notoriety hold paramount importance. If the highest-ranking officials were to perish without any acknowledgement, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon, belittled, and even jeopardize his family ties and trading networks. However, should he take matters into his own hands, Peach Rabbit would likely raise Dressrosa the very next day, pursuing him to the ends of the earth. No one could thwart the murderous intent of a great swordsman. He pondered the idea of placing a bounty on Rod's head in the dark underworld. After much deliberation, he turned to Toripole and, with a chilling tone, declared, "The bounty shall be 1 billion. The room fell silent, astonished by his proclamation. 1 billion. Such a sum was not trivial. In these waters, very few bounties exceed 1 billion, and those that do are truly formidable figures. For instance, Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the Suite Commanders, barely surpassed 1 billion by 57 million, while the calamity known as Jack had a bounty of merely 1 billion. Doflamingo's own bounty during his peak had not even approached such a figure. With a bounty of 1 billion, all but the king of killers, Shishilian, would surely be drawn to the prospect. Toripole let out a cold laugh, as if he had already envisioned the tragic demise of Rod. The ace assassins of the dark world are generally endowed with formidable prowess. Their most significant asset lies in their cunning methods. mastering a variety of assassination techniques that incorporate advanced weaponry and lethal poisons. Some even possess sinister fruit abilities, rendering them capable of eliminating individuals at the level of a vice admiral within their organization. Legend has it that the world's foremost assassin, known as the King of Slaughter, Hiss, once infiltrated the holy land of Mariawa. Using his unique superhuman abilities, he successfully assassinated high-ranking officials of the world government, retreating unscathed and causing a tremor throughout the world. This audacity incited the wrath of the Five Elders, yet they found themselves powerless, unable to capture him. At the port of Sabeti Archipelago, Gates was commanding sailors to load fresh water, food, and other supplies onto a large sailing vessel, making the final preparations. However, his peripheral vision remained fixed on a scene not far away. There stood Rod, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze distant, lost in contemplation. Beside him, a young girl who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 stood resolutely, her delicate, rosy face flushed from the sea breeze, her body trembling yet devoid of any inclination to move. After a long pause, Rod suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Do you have any idea how old I am? You wish to take me as your mentor? Age is inconsequential. All I know is that you possess great strength," the young girl replied, lifting her gaze to meet Rod's, her eyes resolute and unwavering. Her voice, slightly hoarse from the chill in the air, conveyed her determination. "I want to grow stronger, to be as powerful as you, so that I will never feel as helpless as I did that day." Had it not been for her playful moment in a friend's shop on the day of the incident, she too might have turned to ashes alongside that ill-fated ship. Hearing her father's harrowing tale later only deepened her fear and ignited an unprecedented yearning for strength within her. Rod felt a twinge of discomfort. The girl before him was Shasha, the daughter of Gates, seemingly stirred by the events of that day. Upon their first encounter, she insisted on learning swordsmanship from him, proving to be quite persistent. Suddenly, Shasha knelt on the ground with a determined tone, declaring, "I understand that I am not yet worthy to be your disciple. I would be content to serve as a maid, as long as you teach me the art of the sword." "Maid, can you wash clothes? Can you cook?" Rod chuckled amusingly, shaking his head. Could the daughter of such a magnate truly serve others? It seemed more likely that she would be the one being attended to. Yet, to his surprise, Shueisha tilted her petite face upward and proudly proclaimed, "I can do all of this. My mother is the finest chef in the West Sea, and I have been learning since childhood. Whether it be royal cuisine or barbecuing, I have dabbled in a variety of dishes from all corners of the world. Oh, and I can brew wine too. I assure you, on our journey back to the West Sea, Master will not have the same dish twice." She patted her arms, indicating her remarkable prowess. "HM?" Rod blinked, swallowed hard, and was nearly tempted to acquiesce. However, lacking any teaching experience, he ultimately stated, "You may rise. The path of cultivation is arduous and heavily reliant on innate talent." Yet, Shueisha remained kneeling on the ground, her expression one of sorrowful defiance, as if she would weep should he refuse her. Initially, Rod contemplated a harsh rejection, but a latent instinct rooted in his gluttonous nature stirred within him. And what emerged was, "Very well, I shall instruct you for a time along this journey, but let us forego the formal master-apprentice relationship, as I have yet to chart my own course." "Yay, that's wonderful." Shueisha, the clever little girl, instantly seized the opportunity, leaping up with joy, bouncing about with glee. In that moment, she truly resembled a carefree child. Rod shook his head. After all, the journey was dull, and it wouldn't hurt to occasionally take some time to impart his knowledge, perfectly suiting the idea of revisiting the old to understand the new. At that moment, a group of individuals approached slowly from a distance. Leading them was a striking golden-haired man, riding a white horse with a rose delicately held in his mouth, exuding an air of flamboyance that was almost infuriating. Chapter 91. Is this really happening? Cavendish was in a foul mood. He had anticipated that his arrival in Sabaody, with a bounty of 280 million, as a supernova would undoubtedly make him the most popular figure of the year, drawing the world's attention. However, he was blindsided by a brash young lad who had stolen his thunder. Consequently, Cavendish was furious and resolved to teach this boy a lesson. As for his victory over Diamante, he scoffed. In the eyes of a supernova, the four emperors were merely casual challengers. How formidable could a mere 17-year-old be? Certainly not stronger than himself. In the original story, Cavendish harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Luffy and his cohort for overshadowing him, as he was an anomaly among pirates. Overly concerned with the perceptions of others, even willing to resort to showmanship for attention. Surrounded by a throng of female admirers, Cavendish rode his white horse, slowly approaching Rod and surveying him from his elevated position, his tone laced with provocation. "So, you are Rod? You don't seem all that impressive." Cavendish. Upon hearing this, Rod narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly grasping the motive behind this fellow's presence. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his face. Indeed, it was none other than this young master. Cavendish raised his head high, striking a rather narcissistic pose, exuding an aura of flamboyance. However, to his surprise, Rod's expression shifted dramatically, turning cold and indifferent. "Leave." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a fierce and overwhelming aura surged forth, accompanied by the resounding crack of thunder, as if the very air had erupted with a deafening roar. Such an aura typically intensifies with each foe vanquished, accumulating strength from one's own prowess and experiences. If a person reaches the pinnacle of their abilities, even if they cannot instantly stun the crowd like a conqueror, they can still disperse the weak merely through their commanding presence. Rod had recently demonstrated such an aura by publicly overpowering Diamante. While it might only astonish Cavendish, it instilled a profound fear in his steed. The stallion, Faraloo, reared up on its hind legs, eliciting gasps from the onlookers who instinctively recoiled. Cavendish struggled to calm the beast, but to no avail. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to dismount and have his subordinates lead Faraloo away from the scene. At that moment, the female admirers, still shaken, turned their gazes toward Rod. Upon seeing him, they were immediately entranced. Wow, how cool. The youthful and vibrant girls were captivated in an instant. Cavendish, with his golden hair and noble, Western-like elegance, was undeniably handsome, yet Rod, in terms of appearance, was equally matched, if not superior. Especially at this moment, with his aura radiating, his clothes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. He exuded an ethereal charm that was utterly captivating. Initially unnoticed, once they did, the more they looked, the more they were enchanted. "Wow, this young man is so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Here is my hotel room number. Shall we discuss cultivation matters tonight?" The girls, their eyes ablaze with fervor, approached him without a second thought. Meanwhile, Shueisha was forcibly pushed aside by this pack of starry-eyed admirers, trembling in fear. Upon witnessing this, Rod could not help but widen his eyes slightly, his imposing aura surging as he attempted to intimidate. However, to the girls, this display only seemed to enhance his allure, prompting them to approach him like moths drawn to a flame. Trouble. Rod furrowed his brow and had no choice but to unleash a series of faint arcs of lightning, which instantaneously dispersed, accurately penetrating the bodies of the somewhat bewildered girls. The crackling sound echoed. These bolts of lightning were not particularly potent, even weaker than Rod's current physical enhancement. Yet they were sufficient to immobilize these ordinary women, who lacked any formidable strength. In an almost instantaneous manner, they halted in their tracks, standing still, their bodies trembling slightly, eyes vacant, as a tingling sensation swept through them, followed by an uncontrollable collective moan. "Oh!" This astonishing scene instantly drew the attention of nearly everyone in the harbor, their gazes turning towards Rod with expressions of bewilderment. Even the look in Xiaoshue's eyes was peculiarly inquisitive. A few dark lines unexpectedly appeared on Rod's forehead, yet he could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Could the power of thunder be manipulated in such a manner? Meanwhile, Cavendish stood utterly dumbfounded. When he regained his composure, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. Filled with rage, Cavendish, being a person of petty grievances, harbored an intense hatred for anyone who overshadowed him, let alone Rod's brazen act that was akin to a direct affront. "I challenge you in the name of the sacred sword Durandal. You must be defeated by my hand. Only then can I be recognized as the most popular man on this island." His words flowed rapidly, infused with fury, as if he held a deep-seated vendetta against Rod for usurping what he believed was rightfully his. Rod, perplexed yet undaunted by challenges, gazed intently at Cavendish and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to court death?" "Of course," Cavendish retorted, flustered by the audacity. "Very well. I shall oblige you." Rod grasped the hilt of his sword with deliberate slowness, his previously languid demeanor instantly transforming into one imbued with an astonishing sharpness, a fierce brilliance suddenly manifesting. This formidable will emanating from a master swordsman sent a chill down Cavendish's spine, awakening within him an undeniable realization he was no match for this man. Under the stimulus of life and death, Cavendish's second persona surged forth, his temperament shifting to one of coldness and madness. In this state, He would wield swordsmanship nearly double that of his normal capacity. Those surrounding him could palpably sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him, instilling fear in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the once sun-kissed, handsome blonde youth, exuding a gentle charisma, had morphed into a relentless killer devoid of humanity or reason. In that very instant, he lost countless admirers. The girls recoiled in terror. Sensing Cavendish's lethal intent aimed at anyone, all things in the world were fair game. Observing this spectacle, Rod remained remarkably composed. He assumed the posture of drawing his sword, a faint thread of thunderous energy continuously surging into the sheath, pulsating with intensity. The hilt vibrated incessantly, humming as if a force within the scabbard urged Rod to draw his blade. "Accept this strike, and I shall spare your life." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Rod sprang into action. With a swish, under the meticulously cultivated thunderous atmosphere within the sheath, the speed at which he unsheathed his sword reached an unparalleled zenith. Even the legendary Dragon Master would have to concede defeat. The air resonated with a sound reminiscent of a steam whistle. A stream of sword energy, lighter than before, erupted from the blade of the storm cutter, surpassing the sound barrier and producing a stunning white shockwave. A sonic boom birthed from breaking the sound barrier. Chapter 92. Assassination in mere moments. The distance of several dozen meters was traversed by the supersonic sword energy, leaving the onlookers in a daze, utterly unable to react. However, Cavendish was no ordinary foe. As a supernova, he possessed extraordinary talent, heralded as the greatest genius to emerge from the Grand Line in a decade. Such individuals often unlock hidden potential under life-threatening circumstances, unleashing power beyond their usual limits. At the critical moment, he desperately angled his sword to deflect the incoming sword energy, attempting to block the lethal blast. Yet, that was all he could muster. No further actions were possible. Almost instantaneously, a misty, dreamlike sword energy surged forth, accompanied by a breathtaking sonic boom, crashing violently against Durandal's slender blade. Cavendish was engulfed in a mist of crimson. Under the supersonic sword energy, his blade was struck back upon himself in an instant, leaving an X-shaped gash upon his body. Simultaneously, he was propelled by the ferocious impact, soaring through the air in a perfect arc before crashing violently into a small building. In that fleeting moment, the structure collapsed, dust scattering in all directions. The renowned supernova, with a bounty of 280 million, found himself at the mercy of Rod's singular strike, leaving his fate uncertain. A profound silence enveloped the scene. No one dared utter a word, their eyes wide in disbelief as they witnessed the event unfold. Was it truly the case that Cavendish had fallen so easily, with just one sword? Among the crowd at the port, those with discerning eyes recognized Cavendish's identity, their voices trembling as they spoke. This was a supernova with a bounty nearing 300 million. Though he had not faced the trials of the New World, he was not to be underestimated. He had repeatedly defeated the Navy and had successfully escaped capture even under the pursuit of a rear admiral. Yet now, he had been effortlessly slain by Rod's blade. Incredible. Was this the young swordsman who had slain Diamante? Truly, he was worthy of his reputation that echoed across the seas. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe, gazing at the white-clad youth standing with his sword. No rumor could compare to the shock of witnessing such prowess firsthand. "Remarkable!" exclaimed Xiaoxuasha, her hands clasped in reverence and excitement. "So cool." The former fans of Cavendish almost instantaneously shifted their allegiance, their faces flushed as they turned their adoring gazes towards Rod, their eyes sparkling with admiration. A man of formidable strength inherently possesses extraordinary charm, and combined with his rare and striking handsomeness, he became utterly irresistible. Indeed, the effect was quite remarkable. Rod maintained a stoic expression, but inwardly he was quite pleased. Ever since witnessing Longji's astonishing sword-drawing technique, he had desired to master it himself. Though he had struggled to formulate a viable approach, it was only after acquiring the tempestuous blade, which resonated harmoniously with the power of thunder, that the inspiration for today's sword technique began to take shape. By manipulating thunder, he aimed to create an environment akin to electromagnetism within the sheath, thereby maximizing the speed of his draw, much like the way the cannon sister propels a coin to unleash an electromagnetic cannon. However, Rod's manipulation remained rather rudimentary and laborious. He even required a moment to prepare before drawing the sword, rendering instantaneous execution impossible. This flaw was the most significant vulnerability of his technique. Yet in the context of swordsmanship, it was not overly detrimental. The speed was remarkably swift, even surpassing the speed of sound. allowing for a sudden strike that could catch an opponent off guard. Nevertheless, the might of the attack was evidently diminished compared to its full potential, and he remained uncertain whether Cavendish had perished. Rod swiftly analyzed the situation in his mind. The fact that he had not been killed was inconsequential. He had never been one to concern himself with adversaries he had previously bested. With a flourish, he twirled his sword and, with a resonant sound, sheathed it. Almost instantaneously, a sharply pointed bullet, glimmering with a blue, ethereal light, hurtled towards him from hundreds of meters away. There was no sound, for the velocity of this projectile far exceeded that of sound itself. Surely, there was a sniper in the face of this lethal bullet. Capable of annihilating Cavendish in an instant, Rod remained composed, as if he had anticipated this moment, slightly shifting his position. With a soft hiss, the bullet detonated almost upon contact with the ground, unleashing not only a surge of heat and light, but also a faint blue mist that corroded the earth within several meters, sizzling ominously. It was evident that it contained an extraordinarily potent toxin. Rod cast a fleeting glance before directing his gaze towards a swiftly retreating figure cloaked in black. A missed strike, and he vanished into the distance. A killer from the shadowy realm? Observing the assassin's rapid withdrawal, Rod furrowed his brow as the figure leaped effortlessly over a 3-meter-high wall, disappearing from sight. He grasped the snow veil, swiftly maneuvering to Gates' side, gently placing him down. "Wait here. I shall return shortly." Rod casually mentioned something before stepping forward without waiting for Gates and the others to react. In mere moments, he had arrived beneath the wall, and then he vanished from sight. An assassin? Gates, seasoned and astute, recognized the gravity of the situation. An expression of concern etched upon his face. At this moment, he and Rod were akin to two grasshoppers in the same boat. Should anything happen to Rod, he feared he would soon be torn to shreds by the ravenous wolves eager to appease the Don Quixote family. "Please, Brother Rod, stay safe," murmured Xiaoxua, her voice barely above a whisper. Though young, she understood the perilous nature of assassins. Meanwhile, Rod had pursued the assassin through numerous streets. The assassin moved with remarkable swiftness, darting about like a grasshopper, swiftly traversing the islands. He sprinted from Island 23 to Island 47, crossing a significant portion of the Shambadi archipelago before finally halting, hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. Such a frenetic escape evidently drained considerable stamina. Not running anymore. A leisurely voice suddenly emerged from behind him. The assassin whipped around to find Rod standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor relaxed as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. This distance may have required the assassin to exert himself fully, yet for Rod, it barely constituted a warm-up. "I didn't expect you to be so formidable. No wonder the Don Quixote family has placed such an extravagant bounty on your head," remarked a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and a sinister aura, his voice gravelly. "Don Quixote? Is it Doflamingo who has sent you?" Rod inquired, a frown creasing his brow. The swiftness of Don Quixote's vengeance was startling. It had only been 3 days. "And what if I tell you?" The assassin grinned, revealing his teeth. 2 hours ago, the Don Quixote family issued a bounty for your capture in the underground world, offering a staggering 1 billion for your head. I just happened to be in Shambadi, which is why I was the first to strike. More assassins will follow, including a top-tier assassin known as Night Edge, second only to the world's foremost killer, who has previously assassinated a vice admiral of the Navy. Unless you eliminate them all, we will not relent. A bounty of 1 billion? Rod was momentarily taken aback. Don Quixote Doflamingo truly held him in high regard, offering a staggering bounty of 1 billion for his head. Such a price was nearly equivalent to that of a figure on the level of the 4 emperors or the 3 calamities. It was no surprise that the assassin, despite being acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths, still felt compelled to make an attempt. As Rod pondered deeply, the assassin suddenly drew forth a large black handgun from behind him. The sound of the gunshot erupted like a cannon blast. The weapon wielded by the assassin was evidently an extraordinary modification, possessing immense power that could be deemed a marvel of black technology. He was confident that this single shot could obliterate a rear admiral of the Navy. No matter how formidable Rod may be, he is inevitably destined for injury. Chapter 93, Departure and Objective. Alas, under the absolute suppression of observation hockey, every movement of his had long been discerned. Rod merely tilted his head nonchalantly, evading the surprise attack. The large bullet sliced through the air beside him, generating a powerful gust that ruffled his hair slightly, lending him an ethereal quality. A bounty of 1 billion. It seems this journey will not be lacking in excitement. Rod smiled faintly. Are you a devil? The assassin, utterly bewildered, stammered. For you, it seems rather fitting. Rod, disinclined to draw his sword, raised his left hand. In an instant, arcs of electricity surged from his palm, coalescing into a magnificent lightning spear, radiating brilliance. With a thunderous roar, he hurled it forth. The spear soared through the air, more radiant than the sun itself. The assassin attempted to flee, but was swiftly overtaken. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spear pierced the assassin's body, then detonated. The explosion shattered the assassin's form into countless fragments, bones and flesh scattering, filling the air with a nauseating scent of charred remains. Such a tragic demise. Yet who could blame him for courting death by provoking me? Rod shook his head and turned to leave the place. Not long after his departure, dozens of figures suddenly appeared, each exuding a chilling aura and dressed in dark attire, clearly formidable beings from the underworld. As they surveyed the ground littered with mangled flesh and shattered bones, they could hardly find a single intact piece, gasping in shock. Such brutality was astonishing. The remains were utterly obliterated. Even demons could not compare to this. The assassins were drenched in cold sweat, a chill running down their spines. Exchanging glances, they discerned a profound sense of awe and fear reflected in each other's eyes. What kind of powerful being is the most terrifying? Surely, it is one who employs such cruel methods. When Rod returned to the port, Gates had already made all the necessary arrangements. As soon as Rod boarded the ship, he raised the anchor and set sail, departing from the Shambadi archipelago. At that moment, a considerable crowd still lingered at the port, fixated on the gradually receding vessel, suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. This sea was on the brink of monumental change. Almost simultaneously, this thought flashed through everyone's minds. Baldigo, Keela, who had recently been working under the intelligence chief, Kildeo, was currently in the headquarters castle's conference room, organizing the latest maritime intelligence. Naturally astute, Keela found the intelligence work quite engaging. Just days prior, she had received the news that Rod had slain Diamante in the Shambadi archipelago. The sensation of tracking Rod almost in real time felt as if she were experiencing his adventures alongside him. Suddenly, she paused, shocked, and stood up. Report. A bounty of 1 billion berries has surfaced in the underworld. What? Kildeo's expression shifted as he quickly took the document, glancing at it with a peculiar look. Observing his reaction, Keela felt puzzled. What did this demeanor signify? 1 billion. Although bounties in the dark world lack the credibility of those issued by the world government, they still hold considerable weight. 1 billion berries equated to a drought jack. Take a look for yourself. Keela handed it over, her eyes widening in disbelief as she nearly crushed the intelligence paper in her grip, her face awash with incredulity. Had the Don Quixote family lost their minds, offering such a staggering bounty for Rada's head? Initially captivated by the figure of 1 billion, she had overlooked the specifics. As Keela continued to read, she began to comprehend and couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out that Admiral Peach Rabbit had forced Don Quixote to refrain from acting personally, compelling him to rely on the dark world instead. 1 billion, indeed, marked the highest bounty ever in the underworld. It was likely that the entire underground realm was in an uproar. Moreover, even the preeminent assassin faction, Night Edge, had accepted the bounty. The Revolutionary Army frequently engages in clandestine activities, possessing a profound understanding of the myriad aspects of the shadowy world. The assassin known by the codename Night Edge is documented in the archives, reputed to wield a rather extraordinary fruit ability, perfectly aligned with the profession of an assassin. Indeed, virtually every ace assassin possesses a unique devil fruit ability, capable of delivering lethal blows without consequence. Such entities command a level of caution and respect that even high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army must heed, retreating in trepidation. Yet, Gildeo merely chuckled, deeming it a true test of resilience. Kella managed a strained smile, her expression betraying her concern. I must relay this information to Rod. She resolved silently to contact him via the phone bug once the workday concluded. On the vast Cerulean Sea, a grand sailing vessel bravely navigated the tumultuous waves. Following their departure, Gates and his companions visibly relaxed, as accurately locating and capturing a ship amidst the ocean's expanse proved to be an arduous task. Nevertheless, prudence dictates that caution prevails. Thus, Gates meticulously charted a relatively obscure course, guided by the magnetic compass at his disposal. Rod was indifferent to this. He merely instructed Gates to designate Alabasta as the final stop before entering Reverse Mountain. This was a destination he had resolved to visit from the outset of his journey. As the second phase of the Book of Knowledge gradually approached completion, Rod had already surmised the prerequisites for his next advancement with considerable accuracy. Rather than viewing this progression as a superficial elevation of status, Rod perceived it as an intrinsic influence upon the world itself. The might of the 7 warlords of the sea undoubtedly warranted the transformation from the second to the third tier of the Book of Knowledge. Although the 7 warlords might be regarded as a mere jest in the eyes of the elite, they were nonetheless recognized by the common populace as one of the 3 paramount forces capable of standing alongside the Marine headquarters and the 4 emperors within the Grand Line, their influence resonating across the globe. Currently, the 7 warlords were at full capacity, comprising the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, the heavenly demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, the fishman Jinbe, the moonlight Moria, and the sand crocodile, Crocodile. Rotor desires to ascend to the position of a warlord of the sea. Yet he is left with little room for choice, as it necessitates the abdication of one among them. This predicament is not solely a matter of strength, but also one of legitimacy. The warlords of the sea, established by the world government, may be regarded as extrajudicial agents of the state. Provided they have not committed grave offenses against the nation, they are entitled to the lawful right of plunder, with the world government and the Navy bearing the responsibility of their protection. Crocodile, it is not my intention to trouble you, however. Your frailty and your audacity in attempting to usurp power are quite disconcerting. Rod stood upon the deck, his gaze cast over the surface of the sea. Lost in contemplative thoughts, beside him, Xiao Shuxia was diligently wielding her sword, engaged in the foundational practice of swordsmanship. However, her innate talent was rather ordinary. Despite her earnest efforts and unwavering focus, even with Rod's generous guidance, her progress remained painfully slow. After more than a month of practice, Xiaoxiu's sword skills had seen minimal advancement, yet she had made significant strides in culinary arts. Her knife skills markedly improved. She handled ingredients with greater finesse, resulting in more delectable dishes that delighted Rod immensely. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiu was left feeling despondent. Chapter 94. The dragon's rumor. A crackle of thunder danced in Rod's palm, constantly shifting its form, at times swirling like a bird in flight, at others racing like a beast in pride, and occasionally transforming into a towering tree, lush and verdant. Every movement, every detail appeared remarkably intricate and lifelike, captivating the passing sailors, who could not help but express their astonishment. Mastery had become significantly easier. Rod's eyes shimmered with a brilliant blue light, revealing a hint of satisfaction. After achieving mastery over the power of thunder, its previously volatile essence seemed to transform into a gentle presence, as if it were an extension of his own will. Even without the need to refine or manipulate it through swordsmanship, he found it remarkably effortless to shape and unleash its astonishing and lethal force, akin to the lightning spear that could eliminate a dark-clad assassin in an instant. At present, even when solely wielding the power of thunder, Rod could unleash a destructive force comparable to that of a mid-ranking general, and certainly not of the lowest caliber. However, while the power of thunder was undeniably ferocious, it lacked the decisive sharpness characteristic of sword techniques. Mere electric shocks were nearly futile against the monstrous beings of this world, as their resistances were overwhelmingly robust. Take Kaido of the 100 Beasts, for instance. Even if struck by heavenly lightning, he would likely only experience temporary paralysis, perhaps accompanied by a modicum of pain. As he pondered this, Shueisha finally completed her training for the day, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. After a moment, she managed to catch her breath and, with a hint of despondency, looked up at Rod and said, "Brother Rod, do I possess a lack of talent? Despite my prolonged efforts, I seem to make no progress." The young girl appeared quite disheartened and somewhat defeated. "Your talent is quite commendable," he reassured her. Rod's words instantly invigorated Shueisha. The fact that someone of Rod's stature acknowledged her considerable talent clearly indicated that a promising path lay ahead in her pursuit of strength. However, the subsequent 9 words from Rod caused the excitement on her face to freeze entirely, as they pertained to her culinary skills. Rod nodded in approval. Snowisha, being the daughter of the foremost chef in the Western Seas, possessed extraordinary culinary skills that were nothing short of remarkable. Her expertise was vast, and even with limited ingredients aboard the ship, she managed to create a diverse array of dishes, ensuring that there was hardly any repetition from day to day. "Delicious," exclaimed Rod. Snowisha turned her head away, puffing up her cheeks. Rod smiled. "Come here." "I won't." Shueisha covered her ears. displaying a defiant expression that suggested she would rather leap off the ship than comply. I can help you become powerful quickly. What? She nearly jumped 3 feet in the air and scampered over with her short little legs, casting a pitiful glance at Rod. Aren't you supposed to be staying away? Rod gazed at her with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, while Shueisha, feeling awkward, lowered her head, her hands entwined nervously. She turned and took a seat. Rod had no intention of arguing with the little girl. Shueisha obediently complied. Rod sat cross-legged on the ground, then slowly extended a long, fair finger to touch the delicate neck of Shueisha. As he felt the girl's skin, as smooth as milk, his gaze remained unperturbed, gradually unleashing a faint trace of thunderous energy. Indeed, he intended to utilize this power to assist Shueisha in refining her body. The initial effects of this refinement were the most pronounced, providing a solid foundation for her future endeavors. Her subsequent path would depend entirely on her own choices. A gentle tingling sensation coursed through her body, causing Shueisha to almost instantaneously lose control over herself. As he activated his observation ability, the state of her inner being was laid bare before Rod's eyes. It was astonishingly fragile. Rod shook his head, as if a mere gesture could obliterate this tender and fragile form. The process of body tempering commenced swiftly. Rod possesses considerable experience, and his mastery over the thunder has significantly improved, rendering the danger almost negligible. However, the journey may be quite arduous, as the delicate snow veil remains exceedingly small and fragile. Expressing pain may provide some relief. Rod spoke softly. Shueisha furrowed her brows, her delicate face etched with anguish. Yet she stubbornly remained silent, gritting her teeth in determination. It was evident that she did not wish to be underestimated by Rod. Upon witnessing this, Rod subtly nodded, his resolve remarkably steadfast. Perhaps it was a yearning for strength? 2 hours later, the baptism finally came to a close. As soon as Rod released his grip, Shueisha collapsed onto the ground, her vacant eyes gazing at the heavens. Her petite frame shivered slightly, trembling, with a faint blush gracing her fair skin, drenched in fragrant perspiration. The effects of the refinement were quite remarkable. After a day of adjustment and recovery, Shueisha's physical attributes had been comprehensively enhanced. Her strength and speed had improved, and she had even grown a couple of centimeters taller. Yet, the airstrip remained an expansive stretch, seemingly endless. This revelation astonished Gates and the others, who exclaimed in disbelief. Their gazes towards Rod transformed entirely. To possess such formidable strength was one thing, but to wield the ability to bolster others was truly extraordinary. Such a being, should he choose to establish a faction, could easily carve out a significant place in the world, attracting powerful allies from all directions. Days passed, and Gates turned to Rod, fatigue evident in his expression. My lord, our next destination is the island of beasts and barbecue. He had underestimated the tracking and reconnaissance capabilities of the forces from the Dark World. Recently, their landings for supplies had been met with ambushes, resulting in the deaths of several sailors. Were it not for Rod's formidable strength, which allowed him to eliminate the assassins attempting to destroy their vessel, they would have faced dire peril. This was the penultimate stop. The next would be Alabasta. Gates remarked with a hint of relief. This island should be relatively safe. It lies near the doldrums, where sea kings occasionally roam. While perilous, they surely would not anticipate our choice of this location for resupply. Rod nodded casually, neither affirming nor denying. Encountering challenges was inconsequential. If necessary, he would eliminate them. He was concerned about his standing, which seemed somewhat lacking. The 7 warlords demanded not only formidable strength but also a significant level of prestige, enough to instill fear in ordinary pirates. In this world, where might reigns supreme, one's prestige is naturally defined by the adversaries one has vanquished. Wonderful. I have heard from my mother about the island of monsters and barbecued meat. The meat here possesses a truly unique quality, making it particularly delectable when grilled. Thus, it bears this name. Shueisha exclaimed, I have long wished to visit, but unfortunately, the previous route did not pass through here. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Rod could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. What exquisite flavor could the barbecue be that even the foremost chef of the West Sea could not forget? If Luffy were to discover such a place, he would undoubtedly traverse mountains and seas without hesitation. As the three conversed, a dark silhouette gradually emerged in the distance. It was a moderately large island, its vast expanse resembling an endless stretch of primordial jungle. The human port occupied only a mere fraction of the land. Gazing at the distant island and port, Gates explained, This is not an island along the usual trade routes, but rather one that has been artificially uncovered. It is said that a dragon has been sighted on this island. Once the news spread, each year, adventurers come here to challenge themselves, aspiring to become dragon slayers. Yet they struggle even against the beasts that dwell on the outskirts. His tone conveyed a sense of nostalgia and lament. The island's exquisite fur was highly coveted among the nobles of the West Sea, and he had once made a substantial profit from it. A dragon? Rod displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, the world of pirates is home to dragons. Kaido of the Beasts is likely an animal-type devil fruit user embodying the essence of a dragon, or perhaps he has transformed into a divine dragon. The legendary swordsman, Dragon Horse, once severed a flying dragon with a single stroke, earning the illustrious title of Dragon Slayer, instilling fear across the land. The strength of this dragon remains uncertain. If it proves to be weak, one might dare to attempt a dragon hunt. The renown of slaying a dragon would undoubtedly suffice to meet the prestige required to serve as a warlord of the sea. Chapter 95, Princess, Monsters. In the island of roasted meat, atop a tall building not far from the port, lies the office of the Baroque Works. Could it be that this fellow has been training since birth? Nearly 2 years older than I, yet he has already made a name for himself across the seas, creating a stir in the entire underworld. Gazing at the handsome visage depicted on the bounty notice, Princess Vivi found herself momentarily entranced. If she possessed such strength, she could effortlessly resolve Alabasta's dire straits, rendering the perilous and time-consuming task of undercover work unnecessary and potentially fruitless. The thought of enlisting his assistance inevitably crossed Vivi's mind. But she swiftly shook her head. How could she even approach Rod for help? The vast ocean is not so easily traversed to encounter the one she wishes to meet. A sigh escaped her lips as she set down the bounty notice, her gaze drifting towards the distant port. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise, hastily grabbing a nearby telescope. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. That person had chosen to land here for supplies? It made sense. This island is sufficiently obscure, known to very few. The sudden stroke of fortune left Vivi at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. She was merely a powerless and fallen princess. Why would anyone come to her aid? Reality is not a fairy tale. Her royal status would not compel others to selflessly assist her without expectation of reward. With determination, Vivi clenched her fist. For the sake of defending her kingdom, she was willing to sacrifice everything. At the port, there were no assassins. Rod addressed Gates and the others with a calm demeanor. The hostility of ordinary assassins is nearly imperceptible under the scrutiny of observation hockey. Even the most subtle attempts at concealment will reveal the underlying animosity in their gaze. Only the most elite assassins, such as the Night Edge mentioned by Keela, possess the ability to completely mask their hostility in his presence. Upon hearing this, Gates and the others collectively exhaled in relief, finally able to relax. I wish to take a hot bath and perhaps release some pent-up emotions. I also intend to purchase some items to take back to the West Sea, particularly to savor the local barbecued delicacies. The sailors whispered excitedly among themselves, and after receiving Gates' permission, they departed in small groups. Gates proceeded to the town center to procure fresh water, food, and other essential supplies, while also seeking to acquire a selection of high-quality furs. Brother Rod, come quickly. I know the most renowned barbecue place here. Little Shueisha called out, leading the way. Dressed in a pure white gown, she moved gracefully, her dress billowing gently, creating a striking scene of elegance. Rod casually followed behind, his gaze wandering around. This island indeed bore some differences from the previous ones. The ebb and flow of people was scarce, yet each individual exuded a formidable presence, their imposing figures radiating an aura of strength. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice floated from nearby. Sir, I presume this is your first visit? Would you require a guide? I charge merely 2,000 berries. The voice struck a chord of familiarity, prompting Rod to turn his gaze towards its source, and he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a remarkably recognizable figure, a cascade of aquamarine hair cascading down to her waist, her delicate features shining with an ethereal beauty. Even the simplest of garments could not conceal the noble grace that seemed to emanate from her very lineage. It was none other than Princess Nefertari Vivi from the ancient kingdom of Alabasta. Rod never anticipated encountering her in this place. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. This location is in close proximity to Alabasta, and it is entirely reasonable for the Baroque Works to have deployed personnel here. Sir, do you require a guide? Vivi, not indulging in any self-absorption regarding Rod's astonishment at her appearance, gently reminded him in a soft tone. Upon hearing these words, Rod regained his composure. He gazed upon the desert princess, who was feigning the role of a tour guide, and without any intention of engaging in playful banter, he addressed her directly. "Princess Vivi, please come this way. There are matters we must discuss." The moment his words left his lips, the gentle smile adorning Vivi's exquisite face froze in place. What was happening? She understood that her first attempt at guiding might reveal some flaws, but how could he so readily recognize her royal identity? Was it possible that this fellow possessed the ability to read minds? Vivi found herself with her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment, her mind swirling with questions. This was not the expected course of conversation. This is not the place for idle chatter. Follow me. Rod's tone was serene, yet exuded an undeniable authority that compelled Vivi to instinctively comply. As they walked, Vivi gradually regained her composure, gritting her teeth in an effort to clarify her thoughts and discern Rod's intentions. However, her mind was a tumultuous haze, to the point where she could scarcely remember her own identity. The sudden revelation of her royal status by Rod was utterly astonishing. As the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi rarely appeared in public outside of world conferences, a fact that allowed her to blend seamlessly into the Baroque works. To her astonishment, this young man, whom she had never met and who was merely 2 years her senior, was aware of her true identity, while Vivi was lost in her thoughts. They slowly approached a courtyard. This was a barbecue courtyard, akin to a private booth, where Snowy was standing at the entrance, waving at Rod. Rod and the two of them walked over. Snow Shaw, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother Rod, who is this sister?" "Vivi, a friend of mine," Rod replied. "Hello." Vivi managed a strained smile. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an adorable little girl would have brought her joy, but at that moment, her heart was far from light. The trio entered the courtyard. Little Snow Shaw, ever so perceptive, keenly sensed the peculiar atmosphere between Rod and Vivi, and thus eagerly volunteered to prepare the barbecue. The scene fell into a temporary silence. Vivi clenched her small fists tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion, as anxiety gripped her. "There's no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill intentions." Rod smiled reassuringly. Princess Vivi was indeed a pivotal element in his scheme. To topple Crocodile and ascend to the position of Warlord of the Sea, it was imperative to reveal his treachery to the world government or the Navy. The evidence, corroborated by the royal family of Alabasta, would undoubtedly possess the utmost persuasive power. Princess Vivi was the most fitting candidate for this role. As Rod elaborated, Vivi gradually calmed her emotions, her eyes gradually reflecting an astonishing surprise mixed with a hint of indescribable shyness. Although Rod articulated his interests with utmost clarity, to the 15-year-old girl it painted an entirely different picture. Traveling from afar to rescue the beleaguered Alabasta, daring to confront formidable and malevolent foes. This was nothing short of the heroics found in epic tales. Vivi felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she gazed at Rod, a trace of yearning flickering in her eyes. Could she be the princess of an epic story? Chapter 96, a must-taste meanwhile. At the juncture of the port and the jungle, two individuals hurriedly dashed into the harbor. "Brother Durrell, we've struck gold this time. This is a dragon egg. At the auction in Sabaody, it will definitely fetch an astronomical price," exclaimed one young man, laden with a hefty bundle, his voice hushed with excitement. "Don't speak, Peichi. We are not out of danger yet. Let us board the ship first," Durrell replied with a serious demeanor. I know, Peichi chuckled, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he proposed. "How about we destroy a few pirate ships later, forcing them to clash with the Flying Dragon? When the Black Dragon sets sail, we can return to clean up the battlefield, yielding another profit." Durrell was momentarily taken aback, looking at Peichi with astonishment. It was rather audacious. Yet, he couldn't deny the temptation. After all, they were all pirates. Betrayal and attack were commonplace. If we don't stop now, should the Black Dragon inflict significant casualties, we could seize the harbor entirely, capturing everyone as slaves. With such a feat, our bounty would surely elevate to another tier. Then we could replenish our crew in Sabaody and venture into the New World, becoming the Pirate King, Durrell added. Peichi was immediately in awe, praising his brother's brilliance. For a moment, they envisioned a bright future unfolding before them. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, reverberating throughout the port and startling everyone into a frenzy. People rushed outside, their expressions a mixture of confusion and alarm as they turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Durrell and Peichi exchanged glances. their expressions shifting as they hastened toward the shoreline. In the shadows, observing the two depart swiftly, an inconspicuous figure clad in black chuckled hoarsely, his gaze directed toward Rod. Murmuring in a tone reminiscent of an aria, "Slay the dragon, for the moment you do, it shall be your demise. Only when it concludes at the pinnacle of its glory does it deserve a reward of 1 billion. The barbecue courtyard. After reaching a consensus with Vivid, Rod approached the grill, gazing longingly at the golden, succulent unknown creatures sizzling atop it. A distinctive aroma wafted through the air, seemingly igniting an instinctual desire for sustenance within humanity. Gurgle. Rod swallowed nervously, his gaze fixated. Vivi was no better off. Although she was a princess of the kingdom and frequently indulged in the local barbecues, it became evident that the same ingredients could yield vastly different flavors depending on the chef's prowess. Despite the absence of any dazzling culinary techniques, Shueisha seemed to have an extraordinary ability to draw out the food's intrinsic flavors to their fullest potential. Just as the meat was nearing perfection, a sudden roar, imbued with both fury and authority, reverberated through the air. The sound, emanating from a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain, startled Shueisha, causing her to nearly drop the spatula and flip the meat off the grill. You all wait here. Rod, somewhat irritated, muttered a few words before gracefully leaping onto the rooftop, gazing into the distance. There, he beheld a colossal black dragon soaring towards him from afar. Its body stretched approximately 20 meters in length, reminiscent of a formidable fighter jet, its scales shimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. Two majestic horns jutted skyward, while its formidable claws glimmered with a terrifying brilliance. With piercing, cold, red-tinged eyes, it surveyed the human port below. This was evidently a western dragon. As it flapped its massive wings, a tempestuous gust of wind sent the humans in the port staggering in disarray. Rod could distinctly perceive the glimmer of profoundly human-like intelligence flickering within the eyes of the western dragon, indicating that, akin to the colossal sea leviathans, this ebony dragon possessed a wisdom reminiscent of humanity. Suddenly, the black dragon's gaze fixed intently on a particular direction, preparing to launch itself forth. However, history has shown that humanity is never devoid of those who overestimate their own capabilities. In that fleeting moment when the black dragon made its appearance, countless minds were consumed by a singular phrase, Dragon Slayer. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, an incessant barrage of artillery directed towards the heavens. These were portable cannons, resembling RPGs, possessing immense power capable of obliterating structures. Yet, when unleashed upon the black dragon, the onslaught merely caused a brief hesitation, leaving not even the faintest mark upon its scales. Truly, a reckless endeavor. Rod sighed, and then he witnessed the black dragon plunge down towards the harbor with fervor, requiring no guidance whatsoever. It barreled forward with relentless ferocity, its immensely powerful form serving as the sharpest of weapons. As it advanced, it resembled a bulldozer, effortlessly obliterating everything in its path: houses, structures, and even the valiant warriors who aspired to slay the dragon, each meeting a swift and explosive end. It seemed not overly formidable, its aura appearing somewhat feeble. Rod observed for a while and arrived at this conclusion, yet he was not in a hurry to take action. A Western dragon, like any dragon in any realm, embodies unparalleled strength and majesty that should never be underestimated. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as his ever-active observation haki detected a peculiar aura, strikingly similar to that of the distant black dragon. Almost immediately, he witnessed two figures burst forth from a nearby alley. One of them carried a package, which unmistakably emanated that distinctive aura. A young dragon, or perhaps a dragon egg. It must be a dragon egg. In the blink of an eye, Rod comprehended the sequence of events. A dragon egg, should it hatch and be nurtured properly, could serve as an exceptional combat companion, leading him to become a legendary dragon rider, an epitome of grandeur. However, the mystery of its flavor remained unknown. Rod stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had tasted chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and even ostrich eggs. Yet he had never savored a dragon egg. He must try it. Whoosh. A radiant flash pierced the air. Suddenly, Peppa, who was running, felt a lightness behind her, and the package containing the dragon egg vanished without a trace. Who did this? Peppa quickly halted and turned to look behind her. There stood a young man in white, scrutinizing the dragon egg, approximately half a meter in size, in his hands, occasionally smacking his lips as if contemplating how to consume it. Scoundrel, that is my egg. Enraged, Peppa dashed forward before Dull could intervene, brandishing his great sword, which sliced through the air with a remarkable whistle, unleashing a fierce energy. While it indeed required both luck and strategy to stealthily procure a dragon egg from a dragon's lair, it was evident that these two individuals possessed extraordinary strength. Observing the situation, Dull had no choice but to follow suit, wielding his blade. After all, how formidable could a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy be? As insignificant as an ant. Rod paid no heed. Instead, with a casual flick of his wrist, two bolts of thunderous energy transformed into fierce silver serpents that charged forth. Dewar and his companion barely had time to react before being struck from above. The air was filled with crackling sounds as flashes of lightning danced around them. Amidst the harrowing cries of despair, Dewar and his companion swiftly succumbed to the embrace of death, collapsing to the ground, leaving behind a scent of charred flesh. Such adversaries were hardly worthy of Rod drawing his sword. Chapter 97. The might of the black dragon. Upon Rod's return to the courtyard, cradling the dragon egg, Vivi and her companion were instantly astonished. A dragon egg? Vivi's expression shifted with astonishment. Although she possessed a mount, it paled in comparison to this legendary creature. Shueisha's eyes widened with curiosity. If nurtured, such a being could undoubtedly command an entire nation. Yet, to their disbelief, Rod casually placed the dragon egg onto the grill, adding more firewood when he noticed the flames were insufficient. This spectacle suggested he intended to consume the dragon egg? Vivi exclaimed, while her eyes remained fixated on the dragon egg, unable to look away. It was, after all, a dragon egg. Who in the world had ever tasted one? Since the dawn of the sea era, sightings of dragons had been exceedingly rare, let alone the opportunity to savor their eggs. This scene was beyond imagination. Shueisha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without needing Rod's invitation, she swiftly sprang into action. The dragon egg was quite large, making it inconvenient for grilling, but as a culinary prodigy. Shueisha had previously dealt with eggs of such grand creatures, and quickly procured the necessary tools. Stewing the dragon egg. One egg surely would not suffice. I shall go hunt a dragon's head next. With that, Rod soared into the air, leaping gracefully several times before propelling himself towards the distant battlefield. Vivi's expression changed abruptly, and she had no time to dissuade him, stamping her foot in frustration. How impulsive, even though he was a renowned young hero of the seas. To recklessly confront a dragon was an act of sheer hubris. She had spent several months on this island, and the most frequent tales she had heard concerned the dragons dwelling within. The black dragon, armored in impenetrable scales, could withstand cannon fire, leaving only a pale mark. Its claws were razor-sharp, effortlessly rending steel. The black dragon was incredibly swift and agile, possessing an aerial advantage. Rumors even spoke of its ability to exhale a scorching breath, melting everything in its path. Such a creature was far beyond the capabilities of any human to confront. Vivi's expression turned bitter, just as the hero had arrived. He was about to be ensnared by the malevolent dragon. What was to become of me, the princess? And at that moment, Rod has gracefully approached the battlefield under the moonlit steps. The scene before him is chaotic, filled with humans whose expressions oscillate between exhilaration and terror, trembling in fear. Taking refuge behind buildings, they continuously launch their attacks, be it with sword energy, artillery, or even attempts to ensnare the black dragon with barbed wire, only to have their efforts effortlessly torn asunder. With a furious roar, the black dragon abruptly rears its head, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar that generates shockwaves visible to the naked eye, sweeping outwards in all directions. The dragon slayers poised to strike are instantly sent flying. Their eardrums ruptured, leaving trails of crimson blood, most rendered deaf. In the next moment, the dragon opens its maw and unleashes an infernal breath, warping the very air around it. This tangible breath of the dragon melts an entire building in an instant, scorching the earth into molten rock, leaving the hidden individuals behind as mere ash. Where the dragon's breath passes, not a blade of grass survives. All is consumed in flames. It cleaves a pathway over 100 meters long within the port, steam rising and lava flowing, an utterly terrifying spectacle. All present swallow hard, their fiery excitement doused by a cold reality. How terrifying. Upon regaining composure, they confront a harrowing truth. While slaying dragons may be glorious, it is a feat far beyond their capabilities. Before this legendary creature, they are but insignificant ants, unable to inflict even a scratch. The pirate captains with bounties in the tens of millions, along with the port's overseer, were expressions of sheer dismay. That last breath of the dragon has just claimed the life of their strongest member. Defeated, they contemplate retreat. The overseer shakes his head in bitter realization the disparity is insurmountable. Their utmost efforts leave only faint bloodstains upon the black dragon's vast form, akin to a mere tickle. Yet, the dragon's attacks can obliterate them with ease. Such a creature could likely only be confronted by the most formidable pirates of the New World, one of the captain's size. Even heavy artillery can barely breach the dragon's scales. This is not a problem solvable by sheer numbers. The entire port could throw themselves at the dragon in vain. And still, it would not fall. Just then, someone shouted, "Look! Someone is walking in the sky." What? The crowd gasps, turning in unison to gaze, their faces reflecting astonishment. Moonwalking? Could it be a powerful Navy officer? To halt this black dragon, it would require at least the most elite among the rear admirals to accomplish such a feat. Everyone scrutinized the figure before them, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had seen him before. After all, a newspaper is not a wanted poster. It is devoid of vibrant colors and lacks the striking clarity of a pirate's bounty notice. Which is why no one immediately recognized Rod. It was not until he unsheathed his sword, radiating a dazzling light akin to that of a miniature sun, that the memory surged back. They suddenly recalled the renowned young swordsman who had captured the world's attention. It was him. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their faces lighting up with excitement, only to be swiftly overshadowed by an incredulous thought. Could they be witnessing the birth of a second dragon-slaying swordsman today? Impossible. The port overseer shook his head, asserting that this dragon possessed an extraordinary vitality and formidable defenses, capable of withstanding heavy artillery. Even Lord Rod, he reasoned, could only hope to defeat it. Furthermore, the black dragon could soar through the skies, its aerial domain granting it a significant advantage, while Rod's moonwalk would prove insufficiently agile. This analysis was sound, and the pirate captains nodded in agreement. At that moment, Rod had approached the black dragon, gazing down at the majestic creature before him. In comparison to the medium-sized sea kings he had encountered previously, this black dragon, though considerably smaller in stature, was undeniably more formidable, with razor-sharp talons, armor like scales resistant to cannon fire, and a breath that posed a lethal threat, truly deserving of its title. Such a creature would be beyond the capability of an ordinary vice-admiral. Only the likes of Weasel or Doberman, the elite vice-admirals, would possess the strength to subdue it. As for slaying it, that remained uncertain. Unfortunately for the dragon, it had crossed paths with me. Rod slightly shook his head. Gradually, he drew forth the blade lancia, its azure blade resonating with a vibrant hum under the illumination of the thunder, the crystalline sound of its song reverberating across the landscape, instantly capturing the attention of all within the port. Simultaneously, the thunderous energy enveloping his form surged to a height of 10 meters, as if the thunder god had descended, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, rendering its majesty nearly blinding. The black dragon, sensing an anomaly, abruptly turned, its slit-like pupils reflecting the image of Rod, bathed in thunder. Wielding his sword aloft. Startled, it revealed a grave expression in its eyes, yet showed no fear. A breath, magnitudes larger than before, erupted from its maw, surging towards Rod like a torrential flood. Chapter 98. Dragon Slayer. The searing breath transformed into a deluge, rushing skyward, as soon as it was expelled. An aura of scorching heat enveloped the surroundings. An overwhelming temperature descended, causing the heavens and the earth to pale, the air warped, and buildings ignited spontaneously without flame. How would he counter this onslaught? The crowd widened their eyes. The black dragon had previously unleashed this very attack, obliterating everything in its path, even dispatching their mightiest in an instant. What of Rod now? The dragon's breath? In the face of such a formidable assault, Rod's expression remained remarkably calm, a flicker of blue light shimmering in his gaze. The dragon, transformed from the beast Kaido, wielded a breath capable of apocalyptic destruction, effortlessly laying waste to cities and mountains alike. Though this black dragon's breath paled in comparison to Kaido's, it was, in essence, profoundly powerful and not to be underestimated. Rod gripped Lancia firmly with both hands and, with a sudden swing, unleashed a strike. Thunder Dragon! A resounding boom echoed as the force of thunder reverberated, sending ripples of blue cascading outward. Following Rod's decisive blow, a deep azure thunder coalesced into a magnificent thunder dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, with every detail of its whiskers, scales, and tail vividly apparent, twisting gracefully in the air before colliding with the dragon's breath. The impact was cataclysmic. Thunder clashed with the searing breath, deep blue and crimson light exploding in unison, reminiscent of a cosmic collision, intertwining to create a terrifying wave of energy. A deafening roar erupted from the vicinity as thunder and heat intertwined, then burst apart, igniting the earth and fracturing it. Each fissure was a foot wide, densely packed and crisscrossed. One could only imagine the sheer destructive power they wielded. It was utterly terrifying. The crowd, having retreated to a distance, now displayed profound reverence. For those present at the forefront of the Grand Line, this was akin to a divine battle, a manifestation of power beyond their comprehension. They were incapable of even approaching the battlefield. A mere gust of dissipating heat or a thunderous strike could easily spell their demise. Under the gaze of all, this earth-shattering clash ultimately culminated in the retreat of the Black Dragon. It ceased its fiery breath, flapping its massive wings, soaring aloft to evade the imminent assault of the Lightning Dragon. With a resounding boom, the remnants of the Lightning Dragon collided with the ground, instantly creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter. Its surface charred and blackened. A flicker of apprehension and gravity manifested in the Black Dragon's eyes. Yet it remained suffused with an innate arrogance. It was a dragon, the most noble of creatures in existence. With a resonating hum, the void trembled as the Black Dragon darted towards Rod with lightning speed, its form resembling a dark mountain ascending into the sky. In the face of this spectacle, Rod remained undaunted, unleashing a decisive strike. With a swift motion, a silvery blade of energy erupted forth, extending over 20 meters, rending the heavens and radiating an astonishing brilliance as it cleaved towards the Black Dragon. The colossal body of the Black Dragon exhibited remarkable agility. With a subtle flap of its wings and a slight tilt of its body, it deftly evaded the strike and continued its assault on Rod. Unfazed by the evasion, Rod maintained his composure, gripping his sword with both hands as he delivered another downward slash. At that moment, the Black Dragon had closed the distance, extending its enormous, luminescent claws. Clang! The two forces collided mid-air. Due to the disparity in size, Rod was pushed back a considerable distance, yet he swiftly regained his footing with a moonwalk. To think he could withstand my slashing strike is truly remarkable. His resilience is commendable, indeed befitting the legendary ultimate material known for forging the supreme great sword. Rod displayed a hint of a smile and charged forward once again. This time, he was cautious, avoiding any collision with the dragon's claws. On one hand, the claws were remarkably resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve any significant results. On the other hand, Rod did not wish to damage such a rare and ultimate material. For who knows, he might later forge a magnificent blade from it. With a surge of thunderous energy, Rod's speed was astonishing, reminiscent of a great rock soaring through the skies, as he leaped directly towards the Black Dragon. In midair, he executed a series of agile maneuvers, deftly evading the dragon's attacks and landing upon its formidable body. With a resounding thud, he employed the technique of shave, his feet exerting an extraordinary force as he sprinted upwards along the dragon's form, continuously delivering powerful kicks that reverberated through its scales. Under normal circumstances, the force of his technique could shatter the earth, yet upon the dragon's armored hide, it merely caused the beast to lose its balance, staggering slightly. Sensing impending peril, the Black Dragon realized that Rod was drawing ever closer to its head. Yet, it found itself powerless to retaliate. The dragon's tail, intended to strike Rod, was deftly countered, and in a twist of irony, it struck itself instead, nearly causing it to spew forth a mouthful of blood. With a mournful roar, the Black Dragon expressed its profound indignation, feeling the weight of the world's malice upon it. How could such a diminutive creature possess such formidable strength? It was utterly infuriating. It was shameless. Unable to grasp Rod with its claws, nor bite him with its fangs, the dragon found itself ensnared in a predicament, endlessly circling in the air, unable to shake off the pesky ant clinging to its back, all the while emitting a series of frustrated roars that left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Is this real? My heavens! A dragon knight? Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to fathom the scene before them. Finally, with a heart-wrenching roar of rage, the Black Dragon plummeted from several hundred meters high, crashing into the earth like a descending mountain, creating an astonishing gale. Boom! It struck the ground with the force of a meteor, unleashing a thunderous clap. A violent shockwave radiated outward, demolishing structures and sending boulders flying, creating a terrifying spectacle. Those at the edge of the battlefield retreated in haste, while numerous captains remained steadfast, gazing at the unfolding chaos. What was the situation? To the majority, the Black Dragon's desperate counterattack, reminiscent of a cataclysmic clash, seemed capable of shattering even a colossal naval vessel. No matter how formidable Rod may be, he should not be able to withstand this. Even if he does not fall, he is at least bound to sustain grave injuries. Vivi was in a state of extreme anxiety. After much anticipation, had the kingdom's turning point come to an untimely end? Under the apprehensive gaze of all, the tempest gradually subsided, and the swirling dust began to clear. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, an extraordinary scene emerged. A youth clad in white, enveloped in the glow of lightning, stood proudly with a long sword in hand. Beneath him, the once rampant black dragon, invincible over the harbor, now hung its head, its vertical pupils reflecting a hint of resignation as its life force slowly waned. At that moment, the harbor was eerily silent. All eyes were transfixed on this spectacle, their gazes shimmering with an almost dreamlike incredulity. The collective might of nearly 10,000 had merely served to present offerings to the black dragon. It was nothing short of a massacre. Yet now, this young man in white had single-handedly slain the dragon with his sword, bathed in thunder. He had vanquished the black dragon. From this day forth, the name Rod would surely reverberate throughout the world. A pirate captain, his gaze piercing, uttered each word deliberately. A wave of emotion swept through the crowd. This harbor had been constructed for the purpose of dragon slaying. Over the years, countless heroes and swordsmen had come here, attempting to achieve the legendary feat of slaying a dragon to attain fame, only to fall in defeat, becoming mere fodder for the black dragon. Following the legendary swordsman Longma, a new generation of dragon-slaying swordsmen had emerged, remarked the harbor's overseer in a tone reminiscent of a grand ode. A sense of witnessing history's epic splendor welled up within the hearts of the crowd, with some swordsmen overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. In the realm of swordsmanship, two titles commanded the most attention. One of them is, of course, the world's greatest swordsman, a title that signifies the pinnacle of the sword path, overseeing all swordsmen of an era. The other is the name of the dragon-slaying swordsman, achieved only by the legendary swordsman Longma throughout history. The title of the world's greatest swordsman has been claimed by many generations. Yet the title of dragon-slaying swordsman has only been held by two throughout history. Chapter 99. The Trap. Rod's situation is far from favorable. The act of the black dragon, engulfing both itself and the precious stone in flames, essentially forces Rod into a desperate gamble for his life. In that fleeting moment, amidst the swift chaos, man and dragon become entwined, inseparable in their struggle. Though Rod struck the heart of the black dragon with a single, decisive blow, delivering it to its demise. The dragon's formidable claws inflicted a grievous wound upon Rod's chest, tearing away a significant portion of flesh. Had it not been for Rod's unparalleled reflexes, honed to perfection by the activation of thunderous energy, he would have surely succumbed to a fatal blow. What a creature of unwavering resolve and pride it was. Observing the claw marks upon his chest, Rod let out a soft sigh. This injury marked one of the most severe and life-threatening moments of his cultivation journey. However, as long as vital organs like the heart remained unscathed, the mere physical wounds posed little challenge to Rod at this juncture. He could restore himself to a substantial degree after merely half a day's rest. The formidable vitality bestowed by the refining of his internal organs was indeed formidable. If he were of the caliber of Kaido, the beast, such injuries would likely vanish in the span of a single breath. Yet, the rewards were substantial. Setting aside the latent fame, the black dragon itself was akin to a grand treasure trove. Its hide and scales could be fashioned into armor of unparalleled quality, impervious to blades and firearms. Its claws and fangs represented the pinnacle of forging materials, with the right auxiliary components and the craftsmanship of a master blacksmith. They could yield a supreme blade of unmatched sharpness. Although the dragon's flesh and blood may not possess the legendary purifying effects of myth, they nonetheless contained a unique power, greatly enhancing the strength of any ordinary individual who consumed them. For Rod, this was merely a rare and ultimate delicacy, akin to the proverbial dragon's liver and phoenix's gall. Surely, Xiaoxu would be overjoyed. As Rod descended from the dragon's corpse and approached with measured steps, the onlookers, filled with awe, admiration, and reverence, witnessed the moment with bated breath. The port's overseer and several pirate captains, brimming with respect, prepared to approach and pay their respects, when suddenly, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. A hum resonated as Rod reached an open space, seemingly triggering something. A peculiar light flashed through the surrounding void, soon followed by a wave of pale purple mist surging forth from the ether, enveloping the area from all directions. It became evident that wherever this mist passed, the earth was rapidly corroded, sizzling ominously, creating a terrifying spectacle. What could this mean? Rod's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. For he was aware of who had arrived. Was it the assassin Nightblade? He murmured the name softly, recognizing the ruthless decisiveness and unparalleled precision with which this individual executed their strikes. To everyone else, it appeared that Rod, having vanquished the dragon, must have sustained grave injuries and was at the pinnacle of his life, likely leading to a certain hubris and inevitable relaxation, thus presenting an opportune moment for an ambush. Alas, such arrogance was inconceivable. It was a notion that could never manifest in this lifetime. Unless, of course, the dragon he had slain was Kaido himself. Was it a power derived from a paramecia-type devil fruit? Something pertaining to space, reminiscent of a trap fruit from the illustrated compendium. A conceptual ability, indeed. What a vexatious predicament. As Rod's thoughts whirled, a noxious mist spread like a plague, completely sealing off any avenue for retreat, the air heavy with a putrid scent. What is happening? Outside, a chorus of astonished voices erupted. One swordsman, overwhelmed with excitement at witnessing the birth of the dragon slayer, drew too close and inadvertently inhaled a wisp of the toxic fog. Almost instantly, his complexion turned a ghastly purple, and he collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, only to swiftly dissolve into a pool of putrid blood. This was merely the aftermath. Everyone gasped in horror, hastily covering their mouths and retreating in haste. The dragon slayer. Ha! You truly succeeded in slaying dragons. However, this specially formulated SX-type poison is exceedingly lethal, capable of overpowering even the mightiest sea kings. Rest in peace. For I shall claim all the spoils. In the shadows, the man in black, Yi Feng, smiled coldly, a glimmer of morbid excitement and fervor flashing in his eyes. Unlike other elite assassins, Yi Feng accepted bounty tasks not for the reward, but for the target. He held no interest in renowned, seasoned warriors, instead. He reveled in the hunt of exceptionally young prodigies like Rod, to satiate his twisted desires. Were it not for Ace, the Fire Fist, a natural type user of the flame fruit, who is immune to various toxins, Yi Feng would have undoubtedly set his sights on him long ago. Though this narrative may seem protracted, it transpired in mere moments. Under the gaze of all, from the purple mist surged a shadow, stumbling and scrambling toward freedom. Appearing somewhat disheveled, its surface shimmering with a faint blue glow. Humph, truly resilient. Yi Feng scoffed, drawing forth a glimmering blue toxin-drenched dagger, charging forward without hesitation. Poised to deliver the final blow, Rod appeared to be in a remarkably poor state, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming Nightblade, charging straight ahead. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aimed directly at Rod's heart. Nightblade was filled with confidence, believing that this dagger would send the renowned young swordsman, or rather, the dragon slayer, to the afterlife. Yet, in the next instant, his expression abruptly froze. At the moment of impact, Rod executed a miraculous sidestep, then forcefully crashed into Nightblade's embrace. You are unscathed, Nightblade exclaimed in astonishment. As Rod slightly lifted his head and flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Simultaneously, he pressed both hands against Nightblade's chest. Thunderstorm. Boom. The pent-up power of thunder erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, resembling a miniature sun bursting in the sky. Nightblade had no time to react before being struck directly by this blow. His body flew backward like a rag doll, spewing several mouthfuls of blood. While a gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone and as large as an adult's fist, manifested on his chest, the surrounding flesh already necrotic. Before he crashed heavily onto the distant ground, Rod slowly rose to his feet, his pallor evident, yet clearly not as devastated as everyone had presumed. The toxic mist had a limited effect on him, particularly after mastering the power of thunder. Rod was able to manifest a layer of exceptionally dense thunderous armor upon his skin, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the poison to permeate. Even if some managed to slip through, he could purify his body through the currents of electricity, eradicating the toxins. Cough, cough. Nightblade, renowned as a premier assassin in the dark underworld, despite sustaining grave injuries, remained alive. Blood trickled from his mouth as he clutched the ghastly wound on his chest with one hand, trembling as he stood. He quickly retrieved a vial of green elixir, pouring it over his injury. A rich vitality blossomed forth, and the wound promptly ceased bleeding, gradually beginning to heal. A pained expression crossed Nightblade's face, indicating that this potion was of considerable value to him. How careless of me, he murmured in a low voice, his gaze icy as it fell upon Rod. As a distinguished assassin in the dark world, even without counting stealthy ambushes, his inherent strength was comparable to that of an ordinary major general, making it improbable for him to be so severely wounded by Rod in this manner. On one hand, Rod had concealed his true capabilities effectively. On the other hand, Rod's reputation as a sword master was deeply ingrained in people's minds, and the absence of a visible sword had lulled his guard to the lowest ebb. Chapter 100, Complete Annihilation. Advanced Technological Elixir? Observing this scene, Rod narrowed his eyes. The medical practices of this world were, like its technological advancements, remarkably ahead of their time, capable of developing various potions and pills, while others remained rudimentary, akin to the physicians of medieval Europe, still relying on bloodletting and surgery. However, during Nightblade's application of the elixir, Rod had already purged the remaining toxins within his body. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of power and could not help but display a chilling smile. He grasped the hilt of his sword slowly, the power of thunder subtly stirring. Although his form remained still, it exuded an aura of extreme danger, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. He has recovered so swiftly? Witnessing this, Nightblade decisively retreated without hesitation, simultaneously slapping his hands against the empty air beside him. Almost in the same instant, Rod unleashed a swift strike. Thunderous sword technique. Silently and without a sound, a stream of thunderous sword energy shattered the sound barrier, producing a dazzling sonic explosion that streaked across the sky like a flash of lightning. In less than a moment, it traversed several dozen meters, closing in on Nightblade. Buzz! At that instant, as if triggering some invisible force, the front of the thunderous sword energy erupted with an astonishing explosion, akin to dozens of cannonballs detonating simultaneously, their thunderous roar echoing relentlessly. Amidst the searing flames, the thunderous sword energy swept forth, yet inevitably, it was hindered by the shockwave of the explosion, its speed diminishing. Whoosh! Night Edge seized the opportunity and swiftly evaded the sword's aura, promptly turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. As an assassin, confronting a swordsman head-on was an act of folly. Yet, even this modest movement caused him to cough up blood as the wound on his chest burst open. Was there a prearranged escape route? Rod's eyes narrowed. According to Keela's intelligence and the combat performance of Yufeng, it is highly probable that this individual possesses the abilities of the trap fruit, a superhuman-type devil fruit. The hunter sets traps to ensnare its prey. The trap fruit materializes this concept, manipulating space to allow traps to be set in the void, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. This ability is particularly suited for assassins, enabling them to lay ambushes in advance and establish escape routes, thus allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The primary drawback is the considerable time required for preparation and planning, as well as the necessity for specific materials such as explosives and deadly toxins to create the traps. Moonstep. Rod pondered for a moment and suddenly soared into the air. He pursued Night Edge from above, unleashing bolts of thunderous power. Crackling sounds erupted as heavenly lightning triggered hidden traps, igniting a dazzling display of flames and releasing vibrant clouds of toxic mist. Rod's eyelids twitched at the sight. While Night Edge's complexion turned an ashen green, he had not set any traps in the air. The thunderous roar echoed around them. Rod was enveloped in a tempest of thunder, resembling the legendary god of thunder from myth. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed arcs of deep blue lightning, imbued with astonishing waves of energy, cleaving through the air with ferocity. The number of traps was ultimately finite, and as the Night's Edge gradually lost its cover, it was struck by the thunder, leaving him dazed and charred, his injuries worsening. Ultimately, he could no longer flee, collapsing to the ground, and with great effort, he lifted his head to gaze at Rod, his voice trembling as he uttered, You have won." Upon hearing these words, Rod remained as tranquil as still water. He showed no inclination to speak nor any intent to relinquish his advantage. With his hands pressed together, he began to gather a fearsome orb of lightning, shimmering with a silvery luminescence. A breathtaking surge of electricity pierced the atmosphere, and terrifying arcs of lightning ravaged the surroundings, eliciting a sensation akin to electric shock in even the most ordinary of observers. In an instant, the lightning sphere pierced through the air, traversing the expanse before crashing into the Night's Edge. The impact was akin to a miniature sun exploding. A blinding brilliance and searing heat erupted, melting the core into a glass-like substance, while an inexhaustible torrent of electricity spread outward, leaving the earth scorched and blackened. Is it over? At that moment, those in the distance dared to peek out, their faces etched with fear and unease. The battle between Rod and Nightblade. though lacking the grandeur of the confrontation with the black dragon, was nonetheless a heart-pounding spectacle. Most fearsome was the silent, lethal poison mist that claimed lives without warning. Vivi and Shueisha peeked from a distance, witnessing the chase between Rod and his opponent as they neared the barbecue courtyard. "Sister Vivi, has Brother Rod won?" Shueisha inquired softly. I believe he should have," Vivi replied, her uncertainty evident as her own strength was feeble, rendering her unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of such a duel. Upon hearing this, Shueisha's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the little one licked her lips, saying, "Does this mean we can eat dragon meat now?" Vivi paused, realizing only then the implication of their conversation. Dragon slaying. Rod has just slain a formidable black dragon that swept through the harbor with unparalleled ferocity. Following the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged forth. The Baroque works is an immense entity, and Crocodile is an exceedingly ruthless pirate. Initially, Vivi harbored some concerns, fearing that Rod might be outnumbered. Yet, at this very moment, her apprehension dissipated significantly. If even the black dragon could not thwart his advance, what could a mere sand crocodile possibly signify? At this juncture in the scene, upon his descent, Rod's eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a trace of confusion and uncertainty. He decided to experiment. Instantly, a blue luminescence emanated from his body, as strands of thunderous energy coalesced into delicate filaments, rippling outward. Concurrently, he infused this aura with his observation haki, attuning himself with keen sensitivity. After a prolonged moment of concentration, Rod's lips curled into a subtle smile, and then he thrust his fist forward. In an instant, a fist forged from thunder surged forth, striking the ground 3 meters ahead. Bang! The thunderous punch erupted, scattering arcs of electricity. Amidst the blazing radiance, a peculiar presence faintly emerged. Indeed, it had not perished. Rod chuckled softly, gracefully approaching. He extended a pair of ebony hands, enveloped in the hue of armament, and gently grasped. The armament color serves not only to combat those endowed with natural abilities, but also proves effective against certain enigmatic superhuman powers. A resounding clap echoed as he made contact, yet it seemed to be met with a profound barrier, barely audible like the whisper of a mosquito. Rod let out a cold snort and suddenly yanked with great force. A resonant hum filled the air as ripples spread through the void before a figure was forcibly dragged forth by Rod. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng was in dire straits, his breath shallow, his body charred, and emanating a meaty scent. It was evident that even while using his abilities to conceal himself, he had sustained considerable damage and was on the brink of death. As he beheld the light of day once more, Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, before he could formulate another thought, Rod's foot struck his chest, instantly shattering his heart. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, desperately clutching at Rod's pant leg, seemingly unwilling to accept his fate. He opened his mouth to utter something, but all that escaped were violent coughs of blood. Rod took a slow step back, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the demise of this ace assassin. Nightblade's prowess was not to be underestimated, had he not been severely injured by Rod at the outset. This confrontation would not have concluded so simply. However, strategy and calculation are intrinsic elements of battle, and it was his own underestimation of Rod that led to his downfall. With Nightblade's defeat, the significant event of the Black Dragon's assault on the harbor finally came to a close. The journalists present were invigorated, their pens dancing across the paper as they swiftly transmitted a detailed account of the skirmish to their respective headquarters, accompanied by exquisite illustrations. Such a captivating event naturally garnered the utmost attention from the editors-in-chief of various newspapers, who arranged for immediate reprints to be dispatched to every corner of the globe. In a single night, the name of the Dragon Slayer resonated across the world. Chapter 101. The Dragon Slayer swordsman Keela had been exceedingly busy of late. The volume of intelligence received daily at the Revolutionary Army headquarters was simply beyond description. Were it not for her exceptional physical prowess and abundant energy, she might have already been overwhelmed. As night fell, Keela returned to her room, her weary body dragging behind her. She sighed heavily, feeling the weight of exhaustion. How carefree it had been to embark on missions alongside Rod and Sabo. Alas, ever since his defeat at the hands of Longji, and in essence, by Rod, Sabo had been deeply affected and had vanished into seclusion for intense training. Feeling a pang of hunger, she resolved to grab a bite to eat. Just as she contemplated this, the phone bug suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she realized it was a fax. She retrieved the necessary tools to receive it. Soon, a photograph came through. In the image, Rod stood atop the Black Dragon, sword in hand, his figure enveloped in thunder. resembling a deity of lightning come to vanquish the beast. Is that a dragon? Keela gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even through the photograph, the aura of formidable power emanated from the image, leaving no room for doubt. This was indeed a dragon, the fabled ultimate creature. Yet, why flaunt the slaying of a dragon? After a prolonged silence, Keela muttered with a mix of bitterness and indignation as she continued to read. Her expression suddenly froze, her fair forehead etched with lines of distress. The lower half of the fax revealed a close-up of platters of dragon meat, vividly depicted. Braised dragon, sautéed dragon, yellow braised dragon, curry dragon. Every dish on the sprawling table was distinct. Even the soup was a dragon meat broth, accompanied by hundreds of skewers of dragon meat. Keela could distinctly feel her stomach protesting, her saliva pooling in her mouth, until she reached the final line. Look how exquisite it is. I've taken care of your portion as well. The suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano, culminating in a roar filled with indignation and fury. Rod, at this moment, the entire headquarters castle was stirred. In a certain maritime region, the Dragon Slayer swordsman? Could it be that black dragon? Gazing at the newspaper in hand, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of regret. He had once visited that island, but at that time, the black dragon was simply too weak to warrant any intervention. Thus, Hawkeye resolved to allow the black dragon to continue its growth until it was worthy of battle before attempting to slay it. However, he never anticipated the outcome. Hawkeye shook his head lightly, a flicker of curiosity and inquiry crossing his features. A 17- or 18-year-old Dragon Slayer swordsman. Perhaps he would make a formidable adversary. May he grow swiftly. His tone was imbued with a profound sense of solitude, echoing from the heights of his achievements. The emergence of the Dragon Slayer swordsman soon sent ripples across the world, though its primary impact resonated within the realm of swordsmen. Be it the seaweed-headed pirate hunter currently active in the East Sea, or the renowned swordsman across various maritime domains, or even the unparalleled grand swordsman, all etched the name Rod deeply into their minds. There was anticipation, pride, longing, aspiration, provocation, and defiance. The title of Dragon Slayer swordsman, unlike that of the world's greatest grand swordsman, represented not absolute strength, but rather a form of honor that ignited the competitive spirit among swordsmen. The setting was that of a monster in the island of barbecue. Rod, Gates, and Vivi were engaged in a discussion regarding the management of the treasure left behind by the dragon. The dragon's hide and scales are invaluable, capable of being forged into impenetrable armor, and there exists a skilled tanner in Alabasta who can handle them, Vivi remarked. The dragon's liver and heart are the most precious components. I shall take charge of their processing, Snowshaw exclaimed, raising her small hand in excitement. Dragon fangs and claws can be transformed into divine weapons. I am acquainted with an ancient workshop in the West Sea that possesses these materials. And I assure you they will work for free, Gates declared, patting his chest confidently. Rod stood quietly to the side, for the first time appreciating the advantages of having subordinates. He found he need not worry, as they adeptly managed various matters. A contemplative glimmer flickered in his eyes as he reflected on the issues that had emerged during the recent battle. The black dragon, a creature of legend, possessed formidable strength. Yet it fell victim to weakness during its breeding cycle and was ultimately vanquished by the diminutive Rod. This decisive victory unequivocally underscored Rod's burgeoning power, allowing him to contend with the most formidable of the Marine headquarters vice-admirals, and the odds of his success appeared promising. While the surge of thunderous might was currently unattainable, he resolved to devote his efforts to fortifying his physical form in the time to come. Rod clenched his fist and took a deep breath. The more powerful one becomes, the more one comprehends the profound truth embedded in the notion that physical strength is the very foundation of everything. Whether it be the arts of swordsmanship, martial techniques, or the capabilities granted by fruits, these are fundamentally merely methods of attack. Physical prowess, however, encompasses the essential attributes of strength, speed, defense, resilience, and vitality. Whitebeard, wielding the tremor fruit, was lauded by the warlord of the sea as possessing the power to annihilate the world, dominating an era and universally recognized as the strongest man in existence. Meanwhile, Kaido of the Beast is often regarded as possessing the most formidable physique in the world, with an almost immortal constitution, claiming the title of the most powerful being across land, sea, and air, excelling in one-on-one combat. Although Rod is still far from being comparable to this individual, he possesses the ability to refine his physique through the power of thunder, strengthening every organ, tissue, and even cell within his body. Remarkably, his physical prowess improves each day, showcasing an unparalleled potential for growth. At present, my physical strength has likely attained the level of a mid-ranking general within our faction, significantly surpassing that of Longji in the past, yet still falling short when compared to elite mid-ranking generals like Wei Shu. Rod contemplated, evaluating his combat prowess. His earlier conjecture proved correct. Once his physical strength ascended to the rank of a vice-admiral, his overall combat capability would significantly enhance, propelling him to the pinnacle of that echelon, with an attacking power that could even surpass. Thus, he was able to slay the Black Dragon and, despite being injured, easily vanquish Night Edge. Now, it was October of the 1521st year of the Sea Circle era, with approximately 3 months remaining until Luffy set sail. The onset of the Paramount War was still several months away, and this interval should be ample time for me to refine my physical capabilities to a level comparable to that of a quasi-admiral. Rod furrowed his brow slightly. The pace of progress was undeniably swift for anyone, yet he found himself somewhat dissatisfied. In his imagination, ascending from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, and becoming one of the 7 warlords, should suffice for completion. However, the leap from the 3rd to the 4th tier demanded an influence that reverberated across the globe, recognized and feared by all, from the formidable 4 emperors and the world government to the common populace. Achieving such a level of notoriety could only be realized through a monumental, world-shattering war that signified a shift in eras and the conclusion of legends, one that would shine brilliantly and, to some extent, sway the course of the conflict itself. Under normal cultivation progress, by that time, his strength would likely be comparable to that of Marco or Doflamingo. To reach a level capable of affecting the outcome of the Paramount War, there remained an immense distance to traverse. He pondered what transformations this advancement might bring, sensing that it would entail more than merely new talents. Rod's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 102, Arrival. After several days of recuperation, Rod and his companions set sail from the island of beasts and barbecues, leaving behind nothing but a legend of dragon slaying. On the deck of the sailing ship, Vivi remarked, "Shueisha, you are only 11 years old and already so remarkable. It seems you shall become a formidable sword master in the future." She watched Shueisha practice her swordsmanship with a tinge of envy. Despite her own limited abilities, as a princess of a great nation, her perspective was far from lacking. At just 11 years old, Shueisha's physical prowess was already comparable to that of an adult. With such a constitution, she would undoubtedly excel in any discipline she pursued. Shueisha, upon hearing Vivi's words, initially felt delighted, but then her expression soured as she said, "But Brother Rod says my talent in swordsmanship is quite poor, making it difficult for me to achieve anything significant." The young girl harbored doubts about her path. According to Rod, he had mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship in merely 3 months, achieving a level where 100,000 swords became as one. Yet, after over a month, Shueisha had not even accomplished 1% of that. The disparity was overwhelmingly discouraging. "Your understanding of achievement may differ from his," Vivi consoled. In Rod's eyes, perhaps only becoming a grand swordmaster qualifies as a true accomplishment in swordsmanship. It's akin to wealth. Some consider earning $1 billion to be a lifelong goal, while for you, that billion might seem merely pocket change. Vivi, aware of Gate's identity, certainly understood the extent of this young girl's wealth. To put it plainly, when Shueisha eventually inherits Gate's fortune, acquiring the entirety of Alabasta would be a mere trifle. Shueisha, grasping the nuances, nodded her small head and smiled, saying, "Sister Vivi is so clever, you will undoubtedly lead Alabasta toward prosperity." She continued, "By the way, I was not this powerful before. It was all thanks to Brother Rod's baptism that my physique was strengthened." She brandished her fist, creating a gentle gust of wind, though it appeared delicate. It could shatter bluestone, her strength rivaling that of an adult. "Baptism? Strengthening?" Vivi inquired, intrigued. "Rod can actually help others grow stronger? How astonishing." Shueisha, noticing Vivi's curiosity, recounted her earlier experiences. At first, it hurt immensely. Then there was a peculiar tingling sensation, almost electric, and finally, I became so disoriented that I fainted, losing track of everything. Oh, and it felt a bit warm, as if something was coursing wildly within me. With each word, Vivi grew increasingly perplexed, her delicate forehead furrowed with lines of confusion. Finally, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "That pervert." She felt as though a grand and noble image she held in her heart had shattered in an instant. "Beast? Pervert?" Shueisha questioned, puzzled. Why call Brother Rod a pervert? Although it was painful at first, it felt quite pleasant afterward. She truly yearned for another experience. Yet Brother Rod had mentioned that the first encounter is always the most impactful. The young girl displayed a glimmer of longing in her eyes. It was indeed marvelous. In just a single day, Xiao Xue had not only grown 2 to 3 centimeters taller, but had also significantly increased her strength. It was said that Brother Rod engaged in such rigorous training daily, which explained his remarkable achievements at the tender age of 17. Upon hearing this, Vivi gradually grasped the underlying implications, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Did it seem that their interpretations diverged? Yet, the thought of seeking his assistance felt overwhelmingly shameful. Vivi hesitated. But ultimately, her desire for strength prevailed, prompting her to seek out Rod. Within the chamber, she inquired, "Do you prefer a more intense approach or a gentler one? Is there even a difference?" Of course there is. A more intense method will be quite painful, considering it's the first time. A gentler approach will be much more comfortable, but due to its lack of intensity, the transformation will be considerably less significant. Let us go with a more intense approach then. With that, Vivi's delicate face flushed crimson, steam seemingly wafting from her. She chose to close her eyes. Yet she could still feel her heart racing wildly, as if it were about to burst forth. The subsequent procedure was akin to that day when Xiao Xue was refined. However, at Vivi's insistence, and given her body's remarkable resilience, Rod increased the current's intensity. In the dimly lit chamber, amidst the crackling of electricity, a series of breathy, heart-racing gasps began to fill the air. Following the demise of Nightblade, the assassins of the Dark World wisely relinquished any inappropriate ambitions. The voyage thereafter proceeded smoothly, and soon, they found themselves in November. Rod and his companions finally arrived in Alabasta, disembarking at the port of Canola Flower. During this time, you shall wait for me at the port. Understood, Gates replied respectfully with a nod. Brother Rod, please return soon, Xiao Xue chimed cheerfully. Indeed. Rod gently patted Vivi's small head before departing with her towards the rain base, intent on confronting the formidable crocodile. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile commanded great fear across the Grand Line. Wasn't this venture rather reckless? The world's mightiest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, also belonged to the ranks of the warlords. And although Crocodile might not be his equal, he was certainly no weakling. As they journeyed, Vivi hesitated for a considerable time, her concerns evident as she voiced her apprehensions. At merely 15 years of age, her perspective was limited, and her experiences scant. She lacked a comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics among the elite. To her, the 7 warlords represented an insurmountable force, particularly in the Grand Line, where their reputation signified absolute strength, deterring even the most notorious pirates from daring to offend them. Moreover, Rainbase served as the headquarters of the Baroque Works, a place teeming with devil fruit users. Charging an unprepared seemed exceedingly reckless to Vivi, and she believed it prudent to devise a more strategic plan. Rod shook his head, too weary to offer an explanation. Crocodile and Moonlight Moria, 2 lackluster figures from earlier encounters, severely diminished the average strength of the warlords of the sea. Whether it be Doflamingo, Kuma, or Mihawk, they could easily overpower these 2 feeble opponents with a mere flick of their wrists. Even the Empress, Hancock, and Jinbi could effortlessly best Crocodile and Moria. Ultimately, the world of pirates is governed by the strong. While formidable power is undeniably significant, it is the strength of character that constitutes the true essence. Having fallen to the hands of the Yonko, Crocodile and Moria lost their warrior spirit, relying on external forces, and ultimately became mere experience fodder for the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing Rod's resolve, Vivi chose silence. Her time spent with him had elucidated his nature. Though he was generally gentle and occasionally indulged in teasing banter that made her heart race, once he made up his mind, there was no room for doubt. Amidst Vivi's concerns, the 2 swiftly traversed the desert, arriving at Rain Base. In stark contrast to the arid vistas they had just crossed, this burgeoning metropolis was vibrant and bustling. A realm entirely separate from the outside world. Chapter 103. At your service as a member of Baroque Works, Vivi, despite being a newcomer, held a significant position due to her formidable capabilities and was well aware of the headquarters location. Under her guidance, they soon reached the heart of Rain Base, the Rain Banquet, which served as Alabasta's largest casino. Although Baroque Works could not rival the likes of the Don Quixote family in terms of raw power, it was nonetheless a large-scale transoceanic crime syndicate, with operations spanning the seas and the first half of the Grand Line, boasting a multitude of personnel. many of whom were elite. Thus, the headquarters was lavishly constructed, far surpassing ordinary underground organizations. As they walked through the establishment, they encountered numerous guards. Yet with Vivi leading the way, they faced no inquiries. In truth, given Baroque work strength, they had little to fear from infiltration. After all, such activities were their very trade. The two passed through several corridors, navigating a few turns, until they arrived at a grand hall. Within, a number of figures lounged on sofas, each exuding a cold aura. Clearly the assassins of Baroque works. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm echoed. "Oh, if it isn't the intern Vivi. What a surprise. Didn't the Black Dragon take care of you?" Upon hearing this, Vivi frowned and quietly explained to Rod, "That would be Miss Doublefinger, who delights in belittling us interns." "Oh no, I do not disparage interns. I merely target you," Miss Doublefinger retorted, approaching with an air of icy superiority. "The weak have no right to exist. And you are far too weak. Indeed, what my senior says holds true." Vivi instinctively maintained a demeanor of respect, lowering her gaze and refraining from retort. Mississippi nodded with a hint of satisfaction, her gaze shifting to Rod, momentarily taken aback by a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. "This individual is the reason for my return. I recommend him to join the Work Society as my partner," Vivi promptly stated. The Baroque Work Society is well versed in the principle of pairing men and women to ensure a harmonious workload, in Mississippi pointed out that her partner was none other than Mr. One, the Society's most formidable agent. "Partner?" Mississippi remarked with a tone of disdain. "Partners are typically of comparable strength. Vivi's prowess is well known, and it seems this one is yet another weakling," she mused, losing interest in further exploration and sauntering away. Vivi let out a sigh of relief. Rodney found the situation rather amusing, reflecting on how those with limited perspectives often develop peculiar traits. True strength lies in the ability to never despise the weak. Rather, it is forward-looking. Lost in thought, the two approached the door of a room. Vivi knocked gently, and a melodious voice, familiar to Rodney, resonated from within, inviting them to enter. Vivi opened the door, and they stepped inside. Immediately, they were greeted by a woman clad in professional attire, seated behind a desk. Without lifting her gaze, she inquired, "What is it?" Vivi remained silent, instead locking the door behind them with a crisp click. The once languid Robin's demeanor shifted instantly. She sensed the gravity of the situation. Resolute, she prepared to activate her distress signal. However, in that very moment, a cold voice emerged from behind her. "It would be wise not to move, Nico Robin." Feeling a hand lightly caressing her neck, Robin froze, her expression stiffening as she reluctantly raised her head. Too apprehensive to turn around. Struggling to maintain her composure, she uttered, "Who are you?" "The actions of Baroque works have nothing to do with me. I am merely a hired hand. I can take you to meet the president. Please, do not make this difficult for me." Faced with an unknown, formidable adversary, Robin instinctively chose to concede. TSK. Rod clicked his tongue, feeling the taut body trembling slightly beneath his palm, and could not help but reveal a smirk of wicked amusement as he commanded, "Stand up." Upon hearing this, Robin obediently rose to her feet. At the age of 27, she was in the prime of her femininity, every aspect of her development reaching its zenith. The fitted office attire she wore accentuated her enviable hourglass figure, showcasing the alluring charm of a mature woman in all its splendor. Rod felt a tinge of frustration. Clad in high heels, Robin towered over him at an impressive height of over 6 feet, significantly surpassing him. His mood soured, and Rod's demeanor naturally lacked chivalry. He playfully patted Robin's pert posterior, signaling her to step away from the desk. The desk undoubtedly housed some form of alarm mechanism, and Rod was not yet inclined to reveal his intentions. Meanwhile, free from Rod's grasp, Robin seized her opportunity. In an agile leap, she swiftly turned around, arms crossed, and suddenly unleashed her abilities. The 30 blooms blossomed silently. From Rod's body sprouted 3 or 4 pairs of arms, entwining around his neck and limbs, attempting to exert force in a bid to bend him. Yet, regardless of the strength these arms employed, they could not budge Rod's form in the slightest, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly oblivious to its own insignificance. Was this the power of the flower fruit? Rod extended his hand to pinch the arm resting on his shoulder, only to be astonished by the sensation, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a real human, even emanating warmth. It was no wonder that in his previous life, when this ability manifested, many entertained a bold notion. Meanwhile, Robin found himself utterly bewildered. It was not that Rod's power had proven entirely ineffective against him. but rather he had recognized Rod's true identity. The legendary Dragon Slayer, a swordsman of remarkable prowess, had gained fame at the tender age of 17, instilling fear throughout the dark underworld. How could this individual be present here? Furthermore, what could possibly incite his animosity towards the Baroque works? A torrent of questions flooded his mind, and even for someone as composed as Robin, clarity eluded him in that moment. Robin and Vivi are quite different. She has witnessed the Demon Slayer order firsthand and experienced the formidable power of an admiral, regularly responsible for organizing intelligence. She possesses a clear understanding of the strong individuals at sea. Crocodile, having fled from the New World, is undeniably inferior in strength to Rod, the master swordsman known for slaying dragons. It is even conceivable that Diamante and Nightblade, who have previously succumbed to Rod, might not measure up either. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Robin swiftly concludes that she must change allegiance. After all, her relationship with Crocodile is one of mutual exploitation, devoid of any emotional burden. Under Vivi's astonished gaze, Robin almost instantaneously transforms her identity, articulating Crocodile's and Baroque work schemes with utmost clarity. She even produces substantial evidence to corroborate her claims. Throughout her discourse, she subtly emphasizes her role as a mere employee, thoroughly dissociating herself while simultaneously exposing Crocodile's machinations. Robin, perceptive as ever, prompted Rod to temper his approach. He nodded and extended an invitation, saying, "You possess remarkable qualities. I am in need of a capable secretary among my ranks. Would you be interested? I would be delighted to serve." Robin could find no reason to refuse. Chapter 104. Those Present. The revolutionary army in the pirate world is, in essence, quite rudimentary. It is merely a collective of formidable individuals united by a shared dream, striving to overthrow the celestial dragons. At present, the revolutionary army is in a phase of development. Its strategy for growth involves dispatching each cadre of the revolutionary army to the countryside, traveling to various corners of the world, rallying groups, and patiently awaiting the opportune moment to ignite a wave of revolution. Although Rod values individual strength, he does not shy away from establishing a formidable influence. Having subordinates can prove to be quite advantageous. For instance, in dealing with the Black Dragon, without the likes of Gates, the situation could have been exceedingly troublesome, wasting precious time in the search for blacksmiths and tailors. While the Baroque works may lack ostentatious power, it possesses fundamental order and rules. With a little organization, it can serve as a commendable foundation. Alabasta itself harbors ample potential, making it an ideal combination of forces that can be easily subdued, a task Rod would not mind undertaking. In a rain-soaked courtyard, an array of oddly dressed figures has gathered. Among them are Mr. 1, a superhuman with the quick-slice fruit ability, Miss Doublefinger, who wields the thorns fruit, Mr. 2, Bon Clay, who possesses the mimic fruit, and Mr. 3, Mr. Galdino, with the wax fruit. A diverse assembly of high-ranking agents from Baroque works has convened. Following the orders of the vice president, they have come together with remarkable speed. Typically, the agents operate in pairs and have never collaborated before, each possessing distinct personalities. Consequently, the atmosphere is far from optimistic. It could even be described as tense. However, with the stoic and meticulous Mr. 1, the strongest among them, keeping the peace, no one dares to make a move, contenting themselves with mere verbal sparring. What could the mission be that has summoned us all? It is rumored that the elusive boss will also make an appearance. Uncertainty lingers. It must be a particularly challenging task, or else the boss would not show up in person. As the agents speculate with curiosity and anticipation, the long-hidden president is finally poised to reveal his true self. Despite the generally reserved nature of the high-ranking agents, curiosity bubbles beneath the surface. There is no need for excessive concern, with so many of us possessing various abilities. What task could possibly prove insurmountable? Even the much-talked-about Dragon Slayer swordsmen would stand little chance against the combined might of our president and us. A stylishly dressed beauty, Miss Valentine, bursts into exaggerated laughter, exuding confidence. Just as the high-ranking agents engage in their lively discussions, the courtyard finally stirs with activity. The grand door swings open, revealing Robin, adorned with a purple hat, stepping into view. "Miss Allsunday." Miss Doublefinger impatiently inquires, "Where have you been? Where's our boss?" Before Robin could utter a word, a remarkably youthful voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Here." The agents, filled with curiosity, turned towards the sound. They beheld an exceptionally handsome young man clad in white, stepping into their view. Is this our boss? The agents were nearly left agape, unable to comprehend the sight before them. The Baroque Work Society had been established for over a decade. How could the president possibly be so young? Could it be that the former president had perished, leaving his son to assume the mantle? Amidst their astonishment and confusion, some began to speculate, noting the youthfulness, the white attire, the sword, and the striking appearance. These attributes bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary dragon slayer, as rumored. They were uncertain, but Mr. One, a swordsman, rose abruptly, speaking with a hint of reverence. The dragon slayer. Rod. His declaration sent shockwaves through the room. This moniker had recently become the talk of the Grand Line, especially within the realms of swordsmen and the underworld. The former was captivated by the dragon-slaying feats, while the latter was drawn by the staggering bounty of $1 billion. These agents, to varying degrees, had heard of Rod's impressive exploits through different channels: the defeat of the Dark World's overlord, Diamante of the Don Quixote family, the slaying of the legendary ultimate creature, the Black Dragon, and the elimination of the Dark World's ace assassin, Night Edge. Such a series of accomplishments was enough to instill fear in anyone. Miss Valentine found herself at a loss for words. Discussing matters openly was vastly different from whispering behind someone's back. As she gazed upon Rod's indifferent countenance and recalled his feats, a shiver ran down her spine. Miss Wednesday narrowed her eyes, stating, "Although we have never met the president, we have gathered some information through conversation, and we have never heard that the president has a child. Since he cannot be the president's son, given the Dragon Slayer's age, it is impossible for him to be the president of the Baroque Work Society. Furthermore, just days ago, I saw this Dragon Slayer appearing alongside the intern Vivi at headquarters. Miss All Sunday." She coldly directed her gaze at Robin, her expression ominous. "It seems you have betrayed our society." At her words, the agents exchanged bewildered glances, and upon further reflection, they began to perceive the inconsistencies, turning their attention to Robin, seeking an explanation. While the Dragon Slayer was undoubtedly qualified to lead, they were not so naive as to be easily deceived. Though the agents were decisive and ruthless, they held a certain disdain for betrayal. Robin was momentarily taken aback by the question, struggling to find a response, and instinctively glanced towards Rod. Her mind, sharp and meticulous, was well aware of the flaws in this plan. The Baroque workshop was established solely by Crocodile, who, though never making an appearance, was not easily replaced. How would he respond? Robin pondered. Just then, Rod stepped forward with an indifferent demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, and casually declared, "You are correct. I am neither your president nor the so-called son of the president. As for your Miss All Sunday, she is already under my command." What? The elite agents tensed, their bodies rigid, eyes betraying a hint of hostility. Perhaps it was the gathering of numerous high-ranking agents that emboldened these defiant individuals, for they did not seem overly intimidated. "It appears you remain unconvinced." Rod smiled gently, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "I have always relished the sight of someone displaying defiance. Though your excellency possesses formidable strength, surely a degree of humility should accompany such prowess," Miss remarked with a cold laugh on Valentine's Day. The elite operatives traversed the four corners of the world with unparalleled confidence, having assassinated even the ministers of kingdoms in their daily exploits. "With a countenance as unremarkable as yours, I truly do not regard you with any seriousness." Rod gently shook his head. Robin felt a shiver of apprehension, struggling to comprehend Rod's intentions. Initially, she believed Rod aimed to feign allegiance to the Baroque works by displacing them with a substitute leader. However, to her astonishment, Rod openly acknowledged his identity and appeared intent on escalating the conflict. Could it be that he sought to forcibly subjugate these individuals through sheer strength? "Do you dare call me a misfit?" Miss Valentine's Day, her countenance twisted with anger, glared fiercely. The other agents furrowed their brows, feeling discomfort. After all, Miss Valentine's Day was their colleague. No, you misheard me." Rod shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his tone devoid of emotion. "I am not targeting you. I am addressing all present. You are all misfits." Such blatant contempt was unbearable for the prideful elite agents, igniting their fury as they assumed combative stances. Mr. One transformed into a blade-wielding figure, his body exuding iron-like hardness, while Mr. Thorn manifested thorns from his limbs, and Mr. Two Phone Cly adopted an exaggerated martial pose. The remaining members also readied their unique skills, standing united, creating an imposing aura filled with lethal intent. "Lord Rod, What is your perspective now? Mr. Valentine's Day levitated effortlessly, a cold smile gracing his lips. In his view, with so many fruit users gathered, even the renowned dragon slayer would need to tread carefully. Yet, despite their posturing, none dared to strike first, for all understood that in a melee against formidable foes, the first to charge would inevitably suffer the gravest fate. Moreover, facing a figure of Rod's legendary prowess instilled a sense of trepidation, particularly in the swordsman, Mr. One. A gathering of misfits would remain just that, unchanged in quality. Observing the scene, Rod maintained an unwavering calm, his demeanor as tranquil as still waters. This serenity persisted until Mr. Five, an explosive fruit user, callously extracted a fresh booger from his nostril, preparing to flick it away. This crossed Rod's threshold. He would not tolerate such an affront. Even if it bore no real harm, the mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a radiant light erupted from his body, as the power of thunder surged before him. The air crackled with the scent of electricity. This tempestuous energy coalesced into a blinding lightning spear, radiating more brilliance than the sun, slicing through the atmosphere in an instant. The elite agents were caught off guard by the overwhelming speed. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spear pierced Mr. Five's form and detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of light and heat. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the air to explode. The elite agents in the vicinity were almost instantaneously hurled away, spewing blood mid-air before crashing violently to the ground, unable to rise for a time, their faces ashen, blood trickling from their lips. Is this the power of the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster? It is overwhelmingly formidable. Robin drew in a sharp breath, utterly astounded as a single strike obliterated all the elite agents of the Baroque works with unparalleled ferocity. What a terrifying display of power. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. At this moment, Robin's erratic thoughts were completely quelled, and a hint of reverence crept into her gaze directed at Rod's retreating figure. In a world where strength reigns supreme, formidable prowess is the most persuasive force. If he indeed possessed knowledge of certain historical texts, it would be of no consequence for her to work for him. With this in mind, Robin's expression solidified with determination. Meanwhile, the surviving agents, reeling from the overwhelming shock, found their minds blank, their consciousness consumed by the awe of the moment. They struggled to lift their heads to gaze at the epicenter, only to discover that the area had been entirely vaporized. Mr. Five, a man of considerable stature, had nearly been completely evaporated. The Dragon Slayer, indeed, lived up to his formidable title. Mr. One, the mightiest among them, was the first to regain his composure, shaking his head with a bitter smile. As a superhuman with the power of the swift/fruit, he was a naturally born swordsman, filled with a sense of pride. Yet, he had not anticipated that the mere residual force of Rod's casual attack could inflict such grave injury upon him. His once proud, ironclad body now felt as fragile as paper, marred with blood and internal wounds. The disparity was insurmountable. The thought flickered through the minds of the elite agents. They yearned to flee, yet found their bodies paralyzed, each slight movement sending waves of piercing pain coursing through them, plunging them into despair. At that moment, Rod showed no inclination for mercy. He approached Miss Valentine's front, gazing down at her beautiful visage marred by blood at the corners of her mouth, an expression of pity mingling with an unsettling indifference toward life in his eyes. "No, please don't kill me," Miss Valentine shrieked, as if confronting a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Her profound terror contorted her once lovely features, utterly shattering her beauty. She pleaded desperately, "I am willing to surrender. I will do anything you ask." Possessing a striking appearance she now, combined with her distressed demeanor and tattered clothing that revealed her fair skin, evoked a sense of tragic beauty. Robin had assumed that Rod, having risen to fame at a young age, would be easily susceptible to the charms of beautiful women, much like his playful teasing towards her. However, Rod unexpectedly delivered a gentle yet decisive kick, striking directly at Miss Valentine's ample bosom. The magnitude of Rod's strength was such that Miss Valentine's heart shattered in an instant, leading to her untimely demise. Upon witnessing this, Robin could not help but display a hint of bewilderment. Rod seeks to establish an entirely new Baroque works. No longer a mere assassination organization, certain malignant elements must undoubtedly be eradicated. After a spree of bloodshed, only the most competent individuals remain. The cold and somewhat pure swordsman Mr. One, the potentially useful paramecia user Mr. Two Bon Clay, and Miss Golden Week, a professional assassin who is, at her core, a teenage artist. It is no wonder she inquired about the intelligence of these elite agents. It appears she is in the process of selection. Witnessing this scene, Robin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless of for whom one works, it is still work. Given a choice, Robin would certainly prefer not to have a boss who is a ruthless, merciless killer devoid of moral boundaries. At her core, she is a woman who aspires towards the light. Do you have any objections to my appointment as the leader? Rod stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back. We were all in agreement. Mr. One exchanged glances with his companions, ultimately sighing in resignation and lowering his head. As assassins by trade, their emotions were rather subdued. They did not harbor resentment over a colleague's demise. The most profound emotional upheaval stemmed from the overwhelming defeat inflicted by Rod, which left a sense of desolation in its wake. With these individuals present, you should be able to maintain the Baroque work society with your capabilities, Rod inquired of Robin. That is more than sufficient. Robin nodded thoughtfully and assuredly replied, Rest assured, boss, I shall eliminate those infamous perpetrators. Rod nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that a secretary who is adept at discerning the intentions of their superior is indeed a considerate and competent one. The future Baroque work society, specializing in intelligence, should thrive through mutual support with the Alabastion royal family, aiming for early development. As for the historical text, it will be entrusted to you after this mission. Understood. Robin nodded earnestly, perfectly in tune with her nature. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Mr. One and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Were they truly being exonerated? The minds of Mr. One and his companion were filled with conflicting thoughts. Meanwhile, Miss Goldenweek let out a significant sigh of relief. Having been specially recruited into the agency due to her unique abilities, she had never been fond of the assassin profession, longing instead to be a quiet painter. This moment seemed to fulfill her wishes, and the 3-0 girl couldn't help but display a faint smile. Now, only Crocodile remained. Rod spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us proceed according to plan, Robin. Indeed, Robin had seamlessly adapted to her role as a secretary, dutifully executing her superior's orders. Chapter 106, The Sand Crocodile. Within an office, the entire Baroque works had been decimated, and even Robin had fallen into the hands of Crocodile. From his tone, it was evident that she had endured considerable humiliation before seizing the chance to convey a message. What a remarkable swordsman of the dragon slaying! It seems that after years of absence from the open seas, even a mere prodigious junior dares to issue a challenge. Crocodile gradually set down the transponder snail, and even with his profound composure, he could not suppress the surge of fury within him. The scar on his face glimmered with a bloodthirsty hue, rendering it even more menacing. Simultaneously, a layer of sand swirled around him, casting a deeper shadow over the already dim office. During these recent days, he had not been in the rain-soaked lands, but rather attending to matters in the royal city of Alabasta. Just as he was preparing to return, he suddenly discovered that his lair had been infiltrated. From the vice president down to the senior agents, they had either perished in battle, betrayed him, or humiliated themselves in a bid for survival. In the blink of an eye, Crocodile had transformed from the head of a colossal transoceanic crime syndicate into a solitary figure. Without the support of Baroque works, his grand ambitions were all but thwarted. The culmination of years of effort had been lost in an instant, and one can only imagine the fury that now consumed Crocodile. Yet, he remained the fearsome pirate renowned across the seas, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this world, there are only misnomers. There are no erroneous nicknames. True to his name as the Sand Crocodile, Crocodile was cold-blooded, ferocious, and accustomed to patience. Suppressing the tumult within, Crocodile regained his composure and swiftly discerned that something was amiss. Robin, this woman, changes her boss as frequently as one changes clothes. Given her character, how could she be so steadfast in delivering messages? Is she attempting to lure me in? Is she so certain of her hold over me? Crocodile was not angered. The enemy's contempt is a distinct advantage. Rod's ability to eliminate Diamante and Nightblade suggests he is likely not weaker than myself. Crocodile possessed confidence. Yet he was also self-aware, acutely conscious of his own strength. After a moment's contemplation, Crocodile suddenly produced a special transponder snail from his pocket and made a call. Crocodile? A voice from the other end responded with a hint of composure. I require assistance, Crocodile stated, neither submissive nor arrogant. As a warlord of the sea, a position of great prestige within the world government, he had both the responsibility and the authority to request support from the Navy or the world government for combat assistance. However, such authority was seldom invoked. After all, it would be a source of embarrassment. Each warlord was a notorious pirate, and demanding aid from the Navy or the world government would invite ridicule from the world, even from fellow warlords. Yet, with years of political scheming on the verge of collapse, the extreme rage and hatred rendered Crocodile indifferent to such trivialities. Moreover, it was evident that Rod was targeting her. In the face of life, one's pride holds little value. In Rainy Town, with Robin and Vivi, both highly capable secretaries, Rod, the aloof boss, managed his responsibilities with remarkable ease, requiring little oversight. At this moment, Rod strolled through the rain-soaked streets, admiring the desert scenery and the elegantly dressed young women, when suddenly, the transponder snail in his pocket began to ring. "Boss, Crocodile requests a meeting with me outside Rainy Town in 2 hours. Additionally, there are reports from Canola Flower Port indicating the arrival of a large naval warship. It seems a rear admiral from headquarters is coming, though their identity remains unclear." "A rear admiral, you say?" Everything unfolds as planned. Rod's reaction was calm. After a brief pause, he instructed, "You and Vivi should organize the evidence. It will prove useful later." On the other end of the line, Robin hesitated before suggesting, "Boss, according to your plan, we could potentially win over this rear admiral to join us against Crocodile. Crocodile has transgressed the taboos of the 7 warlords. The notion of pirates usurping power is intolerable to the world government. Should this information come to light, it could very well incite a defection among the admirals. Furthermore, Rod possesses the formidable trump card of Princess Vivi. Yet, Rod has no intention of proceeding in such a manner. He seeks powerful adversaries to validate his own strength. A single admiral from the headquarters and a sand crocodile. Against one, he is confident of victory, but against 2, only a confrontation would reveal the outcome. Moreover, no amount of discourse or meticulous planning can rival the potency of a fist or the sharpness of a sword. It is only by demonstrating sufficient might that the naval headquarters will genuinely regard him, thus ensuring that the position of 7 warlords will inevitably fall into his grasp. 2 hours later, Rod finally encountered his target, the notorious Crocodile. It is worth noting that Crocodile was once a supernova and a formidable pirate, wreaking havoc across the Grand Line much like Luffy. Regrettably, he challenged Whitebeard too soon and, lacking the aura of invincibility, was swiftly defeated, leading him to lose the heart of a strong man and retreat to the first half of the Grand Line, hoping to revive his fortunes through the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. However, after years of strategic planning, his ambitions were abruptly thwarted by Rod, who severed the crucial link of Baroque works, plunging his endeavors into stagnation and failure. He felt compelled to confront Rod for a resolution. On one hand, there was his pride, and on the other, he aimed to reclaim Baroque works while silencing any witnesses. As for the Marine Rear Admiral, gazing at the familiar figure before him, scarred and holding a cigar, Rod chuckled and remarked, "You alone are insufficient for me to engage. Be cautious not to overestimate your capabilities, lad." A glint of malice flashed in Crocodile's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Come forth, Rear Admiral. It seems our esteemed Dragon Slayer believes he can handle 2 opponents." The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. Moments later, before Rod, atop the sand dune, appeared a naval officer draped in the garb of justice, adorned with the insignia of a vice admiral, and sporting a deep purple mohawk. It was none other than the vice admiral of the naval headquarters, Weasel. Even among the ranks of vice admirals, he was a standout figure. The moment he appeared, Rod's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Crocodile, you failed to mention that the opponent was the renowned Dragon Slayer, Rod." Upon entering the arena, Weasel furrowed his brow and addressed Crocodile rather brusquely. Just days prior, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit had cornered Doflamingo in Dressrosa, coercing him to remain confined within his home out of sheer terror. The higher echelons of the Navy were well aware of this and consequently recognized Rod as a formidable disciple of the great swordsman. However, Crocodile paid little heed to such matters. With a piercing gaze directed at Weasel, he coldly remarked, "What? Do you intend to defy the orders of the world government?" Weasel's brow furrowed in contemplation, his resolve wavering, yet he found no words to counter. With a resigned sigh, he turned to Rod and offered an apology, saying, "It is my duty. I hope for your understanding. No need to worry. I am in dire need of a top-tier swordsman like you to validate my swordsmanship." Rod gently grasped the hilt of his sword, a serene smile gracing his lips. The Weasel was a premier swordsman at the pinnacle of his power, a vice admiral within the Navy, embodying the utmost limits of humanity. Beyond him, the admirals and fleet admirals existed on an entirely different plane. meriting the title of monsters without exaggeration. Though Crocodile perhaps lacked the indomitable spirit of the strong, having not honed the dual haki. He channeled all his energy into the development of his devil fruit abilities, rendering him a formidable opponent nonetheless. Particularly notable was his unique ability to absorb moisture from the human body, an attack that none could withstand head-on. The alliance of these two posed a significant challenge to Rod. Chapter 107. 1 against 2 in the distance, Robin and her companion stood side by side, gazing intently at the battlefield. Surely, nothing untoward will occur? Vivi expressed her concern, anxiety evident in her tone. The stakes of this battle were monumental, impacting both the nation and Rod personally. She fervently wished for no calamities to befall them. Nothing will happen. We have long secured an invincible position in this battle. Robin calmly stated, in battles of this caliber, life and death will not be determined in an instant. If Rod cannot prevail, we shall reveal our identities and compel that admiral to cease his actions. This was precisely why the cautious Robin found herself at the periphery of the battlefield. Is that so? Vivi felt a slight sense of relief, yet her gaze remained tense upon the conflict. Regardless of Rod's motives, he ultimately fought for Alabasta. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the sands began to swirl. Under Crocodile's influence, the arid earth transformed into fine dust, spreading relentlessly beneath his feet. His gaze was icy and indifferent, as though he were observing a lifeless corpse, advancing step by step while a fine layer of sand unfurled beneath him. This shall become your tomb. Before his words had fully dissipated, a glint of cold light flashed in Crocodile's eyes. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his right arm morphing into sand, delivering a fierce swing towards Rod. Crescent-shaped sand dune. A crescent-shaped blade of sand emerged from the motion of his arm, sweeping horizontally towards Rod. This sand blade exuded an unusual aura of danger. It would not cleave flesh, but it would siphon the moisture from any living being it touched. In response to this technique, Rod's reaction was straightforward. He clenched his fingers into a fist, channeling thunder, radiating a brilliance more intense than the sun, and then propelled it forward. Thunder Fist. Rod's punch struck the crescent-shaped sand blade with tremendous force, instantly shattering it. Simultaneously, a tempest of thunderous energy erupted forth, ruthlessly obliterating the parched essence that had drained the moisture from the sand blade. Truly, he was a figure renowned across the seas, possessing formidable strength. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted, Crocodile was not taken aback. Rod's prowess, having slain Diamante and severed the legendary creature, the Black Dragon, could not be underestimated. He extended his right hand and forcefully pressed it downwards. Erosion Rebirth. Boom. The powers of the sand fruit were unleashed to their utmost potential, causing countless intersecting fissures to suddenly appear upon the arid earth, radiating from the point where his hand made contact, spreading like a plague. These cracks tore the ground asunder, absorbing all moisture, ultimately transforming it into desiccated dust. In the blink of an eye, the barren land within a radius of several dozen meters was entirely converted into swirling sand, surging towards Rod in a murderous tide. Whoosh! At that moment, the weasel also made his move. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he materialized behind Rod, a brilliant azure sword light erupting from the blade in his hand as he slashed downwards towards Rod. One sword style, aye. Seeing the weasel finally engage, Crocodile felt a surge of certainty, commanding the sands from all other directions to assail Rod, leaving him no opportunity to evade. At this level, even without prior coordination, their extensive combat experience allowed them to instinctively find their positions in battle. The elite swordsman, the weasel, would take the offensive while Crocodile manipulated the sands to bind. Observing this scene, Rod let out a light chuckle, wielding thunder with his left hand to fend off the sands while drawing his sword with his right. A dazzling silver sword light suddenly manifested, meeting the azure blade head-on. Clang! The silver and azure sword lights collided with a resounding crash, akin to thunder erupting, as the immense residual force radiated outward, rending the earth and sending sand swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the blades of Rod and his opponent clashed together, each vying for dominance. The occasional friction between them unleashed astonishing waves of sword energy, tearing through the earth. The Dormouse was secretly astonished, not expecting Rod, at such a young age, to possess such exceptional swordsmanship. No wonder the ever-proud and self-important Major General Peach Bunny would be moved. Yet, it seems there is still a slight disparity, isn't there? Rod gripped his sword tightly, unleashing all his strength, yet the weasel's blade remained steadfast as a mountain, impervious to even the slightest tremor. Suddenly, Rod furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss through his observation hockey. With a swift motion, he propelled himself backward without hesitation. In an instant, a sand blade erupted from the ground with the speed of lightning, yet it struck nothing but emptiness. Was observation hockey truly formidable? Not far away, Crocodile slowly rose, his tone frigid and his gaze tinged with unwillingness. Crocodile was well aware of the power of hockey and had diligently practiced it, yet he had never managed to grasp its essence. This was one of the reasons he placed all his hopes and future in ancient weaponry. Sand was indeed troublesome. Rod glanced at Crocodile in the distance, his eyes shimmering momentarily. Yet before he could launch his attack, the weasel had already dashed forward, delivering a horizontal slash with his sword. With a swish, a streak of azure light emerged from the blade, carving an arc through the air as it aimed towards Rod. Rod soared into the air, deftly evading the weasel's strike. With a single push against the air, it felt as though he harnessed the very essence of the atmosphere, transforming into a mere shadow that lunged toward Crocodile, wielding a blade imbued with the fury of thunder, striking down with ferocity. Humph! Crocodile scoffed, displaying no fear. His arm morphed into an enormous scythe of sand, slicing upward toward the heavens. Bang! The clash of the thunderous sword aura and the colossal sand blade erupted into a storm of dust and lightning, momentarily dimming the world around them. While the sand could momentarily obstruct the thunder, it was powerless against Rod's sword energy, capable of effortlessly cleaving through steel and rending the very earth. A brilliant silver sword aura surged forth, shattering the sandy barrier with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, tearing through the sky and heading straight for Crocodile. Alas, Crocodile, whose strengths lay in his fruit abilities, found his physical prowess and hockey lacking. Faced with this lightning-like sword energy, he had no time to evade and could only barely swing his golden hook while maintaining his elemental form. Sizzle! The residual wave of sword energy still possessed the might to sever steel. Although the golden hook was crafted from rare metal, it lacked the protection of hockey and could not withstand the onslaught. However, this brief moment was sufficient for Crocodile to elevate himself in his elemental form, narrowly escaping the final remnants of the attack. Is his observation hockey and armament hockey truly this formidable? Crocodile, still shaken, gazed at Rod with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. This kid is only 17? Even if he had been training since birth, it wouldn't be this exaggerated. Swordsmanship, armament hockey, observation hockey, and that inexplicable power of thunder, it's simply extraordinary. Once a supernova himself, Crocodile had gained great renown as a warlord of the sea over the years. Having witnessed countless supernovas, yet he had never encountered a prodigy like Rod, who excelled in every discipline. Chapter 108, Intensification in the Distance, Robin. Can you discern the state of the battle? Vivi exclaimed, her eyes wide with effort as she strained to see through the chaos. With her strength, she couldn't even make out Rod and the others' movements, only witnessing the devastation wrought by the aftershocks of their fierce exchanges. Robin remained somewhat composed. Having witnessed the might of an admiral firsthand, the current scenario still lingered in the realm of imagination. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she calmly assessed. Crocodile's sand fruit possesses formidable restraining capabilities, exerting significant control over the battlefield. A moment's carelessness could result in being desiccated by his sand, leading to severe injury. Meanwhile, the weasel is an exceptional swordsman, boasting immense strength, speed, and mastery of hockey, with no discernible weaknesses. As she spoke of their synergy, Robin shook her head, clearly unimpressed with Rod. Let us draw closer, so we may promptly call for a ceasefire, Vivi suggested. With a hint of helplessness, Robin remarked, it would be perilous for us to draw any closer. Let us observe in silence, since Rod has bravely chosen to face two opponents alone. He must possess some hidden trump card. At that moment, in the arena, General Squirrel approached Crocodile, stepping lightly as if gliding on the moonlit path, and stood beside him, both gazing at Rod, who was ensconced in a tempest of thunder not far away. Through several encounters, Squirrel had gleaned a rough understanding of Rod's capabilities. While Rod's swordsmanship and strength were somewhat lacking, his speed was markedly superior. We cannot afford to stray too far apart, Squirrel cautioned. Your martial prowess and hockey are insufficient. You would be easily decapitated. Just focus on restraining him. Standing resolute with his sword, Squirrel spoke earnestly. Against an adversary of such swiftness, distance could invite calamity, as they had just witnessed. Do not presume to instruct me, Crocodile retorted, his expression darkened by discontent. He never anticipated that he would become the weak link in this battle, a mere soft target. At that moment, however, Rod showed no inclination to engage in a standoff. He boldly unleashed his ultimate move. He summoned the might of thunder to its zenith, unleashing an endless torrent of lightning that enveloped the heavens and earth. The sky within a radius of several dozen meters was rife with rampant bolts and flickering arcs, casting an ominous pall over the world. As though they had descended into a cataclysmic purgatory, crackling and sizzling echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the area transformed into a sea of thunder. A terrifying spectacle that compelled the distant onlookers in the rain-soaked fields to kneel in reverence, as if witnessing a divine miracle. The treasure of thunder. In Rod's eyes, the radiance of lightning surged dramatically. As he swung his sword, the vast power of thunder transformed into an array of blades and spears, descending like a torrential storm, obscuring the heavens. An astonishing wave of energy radiated forth, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of air. The two weasels, confronted with this spectacle, gasped in astonishment, momentarily setting aside their surprise to unleash their signature skills. Desert Diamond Sword. Flash, flash, flash. Faced with such a concentrated onslaught, the weasels knew they could not unleash their full sword techniques. In the next moment, their attacks collided with a resounding boom, akin to the simultaneous firing of countless heavy artillery pieces. Endless thunder roared furiously, while sand and sword energy trembled beneath its might. Occasionally, a residual wave would escape, shattering the earth. At the same time, shockwaves surged forth, sweeping across the realm. Crocodile let out a wild roar, pushing the capabilities of the sand fruit to their utmost. Blades of sand surged skyward, only to be engulfed by the tide of thunderous treasures, leaving him charred and frazzled. Elemental transformation proved futile, for the essence of this lightning bore an indomitable will. In the face of such an assault, the formidable swordsman, a master of dual hockey, found himself at ease. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly cleaved through the thunderous weapons. While the potent currents of electricity were largely neutralized by his armed hockey, leaving residual energy insufficient to harm his tempered physique. Could the essence of lightning wield such power? With a swift stroke, he aided Crocodile in deflecting a portion of the onslaught, his eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of confusion. If this was the essence of the sword, why did it manifest as various weapons? However, this query quickly faded, as the weasel focused entirely on countering the tempestuous lightning strikes. Occasionally, he had to intervene to shield Crocodile, who lacked mastery over hockey, from some of the attacks. This burden weighed heavily on him, and before long, he began to feel a decline in stamina. His movements exhibited subtle signs of strain. The powerful currents had indeed taken their toll. With a thunderous roar, the area was enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning, arcs crackling, rendering the battlefield nearly indistinguishable. Before his eyes, there was only the brilliance of electric arcs, illuminating the charred earth beneath. It resembled divine retribution. Yet, the orchestrator of this tempest was far from satisfied. The toll on his stamina was considerable, and the lethality of the attack was less than promising. Against a foe like the weasel, with his robust physique and mastery over hockey, this strike could merely serve to drain energy and weaken his state. Rod contemplated for a moment, gradually ceasing his release of thunder. Continuing further would likely deplete his strength before it could vanquish his foe. Moreover, the desired effect had already been achieved. Even with the assistance of the weasel, Crocodile had been grievously injured by the thunder and could now only lie on the sidelines, rendered powerless. The battlefield gradually fell into silence. The weasel shattered the last bolt of lightning with its spear, letting out a sigh of relief as it surveyed the surroundings, only to be struck with a sense of horror. The entire expanse of land, spanning several hundred meters, lay charred and blackened, marked by deep fissures that were evidently cleaved open by the thunderous weaponry. With such formidable techniques, no matter how many naval officers were present, those lacking in strength would be swept away. The weasel's expression turned gravely serious. Although Rod's move may not pose a threat to him, it serves as a devastating blow to slightly weaker officers, sweeping them away regardless of their numbers. The power of thunder truly embodies the might of the heavens. As Rod gently descended to the ground, the weasel took a deep breath, gradually calming down, and inquired of Rod, "By the way, I still do not understand why you clashed with Crocodile." He found it hard to believe that someone worthy of being taken as a disciple by Peach Rabbit could be a nefarious villain. "Defeat me, and you shall know." Rod stood resolutely with his sword, speaking in a calm tone. He realized he had underestimated the top admirals within the Navy. Figures such as Diamante or Nightblade, often self-taught, typically possess some flaws in their power systems, be it in their domineering presence or physical prowess. However, the admirals from the headquarters are markedly different. They have undergone an exceptionally systematic and comprehensive training from a young age. Under the guidance of peak figures like Zephyr, they have mastered the 6 styles, enhanced their physical strength, and developed their dual-colored hockey without any shortcomings. While the strength of the headquarters admirals may vary, they are all devoid of weaknesses, capable of handling any unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps among the pirates, there exist prodigies like the 4 emperors, who can rise against the odds with innate talent and defy the world. But the mid to high tier combat strength of the Navy remains consistently robust, perpetually suppressing the pirates. Chapter 109. Ancient sword style. Take for instance the present figure of the admiral. In terms of swordsmanship, dual-colored hockey, and physical strength, he surpasses Diamante with unwavering steadiness. This flawless power system enables him to face any unexpected situation with composure, making it exceedingly difficult for even a formidable opponent like Don Quixote da Flamingo to swiftly overpower him. Though Rode has been traversing the path of versatility, he still falls markedly short in many aspects. Whether it be his physique, charisma, or swordsmanship, he lags behind. With that said, you must exercise caution. Upon finishing his words, the flying squirrel offered a gentle smile, yet his gaze abruptly turned icy. Under Rhodes' astonished stare, an extraordinary aura suddenly emanated from the blade of the flying squirrel's sword, a presence both elusive and tangible, impossible for the eyes to seize, yet unmistakably perceptible. The essence of swordsmanship? Rod's gaze narrowed slightly as he observed the shimmering azure sword light intensifying upon the blade held by the squirrel, enhanced by the release of sword intent. Eventually, it transformed into a radiant cerulean hue. The piercing cold glimmer flickered, and the gusts of wind seemed to carry a sharpness that pricked the skin with a slight sting. This is intriguing. Can the sword intent augment the cutting power of the strike? Rod's eyes narrowed slightly, and he softly praised with keen interest. This was his first encounter with sword intent. The weasel's sword intent was evidently not some flamboyant display but a pure form of slashing technique. It followed the same path as the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye. With a sword in hand, nothing was beyond its reach. The Weasel General let out an unprecedented roar, his eyes radiating brilliance as he raised his longsword high above his head. The tip of his sword aligned perfectly with his body, creating a unique and captivating rhythm. At that moment, his spirit and energy coalesced flawlessly, as if he were merging all his strength into one. Ancient sword style, ultimate, fiery mountain. The sword energy surged into the sky, reaching heights of several dozen meters, its bright azure hue shaking the heavens, seemingly capable of tearing through the firmament. The people in the distant rain-soaked land gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. In that instant, the Weasel General's focus was solely on Rod. He stepped forward, shaking the earth, and then unleashed a fierce strike, the terrifying sword energy appearing as if it would cleave the world in two. Faced with this scene, Rod could not help but reveal a mixture of excitement and gravity. He concentrated intensely, gripping his sword with both hands, channeling his swordsmanship, dominance, and the power of thunder to their utmost limits. And then he swung his sword. This strike bore no name. It was a culmination of Rod's entire strength, an explosive display of his capabilities. The sword energy, extending several dozen meters, burst forth, flashing with blinding lightning brilliance, radiant as the sun, leaving a trail of dreamlike light in the air, propelled by an astonishing momentum as it surged forward. Boom! The two sword energies collided. The void trembled, and the earth creaked as if unable to withstand the force of their strikes. The sword energies intertwined, erupting in a cacophony of explosions and resonating sounds, akin to two ribbons entangled in a fierce embrace, ultimately bursting apart with a terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions. Within this wave of energy, brilliant deep blue lightning erupted, intertwining to create a cataclysmic wave of energy that obliterated everything in its path, finally breaking through the shockwave and charging towards the Weasel. It was Rod who had the upper hand. What? The Weasel's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had sufficiently overestimated Rod's strength, yet he never imagined that his ultimate strike, bolstered by his sword intent, would still be shattered head-on. Moreover, it was the same type of slashing strike. In his eyes, the power of thunder was Rod's sword intent. Both wielded sword intent, both executed slashing strikes, yet the renowned general of the seas found himself defeated. The astonishment in his heart did not hinder the Weasel's reaction. However, that last strike had drained too much of his spirit, leaving him only able to barely counter with a strike that tore through the incoming thunder, yet inevitably sustaining injuries from the lightning. Crackle! A flurry of electric arcs danced wildly. Thankfully, the weasel's peculiar hairstyle showed no significant change on the surface. You have one. The flying squirrel sheathed his sword, his expression composed yet filled with admiration. The recent strike was his most formidable secret technique, showcasing the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, intent, ferocity, and physical prowess. It's might akin to a mountain collapsing, thus earning the name Fiery Mountain. Yet, it was still met head-on by Rod with his own swordsmanship. In the realm of dueling swordsmen, this nearly signified his defeat. Should the battle continue, it would inevitably devolve into a contest of brute strength and ferocity. Upon hearing this, Rod shook his head and, similarly sheathing his sword, replied with calm composure, "I merely took advantage of the power of thunder. Your swordsmanship surpasses mine." He understood that while he was nearing the pinnacle of swordsmanship, there was still a significant gap compared to seasoned warriors like the Weasel. This clash, which had allowed him to gain the upper hand despite being at a disadvantage, was solely due to the extraordinary power of thunder. Thunder, inherently a symbol of ferocity and destruction, wielded unparalleled lethality, especially during moments when their sword energies were entangled, granting decisive strength. Losing is losing, and no amount of words could alter that reality. The Weasel perceived Rod's words as mere consolation and, dismissively, inquired, "Have you truly no inclination to join the Navy? With your potential, you could very well become a general, or even an admiral, in the future." He genuinely valued Rod's innate talent, marveling at how, at just 17, Rod could stand toe-to-toe with someone of his rank, a middle-ranking vice admiral. What might he achieve at 20 or 30? The Weasel found it almost unimaginable. However, due to personality considerations, joining the Navy seemed out of the question. Rod shook his head, offering no further explanation, and instead summoned Vivi and her companion. For precautionary measures, Robin was adorned with a half-black mask at that moment. "Greetings, I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom." Following her introduction, Vivi began to recount Crocodile's treacherous plot against the kingdom. From the dance powder to inciting the rebel army, she articulated every detail with clarity. Simultaneously, Robin produced several documents as evidence and handed them to the Weasel for review. "Is this so?" The Weasel, after perusing the materials in hand, cast a curious glance at Rod. Rescuing a princess truly makes for an intriguing tale. Youth has its advantages, the Weasel mused inwardly, pausing for contemplation before stating, "This matter involves too many complexities. I cannot make a decision without reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Please, proceed." Vivi exuded the grace befitting a royal princess, her every gesture imbued with an air of nobility. At that moment, Robin glanced at Crocodile, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, and then at the impassive Rod, a look of astonishment crossing her face. They had actually triumphed. It seems that this new employer's strength is indeed somewhat trustworthy. Robin's eyes flickered momentarily, and a sense of belonging gradually welled up within her. Her unique identity drew the attention of the world government. Only those truly formidable enough to look down upon the world had the right to protect her. Although Rod had yet to attain such strength, his boundless potential virtually assured he would become a peak-level figure in the future. Such a superior master was undoubtedly several tiers above Crocodile, who only possessed ambition while lacking true power. Chapter 110. Wishes fulfilled at the Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of the Admiral, Crocodile's conspiracy to usurp power had been thwarted, and he was swiftly defeated by one of Peach Rabbit's disciples. Even you were unable to contend with Rod? Was it truly 2 against 1? Upon hearing the report from the Weasel, Sengoku inhaled sharply. While he was unfamiliar with Crocodile, he was acutely aware of the Weasel's prowess, which was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the vice admirals, a prominent figure within the Navy, at the peak of both age and strength. If he were to advance further, he could become a candidate for admiral. Yet, he was still bested by that 17-year-old boy, Rod. What kind of monster had Peach Rabbit taken under her wing? In the midst of shock, Sengoku could not help but feel a twinge of regret, for Rod was not part of the Navy. The current state of the Navy was one of generational transition. Although there were many vice admirals within the headquarters, there were almost none among the new recruits with the potential to become admirals. Sengoku harbored grave concerns for the future of the Navy. The older generation, including himself and Garp, could likely hold on for a few more years, and the middle-aged trio of admirals, including Akainu, were holding the fort. However, the younger generation was indeed worrisome. Thinking of the younger generation reminded him of his old comrade Zifa, the former chief instructor known for his exceptional teaching abilities. Alas, Sengoku sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. The state of the seas was becoming increasingly complex, with the four emperors' forces standing firm, while the navy seemed to be on the decline. With this thought, Sengoku cast a glance at Garp, who was blissfully asleep, bubbles emerging from his nose. Anger surged within him. He longed to transform into his giant Buddha form and bring down a mighty palm. Smack! The malicious glare seemed to carry a tangible force, instantly bursting the bubbles. Garp awoke, groggy, smacking his lips as he savored the moment before retrieving a pack of senbei. Treating the admiral's office as if it were a tea house, casually indulging as if nothing were amiss. Perhaps a mere shichibukai simply did not warrant the attention of this naval hero. How enviable, Sengoku mused, shaking his head slightly before dismissing the thought. The navy required his strategic mind to remain steadfast. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he quickly reached a resolution. The evidence against Crocodile's treachery was irrefutable. He would be stripped of his Shichibukai title and imprisoned and impelled down. There was no doubt about it. However, the 7 warlords of the sea are indispensable. It is imperative to swiftly find replacements to maintain the deterrence against ordinary pirates and uphold the stability of the seas. The 7 warlords were originally a cohort of formidable pirates, willingly acknowledged by the world government, aimed at diminishing pirate power. They are characterized by a mutual wariness and exploitation of one another, yet their primary function is to stabilize the maritime situation and intimidate minor wrongdoers among the pirates. Sengoku began to reminisce about the many renowned masters of the sea and the recently emerged supernovas. After careful contemplation, he could not identify any potential candidates for the 7 warlords. Most of the established masters already have affiliations and are unlikely to join the warlords, while the current crop of pirate supernovas lacks quality and reputation, rendering it difficult to find a suitable individual. The more Sengoku pondered, the more vexed he became. The institution of the 7 warlords should be abolished, as he genuinely could not comprehend the intentions of the world government. Kapu, do you recall any noteworthy rogue masters? Sengoku inquired, rubbing his temples. Didn't Peach Rabbit train a commendable apprentice? Why not suggest him? Kapu shot Sengoku a sidelong glance, munching on a rice cracker. Oh. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had overlooked an obvious truth, one that even the astute Kapu had grasped. There has never been a stipulation that the 7 warlords must exclusively be pirates. Rod possesses both sufficient renown and formidable strength. Moreover, due to his connection with Peach Rabbit, his stance should naturally lean towards the navy, thereby allowing him to assume a leadership role. Truly, it is perfection. Let the flying squirrel inquire about Rod's intentions. In the rain-soaked ground, when the flying squirrel approached Rod and candidly conveyed Sengoku's inquiry, Rod could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. Indeed, it is as if a pillow is offered just when one feels drowsy. Nevertheless, it is quite reasonable. Rod instinctively accumulated prestige along the way, and his prowess was vividly demonstrated in the battle against the flying squirrel. It was quite reasonable that Sengoku had him in mind, especially given the scarcity of formidable wild warriors in recent years. Noticing Rod's silence, the flying squirrel assumed he was reluctant and promptly encouraged him. The 7 warlords of the sea impose no restrictions beyond the summons. It is an unparalleled freedom to go wherever one desires. Moreover, the status is esteemed, allowing one to request assistance from nearby naval forces or the world government for combat operations. As he spoke, the flying squirrel seemed to feel that his persuasion was insufficient and directly presented the special privileges granted by Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku holds you in high regard and mentioned that upon becoming a warlord, you would have access to the extensive archives at the Navy headquarters. The Navy's centuries of heritage, encompassing numerous swordsmanship and martial arts techniques, is indeed vast. While this access may not instantly enhance Rod's strength, it would undoubtedly broaden his path to becoming a powerful warrior, laying a solid foundation for reaching the pinnacle of strength. Rod had long desired to become one of the 7 warlords. Even if he had previously hesitated, the allure of such power would likely compel him to agree. Sengoku, the astute strategist, truly understood human nature, perceiving Rod's inherent passion for martial prowess, knowing that only greater strength could entice someone like him. For the Navy, this was not a significant sacrifice. Knowledge is invaluable yet also easily obtainable. Using their collected tomes to entice a future great swordsman was undoubtedly a shrewd investment. Seeing Rod's agreement, the flying squirrel breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a smile. As an old naval officer, he harbored a deep disdain for the 7 warlords, legitimate pirates created by the world government to maintain stability. However, Rod was different. although their time together had been brief. The flying squirrel could discern that Rod held steadfast principles and was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. How wonderful it would be if all the 7 warlords were individuals like Rod, he mused, though he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Since the dawn of the pirate era ignited by Roger, piracy had tragically become synonymous with dreams. Today, the prominent figures on the seas were predominantly pirates. Young people's ambitions often led them to piracy, contributing to the Navy's struggle to find successors. The world of pirates is ultimately one governed by the strong. A single individual can rival nations and lead an era, as evidenced by the overwhelming charisma of figures like the 4 emperors. Becoming a warlord does not necessitate an appointment at the Navy headquarters. It merely requires following a procedure, after which the world government will announce Rod's status as a 7 warlord to the world. This process typically takes a little over a month, but less than 2. Rod was neither in a hurry nor could he afford to be. In the past few days, he, accompanied by Vivi, had visited the rebel army and the Alabastan royal family. After a series of amicable exchanges, the situation in Alabastan swiftly stabilized. As a competent modern individual, armed with the miraculous dancing powder, alleviating the drought in Alabastan was a task well within his grasp. With the kingdom's primary conflict resolved, Princess Vivi traveled far and wide to reassure the populace, and soon the entire nation flourished with vitality. The squirrel, having witnessed all of this, felt a profound sense of relief towards Rod, along with a measure of respect. He realized that Rod was not only immensely powerful but also possessed a vast reservoir of knowledge. He spoke eloquently on governance and could adeptly apply the esoteric dancing powder to resolve extensive drought issues. Chapter 111. Departure in the depths of the Royal Mausoleum. Within the chamber housing the historical text, Robin suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, silently interpreting the inscriptions on the stone tablet, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. Lost in contemplative thought, Rod approached. "So, can you decipher it?" The air hung slightly heavy with silence. After much hesitation, Robin finally made a monumental decision. Letting out a deep sigh, "I have deciphered it. The contents have been revealed." Rod, however, showed no inclination to listen further. He calmly stated, "I have no interest in the so-called most formidable battleship. Material possessions are ultimately just that, material. With the support of knowledge and wisdom, I am confident that I can ascend to greatness on my own merits, without relying on ancient weaponry." In contrast to the Hades battleship, he found himself far more intrigued by the prospect of the Poseidon. After all, possessing Poseidon would ensure a perpetual supply of deep-sea delicacies in the future. Robin gazed at Rod in slight astonishment. "How do you know that what is recorded here pertains to the Underworld King?" She had not mentioned that it detailed the location of the Underworld King, so why was Rod so certain? In this world, only the scholars of O'Hara could decipher the historical texts, and she was the sole survivor from O'Hara. Meeting Rod's enigmatic gaze, Robin found no explanation forthcoming. He merely stated calmly, "I possess knowledge that surpasses your imagination. If you seek to learn more, we may delve deeper." His demeanor was exceedingly serious, and his tone resonated with depth, exuding an aura of mystery, as if he could perceive the grand currents of the world. Yet, Robin sensed something peculiar about him. Nevertheless, she could tell that Rod preferred to keep the conversation brief, compelling her to suppress her curiosity. Inevitably, however, she felt a burgeoning intrigue towards this mysterious and youthful figure, someone so powerful and learned, who even grasped the history buried beneath the sands of time. Could he possibly be the heir of the fabled ancient kingdom? Within Robin's mind, thoughts swirled chaotically, causing a rare disturbance in his usually tranquil state. The exploration and unraveling of history were his greatest passions. Let us depart. After all, this is someone else's royal tomb, and it would be inappropriate to linger too long. Soon, the pair arrived at the entrance of the royal mausoleum, where Cobra, the king of Alabasta and Vivi's father, had been awaiting their arrival. Although curiosity stirred within him regarding the treasures hidden within the tomb, Cobra evidently understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were best left unvoiced. The three continued onward, arriving at the opulent palace adorned in resplendent gold. A grand banquet had already been prepared. Vivi made her entrance in splendid attire. Her white off-shoulder gown, tailored to fit, accentuated her voluptuous figure. The dress was embellished with large silver sequins, reminiscent of fish scales, and paired with a delicate touch of makeup, she radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Rod couldn't help but steal a few more glances, utterly captivated. Upon witnessing this scene, Cobrat narrowed his eyes, a triumphant smirk gracing his face, reminiscent of a cunning old fox reveling in a successful scheme. Young individuals of Rod's caliber, possessing both talent and integrity, are exceedingly rare upon the vast sea. Even as a mere commoner, Kabrat would willingly consider marrying his daughter, Vivi, to such a remarkable young man. Furthermore, judging by his daughter's recent demeanor, it was evident that she harbored a fondness for this young man. As an elder, it was only natural for him to play matchmaker. After a delightful exchange of toasts and merriment, the hosts and guests alike rejoiced. Rod, however, expressed his intention to take his leave. "Are you truly departing?" The drought in Alabaston has yet to be fully resolved. Vivi felt a pang of reluctance, although their time together was brief. Rod's solitary efforts to transform and restore Alabaston had already etched a profound mark in her heart, one that would remain unforgettable for eternity. "This is precisely the endeavor befitting a future queen such as yourself." Rod chuckled gently as he tousled Vivi's hair, which he had spent 2 to 3 hours meticulously styling, leaving it in disarray. He then remarked leisurely, "The ocean is neither vast nor small. We shall have ample opportunities to meet again. Furthermore, Robin will remain here. And should you find yourself feeling bored or restless, you can always seek her company. Most of the tasks for this trial have been accomplished, and there is no need to linger any longer." He was destined not to remain in one place for too long, for there were many worthy challenges in this world awaiting his pursuit. Upon hearing Rod's response, a trace of disappointment flickered across Vivi's face. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet ultimately, she remained silent, her expression somewhat forlorn. "I am leaving. By the way, your attire is quite lovely." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Rod had vanished from sight, swiftly exiting the royal city and heading towards the canola flower harbor. Vivi stood there, gazing vacantly at Rod's retreating figure, a sense of emptiness creeping into her heart. Kabura sighed softly, realizing he had underestimated this young man. He was clearly not one to linger for the sake of a woman. His sole ambition had always been to grow stronger. "Oh, foolish girl. If you truly wish to stand by his side in the future, it would be wiser to focus on your own improvement. Is that so?" Vivi murmured to herself, determination gradually igniting in her eyes. Canola Flower Harbor. Robin donned a black bodysuit crafted from dragon leather, accentuating her broad chest and voluptuous figure, while her appearance and demeanor exuded an intellectual elegance, presenting a captivating allure of contrast. The thought of her donning a pair of black-framed glasses crossed Rod's mind, an idea he found utterly enchanting. Herein lies my compilation of powerful insights on cultivation, along with pertinent suggestions for the development of your flower fruit abilities. Rod presented some papers and continued, "I am well aware of the locations of numerous historical texts. Once I find some time, I shall take you to decipher them. In the meantime, focus diligently on your intelligence work. The funds allocated to you should suffice. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to call me." Robin extended her hand to receive it, pausing in silence before solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. For the first time, she felt a genuine sense of trust, in stark contrast to the barefaced mutual exploitation she had previously encountered in the underground realm. In Rod's eyes, Robin never detected any malevolent intent. All she sensed was a faint undercurrent of compassion. Occasional teasing resembled playful banter among friends, serving to enliven the atmosphere. "Remember, in order to reclaim lost history and seek vengeance against the world government, you must first cultivate your own strength." With that, Rod boarded the vessel and set sail. The favorable winds propelled the ship swiftly, and in a moment, it vanished from Robin's sight. Sigh. Robin sighed. Her boss was truly an enigma. She often felt as though Rod could see straight through her. His gaze consistently exuded a serene confidence, as if he had dominion over everything. In his eyes, the world government, which had seemingly ruled for 8 centuries and cast a shadow over all, appeared merely as a larger, loftier peak, one that would inevitably be surmounted. With a commendable employer at her side, she resolved to work diligently. Facing the sea breeze, Robin whispered softly. Chapter 112. The journey to the West Sea. As one ventured further into the Grand Line, the likelihood of encountering threats diminished. However, nearing Reverse Mountain, the waves began to swell tumultuously, concealing undercurrents of danger. Rod ascended to the deck, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gates, both intently observing the vessel's course. The Grand Line, along with the Red Earth, segments this planet into 4 cardinal directions, with the ocean currents converging at a specific point before eventually flowing into the Grand Line. There lies the fabled Reverse Mountain. As they spoke, a stretch of red land, the Red Earth, emerged from the mist ahead, extending to the edge of their vision. Although he had witnessed it on numerous occasions, each sighting still filled him with awe. Gates remarked with a sense of wonder, Look, Brother Rod, there is Reverse Mountain. Snowy tightly clutched Rod's sleeve, her small face a mix of tension and exhilaration, her heart racing. For her, traversing Reverse Mountain felt akin to embarking on a thrilling roller coaster ride. Even Rod, who had previously ventured to the Holy Land, felt a stir of emotions. The majesty of nature's wonders was far beyond what humanity could replicate. Moreover, in contrast to Mary Geos, which lies at the midpoint of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain serves as both the starting point of the first half of the Grand Line and the terminus of its latter half. The final island, Raftel, is likely situated just beyond Reverse Mountain. However, without the guidance of historical texts, even if one were to leap from Reverse Mountain, locating Raftel would prove impossible. Of course, Rod harbored no particular interest in the so-called One Piece. He was merely curious about its true nature. With a flourish, the sailboat, guided deftly by gates through the unique currents, ascended the peak of Reverse Mountain and ultimately surged into the West Sea. Meanwhile, at the Twin Cape lighthouse atop Reverse Mountain, an elderly man seated with a newspaper glanced towards the Reverse Mountain Canal. He was Kurokus, the lighthouse keeper, once the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. Ah, it seems to be that lad Rod, as Rayleigh mentioned. How peculiar that he travels the Grand Line in reverse, he mused, a hint of amusement in his aged eyes. Ace has boarded Whitebird's ship. I wonder if Roger ever contemplated this scene. Quite amusing indeed. Kurokus set aside his newspaper, a faint smile touching his weathered visage. Old age brings about whimsical thoughts, he chuckled, shaking his head as he slowly returned his gaze. 2 days later, Rod and his companions arrived at Skypea Island. This island holds a status comparable to that of Rogetown in the East China Sea. It serves as the final bastion before the pirates from the West Sea venture into the Grand Line. Typically, it is overseen by a colonel from the Navy headquarters and is known for its prosperity, with a plethora of bustling shops lining the streets near the harbor. Rod is bidding farewell to Gates and others. He is to first proceed to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in the West Sea to meet with Commander Mori. Before taking up his post in the Land of Flowers, Shueisha, displaying her understanding, pitifully clutches Rod, urging him to promise that he will seek her out when the time comes, before obediently following Gates aboard the ship. Ah, at last. They have arrived at the West Sea. Rod averted his gaze, directing it towards the distant town of Skypea, and couldn't help but stretch, revealing a hint of relaxation. Having traversed from the New World to the West Sea, Rod felt an extraordinary sensation akin to a max-level character returning to a novice village. Although the West Sea is regarded as the mightiest of the four seas, to Rod, it merely represented a slightly elevated novice village. There was no rush to make acquaintances. He decided to savor the culinary delights of the West Sea first. The Four Seas and the Grand Line could almost be considered two disparate realms. Not only is there a significant technological disparity, but the flow of information is also exceedingly sluggish. For instance, Shanks, the red-haired emperor reigning over the New World, remains largely unrecognized in the East Blues Windmill Village. Therefore, as Rod strolled down the street, apart from a few lovely ladies casting flirtatious glances his way due to his striking appearance, the majority of the townsfolk regarded him with indifference. Occasionally, he would encounter a few burly men dressed as bounty hunters who would cast disdainful looks in his direction, as if scrutinizing a mere pretty boy. Raquan feigned ignorance, for the multitude consumed by jealousy over his striking appearance was far too great. Should they act upon their envy, he would find no reason to continue living. However, not everyone was oblivious to his identity. Before him stood a formidable challenger. I am the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster, and I shall challenge you. The female swordsman, clad in a loose-fitting kendo uniform, possessed a penetrating gaze. Her raven hair was pulled back into a ponytail, exuding an air of brisk decisiveness. Gripping a long sword with both hands, she addressed Rodwan with a firm voice. This woman seemed to be quite renowned in Skexiang town. Her presence drew the attention of many onlookers, sparking a flurry of discussions. It is Zivia, the foremost female swordsman of Skexiang town, a prodigious talent who has surpassed all nearby swordsmanship academies, even leaving her master in awe. She just referred to herself as the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster? Is there such a figure in the West Sea? I have never heard of them before. The crowd murmured with curiosity, casting inquisitive glances. Indeed. Was it fated that he could never remain inconspicuous in this lifetime? Rod felt a sense of helplessness within. He gazed at the spirited female swordsman before him, finding it impossible to entertain any thoughts of combat. Instead, he spoke earnestly. You are far too weak. Train for another 3 to 5 years, or better yet, a decade before seeking me out again. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All eyes turned to Rod, questioning the authenticity of his claim. Was this so-called dragon slayer truly formidable, or was he merely boastful? Sevilla, incensed by his words, felt a surge of indignation. While the title of dragon slayer was indeed a mark of distinction, second only to the world's greatest swordsman, she too was a renowned female swordsman in the western seas, and she would not tolerate such disrespect. With a fierce cry, she summoned her agility, moving like a butterfly, leaving a trail of illusions in her wake. And in an instant, she was upon Rod, her sword descending with deadly precision. The spectators could not help but admire her technique. Her swordplay and footwork were captivating yet fraught with peril, possessing the lethal potential to claim a life in the blink of an eye. Yet, to their surprise, Rod stood his ground, neither blocking nor evading. As the blade approached, his right hand suddenly extended with remarkable swiftness. In an eerie silence, and under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, Sevilla's blade, sharp as a fine knife, came to an abrupt halt, firmly grasped between his two slender, pale fingers. Despite Sevilla's face flushing with exertion, she could not budge her weapon an inch. "This cannot be real," gasped the crowd, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Surely, he must be speaking the truth." Rod subtly shook his head and gently released the sword's blade. Having nearly completed his leisurely stroll, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Rod had just taken a couple of steps when a tremulous voice from behind him suddenly broke the silence. Why are you so strong? How can there be such a vast difference? My dreams cannot be so distant. Is it truly the case that women are unsuitable for swordsmanship?" As a woman, she aspired to become the foremost swordsman of Skiang Island. The effort she devoted is unimaginable. She poured nearly all her energy into her sword training. For over 20 years, she had no friends, no companions, only the sword by her side. Upon hearing this, Rod paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the woman whose eyes reflected a blend of determination and confusion. Her expression evoked memories of a tragic character from the original narrative, Guena, the dear friend of Zaro. "You possess great potential. You merely chose to challenge the wrong adversary." He continued, "My mentor is a formidable swordswoman." With that, Rod turned and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 113. Journey to the Land of Flowers, a noodle shop? TSK. How could a rendezvous point be established in such a location? Rod let out a sound of annoyance and opened the door, casually remarking, "Madam, I would like something to eat, with an ample amount of scallions, please." Behind the counter stood a sensually adorned mature woman, her bosom ample and her legs long, clad in black stockings and high heels, towering over Rod. She cast a slightly astonished glance at him. Then, amid the astonished and envious gazes of the patrons in the noodle shop, she reached out and pulled Rod behind the counter. What a delightful injustice! Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act with impunity? Indeed, it seems that good looks can afford such privileges. Otherwise, one might as well venture in and see if they would be thrown out. Never mind that. I certainly do not wish to seek a physician. The patrons eagerly perked up their ears, attempting to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Rod and the woman had arrived in the courtyard behind the noodle shop. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. The mature woman scrutinized Rod from head to toe, her gaze imbued with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. The legendary dragon slayer, it turned out, was not so formidable after all, lacking any extraordinary features. His physique appeared rather unremarkable. She circled around Rod, her plunging neckline revealing a tantalizing expanse of flawless skin that was nothing short of mesmerizing, a sight that would easily dominate among the women Rod had encountered. Even Robin paled in comparison. Rod cast her a sidelong glance and said with a hint of irritation, "I sincerely apologize for disappointing you." He had come to realize that although this woman possessed a mature figure, her mentality resembled that of a young girl. TSK. The elegant woman clicked her tongue, placing her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "I've been waiting for you since September. It is now December. Am I not allowed to express a little frustration?" Rod, feeling disinclined to engage in lengthy conversation, directly inquired, "When shall we head to the Western Army headquarters?" Hela, without any hint of petulance, responded with a slight huff. "Right now. I can hardly bear to remain here any longer. Follow me." With that, she led Rod through the back door and to the port, where they embarked on a vessel to set sail. The headquarters of the Western Revolutionary Army was not far from Skexiang Island. Under Hela's guidance, Rod navigated through a web of clandestine routes, soon encountering the commander of the Western Army, Mori. "Ha ha ha. At long last, I meet you, Cadre Rod. Your name has been resounding through the air these past few days," Mori exclaimed. Mori, a member of the giant race, defied the traditional image of giants. He was characterized by a demeanor that was exceedingly polite and somewhat effeminate, remarkably different from the typical boisterous nature of his kin. His attire was strikingly unconventional. Can you imagine a giant clad in a short plaid skirt? Rod found it difficult to maintain his composure, listening intently to Maury's discourse, occasionally interjecting a response, while his gaze remained fixed on Hela, who was undeniably captivating. "This is rather dull," Maury remarked with a delicate huff before stating, "Your subordinates have already been assigned. If there are no objections, you shall depart for the Flower Kingdom in the next couple of days. The situation there has become rather dire." "Very well," Rod replied. Rod was filled with longing. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Hela had followed him all the way, prompting him to inquire curiously, "What is this? Are you unable to tear your gaze away from my striking charm?" Hela scoffed, her expression sour as she retorted, "I am your adjutant." "Adjutant?" Rod cast a surprised glance at her, pondering whether someone with such ample proportions could really serve as a first officer. Hela sensed something amiss in Rod's gaze, yet could not articulate her feelings. At the port, aboard a grand armed sailing vessel, a cadre of revolutionary soldiers had already received orders to prepare everything necessary. Standing on the deck in anticipation, "Do you think this time it will be that cadre from the Flower Kingdom who is in charge?" The specifics remained unknown, but it was rumored to be someone dispatched from headquarters. From headquarters? That implies considerable strength, several revolutionary officers speculated, their expressions a blend of anxiety and anticipation. The Flower Kingdom was no benign territory. In comparison to other nations in the Western Sea, it was the most perilous, rife with powerful gangs and the legitimate armed organization known as the Eight Treasure Water Army. The previous cadre had perished during a skirmish. Naturally, they hoped their commander would possess greater strength. At that moment, two figures gradually appeared in the distance, approaching their direction. As they drew closer, the soldiers beheld the distinct appearances of the two individuals. Oh, the revolutionary soldiers could not suppress their astonishment. For the young man in white leading the way was exceedingly youthful, seemingly not yet 20, far younger than any of them. This was their first encounter with such a young revolutionary officer. Had it not been for Hela following closely behind, they would never have believed this individual to be a cadre, unfazed by the skeptical gazes directed at him. Rod had long grown accustomed to the questions arising from his youth, an inevitable consequence of his rapid advancement in strength. "The supplies are ready. Let us set sail." "Hela, you shall take command," he declared before turning to enter the cabin. The advantage of having a first officer was that he could delegate these mundane tasks entirely. Once Rod had departed, the expressions of the revolutionary soldiers on deck morphed into deeper astonishment. Not only was he young, but he also exuded an air of aloofness and capriciousness. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't one first take the time to become acquainted with their subordinates? Hela, too, was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. For one so young to have risen to the rank of cadre and made a name for himself across the seas, he must be a martial enthusiast, likely uninterested in trivial matters. While his disinterest in the details was inconsequential, Hela fervently hoped that the prowess of this legendary dragon slayer would live up to the tales. She redirected her gaze away from Rod, donning a more stoic expression as she issued commands, directing the revolutionary forces to set sail, with Hela at the helm. And considering the high caliber of the revolutionary soldiers, any lingering doubts were kept at bay, though a tinge of pessimism lingered in their hearts regarding the impending journey to the Flower Kingdom. The exploits of Rod have gained considerable notoriety along the Great Route, stirring substantial excitement. However, for the revolutionary soldiers who have yet to venture beyond the Western Seas, such tales seem distant and utterly unattainable. The youth of these officers raises skepticism. It is indeed rare to encounter such untested leaders. Perhaps those dispatched from headquarters possess some merit, yet their youth suggests limitations. The adversaries facing the Flower Kingdom are formidable and not to be underestimated. As the revolutionary soldiers exchanged glances, each perceived a sense of solemnity in the other's eyes, conveying a shared feeling of an uncertain future. In the upper chamber, which serves as the commander's quarters, lies Rod's room. With approximately 20 days remaining until the appointment of the 7 warlords, there is no need for haste. Since Sengoku has given his word, one can trust that he will not waver. Rod sat cross-legged, pondering for a moment, before reaching for the dossier concerning the Kingdom of Flowers on the table. Indeed, it was rather intricate: gangsters, pirates, the royal family, and the 8 treasure navy. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he resolved to devise a solution in his own manner. Chapter 114 encounters. The average strength of the pirates in the West Sea is unparalleled across the 4 seas. with bounties soaring to as high as 70 to 80 million, equivalent to 3 or 4 ferocious dragons. Additionally, this region is the homeland of the Yonko, Shanks, and is home to numerous ancient kingdoms, with the Kingdom of Flowers being one of them. Although the subordinates assigned to Rod by Mori are disciplined, their overall strength is rather mediocre, only slightly superior to that of the West Sea Navy. The deputy, Hela, is estimated to possess strength comparable to that of a naval colonel. In a certain sense, these individuals can only assist Rod in a limited capacity. This is quite normal. The Revolutionary Army is currently in a developmental phase, requiring personnel everywhere, and it is impractical to allocate excessive resources to an ordinary operative like Rod. The speed of the large armed sailing vessels is remarkable. Setting sail from the West Army headquarters, they can traverse vast expanses of ocean in merely 2 days. According to Hela, they should reach the Kingdom of Flowers within a day. Are you familiar with the Kingdom of Flowers? Rod leaned against the ship's railing, openly admiring Hela beside him. Today, she donned white stockings paired with a professional outfit, exuding an aura that was both pure and alluring. Hela, engrossed in her nautical chart, spoke without lifting her gaze. The Kingdom of Flowers derives its name from the vast natural sea of blossoms that stretches beyond the capital. During the blooming season, the royal aristocracy of the entire Western Sea, along with visitors from distant shores, flock to witness this spectacle. Consequently, the royal family of the Kingdom of Flowers boasts extensive connections and wields considerable power. However, in recent years, their conflicts with the formidable Yu clan have led to repeated setbacks, resulting in a decline in national strength. Nevertheless, they remain one of the foremost powers in the Western Sea. With a commanding knowledge of intelligence, Hela began to unveil a series of secrets. The Yu clan? Rod was somewhat intrigued. In the original narrative, Qingjiao and his companions were commissioned by the Flower Kingdom to investigate the arms trade in Dressrosa, a mission seemingly prompted by the former's military setbacks in the war. Indeed, this nation possesses formidable military capabilities, particularly in terms of weaponry, which is not only sophisticated but also abundant, nearly outpacing the West Sea by an era, decisively overpowering the Flower Kingdom in direct conflict. At this juncture, Hela couldn't help but furrow her beautiful brows, clearly perplexed about the origins of these armaments. I recall that the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy is the legendary Qingjiao, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million at the height of his power. Why not enlist his aid? Rod inquired. The world of pirates is one dominated by the strong, where sufficiently powerful individuals can engage entire armies or even rival nations with relative ease. Particularly, Qingjiao possesses the Conqueror's Haki, a specialized skill for swiftly eliminating lesser foes. Hela cast Rod a sidelong glance, seemingly dismissive as she remarked, in the wars of great nations, there are established conventions. Excessively powerful individuals are not permitted to partake in the conflict. Should the Flower Kingdom contravene these protocols by deploying Qingjiao, not only would they face condemnation from the world government, but the Moon Clan would also not back down. Surely, you do not believe that the foremost power in the West Sea lacks sufficiently formidable experts to defend its interests? Rod gently nodded, realizing why tales of pirates annihilating nations and brazenly humiliating royalty were seldom heard. It became evident that these ancient powers, steeped in tradition, possessed ample means of self-preservation. However, upon reflection, what immense strength must the world government hold to subdue over 170 allied nations, compelling them to bow in submission and tribute to the heavens? The celestial dragons, the 5 elders, and Im. Rod squinted, a contemplative gleam flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he cast his gaze towards a distant direction. Within the mist, a vague silhouette emerged. Soon, the revolutionary forces aboard the ship, including Hela, also discerned the shadow. It was not an island, but a vessel. A pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger. All hands, prepare for battle. Cannon fire at the ready. Realizing there was no escape, a cold light flashed in Hela's eyes as she commanded, simultaneously brandishing a spiked mace, its sharp teeth glistening ominously. As her orders were issued, she belatedly recalled Rod, the supreme commander, and an awkward expression crossed her face. You take the lead. I am not adept at commanding naval warfare. Rod shook his head. He lacked experience in commanding naval battles. In acknowledging his limitations, Hela regarded him with newfound respect. Typically, at Rod's age, one would be driven by a fierce competitive spirit, eager to impress, especially in the presence of a beauty such as her. Yet, Rod's candid admission of his inexperience was a rarity among men. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonades commenced. However, the accuracy of artillery in this era was far from commendable. It was only when they drew within mere dozens of meters, when they could even discern the faces of those aboard the opposing vessels, that two of Rod's cannonballs found their mark on the pirate ship. Yet, just as they were about to strike, a crimson sword aura surged skyward, cleaving the air and instantaneously severing the cannonballs, which detonated mid-air, erupting into two brilliant fireballs. This is rather troublesome. Observing the scene, Hela's expression shifted, her brows furrowing, while the other members of the Revolutionary Army seemed to recognize the foes before them, their faces turning grave. What? Are they formidable? Rod inquired casually. Extremely formidable, Hela replied, gripping her spiked club with a serious demeanor. The Bloodsword pirate crew. Currently the most notorious pirate crew in the West Sea, with a captain whose bounty stands at 37 million. He has previously defeated a naval major in direct combat and buried 500 naval soldiers alive post-battle. Remarkably, such a bounty is merely in the 8-digit range. How weak, Rod remarked. Rod displayed a hint of disdain, feeling somewhat reluctant to take action. However, in order to showcase his prowess to his beloved subordinates, he resolved to intervene. He wished to alleviate the somber and resolute demeanor of his comrades, who appeared ready to sacrifice themselves for the revolution. As the pirate ship drew nearer, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The members of the Revolutionary Army wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the opposing vessel, with not a single one daring to look towards Rod, hoping for their officer to act. Even Hela instinctively overlooked Rod. Indeed, it seemed to be a consequence of age. Rod, however, wore a calm expression. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he stepped forward and in an instant leaped into the air like a great rock spreading its wings, effortlessly crossing dozens of meters to land upon the enemy pirate ship. Had something just flown past? The members of the Revolutionary Army were momentarily dazzled, as if they had glimpsed something, yet were left in a state of confusion. The members of the Bloodsword pirate crew were equally bewildered, staring blankly at the figure in white, who had suddenly appeared on the deck, surrounded by all. Rod's speed was astonishing. To the pirates, he seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leaving them momentarily bewildered. One of the pirate lieutenants, in a daze, lifted his head to report to Captain Bloodsword. "Boss, we have encountered a peculiar individual." "I see," Captain Bloodsword replied, his expression revealing that he was far from blind. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Eliminate him." He resolved to send his subordinates to probe this curious newcomer, for Rod's sudden arrival was undeniably bizarre. Nevertheless, he was but a solitary figure, and how formidable could such youth truly be? His demeanor remained calm, exuding an air of complete control. In the West Sea, the name of Bloodsword was enough to silence the cries of children and had even vanquished naval warships. Had they not been delayed by certain matters, they would have long since conquered the Grand Line and claimed the title of Pirate King. With the order given, the members of the Bloodsword pirates finally regained their composure. Grinning wickedly as they gazed at Rod, their eyes glinting with malevolence, akin to wolves eyeing a hapless rabbit, some even licked their lips in anticipation. Yet, this was not a mere rabbit facing a pack of wolves, but rather a dragon surveying a throng of ants. "Dare you meet my gaze?" Rod challenged. "What is there to fear?" The pirates sneered in disdain. However, their smirks soon froze on their faces, replaced by expressions of utter disbelief. In their sight, Rod's pupils began to shimmer with two bolts of deep blue lightning. Initially as thin as a thread, the lightning rapidly amplified, coiling and twisting like a dragon rising from the earth, ultimately sweeping across the expanse, wreaking havoc upon the heavens and the earth. Chapter 115. A glimpse on the vast expanse of the sea. Two grand sailing vessels drew near, allowing their crews to easily observe the unfolding events aboard one another. Upon the deck of the pirate ship, dozens of Bloodsword pirates bore menacing expressions, their gazes fixated on Rod with an unsettling glint. For these marauders, each act of plunder was a euphoric revelry, a grand feast. They were enamored with delicate beauties and equally intrigued by fair-skinned youths. As Rod had predicted, they advanced slowly, step by step, and then there was nothing more to follow. The lives of these pirates were extinguished in an instant. Above, the captain of the Bloodsword, who had seemed assured of victory, now wore a visage akin to one who had encountered a specter. Hela and the other revolutionaries were witnesses to a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. Two deep blue bolts of lightning erupted from Rod's eyes, initially slender and faint, then suddenly igniting with a brilliance akin to the sun, culminating in a spectacular release that transformed into two formidable, dragon-like streaks of thunder. The members of the notorious Bloodsword pirate crew, who roamed the West Sea, were swept away by the lightning. A mere brush with its might rendered them unable to emit even a scream, turning them into nothing more than charred remnants. The deep blue lightning traversed the heavens, enveloping the world in the scent of electricity. The once feared blood-sword pirate crew, renowned across the West Sea, was obliterated in the blink of an eye by Rod's gaze. Only the captain of the Bloodsword remained, having narrowly escaped on the upper deck. Hela stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. This was the most bountifully rewarded pirate crew in the West Sea, capable of overwhelming even the elite navy led by a rear admiral. Rod is renowned as the Dragon Slayer, and the mere act of drawing his sword to vanquish the Bloodsword pirate crew would not be beyond the realm of imagination. Yet, in an astonishing display, he merely opened his eyes and swept away dozens of elite warriors, including several pirate officers, in an instant. What extraordinary power is this? What unfathomable might? The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army stood in sheer shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle before them. In the West Sea, a typical naval officer barely ascends to the rank of a rear admiral, while pirates seldom command bounties exceeding 100 million. Their strength pales in comparison to that found in the Grand Line. Forces of Rod's caliber, a top-tier vice admiral from the headquarters, are exceedingly rare in this region. Those born in the West Sea often go their entire lives without witnessing such a level of power. Rod's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, reminiscent of a war deity emerging from the annals of mythology, as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Captain Bloodsword above. A chilling sensation enveloped him as boundless radiance filled his vision, and an unprecedented sense of peril surged within his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit down sharply on the tip of his tongue, awakening from his stupor. In an instant, he propelled himself off the ground, leaping towards the sea. The formidable Captain Bloodsword, under Rod's penetrating gaze, did not falter for an instant as he chose to plunge into the ocean. He remained composed, startled yet unperturbed, opting not to swim away but to descend directly, seeking to leverage the depths of the ocean as his means of escape. He still harbored intentions of fleeing. Rod shook his head and unsheathed his sword with a swift motion. Buzz! With a single sweep of the sword, an immense aura was unleashed, spanning several dozen meters, cleaving the surface of the sea and carving a profound chasm, while simultaneously striking down the blood-soaked captain of the ship with unerring precision. The might of the Rod Sword's energy is unparalleled. The Blood Sword had no chance of resistance whatsoever, instantly erupting into a mist of crimson, merging with the ocean in a complete maritime burial. Alas, it is truly feeble, scarcely deserving of even a warm-up. Rod shook his head with a sigh and turned to leap back onto his own vessel. The gazes of Hela and the others also returned, seemingly fixed upon Rod like nails driven into wood. Rod displayed an expression of aloofness, casting a fleeting glance at Hela and the others. "What are you still standing there for? Clean up the aftermath." Yes, Rod's tone was rather subdued, and his youthful, handsome visage bore no semblance of authority. Yet, when juxtaposed with the preceding circumstances, he exuded an immense aura of intimidation, compelling even the proud and haughty Hela to instinctively bow her head in submission. Thud, thud. A few fervent revolutionaries, driven by impulsive fervor, attempted to leap across, only to miscalculate their distance and plunge directly into the sea. More alarmingly, those behind them seemed oblivious to the mishap, each one preparing to make the same ill-fated jump. Hela took charge. Rod averted his gaze, fully aware that his mere presence would induce such anxiety among the gathered individuals that they would be rendered incapable of coherent thought. He uttered a solitary remark before turning to retreat into the cabin. Upon hearing his words, Hela finally emerged from her stupor. She forcefully interrupted her frenetic movements, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Amidst the tumultuous waves of emotion, Hela recalibrated her focus, observing the revolutionary soldiers who were still in a daze from the recent encounter. A few lines of exasperation creased her forehead as she thought, truly, they're a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. Finding solace in this comparison, Hela regained her poise and began directing her subordinates to lower the gangplank, connect the two vessels, and gather the spoils of war. Throughout this process, there was no resistance. All the pirates had perished. They cleared away the bodies, tidied the deck, repaired the ships, and accounted for the treasures. After a flurry of activity, the revolutionary soldiers lowered the pirate flag and removed several distinctive insignias, transforming the grand sailing ship into one of the trophies of this encounter. Yet, it could hardly be termed a battle, for the conflict had been alarmingly simplistic and brief, lasting not even a minute. Ultimately, the revolutionary soldiers congregated on the deck, gazing at the numerous chests brimming with riches, their expressions awash with incredulity. Am I truly not dreaming? Someone pinch me. Wait, why are you drawing your sword? I had no idea Rod possessed such formidable prowess. Akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, obliterating all adversaries with but a glance. The Bloodsword pirate crew. I had recently heard they had vanquished a naval captain and attacked a kingdom. The revolutionary soldiers were beside themselves with excitement. Material wealth was secondary, for they had never valued such trinkets. What truly captivated them was the overwhelming display of power Rod had exhibited, profoundly stirring their hearts. Had Rod been a mere martial artist, dispatching foes with brute force, their astonishment would have been tempered. However, witnessing such a thunderous and swift obliteration of the enemy was nothing short of mythical, far beyond the realm of imagination. It was likely that none would ever forget the scene they had just witnessed. After tallying the spoils, Hela stood, slightly fatigued, and instinctively rubbed her slender waist, feeling the weight pressing against her chest. This fellow has truly become addicted to being a hands-off leader, neglecting everything without a care. Not even fearing I might secretly hoard some treasure. Hela glanced at the firmly shut cabin door, wrinkled her nose, and crossed her arms, cradling her delicate bosom. After resting for a moment, she set off to report to Rod. Rod appeared to have just emerged from a refreshing shower, his bare upper body revealing a physique reminiscent of intertwined steel wires. His muscles were not exaggeratedly bulging like those of typical strongmen. Instead, they exhibited a streamlined and robust elegance, embodying a unique aesthetic of strength that left Hela momentarily parched, as if the air within the cabin had grown warmer. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, he was merely 17. 17. With this thought, a flicker of superiority as an older sister surged within her, prompting an involuntary snort. Chapter 116. Arrival. Two large armed sailing vessels anchored firmly, instilling a sense of authority within the fleet that sent ordinary pirates fleeing at the mere sight. The Navy typically refrained from intervening with ships that did not display the pirate flag. Thus, the subsequent journey proceeded smoothly. Approximately half a day later, Rod and his companions arrived at their destination, Blackport, the third largest city in the Flower Kingdom. It ranked just below the royal capital and the stronghold of the 8 treasure navy in Glody. The political landscape of the Flower Kingdom starkly contrasted with the weakened Alabasta, as the royal family wielded formidable power, maintaining strict control over the vast majority of the territory. The 8 treasure navy and other official armed forces were stationed at the estuary of the kingdom's largest river, guarding the royal capital and restricting access to the sea. The nation's military strength was formidable, deterring ordinary pirates from daring to engage in any raids in such a great power. The Navy would not deploy forces to avoid political disputes. Blackport, as its name suggests, was a hub for gangsters, assassins, and various underground factions. A veritable melting pot of society. Consequently, the Revolutionary Army established its base within the Flower Kingdom here, leaving a portion of their group to guard the ship. Rod and Hela quickly disembarked, their formidable presence eliciting expressions of surprise and suspicion from the port's onlookers. The average strength of this contingent of revolutionaries was among the highest in the West Sea, fully capable of influencing the dynamics of Blackport. At least among the lower echelons, Rod could distinctly sense that some individuals were hastily departing, presumably to relay information. Quite intriguing. Rod gently rested his left hand upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings, revealing a hint of intrigue. Behind him, the revolutionary troops stood rigidly in place, their eyes steadfastly forward, though occasionally glancing at Rod, their expressions filled with awe and reverence. Clearly, Rod's formidable prowess had already captivated this group. We should now proceed to rendezvous with the personnel stationed here to acquire the latest intelligence, Hela was articulating when suddenly a middle-aged man, exuding an air of competence and resolve, approached briskly, his expression fraught with urgency. Hela, you have finally arrived. Where are the officials from headquarters? His eyes scanned the assembly, momentarily pausing in surprise. He recognized Hela, yet the rows behind her were evidently comprised of ordinary revolutionaries. Thus, could it be that this youthful figure was the official from headquarters? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He would never have believed that this lad, who seemed scarcely older than his own son, was indeed the representative from headquarters. I am, came the reply. Rod remained unfazed. It is quite natural for a genius to endure the scrutiny of discerning eyes. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, unable to fully accept this reality. However, possessing a profound depth of character and keen insight, he noticed that Hela did not refute the situation. Moreover, he perceived something in the revolutionary soldier's gazes directed at Rod, prompting him to temporarily suppress his doubts. He remarked, the martial assembly is about to commence. Uncle Larry has already departed, I implore you, esteemed cadre, to hasten your journey and convene, so we may deliberate on our strategy for the forthcoming challenges." His words flowed with urgency, indicating the pressing nature of the matter. A martial assembly? Rod felt a twinge of curiosity. Hela, having done her research, elaborated. This is a meeting of the underworld leaders from the Flower Kingdom, convened to resolve disputes. Each faction has dispatched representatives to engage in combat, thereby delineating their territories. The event is presided over by a representative sent by the Eight Treasures Navy. Upon hearing this, Rod nodded in understanding. The adage prevention is better than cure rings true in this context. Organizations such as assassins and gangs, emblematic of the underworld, cannot be entirely eradicated. Darkness exists to juxtapose light. Hence, the authorities of the Flower Kingdom have ingeniously utilized such martial contests, leveraging the reputation of the Eight Treasures Navy to confine conflicts within manageable limits. This strategy not only curtails the unrest, but also allows the establishment of prestige to exert a certain degree of influence over the underworld factions, achieving a dual purpose. Where will it take place? The middle-aged man swiftly retrieved a map and pointed it out to Rod. Rod cast a glance and discovered that Black Harbor was not far away, situated in a valley just outside the city. "You will find a place to rest. I shall go over and take a look," Rod casually remarked. Then, without waiting for Hela and the middle-aged man to respond, he stepped forward. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the end of the harbor, vanishing from sight almost instantaneously. Such astonishing speed. Hela and the others were rendered speechless, not only by the overwhelming, seemingly cataclysmic power of lightning, but also by the swiftness of his movement. Who could withstand such force? The middle-aged man was equally taken aback. What extraordinary velocity was this? It was as if a tempest had swept through, and in the mere blink of an eye, Rod had reached the horizon. This level of prowess could not possibly be as youthful as it appeared. Was it a naturally youthful visage, or perhaps the capability of a fruit user who maintained a youthful appearance? With this speculation, the middle-aged man finally regained his composure. If Rod truly appeared to be merely 17 or 18, he would indeed question the very fabric of reality. Thus lay the enigma of the Stone Valley. Rod arrived at this place, discovering a multitude of figures scattered about. He pondered whether any formidable characters would emerge this year, though he held no strong expectations. As long as the event was half as thrilling as last time, he would be satisfied. Yet, he mused naively, for Capone Beaky, the so-called godfather of the West Sea, was a singular figure, unlikely to be replicated this year. Regardless, as long as the spectacle was enticing, it sufficed, should he take a liking to someone. He might wager a substantial sum, reaping considerable rewards. The air was filled with the sounds of conversations among the crowd, and Rod was secretly astonished. It seemed this martial arts competition commanded significant recognition, at least among the denizens of Black Harbor. These individuals were likely from the Eight Treasure Navy, undeniably elite, far surpassing the West Sea Revolutionary Army. As he reached an intersection, he caught sight of some formidable figures tasked with maintaining order, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes, though his expression remained placid as a still pond. In the presence of someone of his stature, the common crowd tactics held no significance. At the very heart of Stone Valley stood a natural stone platform, several hundred meters in circumference, akin to a grand plaza. Surrounding the platform were an array of seats, and at that moment, numerous robust men engaged in bare-handed combat atop the platform, eliciting cheers from the audience below. Such childish skirmishes, in Rod's eyes, were utterly uninteresting, prompting him to ascend a nearby peak, striving for higher ground. Upon reaching the mid-slope, he felt an instinctive pull and hastened towards the dense forest on his right. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. It appeared a confrontation was unfolding within the thicket. Rod took a few steps and beheld a middle-aged man. He stood tall, with hands poised like claws, his stance slightly askew, exuding an air of ease. Behind him stood a youth clad in white. The young man possessed delicate features, with fair skin and strikingly unusual large eyes that were a soft shade of pink. His long hair, cascading over his shoulders, mirrored the same hue, and his handsome visage surpassed even that of Rod. Impossible! How could there exist a man more handsome than he? Rod remained remarkably composed, and with a mere glance, he discerned the true gender of the individual before him, who was indeed a woman disguised as a man. Furthermore, this lady exuded an air of elegance and grace in her every gesture, her noble demeanor far surpassing that of Wei Wei, clearly indicating her significant background. Rod shook his head, his indifferent gaze fixed upon an ancient tree ahead of the two. Coiled around it was a gigantic python, its golden patterned scales thicker than a human thigh. It appeared quite delectable. In the 117th chapter, the formidable golden-patterned python perched upon the tree's branches, raising its head and flicking its tongue, exuding an aura of peril. The middle-aged man maintained a relaxed demeanor, effortlessly evading each strike from the serpent, and with a claw-like motion of his fingers, he tore at the creature, leaving a gruesome wound in his wake. This was a unique form of martial arts, akin to Sabo's dragon claw fist, albeit significantly less powerful. Noticing his hesitance, Rod took a few steps forward, intending to dispatch the serpent for a snack, only to be restrained by a young girl beside him. "Little brother, what are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away?" Her voice was distinct, both sweet and tender, reminiscent of a playful pout. It was a tone that even a pig could discern as feminine. "Little brother?" Rod rolled his eyes and casually remarked, "Little sister, how old are you this year? Are you older than I am?" Caught off guard, the young girl momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure. Clearly aware that anyone with a discerning eye could see through her attire. "Regardless, I am older than you. You can't be more than 17 or 18. Whereas I am already 20. A hint of pride flickered across her face. Rod was momentarily taken aback, unable to formulate a rebuttal. His youth was indeed a significant disadvantage. Did he not see how thick and menacing that serpent was? "If you were to approach it and become its prey, we shall bear no responsibility." The girl displayed an exceedingly fierce expression, attempting to intimidate Rod. "Rod, little girl, your cuteness is undeniable. Does your mother know?" As they conversed, the clash between the serpent and the middle-aged man was decidedly one-sided. Suddenly, the man soared into the air, akin to a soaring eagle, and with his talons, he swiftly seized the serpent at its vulnerable point. "Ha!" he exclaimed, unleashing his strength, and in an instant, the serpent's vulnerable spot was torn apart, its head crashing to the ground. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands in applause. "Uncle Hans, your eagle claw technique is truly remarkable. When will you teach me?" Hans casually discarded the serpent's remains onto the ground. Turning to her with a smile, he replied, "Your Highness Yuffie, this martial art is not suitable for young ladies. Once mastered, it may distort the fingers. A girl's hands, when deformed, simply would not be beautiful." Upon hearing that her fingers might become misshapen, Yuffie immediately grew displeased and fell silent, pouting. Hans then turned his gaze to Rod, his brow furrowing slightly. However, seeing Rod's youthfulness and seemingly harmless demeanor, he refrained from admonishing him, instead offering a word of caution. "Young man, the forest above this valley is inhabited by many fierce beasts. It would be prudent to refrain from wandering aimlessly." After speaking, Hans began to kindle a fire for barbecuing. Evidently, the two had come to hunt for game. Observing this scene, Rod shook his head. What could he possibly say? Should he claim he was so formidable that he could vanquish the serpent with a mere glare? He decided to search for something delectable instead. Unleashing his observation hockey, he swiftly scanned the surrounding forest for prey. Yet, perhaps due to the ongoing competition, the area had become too crowded with strong humans, causing the wild beasts to flee. There were hardly any substantial prey left in the nearby woods. Rod furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Yuffie, observing Rod's hesitance, mistakenly assumed that he too desired to partake in the snake meat, but was simply too shy due to his tender age to approach. "Come, little brother, let's eat together," Yuffie said with a smile, harboring an innate fondness for the youthful, handsome, and clean-cut Rod. "I have quite an appetite," she added. "No worries, to eat is a blessing." However, she soon regretted her words, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for Rod's consumption was indeed prodigious. He devoured nearly 7 or 8 portions alone, yet appeared still unsatisfied. Hans, taken aback, fixed his gaze upon Rod and remarked with keen interest, "This young man possesses a remarkable appetite. He is bound for great achievements. To eat well is to gain strength. Strength, after all, is the most direct measure of one's prowess." Yuffie's eyes sparkled with intrigue as well. Among the numerous formidable individuals recruited by Hans from the royal court of the Flower Kingdom, he ranked among the elite, possessing both formidable strength and discerning insight. It was rare to encounter a youth worthy of such commendation throughout the entire Western Sea. Rod, taken aback for a moment, found the judgment rather amusing. What a simple way to assess. The martial arts event would commence in the afternoon, thus the trio lingered by the campfire after their meal, engaging in casual conversation. Typically, it was mainly Yuffie and Hans who spoke, with Rod, still unfamiliar with them, choosing to listen quietly without interjecting. Through their dialogue, Rod gleaned their identities: Yuffie, the third princess of the Flower Kingdom, and Hans, a royal guard. Suddenly, Yuffie inquired, "Uncle Hans, who is stronger, you or my elder brother?" At the mention of the crown prince, Hans could not help but display a hint of admiration. The Crown Prince possessed exceptional talent. At merely 25 years of age, he had mastered the armed hockey, and his martial skills were also remarkable. I fear I may not be his match, he admitted. Upon hearing this, Yuffie's face lit up with delight and pride. She had always idolized her elder brother. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his wisdom and cunning were also remarkable, making him virtually guaranteed to be the next king of the Flower Kingdom, renowned throughout the West Sea. With my brother's gifts, he is surely among the foremost figures in the world, is he not? Yuffie enthusiastically elaborated on the topic. The world? Hans chuckled wryly at her naivety. You underestimate the geniuses of the vast ocean. It is said that a prodigious talent has recently emerged at the forefront of the Grand Line, a true super genius. At just 17, he has already claimed the title of Dragon Slayer Swordsman, making waves throughout the Grand Line. Is he truly that formidable? Yuffie's eyes widened in disbelief. With such talent and potential, it is quite likely he could one day rise to the pinnacle of power, capable of contending against an entire nation. Hans spoke gravely. If it came to a confrontation, I fear I would not even stand a chance against a mere finger of his. That is astonishing. Yuffie gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She had always believed her brother to be unparalleled, never imagining such a being existed beyond the West Sea. The ocean's talented warriors were as abundant as fish crossing a river. Each year, the Grand Line birthed supernovas of extraordinary genius, while the four seas remained too tranquil and stable to nurture true leviathans. Han shook his head, declaring, combat is the greatest catalyst for the advancement of strength. The four seas, despite their vast expanse, with their low intensity of conflict and average strength, struggle to cultivate true dragons. Most national guardians and super strong individuals have ventured into the New World and returned. In our Flower Kingdom, only a few of the 8 Treasure Water army can rival the Dragon Slayer Swordsman. Han sighed, a hint of pride emerging on his face. The 8 Treasure Water army held an esteemed position in the Flower Kingdom, safeguarding its people from pirate incursions, serving as the kingdom's guardians. Their esteemed lineage earned them respect, even from the king. Naturally, the royal guards revered them greatly. How wonderful it would be to make the acquaintance of this Dragon Slayer Swordsman. Yuffie revealed a look of longing. Such youthful heroes often captivate the hearts of young girls. Observing the poignant expressions shared between the old man and the young boy, Rod felt a slight twitch in the muscles of his mouth, as if the icy facade he wore was on the verge of malfunctioning. Maintain a low profile. Maintain a low profile. After all, he was the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster, a legendary figure, and he needed to exude an air of dignity. Moreover, who would believe it if he spoke of it? It was exhausting. Chapter 118. A gathering, however, as he listened further, Rod began to comprehend why the title of Dragon Slayer Swordmaster, despite its profound significance surpassing that of the 7 warlords of the sea, still failed to meet the advancement requirements of the Book of Knowledge. The reason lay in the obscurity and antiquity of the title. Few understood it, and even fewer held it in reverence. The world of pirates is teeming with bizarre creatures. Can one simply declare a being a dragon? The name of Rod has spread across the seas, primarily due to the prodigious talent and potential of the young swordsman, who is destined for great achievements in the future. However, in comparison to the renowned and formidable pirates of the Grand Line, particularly the 7 warlords, this fame seems rather insignificant. In the West Blue, his reputation is known only by name, and if one's memory is not particularly sharp, it could easily fade from recollection. After all, the seas are teeming with extraordinary talents, and numerous supernovas have emerged from the West Blue. Ultimately, rumors remain just that, rumors. The inhabitants of the pirate world tend to share a common trait. Unless they have witnessed or experienced something firsthand, they are unlikely to regard even the most illustrious figures with any reverence. Just like the generations of supernovas, who often harbor lofty ambitions, they conspire to challenge the 4 emperors even before stepping into the New World. Are the legendary feats of the 4 emperors not astonishing enough to warrant attention? Perhaps this is the last moment of tranquility. Rod felt a smile blossom within him. Once he ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords, his name and likeness would be disseminated by the world government throughout the globe, reaching both royalty and commoners alike, far surpassing the spread of any pirate bounty. By then, it would be exceedingly rare for him to enjoy the simple experience of sitting amongst passers-by, sharing a meal of snake meat. As time swiftly passed amidst casual conversation, the martial gathering was on the verge of commencing, and the trio began their descent from the mountain. Though Yuffie held a noble status, her disguise relegated her to a mere ordinary VIP seat. In contrast to the considerably older revolutionary Larry, Rod naturally preferred to sit alongside Princess Yuffie, despite her masculine attire. Her voice, soft and sweet, reminiscent of a kitten's gentle purring, was utterly delightful. At that moment, the valley lay in silence, populated by the formidable 8 treasure navy. The audience sat in hushed anticipation, scarcely daring to breathe. This was the annual gathering of the Flower Country, where numerous underworld leaders convened to resolve disputes and delineate their domains of power. Anyone bold enough to disrupt this assembly would be at odds with the entire Flower Country, facing certain demise. Here they come. Here they come. The crowd stirred with excitement as a procession of figures ascended the dais, reserved for the underworld leaders. Among them, the notorious Larry from the Blackport and the godfather of the West Sea, Capone Beach. Each appearance incited a flurry of murmurs from the audience, filled with envy, resentment, and sighs of admiration. Each of these figures commanded immense power, and Capone Beach's reputation loomed large within the entire West Sea underworld, revered as its godfather. Numerous prominent figures occupied the VIP area, some of whom had once been notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 40 to 50 million. The spectators below exchanged knowing glances, recognizing their infamous identities. At that moment, the final figure ascended the stage, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. All eyes gravitated towards the imposing man with a skull tattoo adorning his left shoulder. It was Abu, the vice leader of the 8 treasure navy. Among those present, Abu possessed the highest esteem. The 8 treasure navy had once fought alongside Green Pepper in the New World, and Abu was one of its leading figures. His prowess rendered him a formidable presence in the small pond of the West Sea, capable of effortlessly subduing the underground factions of the Flower Country. As Abu commanded the stage with his formidable aura, a member of the dais could not suppress a disdainful scoff. Ignoring the slight, Abu settled into his position of authority, casting a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye, his expression cooling. Indeed, it was Soki, one of Capone Beach's prominent generals. The godfather of the West Sea remained remarkably composed, allowing his subordinate to convey his sentiments. A maneuver that neither provoked the 8 treasure navy's authority in the Flower Country nor invited disdain from other underworld lords. Truly a masterstroke of diplomacy. Larry sat nearby, observing intently, his mind racing with anxiety. Hadn't the cadre from headquarters already arrived? Where were they? Abu settled himself calmly in the main seat, first nodding slightly towards the distinguished guest Yufei and his companion, before slowly speaking. Brothers, esteemed friends from the underground realms of various cities in the Flower Kingdom. Today marks the occasion when we will delineate our spheres of influence through martial contests, putting to rest past animosities. Here, all will be decided by victory and defeat. After today, disputes shall no longer arise. Anyone who disrupts the order of the Flower Kingdom will not be spared by the 8 treasures water army, regardless of their identity. At his words, a profound silence enveloped the audience. No one dared to dismiss his declaration. In the Flower Kingdom, the 8 treasures water army represented the utmost deterrent, instilling greater fear among these underworld figures than the royal family itself. Once he concluded, as if anticipating the moment, Capone Beiji turned to Larry, his expression unperturbed, and remarked, "Larry, it seems you should relinquish your share of the Blackport this year. Last time, with see you present, who do you have this time?" With a wave of his hand, Soki swiftly stepped forward. Utilizing a running leap, he soared through the air, descending from the high platform onto the arena, casting a taunting gaze towards Larry. Larry's expression darkened, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. During the previous martial meet, with the presence of CU, they had seized a portion of the Blackport's interests. Given Capone Beiji's demeanor and tone, it seemed that CU's demise was likely tied to this Western Sea patriarch. The intentions of the newcomer appeared sinister. Larry glanced at his subordinates, shaking his head slightly. He knew Soki's prowess was far beyond what his men could contend with. "I must hold on until the arrival of the Rod cadre, and then the situation will resolve itself." With a soft sigh, he rose slowly. In a graceful leap, he ascended with no need for assistance, shooting towards the arena like an arrow. The crowd erupted in cheers. Larry, a local hero with a notable reputation near the Blackport, known for his boldness and loyalty, garnered more support compared to the newcomer Capone Beiji. "Please," Soki exclaimed, then suddenly bowed, his body springing like a coiled spring, launching himself upward with a punch aimed directly at Larry. This strike was not only unexpected but also propelled by the force of his waist and hips, swift as lightning, producing a chilling sound of tearing air. The sheer might of his punch caused the audience to gasp in alarm. Larry, one of the prominent figures of the Blackport, darkened his expression, pushing his hands forward to barely block the attack. However, Soki's martial arts prowess was exceptional. One punch missed, and another swiftly followed. Followed by elbows and knees, his assault relentless and overwhelming. The adage that youth prevails over age rang true, as Larry, now older, found himself on the defensive after just one exchange. Larry's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that Soki's strength had seen significant enhancement over the past year. "You are growing old," Soki coldly declared with a sense of pride. Seizing the initiative, his speed of attack was astonishingly rapid, each punch and kick imbued with tremendous force, relentlessly battering Larry to the point of sheer desperation. The audience fell into a hushed silence, witnessing the notorious figure Larry being mercilessly assaulted by one of Captain Becky's subordinates. The distinguished guests on stage furrowed their brows, astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by even a subordinate of Captain Becky. Meanwhile, Rod in the VIP section discreetly frowned. Given the current trend, it appeared Larry was destined for defeat. Indeed, it was not long before the outcome was determined. Larry was vanquished. Chapter 119, A Fist for You. Ultimately, Larry's age had caught up with him, his physical condition deteriorating significantly, and prolonged defense inevitably led to vulnerability. After enduring dozens of Soki strikes, his arms numb and defenses shattered, a single punch struck him squarely in the chest. With a sudden gasp, Larry coughed up blood, his body sliding across the ground for a good 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. Just then, his legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the earth. Only then did the onlookers notice that Larry's right chest had caved in slightly, his shirt completely torn, resembling the shape of a fist. A chill ran through the crowd. Soki's punch had brutally fractured Larry's sternum. Had it landed on the left side, Larry might have suffered a fatal cardiac rupture, dying on the spot. "I concede," Larry uttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale. With great effort, he staggered off the stage, slowly making his way back to the elevated platform. "From this day forth, I do not wish to see you in Black Harbor again," Captain Becky said, casting a fleeting glance at Larry, his demeanor indifferent. Larry's face turned ashen as he managed to force out a single word through clenched teeth. "All right." Captain Becky nodded slightly, exuding an air of complete control. At that moment, Larry's heart brimmed with helplessness. He was utterly perplexed as to where Rod, the cadre, had vanished to, still failing to make an appearance. If this day passed without intervention, it was likely that the Revolutionary Army would lose its very base in the Land of Flowers, forced to retreat to a small island to hide. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Uncle Hans, "This individual seems quite formidable," Yuffie remarked, tilting her head in surprise. Though her own strength was lacking, she had encountered many powerful figures and possessed a discerning eye. Hans, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. Captain Becky was renowned as the godfather of the West Sea, instilling fear throughout the underground world of the West Sea, and his top general was undoubtedly exceptional. I, too, am no match for him. The other distinguished guests, whether notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions or mercenary assassins from the underworld, murmured in awe, lamenting their own inadequacies. Only Rod remained silent, quietly observing the spectacle unfold. As anticipated, Soki continued his streak of victories, seizing multiple territories for Captain Becky, dominating the arena with no one to rival him. Abu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Captain Becky, softly huffing to signal a reminder. If this continues, what is the purpose of this competition? Captain Becky feigned ignorance, waiting until Soki triumphed twice more before signaling him to withdraw. Is there no one else? If not, I shall take my leave. Soki stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. With an unbroken string of victories, he emanated a formidable aura that deterred others from meeting his eyes. At that moment, Rod in the VIP section slowly rose to his feet. "What are you doing? Are you heading to the restroom?" Yuffie inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Rod's expression froze momentarily. The masterful demeanor he had painstakingly cultivated shattered in an instant. Rolling his eyes, he remarked, "That fellow struck my subordinate. He cannot be allowed to leave so easily." "Your subordinate?" Yuffie gazed at Rod with a look of patronizing concern, astonished that someone could be so audacious as to daydream while fully awake. Rod shook his head in irritation, unwilling to engage further in conversation. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear on the arena. Yuffie blinked in surprise, her peripheral vision catching the astonishing sight of Rod standing upon the stage. Was it magic? A remarkable transformation? She murmured in astonishment, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Rod's entrance sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. The mid-tier spectators were perplexed, questioning whether this young man had mistakenly wandered onto the wrong set. In contrast, figures such as Abu and Kappenbecky regarded the young man in white with expressions of disbelief, sensing a hint of familiarity. As a deputy leader of the Eight Treasures Navy and a prominent figure in the underworld, they were certainly aware of Rod, the legendary dragon slayer with a bounty of 1 billion, having seen his likeness in photographs. Only Larry exuded a sense of relief. He understood that with the presence of the dragon slayer, even if his strength fell short of the legends, possessing half of that power was sufficient to safeguard their current interests. I suggest caution, Kappenbecky began to voice, but before he could finish, Soki was sent sprawling backwards like a rag doll. Whoosh! Soki arced through the air, spanning several dozen meters before crashing heavily onto the opposite side of the arena. It was then that the spectators noticed the gaping wound in Soki's chest, a clear passage through to the other side. Though he clung to life, he struggled to lift his head, gazing in disbelief at the indifferent figure in white across from him. "You harmed my subordinate. I shall return the favor with a blow." Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Rod gradually retracted his fist, speaking with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the vast valley fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by the sheer force of Rod's punch, rendered speechless. Soki, who had dominated the arena with unparalleled strength, was effortlessly dispatched by this young man in a single strike. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Amongst the assembly of formidable individuals, none could fathom the level of power required to achieve such a feat. Only Larry displayed unrestrained joy, bursting into laughter. So young, sharing the name Rod, and possessing such formidable strength, could it be? Yuffie murmured, startled by her own conjecture. Rod appeared rather unremarkable, merely a glutton, and Yuffie certainly did not associate this seemingly ordinary young man with the legendary dragon slayer. However, as Rod exhibited astonishing prowess, the convergence of various factors inevitably led to speculation. The subsequent words of Kappenbecky only confirmed her suspicions. Dragon slayer. Kappenbecky slowly rose, his face a mask of suppressed fury, and ominously inquired, "Have you considered the consequences of slaying my subordinate?" Rod, unfazed, met the gaze of the West Sea Patriarch, his eyes directed upwards towards the elevated platform, yet projecting an aura of superiority that unsettled Kappenbecky profoundly. Who was he? The West Sea Patriarch, a figure renowned throughout the vast underworld of the West Sea, a ruler akin to an underground emperor, even earning the respect of Abu, the vice-captain of the Eight Treasure Navy. Typically, it was he who looked down upon others. It was unheard of for him to be treated with disdain. With a decisive step, he descended onto the arena, his voice icy. "Do you truly believe that having made a name for yourself in the first half of the Grand Line, you can do as you please in the West Sea?" Kappenbecky, a supernova of the same era as Luffy, may not have been as powerful as he would be when he made his appearance in Sabaody next year. Yet his confidence was formidable, rendering him unafraid of the so-called Dragon Slayer. "If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Spare me the idle chatter." Rod exhibited signs of impatience. Had it not been for his curiosity regarding the potential of this fruit to manifest a spatial ring, he would have already struck with his sword. Chapter 120. One person equals a legion. The atmosphere was suddenly charged with tension. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, fearing collateral damage. They recalled the previous year when Kappenbeck unleashed a tempest of metal, rendering the arena akin to a battlefield ravaged by artillery. The sight was terrifying. It was rumored that the godfather of the West Sea possessed a unique devil fruit ability, embodying a legion in one, with unparalleled firepower. The vice leader, Abu, wore a sinister smile. Rod, both he and Kappenbeck are volatile elements for the Flower Kingdom. He secretly hoped for a fierce clash between the two, for should they both sustain grievous injuries, he would not hesitate to intervene and reap the rewards. What reckless impulsiveness! How did I end up facing the godfather? Larry lamented, wishing only for Rod to safeguard their current interests, yet he found himself unable to intervene, placing his hopes in the prowess of the Dragon Slayer swordsman. "Uncle Hans, do you think Rod can prevail?" Yuffie inquired of Hans, showing a preference for Rod over the cantankerous Kappenbeck. "I'm not certain," Hans replied with a resigned smile. "Yet, the Dragon Slayer swordsman is indeed a formidable figure known throughout the Grand Line's early stages. Even if he cannot emerge victorious, he should not suffer a humiliating defeat." To Rod, both individuals were formidable powerhouses, capable of extinguishing his existence with a mere flick of their wrist. How could he possibly discern the disparity in their strengths? He could only hazard a guess. Was it so? Perhaps a thrashing would suffice. After all, who dared to deceive him? Just the thought of boasting about Rod before the legendary Dragon Slayer swordsman earlier in the day ignited a spark of irritation within Yuffie, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How wicked. She could easily imagine the sentiments Rod must have felt at that moment. Meanwhile, the battlefield erupted in chaos. In an instant, numerous small doors on Captain Bajai's body sprang open, revealing an army that had long been poised for action within him. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, his subordinates unleashed a torrent of firepower, transforming the area before him into a veritable tempest of metal, with bullets raining down like a torrential storm. Faced with such an onslaught, ordinary strong individuals, like Larry and Hans, would be reduced to mere pincushions in an instant. Even a naval major, when confronted with this level of firepower, would find themselves in a desperate retreat. Until one masters the haki, the peculiar abilities of this superhuman fruit indeed possess overwhelming strength. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bullets struck the hardened surface of Rod's armament, causing it to tremble violently yet remain unshattered. Rod's physical prowess is renowned within this division, and his mastery of the haki of armament is naturally formidable. Ordinary firearms are utterly incapable of penetrating his defenses. Even if Capone Beach were to acquire superior weaponry from the first half of the Grand Line, it would still prove insufficient to challenge him. Are you merely scratching the surface? Rod let out a casual yawn and remarked, armament haki. Capone Beach's expression shifted subtly. As the leader of the underworld in the West Sea, he was well aware of the power's significance, yet he had never mastered it. Nor did he hold it in high regard. He was a Paramecia-type user of the castle fruit, believing that a single individual could represent an entire army. He was confident that with sufficient manpower and firepower, he could obliterate any adversary. Let us see how you fare against this. Castle detonation. Boom, boom, boom. Capone Beach's subordinates began launching cannon fire at Rod. The cannonballs, though not as densely packed as bullets, posed a far greater threat. For Capone's artillery was crafted from superior materials, utilizing explosive shells of astonishing power, capable of demolishing structures with a single shot. It was truly a child's play in terms of ability development. Rod let out a soft sigh, losing interest. With a swift motion, his fingers coalesced into a fist, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of thunder erupted suddenly, coalescing into a robust bolt of lightning that pierced the air and instantaneously tore apart a dozen blooming shells. Boom! Amidst the fierce blaze and explosions, the thunderous lightning diminished slightly, yet its momentum remained unabated, cleaving through the shockwaves and surging forward relentlessly. Isn't this fellow renowned as the Dragon Slayer swordsman? How can his thunderous power be so formidable? Captain Becky observed him, heavy in build yet surprisingly agile. Even while in motion, the cannonade emanating from within him never ceased, continuously firing bullets and artillery to intercept the lightning. The air was thick with smoke, an endless barrage of gunfire that managed to withstand Rod's casual punch, prompting him to regard Captain Becky with newfound respect. Truly, a supernova is deserving of its title. Even before entering the Grand Line, he has already exhibited remarkable talent and prowess. This adversary is too strong. The only option is to lure him into the castle. I must feign defeat to draw closer. Captain Becky panted slightly, his gaze cold and wary as he regarded the unscathed Rod. As the godfather of the West Sea, he possessed a wealth of combat experience and shrewd insight into the battlefield. From this brief encounter, he deduced that their current forces and firepower were insufficient to contend with Rod. The next moment, he began to speak. I concede, yet before he could finish, a magnificent sword aura suddenly tore through the air, imbued with astonishing haki, ripping apart the sky and generating a gale that forced Captain Becky to swallow the remainder of his words, compelling him to evade with all his might. Boom, boom. Thanks to Captain Becky's innate ability, he did not need to direct his fire. It discharged spontaneously. The artillery roared, attempting to obstruct the argent sword energy. However, while these cannonballs could halt thunderous lightning, they were utterly powerless against the terrifying sword aura that seemed capable of severing anything in its path. In an instant, the sword energy swept across, obliterating all barriers and striking Captain Becky directly. Boom. The previously vacant spectator stands were cleaved asunder by Rod's sword energy, the upper half crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, Captain Becky clutched his right shoulder, where his arm had vanished, now lying on the ground. The excruciating pain and significant loss of blood rendered his complexion pale, fear evident in his eyes. The thunderous power merely instilled caution in him, not terror. But this sword aura shattered his pride entirely. Were it not for his unique ability, which functioned without his control, He might not have even realized he was on the brink of death, potentially losing his head in a single stroke. The speed of that sword energy was astonishing. Its sharpness was unparalleled. In this moment, he finally comprehended the essence of a dragon slayer swordsman. If one could slay dragons, what chance did he have? Observing Rod's apparent astonishment at his survival and intent to continue the assault, Captain Becky's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "I concede. I concede. I humbly bow in admiration." The dragon-slaying swordsman truly lives up to his illustrious title. Indeed, he is formidable. The martial arts tournament has been held numerous times, and naturally, certain rules are in place. For instance, once one party concedes defeat, the other is forbidden from continuing the assault, lest it result in the loss of life. After all, in the eyes of the 8 Treasure Navy, these formidable figures from the underground factions could potentially become valuable recruits in the future, and they wish to avoid any harm. On the stage, Abu's expression subtly shifted, and with some reluctance, he rose to his feet and spoke. "Lord Rod, I implore you to cease hostilities and grant me this favor." Upon hearing this, Rod couldn't help but sneer, gazing at Abu with an air of arrogance. "Show you respect? Can you handle it?" He stood resolute with his sword, casting a haughty glare that completely dismissed the so-called pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army. His brazen demeanor sent a tremor through all the onlookers. A true man ought to be like this, lamented a notorious pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions. Chapter 121. Unyielded by threats, the situation shifted too swiftly, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. From Rod's entrance, where he single-handedly obliterated the formidable Soki with a single punch, to his subsequent devastating blow against the West Seas Patriarch, Capone Beggy, he now stood defiantly against the guardian of the Flower Kingdom, the 8 Treasure Water Army's pillar. The esteemed guests, including Yuffie, were left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. All present were dignified individuals. What was the point of such violent outbursts? The people of the long peaceful Flower Kingdom could not fathom Rod's mindset. In every realm, there are rules. Disregarding them leads to ostracism and retaliation. For no one can transcend the bounds of society. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the 8 Treasure Water Army embodies the very essence of the Flower Kingdom's laws, untouchable and unprovoked. Capone Beggy was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by a surge of delight at Rod's obstinacy in openly confronting the pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army in front of all. In such a setting, Abu represented the dignity of the 8 Treasure Water Army. To provoke him was to challenge the entire force of the Flower Kingdom, which would undoubtedly be crushed under the weight of the nation's might. Larry, in a flurry of urgency, disregarded his injuries and leapt to Rod's side, whispering earnestly, "You should know when to stop. One cannot afford to offend the 8 Treasure Water Army in the Flower Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Rod had yet to react, but atop the platform, Abu, consumed by rage, retorted with a mocking laughter, "The Dragon Slayer indeed lives up to his title. I declare, if you dare to slay Captain Beiji." Before he could finish his sentence, a swifter and sharper silver sword aura suddenly pierced through the air, swiftly striking Captain Beiji. This time, Captain Beiji could not evade his fate. He staggered back, attempting to flee, but his body abruptly froze, the upper and lower half separating, rolling in a gruesome display as his entrails spilled forth. "So, what is your desire?" Rod, with a detached demeanor, cast a languid gaze upon Abu atop the platform. Speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, he never yielded to threats. Under the weight of that gaze, Abu, a hulking figure over 2 meters tall, felt a chill seep into his very core, involuntarily retreating a step. Yet, being the vice captain of the 8 Treasures Navy, he quickly regained his composure. Inhaling deeply before declaring coldly, "You will die here today. Mark my words." He unsheathed 2 axes from his back and leaped down from the platform, crashing onto the arena with a thunderous impact that sent forth an invisible shockwave. Simultaneously, within the valley, the 8 Treasures Navy, dispersed throughout, took their positions, raising their weapons to aim at the platform. Should Abu falter, they would undoubtedly unleash a barrage, obliterating Rod in an instant. No one from the Flower Kingdom dared provoke the 8 Treasures Navy, for those who did met their demise. In this valley, there were over 1,000 members of the 8 Treasures Navy, each equipped to the teeth, with dozens of snipers positioned at higher vantage points, poised for action. This formidable presence was the assurance of the 8 Treasures Navy in maintaining order during the tournament. The overwhelming firepower of 1,000 elite soldiers far surpassed that of Captain Beiji's so-called one-man army. Do you think that sheer numbers can forever secure your hold on the situation? Regrettably, you remain utterly oblivious to the extent of my power. Rod surveyed his surroundings, his expression remaining as calm as still water. Behind him, Larry's body trembled slightly. Not from fear of death, but from being confronted by the ominous barrels of numerous firearms, struggling to maintain composure. And what about me? Abu's demeanor was cold and unyielding. In the face of genuine power, mere tactics of sheer numbers proved to be of little effect. However, if a sufficiently formidable force could restrain the enemy, it would allow his subordinates to seek opportunities for a lethal strike, yielding remarkable results. This was the very essence of a sniper's existence. A marksman of the caliber of Jesus Bu could even sway the outcome on the battlefield, delivering a soul-piercing shot. Abu, indeed, possessed remarkable strength and exuded confidence. As the current deputy pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army, he had fought alongside the formidable Green Pepper in the Great Rout. In the original narrative, he had participated in the monumental events of Dressrosa. Abu was at least of the rank of a vice-admiral, mastering the unique martial art of the 8-burst fist. Armed, the dark, lustrous hue of his haki manifested, enveloping his battle axe, exuding an unyielding metallic essence. Did one truly believe that the West Sea lacked strong warriors? With his ebony battle axe in hand, Abu's towering physique emanated an imposing aura, causing those observing from afar to shiver in trepidation. Today was indeed not a wasted journey. Witnessing Lord Abu personally engage in battle was a rare spectacle. Yet, who was the Dragon-Slayer swordsman? Why had he never been heard of in the West Sea? It seemed he was a notable figure from the first half of the Grand Line, though his exact prowess remained unclear. Undoubtedly, he stood no chance against Lord Abu, who was among the elite in the Land of Flowers. As discussions ensued, the crowd retreated, positioning themselves at a considerable distance to observe the clash. Even distinguished guests like Yufei, who were either immensely wealthy or possessed formidable strength, vacated their positions, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! Abu surged forward. A tempest in his wake, instantly closing the distance, his battle axe raised high in a furious arc swoosh. The air was rent with the sound of tearing. Before the axe could descend, a fierce gust of energy surged forth, causing Rod's raven hair to flutter backward. In the face of this scene, Rod curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, remaining rooted in place, neither blocking nor evading. It was only when the axe approached that he suddenly unleashed a sword stroke. His strike was silent yet swift, arriving before the axe. With a resounding clash, as the sword met the axe, Abu, propelled by an astonishing momentum, found himself unable to advance an inch further. His face flushed crimson as he exerted his utmost strength, attempting to overpower Rod. Yet, Rod stood unwavering, resembling an eternal, unmovable mountain, impervious to Abu's relentless force. Is this the strength you take such pride in? Rod spoke in a calm tone as he took a deliberate step forward. With each advance, Abu appeared compelled to retreat, his muscular arms trembling, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he was utterly incapable of halting Rod's progression. This left the onlookers in awe. From an observational standpoint, Ab's imposing physique, towering over 2 meters and brimming with muscle, exuded an undeniable sense of strength. In stark contrast, Rod was of average height and build, distinguished only by his striking handsomeness, resembling an ordinary man in every regard. Yet, in this raw contest of power, it was the seemingly ordinary Rod who firmly subdued the brawny giant. It was no wonder this fellow was so formidable. Yuffie gasped in astonishment. Clang! Under the gaze of all present, Rod grasped the hilt of his sword and with a casual sweep, Ub could no longer maintain his grip on the battle axe, which flew from his hands and crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter. Where's the 8-fist technique? Let me witness it. Rod did not pursue. One hand rested behind his back while the other held a sword, its tip angled toward the ground. Given the current circumstances, it was almost inevitable that he would confront Lao Kai, Qin Jiao, and others. Therefore, it was essential to first understand the enemy's trump cards. The first chapter will be available at midnight tonight. I kindly ask for your initial subscriptions. On the first day of release, there will be 10 updates. The baseline for subscriptions is set at 800, with an additional update for every extra 100. Donations will also lead to additional updates. Although there is currently no leader, it is wise to establish the framework. 1 leader equals 1 extra update, while a coalition leader brings 10. Furthermore, after the release, there will be a guaranteed 3 updates daily. That is all. Chapter 122, The Monarch. Rodna scrutinized the goods with a condescending tone, igniting a fierce anger within Abu. While the individual before him displayed formidable and unparalleled strength, Abu was no less than a master renowned in the Land of Flowers. He could not be subjected to such indignity. With a thunderous roar, his blood surged, and his skin darkened to an iron-like hue, clearly unleashing a latent potential through a physical technique. He seemed to swell in size, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss, instilling fear in those who beheld him. In the next moment, he clenched his fist tightly and struck down fiercely at Radna. The eight-chong fist. This blow appeared ordinary at first glance, yet as it was unleashed, it carried with it a peculiar force, resembling an unstoppable shockwave. Behold, Abu's eight-chong fist. The members of the Eight Treasure Water Army, stationed throughout the valley and ever ready for battle, were taken aback by this spectacle. The eight-chong fist was a supreme physical technique that only the core figures of the Eight Treasure Water Army could cultivate. The ordinary members were entirely unqualified to even approach it. Not long ago, Abu had used the eight-chong fist to obliterate a notorious pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, reducing him to mere ashes. In the face of Abu's eight-chong fist, Radna's interest was piqued. He saw Radna's left hand tighten into a fist, unleashing a surge of thunderous power. His fist transformed into a radiant blue sun, fiercely meeting the oncoming strike. Boom! When the two fists collided, the clash of shockwaves and thunderous energy erupted in the air, resounding like cannon fire. The shockwave produced by the eight-chong fist bore some resemblance to Whitebeard's tremor ability, capable of disregarding shields and armor to inflict internal harm. However, much like how the same devil fruit could manifest entirely different powers in different hands, the same physical technique could yield vastly different results depending on the wielder. Were it in the hands of someone like Green Pepper or even Old Rascal, employing the eight-chong fist with such an uncanny force that seemingly ignored defenses, Radna would not dare to meet it head-on. But Abu was a different story. Boom! The clash of shockwave and thunderous energy held for but a moment before it was violently shattered. The blazing thunder surged forth like a cannonball, striking Abu in an instant. A cacophony of crackling ensued as powerful currents overwhelmed Abu, scorching his skin and sending jolts through his muscles, rendering him nearly paralyzed and evidently devoid of combat capability. Indeed, the eight-chong fist proved to be an impressive physical technique. Rod slowly retracted his fist, feeling a slight surge of energy within him, and could not help but murmur in admiration. The eight-chong fist truly deserved its reputation as the pinnacle of martial arts in the New World, wielded by the valiant Green Pepper. Though it was far from the comprehensive prowess of the Navy's 6 styles, its unique offensive capability allowed for challenges beyond one's rank. Should one's physical strength be insufficiently cultivated, they might suffer grievous injuries, leaving behind wounds that would prove difficult to heal. The battle concluded too swiftly. A mere instant of collision birthed the outcome. The members of the Eight Treasures Water Army had scarcely registered what had transpired. It was only natural to accept defeat at the hands of a superior opponent. Yet, in the land of flowers, those who dared to provoke the Eight Treasures Water Army must face death. Abu struggled to lift his head, a flicker of pride and madness flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Everyone, prepare to fire." In an instant, over 1,000 members of the Eight Treasures Water Army, along with hundreds of Capone Becky's subordinates, sprang into action, surrounding their target from all directions. Countless gun barrels and blades were aimed at Rod, as if in the next moment he would be torn to shreds. In that fleeting moment, Rod found himself seemingly ensnared in a dire predicament. Larry collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of hope for survival. Alas, Rod's demeanor, however, remained utterly unruffled. The initial scoffing derision and the delight at witnessing various abilities had vanished without a trace. What lingered was a serene composure, reminiscent of the exalted tranquility he felt when he first ascended the red Earth continent and stood atop the clouds. The individuals before him appeared woefully weak, so feeble that he felt no inclination to unleash the power of thunder, nor to draw his sword. He believed that a mere thought from him could cause these people to crumble entirely. Moreover, it was not just those armed foes who surrounded him, even the vast, profound sky, the heavy, boundless earth, and the all-pervasive air seemed poised to submit at the behest of his will. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented light flickered in Rod's eyes. This luminescence emanated from a power within him that had never before manifested, akin to, yet distinctly different from, the armed and perceptive colors. The brilliance was ephemeral, yet Rod himself underwent a profound transformation. A palpable aura erupted from him, sweeping through the surroundings and traversing the realms with silent force. Even the air and gentle breeze stood still in its wake. Larry, positioned behind him, was the first to be affected, his expression freezing in place. Next was Abu, who, despite his formidable strength, found himself momentarily dazed. Following them were the encircling Eight Treasure Water Army, and the subordinates of Capone Beach, all immobilized in their spots. Even the ordinary spectators, such as Yuffie and other dignitaries, who believed they had retreated to safety, found themselves halted, as if an omnipotent being had suspended time at that moment, an instant that felt both transient and eternal. It was only when a gentle breeze wafted through that the sounds of bodies collapsing to the ground began to echo incessantly. Centered around Rod, the entire valley, filled with thousands, fell in waves, producing a cacophony of thuds. The force was terrifyingly potent, extending to the nearby Black Harbor, enveloping a significant portion of it. Whether in the streets or within the confines of their rooms, men and women alike succumbed to unconsciousness in an instant. By the end, only a scant few within a radius of several kilometers remained awake. Abu, the strongest among them, was the first to regain consciousness. The arrogance and madness in his eyes had been completely replaced by profound shock and disbelief. As someone who had once fought alongside legendary figures in the Green Pepper Society, he recognized this unfathomable power, one that seemed to compel the very heavens and earth to bow in submission. The Conqueror's Haki. He could hardly fathom that he would witness such legendary power in a youth like this. The Water Army of the Flower Kingdom consisted of many factions. Yet why did the 8 Treasure Water Army overshadow other official pirate forces? It was due to their previous leader, the Green Pepper, who possessed the Conqueror's Haki. He was a natural-born leader, unchallenged and universally respected. I wish to engage in conversation about the extraordinary talents within the realm of One Piece with like-minded individuals, as well as share my thoughts on beloved literary works. Chapter 123, Catastrophe. The Conqueror's Haki, the Armament Haki, and the Observation Haki each possess unique characteristics. This is a form of innate power. Within the Grand Line, this power is referred to as royal disposition. Not every formidable warrior possesses the Conqueror's Haki. Yet those who do are nearly always powerful or exhibit tremendous potential. The Conqueror's Haki represents an elevation of spirit, a manifestation of mental will. It can incapacitate adversaries without the need for physical confrontation. When one reaches a certain level of strength, it becomes potent enough to influence reality and affect matter. Legend has it that when the Conqueror's Haki reaches its pinnacle and awakens in a spectacular outburst, it transforms into an extraordinarily formidable ability known as the domain of the sovereign. Under the influence of this power, the possessor can merge with the natural world, communicate with all living things, and earn their loyalty, even altering the natural laws of the surrounding environment. Currently known individuals who possess or may potentially possess this ability include the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and the red-haired Shanks. Rod gradually reigned in his Conqueror's Haki, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. He has always pursued perfection, possessing a power that, if not refined to its zenith, would indeed be a lamentable affair. According to the information at hand, Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through mere training. At best, one can only improve their proficiency and control over it. The fundamental strength of this ability is intrinsically tied to the elevation of the wielder's status and power. Should one become formidable enough to subdue all other sovereigns, ascending to the pinnacle of the world and achieving the title of Pirate King, their Conqueror's Haki would likely strengthen to its utmost limits, mastering the domain of rulers. As he recalled the information regarding Conqueror's Haki, a contemplative expression emerged in Rod's gaze. Perhaps a visit to Amazon Lily is in order. This ancient pirate nation possesses an exceedingly old legacy of Haki knowledge. Not only do all islanders possess dual-colored Haki, but it seems that each generation of leaders has also wielded Conqueror's Haki. That place may hold the treasures Rod seeks. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to resolve the disputes in the Flower Country at the earliest opportunity. Rod's demeanor gradually settled. A new era was on the horizon, and the stage of the West Sea was ultimately too confined. He slowly approached Abu. The 8 Treasure Navy will not spare you. Do not presume that awakening the Conqueror's Haki makes you invincible. Chief Green Pepper also possesses Conqueror's Haki, and he is a legendary powerhouse of the previous era. One day, you shall meet your demise at his hands. Perhaps aware of his inevitable fate today, Abu displayed no sign of fear, defiantly glaring at Rod. Perhaps, with a swift stroke of his sword, Rod sheathed his weapon without a glance back and turned to leave. The sound of blood flowing echoed behind him. In Black Harbor, a widespread incident of mass fainting sent shockwaves throughout the entire region, leaving everyone in a state of horror. Just as Hela and her companions, freshly recovered, were preparing to head to Stone Valley to assess the situation, they almost collided head-on with this supernatural event. The fainted crowd lay less than 100 meters from them. What is happening? Why has everyone collapsed? The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were bewildered. In the first half of the Grand Line, few were familiar with the Conqueror's hockey, and even fewer in the small region of the West Sea. Some were completely unaware of what hockey even was. Could this be? Hella's expression shifted slightly. Unable to suppress her glance towards the middle-aged man, whose demeanor also changed, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Let's go take a look. The group advanced quickly, and wherever they passed, the streets and buildings were enveloped in a profound silence. It was eerily quiet. A revolutionary soldier cautiously remarked. Despite their firm resolve, the soldiers felt a chill, as though they were treading a path of no return. This is terrifying. Under the bright sunlight, there was not a whisper. Only the sight of bodies sprawled on the ground. It was evident that these individuals had been engaged in their own activities, walking, chatting, or eating noodles, before they inexplicably collapsed. Powerless to resist, their expressions frozen in time. It was as if they had encountered a ghost, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. I witnessed a similar scene years ago at the foot of Huashan in the royal capital, the middle-aged man slowly recounted. Subsequently, I delved into the nature of such power. This is the legendary Conqueror's hockey, a kingly quality possessed by only one in millions. Hella and her companions were taken aback, their faces revealing astonishment. Could it be that Leader Green Pepper has arrived? The Flower Country is known to harbor such power. It could only belong to a super-strong individual from the previous era, one who had once contended with legendary figures like Pirate King Roger and Iron Fist Carp, Leader Green Pepper. What exactly has transpired? With their minds racing, Hella and her group quickened their pace, swiftly traversing the silent Black Harbor to the outskirts of the valley. There, they discovered that the people gathered had also fainted en masse. Due to the density of the crowd, the sight was quite spectacular, forming an irregular fan shape. As Hella and her companions peered into the valley from its mouth, they did not see the towering figure of Green Pepper as anticipated, but rather an unexpected sight, a young man clad in white. Rod, you all have arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Rod smiled faintly and said, "Let us tidy up the aftermath. Please awaken Larry and the ordinary spectators. The 8 Treasure Navy shall be detained for the time being." Upon hearing Rod's words, Hella and the others exchanged bewildered glances, feeling somewhat dazed and experiencing a throbbing pain in their heads. What transpired? Wasn't this merely a routine meeting to delineate territorial boundaries? How did it devolve into such chaos? Why capture the 8 Treasure Navy? Hella inquired softly. Wasn't the intention to seize a bit more territory? Rod stretched casually and remarked. So, I eliminated Captain Becky and Abu entirely. With that done, no one will contest our territory, right? As for these spectators, I inadvertently frightened them into a faint. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their expressions filled with astonishment. Previously, Rod had indeed demonstrated formidable prowess, effortlessly dispatching the entire Bloodsword crew. However, the Bloodsword pirates were merely a minor and inconsequential band of rogue pirates, far inferior to the Capon family, the underground emperors of the West Sea, or the formidable 8 Treasure Navy that dominated the Flower Kingdom. Moreover, the sheer ability to incapacitate thousands simultaneously, rendering a significant portion of Black Harbor silent, was truly terrifying. Hella and the revolutionary forces felt a profound sense of shock, disbelief, and awe. Yet, amidst the astonishment, a middle-aged man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he stammered, "Rod, did you just say you killed Abu, the vice-captain of the 8 Treasure Navy?" "Indeed," Rod replied. "That fool was seeking his demise, and as a good person, I had no choice but to oblige." Rod did not care at all. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man staggered back several steps, exclaiming in horror. "We've caused a disaster, a monumental catastrophe." The vice-pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy held a position of considerable prominence within the Flower Kingdom, far surpassing that of mere princes and princesses. The death of such a figure would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Flower Kingdom, inciting the wrath of the 8 Treasure Navy, who would not let this transgression pass lightly. Observing Rod's indifferent demeanor, the middle-aged man managed a wry smile and remarked, "This news cannot be concealed. We should promptly contact Commander Morris to inquire about how to resolve this situation." This officer from headquarters possessed formidable strength, yet exhibited a rather capricious nature. It was one thing to eliminate Capone Beji, but to also take down Abu was beyond reckoning. Should today's news spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Flower Kingdom and even the West Sea. Chapter 124. Dawn has arrived. Abu, the vice-pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, and Capone Beji, the godfather of the West Sea, perished at the hands of the same individual. This news spread with lightning speed across the major cities of the Flower Kingdom and into the surrounding maritime regions, particularly within the underworld of the West Sea, where it proliferated the most rapidly. Capone Beji and his ilk were renowned figures throughout the vast expanse of the West Sea, revered by many. Yet they fell on the same day, at the hands of a single person, which was nothing short of astonishing. Amidst the shock, a sense of anticipation began to brew among the populace, for this incident was bound to have further implications, with the vice pillar deceased. The 8 Treasure Navy would not simply rest on their laurels. As for the site of the incident, Black Harbor, it was nearly emptied out the same day, with 7 or 8 out of 10 residents fleeing, while the remainder were either incapable of escape or clung to their hopes against the odds. They were acutely aware that while the 8 Treasure Navy served as the guardian of the Flower Kingdom, protecting its shores from pirate incursions, they were fundamentally a faction of pirates themselves. With the vice pillar slain in their territory, the 8 Treasure Navy, in a fit of rage, might very well resort to slaughtering the city as an act of vengeance. Thus, in a single night, those capable of leaving Black Harbor had nearly all departed. The Revolutionary Army's base was in disarray. Rod was conversing with the Western Army commander, Maury. "Rod, take your men and withdraw for now. I shall immediately send reinforcements to support you." Given the circumstances, Maury clearly found himself unable to quell the turmoil and could only strive to minimize losses. Safeguarding the core members of Rod's Revolutionary Army. A soft sigh escaped Maury's lips. Dorrit's original intention was to temper Rod's temperament through the trials of the Great Waterway, and subsequently engage with him in the Flower Kingdom to oversee revolutionary matters, nurturing him for the significant responsibilities that lay ahead. Little did the leader anticipate that upon reaching the Flower Kingdom, this youth would turn the tables so abruptly. Maury felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Unexpectedly, Rod made a startling declaration. "I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my strength. I require 1 or 2 formidable adversaries to spur my growth. Old Kai of the 8 Treasure Navy and leader Qingjiao would be quite suitable." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped both ends of the call. Whether it was Hella, Larry, and Rod's subordinates, or Commander Maury and his aide, they all stood in stunned astonishment. It is quite normal to seek opponents to break through one's limits when facing a plateau in strength. Yet, who were Old Kai and Qingjiao? They were notorious pirates from a bygone era, renowned throughout the New World, and exceptionally skilled. Although rumors of their exploits had dwindled in recent years, legends are not to be underestimated. Even Commander Maury of the Western Army had to maintain a basic level of respect. However, Rod seemed oblivious to the significance of his words, casually stating, "Hella, you and the others should retreat first. I alone am sufficient." Thus, it was decided. "Commander Maury, please send someone to escort them away." After awakening his conqueror's haki, Rod was more than capable of opposing an army single-handedly. Subordinates of Hella's caliber would merely hinder him, offering no real assistance. Maury fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Rod's tone carried an unmistakable sense of authority, although he still addressed Maury with respect. Maury could not shake the feeling of being subordinate. Is it the color of the conqueror? He squinted slightly, suddenly sensing the complexity of the situation. While the color of the conqueror is not an overwhelmingly formidable skill that dramatically enhances one's combat prowess, its bearers are often individuals of unwavering will and profound convictions. Such people, once they resolve to undertake a task, are nearly impervious to external interference. How confident are you? This is a matter of life and death. One must not act recklessly. Huh. Upon hearing this, Rod smiled calmly and remarked, "If I were to perish in such a place, it would only serve to prove my worthlessness." Maury fell silent for a moment, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Suddenly, he spoke, "Hera, please retreat for now. Lord Rod, do ensure your safe return. The future of the Revolutionary Army relies on you." He addressed Rod with a tone imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible respect. This was unthinkable in the past. Who is he? The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western forces, a figure of great esteem, second only to Chief Dragon. Among pirates, he ranks among the most formidable. Yet here he was, showing deference to a mere 17-year-old youth. Indeed, Hera and the others responded in unison. Although some apprehension lingered regarding Rod's safety, they dared not contradict Maury's words. They hastily gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Just before exiting, Hera glanced back at the white-clad youth seated in silence, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing, quietly closing the door behind her. "Return alive, young Rod." Gazing at the now empty conference room, Rod slowly rose and approached the window, casting his gaze far towards the East Sea. There, a future pirate king was likely on the verge of setting sail. I must not lag behind. At the headquarters of the 8 Treasure Navy. Located at the mouth of the largest river in the Flower Country, the geographical position was advantageous, complementing the capital to the north and south, while commanding all naval forces of the Flower Country. Under the strong leadership of Chief Green Pepper, the 8 Treasure Navy had maintained its dominant position for years, overseeing the naval forces of the Flower Country with an imposing presence. The news of Abu's death naturally incited fury throughout the ranks of the 8 Treasure Navy, many eager to exact vengeance on Rod, fantasizing about tearing him to shreds and pillaging the so-called Black Harbor, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Amidst this fervor, a white-clad youth arrived at Grody, and it was none other than Rod himself. Though Black Harbor was quite distant from Grody, requiring a significant amount of time by sea, Rod's speed was remarkable. He traversed mountains and crossed waters with ease. By dawn the following day, he had crossed considerable distances and arrived with unwavering determination. At that moment, the 8 Treasure Navy was still in the throes of military preparation. It seemed that little Shueisha was also in the city, and one could only hope that she had not been adversely affected. Gazing distantly at the rows of formidable warships anchored in the harbor, Rod retracted his gaze, lost in contemplation. This was precisely the impetus behind his decision to take the initiative rather than retreat. His circle of friends was scarce, thus he cherished them all the more. Should anything befall Shueisha and the others, he would allow this city to be reduced to ashes beneath the wrath of thunder. Grody was not under martial law. However, the flow of residents had noticeably diminished, likely due to their fear of incurring the wrath of the Babao naval forces. This circumstance, however, facilitated Rod's passage as he traversed the streets, soon arriving at a rather unremarkable mansion. The entrance was plain, devoid of any embellishments. Far from the opulence one would expect of the wealthiest merchant of the West Sea. Intriguing indeed. Standing at the threshold, Rod's keen perception swept the surroundings, seemingly detecting something, his lips curling into a faint smile. Yet, he paid it little mind as he approached and knocked on the door. It was not long before the sound of footsteps echoed, and an elderly man clad in the attire of a steward opened the door. Upon seeing Rod, he paused momentarily, then hastily ushered him inside. "Lord Rod, please follow me this way," he spoke, his voice tinged with a slight tremor and urgency. "There is no need for such concern. With me here, no one shall harm you." Rod's tone was calm, yet inexplicably persuasive, causing the old butler to slightly regain his composure and offer a faint, apologetic smile. Who would have imagined that this figure, so loathed by the 8 Treasure Water Army, would voluntarily appear at their stronghold? It was truly unbelievable. In the courtyard, the Dragon Slayer swordsman had slain the deputy pillar, and you, with your past connections to the Dragon Slayer swordsman, would not escape the wrath of old Kai. Today marks the day of departure, and you shall be sacrificed as a flag, if you are willing to become the royal merchant. The crown will intervene to ensure your survival. A telephone bug lay on the table, narrating in a monotonous tone. Upon hearing these words, Gates's gaze flickered with uncertainty, a surge of anger swelling within him. What did it mean to be a royal merchant? It essentially meant surrendering the majority of his fortune to preserve his life. Indeed, without power, these cunning, ravenous wolves would seize any opportunity to pounce. Gates clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Yet he could not summon the courage to refuse. Money could be earned again, but life was singular. He bore no resentment towards Rod for his involvement. Rather, he felt a profound sadness for his own weakness and loathed the shamelessness of the Flower Kingdom's royal family. The Flower Kingdom was his homeland, and he had invested countless resources over the years. His last venture into the Grand Line was to establish connections with arms dealers for the Flower Kingdom, and the current Crown Prince's devil fruit had been supplied by him. Yet, when disaster struck, the royal family showed no hesitation in exploiting the situation, disregarding any semblance of past loyalty. How lamentable. Beside him, the third princess, Yuffie, turned her head, feeling a twinge of guilt and discomfort. However, she was powerless. She was merely a decorative princess, lacking the authority to voice any dissent against the king's orders. Have you made your decision? Time is of the essence. You have a lovely daughter and a virtuous wife. Do not deceive yourself. The telephone bug's tone remained flat, yet it concealed an insidious threat. Gates fought to suppress the urge to smash the telephone bug, bowing his head in despair, just as he was about to acquiesce. A sudden, chilling voice interrupted from a distance. "Is the king of the Flower Kingdom present? I remember you." Everyone was taken aback and swiftly turned to look. A handsome young man clad in white approached with measured steps. His expression was serene, and his tone conveyed not a threat, but rather a declaration of an inevitable future, causing all present to change countenance. "Who are you to speak to me in such a manner?" The telephone bug mimicked the haughty demeanor of the king of the Flower Kingdom with remarkable accuracy. "Dragon Slayer swordsman, Rod." The royal guard Hans exclaimed, his eyes reflecting disbelief. This was, after all, the headquarters of the 8 Treasure Navy, and yet Rod had appeared here. Yuffie also sprang to her feet, astonished as she gazed at Rod. Unlike others from the Flower Kingdom, her perception of Rod was remarkably favorable due to their fortuitous encounter. He was powerful, handsome, mysterious, imposing, and there lingered a hint of fate between them. Within the young girl's heart, an irrepressible sense of admiration and affection blossomed. The dragon-slaying swordmaster? At that moment, the voice of the king could be heard through the communication device, tinged with mild surprise but devoid of fear, as he coldly remarked, "How dare you appear in Gloridi? Do you wish to die, or have you simply lost your will to live?" Rod possessed no penchant for verbal disputes. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the telephone bug. That gaze instilled a profound tremor in the bug, which had been poised to continue mimicking the king's speech, as if the end of days were upon it. Under the astonished gaze of Gates and others, the telephone bug autonomously severed the call and swiftly retreated into its shell with a soft whimper. How terrifying! The little telephone bug trembled in fear. "Oh, it has been so long, Brother Rod." Just as Gates was about to speak, a small figure suddenly darted out from the partition and leapt into Rod's embrace, wriggling incessantly. All right, it has only been a few days." Rod extended his hand to untangle the octopus-like embrace of the snow gauze, gently placing it upon the ground. As soon as it touched the earth, the snow gauze leapt back, clinging to Rod's thigh like an ornament. Rod smiled helplessly, fully aware that the recent dark episode had likely frightened the innocent and tender-hearted young girl. Her approach towards him at this moment was merely a means of releasing her pent-up fear. Gates stepped forward, addressing Rod with a hint of deference. "My Lord Rod, I have located the swordsmith, but it will take some time to find the auxiliary materials that match the dragon claw and dragon tooth." He presumed that Rod had come to acquire the supreme blade. "No matter," Rod replied. "I am not here to claim the sword." Rod took a seat on a chair, cradling the delicate snow-white fabric in his arms, and casually remarked, "So, you are Gates." Puzzled as to why one would come to the headquarters of the 8 Treasure Water Army instead of seeking the supreme blade? This is, after all, the enemy's stronghold. "Of course, I have come to offer my head." Before Rod could utter a word, a resounding crash echoed at the entrance of the courtyard, causing the gate to splinter. In that moment, a towering figure wielding a long-handled pheasant knife strode in, followed by a throng of robust, muscular individuals with fierce expressions. The newcomer was none other than Kai, the current pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Simultaneously, a cacophony of footsteps reverberated from outside the estate. The number of approaching individuals unknown, yet the collective might was palpable, even felt by Gates and his companions within the confines of the courtyard. As Gates contemplated engaging in dialogue, he was halted by Rod's gesture, which urged him to retreat with Shueisha to safety. Acknowledging the futility of his words in this moment, Gates swiftly complied. Yufei, too, was pulled away from the courtyard by Hans, her apprehension evident. In an instant, the courtyard was left with Rod standing alone, confronting the formidable Kai and the multitude of the 8 Treasure Water Army outside, with countless soldiers looming beyond the walls. A true man indeed. Kai glanced at the retreating Gates and his daughter, then fixed his gaze upon the resolute Rod, uttering solemnly, "However, the slaying of Abu is a grave grievance. You must pay with your life as atonement. I vow that once you perish, no harm shall come to Gates and his daughter, but their possessions must be confiscated." Kai held a measure of respect for Rod, the renowned dragon slayer of the great maritime route, for it was understood that the weaponry of the Yu tribe was sourced from the Don Quixote family, and Rod had slain Diamante, the highest-ranking official of that family. The old adage, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," resonated with him. Were it not for the matter of Abu, Kai would not have hesitated to befriend Rod. Was he truly so confident of his victory? Rod gently rested his left hand upon the hilt of his sword, exuding an air of tranquility. Lao Kai, with a proud smile and an air of confidence, proclaimed, "If you were to flee directly, I would indeed lack the means to capture you, the legendary dragon slayer. Yet, you choose not the path to heaven, but instead force your way into hell. Here in Gradi, I cannot fathom any possibility of your victory." As these words left his lips, The myriad figures behind him advanced a step, unleashing their own formidable presence. A chilling aura of malevolence coalesced, rendering the atmosphere stifling as the temperature plummeted. Simultaneously, the multitude of troops converging outside the estate let out a thunderous roar, their overwhelming malice surging skyward, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city and instilling fear in all who bore witness. The terrifying momentum dimmed even the heavens and the earth. Such military might was earth-shattering. Who could possibly contend with it? Lao Kai, observing this spectacle, nodded in satisfaction, casting a confident and haughty glance towards Rod. However, in the very next moment, an aura that left Lao Kai stunned and speechless erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. Amidst this boundless, overpowering force that seemed poised to upend existence itself, Rod stepped forward, soaring into the air, calmly surveying the scene below as if he were a sovereign, trampling all beneath him. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the cacophony of the assembled thousands of naval warriors ceased abruptly. Just yesterday, Rod had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, instantly rendering thousands unconscious, the shockwave extending from the valley to a significant portion of Black Harbor, encompassing nearly the area of a small island. Today, as Rod proactively unleashed his Conqueror's Haki for the first time, its reach was unparalleled. With a resounding thud, the nearest elite of the 8 Treasures Navy fell first, swiftly followed by the second and third. Thud, thud. Like a cascade of dominoes, the impact spread rapidly, causing the crowd to topple in waves as if reaped like wheat. Except for those, such as Xue Xia, whom Rod had barely managed to guide past. The entirety of the second-largest city in the Flower Kingdom found its ordinary citizens instantly rendered unconscious by the earth-shattering might of the Conqueror's Haki. In the end, barely 100 souls remained standing, retaining their consciousness within the vast city. Moreover, more than half of these individuals bore expressions of horror and disbelief. Their minds engulfed in terror. Facing Rod in battle seemed a distant thought, and even the courage to meet his gaze had all but vanished. In the presence of a true sovereign, one must first be able to stand firm before contemplating a siege. This is the essence of the Conqueror's Haki. Old Kai felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, momentarily taken aback. He recalled the reports of the mass fainting incident in Black Harbor and realized that Rod might have awakened his Conqueror's Haki. After all, the Dragon Slayer swordsman awakening such power was plausible. However, there exists a distinction in the strength of Conqueror's Haki. The current terrifying range enveloping the entire city, resembling a miniature island, was beyond what even his grandfather, Chief Green Pepper, could achieve. Not only in extent, but Old Kai sensed that the intensity of this Dragon Slayer's Conqueror's Haki might even surpass that of others. What manner of monster had emerged? He managed to steady his nerves, his eyes filled with astonishment yet devoid of fear. Ultimately, Conqueror's Haki was merely a skill to dispatch lesser foes. Unless one reached the level of the Pirate King, Roger, it would merely induce a sense of oppression against formidable adversaries. Do not let it intimidate you. Our strength remains superior, he reassured his companions calmly. The Flower Kingdom thrived in power, commanding respect across the western seas. The 8 Treasure Navy and the 2nd Treasure Navy were armed organizations with a long lineage, each having produced formidable warriors throughout generations. In the past decade, the 8 Treasure Navy had indeed emerged as the most prestigious and powerful faction, yet others like the 2nd Treasure Navy also boasted skilled fighters. Among those who remained conscious and capable of battle, including Old Kai, there were approximately 12. In naval terms, this translated to 1 rear admiral, 3 division admirals, and 8 somewhat stronger rear admirals. Thus Old Kai remained confident in defeating Rod. Grody guarded the maritime entrance of the Flower Kingdom, if it could be so easily overturned. How could they protect their realm? The other stalwarts inhaled deeply upon hearing this, gradually regaining their composure. With no pretense, Old Kai unleashed his full strength with the 8-chamber fist. He shouted fiercely as he leaped into the air, surpassing Rod's height, then executed a swift somersault, driving his leg down with tremendous force, an impact that nearly disregarded defenses aimed directly at Rod. Indeed, he was far stronger than Abu. In the face of this, Rod remained composed, gripping his sword with one hand and effortlessly countering with a single stroke. Boom! The clash of silver-white sword energy and the force of the strike resonated like thunder in the sky, sending shockwaves in all directions, uprooting flowers, grass, and trees from the yard and nearly shattering the walls. The confrontation between the two was akin to 2 warships colliding, a cataclysmic spectacle that echoed for miles. Truly formidable. Old Kai's expression subtly shifted, and he involuntarily flew backward, while Rod maintained a serene demeanor, standing suspended in the air. Their initial clash had already determined the victor. Old Kai, with his formidable physique and imposing aura, unleashed the devastating might of the pinnacle martial technique, the 8-charge fist, with a kick that could undoubtedly rival that of a middle general in their ranks. However, Rod proved to be even stronger since the battle with the mole. His physical prowess and aura had significantly enhanced, and his swordsmanship had seen considerable refinement, nearing the realm of a master swordsman. His overall strength had subtly surpassed that of a middle general. In this moment, with a mere flick of his sword, he effortlessly countered Old Kai's full-force strike. Old Kai, feeling a sharp pain in his heel as he rose on his toes, grew solemn. The other pillars nodded in agreement, promptly taking action as they surged into the sky from various directions, employing their respective martial and sword techniques to assail Rod. Old Kai immediately followed suit. These individuals moved with astonishing speed, ascending like a tempest, stirring fierce winds, and unleashing a cacophony of piercing howls that ravaged the heavens. Snowshaw Gates and others dared not look back to witness the battle. They fled in haste, fearful of being caught in the residual force. Rod, however, wore a smile in the face of this spectacle. With a slight elevation of his empty left hand, it seemed as if he were cradling a void. In an instant, an inexhaustible surge of thunder and lightning erupted violently, transforming the sky into a vast sea of storms. Rod stood at the center, commanding the tempest with the authority of a thunder god emerging from the mists of antiquity, meting out divine retribution upon the world. The power of the thunder resonated with a deafening roar, swiftly coalescing into countless lightning spears that spanned the expanse of the heavens. With a swift motion of his hand, Rod summoned the lightning spear, which cascaded down like a torrential storm, veiling the sky and unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. The very heavens and earth seemed to pale in its presence. Lao Kai and his companions felt a wave of nausea wash over them, their pupils filled with the fierce brilliance of the thunderous lightning, leaving no room for anything else. The ground shook with resounding booms, akin to 100 naval ships firing in unison, the terrifying cacophony engulfing the surroundings, causing those who remained conscious to wince in pain. They retreated, their gazes transfixed on the scene unfolding before them. The grand estate of Gates had vanished, replaced by an awe-inspiring radiance of thunder. Amidst the dazzling light, 12 figures surged forth, darting to the skies in a desperate bid to confront Rod, only to be repeatedly struck down by the tidal waves of lightning spears, arcs of electricity erupting around them. The brilliance obscured their vision. All that remained were silhouettes, one figure standing resolute in the heavens, immobile, while below, numerous figures struggled in vain, their shouts and cries drowned out by the thunderous roars. It was as if divine retribution had descended, a sight beyond imagination. At that moment, those few remaining conscious in the city of Grodine, the second largest in the Flower Kingdom, were among the mightiest of warriors. They congregated around the battlefield, gazing in awe at the earth-shattering spectacle before them, collectively gasping in disbelief. Legends spoke of true peak powerhouses, capable of single-handedly opposing armies and even obliterating nations. Yet, such tales had always been mere whispers, never witnessed with one's own eyes. This young dragon-slaying swordsman, however, seemed to be manifesting that very reality. Like a god of war descended upon the earth, he stood alone against the entire naval force of the Flower Kingdom. The tides were about to change, someone murmured softly. Grodine, as the second-largest city in the Flower Kingdom, housed the elite forces of the realm, claiming to possess over half of the kingdom's might. Should one individual topple such power, the consequences and ramifications would be beyond the imagination of those present. This would be monumental news, unprecedented in its significance. Ever since I was dispatched to the Flower Kingdom, I had been idle, but now the opportunity for upheaval had finally arrived. A woman in her 30s, with flowing golden hair, raised her camera with determination, capturing the unfolding chaos. Though her strength was insignificant, her unwavering will allowed her to withstand the oppressive presence of conquerors. Indeed, the reporters of the pirate world were among the most enigmatic of beings. In another direction, Yuffie and her companion struggled to escape, glancing back in shock. It seemed that their father had crossed paths with forces he ought not to have antagonized. Princess Yuffie murmured softly, a glimmer of light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Having endured the baptism of the conqueror's haki, she was mentally prepared this time and did not lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the thunderous brilliance on the battlefield gradually began to fade. The roaring subsided, revealing a desolate expanse of scorched earth. Although Gates' mansion was not lavish in appearance, it occupied a vast area, complete with gardens and artificial hills spanning several hundred meters. Yet at this moment, it lay in ruins, scarcely recognizable from its former state. With only charred earth and dilapidated structures remaining, Old Kai, enveloped in the aura of Haki, surveyed his surroundings, and a chill ran through his heart. Under the thunderous onslaught, only a mere 5 individuals had survived, all of whom bore varying degrees of injuries, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. In a matter of moments, the once formidable 8 treasures navy had dwindled to just him. What astonished Old Kai even more was that despite unleashing such a cataclysmic move, Rod in midair merely panted, evidently not overly fatigued. Was it possible that today one man would topple an entire city? A twinge of sorrow welled up within Old Kai, quickly transforming into a burning fury, resolute and fierce. He would not allow it. A lone enemy would undoubtedly bask in glory, forever etched in the annals of history, while this army would be forever condemned, shamed for eternity in the Flower Kingdom. In the throes of this intense anger and determination, Old Kai seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation, exuding an air of chilling intensity. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly leaped into the air, executing the ultimate technique of the 8 trigrams fist, the conical dragon spike. This technique, the essence of the 8 trigrams fist, first imbued with Haki, concentrated a unique force upon his foot, allowing him to unleash a catastrophic strike capable of shattering a steel pillar as thick as a barrel into dust. Its power surpassed that of the previous 8 trigrams fist, the martial heel. Humph. In response, Rod merely snorted, swinging his sword with ease. Boom. A silvery sword aura, intertwined with astonishing thunder and lightning, surged toward Old Kai like a tidal wave. Old Kai felt a sudden constriction in his breath. As if confronted by the might of the heavens, his heart filled with dread. Could this thunderous force truly harmonize with the sword? Bang! The thunderous sword aura collided with the conical dragon spike. To the spectators, Old Kai surged forth with an indomitable spirit, as if he could forge a new world with a single kick. Yet Rod, with a casual stroke of his sword, suppressed him forcefully to the ground. With a splatter of blood raining down, disbelief filled Old Kai's eyes. He could no longer maintain his stance, kneeling with great difficulty as he gazed at Rod, coughing blood incessantly. Was it true that even the mightiest of techniques posed no threat at all? It was overwhelming, despairing strength. Old Kai seemed oblivious to the excruciating pain coursing through his body, his gaze fixed intently on Rod. In this collision, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Rod, one that rivaled even the peak prowess of his grandfather, the esteemed Green Pepper. No, this cannot be. What manner of youth could possibly be compared to such a legendary figure? I shall take my leave. This young man will undoubtedly be sent by my grandfather to accompany me. With resolute thoughts, Old Kai gradually lost sensation in his body. His consciousness began to blur. The world around him dimmed, and then he succumbed to complete darkness. Thud. Old Kai collapsed onto the ground, falling into a pool of blood. At that moment, Rod, suspended in midair, slowly sheathed his sword and descended gracefully to the earth. The 5 surviving pillars of the naval forces stirred slightly, seemingly inclined to act, yet were abruptly halted by the chilling gaze that swept over them, causing their expressions to stiffen, and they sighed in resignation. They then bowed their proud heads toward this 17-year-old youth, who was even less than half their size, revealing a look of submission. One man against an army. The vast city lay silent as a grave, with no words spoken. All eyes were fixed on the scene, shimmering with profound shock and reverence. Even the eager blonde reporter, yearning for a sensational story, dared not disrupt the moment, her face flushed with excitement and exhilaration as she fixed her gaze on Rod. She understood that as the sole witness to this monumental event, her future would be resplendent. With Rod's assent, her credentials would shine even brighter. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her, making it difficult for her to contain her excitement. How powerful! How handsome! How she wished she had been born a decade later. In another direction, the father-daughter duo, Shueisha and Gates, were still fleeing. As Gates feared that this battle would not conclude easily, he worried that his daughter could become Rod's vulnerability, hence their flight. Just then, the roar of battle ceased. The sound had stopped. Shueisha's small face shifted, and with a sudden burst of strength, she broke free from Gates, leaping lightly onto a rooftop, gazing toward the battlefield. Brother Rod has won. The little girl's jubilant cry echoed throughout the silent city. Hearing this, Gates let out a great sigh of relief. feeling that the fluctuations of life had never been more extreme. In another direction, Yufei and her companion exhaled deeply after witnessing the entire battle. Kai, being the grandson of the leader Green Pepper, had fallen, and his demise would likely summon the legendary figure who remained detached from worldly affairs. The royal guard, Hans, shook his head slightly. The entire Flower Kingdom, no, the whole West Sea, indeed the world, would tremble at this turn of events. Yuffie remained silent, her thoughts consumed by the solitary figure of the young man clad in white, brandishing a sword. The conflicting emotions of admiration and burgeoning hostility left her in a state of turmoil. She yearned to engage in discussions about the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals and share her passion for literature with fellow book enthusiasts. Chapter 128. The Spear of Green Pepper in the capital of the Flower Kingdom, within the Grand Palace. King Charles concluded a conversation with Rod and convened a meeting, summoning a host of ministers and his eldest son, Shuanai, to await news from the Battle of Grody. As a renowned dragon-slaying swordsman, Charles had mentally prepared himself for significant losses. Yet, he deemed it worthwhile, should they succeed in vanquishing the illustrious dragon-slaying swordsman. Not only would the Flower Kingdom's reputation be greatly enhanced, but they could also forge an alliance with the formidable Don Quixote family of the underworld. Connecting with the former celestial dragon and warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Charles calculated the risks and rewards astutely. It seemed a lucrative endeavor. Has there been no news yet? Charles inquired from his position at the head of the table, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding an air of control, despite reaching out to all their contacts. No one answered, perhaps due to the intensity of the battle, lamented the minister responsible for intelligence. Charles furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. In such a vast city, with countless spies lurking in the shadows, it seemed implausible that none could be reached. Could there be other forces at play? To seize control of the entire city in such a short time would require a massive deployment of manpower, an endeavor difficult to conceal. Just as Charles grappled with these perplexing thoughts, the conference room doors swung open abruptly, and a young man, his face a mask of shock and horror, rushed in, exclaiming, "A calamity has struck. The latest news is simply explosive. Calm yourself, what a disgraceful display." Before Charles could interject, the intelligence minister had already begun to scold him. However, Charles paid no heed, urgently inquiring, "What news from Grody? Have they captured the dragon-slaying swordsman? What are the losses?" The Crown Prince Shuanai and the assembled ministers leaned in, ears perked, their gazes intent. They believed that Grody's elite forces, fully equipped, along with several key naval commanders, would undoubtedly prevail against any ordinary pirate, let alone the dragon-slaying swordsman. This information does not come from our sources. It is reported by a newspaper from the West Sea, detailing the battle at Grody. The dragon-slaying swordsman, alone, commanded an army of thousands and subdued the entire city as populace, ultimately overpowering several key figures, leading to the demise of Lord Sai at the hands of Rod. The youth proclaimed, holding up the facts in his hand. What? Inside the conference room, everyone was rendered speechless. The Minister of Intelligence, who had previously exhibited an air of nonchalance, was now nearly toppled from his chair. The Crown Prince, Shuanai, who had been squinting, abruptly opened his eyes wide with alarm. The ministers stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. Charles found himself rooted to the spot, his cigar falling to the ground unnoticed as he muttered to himself. Defeated, but how can that be? That is the gateway to the Flower Kingdom, where half the nation's strength converges. Even a formidable pirate would not be able to lose here, would they? Nick, are you speaking nonsense? This is utterly preposterous. The Minister of Intelligence slammed the table, reprimanding. We are talking about tens of thousands of fully armed troops, seasoned in battle. How could they be subdued by a single individual? Before Nick could respond, Prince Shuanai coldly interjected. The Dragon Slayer Sword Master possesses the qualities of a king and has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. If sufficiently powerful, it is conceivable for one person to subdue tens of thousands of soldiers. How could pillars like Kai possibly be unable to contend with a young master? The others nodded in agreement, casting skeptical glances at Nick. Faced with their doubt, Nick raised his voice, declaring, according to reports, the newspaper states that the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster transformed into a thunder god, summoning the thunderous ocean, unleashing lightning spears that shattered the pillars, and ultimately slaying Lord Kai with a single strike. At this revelation, gasps filled the room, and the attendees exchanged incredulous looks. their expressions betraying their shock. Charles sprang to his feet. Quickly, summoned Mr. Green Pepper. Chief Green Pepper was a figure from the era before the Great Pirate Age. Having once battled alongside legendary figures such as Roger, Shiki, and Whitebeard in the New World, with a bounty exceeding 500 million at his peak, a true pirate of renown. Although he later fell to the hands of the Iron Fist Garp and retreated to the West Blue in disgrace, his reputation remained untarnished. When Green Pepper returned to the Flower Kingdom, the entire nation was abuzz, with all royal family members converging to greet him, while the other naval pillars bowed in deference. Yielding to the 8 treasure navy. Under Charles's guidance, Prince Shuanai accompanied him to a tranquil garden nestled among verdant hills and clear waters just outside the royal city. This garden exuded an ancient charm, reminiscent of a secluded retreat for sages. As they approached, a calm and measured laughter echoed from within. "Ah, Charles, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Charles quickened his pace, entering the garden and approaching a tall figure seated in a meditative pose. He refrained from speaking immediately and instead offered a respectful bow. Charles had once been a youth under Green Pepper's watchful eye as he ascended to the throne, fostering a deep respect for him. "There is no need for such formalities here," Green Pepper replied amiably, "and this must be Shuanai. I remember when you came to see me as a child. You were only 12. I hardly recognized how much you have grown. Master Qingjiao. That was a matter from 13 years ago." Shuanai stepped forward, respectfully speaking, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. He was aware that Qingjiao belonged to a bygone era, his age considerable, yet he did not anticipate such evident signs of aging, his beard completely white. It seemed implausible that he could wield a sword in battle. He likely required assistance even in daily life. Regarding such an elderly figure, Shuanai's intrinsic skepticism about his ability to confront the formidable Dragon Slayer swordsman was palpable. "Charles, it has been quite some time since you last visited. What brings you to seek me?" Qingjiao inquired slowly, rising to his full height, his imposing physique casting a shadow over the sunlight. He was a pure martial arts practitioner, nearly the stature of a general. Mr. Qingjiao, not long ago, a super genius emerged in the Grand Line, known as Rod. At under 20 years of age, he has gained renown throughout the Grand Line, being referred to as the Dragon Slayer swordsman. Charles replied respectfully. "Oh, under 20? That is indeed remarkable," Qingjiao remarked, raising his eyelids in mild surprise. The cultivation of such a formidable physique requires considerable time. To attain notoriety before turning 20 suggests either an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit user or a truly exceptional prodigy. Charles smiled wryly. "Indeed, it is remarkable. Recently, he arrived in the Land of Flowers, first slaying the current deputy leader, Abu, and then entering Gloridi alone, unleashing his conqueror's haki and incapacitating everyone in the city, including the elite of the Navy. It is almost unbelievable." The usually impassive expression of Qingjiao shifted for the first time. Conqueror's haki, often referred to as the mark of a king, is typically assessed based on 2 factors. First, one's innate potential, which determines the strength of the haki upon its initial awakening. Second, the repeated battles and victories against other kings serve to gradually enhance the haki. Given the age of this Dragon Slayer swordsman, it is likely that he is yet to face other kings. However, the extent of his haki seemingly enveloping an entire city, akin to a small island, indicates a potential that is truly chilling. And then, a glimmer of light flickered in Qingjiao's murky eyes. After that, Charles hesitated briefly before continuing. Kai and several other leaders engaged the Dragon Slayer swordsman but were utterly defeated. Kai perished in the encounter. What? At long last. The Green Pepper had transformed. He opened his eyes wide, an aura of palpable terror sweeping forth, shaking the heavens and the earth, akin to an abyss or an ocean, even causing the formidable and resolute Shuanai to struggle for breath. The fluttering butterflies and chirping birds in the jungle fell into an immediate silence. In that moment, Shuanai recognized that the elder was still the leader of the new world from years past, the Green Pepper. Kai had perished in battle, outmatched, leaving Shuanai with no words but the desire for vengeance. Yet, this dragon-slaying swordsman had achieved such prowess that his strength likely rivaled that of a true pirate king. The Green Pepper reigned in his aura, stroking his bald head, feeling the situation was quite formidable. He was well aware of his own condition. In his prime, he would fear no one. However, at this moment, his aged body and numerous hidden injuries rendered him powerless. Even if he were somewhat stronger than old Kai, his advantages were limited, making it exceedingly difficult to subdue the dragon-slaying swordsman. Charles, perceiving the green pepper's intent, fell into a brief silence before speaking. This battle concerns the honor and disgrace of the Flower Kingdom. The royal family is willing to offer a treasured national artifact to restore some of Mr. Green Pepper's strength. A national treasure? Restore strength? The Green Pepper narrowed his eyes in surprise. Indeed, treasures of the realm existed in the world of pirates, such as the Dragon Palace's Jade Box, passed down through generations on Fishman Island, the great treasure left by the pirate King Roger, or the national treasures of the celestial dragons. Such items were typically shrouded in mystery. Even a pirate of Green Pepper stature had only heard whispers of them. After a moment's contemplation, Charles decided to speak candidly. The national treasure of our Flower Kingdom is a restorative elixir, derived from the world's foremost physician of many years ago. Its potency is remarkable, likely allowing Mr. Green Pepper to regain over 70 to 80% of his strength temporarily and suppress his hidden injuries, enabling him to fight at full capacity. However, the side effects are considerable. Pausing for a moment to gauge the Green Pepper's reaction, Charles continued, "It will significantly shorten your lifespan, given your age, my lord." Upon hearing this, the Green Pepper chuckled, seemingly unfazed. To have fought throughout my life, only to succumb to the obscurity of aging and death, would be a true disgrace. As a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, the leader Green Pepper never feared death. He yearned for a glorious demise in battle. Charles, hearing this, felt a slight alleviation of his tension, a glimmer of ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He served the king, known for his cruelty, and was decisive in dealing with foes. Having already offended Rod, he empathized that Rod would undoubtedly seek retribution, and thus he was willing to sacrifice the national treasure to enlist Green Pepper in eliminating Rod. After all, slaying Rod would align him with the Don Quixote family, making Green Pepper's demise inconsequential, a price worth paying. 10 days hence, the leader Green Pepper scheduled a duel with the dragon-slaying swordsman Rod atop Flower Mountain. The West Sea trembled. The illustrious leader Green Pepper stands as one of the legendary figures in the West Sea, having risen to fame even before the infamous red-haired Shanks of the Four Emperors. During the era of Roger, he commanded a bounty exceeding 500 million, and among the older generation, he is a household name. In the land of flowers, Green Pepper is nothing short of a myth, a living legend. However, the notoriety of Rod is equally formidable, known as the dragon-slaying swordsman and a youthful prodigy. He single-handedly faced armies and held fortresses at bay. Through diligent efforts, the West Sea press unearthed sensational revelations, including the staggering bounty of 1 billion from the underworld of the Grand Line, detailing the assassination of Diamante, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. It can be asserted that in the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, this 17-year-old youth shone the brightest, leading the charge with unchallenged prowess. The news of the superlative genius preparing to battle the legendary Green Pepper from the previous era ignited an explosive interest throughout the West Sea. From the royal family to commoners, and even among pirates and bounty hunters at sea, all eyes turned with unwavering attention. The announcement of this decisive battle reached even the Grand Line, capturing the attention of various factions. Green Pepper, you say? Ha ha. It appears our old man's era is far from over. Carp chuckled heartily, savoring his rice crackers without a care in the world. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at the carefree elder, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Rod's endeavor can be seen as a tentative reform of the Seven Warlord system, one he hopes will not meet an untimely demise. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku turned to Carp and inquired, "You are most familiar with Green Pepper. How much of his combat prowess do you believe remains?" Carp, with a look that suggested he felt somewhat put on the spot, scratched his head and pondered for a while before responding, "Though I cannot ascertain his current state. If he possesses even 70 to 80% of his peak strength, it should suffice to rival an ordinary great pirate. After all, like myself, he is a pure martial artist, and the 8-charge fist is indeed formidable." Carp absent-mindedly picked his nose and added, "Though I did obliterate him with a single punch. He is undeniably impressive." Sengoku chose to disregard the latter remark, lightly furrowing his brow. The path of a pure martial artist is the most arduous to master. Yet once attained, it becomes exceedingly difficult to contend with, offering no weaknesses in power, speed, or defense. Rod is likely to face significant challenges. However, this young man has awakened the Conqueror's Haki, which explains his reluctance to join the Navy. He picked up another intelligence report and let out a soft grunt. Conqueror's Haki not only signifies an extraordinary potential far beyond the norm, but also embodies the essence of free and independent will, which naturally conflicts with the stringent regulations of the Navy. Karp, however, seemed unfazed, stating that many a conqueror had met their end beneath his iron fists. One punch was insufficient, he would deliver two if necessary. Not only Sengoku and Karp from the Navy headquarters, but also Peach Rabbit from the G5 branch of the New World, Robin and Vivi from Alabasta, Keela from Baldigo, and even Rod's adversary Doflamingo, were all made aware of this impending showdown. Whether in concern, anticipation, or indifference, all those connected to Rod, friends and foes alike, cast their watchful gazes upon him. Meanwhile, in Grody, Rod received a visit from the Crown Prince of the Flower Kingdom, Shuanai, or rather, a challenge. Fearing Rod might shy away from battle, Charles proposed a highly enticing wager, the ultimate blade coveted by sword masters. He yearned to engage in discussions about the divine talents of pirates with like-minded individuals and converse with fellow book lovers about their favorite literature. Chapter 130. A gathering of multitudes. Very well, I accept. Rod nodded in acquiescence, for he had no reason to decline. His initial intent was to directly conquer the Kingdom of Flowers through force, subsequently utilizing the identity of the seven warlords to implement a comprehensive reform from top to bottom, thereby expediting the completion of his mission in the Kingdom of Flowers. What could be more efficient than publicly defeating the leader, Green Pepper? 10 days hence, atop the majestic Flower Mountain in the capital, we await your arrival. Shuanai bowed slightly, and then led the assembly away. Before departing, Yufei cast a silent glance at Rod. The adversarial nature of their relationship rendered her incapable of expressing any sentiment. Ultimately, she could only sigh, suppressing the newly blossomed emotions within her. Once Shuanai and Yufei had departed, Gates, with an expression of palpable anxiety, remarked, "My Lord Rod, do you truly intend to accept this duel? The supreme great blade. If it can be claimed without cost, why not seize it?" Rod shrugged. The supreme blade possesses a fatal allure for the swordsman. While Rod does not demand too much, having it is certainly preferable to not having it at all. This was one of the original goals upon arriving in the Land of Flowers. Moreover, renowned swords and blades each possess their own unique characteristics, imbued with an exceptional aura of swordsmanship that can be beneficial to a swordsman's path. Thus, it is wise to collect them whenever possible. However, the leader Green Pepper is a legendary figure from the previous era. Gates expressed his concerns. In the eyes of the citizens of the Land of Flowers, the leader Green Pepper is a legend, a source of pride, an invincible entity, although he has never witnessed Green Pepper in action. The tales that circulate throughout the Land of Flowers are more than sufficient to attest to Green Pepper's might. His era has already passed. Rod gently shook his head, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the distance. Shueisha stood obediently beside him, her sparkling eyes brimming with reverence. Following a series of events, Rod's image in the young girl's mind had been magnified infinitely, perhaps akin to that of an omnipotent deity. 10 days swiftly passed. Given the considerable distance between the royal capital and Glody, Rod set off early in the morning, venturing forth alone without Gates and Shueisha, as both were mere mortals. Should any mishap occur, Rod might not be able to protect them. The others had arrived much earlier than Rod. They had rushed from various corners of the Flower Kingdom and even from the West Sea upon hearing the news, had the 10-day span not been so brief. Many from the Grand Route would have also made their way here. After all, this battle was profoundly shocking, a confrontation worthy of an era. In a short time, the royal capital of the Flower Kingdom had gathered a multitude of renowned masters from the West Sea. The royal guards were exceedingly tense. Should these masters stir, they could potentially upheave the entire royal capital. Yet, everyone remained quietly awaiting the arrival of the two combatants. Even the kings and queens of ancient kingdoms nearby, along with officials from the world government, had gathered at the site of the duel, eager to witness this battle of the century. Hua Mountain, situated just outside the royal capital, stood nearly 100 meters high. Its name, Hua Mountain, was aptly chosen due to its flourishing array of flowers and trees from around the globe. At the foot of Hua Mountain, countless figures gathered along the road, each exuding a palpable aura and gleaming with intensity. Was that not Eric from the Twin Moon Dojo? He was indeed a titan in the realm of swordsmen in the West Sea, renowned as the foremost swordsman of the region. What a sight it was. As today countless kings had arrived, it was said that a formidable master from the Yu Kingdom was also present. It was rumored that the leader, Qing Jiao, had once dealt a significant blow to this individual upon returning to the West Sea. One individual, unable to contain himself, blurted this out. His companion promptly covered his mouth. warning him to speak cautiously. Such great figures were not to be discussed lightly, lest they overhear and retaliate. The speaker's face turned pale, and he quickly fell silent. Near the base of the mountain stood a dozen figures cloaked in the style of the Revolutionary Army. Among them were Mori, the commander of the Western Army, and Hela, along with other revolutionaries. The implications of this battle were monumental. Should anything go awry, their forces might be insufficient to manage the situation. Mori's aides scanned the surroundings and whispered, "The reputation of leader Qing Jiao is immense. His return to action in the duel against the dragon-slaying swordsman has drawn countless hidden masters from the West Sea. While they are dispersed, we are not afraid, however. Should they unite, it could become quite troublesome." Mori narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. Rod's significance within the Revolutionary Army has ascended to new heights with the awakening of his conqueror's haki, even surpassing that of Sabo, who was groomed as the chief of staff. This is because those who awaken conqueror's haki are often born leaders. The ambition to overthrow the world government is a daunting and arduous task. Dragon does not expect it to be accomplished in a single generation. However, Rod, with his awakened conqueror's haki, evidently fulfills all the prerequisites to assume the mantle of the next leader of the Revolutionary Army. Setting this aside, the news regarding the national treasure of the Flower Country has likely reached Rod. Indeed, it has, Hela remarked. The intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army is among the finest in the world. Although Charles has maintained excellent secrecy concerning the national treasure, he cannot evade the all-seeing eyes of the Revolutionary Army. Now, we shall observe this decisive battle between the two. Should Rod emerge victorious, all will be well. However, should he falter? Mori's tone bore an unusual firmness. You all understand the implications. Hela and the others nodded in solemn agreement. In a relatively peripheral position stood mostly young men and women, aged between 20 and 30. Many of whom had come to this place under the guidance of their masters or fathers, young prodigies in their own right. Sevilla, as the foremost swordsman of Skek Island, possessed formidable strength and striking beauty, garnering considerable renown. Numerous young talents gathered nearby, eager to showcase their abilities. Yet, she maintained a stoic expression, her gaze fixated on the end of the road, seemingly awaiting a particular figure. What do you think? Who is stronger, the Dragon Slayer swordsman or Chief Green Pepper? Posed a handsome youth, attempting to stir conversation. That goes without saying, it must be Chief Green Pepper. He was a prominent figure of the previous era, having contended with legendary individuals such as Pirate King Roger. In that time, his bounty exceeded 500 million. Not necessarily, countered another. The Dragon Slayer swordsman single-handedly defended the city, triumphing over tens of thousands of naval forces from the Flower Country. His achievements are arguably on par with those of the former Chief Green Pepper, especially considering that the latter has grown old and may not even wield his sword effectively anymore. The young warriors engaged in fervent discussion. Sevilla, lost in thought, recalled the moment Rod had decisively defeated her in public. So, you are of this caliber. It is no wonder you said I had challenged an opponent beyond my reach. She felt a deep blush recalling how she once perceived Rod's words as an insult. Women, too, can become great swordsmen. Remembering Rod's words, Sevilla's expression hardened with determination. She resolved to witness this climactic battle before embarking on her journey to the Grand Line, to carve her own path in the art of the sword. As dusk fell and the lights along the road illuminated, many began to grow impatient, voicing their grievances. Suddenly, a youth clad in white strolled leisurely from the end of the path. At last, he has arrived. Upon seeing him, Sevilla's cool demeanor transformed. A radiant smile blossoming on her face, akin to an iceberg thawing, utterly stunning. I wish to engage in discussions about the extraordinary talents of the Pirate King with like-minded individuals and share my thoughts on beloved books with fellow readers. Chapter 131. The Battle of the Century. At the foot of the mountain, along the road, stood hundreds of royal guards, and behind them, a multitude of young warriors from the West Sea gazed in astonishment at the youth clad in white, strikingly handsome. He appeared remarkably youthful, far younger than what was depicted in the newspapers. Such a figure, I feel I could easily best 10 of him. Can he truly contend with the formidable leader, Green Pepper? Those who previously held confidence in the dragon-slaying swordsman began to express doubts, for Rod was indeed exceedingly young, even younger than many present. His height was unremarkable, his physique not imposing. He resembled a graceful young gentleman, seemingly devoid of any combat prowess. Though the newspapers had mentioned Rod's age, the information therein was never to be fully trusted. It was widely believed that someone renowned across the Grand Line, accomplishing a series of remarkable feats, would surely be at least 25, if not 30 years of age or older. After all, how else could he compel the leader Green Pepper to issue a challenge? As the young warriors contemplated this, the royal guards along the road did not hesitate, simultaneously bowing in deference. Regardless of their stance, Rod's overwhelming strength was sufficient to command their utmost respect. Hundreds, nearly 1,000, bowed in unison, transforming the atmosphere instantaneously. Even as doubts lingered in the minds of the young warriors, they were compelled to temporarily suppress them, their inclinations regarding the outcome of this decisive battle shifting significantly. At that moment, a voice of resounding might, booming like thunder and brimming with power, echoed from the mountain's peak. "Dragon-slaying swordsman, I have awaited you for a long time. Come forth for battle." There stood Green Pepper upon the summit, his beard no longer streaked with gray, but rather a deep black. Aside from his conical head, he appeared remarkably similar to his prime, seemingly rejuvenated by 2 or 3 decades. Draped in the green cloak of his youth, his exposed muscles resembled finely wrought metal, their definition showcasing the allure of a martial arts master. Could it be that he remained as formidable as he once was? The great warrior from the Moon Clan widened his eyes, recalling the harrowing moments of being bested by Green Pepper, instinctively taking a step back. Beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. He had believed that Green Pepper, having suffered severe injuries from carp and now in his twilight years, would be burdened by hidden wounds, unlikely to surpass the dragon-slaying swordsman. Yet, he was taken aback to see Green Pepper embodying the peak of a man in his 40s or 50s. It was utterly unbelievable. All the elder warriors who had previously encountered leader Green Pepper stood agape, as if confronted by a specter. This battle appeared to hold no uncertainty whatsoever. The elder warriors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy towards Rod. Previously, they had believed that Rod held a greater chance of victory in this decisive battle. Historically, beauty is akin to a renowned general, and one must not witness the onset of old age amidst the vibrancy of youth. If the Dragon Slayer, a master swordsman, symbolized the rising sun, then Green Pepper represented the setting sun. It was evident to all discerning souls that Rod held the upper hand. Yet, unexpectedly, Green Pepper's bizarre revival to peak combat prowess, despite the loss of his iconic conical head, revealed that his martial skills remained formidable, still earning him the reputation of a fearsome pirate. The potency of the national treasure from the Land of Flowers proved astonishingly robust. This likely restored 70 to 80% of his combat strength, truly justifying his title as a great pirate. Commander Mori of the Western Army displayed a grave expression, prompting Hela to anxiously inquire, "Commander Mori, should we intervene to prevent Rod from participating in the battle?" Any formidable pirate possesses the capacity to instill fear across the New World, standing as a dominant force within the ranks of the 4 emperors. They represent the principal combat strength, merely a step away from their zenith. "No," Mori replied, shaking his head. "To evade battle at this moment would be far worse than defeat. Possessing the qualities of a king, one may lose or falter. But one must never shirk from confrontation or fear the fight. Only by advancing fearlessly can one truly ascend to greatness and transcend the ordinary." With Green Pepper's appearance showcasing his youthful demeanor, the atmosphere at the foot of Flower Mountain shifted dramatically, as if a fierce gale had swept through. Whether elder warriors or youthful champions, be they kings, queens, or commoners, scarcely anyone believed Rod retained much hope of victory. Even the most ardent supporters of Rod, the female swordswoman Sivia and the 3rd Princess Yuffie, shared this sentiment. Amidst the gazes filled with regret, concern, sighs, and even schadenfreude, the air thickened with tension. Rod, however, maintained an air of calm indifference, resembling a tourist leisurely exploring Huashan, as he strolled step by step towards the foot of the mountain. There, Charles and other royal members stood with their heads bowed in deference. Although the king of a nation might wield greater power and authority than a superlative being like Rod, he was still required to exhibit the most fundamental respect. After all, this is a world where might reigns supreme, and strength is the prevailing currency. Rod, however, did not cast a glance in their direction, slowly making his way down the steps of the Flower Mountain. On either side, vibrant blossoms danced in a riot of colors, their petals swirling gracefully. It was an exquisite sight, yet imbued with a poignant beauty, reminiscent of a funeral, as if foretelling something significant. Tap! Rod ascended the steps with his hands clasped behind his back. In that fleeting moment, Changjiao abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of vitality sparkling within them as he gazed into the air. Ah, what a vibrant young man indeed, daring to confront me in such a manner? Qingjiao's tone was calm, yet imbued with an unwavering, monumental presence, akin to a towering mountain. Any ordinary individual who heard his words would feel a weight on their chest. Struggling to maintain composure, Rod appeared completely unfazed, his expression remaining serene as he calmly remarked, "Ah, the great pirate, I hope you do not disappoint me." Such audacity. Qingtiao let out a sound of determination, and in that instant, as the atmosphere reached its zenith, he launched a fierce assault. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he crossed over 100 meters, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Rod. This strike, devoid of the eight-fist technique, was simply a manifestation of hardened hockey. Yet it radiated an overwhelming force. In the face of Qingtiao's fierce attack, Rod felt no fear. Instead, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Having spent over a year in this world, he had transformed from an ordinary individual to a master of the sword, wielding the power of thunder, ultimately awakening the conqueror's haki. He had engaged in numerous battles, the most formidable opponent being Rear Admiral Wushu, yet that encounter had merely been a sparring match, devoid of life and death stakes, leaving him entirely at ease. However, this time was different. Under the watchful gaze of the entire West Sea, the outcome of his duel with Qingtiao would determine not only victory or defeat, but also life or death. Furthermore, the youthful leader Qingtiao was undoubtedly a tier above Rear Admiral Wushu, a true great pirate, second only to the Navy admirals. Clang! In response to Qingtiao's onslaught, Rod's reaction was straightforward. He drew his sword, revealing his own haki, and met the attack head-on. This sword strike appeared unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary force. Yet it too was imbued with a terrifying aura. The two forces were not merely the might of ordinary warriors. They embodied a power exclusive to kings, the conqueror's haki. Leader Qingtiao sought to impose his seasoned kingly aura upon Rod, this audacious youth, instilling in him a sense of reverence. Chapter 132. The final battle commences. Boom. An intangible sound of collision reverberated through the void. To reach a level where one's conqueror's haki could interfere with reality and influence the material world is exceedingly rare. However, when two conquerors' haki clashed, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Crackle! As their haki collided, the heavens and earth dimmed, giving rise to a terrifying spectacle, akin to countless bolts of black lightning intertwining and exploding, plunging the world into darkness and causing the very void to tremble. The originally clear sky had, unbeknownst to anyone, turned ominous with thick clouds, and a wild wind howled. The clash of the conqueror's haki centered around Rod's sword and Qingtiao's fist, compressing all power into this singular point. Thus the spectators at the foot of the mountain remained largely unaffected. However, merely witnessing this horrifying phenomenon, these self-proclaimed exceptional warriors of the West Sea felt their spirits tremble, as if mere mortals were witnessing a divine miracle. Buzz! Invisibly, ripples spread outward in concentric circles. The void thundered with a resounding roar, reverberating deep within the very essence of the soul, rendering any attempt to shield one's ears futile. Amidst this clash, what astonished Qingjiao was the undeniable revelation that his formidable conqueror's haki, honed through countless tribulations and previously unmatched among the titans of the last era, now found itself at a distinct disadvantage. The conqueror's haki, a force born from the will of the spirit, becomes palpably inferior only when a significant disparity arises. In other words, the newly awakened conqueror's haki of Rod surpassed even this seasoned warrior by a considerable margin. How could this be possible? Boom. This confrontation of conqueror's haki, due to the overwhelming difference between the two, was fleeting. Mere moments later, at the point where fist met blade, an invisible wave suddenly erupted, swiftly cascading outward in both directions. This wave resembled the titanic clash of two supreme beings, unleashing a staggering shockwave that surged forth. Behind Rod, the winds were gentle and the clouds light, as tranquil as an ancient well. All the gusts surged towards the leader, Green Pepper, causing his verdant cloak to flutter incessantly, while countless petals from the floral hills were swept into the air, creating a breathtaking sea of blossoms that seemed to materialize from thin air. The initial clash between the two was marked by a palpable collision of conqueror's haki, the outcome of which was undeniably evident. How could this be? The formidable masters of the West Sea trembled in disbelief. Whether they hailed from the Yueqi kingdom or were renowned swordsmen, they could scarcely comprehend the scene before them. The king of the previous era, with his ferocious conqueror's haki, had been thwarted by Rod effortlessly, crushed without embellishment, and subsequently defeated. All present were bewildered. their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to grasp the enormity of the situation. Not only was the scope of this confrontation astounding, but the intensity was equally remarkable. Leader Green Pepper was forced to retreat several steps amidst the tumultuous waves of energy, yet he remained composed, a paragon of confidence. His state was unprecedentedly optimal. Aside from the absence of his pointed head, his entire being radiated an aura of dominance, rivaling even his peak condition. Boom. In the next moment, the probing came to an end, and the grand battle commenced. Green Pepper surged forth like a flash of emerald light, his speed astounding. With one step, he vanished from his original position, reappearing in close proximity to Rod, his fist enveloped in a dark, glossy haki, crashing down with ferocity. The air erupted. This strike was terrifying and extraordinary, the overwhelming force sufficient to obliterate a small warship. Had a slightly weaker rear admiral stood in that place, they would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it, likely sustaining grievous injuries or even being reduced to a mist of blood with a single blow. Such was the tyranny of a physical prowess pirate, with strength akin to mountains and speed akin to lightning, not to mention the terrifying power of the eight-fist punch. Rod did not evade. Instead, he stood resolute amidst the thunder, invigorating his very essence. With both hands gripping the sword, he launched a forward strike, meeting his opponent head-on, causing the air to crackle with intensity. It was as if the surroundings erupted in a cacophony of thunder, deafening to all present. The revolutionaries were on high alert, fearing that Rod might not withstand this formidable punch, for their leader, Green Pepper, had mastered the 8 punches to an extraordinary degree, far surpassing the likes of Kai, E, and others. In stark contrast, Charles and the royal entourage wore expressions of amusement, utterly relaxed, convinced that Rod stood no chance against Green Pepper. With a thunderous clash, their fists and blades collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave and a tempest of thunderous energy that collided violently, erupting in a series of devastating aftershocks that radiated outward. The heavens roared, and the entire mountain quaked as if the earth had split apart. It was a sight to behold, instilling dread in the hearts of all witnesses. The sheer speed and force of the two combatants were astonishing, nearing the speed of sound, with a destructive power that seemed capable of shattering mountains. Initially, Charles and his son had been at ease, but now their smiles froze upon witnessing Rod successfully parry Green Pepper's 8 punches, refusing to yield. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured, boulders tumbled, and were sent soaring into the sky, like cannonballs piercing the air, all due to the explosive force unleashed by the two. They both staggered back momentarily before unleashing even more terrifying assaults. Amidst the resplendent flashes of lightning, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, moving with such swiftness that onlookers could barely discern their movements, as the area was engulfed in brilliant light. All that could be perceived were their silhouettes as they clashed repeatedly. The residual force from their strikes seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path, unmatched in its ferocity. Such was the might of the great pirates. The young powerhouses of the West Sea were left in a state of dizziness, their hearts racing with exhilaration. Any previous doubts regarding Rod dissipated entirely in the face of such destructive power that could effortlessly annihilate naval vessels. Every superficial concern paled in comparison, especially given the striking prowess of the Dragon Slayer's swordsman. Green Pepper bellowed, forcefully bringing his palms together before him, abruptly twisting his upper body. His bald head surged forward towards Rod, delivering a devastating headbutt with a resounding crack of the air. 8 punches, weapon head. Rod did not retreat. He gripped his sword firmly, the power of thunder resonating harmoniously with the blade of tempest. A resonant hum vibrated violently, akin to a chainsaw's fierce tremor, as he struck upwards towards the head of Green Pepper. The impact of Cap's hammer had shattered Green Pepper's skull, dissipating the concentrated force. Yet it remained as ferocious as a landslide, formidable in strength. Boom! The blade of the tempest collided with Green Pepper's head, erupting with a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. In an instant, the mountain beneath Rod's feet groaned under the strain, crumbling into fragments, while the surrounding flora was shredded into disarray by the residual sword energy. Petals filled the sky, and the ground was littered with broken branches. The sound of thunder echoed, and Rod's hands trembled continuously, while Green Pepper's head and neck quaked, both parties unleashing their full might in a clash of power. Bang! After several breaths, the thunderous energy surrounding Rod surged and then exploded. With a fierce shout, he shattered the force of Green Pepper's onslaught, striking him squarely on the head and sending him hurtling through the air. Boom! Boom! The flying green pepper carved a distinct path down the mountainside, trampling the flowers and plants beneath him. Chapter 133, Intensification. The leader, Green Pepper, had been sent flying. Is this the might of the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster? The powerful figures of the West Sea observed in awe, their hearts stirred. Though the leader, Green Pepper, had regained his youthful form and fought with the same ferocity as in his prime, he was still vanquished by this newly risen young warrior with a single strike. Such strength left even the so-called greatest swordsman of the West Sea, the guardian of the Moon Clan, feeling inadequate. However, just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the defeated leader Green Pepper rolled on the ground and sprang up as if unscathed, casually brushing off the debris from his body. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster, but you are still far from winning against me. Moreover, after taking my 8-fist punch, you must be feeling it too." His voice was robust. Despite the scorched marks left by the thunder, his skin a shade of red with black undertones. It was clear that the impact had not greatly affected him. The sensation of lightning was hardly pleasant either. Rod bore a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, a testament to his injury, yet his eyes shone brightly, radiating a fervent battle spirit. Green Pepper was formidable, exceptionally so. His mastery of the 8-burst fist, a pinnacle of martial arts, was nothing short of mesmerizing. The peculiar force of his strikes penetrated seamlessly, managing to breach Rod's defenses to a small extent, brushing against his very being. Fortunately, Rod's physique was tempered through countless trials. His organs were resilient, his muscles robust, and every inch of his body was imbued with extraordinary strength, devoid of any weaknesses. Thus, the remnants of that impact merely stirred his blood and chi, resulting in minor, inconsequential injuries. Green Pepper, utilizing his observation haki to sense Rod's presence, felt a twinge of concern. To his astonishment, Rod seemed scarcely affected. Though his aura was slightly disordered, he swiftly regained his composure. This fellow's resilience posed a challenge, evoking a sense of incredulity within him. The cultivation of one's physique was a time-consuming endeavor, almost devoid of shortcuts, a lesson Green Pepper had learned deeply as a master of martial arts. His own journey had been one of relentless toil, enduring the harshness of sun and wind, suffering greatly to forge the strength he possessed today. He had not anticipated that Rod, at merely 17, would already possess such a remarkably robust physique, his strength formidable, speed astonishing, and resilience sufficient to withstand his own forceful strikes. Legend spoke of the two emperors of the New World, Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Big Mom, both endowed with an indomitable physical prowess. Could this swordsman, known for slaying dragons, be in their league? Such innate talent was indeed enviable. However, it was unfortunate for him to encounter me at this juncture. With a hearty laugh, the leader Green Pepper leaped into action, charging towards Rod with relentless ferocity, his fists and feet unleashing a tempest of blows, each imbued with the power to shatter steel. True martial artists often exhibit a wildly chaotic fighting style, and Green Pepper was no exception. The ground trembled violently in response to his onslaught, boulders cascading down, toppling countless trees. The thunderous roars echoed like a cacophony of thunderclaps, causing those watching from the foot of the mountain to recoil in terror, clutching their ears as their heads throbbed with a resounding buzz. Some noble spectators, drawn by the commotion, were left bloodied and deafened by the sheer force. "Are you merely tickling me?" Green Pepper bellowed, attempting to distract Rod with taunts as he pressed his attack. The shock waves radiated like ripples, reducing any mountain stone or tree they touched to dust in an instant, painting a terrifying scene. "Thunder Dragon." Rod let out a low growl, unleashing a sword technique that harnessed the power of compressed thunder. Beneath the edge of the gale blade, a colossal dragon, formed from pure lightning, emerged, charging towards Qingtiao. This was a profound amalgamation of swordsmanship and thunder, embodying not only the ferocity and destruction of the storm, but also the sharpness of the sword's aura, exuding an astonishing presence as the dragon's roars reverberated through the heavens and earth. Boom! Qingtiao was sent flying by the impact of the thunderous dragon. Staggering as he regained his footing, he violently swirled his green cloak, his eyes icy, enveloped in a deep, enigmatic armor, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Yet, this was not enough. With a sinister grin, he spread his arms wide, a denser and more potent layer of armor instantly enveloping his head as he charged towards Rod. Crash! The gale blade, gleaming with lightning, once again met Qingtiao's forehead. This time, Qingtiao was prepared. Rather than being sent flying, He stumbled back several steps before plopping down onto the ground. Rod, affected by the force of the collision, also staggered back a few paces, experiencing a slight dip in his state. Qingtiao touched his head, feeling a sting, as if he had drawn blood. Oh! As if provoked, Qingtiao unleashed a series of furious roars, his head crashing forward with renewed vigor. With a swift swing of his sword, Rod struck down, colliding once more with the green pepper. Amidst the thunderous roar, the green pepper was sent flying again, creating a massive crater in the mountainside. Yet, it emerged relatively unscathed. Rod gazed at the scene with an impassive expression. After slightly easing his stance, he swiftly approached amidst the flickering lightning and, with a swift motion, brought his sword down. The green pepper, a powerhouse of physical prowess, could be aptly described as a meat shield in 2 words, or a muscular behemoth in 3. His physique, honed through relentless training, was astonishingly resilient under the protection of his armed color. Rod's sword energy proved nearly ineffective. The blade's direct strikes could at most breach the armor, leaving mere traces of blood upon his form, yet not proving fatal. If one were to deem the likes of the Weasel, a vice admiral, as the epitome of mortal limits, then these formidable pirates could nearly all be classified as monsters. Take Spark, the notorious pirate from the New World, who, even when faced with the combined might of Peach Rabbit and Zephyr, managed to endure for a considerable duration. Although Qing Jiao may not possess the prowess of Spark, an ancient Zoan-type creature, he is not significantly inferior. His fierce and enigmatic 8-fist technique renders him a formidable opponent, adept in both offense and defense. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on the extraordinary speed granted by the Thunder's awakening, Rod launched a relentless series of assaults, seizing the initiative. Meanwhile, Green Pepper, harnessing the formidable prowess of observation hockey, deftly intercepted the attacks, engaging Rod in a fierce confrontation. The forces of impact and thunder intermingled incessantly, ravaging the Flower Mountain, which teetered on the brink of collapse, its very structure fracturing beneath the strain. The residual shockwaves cascaded like a rain of blossoms, both haunting and breathtaking. Green Pepper, with victory seemingly assured, found this equilibrium of confrontation exceedingly advantageous, for the injuries inflicted by the impact would continually afflict Rod, until the tide of battle irrevocably turned in his favor. Just as he had anticipated, Rod is ultimately not a super monster like Kaido, but rather a mere little beast. Under the relentless pressure of the shockwave, he occasionally coughs up blood, and his complexion pales slightly. Yet, curiously, amidst this near-chronic demise, Rod's expression remains remarkably serene, with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He swings his sword, slashes, swings again, and strikes anew. In this ultimate life-and-death battle, under the unyielding strain, Rod taps into the depths of his potential, his spirit and focus sharply honed. He can distinctly sense that his swordsmanship is advancing, imperceptibly yet resolutely. The pinnacle of sword mastery, which had seemed just out of reach, now feels tantalizingly close. As the battle between Rod and Qingjiao reached its zenith, the spectators' minds buzzed with a singular thought. These two were no mere mortals, but divine beings capable of upheaval, shattering the vast Flower Mountain, reducing it by over 20 meters. Boulders soared through the air like cannonballs. A few overzealous youths, unaware of the peril, were directly crushed for standing too close. Qingjiao's physique and dominance surpassed ordinary limits, able to obliterate a battleship with a single punch and withstand cannon fire unscathed. A seasoned master from the Moon Clan shook his head, revealing a hint of regret. He had once been similarly subdued by Qingjiao's overwhelming might. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Those of formidable strength, akin to branch and headquarters vice admirals, felt the intensity most profoundly. While they remained mere mortals, Qingjiao was a veritable monster, operating on an entirely different plane. Meanwhile, young powerhouses like Sevilla were left in a state of mental paralysis, their minds blank. Hella's mouth formed an O of disbelief. She had witnessed Rod annihilate the Bloodsword pirates, but had never seen him dominate an entire city. Although she had glimpsed reports of his prowess, the visceral shock of witnessing it firsthand was altogether different. The Dragon Slayer Swordmaster proved himself to be an unparalleled genius capable of taking on an army single-handedly. His thunderous power was even more formidable than the rumored natural thunder fruit, invincible and swift, a force that would likely obliterate most opponents in an instant. A hoarse voice emerged from a black-robed elder with a hooked nose, his aura ominous. Coiled at his feet was a vibrantly patterned serpent, its triangular head and cold, green eyes betraying its toxic nature. The crowd kept their distance. He was a legendary assassin, renowned in the underworld, far surpassing Nightblade in infamy. A master of poison whom none dared to provoke. Mr. Nicholas spoke true. The master of the Ueji kingdom nodded, seemingly apprehensive. However, the Dragon Slayer, being relatively young and inexperienced, found himself at a disadvantage against Qingjiao's Eichong fist, which excelled in accumulating advantages. Should the force of impact injure his internal organs, it would undoubtedly spell defeat for Rod, leaving him unable to escape. Speaking from his own experience, he made a definitive assertion, and all present nodded in agreement. After all, it was evident that although Qingjiao had been repeatedly sent flying by Rod, his vigor remained undiminished, displaying remarkable resilience. If the battle continued, Rod was destined for failure. In the arena, with each clash, the relentless force battered Rod's lungs until he could no longer contain himself, coughing up a mouthful of blood. You are bound to lose, little devil. Offer your finest tribute to the heavens in honor of Kai Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, Qingjiao erupted into hearty laughter, charging forward with the audacity of a formidable martial artist. And it was in that very moment, Rod suddenly perceived that everything around him seemed to slow down dramatically. The green pepper was throwing punches with an excruciating slowness, the force of each impact rippling gently through the air. His sword, too, moved languidly, inch by inch, tearing through the atmosphere with a motion that felt almost as if it were at a standstill. This was the elongation of time's perception. Such a state typically lasts but a fleeting moment, yet it imparts an illusion of eternity, akin to viewing the world from a divine perspective. Many individuals, on the brink of death or teetering between life and death, may enter this state, reminiscent of the moment in the original narrative where Zoro, overwhelmed by the rapid attacks of the fruit user Mr. One, suddenly unleashes his cosmic energy, comprehending the realm of cutting steel and turning the tide of battle. However, Rod's experience was different. Though he faced immense pressure in his confrontation with the green pepper, it was far from a life-or-death situation. His entry into this state was entirely fueled by a fiery battle intent. This clash marked Rod's first nearly frenzied combat since his arrival in this world, with an intensity surpassing any previous encounter. In the pirate realm, combat is perpetually the norm and serves as the finest catalyst for the advancement of strength. Therefore, Rod found himself touching upon this enigmatic state. To the outside world, it was merely a fleeting instant. Yet for Rod, it allowed him to perceive with unparalleled clarity the transmission of power as he swung his sword, the traces of his strikes, and even the formation of the sword's brilliance. As if he were grasping the deeper mysteries of the swordsmanship. This was the sensation. Buzz. In the next moment, Rod returned to reality. Yet the sword he unleashed exuded a profoundly different aura. Although his strength had not visibly increased, his control had ascended to an entirely new level. Akin to a martial arts master wielding 1,000 pounds of force, far surpassing the might of an ordinary brute. In this mystical sensation, the power of Rod's strike surged nearly by 30%. This was an incredible enhancement, particularly significant for someone of his caliber. Entirely sufficient to alter the course of the battle. Swoosh. The green pepper, oblivious to this transformation, charged forward recklessly and was sent hurtling backward at an even greater velocity, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters before gradually coming to a stop. Blood oozed forth, trickling down his bald head and dripping from his face, creating an eerie contrast against the pitch-black hue of his armament. How could this be possible? The green pepper was utterly dazed. His head was supposed to be the hardest. Although Rod's strike may leave bloodstains on other parts of the body, when it strikes the head, it typically results in but a mere trace of blood. Yet, at this very moment, his skull has been cleaved open by Rod's sword, suffering an injury far more severe than any other part of his body. Could it be that the continuous engagements and excessive display of dominance have resulted in a decline in defense? It was with the resolve of a green pepper that he momentarily found it difficult to believe, instinctively contemplating such thoughts. However, he swiftly regained his composure. No, it was not so. Rather, this master swordsman, renowned for slaying dragons, had experienced a breakthrough in battle. His strikes had grown even more formidable. Grateful for the support, blood trickled from the corner of Rod's mouth, his complexion pale, yet his pitch-black eyes shimmered with an astonishing brilliance, dazzling and almost tangible. Indeed, he had transcended in his swordsmanship. In a mere 3 months since arriving in this world, Rod had ascended to the realm of a sword master. Now, more than a year later, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of this domain. stepping into the realm of the ultimate sword masters. The once formidable Dormouse occupied a similar level, perhaps only marginally ahead of Rod. At this juncture, Rod surpassed nearly 99% of swordsmen worldwide. Only those standing at the zenith, the Grand Sword Masters, surpassed his skill. The atmosphere in the arena momentarily stagnated. Qingjiao, a dominant force of the seas, possessing the demeanor of a king, quickly regained composure after a brief shock, his expression revealing genuine admiration. To achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle is both your talent and your fortune. Others would likely have been obliterated by my might long ago. Come, let us engage in the final showdown. As he spoke, a resolute glint appeared in Qingjiao's eyes, underscored by a fierce determination. He bore a deep-seated grudge against Rod, vengeance for the death of his grandson, humiliation for his nation. While he acknowledged Rod's extraordinary talent with respect, there was no room for reconciliation between them. Today, one of them must perish here. With a thunderous roar, Qingjiao propelled himself into the air, soaring several dozen meters high, his head oriented downward as he unleashed the full force of his armed haki, descending upon Rod with tremendous velocity. The overwhelming impact gathered at the crown of his head, and the ferocity of Qingjiao's momentum was such that it seemed capable of piercing through the very core of the earth. In the face of this incoming assault from above, Rod's expression remained unchanged. With sword in hand, he lightly stomped his foot, unleashing a tremendous force akin to thunder, creating an electromagnetic-like environment, with an invisible driving force rippling outward. Then, he stomped again. Boom. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The already damaged Flower Mountain was instantly shattered by an immense power, with rocks flying through the air and chunks of earth the size of houses swirling around. Nearly collapsing entirely, Rod himself shot forth like a cannonball. Whoosh! A sound akin to a steam whistle echoed through the air. Above the fragmented mountain, an astonishing white shockwave surged upward, reminiscent of Rod's sword energy when he first broke the sound barrier, yet its might was incomparably greater. One was the energy of a sword, while the other was the embodiment of a person, completely incomparable. The crowd fell silent, as Rod, through sheer strength, forcibly shattered the sound barrier. In the face of such supersonic speed, Rod, though he acted later, arrived earlier, traversing the sky with a single slash. At the last moment, the leader, Green Pepper, could hardly react, only able to gather an overwhelming force and armed haki to crash down. However, Rod's strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Having broken the sound barrier, the might of his sword had already transcended into a new realm, capable of looking down upon all top swordsmen, even rivaling the might of a grandmaster's blow. Before this supersonic strike, Green Pepper's unparalleled armed haki seemed as fragile as paper, easily severed, followed by a torrent of impact tearing through him inch by inch, ultimately cleaving through Green Pepper's incredibly hard skull, fracturing his bones. Yet that was all. Had it not been for Rod's sharpened swordsmanship, this sonic slash would likely have only severely injured Green Pepper rather than kill him. After all, he was a near-peak state pirate, with unparalleled physical strength and haki. Splurt! Green Pepper spewed forth a mist of blood. The sword cleaved through his skull, and the residual waves penetrated into his brain. Even his monstrous physique could not withstand it. This super-strong figure, who had regained his youth and commanded respect over the West Sea, was almost sent plummeting from the sky, his fate uncertain under Rod's strike. Boom! At that moment, the sound of Rod breaking the sound barrier finally reached the crowd, resonating like thunder. The arena fell into a profound silence. No one spoke, all gazing in stupefied awe at the spectacle. Just moments before, the veteran powerhouses of the West Sea had proclaimed with certainty that the dragon-slaying swordsman would inevitably fail. Merely a matter of time. Yet, they never anticipated such a swift reversal, catching them utterly off guard. It was as if Rod had heard their thoughts, then suddenly erupted forth, shattering the sound barrier and defiantly striking down Green Pepper. The slap to their faces was resounding. However, none could dwell on that. The leader, Green Pepper, is dead? A trembling voice from the Moon Clan's great master broke the silence. The leader, Green Pepper, is dead. Nicholas's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented gravity as he nodded slowly. All the formidable figures present looked upon the white-clad youth standing in the void with profound reverence, akin to that reserved for a deity. They understood that from this day forth, a legend had fallen, and a new myth was beginning to rise. The Dragon Slayer, a radiant star of the year 1521 in the sea circle, illuminated the ocean, his reputation even eclipsing that of the naval admirals and the four emperors. In recent years, the Grand Line had remained tranquil, with the West Sea even more so, and few were aware of the true might possessed by the admirals or the four emperors. Yet all recognized that even the king of the previous era, the youthful Pepper, had been vanquished by Rod's singular strike, although he may not yet match these peak figures. The distance was likely not far, perhaps a year, perhaps two, with the force to shatter the sound barrier and a blade that cleaved through legends. The name of the Dragon Slayer would inevitably reverberate across the world. Nicholas's gaze sharpened as he articulated each word with deliberate precision. This legendary assassin of the underworld had set the final tone for this monumental battle. A sense of solemnity filled the hearts of the onlookers. Just 10 days prior, Rod had single-handedly held the city against an army, his youthful presence casting a shadow over the West Sea. Yet many remained skeptical, doubting the authenticity of his renown. However, today, Rod had proclaimed to the world, through the life of the leader Pepper, the emergence of an invincible superpower, an unstoppable force. And at this moment, in the sky above, Rod, however, did not exude the grace one might expect. The demands of breaking the sound barrier placed an exorbitant strain on his physical form, rendering him insufficient to achieve such a feat unaided. He relied solely on the currents, employing principles akin to those of an electromagnetic cannon to propel himself forward, thus transcending his limits. The perils of overexertion were immense. At this moment, Rod experienced a searing pain throughout his muscles and internal organs, exacerbated by the cumulative injuries inflicted by the force of the green pepper. After shattering the green pepper's cranium with a single stroke, he nearly faltered. Yet, feeling the reverent and adoring gazes of those below, Rod summoned his resolve, maintaining an air of calm as he gracefully descended from the heavens. Kings, nobles, and formidable warriors all bowed their heads in deference. Even the esteemed Nicholas and other great masters showed their respect to this legendary swordsman who had slain dragons. Only Charles approached slowly, bowing his head in reverence. The king of the Flower Kingdom? Rod cast a curious glance at him. Their relationship was far from amicable. Did he not fear being struck down by a single sword? You are the greatest of this age, and Mr. Green Pepper's defeat at your hands, culminating in his death on the battlefield, is a testament to his honor. Charles spoke with a tone of respect tinged with sorrow, merely hoping to request the return of Green Pepper's remains for a proper burial. Quite intriguing. Rod narrowed his eyes slightly. In the midst of so many onlookers, if Charles were to foolishly provoke him, Rod, empowered by the momentum of myth, could easily strike him down. While others might whisper among themselves, they would likely refrain from saying much. However, given Charles's respectful demeanor and actions aligned with righteousness, any violent retaliation would be indefensible. The world government would undoubtedly intervene, potentially stirring controversy even among the 7 warlords. Under Rod's scrutinizing gaze, Charles felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat trickled from his forehead, yet he dared not retreat a single step. At this moment, he regretted provoking Rod. But his primary concern was damage control and preserving the reputation of the Flower Kingdom. Ancient kingdoms like his were in dire need of formidable guardians. Although Qingzhou had fallen, his resilient physique still held significant utility. As the king of a world government member state, Charles was aware of certain research projects and understood that a being of such caliber could serve a crucial purpose, perhaps even securing a more loyal protector for the Flower Kingdom. The title Blood Prophet King was indeed well-deserved. After a long moment, Rod finally withdrew his gaze, allowing it to gently descend to the ground, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. However, upon feeling the reverent glances from the beautiful girls, such as Sivia and Princess Yuffie, Rod maintained a composed demeanor, sheathing his sword and walking away with an air of nonchalance. Desiring to engage with like-minded individuals about the superhuman talents in the realm of pirates, and to converse with fellow readers about their favorite books and upcoming updates, Xie Doshan clung to this lifeline, fearful that the opportunity might slip away. Unbeknownst to Qinjie, she was summoned back from school by her great-grandfather in a bewildered state. She did not realize that Li Shiyuan, whom she was to meet, had been predetermined as her fiancé by her great-grandfather long ago. Ahead, the path had diverged into two, marked by signs indicating a shortcut and a long route. As everyone looked up, they observed that only Hong Yu remained in the arena, while Li Qi had vanished without a trace. The reason was simple. Hu Ye's magical power and awareness were insufficient for such an extensive distance of information transmission. Could this be considered a success? Luca wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to ask the person beside him to be quiet. In a span of less than 20 seconds, at their full speed over a distance of 1 kilometer, they passed through a massive 5-meter hole created by the impact. Entering the city, the head of the stone shell spider was not a protruding spherical shape. Rather, it was partially embedded within its body, crowned by a curved elevation adorned with 8 eyes. The sweltering heat was abruptly replaced by an icy chill, the drastic shift occurring in an instant, providing no time for preparation. He was recording the scene where someone had already begun to dissect the dragon's belly, following its mouth. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Zijing was jolted awake by the sounds of an argument outside his door, and upon listening intently, his complexion paled. However, it was only after encountering the ginkgo that he realized he was merely a leaf, destined to fall back to the roots regardless of how he grew. Upon returning to the scene, Sumi found Nian standing at the center of the stage, delivering a speech for the new product launch that evening. She retreated to a secluded corner, carefully surveying her surroundings. Not spotting any elders from the Nian family, she finally emerged from her hiding place. On the battlefield, Tai Futuo faced the multitude alone, his expression serene. Though he harbored some doubts about the black-armored soldiers, he still closed his eyes. One of the matters at hand concerned Princess Funing. After escaping from the English king's mansion, Princess Funing did not seek out Kong Ning and others. Instead, she concocted an excuse, first reserving a tea house and then stealthily slipping away to Huaihua Alley, where she successfully located the renowned Liao scholar. Yunxiang believed her arrangements were quite meticulous, yet she did not anticipate that issues would emerge so close to her as October approached. "I am very busy," Li Bamo replied, although he was merely daydreaming atop the city walls. Individuals like her were indeed the true waste of resources that her father scolded about, were they not? Mingzhu, afraid of being overheard by the winter flowers outside, stuffed her hands into her mouth, biting down hard to stifle her cries. Fu Mingda elegantly bowed to Empress Dowager Su and exited the grand hall, ascending to the 9 provinces platform. As dusk fell, the night served as an excellent veil of concealment, and chaos began to unfold in the capital. It was not merely a single fire. Over 20 locations were ablaze, thick smoke billowing skyward. Achilles realized that his recent frequency of astonishment had surpassed the total of the past decade combined. The sounds multiplied, coalescing into luminous points that formed a spectral image before Liko. Xie Xiong remarked, "Engaging in infidelity is commonplace. Everyone does it. Just ensure it doesn't lead to the dissolution of families." Xie Tian, what are you still dawdling for? Su Wei's shrill cry echoed in Xie Tian's ears, accompanied by the furious roar of Shaoshan. The chance encounter between these two travelers often serves as a cathartic exchange, allowing them to part ways without lingering attachments, each returning to their respective cities. After changing into slippers and stepping into the living room, Xie Tian noticed the kitchen light still illuminated, prompting him to approach with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. His once pitch-black eyes transformed into blood-red dragon-like orbs, gleaming like 2 radiant lanterns beneath the dark night sky. Silence enveloped the room, as the recent military downsizing left remnants of the Rue family's influence within the ranks. Some were aware, yet many remained oblivious. The Rue family's decision to station such a formidable force in Luoyang was undoubtedly calculated. Once chaos ensued, who could assure the loyalty of their troops? A year later, Yuli emerged triumphant, having mastered her skills and returned as a world-renowned martial arts master, her academic achievements soaring as well. Upon hearing the news, Wang Jingwei furiously hurled his teacup at Tang Hai, venting his frustration. Tang Hai had envisioned this very moment during their journey. Once Wang's tirade concluded, he too left, simmering with repressed anger. Xie Xiong covered the gaping wound, feeling both embarrassed and furious, his face shifting from red to pale and back again, rendered speechless. To assert that Zhou Ming was entirely unaware of the group's situation would be absurd. However, as others noted, during the past 5.5 years, he indeed played the role of a detached overseer concerning the Tiendi group, recovering the batch of spiritual herbs worth nearly 100,000 gold coins from the Ma family alleviated an immediate crisis, warranting a celebration. Yet, Lu Kahong had entered the connecting passage alongside him. How had he managed to establish contact with the Zheng universe and secure such a cooperative agreement in such a brief span? This enigma left Diwa perplexed. After all, being an ancient demigod with a sharp intellect, his insights far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. In mere exchanges, he had already distanced himself from the situation. After performing a single action over 100 times, Yihen finally paused, gradually extinguishing his fatigue, wiping the sweat from his brow, and stepping outside. Chapter 136. The world shaken by fear. The leader, Qingqiao, was dead. This news swept across the entire West Sea's black and white factions like a hurricane, rapidly spreading to the initial segments of the Great Maritime Route and the surrounding seas, even reaching the New World. As a formidable pirate of the previous era, contending with figures like Roger and Whitebeard, Qingqiao may be less familiar to the younger generation, yet the elder warriors vividly recalled his power, akin to Whitebeard's tremor ability. To see such a legendary pirate succumb in direct battle to a youth not yet 20 was truly astonishing. Half the world trembled at the revelation. All minds were indelibly marked by a name: the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Rod. Many are well aware that, given this individual's immense talent and potential, as long as he does not fall from grace, he holds a significant likelihood of becoming a paramount figure capable of dominating the seas in the future. In Dressrosa, the palace of the Don Quixote family convenes, discussing how to respond to the recent events and the meteoric rise of the Dragon Slayer swordsman. They approach the matter with gravity, for there exists considerable animosity between the two parties. The death of the high-ranking officer Diamante has left a bounty of $1 billion in the dark world, still looming over them. The atmosphere is heavy. The members of the Don Quixote family are well-versed in worldly affairs, regularly interacting with the upper echelons of society, possessing a clear understanding of the classifications of the world's formidable figures. To have decisively defeated the leader, Green Pepper, in battle speaks volumes of the Dragon Slayer swordsman's prowess, which undoubtedly eclipses that of several high-ranking officers. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo himself could only hope to suppress him, let alone eliminate him. Rumors suggest that the leader, Green Pepper, is already in his twilight years. Could it be that his advanced age has hindered his capabilities? Rao Ji, who has taken over Diamante's affairs after being extricated from Impel Down, speculated with disbelief. Before his incarceration, Rod was merely a budding talent with some promise. While defeating him and Harmon together is indeed impressive, it remains within the realm of possibility. Any high-ranking officer should suffice to suppress, if not defeat him. Yet, to his astonishment, just 4 or 5 months later, upon emerging from Impel Down, his former adversary has already ascended to prominence, standing triumphantly over the fallen leader, Green Pepper. It feels nothing short of a dream. Perhaps he has not reached the pinnacle of his power, yet he must possess at least 70 to 80% of his strength. Torpal's demeanor shifted dramatically. The usual lewd nonchalance had faded, replaced by an icy demeanor as he remarked that prior to the battle, the king of the Flower Country, Charles, had employed a national treasure to restore a significant portion of Green Pepper's combat abilities. Ultimately, the effects of the medicine accumulate, if forcibly restored. Could the intensity of the battle have led to some unforeseen error, allowing the Dragon Slayer swordsman to exploit a weakness? After all, he is a swordsman, adept at offense. Some express their doubts. Even so, the ability of the Dragon Slayer swordsman to decisively slay Green Pepper indicates that he possesses at least the strength of a formidable pirate, Torpal asserted. Indeed, while Green Pepper may have had his flaws, the undeniable strength of Rod, who managed to defeat him in a direct confrontation, cannot be overlooked. He is a rival whom even Doflamingo can no longer underestimate. As for these ordinary officers, including the highest-ranking ones, they must tread carefully. Suddenly, Doflamingo, who had remained silent until now, spoke up with a sinister chuckle that exuded both confidence and a domineering presence. There is no need for alarm. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Since the Dragon Slayer swordsman Rod has awakened the Conqueror's haki, it is inevitable that he will encounter challenges, merely a question of strength and weakness, culminating in a clash. In this vast ocean, many possess the qualities of a sovereign. Yet the throne belongs to but one. In the same era, all who wield the Conqueror's haki are, in essence, rivals, regardless of their identities or statuses. They must inevitably face a reckoning at the end of their paths. Worrying serves no purpose. The true path lies in fortifying oneself. The indomitable aura of dominance exuded by Doflamingo compelled all present to bow their heads, as their previously tumultuous hearts gradually found solace. They are the formidable Don Quixote family, a force that commands respect across both the underworld and the legitimate realm, impervious to the influence of any recently emerged superlative contender. To speak solely of individual prowess, Doflamingo harbors absolute confidence in subduing law, though he lacks the certainty of delivering a fatal blow. In Alabasta, within the royal palace, the reformed Baroque works thrives. its operations flourishing from Alabasta, radiating across an expansive maritime domain. Robin excels in management. Upon acquiring the hockey training method, she did not hoard it for herself, but generously imparted it to Mr. One and other high-ranking officials. Mr. One's quick/fruit already possessed extraordinary developmental potential. And after receiving the hockey training technique, his progress accelerated dramatically, leading him to vanquish numerous pirates attempting to invade Alabasta, thus establishing a formidable reputation. Initially, Cobra and Vivi harbored concerns regarding loyalty. After all, Mr. One's immense strength was sufficient to turn the tables, and even if he himself would not act treacherously, he could easily be swayed by the ambitions of his subordinates. However, all these apprehensions dissipated instantly with the news of Rod's slaying of Green Pepper. Robin remained remarkably composed, evidently confident that everything lay within her grasp. In a world where strength reigns supreme, as long as the leader possesses sufficient power, rebellion among subordinates becomes an arduous endeavor. With the formidable leader, Green Pepper, having fallen before you, one cannot help but ponder the trajectory of your future. As she faced the sea breeze, gazing out upon the expansive ocean, Robin gently brushed aside her hair, her eyes momentarily reflecting a glimmer of curiosity and delight. Given her unique status, to traverse the world in the light, she must be safeguarded by the current strongest of this age. And Rod, without a doubt, was embarking on a path towards unparalleled strength. The climactic battle atop Flower Mountain wielded immense influence, arguably the most talked-about event in recent years. A war of the century, a battle transcending eras, a confrontation between the old and new titans. Its repercussions extended not only to Alabasta, closely associated with Rod and the Don Quixote family, as well as Teacher Peach Rabbit from the G5 branch of the New World, but also affected various other factions across the globe. Lower-tier factions, akin to the Baroque works, had established stringent rules forbidding any provocation of the Dragon Slayer swordsman. Conversely, prominent pirate forces such as the Don Quixote family, the Golden Emperor, and the Germa family began to take heed, recognizing them as equals. However, for the four emperors of the sea, who command the New World with an iron fist, their attention remained scant. In this realm, while the number of great pirates may be few, the title of Sea Emperor is held by only 4. In the eyes of these individuals, the so-called leader Green Pepper, being aged and decrepit, bore little distinction from refuse. The 4 emperors need not lift a finger. Their subordinates could easily resolve matters on their behalf. In summary, at the tender age of barely 20, Rod commands respect across the realm. Chapter 137, The Malevolent Sword and the Ghost of Shadows. In the capital of the Flower Kingdom, 5 days have elapsed since the climactic battle atop Flower Mountain concluded. While the majority of the formidable warriors from the western seas have dispersed, a select few remain, having been summoned by King Charles. During this period, the Flower Kingdom has endured grievous losses. Not only have several esteemed naval officers perished in battle, but even the revered leader of the Guardians, Green Pepper, has fallen, marking this as one of the weakest junctures in history. Naturally, Charles must accelerate his efforts, seizing the opportunity to recruit allies before the remaining Western Sea powers depart entirely, to the extent that he has even forgotten the promise of the supreme blade he vowed to bestow upon Rod. Rod is unperturbed by the prospect of defaulting on his debts. His formidable strength serves as his assurance. Those who dare to renege must first reckon with his sword. Moreover, following his intense battle with Qin Jiao, he sustained considerable injuries, predominantly internal, making recovery rather cumbersome. In the span of 5 days, he has only managed to regain a little over half of his strength. Nevertheless, such injuries tend to heal more swiftly as time progresses, and it is estimated that complete recovery will require merely 4 to 5 additional days. Thus, Rod does not feel compelled to rush towards claiming his spoils. Rod, your appointment as a warlord of the 7 seas has been officially confirmed, effective January 1st, 1522 in the era of the sea. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Rod uttered a remark before abruptly ending the call, a disdainful curl of his lip escaping him. Indeed, the inefficiency of a decaying regime is remarkably palpable. It is likely due to my slaying of the Green Pepper that my prestige has risen. Otherwise, who knows how long this would have lingered on. Rod murmured softly, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. This battle reverberated throughout the world, simultaneously granting Rod a more profound and lucid understanding of his own capabilities. Defeating the leader, Green Pepper, though not the pinnacle of challenge, and absent the formidable spiked-headed Green Pepper, was nonetheless a testament to Rod's integrity and prowess. as he single-handedly vanquished him in a direct confrontation. This signified that his strength had ascended to the level of a quasi-admiral. Quasi-admiral. This rank was established to denote the vast disparity in power between Rod and the full admirals within the fleet. Individuals of this caliber may not overwhelm the elite fleet vice-admirals, yet they would not be easily crushed by the admirals of the Navy, possessing the capability to engage in battle without immediate collapse. Such figures are scarce across the globe. Thus, at this moment, Rod could be regarded as having officially entered the ranks of formidable powerhouses of the sea, albeit still at the lower echelons. Rod murmured softly, contemplating the formidable adversary among the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who could undoubtedly overpower him. His strength required further enhancement, and now was not the time for pride. As a traveler from another world, Rod possessed a keen awareness of his limitations. In the original narrative, the Straw Hat Luffy, who vanquished Doflamingo and wreaked havoc on Cake Island, could not withstand even a single blow from Kaido of the Beasts. Thus, he had no grounds for arrogance. Having achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the next step was to ascend to the realm of the Grandmaster Swordsman. Progress in this domain could no longer rely solely on arduous training. It demanded a deeper understanding. The power of thunder stemmed from the tome of knowledge and would likely transform upon advancement, but there was no rush for that. His physical strength and haki still required significant improvement. Compared to true sea pirates, he lagged considerably. Were his physical prowess and haki to strengthen further, he would not have suffered such injuries against Green Pepper. As he reflected on his abilities, Rod gradually formulated a training regimen for the forthcoming period. The path of the strong is an endless journey. Beyond each mountain he surmounted, higher peaks awaited his ascent, urging him to transcend, until he could gaze down upon the mortal realm, achieving the extraordinary. 2 days later, Rod's injuries had largely healed, with only minor areas still in need of care. The Kingdom of Flowers finally remembered the dragon-slaying swordsman left in this place, and the eldest prince, Shuanai, along with the third princess, Yufei, paid him a visit, requesting Rod to retrieve the supreme great blade. "You want me to go fetch it?" Rod revealed a glimmer of intriguing interest. It was evident that this was not a display of intimidation from the Flower Kingdom, for they neither dared nor had the necessity to do so. The true enigma lay within this supreme blade, the unparalleled great blade. The Crown Prince, Shuanai, cast a glance at Rod before lowering his head and respectfully stating, "My lord Rod, this unparalleled great blade is infamous for its association with the cursed sword, Waikido, a truly malevolent weapon. It is said that ordinary individuals who wield it are prone to hallucinations, descending into madness and ultimately demise. However, a formidable swordsman of your caliber can undoubtedly master it." As he spoke, he kept his gaze lowered, yet a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. There remained one unspoken thought. Even the former Elder Green Pepper had once endeavored to wield this sword, only to find himself ensnared in despair and confusion. Had it not been for his overwhelming prowess, he might have faced dire consequences. Shuanai did not harbor any aspirations that this sword would bring about Rod's demise, yet the prospect of him encountering difficulty was rather pleasing. It was not a matter of jealousy, for the disparity between them was insurmountable. When an opponent is merely a fraction stronger, one strives to catch up. Yet when faced with an insurmountable chasm, one can only gaze upwards in silent admiration. A cursed sword? Rod felt a twinge of curiosity. He was aware that the cursed blade, Demon Sword Kichiru, was currently in the possession of one of the 5 elders. The 3rd generation of Kichiru lay undisturbed in a weapons shop in East Blue's Lobetown, destined to become Zoro's sword, bestowing upon him the unique ability of demonic energy. Such a cursed blade is typically forged from extraordinary materials and has claimed countless lives. With an endless accumulation of blood and souls imbuing the blade with a nascent consciousness and aura, should the wielder lack the requisite demeanor and strength, they risk being consumed by it, akin to the sword spirits of a past life. However, the nature of the evil sword remained a mystery to him. Indeed, Shuanai composed himself and spoke solemnly. The forger of this sword, along with its time, place, and materials of creation, remain untraceable. It is one of the most ancient and supreme swords of unparalleled ferocity. Nevertheless, there are rumors. Perhaps the Flower Country's keen interest in wielding this sword prompted them to gather a considerable amount of related information. Shuanai then proceeded to elaborate further. It is said that the materials for the cursed sword, Waiki, were sourced from the enigmatic and unfathomable banks of the River of Hades. On the day the sword was completed, the master craftsman immolated himself in the forge, using his blood and the essence of his soul to hone the blade, thus giving birth to this unparalleled evil sword. Rod's gaze flickered slightly. There is no doubt that the world of pirates is imbued with souls. Whether it be Brooks' Yomi Yomi no Mi or the Yonko Big Mom's SS no Mi, both serve as ample evidence of this fact. After the awakening of the rod, a vague awareness of the existence of the souls will emerge. However, whether there exists a true resting place for the soul remains an enigma. Does a realm like the Yellow Springs truly exist? Yuffie inquired with curiosity. The question of one's fate after death has perpetually been an eternal topic, captivating the minds of many. How could I possibly know? Shuanai replied with a resigned shake of his head. This is a mystery that delves into the profound depths of the world, one that lies far beyond his status and strength. As the three engaged in their discussions, they gradually approached a heavily fortified steel gate. This was the treasury of the Flower Kingdom. The steel door, half a meter thick, was incredibly heavy, and the royal guards, utilizing mechanisms, slowly pushed it open. To their surprise, the treasury contained very few items, starkly contrasting the imagined abundance of gold, silver, and precious stones. Instead, it resembled a museum. Each wooden stand was adorned with artifacts exuding a palpable sense of history. Chapter 138. A few strikes, and then silence. The history of the pirate world has long been shrouded in obscurity, largely due to the influence of the world government, leaving behind a significant void filled with mysteries that spark the imagination. While the world government may erase history, it cannot obliterate every trace across the globe, resulting in the preservation of numerous ancient relics. These objects, though not inherently valuable, are cherished by the royal aristocracy, akin to antiques from a bygone era, symbolizing a certain depth and imbued with an air of nobility. The treasury of the Flower Kingdom primarily housed such treasures. Robin might be intrigued by the arrival. Yet Rod remains indifferent. He believes that the time spent on archaeology would be better invested in honing his own abilities. Strength is indeed the foundation of all. If Rod were to surpass the world government in power, he could easily place his sword at Im's throat and compel him to narrate tales. The treasury is filled with an array of treasures, an exquisite collection that encompasses everything imaginable. Although the majority are antiquities of little practical value, there are some remarkably innovative items that could be categorized as cutting-edge technology, such as a peculiar crystal capable of projecting images in three-dimensional format. These marvels broaden Rod's horizons. Yet they are merely curiosities, lacking any tangible utility, which is evident. Had they possessed practical applications, the Flower Kingdom would not have relegated them to the confines of the treasury. As the three continue onward, they leisurely admire their surroundings, gradually arriving at the entrance of a secluded chamber deep within the treasury. A chill seems to permeate the air. Just as Shuanai is about to open the door, Yuffie suddenly shivers and instinctively moves closer to Rod. The climate of the Flower Kingdom is delightful, with a perpetual spring ambience. Consequently, Yuffie is dressed lightly in a pale blue qipao, featuring a high slit and a low neckline that reveals a considerable expanse of her delicate, snow-like skin. Rod felt it as well, though his sensitivity was heightened. He discerned that this chill did not stem from a shift in temperature, but rather emanated from an inner darkness, reminiscent of the eerie atmosphere found in graveyards. This piqued Rod's interest in the so-called cursed sword even further. The secret chamber was modest in size. Upon opening the door, Rod almost immediately spotted a sheathed longsword resting on the platform at the center of the room. At first glance, the sword appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary blade. However, through the perception of color, this sword radiated a distinctive aura, akin to the formidable presence of a human warrior. And it was this very aura that instilled a sense of dread among those present. Please, my Lord Rod, do retrieve it yourself. I lack the courage to step inside, Shuanai remarked, stepping aside after the door was opened and addressing Rod. Rod felt no trepidation. It was merely a sword. With purposeful strides, he entered the chamber, drawing nearer to the platform. The closer he approached, the more palpable the chilling aura became. Yet to Rod, it was akin to a gentle breeze, entirely inconsequential. As if sensing something, the blade quivered autonomously, subsequently unleashing an even more formidable presence. The world around him remained undisturbed. However, within Rod's perception, a grotesque creature with a greenish visage and menacing fangs materialized above the sword, lunging towards him with claws bared, insignificant as an ant. Observing this scene, Rod's expression remained impassive. A surge of Conqueror's haki erupted forth, tangible as if infused with his indomitable spirit, instantly overwhelming the malevolent entity. In a mere heartbeat, the creature dissipated like snow under the spring sun. Ultimately, it was but a masterless sword. Its autonomous retaliation could ensnare ordinary individuals or even some formidable beings in illusions and mental disarray. Yet for a sovereign like Rod, endowed with unparalleled conqueror's haki, it was effortlessly extinguishable. The events, though lengthy in narration, transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon shattering the illusion, Rod firmly grasped the sword sheath with one hand and the hilt with the other, drawing the blade with a resonant sound. The sword's body was a deep obsidian hue, while its edge glimmered with a faint, ethereal light, creating an unsettling sensation of being drawn into its depths when gazed upon for too long. A soft hum resonated. Rod flicked his fingers, and a remarkably clear sound of the sword's chant resonated from its blade. After a moment of contemplation, he gained a lucid understanding of the sword's various attributes. Its sharpness and resilience surpassed those of the Stormcutter by an entire echelon, and its unique feature likely possessed the capacity to influence the enemy's psyche, inducing illusions. It was indeed an exceptional sword, fully deserving of the illustrious title of the Supreme Great Blade. Nevertheless, the Stormcutter, with its affinity for the power of thunder, remained irreplaceable, and Rod could never relinquish it. Quite impressive, he mused, just as he intended to fasten the sword to his waist when his eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed the blade quivering, as if struggling, expressing its discontent. It was not a defiance towards Rod, its master. The formidable conqueror's haki and the indomitable will befitting a top-tier swordsman were sufficient to appease the malevolent sword. Rather, it looked down upon being compared to the Stormcutter. Such a temper. Rod smiled faintly, and as he grasped his sword, a powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking down with a resounding crack. The air crackled with electric arcs. The terrifying thunder caused the spectral blade to tremble incessantly, yet it still conveyed a hint of defiant intent. As one of the most ancient and supreme blades, the evil sword of the Spectre embodied the essence of a monarch among men. An unwavering spirit radiated from it, one that would never yield easily, even when shattered by thunder. How remarkable! Rod clicked his tongue and casually tossed it to the ground, then unleashed a barrage of deep blue lightning. Shu and I were left utterly astounded. Indeed, the evil sword was quite wicked. Yet they had not anticipated Rod's overwhelming dominance. If one resisted, they would be met with force. The thunderous assaults persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Shu and I could even discern a faint reddening on the blade of the ghost sword. However, Rod's demeanor remained serene, seemingly unfazed by such a supreme weapon, mercilessly delivering strike after strike of lightning. In the end, the ghost sword ultimately succumbed to Rod's formidable might. It obediently lingered with Lancia, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. The weapon sensed that its new master was distinctly different, decisive and domineering, devoid of hesitation. Should it truly defy him to the end, its fate would surely be grim. Having been dormant for decades, the ghost sword yearned to emerge and taste blood. Indeed, after a couple of strikes, it fell silent. Observing this, Rod nodded in satisfaction, clapped his hands, and turned to leave the chamber. "Let us go," he commanded. "Yes," Shu and I replied, truly impressed now. This was astonishingly tyrannical. The swordmaster did not treasure the supreme weapon as a prized possession. Instead, it was treated with such brutal disregard in Rod's hands. He could almost envision the ghost sword's helplessness and frustration. The three of them made their way back to their lodgings. "Your Excellency, Rod. In just a few days it will be the 1st of January, when the king will host a grand flower banquet. I believe you are in need of a companion. How about allowing Yufei to accompany you?" A knowing smile crept across Shu and I's face. At this, Yufei was struck as if by lightning, utterly bewildered. Was she truly being sold off like this? The thought flickered through her mind, leaving her with a profound sense of desolation. She was merely a decorative princess. While the Grand Prince Shu and I was both talented in martial and literary pursuits, wielding vast power, and as the eldest brother, it was likely that Charles had a hand in this decision. Under their command, how could Yufei dare to refuse? Is this a gift of beauty? Rod chuckled softly. Yufei was indeed strikingly beautiful, the third princess of the Flower Kingdom, with exceptional looks, especially her soft and melodious voice. Clad in an elegant qipao, she exuded nobility and grace. Yet, such a regal princess was being so readily offered to Rod. In the eyes of the royal family, Rod's formidable prowess was immensely valuable to cultivate. A mere princess was inconsequential. If Rod desired it, Charles might even willingly present the queen herself. "Very well. I appreciate the prince's kind offer. Rod finally nodded. Xuanai's heart was momentarily at ease, and a hint of composure shone in his eyes. While he may not possess the same innate talent for cultivation as Rod, his strategic mind and martial prowess granted him confidence. As long as Rod had needs or vulnerabilities, he was certain he could leverage them to influence this formidable master. Chapter 139. Who has descent? Once Xuanai departed, only Rod and Yuffie remained, and an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. It must be said that we share quite a unique bond. Rod smiled softly. He had visited only 3 places in the Land of Flowers: Black Harbor, Grody, and the royal capital. Yet, he had encountered the 3rd princess of this realm almost at every turn. Ah, indeed. Who would have imagined that the legendary dragon slayer, known for his prowess, would shamelessly indulge in revelry? Yuffie suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her and pouted slightly as she spoke. The scene from that day was still vividly etched in her memory. She had, in the presence of the dragon slayer, openly praised and admired him, which felt utterly humiliating. Rod could not help but chuckle, recalling the rather distressing experience. How can you still laugh? Yuffie chided him playfully, her tone filled with mock indignation. This is utterly outrageous. How wicked. After a brief moment of silence, she continued in a wistful tone, regardless of what transpired before, I find myself sold to you by the kingdom. You may not be aware, but during my last journey, upon my return, I was to be wed to a foreign prince. My talents are lacking, and my cunning is insufficient. The only asset I possess is my appearance. Perhaps marrying you, or being your lover, would be far preferable to being wed to an unfamiliar stranger. Rod stood beside her, listening intently as the girl poured out her heart. A stirring sensation welled up within him. Had it not been for the Book of Knowledge, his predicament would scarcely differ from that of the 3rd princess. He too would be at the mercy of fate, adrift and subject to the whims of others. As he gazed at Yuffie, a hint of tenderness began to soften his expression. What? Have my words moved you, leading you to fall for me? Yuffie looked up, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Fall for you? Rod chuckled and shook his head. Had he been an ordinary man in his previous life, encountering such a noble, beautiful, kind, and sweet princess would undoubtedly have captivated him. However, after entering the world of pirates and continuously growing stronger, ascending to the ranks of the world's formidable beings, his pursuits have long since transformed. Although Rod contemplated these thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. He could sense the faint sorrow concealed behind the girl's smile. She was a living being, yet destined from birth to be a mere gift. Never mind, let us not dwell on such matters. Come. Allow me to show you around the capital. Yuffie perked up, her delicate hand linking with Rod's arm, laughing joyfully. Once the two had departed, Xuanai, standing in the shadows, turned to address his father. Father, do you believe this dragon slayer can truly be of use to us? A person of his caliber is destined to shine brightly in the new world. He cannot remain in the Flower Kingdom for long. We merely need to harness his strength to stabilize our situation and instill caution in the other nations. Charles shook his head lightly. In a few days, during the flower banquet, the Moon Clan and other powerful Western nations will likely test the waters. We shall act according to the situation then. Ultimately, those concerns are secondary. Your primary focus now must be to diligently cultivate your abilities and strive to bring the naval forces of the Flower Kingdom under royal control as soon as possible. Yes, Father, Xuanai replied, his expression solemn. Charles nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Even if the leader, Qingjiao, survives this battle, he has few years left to live. To maintain the prestige of the Flower Kingdom, it falls upon the exceptionally gifted Xuanai to break through. Days passed swiftly as Yuffie and Rod explored the capital by day, while he tended to his injuries by night. In the meantime, Shueisha and Gates also arrived in the capital. On January 1st, with the old year behind him, Rod finally reached the age of 18. Are you prepared? We are ready, Hela replied, her demeanor tinged with a hint of anxiety. This marked a new endeavor for the Revolutionary Army. Traditionally, the revolutionaries followed a grassroots approach, spreading ideology, rescuing civilians, inciting uprisings, and overthrowing regimes, an ascent from the bottom. Few had considered pursuing a royal strategy, as in the eyes of most revolutionaries. The royal family represented the aristocracy, a force to be toppled, irreconcilable with the common folk. Yet this time, Rod sought to implement a top-down reform, breaking new ground. This caught the attention of the entire leadership of the Revolutionary Army. Were it not for Dolag being stationed in the East Sea, he would have certainly come in person. Do not be anxious, success is assured. Rod smiled and remarked, in the world of my previous life, reforms from the top down were fraught with complications and numerous obstacles. However, in this world where might reigns supreme, the situation is quite different. It is a realm where a single banner protects an entire nation. Sufficient strength can annihilate all impediments. Those with stubborn, regressive ideologies can be made to vanish from existence in a most literal sense. Soon, the floral banquet commenced. The venue was bustling with attendees, many adorned in opulent attire, draped in gold and silver, suffused with an air of lavishness. As the renowned vase princess, Yuffie's beauty was beyond question, and many handsome young men had long coveted her. Yet, upon hearing recent news, they swiftly repressed their inappropriate sentiments. Who would dare to vie for a woman with the Dragon Slayer swordsman? That would be courting death. Suddenly, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. The Dragon Slayer swordsman had arrived. The attendees turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion, witnessing the throng parting like a tide. A striking young man in casual white attire approached with measured steps. With dark hair and eyes, his demeanor appeared casual and unassuming, devoid of any discernible aura of authority. Yet he instantly became the focal point of the gathering, captivating everyone's attention as if a king had graced them with his presence. Even Yuffie found herself overshadowed. "You have come," Yuffie softly uttered, intertwining her arm with Rod's. The combination of his handsomeness and her ethereal beauty created a harmonious pairing. "Lord Rod." Charles stepped forth from the side, seizing the moment when all eyes were upon him. "In light of the recent events following Mr. Green Pepper's demise, all prior matters have reached a conclusion. However, the royal family is at fault. I am willing to unconditionally grant you one request as compensation on behalf of the crown." At this proclamation, the venue fell into a hush. All eyes turned towards the young man in white, accompanied by the fair maiden. It seemed that Charles wished to curry favor with the Dragon Slayer swordsman, even offering his daughter in the process. Delegates from the Moon Kingdom and other realms across the Western Seas shared similar thoughts. Yet, Rod's focus appeared to diverge slightly. He chuckled and replied, "Unconditionally?" "Indeed," Charles said. His brow slightly furrowed, yet his confidence remained intact. "The might of a great nation is formidable, whether it be devil fruits or renowned swords. Should one truly desire to procure them, efficiency can be assured. Then I ask that you abdicate your throne, for I wish for Miss Yuffie here to become queen." Upon hearing this, Yuffie's mouth fell open in astonishment, her expression frozen in disbelief. What was happening? The crown prince, Shuanai, was equally taken aback. Charles' forced smile faltered, his furrowed brow deepening as he said, "Are you jesting, my lord?" "Do I appear to be jesting?" Rod appeared indifferent, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. Charles chuckled awkwardly. Being in the prime of his youth, he had no desire to abdicate, and could only respond perfunctorily. "This matter cannot be decided by me alone. It requires deliberation among the esteemed nobles. The royal family, akin to the most prominent aristocracy of the Flower Kingdom, shared considerable influence with the other powerful nobles." Upon hearing this, Rod nodded slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the nobleman of the Flower Kingdom beside him. He spoke in a measured tone. "Does anyone among you harbor dissent?" Chapter 140. The realm of souls. Feeling the chill of Rod's indifferent stare, the assembled nobles experienced a profound sense of discomfort. Who could withstand such scrutiny? Who dared to voice disagreement? Perhaps King Charles would refrain from publicly executing Rod due to the constraints imposed by the global government. Yet these noblemen were not afforded such privilege. At most, they might face censure from the global government afterward. With this thought in mind, the nobles averted their gazes, adopting a posture of submission as they subtly stepped back, signaling their lack of opposition. It appeared they had no objections. Rod turned to Charles, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Meanwhile, under Gates' leadership, several ministers and members of the Revolutionary Army began to emerge, leveling accusations against Charles. "What benefit does this hold for you?" Charles felt a trickle of cold sweat on his forehead and clenched his teeth as he replied in a hushed tone, "What need is there for benefit? I am simply willing." Rod smiled and remarked, "You are interfering with the internal affairs of the member nations of the world government, which will not be tolerated." Charles replied coldly, casting a hopeful glance towards a certain official of the world government present in the hall. This individual was the diplomatic ambassador of the world government stationed in the capital of the Flower Kingdom, responsible for liaising between the Flower Kingdom and the world government. To his surprise, the ambassador slightly bowed his head and helplessly stated, "Just 2 hours ago, the Dragon Slayer swordsman Rod has replaced Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Charles, you might as well accept your fate. After all, it is your daughter who has ascended, so there is no real loss." Upon his utterance, an abrupt silence enveloped the room, with incredulous expressions adorning everyone's faces. The 7 warlords of the sea stand as one of the paramount powers alongside the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperors in the Grand Line, instilling fear across the world. While the 7 warlords may not hold much significance in the New World, they are undeniably colossal figures in the first half of the Grand Line, particularly when considering the forces of the West Sea. The revelation that the Dragon Slayer swordsman has become one of the 7 warlords is astounding. This might be the youngest warlord in history. Impressive, murmured the crowd, their gazes towards Charles tinged with sympathy. With the authority and status of the 7 warlords, as long as one is not usurping the throne, the world government would hardly intervene. Indeed, as the fact of Rod's ascension to the warlords was revealed, the previously reluctant noblemen in the hall swiftly changed their attitudes. Lord Rod, we collectively nominate Princess Yuffie as the Queen of the Flower Kingdom. Please witness this. Someone called out. We collectively nominate Princess Yuffie as the Queen of the Flower Kingdom. We ask for Lord Rod's witness. The great nobles hastily echoed, bowing towards Yuffie, and in effect, towards Rod. Xuanai stood among the crowd, gazing at Rod, his emotions tumultuous. Just a few days prior, Yuffie was merely an ordinary princess within the royal family, having been offered as a gift after her encounter with Rod. Yet, within a few days, she ascended to the throne, commanding the vast Flower Kingdom, while he, Xuanai, has been reduced from the status of the crown prince to an indistinguishable figure among the masses. All of this was brought about by Rod. Yuffie, still in a daze, was jolted back to reality by the overwhelming applause, yet she remained in disbelief. She never anticipated being nominated as the queen, the ruler of the formidable Flower Kingdom in the West Sea. A figure of immense authority whose mere stamp of a foot could reverberate throughout half the West Sea. With tens of thousands of troops at her command, she wielded tremendous power. In her heart, she felt a surge of panic and involuntarily turned her gaze towards Rod. She saw him smile gently at her. From now on, your destiny is yours to determine. Do not fear, I will support you. In Yuffie's eyes, the light flickered uncertainly before she finally surveyed the crowd and broke into a smile, declaring, very well, I consent to become the queen of the Flower Kingdom. Given Yuffie's original temperament, it was unlikely she would have sought such prominence. She possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that apart from her beauty, she was merely an ordinary individual. In both cultivation and governance, she fell short compared to the crown prince, Xuanai. The title of queen was merely a faade, for she lacked the capability to bear the weight of the crown. Yet, you shine so brightly that if you do not elevate yourself, there will come a day when you are forsaken and forgotten, Yuffie mused. The recent palace coup, driven by a consensus among the upper echelons, did not incite significant turmoil. Economically, under the leadership of the affluent merchant Gates, and militarily, bolstered by Rod's esteemed presence, the nation swiftly regained stability. Even the uproar following the death of Commander Qingxiao and the consequential losses of the naval forces was quelled. Concurrently, revolutionary forces lurking in various locales took action, amassing evidence and thoroughly cleansing the political landscape of the Flower Kingdom by eliminating obstinate elements. Thanks to the existence of this unique force, Queen Yuffie's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, overshadowing the major nobility, allowing her to make decisive pronouncements on significant matters and implement numerous new policies beneficial to the common folk. Outside the capital, the recent reforms proved remarkably successful, marking a significant transformation in the Flower Kingdom. I shall report all of this to the leader, said Commander Mori of the Western Army with a smile. There is no need to worry about Queen Yuffie's safety. I will leave sufficient forces to protect her. And in the future, I will establish a base within the Flower Kingdom. Rod gently nodded, acknowledging that it was all part of the duty. With such an achievement, upon your next return to headquarters, you should be able to ascend directly to a senior position. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance. After exchanging a few more words, Mori took his leave, for he needed to return to oversee the Western military base. His stay in the Kingdom of Flowers had been sufficiently lengthy. As he watched the revolutionary forces gradually depart, Rod found himself momentarily lost in thought, his mind drifting into an ethereal realm. Before him, a magnificent and intricate tome floated in the center of this void, surrounded by wisps of pale golden light that continuously drifted in, merging into the book. It had been over 10 days, and yet the ascension remained incomplete. Observing this scene, Rod furrowed his brow. Since the world government announced the new 7 warlords on January 1st, these luminous particles had been converging incessantly. Their origin and nature shrouded in mystery, sometimes abundant, sometimes scarce, utterly perplexing. Fortune? Emotion? Faith? Or perhaps the very essence of the world? The scant information left Rod in a quandary. Gazing into this ambiguous and inscrutable realm of the soul, a flicker of realization crossed Rod's countenance. Previously, he had only ventured into the domain of will, such as the swordmaster's mastery of the iron-cutting realm or the defensive mindset against formidable individuals like Peach Rabbit, whose perceptive nature was profoundly acute, leading to a closed-off mentality. Yet, he had never truly delved into the soul itself. However, the Conqueror's hockey seemed to transcend mere will. Touching upon the very essence of the soul, perhaps this would yield a different outcome. It was time to give it a try. Rod unleashed the Overlord's color, simultaneously fixing his gaze upon the Book of Knowledge within the expanse. Almost at the very instant the Overlord's color swept past the Book of Knowledge, before Rod's eyes, a dazzling light appeared, abruptly transporting him to a peculiar realm. He paused momentarily, glancing down to discover that his form radiated a faint, ethereal glow, devoid of tangible sensation. Is this a manifestation of the soul? What manner of place is this? Rod lifted his gaze and, as expected, saw a book gently floating ahead, exuding an ancient and singular presence, imbued with an aura of profound mystery. Chapter 141, Journey to the Eastern Sea, a Realm of the Soul? With a surge of inspiration, Rod's entire being suddenly stirred to life. He took a step forward, as if traversing a mere inch, and in an instant, he found himself before the Book of Knowledge. The movement of the soul differs profoundly from that of the body, he pondered, while simultaneously gazing at the tome. From an external perspective, the book appeared enigmatic and profound, yet it held an elusive quality, akin to viewing flowers through a fog. Now, from the vantage point of his soul, in intimate proximity, he truly experienced a sense of awe and insignificance, as if a mortal gazing up at the boundless sky, endless and unfathomable. This book, the light in Rod's eyes flickered unpredictably, and the more powerful he became, the more he could sense the formidable strength of this artifact. His achievements today were undoubtedly the result of his relentless effort and perseverance. Yet a significant portion of his success could be attributed to the existence of the Book of Knowledge. After a moment of reflection, Rod dismissed these thoughts, extending a hand that emanated an ethereal glow to gently caress the surface of the tome. Buzz. In an instant, Rod's consciousness appeared to transcend all bounds, akin to a divine perspective, and he suddenly beheld a cerulean planet. Earth? No, it was the world of pirates. Rod swiftly discerned the differences. Subsequently, as if imbued with divine insight, he effortlessly distinguished the various regions of the planet. The Grand Line, the Red Land, the four seas of the north, south, east, and west, and the doldrums. Among these regions, both the four seas and the initial segment of the Grand Line shimmered with a faint golden light, with the West Sea exhibiting the most brilliance. Although the New World also displayed some semblance of this glow, it was nearly imperceptible, while the doldrums and the Red Land remained entirely dim. This phenomenon appeared to reflect the influence and status of the seven warlords of the sea. A sudden inspiration struck Rod's mind. So these golden specks. Rod concentrated his thoughts and gradually approached, only to be enveloped in a subtle sense of reverence. If that is the case, perhaps the slow progression of this advancement is due to the time required for the influence of the seven warlords to permeate. Rod withdrew from the divine perspective, fully enlightened in his heart. After meandering through the realm of his soul once more, he returned to his corporeal form. It was time to return. Glancing at the progress, it seemed that only a few days remained. Rod stretched his limbs, then slipped his hands into his pockets, meandering leisurely towards the royal capital. During the wait, Rod certainly did not remain idle. He diligently practiced his formidable aura, honed his physique, and even perused the martial arts manuscripts left by Qing Jiao. He was particularly intrigued by the unique striking force of the Eichung Fist, a power capable of inflicting internal damage upon his foes. Such an ability should prove invaluable when confronting formidable adversaries like Kaido of the 100 Beasts or the extraordinarily resilient Big Mom among the Four Emperors. Furthermore, he also focused on the training of Queen Yufei. Rod cannot remain in the Land of Flowers indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the Straw Hat Luffy has set sail, heralding the imminent onset of a tumultuous era. It is only a matter of time before he departs from the Land of Flowers. Although Yuffie is under the protection of the Revolutionary Army, it remains insufficiently secure. Consequently, in recent days, Rod frequently visits the royal palace, utilizing his formidable powers to refine Yuffie's physique. This in itself is not particularly noteworthy. However, Yuffie's transformation is striking. Each day, she appears radiant, as though nourished by some unseen force, and curious sounds of an intriguing nature have been rumored to emanate from the Queen's chamber. Such occurrences have, in the eyes of the citizens of the Land of Flowers, undeniably solidified the rumors of Rod's youthful fame and his penchant for beauty. Rod did not refute the rumors. After all, it could be considered a form of protection. As long as he remains unscathed, the aristocrats of the Flower Kingdom are emboldened to stir trouble. The days of comfort did not persist as Rod had envisioned. The East Sea? Indeed. A steady and resonant voice came through the phone from Dolag. There was a covert operation targeting the world government. Given your proficiency in speed and swordsmanship, you are well suited for this task, which is why I have called upon your assistance. Dolag's tone was gentle, devoid of any coercive undertones. This was partly due to his inherent disposition, and partly because Rod's strength had increased, elevating his status. After awakening the Overlord's color and vanquishing the leader, Green Pepper, Rod's standing within the Revolutionary Army had risen to a level almost equivalent to that of the 4 army commanders, surpassing that of ordinary senior officials. Is that so? Rod pondered for a moment and, sensing that the situation in the Land of Flowers had stabilized, nodded in agreement, stating that he would arrive promptly. Very well, Dolag mused, taking into account that Rod had now ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords, and proceeded to disclose all pertinent information regarding Kuma's circumstances to him. Is the tyrant Kuma also a member of the Revolutionary Army? Although Rod was aware of the situation, he still expressed a modicum of surprise. Indeed, Dorag was quite pleased with Rod's reaction. The mission of the bear was to approach the so-called super scientist Vegapunk, who claimed to have transcended 5 centuries of knowledge. However, he was not in the best of conditions at the moment. Both of you are warlords of the sea. If possible, please look out for one another. After exchanging a few more words, the two ended the call. Vegapunk. Rod gently stroked his chin, filled with curiosity. What kind of individual could be worth the sacrifice of the formidable tyrant, Bear? The title of having surpassed the world for 5 centuries is indeed remarkable. Now that he is headed to the East Sea, it is time to prepare for the impending war at the summit. Rod murmured to himself, his gaze distant as he slowly rose to look towards the horizon. At that moment, a fax lay on the table, an intelligence report sent by Robin. It spoke of a monumental event emerging from the New World, overshadowing Rod's assassination of the Green Pepper and forcefully claiming the headlines. Blackbeard has slain Sachi, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division, and defected from the crew, sending shockwaves throughout the world. When Rod arrived in the Kingdom of Flowers, he was completely destitute and little known. However, when he departed, he was seen off by the royal family, including both nobles and ministers. The naval forces of the kingdom dispatched 12 warships to escort him, cutting through the waves and crossing the ocean with determination. As Rod walked further away, Yuffie stood there, seemingly like a stone waiting for her husband. Hela approached and sighed, saying, "Do not linger. He has already gone far." "I know," Yuffie replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the sorrow in her eyes. This farewell could stretch into an indefinite span before their paths would cross again. "The next time we meet, I shall astonish you." She gathered her emotions and regained her regal composure. "Hela, let us attend to state affairs. There remains much yet to be resolved." The fleet continued its voyage, ultimately docking at Skur Island. Rod, after all, must part ways with the West Sea. It is beyond the capabilities of the naval forces of this Land of Flowers to escort him the entire journey. He will embark here on a vessel bound for the Grand Line, and subsequently, he will alter his course to traverse the upside-down mountain towards the East Sea. "My Lord Rod, the ship has been arranged," a respectful naval officer remarked. "Indeed." Rod nodded slightly and boarded a large merchant vessel, only to unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance. It was the female swordsman, Sivia. "It's you," Sivia exclaimed, pointing at Rod in astonishment. "What a remarkable coincidence." Rod was equally astonished and chuckled slyly. "Do you still wish to challenge me?" Chapter 142. Advancement complete. Upon hearing this, Sivia's expression momentarily faltered. During Rod's battle with the Green Pepper, even the towering Flower Mountain, nearly 100 meters high, had crumbled and shattered, showcasing his near-divine prowess. She was not foolish enough to dare challenge Rod again. However, the young girl displayed no fear, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. "Do not be too complacent. Once I conquer the Grand Line, I shall return to challenge you. Always at your service." Rod chuckled nonchalantly, evidently unconcerned. Zavia's face flushed crimson, and with a huff of indignation, She began to practice her swordsmanship right there on the deck. Thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Zavia's swordplay was distinctive, complemented by her fluid footwork, resembling a butterfly gracefully fluttering about. It was a sight to behold, captivating many onlookers who paused to admire her skill, expressing their admiration aloud. Yet, Zavia maintained a solemn demeanor, immersing herself completely in her practice, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings and the opinions of those around her. Rod discreetly nodded in acknowledgement, setting aside all else. It was this unflappable demeanor in the face of honor and disgrace that foretold the girl's promising future. However, it was unfortunate that she had chosen the wrong adversary. He gently shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out towards the distant sea. The merchant ship soon set sail, departing from Skexiang Island, and headed towards Upside Down Mountain. Several hours later, the vast expanse of the Red Earth continent, stretching to the ends of the world, reappeared before everyone's eyes. Sivia came to a halt, her mouth forming an astonished OAS. She stared blankly. Rod remains composed. On one hand, he has encountered this scene numerous times, and on the other, he has gazed over the entire world from the perspective of the Book of Knowledge. The red clay continent does not stir his spirit. Indeed, this world possesses an unsettling degree of orderliness. Rod murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with light. What are you saying? Sivia leaned closer, her small face brimming with excitement and shock. Before Rod could respond, she began to chatter animatedly, expressing her inner astonishment. The vessel seemed to frequently traverse this route, propelled by the combined efforts of the captain and the navigator. The large merchant ship surged along the furious currents, swiftly ascending the upside-down mountain canal, gaining speed with each passing moment. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it breached the summit of the upside-down mountain. Just as Sivia's emotions were in turmoil, the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, is that young man about to jump from the ship?" Everyone turned their gaze in unison. Indeed, a young man clad in white was slowly making his way towards the edge of the vessel, where a breach had occurred from a prior collision. He continued to step forward, mere strides away from leaping off the merchant ship. "Stop him. He intends to take his own life." Someone cried out anxiously. Alas, it was too late. Rod had already stepped off the ship, plunging into the raging waters below. This was the turbulent sea of the upside-down mountain, where the force of the current was immense, making survival nearly impossible. He would be swept away by the violent waters, vanishing into the depths without a trace. The crowd hurriedly rushed over, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. The young man in white not only failed to sink into the sea, but instead walked upon the surface of the water as if it were solid ground, effortlessly traversing the waves and winds, soon disappearing into the shrouded mist. My heavens! Could it be that he has encountered the sea god? Someone uttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sivia wrinkled her adorable little nose, murmuring softly, unable to suppress a glimmer of yearning in her gaze. Before a sufficiently powerful being, even the most perilous of locales and the most terrifying of phenomena seemed trivial. Scarcely worth concern. I will catch up to you, Sivia declared with resolute determination. If 3 years is not enough, then 10 years. If 10 years is insufficient, then a lifetime. Several hours later, at the entrance to the upside-down mountain on the East Sea, she mused, it truly is quite high, having consumed more than half of my strength. Rod took a few deep breaths and gradually regained his composure. It seems that his stamina is still quite lacking. In pursuit of his dreams that span a day and a night, he must double his efforts. He needs to find a means of transportation. Rod was reluctant to continue his journey at a slow pace, as it was quite exhausting. His gaze swept across the nearby ocean in search of sea creatures. The upside-down mountain was near a windless zone, which meant that a considerable number of sea beasts or sea kings roamed the area. Soon, Rod identified a small sea king, several dozen meters in length, as it was exceedingly conspicuous, basking in the sunlight atop the water's surface. However, as Rod approached, exuding unmasked hostility, this creature, resembling an electric eel, instantly bristled with agitation, unleashing a powerful electric discharge akin to a dragon strike. Rod was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. For while the assailant's offensive was formidable, the speed of the attack was excruciatingly sluggish. Rod merely accelerated casually, evading the attack with ease, then swiftly positioned himself above the electric eel. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a formidable aura of domination that reverberated through the very fabric of the world, seemingly suppressing the ocean's surface beneath its might. The electric eel, overwhelmed by the force, rolled its eyes back and fainted instantly. How intriguing! Rod was slightly taken aback. His perceptive abilities were remarkably acute, allowing him to discern that his conqueror's haki had undoubtedly intensified, and significantly so. If one were to categorize the conqueror's haki into tiers, the ordinary pirates, akin to green pepper, would find themselves at the lowest echelons, while the formidable forces represented by Don Quixote da Flamingo would occupy the mid-range. The emperors, such as Whitebeard and Kaido, would sit at the upper echelons, with the likes of red-haired Shanks and Gold Roger reigning supreme at the pinnacle. At this moment, Rod's conqueror's haki should rightfully be ranked within the mid-tier, not inferior to that of Doflamingo, and indeed, it could surpass it by a considerable margin. Rod gradually descended onto the back of the electric eel, tilting his head slightly as he suddenly summoned the interface of the Book of Knowledge. Indeed, the advancement had been completed. Third tier, Book of Knowledge, allows for the additional extraction of 1 talent. Attributes: Intelligence 3, Perception 2, Will 1. Talents: Mastery of Swordsmanship, Unity of Man and Sword, greatly enhancing the comprehension of sword arts. Control of Thunder, the God of Thunder descends, enabling the free manipulation of thunderous powers. Is this due to the increased will attribute? Observing the changes on the interface, Rod understood in his heart. The Overlord's Conqueror's haki is a profound impact on the soul's will. Otherwise, it would not be capable of rendering others unconscious. The enhancement of the will attribute is entirely reasonable. Intelligence influences the speed of cognitive response, while perception affects the intensity of the Conqueror's haki. Rod squinted slightly, his cognitive response speed escalating from 225 times to 375 times. This enhancement was neither trivial nor monumental. As Rod calmed his mind to truly perceive, he suddenly became aware of the transformation. The entire world seemed to spring to life. The sound of the waves became faint yet elongated. The subtle eddies in the air were gradually shifting, interacting with one another, tracing diverse trajectories. This sensation resembled time slowing down, allowing for a multitude of responses within the same span. Rod concentrated his mind, for in the world of pirates, the formidable beings often possess astonishing speed. Such terrifying velocity cannot be controlled without adequate cognitive response. Take, for instance, Rod's previous sonic slash, had it not been for his mental acuity. Enhanced by his intellect to more than double that of an ordinary person, he might have become merely a victim of sonic impact, unable to react swiftly enough to wield his sword. Chapter 143, Walking Through Space. As for the observation haki, Rod focused intently, perceiving the observation haki sweeping over the electric eel beneath him. Had the information received become more comprehensive and refined? He squinted slightly. Such a level of observation haki was likely not inferior to that of an ordinary master. If Rod wished to transition to a sniper role, it would seemingly be a seamless endeavor. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that upon reaching the third tier, he could indeed select an additional talent. What would he draw this time? At this juncture, Rod's power system was exceptionally robust, and he no longer harbored an intense yearning for new talents. His mindset was remarkably composed. Whether the outcome was favorable or unfavorable, he remained unfazed. With a mere thought, a prompt appeared on his attribute interface, commencing selection. The interface shimmered slightly. Buzz. Just like the previous selection, various talents flickered and transformed before him. The Dark System, the Vibrant Elemental System, and the Golden Psychic System. The Elemental System, of course, was the least appealing to Rod. With the power of thunder, other elements such as fire, ice, and wind had become redundant. However, should he draw the water element, it would indeed be quite advantageous. He could summon catastrophic floods and colossal waves, leaving even the devil fruit users at a loss in this oceanic world, where mastery over water was immensely powerful. As for the system and the psychic system, it was a matter of 50-50. If he were to acquire resilience or defensive talents like rock or fortitude, combined with the thunderous enhancement of his body, he might truly challenge the title of the strongest creature in the world, akin to Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The psychic system also held promise, offering conceptual abilities similar to luck and misfortune, as well as formidable powers like shock, distortion, and rending, significantly amplifying his destructive capacity. It must be noted that while his combat system was well developed, it was not entirely comprehensive. He still lacked an escape-oriented ability. As he watched the talents pass by, Rod mused idly. The talent of thunder was distinct from the natural lightning fruit, while it would not be countered by sea prism stone, sea water, or the darkness fruit. It forfeited the ability of elemental transformation. Without the capacity for elementalization, Rod could not, like Enel, transform into lightning for near light speed relocation, thereby evading the battlefield. Although his current speed, activated by thunder, was swift, exceeding that of ordinary pirates, it remained within the threshold of the admirals, who could easily suppress him. With a little coordination, he might find no escape. As this thought crossed his mind, the selection process finally settled upon a psychic talent. Before Rod could discern what the talent was, the text disintegrated and vanished, transforming into golden specks that spiraled around before flowing into the attribute interface. Psychic system? Rod smiled faintly. The superpower category is akin to the Superman-type devil fruit, capable of evoking both delightful surprises and chilling terror with equal ease. Rod was quite eager. In the very next moment, a series of text and data reappeared on the translucent attribute bar. Level 3, Book of Knowledge Attributes. Intelligence 3, Perception 2. Will 1 talent. Mastery of swordsmanship. Harmony of man and sword, significantly enhancing comprehension of sword techniques. Thunder control. The god of thunder descends, granting the ability to freely manipulate the power of lightning. Door ability. Traversing through space. Where in this vast world can one not go? Is it akin to Bruno's door fruit from CP9? Rod narrowed his eyes slightly, and indeed, what was said came to fruition. The escapability of the door fruit is unparalleled. Neither Enel's sublight speed movement nor Kizaru's light speed movement can compare to spatial teleportation. The power of the door fruit is truly remarkable. Rod displayed a hint of nostalgia. In his childhood, he had long coveted this gadget from Doryman, and now it seemed he had finally acquired such an ability. Roderick stood upon the back of the electric eel, endeavoring to harness the power of the portals. A unique force surged within him, as an irregular small door gradually materialized in the air before his eyes. With his meticulous control and persistent attempts, the door soon took on a more orderly appearance, resembling that of an ordinary household entrance. Opening a door in the air proved to be quite manageable after all. Rod casually opened the door and peered inside. The interior revealed a verdant alternate realm, modest in size and rather confined. It appeared to consume what seemed to be mental energy. Rod slightly narrowed his eyes, sensing a subtle wave of lethargy wash over him, not stemming from physical exhaustion, but rather originating from the depths of his soul's will. He then stepped into the otherworldly realm, opened the door before him, and emerged, finding himself suddenly at the tail of an electric eel. Subsequently, Rod attempted to open the door several more times, channeling varying degrees of mental energy. Indeed, as his mental expenditure increased, the distances traversed through space expanded, and the otherworldly realm grew larger and more extensive. This appeared akin to constructing a rapid corridor between two locations, yet it remained significantly distinct from true spatial teleportation. Not only was it unsuitable for combat, but traversing the otherworld also required a considerable amount of time. Nonetheless, as an escape mechanism, it proved quite effective, enabling him to retreat into the otherworld and evade overwhelmingly powerful attacks. Rod's eyes glimmered as he engaged in quiet contemplation. Even the formidable shock fruit, considered the mightiest power in the world, could not manipulate space. Thus, it was nearly impossible for the denizens of the pirate realm to counter this ability. The term nearly is used because there might exist some wielders of devil fruits with spatial capabilities in the pirate world. If this ability were developed to its utmost potential, could it perhaps create a gateway to other realms? Who knows? I might even return to Earth, or venture into other worlds for adventure. Rod's mind wandered, a smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the satisfaction of this extraction. At that moment, the electric eel, still dazed from the tremors beneath its feet, finally regained consciousness. Although its mind remained somewhat foggy, it sensed Rod's presence and unhesitatingly unleashed a surge of electricity, launching itself towards Rod suspended in the air. The crackling of electricity echoed around them. The currents emitted by a typical electric eel could easily render a person unconscious. But this monstrous sea creature unleashed a ferocious torrent of energy, akin to the wrath of thunder itself. As the storm of lightning surged towards him, Rod initially intended to evade it, yet an inexplicable sensation arose within him. It seemed as though he could subtly guide these errant, uncontrolled bolts of lightning. With this thought, he proceeded to do just that. A sudden brilliance surged in his eyes as the lightning, which had been rushing towards him like a tidal wave, parted in a magnificent display, flowing around Rod and stirring up fierce winds, yet failing to inflict any harm upon him. The bolts of lightning surged forth for several dozen meters before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. The electric eel, the king of the sea, was left utterly bewildered. Rod squinted slightly, suddenly lifting his gaze towards the dark clouds looming high above. He observed the tumultuous lightning and thunder within the clouds, which, at that moment, seemed almost manipulable, a force that once inspired only reverence. Was this awakening? He yearned to engage in discussions about the extraordinary talents in the world of pirates with like-minded individuals and connect with fellow readers who shared his literary passions. In the realm of pirates, the notion of devil fruit awakening is prevalent. The awakening of zoan-type fruits significantly enhances recovery and vitality. Conversely, the awakening of paramecia types allows the user to influence objects beyond themselves, as exemplified by Doflamingo, who could transform surrounding structures into white strings for attack. As for the awakening of logia types, it remains largely unexplored, yet it likely pertains to the manipulation or guidance of natural forces. The true essence of lightning? At that moment, Rod sensed a transformation in his thunderous prowess, unable to suppress a smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. In the original narrative, Enel was a prodigious talent, capable of refining the rumble fruit to its utmost potential while isolated on Skypiea, achieving a maximum of 200 million volts. However, the natural lightning of the world could reach an astonishing 1 billion volts, placing them in entirely different realms of power. Gazing at the clouds above, Rod felt an enigmatic force connecting him to nature and the cosmos, akin to the mythical harmony between heaven and man described in ancient legends. He then softly uttered 2 words, "Thunder come." In an instant, the void erupted with a thunderous roar. A brilliant silver bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, shooting forth with ferocity, cleaving the sky, and transforming into a striking fork-shaped lightning that violently struck the ocean's surface. Only then did the terrifying sound of thunder reach the ears of those below, echoing across 100 miles. The electric eels and sea kings beneath were nearly paralyzed with fear as the lightning struck less than 100 meters away from them. Its overwhelming force was far more terrifying than even the largest sea kings within the calm belt, rendering their own electric currents insignificant, like ants facing a giant. Rod, however, remained silent. He had clearly aimed for the electric eel king, yet his shot missed by a considerable 100 meters. This deviation was rather significant. It seemed he needed more practice to effectively apply his skills in real combat. Furthermore, thunderclouds do not simply appear at will. One cannot expect to engage in battle without first seeking out nearby thunderclouds. It appears he must acquire some knowledge related to meteorology. Rod pondered deeply while continuing his practice. He gracefully glided through the air with lunar steps, executing precise strikes with delight. Thunder roared as bolts of lightning struck down, wreaking havoc upon the sea, causing the winds to rise and the nearby creatures to flee in terror. With each thunderous strike, Rod's technique became increasingly refined, and the variances in his movements were kept within an acceptable range. Almost there, observing the waters below, which were nearly boiling and bubbling vigorously, Rod nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his powers. It was time to test the limits of his mastery in spatial traversal. With a sudden surge of inspiration, Rod concentrated his immense willpower and conjured a rectangular portal in the air, stepping through it. As the diabolical creature finally departed, the electric eel, a member of the marine royalty, opened its eyes, shedding its pretense of lifelessness, and hastily swam toward the calm zone. The exterior world was perilously treacherous. It terrified the little one. After traversing several hundred meters, Rod arrived at the end of the alternate dimension, then with a soft click, he opened the door and stepped through. Huh? Why does it resemble a bathroom? Rod was momentarily taken aback, and then his gaze shifted, revealing a figure both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar due to the recognition of the face, yet unfamiliar as this person found herself in a state of complete undress. There were no screams typical of a woman encountering such a situation. On one hand, no Kigo was inherently a bold and striking woman. On the other, she was somewhat dazed. She had just finished her bath when suddenly, a man appeared as if out of thin air, having opened a door. But why did she say opened a door? That area was supposed to be empty. She was perplexed, yet it was this seemingly familiar stranger who spoke first. Although your figure is indeed quite remarkable, shouldn't you be putting on some clothing first? As he spoke, the man scrutinized her exquisite form, which was rarely revealed to anyone. His gaze, almost tangible, sent a shiver down Nokigo's spine, bringing her back to her senses. She quickly snatched a towel to wrap around Rod, indulged his eyes for a moment. Yet he refrained from lingering any longer. He opened the bathroom door and stepped outside, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, he found himself in the homeland of the brilliant navigator, the cunning cat burglar Nami, Kokoyashi village. The somewhat slow-witted yet healthy beauty he had just encountered was none other than Nami's sister, Nojiko. After standing outside for a while, Nojiko finally emerged, fully dressed. To his surprise, there was no trace of anger on her face. Instead, she appeared remarkably calm, an unsettling tranquility enveloping her demeanor. "Have you recognized me?" Rod tilted his head, observing her with keen interest. The Dragon Slayer, the newly appointed warlord of the Seven Seas. A figure of grandeur in the year 1521 of the Oceanic calendar, who spent a night in the royal palace, renowned for his fondness for beauty. Noki Gao recounted Rod's illustrious history with calmness. The earlier achievements were somewhat hazy, while the latter's penchant for allure was articulated with precision and confidence, sounding utterly credible. "So, what does this imply?" Rod made no attempt to refute her, merely regarding her with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor dismissive. Though he was unaware of how she had come to be there, Noki's striking gaze flickered with a resolute determination and a hint of animosity. In a measured tone, she declared, "I kindly asked for your assistance in a matter that should be exceedingly simple for you. If you agree, I am willing to do anything for you, to cooperate in whatever endeavors you wish to pursue." As she spoke, Noki casually shed her garments, allowing the sun to caress her curvaceous form. Her demeanor calm yet fervent as she fixed her gaze upon Rod. She was unwilling to let this fortuitous opportunity slip away, for the sake of saving her village. Nami had endured her hatred and labored for the nefarious dragon pirate crew for many years. Thus, how could she possibly resent this vessel of flesh? Alas, Rod harbored no interest in mere fleeting pleasures. Otherwise, given his esteemed reputation and power in the Land of Flowers, he could easily acquire a new, beautiful maiden each day of the year, never repeating the same face, and even attract a regal figure like Yuffie or a grand visionary like Hela. His gaze was clear, and with a gentle smile, he inquired, "Slay the evil dragon? How did you know?" Noki Gao gasped in astonishment. The sore master of dragon slaying was undeniably a figure from the Western Sea. How could he possibly be aware of matters concerning the Eastern Sea, particularly those from a small village? "Dress appropriately and converse respectfully. Instead of attempting to entice me with your physical allure, you might as well brew me a cup of tea," he suggested. At his words, Noki Gao slightly lifted her head, meeting Rod's eyes, and was momentarily taken aback. In his gaze, she discerned no desire, only a subtle hint of compassion. This friend-like gaze caused her cheeks to flush, and she hastily donned her attire, feeling inexplicably flustered. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from outside the door. "Noki Gao, I'm back." Accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, a girl with softly curled orange hair appeared at the threshold. She wore a simple light green tank top, which, despite its modesty, was strikingly accentuated by her generous curves, capturing attention effortlessly. The simple shorts she wore further highlighted her long, slender legs. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and her vibrant orange eyes sparkled with beauty, exuding vitality, yet concealing a profound sorrow. This was none other than the renowned beauty thief from the Eastern Sea, the talented navigator known as Cat Burglar Nami, who aimed to amass a fortune of 100 million. Just as Nami entered and beheld Noki Gao in disarray, she was momentarily stunned. However, her keen wit quickly brought her back to reality. She abruptly stepped back and shut the door with a thud, exclaiming, "Apologies, apologies. I truly did not mean to intrude. Please, continue." After a brief flurry of chaos, Noki Gao finally recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing her story, Nami questioned, "Though this individual is indeed famous and reputedly a formidable warlord of the sea, he is far too young, no older than I. The evil dragon is the most wanted pirate in the Eastern Sea and a fearsome fisherman from the Grand Line. How could he possibly contend with such a threat, let alone warrant your actions?" At this moment, Nami's understanding of the concept of strength is evidently quite nebulous. In her eyes, perhaps Luffy is formidable, yet only by hearsay. However, the might of the fearsome dragon, which she has witnessed firsthand and experienced intimately, dominates an expansive oceanic realm. Noki, with a sheepish expression, finds herself scratching her head. Acting on impulse, she embraced the notion that since Luffy is so handsome and youthful, there was no loss in pursuing this course of action. Rod sat composedly, sipping his orange tea, and observed the pair of sisters with keen interest. This attire and the timing seemed to coincide perfectly with the plot involving the dragon pirate crew. He pondered this thought, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. When he initially witnessed this storyline, it had been exceedingly displeasing. "Hey, although you appear formidable, I still advise against At this moment, Nami had nearly gathered 100 million berries, solely focused on rescuing the village and wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The villagers seemed to have rushed out, and faintly, the sound of the navy could be heard approaching. Nami and her companion were taken aback and quickly rose to their feet. That must be Mr. Ajian. Among the navy, Noki Gao instantly spotted the leading officer, Ajian. If he was leading the way, could it truly be the navy? After countless pleas for assistance that had gone unanswered, they now arrived unbidden? Noki Gao furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, as the elder sister, she took the initiative to step outside. Nami remained remarkably composed, for she was a cadre of the dragon pirate crew. Soon, the group of navy personnel arrived at the entrance of the Orange Orchard. Squeak, squeak. I am Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division of the Navy. The colonel, draped in the mantle of justice and epitomizing the phrase rat-like, approached slowly with his hands in his pockets, grinning maliciously. We received a tip-off that a criminal named Nami resides here. Hand her over, or we shall take matters into our own hands and seize her ourselves. Squeak, squeak. Nami. A sense of foreboding rose within Noki Gao as she questioned. Aren't you here to capture pirates? Pirates? I know nothing of any pirates. With a casual wave of his hand, Colonel Mouse signaled the Navy soldiers, who then fanned out to surround the Orange Orchard, their rifles cocked and ready. Do not resist the Navy. Oh, squeak, squeak. Allow me to handle this. At that moment, Nami emerged from the house, feigning calmness as she declared, You must be mistaken. I am a cadre of Arlong's crew. If you dare to apprehend me, Arlong will not stand idly by. Colonel Mouse's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. My dear girl, do you think that you can negotiate with me on equal footing like this? Find the filthy traitor. He barked, prompting the Navy soldiers to surge forward. Wait, you shall not enter. Nami, gritting her teeth, reached into her dimensional pocket and retrieved her collapsible baton, brandishing it before everyone as she shouted, Those are all my belongings. You are the Navy and are fully aware of Arlong's crew's existence, of their heinous deeds. Why do you not pursue them first? And what of that? Colonel Mouse nonchalantly shrugged and remarked, Is it not true that knowing of the pirate's existence does not absolve one from apprehending thieves? Both are crimes, indeed. With a dismissive squeak, he added, That's all there is to say, so step aside swiftly. Bullets do not discriminate. Nami, being merely an ordinary person, found herself in a predicament where, despite her profound reluctance, she was powerless and could only momentarily hope that the Navy would overlook the treasures she had concealed. At that very moment, a Navy officer spotted Rod standing at the door, seemingly lost in thought, and barked, Get out of the way, kid. Kid, are you referring to me? Rod, emerging from the extraordinary dimensional pocket capable of concealing even a folding staff, regarded the situation with a bemused smile. This naval officer, evidently a frequent accomplice of Captain Mouse in nefarious deeds, displayed palpable impatience in response to Rod's inquiries, dismissing him entirely and brazenly colliding into him. Observing this scene, Rod's expression turned impassive as he slowly extended a slender, fair hand and gently struck out the 8-wave fist. A ripple of shockwave surged forth in an instant, engulfing the naval officer. Silent and swift, under the might of this formidable force, the officer was reduced to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, the orange grove fell into an eerie silence. All onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, their gaze fixed upon the young man in white who was retracting his hand. With a hint of exasperation, the youth shook his head and remarked, Alas, I failed to control my strength adequately. It could have been utterly obliterated. The 8-wave fist is an exceptionally unique martial art, capable of transforming an individual's strength into a remarkably peculiar form of shockwave. At this moment, Rod could only be considered a novice, significantly less skilled than Abdu. However, his immense strength meant that even a mere 1% of his power could shatter this East Blue Navy into fragments. It was then that Colonel Mouse, who had been observing the inconspicuous young man in white lingering by the door, furrowed his brow, recognizing the youth as someone familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. The 7 warlords of the sea, the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster Rod, a Navy officer suddenly exclaimed. Colonel Mouse was instantly taken aback, finally recalling this name, swallowing hard as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He was no East Blue native like Nami. As a fallen Navy officer who had risen through cunning and colluded with the Dragon's crew, he was acutely aware of the formidable figures on the seas, lest he provoke one unwittingly in the future. How could the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster appear here? Rumor had it that he was quite the lecher. Could it possibly be due to these 2 women? The realization made Colonel Mouse's pupils constrict. As he observed Rod approaching, he cast aside any semblance of dignity. Terrified and scrambling to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Spare me, my lord, spare me." This was all instigated by that scoundrel dragon. As the adage goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Colonel Mouse was a cowardly and self-preserving officer, and naturally, his subordinates were not much better. Moreover, the remnants of the recent calamity lingered in the air. With Colonel Mouse kneeling on the ground, the vast orange grove quickly succumbed to a wave of kneeling figures. Trembling in fear, Aiken gaped in disbelief. Noki covered her mouth in astonishment, watching the scene unfold. Although Nami was equally shocked by Rod's might, her attention was drawn to Colonel Mouse's words. Instigated by Dragon. All of this was the doing of Dragon. In disbelief, Nami dashed forward, seizing Colonel Mouse's collar and demanding, "Did you just say it was Dragon who orchestrated this? You came to seize my treasures under Dragon's orders." Faced with this woman who could possibly be one of the 7 warlords, Colonel Mouse dared not show any hesitation, repeatedly affirming, "It was Arlong, truly Arlong. He told me you had 100 million. If I could secure it, I would receive a third." "What?" Nami was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Nearly stumbling backward, her exquisite visage darkening as if her dreams had shattered, the face she had held for 8 years crumbling in an instant. Noki hurriedly rushed to support her, and Aiken could not help but reveal a look of concern. They both understood Nami's steadfastness and could empathize with her tumultuous emotions at that moment. Rod, observing the scene, gently shook his head. To place one's dreams in the hands of another's benevolence is undoubtedly a naive and foolish endeavor. "Ah, Colonel Mouse, is it? Your appearance is indeed rather unique." He approached Colonel Mouse with a leisurely gait, his gaze filled with curiosity as he appraised the peculiar figure before him. True to his name, Colonel Mouse was a striking embodiment of his moniker. Adorned with a comical mouse-eared hat, his slender frame resembled that of a monkey, complemented by 2 crooked whiskers. At that moment, he cast his eyes downward, exuding an air of subservience, his brow glistening with beads of sweat. With a nervous chuckle, he stammered, "I am most grateful for your flattering words, my lord. Please forgive my folly." The might of the 7 warlords of the sea was indeed overwhelming. Colonel Mouse was acutely aware that, despite wielding immense power in these waters, capable of dictating life and death, he was but a mere plaything in Rod's eyes, easily extinguished. Should he meet his demise, neither the Navy nor the world government would bat an eyelash over the fate of one insignificant branch officer in the presence of a warlord. Observing the colonel's trembling demeanor, Rod, with a hint of malicious amusement, remarked, "Should you offend me, I could easily take your life, and the Navy would remain silent." "Wouldn't they?" "No, my lord, it was truly that wretched dragon who incited, and indeed coerced me. I had no knowledge that these 2 ladies were in your company." In a frenzy of desperation, Colonel Mouse prostrated himself, tears streaming down his face. His fear of death was palpable, were it not for the dread of Rod's disdain. He would have clung to Rod's legs, weeping. "Thus, do not say that I have not offered you a chance." Rod spoke leisurely, and at once. Colonel Mouse's eyes brightened as he eagerly exclaimed, "My lord, please proceed. Whether it be gold or beauty, I assure you, I shall deliver." However, Rod, with a beaming smile, replied, "The malevolent dragon has committed numerous atrocities, and it is time for it to face justice. Now, this is your opportunity to atone for your past misdeeds." Colonel Mouse, being a cunning individual, easily discerned Rod's intent, yet the notion of provoking the formidable dragon pirate crew seemed somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, weighing the lesser of 2 evils, Colonel Mouse resolved to confront the infamous dragon rather than the legendary dragon slayer. "I shall serve as the vanguard," he declared resolutely, while also keeping a shrewd mind. For as the vanguard, he would need to ensure there was a solid backup. With Rod's presence, he felt assured that his life would not be in jeopardy. In this context, the other naval soldiers understood that this was indeed their last glimmer of hope. "We shall eradicate the dragon. The dragon's wickedness merits its demise. Long live justice." Amidst the fervent rallying cries, Colonel Mouse, accompanied by his loyal crew, gallantly charged towards the dragon paradise. Rod strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. As he ventured further away, Nami, who had been trailing behind, finally snapped to attention and hurried after him. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Rod," she exclaimed, quickening her pace. With determination etched on her face, Nami continued, "The vile dragon has shattered our pact, and I no longer harbor any illusions about him. Allow me to fight alongside you." Rod cast a glance at her, nodding noncommittally, as if to say, "Do as you please." In the dragon's paradise, the fearsome dragon and his cohort of fishmen basked in the sunlight, when suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from afar, followed by a thunderous sound as the gates were forcefully pushed open by a band of menacing Navy soldiers. At the forefront strode Colonel Mouse, draped in the banner of justice, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he bellowed, "Dragon, this day next year shall mark your demise. Prepare to meet your end." Fearing that the dragon might unveil his dark past, he exhibited no inclination for pre-battle negotiations, commanding his troops to commence firing without hesitation. In a state of bewilderment, the dragon watched as the Navy, who had always maintained friendly trade relations, opened fire. The bullets rained down like a tempest. However, the combat prowess of these Navy soldiers, who merely followed Colonel Mouse's orders to oppress the innocent, left much to be desired. Their firearms were far from sophisticated, and while their volley appeared formidable, it only managed to inflict minor injuries upon a few fishmen. In an instant, a towering sawshark man seized the opportunity during the reloading pause, charging across a dozen meters with reckless abandon. He violently knocked aside the frontline Navy soldiers and stood directly before Colonel Mouse, seizing him by the throat. "Wretched human, who grants you the audacity to engage in treachery?" The cold malice emanated from the dragon, his tone icy and his gaze lethal. To him, it seemed that the 100 million bounty amassed by Nami had ignited Colonel Mouse's greed, prompting him to attempt monopolization. Strangled by the dragon, Colonel Mouse found himself gasping for air, paralyzed by fear. Yet, in comparison to the fishman, he harbored an even greater dread of the renowned swordmaster, Dragon Slayer, lurking behind him. Thus, in that moment, Colonel Mouse mustered an unusual courage, for he had no other choice. With eyes ablaze with fury, he glared at the dragon. And though words eluded him, he defiantly spat in the dragon's face. The dragon wiped his face and, upon seeing the saliva on his palm, was instantly consumed by rage. "You seek death," he roared. "Annihilate them all." In that very moment, the dragon crushed Colonel Mouse's skull between his jaws. The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting, scattering a gruesome mixture of red and white across the ground. From a distance, Nami observed the scene with a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes, though it was quickly overshadowed by a deep-seated hatred directed at the dragon, who stood proudly among the crowd. Were it not for Rod standing before her, her tempestuous nature might have compelled her to storm forward and berate the dragon fiercely. A mere span of several dozen meters separated them. Rod moved at a languid pace, and by the time he arrived at the scene, the naval forces within the dragon's lair had dwindled to a mere handful, many having fallen heroically in battle. In stark contrast, the casualties among the fishmen were nearly non-existent. The nefarious crew, hailing from the Grand Line, were formidable warriors with astonishing strength, rendering the disorganized and corrupt naval branch utterly powerless against them. Well, one might say it was a case of repurposing the inept, without the need to sully one's own hands. Before Rod's words could fully resonate, Nami felt a blur before her eyes as his figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Arlong, whereupon he gently struck with his palm. A resounding hum echoed as a tremendous force surged forth. At the point where Rod struck, a massive gash nearly instantaneously tore through Arlong's abdomen, nearly cleaving the entire fish in twain. Chapter 147, Annihilation. Arlong possessed considerable strength. Although he lacked the ability to harness haki, his innate physical advantages rendered him tough-skinned and robust, preventing him from being obliterated by Rod's nascent 8-pulse fist. However, the strike had pierced through his belly, leaving him in a state that was evidently fatal, though he lingered on the brink of death. He fell to his knees, trembling hands frantically stuffing his intestines back into his body, his face a mask of terror and despair. All the fishmen stood paralyzed by Rod's lightning-swift assault, momentarily frozen in shock. Yet, Nami, consumed by a heart full of vengeance, was undeterred. She strode forward with purpose, picking up a firearm and pressing it firmly against Arlong's forehead. "Arlong, the fresh grievance of our broken pact, coupled with the old hatred for the murder of Belmere, surged forth within me," Nami declared, her beautiful orange eyes ablaze with fervent flames of retribution. "Do you remember? You pointed that same way at Belmere." Her finger trembled uncontrollably on the trigger. Confronted by the cold, dark muzzle of the gun, Arlong found a strange clarity amid his despair, breaking into a reckless laugh. "What Belmere? I've crushed countless ants in my lifetime. Should I remember the name of every single one?" With that, he did not even spare Nami another glance, instead fixing his gaze upon Rod, the architect of his misfortune. After a moment's scrutiny, he recognized the renowned Dragon Slayer swordsman. "Dragon Slayer swordsman? When have I wronged you?" Arlong queried, Confusion etched across his face, seeking answers in his grievous state. To offend such a prominent figure was beyond his reach. He doubted he even had the privilege to cross paths with such a person. Belmir, Nami, Nojiko, and others may be but mere ants in your eyes, easily extinguished. Yet, do you not also appear as nothing more than an ant in mine? Rod gently shook his head, gazing into Aaron's eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, resembling a deity standing atop the clouds. After speaking, he reached out and grasped Nami's small hand, his tone softening as he said, "Violence and killing are not suited for you. Let me handle it." However, Nami bit her lip tightly, her face streaked with tears. She had never taken a life, nor had she ever contemplated doing so, yet the thought of slaying that grotesque fishman consumed her. Rod could sense the tumultuous emotions swelling within the young girl's heart, anguish and turmoil. She was, by nature, an innocent and kind-hearted soul. Yet she had been burdened since childhood with far too many undue weights. At this moment, as dawn approached, it would be best for her to remain untainted by blood. Rod gently shook his head, secretly unleashing a surge of thunderous power that swiftly penetrated the body of the dying Arlong. With a rasping gasp, the nearly lifeless Arlong coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground like a defeated fish. Nami, in a moment of turmoil, refrained from firing her gun. Instead, she abruptly cast aside her firearm and threw herself into Rod's broad embrace, breaking down in tears. At that moment, Arlong's fall finally roused the fishmen from their stupor. Their simplistic minds, unable to ponder deeply, ignited with rage upon witnessing their leader's demise. "Die, you wretched human! How dare an inferior race harm the noble fishman? It is unforgivable! Kill him! Avenge our leader Arlong!" The cries of the fishmen jolted Nami from her emotional upheaval. As she observed the gleaming blades poised to strike Rod, she instinctively shouted, "Watch out behind you." In a reflexive act, she moved to shield the young man who had just liberated her. However, before her intention could materialize, Rod glanced back and unleashed a powerful punch. Eight burst fist, great shockwave. A tremendous force surged forth, sweeping outwards like ripples, instantly shattering the bodies of countless fishmen, leaving them lifeless on the spot. Nami was left speechless in awe. Previously, when Rod had dispatched Arlong in the blink of an eye, she had been unable to fully grasp the speed of his strike. Yet, this punch revealed the terrifying power he wielded, annihilating all the fishmen effortlessly, showcasing a strength that far surpassed even the likes of Luffy and Zoro whom she had encountered on her previous journey. As Nami stood in shock, she suddenly heard a teasing voice say, "While I must admit I find this rather comfortable, how long do you intend to hold on?" At his words, Nami sprang away as if struck by lightning, her delicate hands fidgeting together, her exquisite face flushed crimson, nearly steaming with embarrassment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," she stammered. Yet, deep down, a pang of disappointment welled up within her. That fleeting moment had been the most secure and relaxed she had felt in 8 long years. Otherwise, she would not have clung to a stranger she had known for less than half an hour. Suddenly, Nami seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Oh right. The Arlong pirates have another formidable beast." Rod stretched his body and, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Are you referring to that adorable creature?" Nami followed Rod's gaze and beheld a gigantic marine beast resembling a cow, trembling in the pool while waving a tiny white flag. Its appearance epitomized the essence of vulnerability and helplessness. Nami's lips twitched slightly, but she was suddenly interrupted by Rod's voice. "Well, this matter is settled. I must take my leave. Please extend my farewells to Nojiko." As he spoke, he had already stepped onto the back of the manatee, stomping his foot lightly. The manatee, understanding his intent, turned around in readiness to depart. Observing Rod's sudden exit, Nami hesitated for a moment before calling out to him, "Will we meet again in the future? Pursue your dreams, and if fate allows, we shall surely reunite." Rod waved his hand without looking back, his feet firmly planted on the sea cow, his white attire billowing dramatically in the sea breeze, gradually fading from sight. Nami stood in a daze for quite some time, unable to shake off the impression he left. Although she was merely 18, her experiences were countless, yet none had ever made such an indelible mark on her memory. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Found you, Nami." Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to see a group of 4 charging towards her with fervor. It was none other than Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who had come to assist upon receiving word of the situation. However, as they drew near, their words were lost amidst the shocking sight of blood and bodies strewn across the ground. "What happened?" Zoro inquired, his brow furrowed, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. With his wealth of combat experience, he could deduce the nature of the battle from the scene before him. The fishmen lay lifeless, taken down in a single blow, showing no signs of resistance, all perishing simultaneously. Kneeling down to inspect, Sanji's face tightened with concern. Although he believed he could defeat these fishmen, achieving such a feat was evidently beyond reach. Seems quite formidable, Luffy remarked, scratching his face. Even he, with his carefree disposition, was momentarily taken aback. Usopp stood there, utterly astonished. Ah, indeed, a remarkably powerful and enigmatic individual. Nami smiled brightly, a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Yes, with this group of companions, she could pursue her dreams, and perhaps even meet that person. Rod murmured softly, his indifference palpable. After all, his primary means of offense lay in his swordsmanship. His physical prowess was merely a tool to deal with those unworthy of his blade. Having tarried for so long, it was time to journey to Rog Town. Do you know the whereabouts of Rog Town? He inquired of the manatee beneath him. The manatee's eyes widened in surprise. It pondered for quite some time, but could not recall what Rog Town was, casting a pitiful glance at Rod, fearful that this demon might transform it into a roasted delicacy. This indeed posed a predicament. Rod surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with an expanse of ocean, causing him to furrow his brow. Unlike the vast oceans of the four seas, the Great Passage lacked a dedicated, permanent marker indicating the direction of any island. One had to rely solely on maritime charts or the expertise of navigators to discern their bearings. Although Rod was aware that Rog Town was situated near Upside Down Mountain, he remained oblivious to its exact location and direction. It was rather comical that a renowned dragon-slaying swordsman found himself lost upon the vast ocean. Rod found himself in a perplexing predicament. Was he left with no choice but to return to Nami and the others for the sea charts, or perhaps accompany them to Log Town? Such a notion was utterly humiliating. At that moment, the sea cow let out a sudden moo, indicating to Rod that another creature was approaching. Rod followed the direction of Momo's gaze and beheld a medium-sized sailboat bravely navigating the waves. Perfectly. The merchant should know the whereabouts of Roger Town. Let us draw closer, Momo. Rod stamped his foot, signaling the manatee to swim closer. As the distance between them diminished, Rod stood atop the creature's head, quietly observing the figure before him. On the bow of the merchant ship stood a tall woman in her 30s. Her stature commanding yet graceful, embodying the elegance of a mature lady. I am Amanda, the president of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce. My friend, it appears you find yourself in a predicament? She regarded Rod with keen interest, showing no trace of condescension despite his youth. For beneath him lay an undeniably formidable marine beast. Before Rod could respond, a bright and cheerful lowly voice suddenly rang out from the opposite side. Oh, it's the Dragon Slayer Swordmaster. Rod lifted his gaze and beheld a delicate little girl, her features exquisitely crafted, who was gazing at him with palpable excitement. Had it not been for Amanda's restraining hand, the girl would have undoubtedly leaped towards him. It was, after all, the legendary Dragon Slayer, and she felt a twinge of respect and reverence in her tone. The 7 warlords of the sea were not to be trifled with by someone from a mere Eastern Sea trading company. Mom, please don't hold me back. The Dragon Slayer is a good person. He is not a wicked pirate. The little girl, her head restrained, could no longer see Rod and pouted her cheeks in frustration. Rod could not help but chuckle. His reputation appeared not to be as dire as he had imagined, for he had garnered such a small admirer. He gently stamped his foot, and the manatee promptly emerged from the depths, rising to a height comparable to that of the sailing vessel. What a colossal creature! The young girl exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. After all, rumors are merely whispers. Witnessing such a magnificent sea beast bowing obediently at Rod's feet, Amanda and her companions finally grasped the significance of the warlords of the sea. They instinctively inclined their heads slightly in a gesture of respect. Do you possess a maritime chart of the East Blue? It would be best if it includes the location of Log Town. Rod cast a sidelong glance at the young admirer before turning to Amanda and inquiring, the nautical chart? Amanda hesitated for a brief moment. For those merchants who navigate the treacherous seas, such charts are regarded as trade secrets, harboring wealth and profits that entice all manner of ordinary folk. A comprehensive nautical chart detailing weather patterns, ocean currents, and hidden reefs could well sustain an entire trading consortium. However, Amanda was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the man before her. Indeed, not only him, but also the monstrous sea creature beneath their feet were beyond their capacity to resist. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, she instructed her subordinate to retrieve the chart and respectfully addressed Rod, saying, "Please bear with us for a moment." Very well. Rod inclined his head slightly. Hey, look over here, I am Bansaba. Yet, the little girl had already slipped away during her chatter, now standing on the ship's railing, waving her small hands and calling out to Rod loudly. Perhaps overwhelmed by her excitement, she lost her balance and fell directly off the vessel, head first. Ah! Amanda gasped in alarm, but before she could react, a fleeting shadow sliced through the air. Rod swiftly caught Bansaba in his arms, and with a few graceful steps, they landed securely back on the merchant ship. The little girl had not yet experienced any fear. She merely felt a blur before she found herself back on the deck. Be careful. Rod gently set the girl down, yet was momentarily taken aback. Wow, that was amazing. I want to fly again, the little girl exclaimed, her face alight with excitement and exhilaration, and she attempted to leap back onto Rod. However, Amanda swiftly restrained her. I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency Rod. She has been rather spoiled by me and did not mean to offend. It is quite all right, he replied. Rod casually remarked, gazing at Bon Shaba with astonishment. Is she a devil fruit user? In that fleeting moment of contact, Rod distinctly sensed an unusual essence being drawn towards the young girl. It was neither physical strength, nor vitality, nor mental fortitude. Rather, it was an enigmatic force, elusive and intangible. Amanda, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback and inquired with surprise, devil fruit? What is that? Not everyone was familiar with the concept of devil fruits, particularly in the East Blue, the weakest of seas. This little one, it seemed, could not venture into the ocean. How do you know? Amanda asked, slightly startled, and quickly pressed on, is there any remedy? Since a few days ago, her daughter had suddenly been unable to enter the sea, a predicament that had left Amanda fraught with worry, as they were merchants of the sea, and swimming was an indispensable skill. However, upon contact with seawater, Bon Shaba became utterly enervated, a truly vexing situation. There is none. Rod gently shook his head. Individuals endowed with immense physical prowess, such as the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts, might be able to tenuously withstand and mitigate the adverse effects of seawater. However, this clearly does not apply to the young girl, Bonnie. You must have eaten a peculiar fruit that tastes far worse than excrement, Rod inquired of the little girl. Indeed, Bonnie lamented, just 10 days ago, while I was frolicking on an island, my curiosity got the better of me, and I inadvertently took a bite. But only a single mouthful. It was so horrendous that I gagged for quite a while, perhaps due to the vividness of the experience. Bonnie elaborated in detail about the fruit's shape, color, and size. Could it be the paramecia-type doom fruit? Upon hearing this, Rod could not help but cast a surprised glance at the girl. He yearned to discuss the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals and share his passion for literature with fellow book enthusiasts. Chapter 149, The Strength of CP0. Rod had perused the compendium of devil fruits and was well acquainted with the myriad forms they embodied. Among these fruits, he found himself particularly captivated by the conceptual varieties such as the lucky fruit and the childlike fruit. The wielder of the lucky fruit, Baccarat, possessed the remarkable ability to absorb the fortunes of others and store them, single-handedly sustaining a grand casino for the Golden Emperor, thus proving herself to be an unparalleled master of deception. In stark contrast, the ill-fate fruit, which stands opposite to the lucky fruit, did not possess the formidable strength one might envision. Its primary ability revolves around the absorption of misfortune from others, although one can later redistribute this stored misfortune. It undoubtedly serves little benefit to the bearer, rendering it a capability that is largely auxiliary in nature. The existence of such an ability was indeed enlightening. Upon hearing Rod's explanation, Amanda could not help but display a look of astonishment. She had never anticipated that Bansaba could one day traverse the seas. Yet with this capacity to absorb misfortune, she could almost envision the flourishing and prosperous future of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, Amanda's subordinate had already procured the nautical charts. Rod casually took it, glanced at it, and found it to be an exceptionally detailed nautical chart of the East China Sea, meticulously documenting the locations of numerous renowned islands, even thoughtfully indicating their current position. Quite impressive, thank you. Rod nodded in satisfaction. Not at all. It is I who should express my gratitude to you, Amanda repeatedly asserted. The information Rod provided was worth 1,000 times more than this nautical chart. In the future, when you reach the Grand Passage, should you require assistance, feel free to go to Alabaston and simply mention my name. With that, Rod leaped back onto the back of the sea cow, Moo, and with a gentle stamp of his foot, the creature submerged most of its body, swiftly gliding toward the horizon. What a remarkably graceful individual. Amanda and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "I have made my decision. When I grow up, I shall marry him." Bansaba clenched her small fist, silently pledging her vow. Logue Town, with its advantageous geographical location, serves as the bastion between the East Sea and the Grand Line, and it is also the site of the execution of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Its prosperity surpasses that of Sabaody Archipelago in the West Sea, especially considering that Shanks was once a member of Roger's crew. Even from several kilometers away, numerous ships can already be seen scattered around the vicinity of Logue Town. From a bird's-eye view, it resembles a scene of countless sails competing for dominance upon the waves. To avoid any complications, Rod decided to release the manatee and directly proceeded towards Logue Town. Snap! Rod gently opened the door, taking a moment to observe his surroundings before stepping out, cautious of inadvertently entering an unfamiliar realm. Nevertheless, regardless of how peculiar the place might be, Rod would still venture forth. It appeared to be a narrow alleyway. Rod, somewhat disheartened, pursed his lips and stepped out slowly. He decided to seek out Dorag first. Exiting the alley, he meandered through the town, swiftly arriving at an unremarkable 4-story building. Inhaling the rich aroma wafting from within, a slight twitch crossed Rod's lips. Another noodle shop? Is it possible that ramen restaurants are particularly suited for concealment? Rod gently shook his head and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The business was thriving. It was only natural, with the entire Revolutionary Army as its backing. How could the noodles they served possibly be anything less than exquisite? "Sir, please follow me. Your reserved table is upstairs," a waiter approached and said quietly. Rod nodded slightly, signaling him to lead the way. The two proceeded onward and soon arrived outside a private room on the 3rd floor. "This is the place. Please enter," he stated. With that, the attendant respectfully withdrew. Exhibiting no questions or curiosity, clearly a consummate professional among the revolutionary forces, Rod casually pushed open the door and stepped inside. His gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar figure, a woman of striking presence. The Eastern Army commander, Bello Betties. A paragon of inspiration through her extraordinary abilities derived from the encouragement fruit, was a vision of captivating beauty. Her jacket was unbuttoned, revealing her bare skin beneath. From her smooth, fair collarbone down to her waist, an undeniably inspiring sight. "Ah, the Dragon Slayer swordsman has arrived," Betty remarked. A cigarette perched between her lips as she scrutinized this rising star with keen interest. As her words echoed in the room, the revolutionary cadre present turned their attention toward Rod, their eyes filled with curiosity. Such youth, to have defeated the leader, Green Pepper, at such a tender age is truly remarkable. It is said that the leader is already preparing to groom him as the next successor. Various thoughts raced through the minds of the cadre, and the glances they cast toward Rod inevitably carried a hint of reverence. But where was the leader? Rod paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. After entering, he cast a brief glance across the room before calmly addressing Betty. "Ah, you truly are unexpectedly aloof, dear Rod," Betty remarked with a click of her tongue, while other officials might harbor a modicum of reverence for Rod. As one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Betty felt no intimidation whatsoever. In terms of strength, status, or experience, she was his equal. "Are you looking for a fight?" Rod narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering if this woman truly believed him to be of an amiable temperament. "Alas, you truly lack an understanding of tenderness," Betty sighed lightly, shaking her head. However, she refrained from further provoking Rod and casually remarked, "The leader has yet to arrive. It seems he is meeting someone of considerable significance." "Someone of considerable significance? Is it Gungshiro?" Rod contemplated in his heart and directly inquired. "What are the specifics of this mission?" When the subject of the task arose, Betty's expression turned slightly serious as she replied solemnly, "This mission, in fact, bears some relation to you." "Me?" Rod exclaimed in surprise, pointing at himself. Betty smiled gently and continued. "The intelligence you and Sabacal acquired during your last mission from the esteemed Lord of the New World, Bell, contained information regarding a secret base of the world government in the East Sea. Upon our investigation, we discovered that the research conducted at this base is of paramount importance, guarded specifically by CP0's 9th Division. Hence, we have initiated this sabotage operation, aiming to secure technological data. If that proves unfeasible, we must at least obliterate the base. Our leader cannot intervene directly, and I alone am insufficient for the task, which is why I have called upon you." At this juncture, Betty paused slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of skepticism as she softly asked, "Do you have confidence in this? After all, Chief Green Pepper was a great pirate from the previous era, now in his 70s or 80s. although it is said he has regained a youthful appearance. The extent of his restored power remains unclear to outsiders. Nevertheless, the majority believe that regardless of his recovery, he cannot match the vigor of a pirate in their prime. This is also why Don Quixote da Flamingo has little regard for Rod. As for innate talent and potential, those who have reached this juncture surely possess remarkable capabilities. The Revolutionary Army frequently clashes with CP forces, thus Betty is well aware of the strength possessed by the various divisions of CP0. In total, there are 9 divisions, each typically consisting of 9 members, with replacements drawn from the ranks below in the case of casualties, although the total number is only 81. The average strength is extraordinarily high. The 9th Division, while the weakest, still possesses the capability to annihilate an entire nation. Each of its 8 members is at least of Rear Admiral rank, and the captain wields the power to confront great pirates. It is rumored that the top 3 captains of the 9 divisions possess strength comparable to that of a Marine Admiral. This is the formidable nature of CP0. Directly under the world government, or rather, the celestial dragons, representing an absolute power capable of imposing its will upon the world. Faced with such an adversary, Betty must proceed with caution, seeking to ascertain Rod's capabilities. After listening to Betty's account of the intelligence regarding CP0, Rod could not help but exhibit a fleeting look of bewilderment. In the original narrative, CP0 makes but a rare appearance, shrouded in mystery, leaving Rod with only a vague understanding of this organization. However, under Betty's elucidation, he has now acquired a more lucid and intuitive comprehension. The Navy serves as the overt enforcement agency, a banner of justice that looms over the Grand Line, primarily tasked with eradicating pirates and opposing the 4 emperors. In contrast, the CP organization operates as a blade in the shadows, exerting influence over the vast kingdoms of the seas. Its key responsibilities include safeguarding the celestial dragons, protecting exceptional talents such as Vegapunk, and overseeing certain specialized research facilities. Its formidable strength could almost be likened to a diminished version of the Navy. Yet, in response to Betty's skepticism, Rod did not respond with the brash confidence that others might have anticipated. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Is there any relevant intelligence regarding their capabilities?" In a world rife with devil fruits, possessing prior knowledge of an adversary's abilities is an invaluable asset, ensuring one does not stumble in the mire. Rod has not yet reached a state of complete indifference. There is some intelligence, though. Betty cast a surprised glance at Rod, clearly taken aback by the calm demeanor of this young prodigy, who had awakened the conqueror's haki. A flicker of something unusual passed through her beautiful eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "The captain of the 9th Division is named Hurt. He specializes in the 6 forms and has previously been active in the New World. He is a devil fruit user, though the nature of his abilities remains unknown. Preliminary assessments suggest it may be a type of superhuman ability that enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with a commendable mastery of armament haki. His strength is comparable to that of an ordinary infamous pirate. As for the crew members, aside from the vice-captain, Moonsword, who is a seasoned swordsman of considerable skill, the others are rather average. My subordinates will handle the obstruction." "Is that so?" Rod slightly nodded, feeling a sense of relief. As long as it was not an unusually sinister devil fruit, he would be content. Since the battle against Green Pepper, although his swordsmanship and mastery of lightning had not seen significant enhancement, the strength of his physique and domineering presence had improved considerably. Coupled with the attributes gained from the knowledge tome, which indirectly bolstered his capabilities, he would find it exceedingly easy to triumph over the leader, Green Pepper, upon their next encounter. While he would never underestimate his adversaries, he also refused to lose confidence in his own abilities. "When shall we depart?" "Once the leader returns." "It should not be long. During this interval, you may explore Logtown." Betty refrained from asking further questions, as she had gleaned the answers she sought from Rod's demeanor and tone. "Very well." Rod nodded and turned to leave this place, eager to savor the local delicacies and wines of Rogertown. Once Rod had departed, the adjutant stepped forward and inquired, "My Lady Betty, what is your opinion on this Dragon Slayer swordsman?" Betty exhaled a ring of smoke and replied thoughtfully, "His talent is extraordinary and his potential boundless. What is more, his temperament is remarkably composed and serene. He is also quite handsome. Indeed, he is an exceptional junior." Upon hearing Betty's assessment, the officers of the East Sea Revolutionary Army wore expressions of solemnity. Betty, a Paramecia-type user of the Inspire fruit, possessed an exceptional insight into human nature, effortlessly discerning an individual's potential. To be deemed an exceptional junior by her suggests that he may truly have prospects of becoming the next leader of the generation. A few days later, the weather was splendid. Oh, what a grand town this is. At the port of Rogue Town, Luffy, Nami, and others successfully disembarked. They exchanged a few casual remarks before parting ways. Meanwhile, in a certain tea house within the town, a question lingered. How much longer must you remain with me? Rod took a sip of tea and remarked languidly. Allowing a person of your perilous nature to roam freely within the confines of Rogue Town is a disservice to the populace. From below, a resolute and melodious female voice interjected before uttering such words. Might you first locate your spectacles? Rod rested his chin on one hand, keenly observing the endearing figure of the girl with wide, innocent eyes, who was kneeling on the ground beside the table, diligently exploring her surroundings. Her posture, rather undignified, contrasted sharply with the determination and focus etched upon her face, evoking a delightful sense of charm that inadvertently caused Rod to avert his gaze slightly. Stay right there. I won't let you slip out of my sight, Dasky said, continuing her quest for discovery. She had not anticipated that an outing would lead her to encounter the legendary warlord of the sea, the dragon-slaying swordsman, Rod. In Dasky's perception, as well as in the minds of most naval officers, the warlords of the sea were fearsome pirates, notorious for their malevolence yet granted a semblance of legitimacy by the world government, thus earning the disdain of the Navy. Naturally, Dasky had concluded that Rod embodied such wickedness, and upon spotting him, she had followed closely, regarding him as a potential threat to the entire town of Rock. However, she was taken aback when, upon entering the tea house with Rod, she stumbled and fell, not only embarrassing herself but also losing her glasses in the process. Dasky felt on the verge of tears, berating herself for her clumsiness, truly a national treasure of foolishness. Rod recalled Zoro's assessment of him and couldn't help but nod in agreement. He casually picked up the black-framed glasses and handed them over. Here. Ah, thank you. Dasky instinctively accepted them and put them on, momentarily stunned. Yet, she promptly declared with determination, don't think that this means I will let you go. Sit down. To her surprise, Rod displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled amiably and gestured towards the seat beside him. Oh, thank you. Dasky instinctively took a seat but sprang up as if jolted by electricity. Her face flushed with indignation. As a naval officer, she believed she must uphold her authority in the presence of a notorious villain. How could she share a table with such a scoundrel? Have a sip of tea to calm your nerves. Rod extended his cup of red tea. Ah, thank you. Dasky instinctively accepted the teacup, but the next moment, realization struck her, and in a fit of indignation, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Who would want to drink the red tea you have tasted? You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a notorious pirate of the vast oceans. I shall not permit the cursed sword, Ghost, nor the great blade, Stormbreaker, to fall into your hands. Rod glanced at her with a peculiar expression, bewildered, and remarked, Am I a notorious pirate? The 7 warlords are all notorious pirates, known throughout the Navy, who decreed that the 7 warlords must be pirates. Have you seen my bounty? Observing the innocent demeanor of this neighborly girl, Rod spoke nonchalantly. Dasky blinked her large eyes, adorably puzzled, and indeed could not recall Rod's bounty. Do you know about Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Of course. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, the great swordsman, is my idol, Dasky exclaimed, her heart swelling with admiration as she placed her hand on her chest. In a wave of emotion, the girl displayed a longing expression. Given the scarcity of formidable female figures in the Navy, Peach Rabbit, being a master swordsman, was naturally a figure of reverence for Dasky, a girl who cherished her sword dearly. She is my mentor, Rod added. Huh. Dasky's mouth fell open in disbelief, her expression one of utter confusion. Although the upper echelons of the Navy were aware of Rod's relationship with Peach Rabbit, it felt rather distant to this junior officer. Dasky's already muddled mind was now a concoction of water and flour, and with a slight shake, everything turned to mush. The Dragon Slayer swordsman is actually a disciple of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? She could scarcely believe it. Yet she understood that such matters of mentorship were not to be taken lightly, especially regarding someone as formidable as Rod. Then, can you wield these 2 swords? Dasky felt she had made a significant blunder, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nearly steaming with shame as she wished for a hole in the ground to hide in. I want to discuss the extraordinary talents of pirates, share life experiences, and seek kindred spirits. Chapter 151. Thunder Approaches. Having cleared the misunderstanding, Rod, as a senior in the swordsmanship realm, naturally earned Dasky's respect, receiving tea and water with great eagerness. By the way, due to my interference, the Straw Hat Pirates haven't been issued a bounty yet, have they? Rod mused while observing the bustling pedestrians outside. In the original narrative, it was due to the embellishments of Colonel Mouse that Luffy was awarded a bounty of 30 million berries, thereby becoming a pirate, as he had merely been an adventurer prior. Certainly, even though they had not yet received a bounty, their reputation must have already spread throughout the East Blue. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the heavens. How odd is the weather? Dasky remarked in surprise, noting how just moments ago the sky was clear and sunny, now transformed into a mass of dark clouds, accompanied by ominous thunder. The weather in the East Blue was typically predictable, unlike the bizarre abrupt changes in the Grand Line. Such a sudden shift was decidedly abnormal. Dasky furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was far from simple. Has it arrived? Rod, with a smile, rose and walked outside. Wait for me, Mr. Rod. Dasky hurriedly followed, clutching her sword. As they strolled down the street, they witnessed the frantic figures of the populace fleeing in terror. Execution. The execution is about to begin. The jester buggy is set to execute Straw Hat Luffy. Despite the cacophony surrounding them, Rod's acute hearing enabled him to effortlessly discern snippets of information. So it has indeed commenced? Surely, Dragon must have arrived by now. The shift in weather is quite a grand gesture, all in preparation for bidding farewell to his son. Rod contemplated quietly as he made his way toward the execution platform, with Dashki following closely behind. As a naval officer, it was imperative for her to be present in such a dire situation. Meanwhile, beneath the execution platform, a crowd had already gathered. At the forefront stood members of the Buggy Pirates, including the slippery abilities user, Yorlita, along with several of Buggy's subordinates, such as Kabaji. Surrounding them were armed naval officers, led by Smoker, creating a tense standoff. Unlike in the original narrative, Smoker did not remain a passive observer since Luffy had not been placed under a bounty. Instead, he moved to rescue the hostage. This was proving to be somewhat troublesome. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, sensed the complexity of the situation. Luffy was currently ensnared on the execution platform, with the clown Buggy brandishing a knife nearby and making grandiose proclamations. In such circumstances, ensuring the safety of the hostage was exceedingly precarious. At that moment, a commotion arose from the rear of the naval ranks, and the crowd parted like a tide, revealing Dashki approaching with Rod in tow. Dashki. Smoker furrowed his brow, an intense glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. The Dragon Slayer swordsman? Colonel Smoker, this is Mr. Rod, an associate of Rear Admiral Mamu. Dashki quickly interjected, sensing the tension. Smoker's hostility slightly abated upon hearing her words, yet his expression remained grim, indicating his lingering disdain for the Dragon Slayer swordsman. Rod paid little mind to the White Hunter, offering a slight nod before gradually making his way to the forefront of the crowd, gazing distantly at the 2 jesters on the execution platform, engaged in conversation. It is indeed a multitude of familiar faces. Rod cast a glance across the arena and effortlessly recognized numerous familiar figures, a hint of intrigue illuminating his expression. Often, history reveals itself to be strikingly similar. In a sense, Luffy was destined to become the Pirate King. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. With this fervent declaration seemingly etched into his very soul, resonating throughout the venue, Zoro and the others made a dazzling entrance, swiftly advancing forward. Yet, in the next moment, even Zoro's arrival proved futile. Your captain is finished. Amidst the laughter, the clown Buggy brandished his knives, lifting them high above his head, as if to signify that the recently electrifying Straw Hat Luffy was about to meet his end here. Mr. Rod, please, lend him your aid, Dasky implored softly, leaning towards Rod. In this moment, only Rod, the dragon-slaying swordsman, possessed the power to save that innocent and charming young man on stage. Upon hearing this, Rod paused momentarily, awakening from his reverie and sensing an underlying disquiet. Although he had only recently arrived in the Eastern Sea, he had, in essence, already altered the course of events, having significantly hastened the demise of the malevolent dragon. Could it be that this time, the lightning would not strike? Rod contemplated, stroking his chin. Naturally, with Dorag nearby, it was certain that Luffy would not perish. Even in the absence of lightning, there would still be raging winds. However, as a traveler from another world, it was always somewhat regrettable to see such a classic scene tarnished. It was the perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired abilities. Rod took a deliberate step forward, extending a slender, pale finger towards the heavens as he uttered 2 words with a calm demeanor. Thunder comes. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a deep blue, forked lightning descended from the sky, piercing the firmament and illuminating the world, striking the execution platform with a velocity that surpassed human comprehension. Boom! The towering platform collapsed almost instantaneously, igniting fierce flames. Suddenly, a torrential downpour drenched the surroundings, clinging to garments and revealing enticing curves. Yet Dasky appeared oblivious, her gaze transfixed upon the figure before her, who seemed almost divine. Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief, the cigar slipping from his mouth, unnoticed. The Navy personnel and the gathered crowd were left in a state of shock, their minds blank, unable to articulate their astonishment. Could it be that someone could command the thunder? It was beyond comprehension, shattering their worldview and leaving them in awe. Even from a distance atop a high building, the cloaked Drago was taken aback. He slowly withdrew his outstretched hand, casting a long gaze upon the young man in white on the plaza, remaining silent for a time before a faint smile graced his lips. Capture all the pirates. Smoker, a colonel of the headquarters, who had witnessed the terrifying might of Admiral Akainu, was the first to regain his composure, urgently issuing commands. The Navy, spurred by the orders, set aside their shock and rushed forward. Dasky, too, emerged from her stupor, only to exclaim in alarm, "Mr. Rod, if you do this, you will kill the hostages." Rod playfully flicked her forehead and replied nonchalantly, "Do you not trust me? That fellow is not so easily slain." "Ouch, that hurts," Dasky exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears, casting an indignant glare at Rod before turning her attention back to the execution platform, where she was astonished to discover that the straw hat Luffy had somehow emerged unscathed, her mouth agape in disbelief. That was thunder. The sheer force of it was evident to all. What bewildered her further was the uncanny sense that Rod seemed to possess knowledge of everything. On another front, Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground as he turned to Zoro beside him and asked, "Hey, do you believe in gods? Stop talking nonsense. Let's get out of here." Zoro replied without looking back, his gaze deep and contemplative as he regarded the figure in white among the Navy ranks. A swordsman capable of slaying dragons? Such astonishing power indeed. His eyes flickered momentarily as he swiftly broke through the chaos. Instantly, the scene erupted into disarray. However, due to the thunderous storm, the pirates possessed little fighting spirit and were swiftly apprehended by the Navy. As for Luffy and his companions, they quickly vacated the battlefield. "Where are Daz and Rod?" Smoker inquired of Daz, securing his weapon. "Right behind me," Daz replied, bewildered, glancing back only to be astonished. "Hey, where did they go?" "They were just here." Smoker, overwhelmed, clutched his head in frustration, nearly driven mad by the incompetence of this subordinate. This was a warlord of the sea, unexpectedly appearing in Logtown, and as the highest-ranking officer, he needed to obtain first-hand information. It was unfathomable that Daz could not keep track of them. Chapter 152, The Commencement of Action. On the rooftop of a tall building. "Now it is all up to you," Luffy, Drag, gazing at the Going Merry as it cleaved through the ocean, braving the storm towards the horizon, gradually composed himself and turned to Rod, offering a smile. "Thank you. Does this straw hat have a connection to the captain?" "Yes. He is my son." Upon being confronted directly, Drag showed no intention of concealing the truth. No wonder he exuded such formidable presence. Rod also smiled. Luffy's fearless and nonchalant demeanor towards life and death is, in reality, quite captivating, though it would be even more so if he were a tad less erratic in his behavior. He has his own path, and I have mine. What about you, Rod? The two basked in the sea breeze for a while when suddenly, Drago spoke up. Those who have awakened the Conqueror's Haki almost invariably possess a path they are determined to follow, or one might say, a dream. It is nearly impossible for one without a dream to awaken such power. Given Rod's current strength, he is indeed qualified to contemplate paths and dreams. A dream, you ask? Rod squinted his eyes, fell into silence for a moment, and then suddenly, with a slight upward curve of his lips, remarked with a smile, "My dream is quite simple, to continually grow stronger, to the point where I can strike anyone I wish and alter whatever I desire." He hailed from a different realm, his perspective and stance unconfined by the constraints of the pirate world. Whether it be the Navy, pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or even the world government, he stood firmly on the side of his choosing. Upon hearing this, Dorag was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a rather unique, even somewhat childish dream. He gently shook his head, harboring a sense of skepticism within. Rod's dream, in essence, is to become the most formidable force in the world, not in the sense of being the strongest like Whitebeard, but rather as the undisputed champion. possessing the power to alter the very fabric of reality with a mere wave of his hand and to vanquish any adversary with ease. However, this ambition is exceedingly arduous, perhaps even more so than toppling the world government. Therefore, Dragon harbors doubts about his capability to achieve it. After all, he is still quite young. In the East Blue, in the vicinity of the doldrums, lies a treacherous stretch of sea known as the Devil's Sea. This ominous reputation stems from the fact that no vessels, be they pirate ships or merchant crafts, have ever returned after venturing into its depths. Over time, the locals have come to refer to it as the Devil's Sea. On this particular day, a small sailboat, devoid of any flags or insignia, gently approached the area. From that point onward, sailing would be impossible. The world government has established numerous surveillance measures in these waters, and a ship of significant size would easily attract attention. Our mission is primarily focused on stealth. We should avoid combat whenever possible, Betty instructed. Understood. A chorus of East Blue officers murmured in response. Julia, you and the others will remain behind to guard the ship and await extraction. Bard, you and your group. Betty continued to assign various tasks, detailing the approach angles for the assault, who would handle the extraction, and who would cover the rear, among other responsibilities. Once we abandon the ship and enter the sea, those with devil fruit abilities will be carried by those proficient in martial arts, Betty instructed, then suddenly turned to Rod and inquired. I recall you are not a devil fruit user, correct? Indeed, he replied. Rod nodded, as there was nothing to conceal. That's good, then you shall lead me later. Betty replied with a nod. The two of them were undoubtedly the most formidable members of the team, thus it was only natural for them to act in unison. Rod, of course, had no objections. Given his physical prowess, he could swim for an entire day and night, even with 3 women in tow. Plop, plop. The revolutionary soldiers eagerly plunged into the sea. Once everyone had departed, Julia and her companions gradually navigated their vessel away from the area. For ordinary people, the ocean is fraught with peril, with treacherous currents and ferocious sea creatures capable of dragging one to the depths. However, for these revolutionary leaders, the sea was as familiar as solid ground. As long as they did not encounter the Sea Kings, their lives were not in jeopardy. Rod dragged the weary Betty through the depths of the sea, skillfully evading each surveillance point as they swiftly approached a lush, seemingly untouched island, nestled beneath a towering cliff. Rod effortlessly tossed Betty upward, then, with a sudden leap, propelled himself off the water's surface, ascending gracefully and leaving a trail of shimmering afterimages as he effortlessly reached the cliff's edge. Upon his arrival, he was immediately met with Betty's forlorn gaze. How inconsiderate. This young man could have easily brought her along, but chose instead to cast her aside. Is there not a shred of gentlemanly decorum? Ahem. Rod chuckled lightly, repeatedly assuring. It's all in good measure. His sole intention was to ascertain whether the jacket Betty wore was indeed composed of anti-gravity material. Once the others arrived, we would set forth. After speaking, Betty laid the grand flag gently on the ground and sat down in place, allowing the sea breeze to softly caress her damp attire. Rod nodded gently, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, only to find himself amidst a dense thicket. The research facility was situated at the heart of the island. As if sensing Rod's confusion, Betty casually remarked, it seems to pertain to research on the Superman-type devil fruits. I wonder what results they have achieved. Rod was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. In the world of pirates, devil fruits are undoubtedly regarded as exceptionally sophisticated entities. The research pertaining to such phenomena is inherently advanced, exemplified by the Logia-type gas fruit user, Caesar Clown, and even the renowned Dr. Vegapunk, who is said to have surpassed the knowledge of 5 centuries. The power of scientists is boundless. They have successfully created artificial devil fruits, albeit limited to the Zoan category. Still, these creations are remarkably formidable. The beast pirate Kaido's dominance in the New World with his beast pirates was built upon this foundation. What of the research into paramecia-type devil fruits? Rod displayed an expression of keen interest. The Zoan-type devil fruit seemingly derives from the application of certain bloodline factors. However, the paramecia type is distinct, embodying a power that approaches the essence of natural laws. It remains uncertain whether this pertains to the research on the fusion of paramecia-type devil fruits with other objects. Rod's mind was filled with speculation. If such research were to exist, the manufacturing of spatial rings could be placed on the agenda. While he pondered this, 2 figures suddenly leaped up from the base of the cliff, both of whom were cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Upon their arrival, they first offered a slight bow to Rod and his companion, before sitting down nearby to recuperate their strength. Unlike Rod, the distance they had swum while evading surveillance had taken a considerable toll on their stamina. Moments later, all the Revolutionary Army cadres had gathered, and none had encountered any mishap. After all, this was the East China Sea. Although it was close to the doldrums, the dangers for these cadres were relatively minimal. Let us depart. Betty rose to her feet, momentarily pausing to steady the flag in her hands. Then, an invisible and intangible force emanated from her being, permeating the bodies of all present. Rod clenched his fist, feeling as though he were under the influence of a potent stimulant, his vitality at an unprecedented peak. His blood coursing with fervor, capable of enduring a day and night without fatigue. Is this the extraordinary power bestowed by the superhuman inspiration fruit? Rod quickly calmed his mind, revealing a peculiar expression. Sometimes, mental fortitude can prove to be more formidable than physical strength, and is often more capable of altering the course of battle. With such prowess, Betty truly deserves her position as the commander of the Eastern Army. Chapter 153, A Single Punch to Shatter. At first glance, this research island appears to be a primitive jungle. However, those with experience can easily discern numerous signs of human activity within, clearly indicating frequent human passage. Rod donned a half-silver mask specially crafted for the Revolutionary Army, his gaze sweeping through the dense jungle as he gradually activated his body with the power of thunder, placing himself in a state poised for an explosive combat readiness. The world government possessed the capability to deploy surveillance on the open seas, and naturally, they would not relax their vigilance on the islands. Here, conflict could erupt at any moment. However, Betty and her fellow revolutionaries were well prepared. Equipped with an array of advanced technology, not only did they detect the surveillance devices hidden in every nook and cranny, but they also managed to freeze the monitoring feeds, effectively forging a path of safety through an otherwise impenetrable surveillance zone. As they traversed the jungle, the atmosphere among the group grew somber. The sheer volume of surveillance necessitated frequent interventions to obscure their presence, consequently increasing the likelihood of exposure. The elite operatives of the world government were not to be trifled with, a fact well recognized by the revolutionaries who often clashed with them. Among those present, Betty, possessing the strongest observation skills, was the first to notice a sudden movement. However, before she could issue a warning, a figure clad in white darted from the ranks like a bolt of lightning, stirring a tempest that swept into the right side of the jungle, sending leaves swirling into the air. It was only then that the revolutionary officers reacted, glancing towards the commotion. Yet, before they could draw their weapons, Rod emerged slowly from the underbrush, casually tossing aside a tall figure clad in a white mask characteristic of an operative. At that moment, the leaves stirred by the wind had yet to settle. An operative from CP, someone murmured. Have we been discovered? Betty raised an eyebrow, glancing at the shattered hand of the operative, remnants of a communication device still faintly visible. The call had not been made. Rod shook his head. Yet the time afforded to us was dwindling. This agent had evidently ventured out to investigate the anomalies in surveillance. Although Rod was swift enough to eliminate him before he could raise the alarm, the prolonged absence of the agent would inevitably draw the base's attention, leading to our exposure. Betty, ever astute, was keenly aware of these nuances. She waved her flag and commanded, "Let us depart, full speed ahead. We are not far from the base." With that, the crowd surged forward, driven by Betty into the depths of the jungle, creating a tempestuous whirlwind. Such commotion could not remain concealed for long, and soon the air above the island was filled with the shrill wail of alarm sirens. "Lord Moonblade, we have intruders," exclaimed a member of the Ninth Squad, his face alight with excitement. Moonblade Yorick cast a glance at him, his expression one of bemusement, and coolly replied, "Little 3, go inform Captain Het. The rest of you, follow me." Yes, the remaining members displayed eager, bloodthirsty expressions. These battle-hungry warriors had been cooped up in this place for far too long. Little 3 lamented. Yet he could only trudge disconsolately toward the training room to notify the captain, secretly wishing their foes could hold out just a bit longer. He too yearned for the thrill of combat. Whether it be against a beautiful adversary or a male one, he was willing to make do. Meanwhile, Rod and his companions, amidst the blaring sirens, swiftly burst forth from the jungle into a desolate expanse. In the distance loomed the technologically advanced steel base, glinting with a cold, enigmatic sheen under the sunlight. Before them stood 7 towering figures adorned with peculiar masks and draped in white coats. They have finally arrived, Rod thought, recognizing the revolutionaries. Moonblade Yorick slowly drew his formidable blade, Muramesa, stepping forward with an icy tone. The CP organization frequently clashes with the revolutionaries. We are well acquainted. Another failed infiltration, Betty remarked, planting the flag into the ground, igniting a cigarette, and taking a drag. The others similarly readied their weapons, preparing for battle. However, Rod shook his head, stating, "We have not yet failed. If we eliminate them, we shall succeed." With that, he began to advance, gradually clenching his fist. A faint crackle of electric arcs flickered, soon resonating with a rhythmic pulse. At this juncture, Rod had mastered the technique of accelerating through electrical propulsion to a considerable degree, capable of executing it even while on the move. "Who are you?" Moonblade Yurik inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the figure in white that stepped forward. Rod's recent utterance was unguarded, revealing his awareness of the situation. In his anger, there was also a hint of trepidation. Those who speak recklessly fall into two categories. Either they are blissfully ignorant of the dangers that lie ahead, or they exude an invincible confidence. However, Yurik was undeterred. As the vice captain of the 9th Division, he ranked just below Captain Hart in strength. While he might not match the might of formidable pirates, he could effortlessly vanquish ordinary ones. Rod possessed no inclination to converse with the deceased. After taking a few strides, he gently stamped his foot upon the ground. Crack! The solid rocky terrain yielded to his single step, creating a substantial pit measuring nearly a meter in width. From above, it resembled a footprint left by a giant. An awe-inspiring sight. Simultaneously, Rod's body suddenly arched into the shape of a taut bow, reminiscent of the divine bow wielded by Ho-E as he shot down the suns. Harnessing the force of this rebound and the impetus of electricity, he surged forward, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, instantly shattering the sound barrier. The nearly 100-meter distance between the two was traversed by Rod in the span of a mere breath. Rod's fist struck Yurik's chest before the latter could react. Yurik's towering figure trembled as he was hit, and then, like droplets of water, he splintered outward. His chest erupted with a thunderous blast, akin to a cannonball detonating within him. The hardened physique he had honed through countless trials was pierced by Rod's punch, creating a gaping wound, with his heart and lungs reduced to a mist of blood, transparent from front to back. A profound silence enveloped the scene. As disbelief gripped everyone present, the CP0 members stood in stunned silence, as if they had encountered a ghost. Their formidable vice captain had been obliterated by a single punch? Was this truly the demise of the Moonblade Yurik? One revolutionary cadre stood frozen, muttering in shock. Other officers displayed expressions of utter astonishment, particularly those who had previously battled Yurik. They could scarcely believe their eyes. This was the vice captain of CP0's 9th Division, a formidable swordsman wielding the great blade Muramasa, rumored to have slain numerous powerful foes of the sea, and believed to be on the cusp of becoming a full captain. Yet now, this formidable adversary had been obliterated by a single punch from Rod. A single punch. Gradually, realization dawned upon the gathered crowd, their expressions transforming into ones of bewilderment. Wasn't he a swordsman? His speed had surpassed the sound barrier. Was this the same technique that had felled the leader Green Pepper? It was indeed astonishingly swift. Betty's eyes sparkled with awe. The tales of the Battle of Flower Mountain in the West Sea spoke of the Dragon Slayer swordmaster, who, with a speed that transcended sound, had slain the leader Green Pepper with a single stroke, thereby instilling fear across the realm. She had previously harbored doubts, but now she could not help but believe. In the face of such unparalleled speed, even if Rod were not a master of martial arts, the force of his punch was sufficient to shatter everything. After Rod delivered a single punch, a swirl of white clouds dispersed from his body, reminiscent of a supersonic jet soaring just above the ground. A piercing sound, as if tangible, erupted, shattering the fallen leaves, gravel, and soil scattered across the open space. This time, he managed to control it quite well. Rod slowly retracted his fist, nodding in satisfaction. The enhancement of his intelligence attribute significantly improved his precise control over electromagnetic propulsion. If the previous strike that felled the leader, Green Pepper, could be likened to a wild stallion, a brute wielding a great sword, then this time it resembled a formidable swordsman, skillfully exerting force while his physical body barely endured the strain. Yet, it ultimately remained a technique reliant on accumulated energy. Rod shook his head in contemplation. Although the time required to construct the electromagnetic propulsion had diminished significantly, this unavoidable flaw rendered the technique somewhat superfluous in battles of equal standing. It was only under circumstances akin to those of Green Pepper, who descended from the heavens, granting Rod ample time to prepare, or in situations like the present, where he could deliver an unexpected surprise to his adversaries that it proved advantageous. Furthermore, among those formidable beings who had reached the pinnacle of their power, it was likely that many possessed the capability to transcend the sound barrier directly. Rod's gaze flickered momentarily before he turned his attention to the nearby CP0 members. Under the weight of his stare, the members instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a demon emerging from the abyss. Do not be afraid. That punch just now was certainly not delivered with conventional strength. Moreover, the vice captain was caught off guard. It was a sneak attack, someone murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the other members, noticing Rod's lingering stillness, felt a slight sense of relief wash over them. However, they did not dare to rush forward. Instead, they cautiously retreated, ready to hold their ground until Captain Hurt's arrival. Rod did not pursue. In fact, he required some time to recuperate. Engaging in a strained battle was feasible, yet it would inevitably exacerbate his exhaustion. The true adversary had yet to arrive, and as the principal combatant, he needed to maintain his condition. At that moment, a crisp, ethereal female voice suddenly resonated from behind. Inspire. Immediately thereafter, a gentle crimson energy infused into Rod's being, permeating through his limbs and bones. It was but a fleeting instant. Rod felt a lightness in his body, his state of being significantly restored. A slight recovery in physical stamina was primarily accompanied by a profound enhancement in his mental state, allowing him to suppress his injuries almost immediately, rendering him oblivious to pain and fatigue, or perhaps simply ignoring the weariness. As he attuned himself to the changes within, Rod's gaze flickered subtly. Meanwhile, Betty, having prepared her buffs, charged forward with her comrades, wielding her flag with fervor and sweeping through the fray. However, most of the CP0 members were well-versed in the six powers, exhibiting agility and mastery in combined attacks, forming a battle formation that did not reveal significant vulnerabilities. After all, Betty was not particularly adept in combat, her prowess being relatively weak among the four army commanders. Amidst a cacophony of chaotic skirmishes, while the CP0 members sustained numerous injuries, they managed to hold their ground. Suddenly, a deep and chilling voice resonated from within the base. Commander of the Eastern Army, Bella Betty, you are indeed a rare guest. The crowd was taken aback by this proclamation. Yet, Betty maintained an indifferent expression, with a flick of her battle flag. She struck like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing the heart of a CP0 member on the spot. You seek death. A towering figure, just emerging from the base, erupted in fury upon witnessing this. With a thunderous stomp, his massive frame, reminiscent of a small giant, charged forth like a tank, stirring a tempestuous wind that shook the very ground. Unfazed, Betty wielded her flag, imbued with the hockey of armament, to confront him head-on. Boom! The collision of flag and fist was akin to a thunderclap. In an instant, Betty, lacking in raw strength, was sent sliding backwards, her flag carving a deep fissure into the earth as she skidded for several dozen meters before finally regaining her footing. Betty wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression grave as she regarded the newcomer. Standing over 3 meters tall, this small giant exuded a formidable aura. His robust physique seemingly forged from steel, with a mane-like beard that conveyed a wild ferocity. Upon his entrance, he captured the attention of all present. This individual was domineering, akin to a lion surveying its territory. After sending Betty flying with a single punch, he did not even regard his opponent, merely inquiring with an air of indifference, "Where is Yorick?" The CP0 members were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards a nearby corpse. Noticing their reaction, followed their gaze, furrowing his brow in surprise. Yorick's strength was not to be underestimated. It was implausible that Betty could dispatch him so swiftly. Had he perhaps underestimated her? Sensing their leader's uncertainty, someone promptly stepped forward to explain. At that moment, Rod slowly approached Betty, adopting a casual demeanor as he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Betty replied, gradually straightening her posture. After a brief pause, she summoned a wave of inspiring energy that emanated from her flag. "Het's power has increased. Be cautious." Betty was apprehensive, recalling her previous encounter with Het. At that time, although her strength was still inferior, it was not to the extent that she could be sent flying so far by a single blow. Rod nodded noncommittally. His keen observation, enhanced by perceptual attributes, was far more acute than that of an ordinary person, allowing him to discern details that surpassed the capabilities of most. It was evident to him that this small giant harbored explosive power within. "I shall confront Het. You take the officers and deal with the other members." Without waiting for Betty's response, Rod slowly advanced into the arena, his calm gaze fixed upon his opponent as he gradually unsheathed the finely crafted blade he had prepared. A swordsman's blade often possesses a distinct identity, and Rod could not publicly wield either the Erasure or the Y key. Did your confidence in facing me arise merely from the ambush and assassination of Yorick? Het, displaying no fear, stepped forward, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. His imposing figure exuded an aura of oppression, prompting the revolutionary officers to reveal their trepidation. Just moments ago, this man had sent their Eastern Army commander flying with a single punch. Enough with the idle chatter. If it is battle you seek, then let us engage. Rod stood with an air of calmness, his gaze indifferent as he held his sword aloft. Such unexpected confidence, yet regrettably. You are utterly oblivious to the essence of true power. Het suddenly roared, his voice echoing with fury. With a forceful stomp upon the ground, he propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Rod in an instant. His fist, as large as a cauldron, was enveloped in a formidable aura of haki, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as it descended upon Rod. Six forms, striking fist. Rod did not retreat. He gripped his sword with both hands. A faint aura of thunderous power swirling around the blade, vibrating intensely. This was a manifestation of the thunderous energy, significantly enhancing the sharpness of the sword's edge. Following the near awakening of this power, the technique's potency had escalated. Even a fine blade, under this augmentation, approached the unparalleled sharpness of a supreme sword. Boom! The clash of Rod's sword and Hert's fist resonated with a deafening roar. In an instant, the very ground beneath Rod's feet shattered. Fragments of mud and stone hurled into the air, producing a chilling sound akin to bullets slicing through the atmosphere. The thunderous echoes reverberated continuously. Bang! They remained locked in a near stalemate for a fleeting moment. Rod emanated a flickering blue light as his arm muscles tensed with immense force, unleashing a sudden surge of power from the blade that propelled Het through the air. The impact reverberated with a thunderous crash as Het collided with the steel base's wall, creating a gaping hole and crashing into the structures within before finally coming to a halt. The captain had been sent flying. When did the Revolutionary Army acquire such a formidable warrior? The members of CP0, witnessing the spectacle from a distance, were taken aback. In that fleeting moment, Betty and her comrades seized the opportunity, swiftly dispatching another CP0 member. Alarmed, the remaining agents hastily regrouped and prepared for battle. Thankfully, the base's defensive personnel, along with the CP agents, rushed to the scene, allowing the 6 remaining CP0 members to tenuously maintain their confrontation with Betty and the revolutionary forces. Betty was acutely aware of the situation. CP agents differed from ordinary warriors. They had endured rigorous training from a young age, excelling in coordinated attacks. Even under her command, while they managed to suppress their adversaries, a swift victory was evidently unattainable. Now, the outcome rested upon you, Dragonslayer's swordsman. As Betty deflected 2 bullets with her flag, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Rod in the distance. Should Rod emerge victorious, the battle would end in resounding triumph, granting the Revolutionary Army access to the base's research findings and potentially dismantling a CP0 squad. Conversely, if Rod faltered, their only recourse would be to obliterate the base. In that moment, amidst the cacophony, Het leapt from within the wall, harnessing the downward momentum to deliver a powerful kick aimed at Rod. Rod, undaunted, swung his sword downwards with equal fervor. To his surprise, Het suddenly unleashed a thrust in midair, executing a nimble leap to evade and reposition himself to Rod's opposite side, delivering a powerful punch. Such a swift alteration of tactics was indeed characteristic of a martial artist well-versed in the 6 styles. However, Rod's mastery of observation haki had evolved significantly, and his physical reflexes and cognitive responses now surpassed those of an ordinary individual. Het's flamboyant maneuver proved utterly ineffective, as Rod seized upon the opening it created. With a deft sidestep, he launched a fierce slash at Het's flank. Alarmed, Het had not anticipated Rod's remarkable speed. In a moment of crisis, he had no choice but to spring into action, utilizing the force of his moonwalk to evade, contorting his body into an unusual arc, narrowly escaping Rod's blade. Was life about to be restored? Rod's strike met with emptiness, eliciting a look of astonishment upon his face. This was an esoteric technique of the Navy's 6th form. By channeling one's consciousness, one could exert control over any part of the body. Just moments ago, Het had deftly manipulated his abdominal muscles to concave inward, deftly evading the sharp edge of the sword. Impressive indeed. I did not anticipate that the Revolutionary Army would possess such a formidable expert. A glimmer of wariness flashed in Het's eyes. As he spoke, the wound on his abdomen began to writhe, as if imbued with life, forcefully mending itself together. Suddenly, he let out a sharp cry. Enhance. Instantly, a unique surge of power coursed through his entire being, a force of unknown origin that swiftly fused with the armored haki enveloping his body. The originally glossy black hue of the haki deepened into an impenetrable shade, exuding an aura of invincibility. Concurrently, Het's physique expanded, heightening by approximately 20 centimeters. The power of a devil fruit. Rod narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a formidable power akin to a fruit that could seamlessly merge with the armament haki. Reminiscent of Inel's amplified observation haki, Het's fruit had evidently enhanced his armament haki. Upon unleashing this newfound strength, Het's aura surged dramatically and with a domineering tone. He looked down upon Rod and declared, "I shall end your life." With that proclamation, Het forcefully struck the ground, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. His fist aimed to deliver a devastating blow. The very air seemed to shatter under the impact. Het was confident that this punch could obliterate a small warship. However, Rod's expression remained unfazed as he executed a seemingly effortless sword strike. The clash of fist and blade erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves radiating outward, tearing the earth asunder with profound fissures, and even toppling the distant base's walls. Their confrontation resembled the cataclysmic collision of meteors, creating a tumultuous sound that echoed throughout the island, momentarily pausing the activities of those engaged in another battlefield. Het's expression shifted slightly, involuntarily taking a step back, while Rod merely swayed slightly. "Impossible!" Het exclaimed in disbelief, launching a relentless assault with his fists, akin to a tempest. Yet, Rod steadfastly parried each strike, causing Het to momentarily lose his footing due to his own fervent onslaught. Aye, one sword style. Amidst the dazzling lightning, the scene unfolded. Rod summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful sword strike. A deafening roar echoed through the air as Het was once again sent flying, skidding across the ground and carving a long trench in his wake. A deep gash marred his fist, yet under the influence of life restoration, the muscles on either side quickly writhed and began to knit themselves back together. Rod gazed impassively at the scene before him. After a brief moment to steady his breath, he stepped forward, and in an instant, he appeared before Het, delivering a swift strike with his sword. In comparison to the leader, Green Pepper, Het possessed superior physical attributes across the board. His agility surpassed that of his opponent, and his mastery of haki was markedly enhanced due to his unique devil fruit abilities. In essence, Het embodied the prowess of a formidable pirate in peak condition, far surpassing the recovering Green Pepper, who had resorted to illicit means for restoration. Bang, bang, bang. Rod and Het clashed once more, with Rod's figure flickering incessantly. In terms of speed, he surpassed all the formidable pirates, leaving them with no choice but to endure the onslaught. With a swift stroke, he struck Het, leaving a deep crimson mark upon his once proud physique. "Ah, damn it." Het cursed as Rod relentlessly increased his wounds, sapping his vitality. Even with the promise of life returning, Het felt his condition visibly deteriorating. At that moment, he resembled a black bear targeted by a hunter, bleeding out with every strike, inevitably heading towards death. The sensation was unbearable. In a fit of rage, Het roared. His fists clenched tightly, and he unleashed a powerful blow. 6 styles, 6 kings spear. Boom. At that instant, his overwhelming power transformed into a concentrated shockwave, surging towards Rod with an unstoppable force. Yet, this technique was essentially designed to be executed upon capturing the opponent. Throughout the battle, Rod had maintained the upper hand, effortlessly evading Het's desperate counterattacks with his superior speed and reflexes. Moreover, the execution of such a grand move inevitably left Het in a state of rigidity, granting Rod an unmissable opportunity for a fatal strike. Die, boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The invisible atmosphere shattered like a surface of water, coalescing into a white mist that dispersed in all directions. The surrounding grass and debris were sent tumbling by this overwhelming wave. Before Rod could finish his final word, he had already traversed dozens of meters, closing the distance to Het. Het was far stronger than Yorick, and he certainly was not caught off guard. He let out a deafening roar, reaching out desperately to grasp Rod. His fingers employed the technique of finger thrusting, sharp enough to easily rend steel. Unfortunately, Het was ultimately too slow. The speed of sound travels at 340 meters per second, while Rod's velocity surpassed that, reaching him in a mere 0.1 seconds. And before Hurt's south hands could even close, the blade had already severed his neck. The unparalleled sharpness, enhanced by extreme speed, seemed capable of cutting through anything. Although Hurt's armament and physical strength exceeded that of his leader, Green Pepper, Rod had also grown significantly stronger since then. His exceptional cognitive reflexes allowed him to control his strength better while wielding the sword, amplifying the might of his physical prowess and imbuing the strike with even greater destructive power. Hurt's roar abruptly ceased, for Rod's strike had directly severed half of his neck. The so-called CP0 was nothing more than this. With a nonchalant tone, Rod exerted force through his arm, the blade slicing cleanly through. Splurt! A head soared into the air, blood splattering across the ground. Desiring to engage in discussions about the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals, one can follow the esteemed Yuta literature on WeChat to converse about life and seek kindred spirits. Chapter 156. Harvest on Another Battlefield. A member of CP0 expressed a look of astonishment as the sounds from that direction abruptly ceased. The two battlefields, having shifted apart by several hundred meters, had previously resonated with the ferocity of the conflict between Rod and his companion. Even at such a distance, the echoes of their clash remained palpable. However, as the main battlefield fell into an eerie silence, the revolutionaries and CP members on this side instinctively began to withdraw, fully aware that whichever side triumphed in the primary confrontation would signify the conclusion of this battle. Given the formidable prowess displayed by those two, their entry into the fray would undoubtedly confer an overwhelming advantage to the victor. The atmosphere grew momentarily hushed. Surely, Lord Hurt must have emerged victorious. His renowned defenses were well known. Even if he were to falter, such a swift defeat seemed improbable. Thus, it could only be inferred that the adversary had succumbed to Lord Hurt's might. A member of CP0 proclaimed loudly, and the others nodded in agreement. Hurt's ability to enhance his Busashoka haki to bolster his defenses could only lead to such a rapid defeat of his opponent unless it were a master swordsman of unparalleled skill, capable of astonishing offensive prowess. Yet, such figures are typically renowned and unlikely to appear in this setting. In contrast, the atmosphere among the revolutionaries felt rather subdued. Although Rod displays formidable combat prowess, he is yet to reach the level of overwhelming Hurt. It is akin to the confrontation between a fragile assassin and a heavily armored warrior. The assassin, unable to eliminate the warrior in a single strike, risks being seized by the warrior's opportunity. Comparatively, swordsmen tend to be relatively vulnerable. HM? Could it be that Rod has truly been defeated? Betty's expression darkens, filled with unease. In such a scenario, even if they succeed in destroying the base, the revolutionary army would face a devastating defeat. Rod is an extraordinary individual, a rarity seldom encountered in a century, a gifted talent bestowed upon the revolutionary army by the heavens. He is destined to shine brilliantly on the pinnacle of the battlefield. How could he possibly suffer defeat here? While the members of the revolutionary army were engulfed in gloom, the CP members secretly reveled in delight. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. "What are you so pleased about?" The crowd collectively looked up to see a young man in a white robe with black hair. Standing calmly atop the high base wall, his gaze steady. At the sight of him, all the CP members simultaneously turned pale, their faces ashen, as if mourning a great loss. The battle concluded swiftly. In the confrontation between Rod and the CP members, only a fraction of his stamina was expended, and his injuries were minimal, primarily consisting of muscle strains caused by breaking the sound barrier. He entered the battle in a state of near perfection, leading to the swift and utter defeat of the CP members, leaving not a single survivor. It was not the revolutionaries' bloodlust at play, rather. Most of these individuals resorted to suicidal attacks before being captured, often opting to incapacitate themselves or even rupture their own poison sacs to avoid capture. The world government's brainwashing of their operatives was evidently effective. However, with Rod, a master of unparalleled speed, overseeing the situation, the desperate counterattacks from the CP members resulted in no casualties, only causing a few minor injuries to some of the cadres, leaving the cadres to clean up the battlefield. Rod and Betty swiftly penetrated the core of the base, arriving in a hall replete with technological marvels, filled with various instruments and cultivation liquids. "Everyone, get down," Betty commanded, brandishing her flag with an air of authority. The defenseless researchers trembled in fear, crouching on the ground, too intimidated to speak. Unlike the CP agents, they were merely scientists under the aegis of the world government. After a brief exchange of cordial greetings, Rod and his companion obtained the research materials and some findings from this base. A mask infused with the powers of a superhuman-type devil fruit. Observing the pliable silver mask in his hand, Rod could not help but reveal a trace of curiosity, for it truly was a study on the amalgamation of superhuman-type items. Indeed, sir, a bespectacled scientist, exuding an air of scholarly pride, remarked. This is currently the only relatively complete product capable of altering one's appearance, physique, and even gender at will. At this juncture, the scientist slightly shook his head, expressing a hint of regret as he continued. However, this is all it can accomplish. The abilities of the fruit are fixed and cannot be further developed. If the superhuman-type devil fruit were to be explored more deeply, it could potentially transform into colossal beasts. Betty, upon hearing this, expressed mild astonishment. She had not anticipated that the world government's research on devil fruits had progressed to such an extent. Nevertheless, according to these individuals, the failure rate of such amalgamated items was considerably high, rendering them difficult to popularize. Rod casually donned the mask, and with a mere thought, a unique energy surged forth, permeating every part of his being. It was but a fleeting moment. Rod instantly transformed from the physique of an ordinary man into that of a towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, with muscles that appeared remarkably lifelike in their manifestation. How was that? Rod opened his mouth, only to discover that even his tone had taken on a deep, resonant quality. Betty circled around Rod, extending her delicate hand to pinch the sinewy muscles that seemed entwined like steel wires. After carefully assessing the texture, she employed her observational prowess to sense further, and then remarked, there are very few flaws, though there is a slight imperfection in the aura. Of course, this minor flaw would go unnoticed by anyone who is not familiar or possesses a sufficiently strong observational ability. An excellent piece of equipment, Betty praised. Rod nodded slightly as well. This transformation was not a mere illusion that could be easily dispelled with a single poke. Rather, it was a tangible adjustment of the body, making it exceedingly difficult to discern. Is the limit approximately 3 meters in height? Rod squinted slightly but did not attempt to move. His height of 2 meters already rendered his clothing somewhat snug, and should he expand to 3 meters, he might be compelled to run naked. Mr. Kevin, would you be interested in joining our Revolutionary Army? Betty cheerfully inquired of the scientist. Internally, Kevin mused, am I allowed to decline? Yet his visage was adorned with a smile as he replied, I have long yearned for the Revolutionary Army, but alas, I have been imprisoned here by the world government. With this leader at the helm, most other researchers chose to surrender as well. They were not brainwashed CP agents, rather. They were individuals lured or coerced from various corners of the globe by the world government for this research. For them, the distinction of whom they worked for bore little significance. Lady Betty, all the documents are packed, and the explosives for the base's destruction are in place, reported the officers promptly after completing their tasks. Good, Betty nodded. Let us hasten our departure. The reinforcements from the world government may already be en route. Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly made their way outside. Once they reached the exterior of the base, Betty detonated the explosives concealed throughout the facility. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the meticulously constructed base of the world government began to collapse and ignite. As they beheld the distant flames, the revolutionary officers exhibited expressions of incredulous wonder. Upon learning that their adversary was the 9th Division of CP0, many had braced themselves for a gallant sacrifice. Yet they were astonished that the entire ordeal transpired with such ease, devoid of any casualties. Reflecting on this, all gazes turned toward the composed young man with black hair, and a profound sense of reverence filled their hearts. Such prowess could only justify his recognition as the next leader. Yet, they pondered, how far was he from the pinnacle of strength? In the aftermath of the swift battle, the evacuation proceeded seamlessly, allowing Rod and his companions to depart by ship before the Navy and world government reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, the 3rd Division of CP0, also in the East Sea, quickly reached the site. Lord Carlos, the enemy displayed remarkable expertise. All surveillance footage and traces of the battle have been thoroughly erased. Some have remarked that not even a single corpse was discovered. They could only make tentative deductions from the bloodstains left at the scene. Carlos, a tall and slender figure, did not don a full face mask like the typical CP members but wore a half mask that revealed eyes as dark and infinite as the abyss itself. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, he uttered no words, merely advancing step by step. With each stride, an invisible force emanated from within him. Buzz! Countless fragments of stone, both large and small, defied the pull of gravity and began to levitate. This power was formidable, Even the collapsed ruins were controlled to rise and settle on either side. Carlos moved forward with an indifferent gaze, effortlessly traversing the depths of the scene. However, the methods employed by Betty and her companions were exceedingly skilled and professional. And with the explosion's aftermath, the remaining traces were minimal. Yet, it was sufficient. In this world, few could achieve such a feat, making it easy to speculate. The Revolutionary Army? Carlos murmured to himself. Such research facilities routinely backed up their data to Mariehua, rendering the losses to the world government relatively insignificant. He merely sought to uncover who could so swiftly dispatch that fool from the 9th Division. Dragon? No, he wouldn't dare to act. Carlos shook his head slightly. Leaders of such factions, positioned at the pinnacle of the world, primarily serve as deterrents and do not engage lightly, lest they provoke a war between both sides. Lord Carlos. It is said that the Dragon Slayer swordsman has recently appeared in the East Blue. Could it be him? Someone suggested. Impossible, Carlos replied, shaking his head. Although Hurt ranked lowly, to slay him within such a brief period would be a challenge even for me. Unless the Dragon Slayer swordsman has comprehended the true essence of the slash and ascended to the level of a great swordsman, which seems unlikely. Just over a month ago, he was merely a top-tier swordsman. To reach the status of a great pirate, one must not only possess talent but also require the accumulation of time. Few can achieve the level of a great pirate in a short span solely based on innate potential, yet there are always a few in every era. However, progressing further is virtually impossible. The zenith of strength in the pirate world typically occurs after the age of 30, especially for pure swordsmen like Roeder. It must be a hidden great swordsman within the Revolutionary Army. Our level of awareness regarding the Revolutionary Army is still insufficient. At this moment, Rod and his companions had returned to the Eastern Army headquarters. The disguise mask was claimed by Rod as a reward for his mission, and Betty did not protest, as she was preoccupied with managing the subsequent matters. According to our research, in order to integrate the Superman-type devil fruit into an object, it is essential to construct an entirely isolated environment that exerts pressure on the devil fruit, compelling it to merge with the item. Such an isolating environment is typically created using sea prism stone. However, in this world, there is a scarcity of truly sealed environments, resulting in a low success rate for these experiments, which has unfortunately led to the damage of numerous precious fruits. Kevin remarked with a hint of regret. Rod narrowed his eyes slightly. Upon the death of A, their devil fruit ability randomly reincarnates somewhere in the vast ocean, signifying an exceedingly high priority for the escape of the devil. Not even the sea, imbued with the keratin particles known as pyrobroin, can hinder this process. Otherwise, if one were to perish in Fishman Island, the devil fruit would undoubtedly be reborn there. Thus, if we speculate further, it seems that even the environment sealed with sea prism stone would struggle to contain this phenomenon. At most, it would only increase the pressure marginally more than the ocean itself, yielding merely a 1 in 10,000 chance. The creation of a disguise mask must be attributed to an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, I am different. Rod's lips curled slightly as he recalled the swift passage to the realm of gate powers. What form of isolation could possibly surpass that of spatial separation? He could even fill the interior of this space with seawater, utilizing the seawater stone box to further amplify the pressure. If he were to fail under such circumstances, he would have no words left to express. Thus, the next step would be to seek out fruits of spatial nature. He wondered whether Captain Becky's fortress fruit had been reborn. Rod gently stroked his chin and slowly made his way to the Eastern Army headquarters office to bid farewell to Betty. Shall I arrange a ship to take you? Compared to their first meeting, Betty's demeanor had considerably softened. No need. I could use the opportunity to enhance my physical stamina. With that, Rod stepped forward, seemingly walking on air. His Excellency Rod truly exemplifies diligence. It is no wonder he has attained such formidable strength at such a young age, one officer remarked, gazing at the young man in white who was gradually fading into the distance. The others nodded in agreement. Pure talent alone is not to be feared. But when one possesses both exceptional talent and a strong work ethic, it becomes truly formidable. By the next meeting, he will likely have reached his peak, Betty murmured softly. And the others fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of excitement. A formidable figure at the level of a great pirate could only be regarded as a fierce warrior. Yet a peak powerhouse holds the potential to influence the very fabric of the world. Even colossal entities like the world government must regard them with utmost seriousness. In their eyes, the talented yet diligent dragon-slaying swordsman had not truly traversed the seas with such an ethereal grace. Once Rod confirmed he was out of the Revolutionary Army's sight, he conjured a grand portal, traversed a rapid passage spanning hundreds of meters, and then effortlessly crossed vast stretches of ocean, returning to Logetown. Following the chaos instigated by Luffy, Logetown seemed to have grown significantly quieter. Rod remained unfazed. He had returned to retrieve his sword. When he initially embarked on his mission, he was unable to carry his own treasured blade. Distrustful of leaving it aboard the ship, he chose to entrust it temporarily to Dasky. Given the young lady's fervent devotion to her sword, it was indeed a prudent decision. The naval base in Roguetown is a forbidden zone for the pirates of the East China Sea. However, for Rod, it is as familiar as home. Following the scent, he swiftly locates Dasky's chamber and pushes the door open. At that moment, Dasky is seated on the bed, cradling her sword and rhythmically nodding her head. The sound of the door creaking open is not subtle. Instantly alert, Dasky opens her eyes wide, rises abruptly, and upon seeing Rod, exclaims with delight, "Mr. Rod, you have finally returned. I am relieved to see that you have succeeded. The sword is right here." Rod accepted the ghost and the storm with ease, intending to express his gratitude. However, unexpectedly, Dasky let out a loud yawn and collapsed onto the bed, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to slumber. Upon witnessing this, Rod was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he observed the pronounced dark circles beneath the eyes, and the once pristine, delicate skin now bore an unhealthy pallor. He couldn't help but murmur, could it be that this fellow hasn't slept for 3 days and nights? This seemed quite plausible, and in fact, it was true. Rod entrusted a magnificent blade, a supreme weapon, into the hands of Dasky, which instilled in her a sense of relentless vigilance. She dared not relax, not even in the realm of slumber, for fear of losing it. Indeed, such a foolish yet pitiable character she possessed. Observing the slightly innocent expression of the young girl as she slept, Rod's gaze softened ever so slightly. He gently removed Dasky's shoes and socks, adjusted her sleeping position, and tucked her under the covers. After a moment's contemplation, Rod utilized the power of thunder to refine Dasky's physique. Thus, the present moment arrived. Rod's mastery over the power of thunder is nearly transcendent, subtly nurturing without a sound. Dasky feels no pain, only a sensation of comfort akin to soaking in a hot spring. She sleeps more soundly. She yearns to converse with like-minded individuals about the extraordinary talents of pirates, to engage in discussions about life, and to seek kindred spirits. Chapter 158. Disturbance. Leaving a note behind, Rod slowly exited Dasky's room, gently closing the door, and then glanced towards the shadow nearby. At that moment, a faint wisp of smoke was rising from that very spot. It was none other than the highest commander of this base, Smoker. To his surprise, the legendary Dragon Slayer swordsman turned out to be such a person. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, cast a complex glance at Rod. "Oh, what is it?" Rod cast a curious glance at him. "It's nothing. You may leave. This time, I shall overlook your trespass into the naval base." Smoker shook his head and turned to depart. Rod smiled. The once prosperous navy of the 4 seas has decayed significantly over time, and it is indeed commendable that Smoker remains a true Marine, steadfast in his sense of justice. Unfortunately, the dichotomy of justice and evil is never as clear-cut as one might wish. As Rod pondered softly, he flickered away from the naval base, heading towards Reverse Mountain. The East Blue affair had concluded, and now it was time for the Marineford War. To rise to prominence through this pivotal conflict, a measure of strategy was essential. At the base of Reverse Mountain, Rod gazed up at the towering red earth, his expression serene. After several attempts to open the door, he finally arrived at the side of the Grand Line, and then, with a graceful step, he approached the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Before Rod could approach, a robust voice resonated from within. "The Dragon Slayer Swordmaster? What a rare guest indeed." Upon hearing this, he cast his gaze downward and beheld Kuroka's leisurely seated at a stone table, savoring a small drink. "Kuroka's." Rod descended from the heavens and gracefully approached the stone chair, taking a seat. At that moment, Kuroka's had already poured the wine, gazing at him with a cheerful smile, inquiring, "What brings you to seek the old man?" The elderly gentleman appeared to be in high spirits, likely due to the new pact established between Luffy and Laboon. "I am aware of the news concerning the Rumbar pirates." Rod took a delicate sip of the potent liquor, its fiery hue glimmering like blood. He downed it in one go, for such spirits are best enjoyed in hearty gulps. "Oh?" At this, Kuroka's was momentarily taken aback, though his expression remained composed. A flicker of astonishment and intrigue stirred within him. Who exactly is Rod? Not only is he well acquainted with the affairs of Roger's progeny, but he also seems to possess an intimate knowledge of the Rumbar pirates from decades past. What sacrifices must this old man make? Engaging in conversation with someone so perceptive is truly refreshing. Rod chuckled, remarking that as the ship's doctor of the legendary pirate King Roger, he must possess some rare potions and pills. The foremost physicians of this world exist not solely to mend the wounds of their comrades. The remarkable healing elixirs witnessed by Rod, such as those from Night Blade or the national treasures of the Flower Kingdom, are products of these eminent healers. Indeed, there are some. Colokas readily responded, retrieving a box from the lighthouse, which he placed upon the table. Inside lay vials radiating an extraordinary luminescence, alongside small blue pills. Feel free to choose, he said nonchalantly. After all, the old man no longer has any use for them. He then slyly gestured towards the blue pills, adding, I always wondered why Roger asked for these. Turns out he was secretly having a child. Ha ha ha. A few dark lines unexpectedly appeared on Rod's forehead, revealing that Roger harbored such a shadowy past. Naturally, Rod had no desire for such matters. He was robust and vigorous, capable of becoming even stronger with the passage of time. How could he possibly require such things? The treatment for injuries, the amplification of latent potential, the enhancement of the physique, and the presence of female hormones. Do you truly possess such substances? Rod looked at him in surprise. Colokas' old face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Ahem, this was exchanged with a passerby 12 years ago. I found it quite intriguing, so I decided to keep it. Rod marveled at the extraordinary discovery. Ever since the hormone fruit user Ivankov was imprisoned, even the Revolutionary Army had been devoid of any stock. It was indeed surprising that Kurokas possessed such a rarity. Truly, he is a world-class physician. The mere ability to preserve the efficacy of this potion is enough to elicit profound admiration. Rod was rather selective, yet he did not overindulge. He ultimately chose 2 bottles. In a twist of dark humor, he also decided to take home the female hormone. Well then, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Colokas remarked as he neatly packed away the box. Rod nodded, then conveyed all the intelligence he had gathered from the original text regarding the Rumbar pirates. To his astonishment, Brooke was still alive. Kurokas felt a surge of excitement. Rod shook his head and said, he will embark on his own journey in the future. It may not be wise for you to meet him now. Huh. Colokas, slightly regaining his composure, cast a puzzled glance at Rod. In the near future, he will set sail alongside Monkey D. Luffy, bearing witness to the birth of the Pirate King, circumnavigating the globe, and after fulfilling his promise, he will return to meet Laboon. Rod spoke in a deep, sonorous tone, reminiscent of a solemn aria. Upon hearing this, Colokas narrowed his eyes slightly, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that Rod was some kind of extraordinary fruit user, capable of perceiving both the past and the future? Otherwise, how could he possess such extensive knowledge and speak with such unwavering certainty, as if he had truly witnessed it all? Rod certainly witnessed it, albeit through the screen. Well, that shall suffice. I bid you farewell. Rod meticulously stored the potion and gracefully departed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Colokas observed his retreating figure, a flicker of emotion dancing in his eyes. Time has aged him. Thus, let each of them venture forth on their own. He shook his head and slowly sipped his drink. Were Rod speaking of anyone else, he would likely harbor disbelief. Yet when it came to the words of Monkey D. Luffy, Alabasta, the royal capital, in less than an hour, from the East Sea to Alabasta, Rod smiled faintly. Perhaps this is what the legends of his past life referred to as wandering the northern sea at dawn and the Kangwoo Mountains at dusk. With the power of the Dordor fruit, he may not possess the divine prowess of the legendary deities and immortals, yet in this world of pirates, he can traverse freely. In such a vast realm, where can he not go? It is said that the world's most notorious assassin once infiltrated the holy land of Mariehwa, eliminating high-ranking officials of the world government through extraordinary means. Now, with the power of the Dordor fruit, Rod can traverse dimensions, achieving the same feat. Should he choose the path of a thief, he would undoubtedly become the world's greatest burglar. No matter how stringent the defenses or how fortified the stronghold, they would appear as mere illusions in his eyes. It is time to check on Robin and Vivi. Rod stood at the periphery of the palace, activating her observation hockey. Why were the auras of the two entwined? Rod felt a twinge of confusion, yet he did not dwell on it for long. He simply opened the door and proceeded forward. My apologies for the intrusion. Please, carry on. As soon as he opened the door, Rod was taken aback by the scene before him. So this is how the flower fruit was utilized. Rod and Robin were engaged in the unique development of the flower fruit's abilities. Naturally, Rod refrained from intruding and departed directly to the headquarters of Baroque Works. At this juncture, Alabasta had made significant strides in alleviating its drought issues and was flourishing. Thus, Baroque Works relocated to the royal capital, not only safeguarding the royal family's security, but also further enhancing its status in Alabasta. Thanks to Rod's presence, the mutual trust between both parties was exceedingly high, leading to a symbiotic relationship. One party possessed vast territories and a populous domain, being one of the oldest kingdoms, while the other wielded cutting-edge intelligence and formidable military might, capable of maintaining a respectable presence in the nearby waters of Alabasta. Provided they were not confronted by supernova-level pirates, the personnel of Baroque Works could effortlessly suppress any threats. The headquarters, as the official military institution of Alabasta, boasted a spacious compound, which included a dedicated training square. At this very moment, a group was engaged in practice. However, it resembled a coordinated assault, with 7 or 8 individuals besieging a bald man. With the sounds of clashing weapons ringing out, they were unable to leave a single mark on the bald man, who remained unscathed, while they themselves felt the reverberations in their hands. Lord Bonus, you are simply too resilient. We can't seem to make an impact. One of them lamented. Bonus, the former Mr. One of Baroque Works, coldly responded. If even I cannot be injured, how will you face the pirates of the seas in the future, and how will you serve the sword master of dragon slaying? Typically taciturn and cold in demeanor, Bonus possessed immense strength and commanded great respect among this cadre. A mere utterance from him could render those around him humbled and silent. Your progress in mastering hockey is far too slow, Bonus stated, his tone softening slightly as he spoke earnestly. The mastery of both armament hockey is the cornerstone of becoming a formidable force on the seas. Do not become complacent. With that, as if to enhance the persuasiveness of his words, he suddenly clenched his fist. Armament hockey, activate. He then delivered a powerful punch to a training iron block. A thunderous sound erupted as the seemingly indestructible steel was crushed, leaving a significant dent. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even those who had seen such feats before were still awed. We must seize the opportunity granted to us by Lord Rod to grow stronger, Bonus declared solemnly. Upon encountering hockey, he realized how narrow his previous worldview had been, and his gratitude and loyalty towards Rod, the one bestowing these gifts upon him, deepened. Such a cold, battle-hungry warrior was most easily swayed by greater strength and effective methods of growth. Rod observed from a distance, nodding subtly to himself. Bonus evidently belonged to the category of talents who had been overlooked. The paramecia-type quick-fruit could indeed be referred to as the iron fruit. This fruit's characteristics bore a resemblance to the machi fruit wielded by the foremost of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Katakuri. However, it diverged in that the quick-fruit possessed remarkable aggressiveness. Should it be developed to its awakened state, it could rival the formidable power of the 1,000 cherry blossoms from the realm of the Shinigami, showcasing immense potential. Moreover, Bonus's uncomplicated nature rendered him a pure-hearted martial enthusiast. Easily swayed. While instructing his subordinates, Bonus suddenly cast a glance to the side and was taken aback upon seeing Rod, promptly approaching him to offer a respectful bow. Lord Rod. The others, witnessing this, quickly recognized the identity of the young man in white and followed suit, bowing in deference. Lord Rod. Lord Rod. The chorus of exclamations stirred the entire square. Lord Rod. Following this, everyone collectively bent in reverence, creating a magnificent scene akin to the entrance of a formidable underworld figure. Rod couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, yet he also experienced a sense of satisfaction. This feeling of being a power broker was one that a lone wolf could never truly grasp. Please rise. Bonus, accompany me. Rod nodded lightly, maintaining an expression of indifference as he slowly entered the headquarters office. Bonus followed closely, his gaze unwavering. The more powerful one becomes, the more they comprehend the ferocity of the Dragon Slayer swordsman. If Bonus's strength could dominate the first half of the Grand Line, then Rod belonged to a realm where he reigned supreme even in the New World. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Once the two departed, the cadres and staff in the square straightened their backs, revealing expressions tinged with excitement. For the majority present, it was the first encounter with the legendary Dragon Slayer swordsman. Indeed, he was as youthful as the rumors suggested. Though young, he was undeniably formidable. When Lord Rod cast his gaze their way, it felt as if their very souls had been frozen. Yes, indeed, I broke into a cold sweat from the fright. The cadres engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes reflecting deep respect. Setting aside other matters, the aura he exuded felt akin to that of an emperor, compelling one to bow their head, too intimidated to meet his gaze directly. Within the office, Rod remarked with a smile, "You've worked hard during this time," as he regarded the bald man before him. Unlike typical rulers, he did not rely on mystery to instill awe in his subordinates. Rather, he commanded respect through his formidable prowess upon the seas. "Miss Robin has borne the greater burden. I have only exerted brute force," Bonus replied solemnly. He was a man of martial obsession, and his words were spoken with sincerity. Rod nodded, acknowledging the fatigue. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in playful activities with way to lighten his spirits. "My Lord Rod, could you please offer me some guidance on how to become stronger?" Bonus earnestly inquired. "I feel as though I have reached a plateau in my abilities and am somewhat adrift regarding my future path." Rod gazed at the bald man, particularly struck by the sincerity that flickered in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "You have yet to grasp the art of iron cutting, have you?" "I am but a fool," Bonus replied, shaking his head with a hint of shame. He prided himself on being a swordsman, yet he had never been able to comprehend the essence of iron cutting or ascend to the realm of the swordmaster. One must sacrifice to gain. Perhaps the swordsmanship was not suited for him. His devil fruit ability was remarkably potent, and if developed to its fullest potential, coupled with the power of hockey, it would suffice to dominate the seas. Upon hearing Rod's words, Bonus fell into deep thought. His initial pursuit of swordsmanship was merely to complement his devil fruit abilities. Unlike Zoro, who was obsessively devoted to the sword, perhaps, by relinquishing the sword, he could become even stronger? A flicker of uncertainty danced in Bonus's eyes. Rod did not disturb him. Matters concerning the path of the future are such that others can only offer their opinions. Ultimately, one must seek understanding within oneself. As Bonus pondered, Robin and Vivi approached together. Both of their delicate faces still bore a hint of an unvanished blush, rendering them particularly alluring. Upon noticing Rod's teasing gaze, Vivi nearly buried her head in her chest, her ears flushed with crimson. Robin, the elegant lady, maintained a serene and composed demeanor as she met Rod's gaze. However, the slight parting of her leather jacket revealed a hint of discomfort. She yearned to converse with more like-minded individuals about the extraordinary talents in the world of pirates. Chapter 160, The Three Brothers. Blackbeard could no longer remain in the New World and has presumably departed, making his way to the first half of the Grand Line. This year, the Grand Line has been bustling with activity, witnessing the emergence of numerous formidable newcomers, each possessing the potential to become supernovas. Among them, the Straw Hat Pirates, whom the boss has urged us to follow, have recently been rewarded with a bounty of 50 million berries for toppling the tyrannical rule of the king of Magnetic Drum Island. These are the latest developments. Robin provided a well-structured report on the recent conditions of the ocean. She retained all this information in her mind, proving herself to be an exceptionally capable and diligent secretary. Upon hearing this, Rod's eyes flickered momentarily. He could neither halt the momentum of the impending war nor would he wish to. He required this stage to ascend to greatness. Just as the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, sought this arena for his final bow. Perhaps it was time for Sabo and Ace to forge a bond with Luffy. Rod stroked his chin, contemplating a matter that could compel Sabo to act in the impending war. As his thoughts meandered, Rod gently shook his head, realizing that such musings were in vain. Strategies and schemes were merely means to an end. True strength was the foundation of all. "Robin, how has your mastery of the dual hockey progressed?" "Hockey?" Robin raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Rod, and calmly remarked, "The armament hockey has yet to show any signs of development, though the observation hockey has indeed awakened, albeit lacking in sensitivity and occasionally faltering. The demands of the armament hockey on one's physical prowess are quite high, which makes it perfectly normal for Robin to not yet meet those requirements. As for the observation hockey, it fundamentally serves as a form of perceptive ability. Having navigated the underworld from a young age and faced numerous life and death crises, coupled with her being a woman, it becomes somewhat easier for Robin to awaken this skill." At that moment, Vivi suddenly interjected, "Rod, my father has heard of your return and has prepared a feast in the palace, awaiting your arrival. Let us go." Rod was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, 10 days from now, at the headquarters plaza." Whoosh, whoosh. Rod's figure flickered back and forth, striking, pressing and pushing, his hands leaving trails of ghostly afterimages that incessantly descended upon Robin. Robin kept his eyes closed, deftly sensing Rod's movements, either bowing his head or leaning back, skillfully evading Rod's grasp. Rod slightly quickened his pace, causing Robin to involuntarily furrow her brows, her delicate form tensing. Although she managed to evade most of the oncoming currents, she could not escape the occasional brush. Each time she was grazed, a surge of potent electricity would erupt from Rod's palm, eliciting a sharp sting while simultaneously provoking a shiver of inexplicable exhilaration within her. As Rod executed his final strike, he beheld Robin's slender waist bending beneath him into a chilling arc, nearly reclining at a right angle. The waves, firmly confined by her tight leather attire, appeared even more tumultuous, just managing to evade Rod's blow. It seems you have nearly mastered the observation hockey. Upon witnessing this, Rod retracted his hand and gave Robin a slight nod. The observation hockey is a skill that necessitates a calm and composed mindset. Given Robin's well-honed resolve, mastering the use of observation hockey is not particularly challenging for her. Upon hearing this, Robin opened his eyes and adjusted his slightly disheveled attire caused by the vigorous movements. He then cast a glance at Rod and, implying something, remarked, "With a boss who frequently tests us, one must naturally exert double the effort. Therefore, you should express your gratitude towards me, as I have recently developed a fondness for noodles." Rod maintained his composure, skillfully diverting the conversation. "What about the armament hockey? Thanks to the boss's blessings, I have been experiencing remarkable physical development lately." A dangerous curve formed at the corners of Robin's mouth as he gazed at Rod with a sly smile. "This is not for your benefit, is it?" Rod casually brushed off the arm resting on his shoulder, remarking on the significant increase in strength he had recently experienced. Just as Robin was about to retort, a sudden bubbling sound arose from her chest. She paused slightly, pulling down the collar of her leather jacket to reveal a small portion of her creamy skin that appeared to have developed a delicate curve. Then, she reached into the dimensional space inherent to women in this world and retrieved a visibly distressed phone bug, struggling to catch its breath. Robin paid little attention to the somewhat distressing state of the telephone insect and casually answered the call. "Miss Robin, the Straw Hat Pirates and Fire Fist Ace have both appeared at the Canola Flower Port. How should we respond?" A respectful voice emanated from the other end of the line. Robin narrowed her eyes slightly and, upon seeing Rod nod in her direction, spoke up. "Do not concern yourself with them. The headquarters has its own measures in place." After concluding the call, Robin furrowed her brow and pondered. "What brings Port Asti Ace to this place? He is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Could it be that Whitebeard is planning some sort of action?" As a seasoned intelligence officer, Robin possessed a keen sense of awareness regarding the underlying discrepancies. After all, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, an entity that stands as one of the 4 Emperors of the Sea, holds a position in the New World that is nearly second only to the 4 Sovereigns of the Sea. And his strength far surpasses that of Don Quixote da Flamingo, whom Rod had previously defeated. Listening intently, Rod remarked calmly, "Blackbeard was a member of the 2nd Division. He has slain his comrades, an unforgivable transgression. As the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace must take action." Thus, it became clear. Robin was taken aback, her gaze towards Rod revealing a hint of intrigue. Such intricate details were beyond her comprehension. This enigmatic boss truly was a mystery. Suddenly, the phone bug emitted an unexpected sound. "Moshi Moshi Rod, are you currently in Alabasta? I'm nearby on a mission and thought to drop by for a visit," came the steady and resonant voice of Sabo from the other end. Rod was momentarily taken aback. This truly seemed like fate. In the port city, at the Fragrant Bean restaurant, after a warm and cordial reunion, the 3 brothers, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, gathered to engage in a jovial eating contest. Rod arrived here through the power of the door, and upon witnessing this scene, a faint smile played upon his lips, quickly followed by a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. The 3 brothers had, almost simultaneously, succumbed to slumber, their heads drooping onto the plates before them, provoking a stir among passers-by who gasped in astonishment, speculating whether they had ingested a certain poisonous spider resembling a red strawberry. However, Nami, Zoro, and the others merely cast a glance, sighed in agreement that no identification was necessary. They were undoubtedly related, and proceeded to indulge in their own meals. Rod did not rush inside, but instead took a moment to survey his surroundings. It appeared that Smoker was absent. Indeed, in this timeline, Smoker had not entangled himself too deeply with Luffy. Thus he would not pursue Rod all the way from Logtown to the Grand Line. Ah, Rod. Nami, who was languidly savoring her red tea after a satisfying meal, suddenly caught sight of Rod at the entrance and rose in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The Dragon Slayer's swordsman. Zoro instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of battle intent flickering in his gaze, though he quickly tempered it. Oh, is this the renowned warlord of the sea, the Dragon Slayer swordsman Rod? Sanji and the others, encountering Rod for the first time, exchanged astonished glances. Their recent experiences in Alabasta had illuminated the immense reputation Rod held in this nation. As expected, upon seeing Rod, the patrons of the restaurant rose one by one, showing him the utmost respect with their bows. Although Rod rarely appears before the citizens of Alabasta, the royal family consistently includes him in their various promotional efforts. Thus his popularity in Alabasta is exceedingly high, even surpassing that of Vivi. Rod nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then slowly approached behind the three brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Ah, Rod, you've arrived, Sabo exclaimed, having just revived, and cheerfully introduced Luffy and Ace to him. Hey, I think I've seen you before, Luffy remarked, his mouth full of food, gazing at Rod with a hint of confusion. Ace, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a unique aura of kinship emanating from Rod. Conqueror's Haki. Perhaps? It seems this newly risen warlord of the sea is quite extraordinary. At that moment, Nami briskly approached, feigning displeasure as she said, Finally found you, Rod. Last time you left without a word. Nojiko was quite upset. Rod smiled warmly at the striking young woman before him, adorned in attire reminiscent of a desert dancer, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. I sincerely apologize for that, he replied, with a defiant gaze directed at Rod, the fearless Miss Nami. The commander of the Straw Hat Pirates felt a twinge of unease for reasons unknown. She tilted her head slightly and huffed, resembling a little sister throwing a minor tantrum. Ah, is this a companion you knew from before? A sweet voice chimed from below. Rod lowered his head slightly, gazing at the ship's doctor and the adorable member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and couldn't help but chuckle. Greetings, little reindeer. I am Rod. Huh. Chopper was taken aback, as it was the first time someone had recognized him correctly. Do you not think I am a raccoon? Rod had indeed forgotten about that matter. Oh my. However, Chopper took Rod's silence as acquiescence and immediately clung to Rod's leg, weeping inconsolably. You are my dearest friend, the legendary warlord of the sea. The dragon-slaying swordsman Rod surprisingly exuded such warmth and approachability. At another table, Sanji lit a cigarette and remarked with mild astonishment. Chopper usually felt a twinge of fear when encountering strangers. Zoro remained silent, his gaze profound as he recalled the moment he had witnessed the manipulation of thunder by mere mortals. Hey, Rod, I heard you defeated Sabo? At that moment, the eldest of the three brothers spoke up, his words laden with a sense of aggression, as if he were ready to defend his younger sibling. Ace. There's no need for that. Sabo appeared somewhat embarrassed, having inadvertently let slip a detail while introducing Rod. Yet Ace paid him no mind, fixated on Rod with a gaze that bore a hint of provocation and bravado. So what? Rod raised an eyebrow. Although he had never personally defeated Sabo, the battle against Longji was akin to having achieved that victory himself. Shall we venture outside for a spar? Ace's eyes ignited with a fervent flame. Rod nodded, eager to test the prowess of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, thereby assessing his own current standing. The two strolled outward, but Nami, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, How can it escalate to a fight so quickly? Luffy, won't you try to dissuade your brother? There was excitement in the air. To everyone's surprise, Luffy burst into laughter and followed suit. Sabo, Zoro, Sanji, and the others soon joined, all brimming with exhilaration. For them, both Fire Fist Ace and the Dragon Slayer were indeed formidable masters. Their presence at such a grand duel was an exhilarating experience, especially for Zoro. Outside the city, a vast desert lay before them. Upon Nami's arrival, she found the once barren expanse engulfed entirely by flames and lightning, an overwhelming radiance obscuring clarity. All that could be discerned were the silhouettes of two figures engaged in fierce combat, their clashes generating earth-shattering energy waves that illuminated the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Such power was unimaginable for the Straw Hat Pirates at this moment. It felt akin to witnessing a spectacular visual extravaganza, their eyes nearly popping out in unified astonishment. Rod had become so formidable. Sabo mused, having honed his skills over the past few months, his mastery of martial arts and Haki had significantly advanced, rekindling his confidence. Yet, he did not presume that his improvements surpassed Rod's. After all, Rod was also a training fanatic. He merely thought the gap between them had narrowed. However, he soon realized that the disparity had actually widened. It was a sudden blow to his expectations, as he had hoped to spar with Rod during this visit. Fire Fist. Ace and Rod crossed paths, and suddenly, with a single hand clenched into a fist, Ace unleashed his attack. A resounding hum echoed as a torrent of flames surged forth, enveloping everything in a terrifying heat that warped the air, causing the ground to crack, an awe-inspiring sight. Was this truly Ace's famed technique? Such an extravagant display of fire. Sabo's eyes flickered with intrigue. While this attack was undoubtedly powerful and spectacular, it lacked substantial efficacy. Observing this scene, Rod calmly shook his head. There was no doubt that Logia-type users were formidable. Even those with less offensive capabilities, like the smoke or swamp fruit, could wield power sufficient to traverse the seas and dominate the first half of the Grand Line. Yet, at higher tiers, pure Logia users did not hold the advantage. The physiques of the strong in the pirate world were exceptionally formidable, and elemental attacks alone were not particularly effective in terms of lethality. In a flash, Rod was enveloped in a surge of lightning, evading the fiery onslaught and reappearing to the side. Divine Fire, Shiranui. At that very moment, two fiery spears, as solid as if forged from reality itself, surged forth with tremendous force, slicing through the air and emanating an unsettling, searing heat. This move was indeed quite formidable. Rod smiled gently before swiftly slicing through the air with his sword. The sound that erupted was akin to the clash of metal. Yet, he ultimately triumphed over the two blazing spears, which merely held their ground for a fleeting moment before shattering into a myriad of sparks. Suddenly, Rod paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, and without hesitation, he deftly retreated. Almost simultaneously, as he withdrew, the sparks from the shattered flames quivered slightly before bursting into a cacophony of explosions. The sound was reminiscent of 100 cannonballs detonating at once. A staggering shockwave, accompanied by flames and billowing smoke, surged forth, forcing the spectators to stagger back. Remarkable, he evaded that, Ace remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. The speed of this dragon-slaying swordsman was simply too formidable. The flames could scarcely keep pace. At that moment, having evaded the onslaught, Rod gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a fierce strike. Thunder Dragon. A low hum resonated as terrifying thunder coalesced and condensed, ultimately transforming into a ferocious dragon of lightning, radiating an almost blinding silver-blue luminescence as it roared forward. Ace's expression grew serious as he extended his right hand. Amidst the crackling flames, a torrent of fire, grander than the fire punch, surged forth, racing toward the Thunder Dragon. Mirror Fire. The collision between the Thunder Dragon and the torrent of flames created a cataclysmic spectacle, akin to the clash of a cerulean realm against a golden expanse, intertwining to produce an alarming energy wave. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, scorched and fractured, giving way to a multitude of black fissures, each half a meter wide. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of their destructive prowess. "This is utterly absurd," Nami murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Chopper shrank behind Nami, astonished by the monstrous power concealed within the seemingly gentle rod. "Incredible," Luffy exclaimed, exhilarated. "It seems we have a considerable distance to cover before reaching true strength." Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sentiment reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 162. Each path the fiery and thunderous forces intertwined, radiating a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of the sun's detonation. The might of the Thunder Dragon was immensely concentrated, excelling in quality, while the Mirror Fire represented an unfathomable power comparable to that of Admiral Akiji's formidable ice attacks. The relentless flames seemed capable of engulfing everything in their path. Amidst the clash of thunder and fire, Rod and Ace were not idle. They engaged in fierce combat, their silhouettes blending in a blinding light, as if two deities were locked in a titanic struggle. After dozens, even hundreds of fierce clashes, the two suddenly separated, swift as lightning, retreating several dozen meters to confront one another amidst the scorched earth. Rod's visage was scorched a deep crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his face, a consequence of the searing heat of the flames. Yet, he bore no injuries, merely the toll of exertion weighing heavily upon him. Ace bore a gash across his chest, a result of a narrowly missed evasion where Rod's blade had grazed him. The ground lay in disarray, strewn with shattered stones and gravel, resembling the aftermath of a meteorite impact, marked by a vast crater and dense fissures. In the distance, Nami and her companions gazed in awe, realizing that the formidable beings of the sea, often referred to as monsters, were not mere exaggerations. This was merely a spar. Should they unleash their full might? Could they not obliterate entire islands? Let this be the end, Ace gasped, directing his words towards Rod. Rod nodded, thus bringing the confrontation to a halt. To continue the battle further, risking the unleashing of Ace's Flame Emperor or his Sonic Slash, would lead to a matter of life and death. Such stakes were unnecessary for mere sparring. Indeed, he was a formidable man, capable of defeating Sabo and commanding respect across the world. Ace approached, his face bearing a hint of astonishment, his spirit subtly shaken. He had always prided himself on his extraordinary talent, believing himself unmatched among his peers. Yet, at this very moment, he felt a palpable pressure emanating from Rod, a youth 2 years his junior, who wielded the swift and formidable Dragon Slash with uncontainable prowess. Rod sheathed his sword with a smile, remarking, "If even you are so challenging to handle, it appears I still have a considerable distance to traverse before I can challenge the 4 Emperors." His tone was casual, yet internally, he was assessing the encounter. The duration of this battle was brief, lasting scarcely 2 hours. Neither Rod unleashed his ultimate techniques, nor did Ace resort to lethal force. Rod felt that if a battle were to ensue, his chances of victory would scarcely exceed 30%. Firstly, the intense heat of the flames would deplete his stamina significantly, preventing him from leveraging his physical superiority over Ace. Moreover, Rod did not possess a decisive killing blow against Ace. While his Sonic Slash could effectively eliminate characters like Green Pepper and Het, it would prove ineffectual against a Logia-type user like Ace. Although armament hockey could indeed strike the corporeal form of a Logia user, such individuals could evade damage by transforming the impending target area into genuine flames or ice. If Het could react to Rod's Sonic Slash, Ace would likely be capable of the same. However, such calculations remain speculative. In the throes of actual combat, factors such as the environment and mental state could profoundly influence the outcome, and even a slight misstep could mean the difference between life and death. This exemplifies the sharpness of a swordsman, unlike Luffy, for whom even a well-timed barrage may not guarantee a swift conclusion, leaving the opponent with the potential to rise and continue the fight for several more rounds. Yet, from this battle, Rod had a general understanding of his current strength. The still immature Ace was likely on par with Don Quixote Doflamingo, a figure only second to the Marine Admirals. Given that Rod could contend with him to this extent, he had certainly ascended to the upper echelons of the Vice Admiral tier. If his physical prowess and hockey could be further enhanced, he would undoubtedly join the ranks of Doflamingo. As he pondered this, Ace burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Challenge the 4 Emperors? Perhaps due to Sabo, I find myself somewhat fond of you, Rod." He gave Rod a friendly pat on the shoulder and added, "I'm not too familiar with the other 3, but whatever you do, don't challenge my old man." With a gentle sigh and a wistful expression that spoke of unspoken memories, Ace turned to join Luffy and the others, ready to take his leave. Although he was overjoyed to reunite with Luffy and Sabo, he remained steadfast in his purpose for this journey. Certain matters were simply intolerable. At the port, Luffy and his brothers were saying their farewells, while Rod observed from a distance with Nami and the others. Suddenly, Nami turned to Rod and remarked, "Oh, by the way, there's still one more fisherman from Cocoa Village who hasn't perished. Octopus Hachi." Rod recalled for a moment and casually remarked, "Oh, how do you know?" Nami was startled at that instant. Logically speaking, these two had never even met before. "These eyes of mine can see through everything, you know." Rod smiled faintly. Though he had initially paid little attention, a moment's reflection made the details readily apparent. It was likely that Chopper had just delivered Colonel Mouse and had not yet returned to the Dragon Paradise, narrowly escaping calamity. How could that be? Nami clearly found it hard to believe. To her surprise, Rod casually divulged 3 figures, 95, 55, 85. You, Nami's face flushed crimson as she trembled, pointing at Rod, her delicate features aflame with indignation and ire. Below, Chopper innocently inquired, "What does that mean?" "It's Nami's secret." Rod spoke with a smile that was neither here nor there. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ace had concluded his farewells and boarded the yacht, swiftly setting sail towards the horizon. This departure marked the beginning of their separation until they would meet again atop the skies. Rod's gaze flickered, pondering the thoughts of the members of the Roger Pirates, particularly Rayleigh, and whether they would partake in the impending battle at Marineford. Perhaps it was time to seek confirmation. At that moment, after a brief discussion, Luffy and his companions concluded that Alabasta was too peaceful, lacking any significant risks worth undertaking, and thus resolved to set sail for the next island. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others were brimming with enthusiasm. Although their time in Alabasta did not involve any thrilling escapades, witnessing the clash between formidable sea warriors like Rod and Ace proved to be immensely meaningful, significantly broadening the horizons of the Straw Hat crew. They gained a deeper understanding of the heights of mountains and the depths of the sea. Of course, Luffy was an exception. Let us go, let us go? I can hardly contain my excitement, Sanji urged, carrying the provisions. Zoro cast a glance at him, likely suspecting that he had noticed something amiss with Nami. At that moment, Nami stood elegantly before Rod, her fair complexion betraying a mix of conflict and hesitation. Rod could easily discern the young lady's subtle intentions. He reached out, gently tousling Nami's lustrous orange hair, and with a soft chuckle, encouraged her, "Go pursue your dreams, little one." Nami, taken aback by his words, tilted her head slightly upward, gazing at the familiar smile that had often lingered in her thoughts since their voyage began. Gradually regaining her composure, she huffed defiantly, "You're the little one. I'm just as grown as you are." She crossed her arms, clearly displeased with Rod's persistent perception of her as a younger sister. Of course. Miss Nami is quite grown up now," he teased, prompting her to turn her face away. Although they had agreed to depart, under Rod's suggestion, Luffy and the others spent a considerable amount of belly refurbishing the Going Merry at the Canola Flower Port. The current state of Alabasta was incomparable to its former self. With the drought resolved and the seas cleared, the influx of merchants and settlers had surged, leading to the establishment of several professional shipyards. While perhaps not on par with Water 7, refurbishing the Going Merry was still a relatively straightforward task, thanks to Rod's influence. The shipwrights utilized the finest materials and worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the repairs at a very reasonable price for Luffy and his crew. "Farewell," they called, almost from a brand new Going Merry, as Luffy, Nami, and the others waved goodbye to Rod and Sabo, swiftly setting sail into the horizon. Once the Merry vanished from sight, Sabo slowly averted his gaze, momentarily engulfed in silence. After a prolonged pause, he sighed, "Do you think I should have prevented Ace from pursuing Blackbeard? He is not Luffy. He is a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, the future chief of staff. While he may not possess an all-encompassing understanding of the ocean's dynamics, he certainly comprehends that Blackbeard is an exceedingly perilous individual. Can you truly restrain him?" Rod gently shook his head. Ace's resolve was remarkably steadfast, impervious to the influence of outsiders. Indeed, Sabo was momentarily taken aback by this observation, then shook his head and remarked, "Never mind, given Ace's strength, there are few in this vast sea who could truly hold him back." Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered in Sabo's heart. "Let us speak of other matters. Will you not take me to explore your domain?" Days later, Sabo expressed his astonishment. "I did not anticipate your governance skills to be so formidable." Throughout their days traversing Alabasta, every sight and experience revealed a land flourishing, a stark contrast to the arid desert nation depicted in previous reports. "I merely offered a few suggestions. The true development of this nation is a result of the royal family and the collective efforts of countless citizens," Rod replied. The Nefertari royal family, one of the 20 kings from ages past, who chose not to conspire with the celestial dragons, certainly commands respect, Sabo stated earnestly. The Revolutionary Army's ideal is to overthrow the world government and the self-proclaimed deities, the celestial dragons, yet it does not extend to the extreme of dismantling all nobility. "Is Nico Robin with you?" After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sabo suddenly inquired. "Yes." Rod nodded slightly. It was impossible to conceal this from the Revolutionary Army, and he had no intention of doing so. The organization initially intended for Nico Robin to go to the headquarters, where she would be safest. Sabo chuckled and remarked, however, "After you vanquished the leader, Green Pepper, and instilled fear across the world, those who spoke of such matters lost their resolve. Following your recent defeat of the captain of CP0's 9th Division, there is no longer any discussion on the topic." Rod smiled, for indeed, strength is the most persuasive argument. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they gradually arrived at a relatively secluded location in the royal capital. "What is this?" Sabo asked, slightly taken aback. "You will know once you step inside." Rod spoke, simultaneously advancing forward. Before him lay a research institute that was relatively well-structured. Initially established to explore the efficient utilization of dancing powder to alleviate the drought in Alabastan, it gradually transformed, under Rod's suggestion, into an institute of scientific inquiry. It gathered numerous local scientists from Alabaston. As of now, no tangible results have emerged from their research. At this moment, Robin is adorned in a quintessential secretary outfit, her elongated legs accentuated by the sheer black stockings, making her strikingly conspicuous. Rod swiftly pinpointed her amidst the throng within the research institute. Upon sensing Rod's gaze, Robin raised an eyebrow slightly, offered an apology, and then hastened towards him. Observing that somewhat infuriatingly leisurely figure, Robin contemplated for a moment and realized she could not prevail against him. She suppressed the urge to hurl the documents at him, and, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, "As you can see, the Research Institute is in dire need of funding, talent, and equipment. It remains merely a shell at present. While I can comprehend the lack of talent and equipment, I fail to understand the scarcity of funds." Rod expressed his astonishment. How could a great nation like Alabasta still suffer from a shortage of funds? Observing Rod's seemingly naive demeanor, Robin couldn't help but display an expression of someone who has never managed a household, letting out a soft sigh as she remarked, "Vivi has already been quite supportive. However, Alabasta is in dire need of revitalization, with expenses in every aspect, and the deficit is substantial." Upon hearing this, Rod turned his gaze towards Sabo. Ahem. Sabo chuckled awkwardly, nervously averting his eyes in another direction. Although the Revolutionary Army wields considerable power and wealth, the vastness of their operations incurs astronomical daily expenditures. Alas, this is ultimately the grand line. Otherwise, they might have sought support from the Land of Flowers. Upon witnessing this, Rod shook his head gently and murmured to himself, "Engaging in agricultural technology is indeed quite essential. Setting aside the potential assistance it may offer him in the future, it could significantly enhance and elevate his quality of life, which is undoubtedly commendable. Is there a lack of funds?" Rod stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "To seize the Golden Emperor? When it comes to wealth, the first thought that crosses his mind is this colossal cash cow. It is likely that merely plucking a few strands of wool from this individual would suffice to launch these scientific projects immediately. Operating the largest bank in the New World, presiding over the grandest entertainment city, and wielding the powers of a Superman-type fruit, he is undoubtedly the prime target for exploitation. However, it seems this fellow may not be an easy adversary to overcome." Rod found himself in a state of perplexity. Even when confronted with Ace, he felt overwhelmed. Facing the awakened Golden Emperor, particularly on his home turf, was truly daunting. Despite the fact that gold serves as an excellent conductor and is susceptible to thunderous forces, the situation remained precarious given the formidable power of the adversary, who could readily summon support from the world government at any moment. Observing Rod's prolonged silence, Sabo grew somewhat bored. He glanced into the distance and murmured, "I wonder where Luffy is at this moment." The speaker spoke without intention, yet the listener held a deeper concern. A glimmer of light flickered in Rod's eyes. Perhaps a visit to the Sky Island was in order. Sky Island? Sabo was momentarily taken aback. Does such a place truly exist? Indeed, it does, and it is said to harbor a golden city named Chandora. If one could locate it, the issue of funding would be effortlessly resolved. Robin brushed her hair away from her forehead. She is a PhD in archaeology from O'Hara and is undoubtedly aware of the existence of the Sky Island. However, do you know where it is, boss? Robin's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of scrutiny as she gazed at Rod, her expression suggesting an unspoken question. Is there something I am unaware of? Rod responded calmly with a counter-question. Robin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to retort. I shall not go, he declared. Noticing a budding tension between Rod and the others, Sabo, ever perceptive, graciously excused himself, stating that he would return to headquarters. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. And what about you, Robin? Rod looked at her with a cheerful smile. Robin's countenance remained tranquil, her arms crossed over her chest, and a resolute glimmer sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She would rather succumb to curiosity than venture out with that unscrupulous boss, even if it meant toiling late into the night, her hairline receding. It is said that there exists a historical text above. Robin's expression changed instantly as she solemnly stated, Please be sure to include me. She longed to engage in conversation about the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals. Chapter 164, Wilderness Cooking in the Forbidden Land. Within the interdimensional passage, could this be the manifestation of the boss's devil fruit power? Robin was profoundly impressed by this ability, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of danger. In the future, do remember to knock before approaching me. Ahem. Last time was merely an accident. Rodon chuckled lightly, pondering how you two could engage in such antics under the broad daylight. Aren't you concerned about leading Weiwei astray? As the two conversed casually, they swiftly traversed the portal, arriving in a brand new realm. The clouds here resembled the ocean's waves. Robin gazed intently at the ocean clouds below, faintly perceiving the fish swimming amidst the mist and the presence of colossal creatures. It was truly remarkable. In Robin's eyes, a glimmer sparkled. Witnessing something firsthand and hearing about it through rumors are two entirely distinct sensations. Who could have imagined that high above the clouds, at such dizzying altitudes, lay another realm? The wonders of the world are unparalleled. Rod nodded. The floating island was, to him, incomprehensible. Yet, different worlds adhere to distinct rules. A notion that cannot be scrutinized too deeply. Nevertheless, my esteemed employer, what course of action shall we undertake next? Robin averted his gaze and inquired of Rod. The two were currently situated on the side of the spatial gateway, with no place to set foot outside. Do you see the recording pointers? Has there been a change? Indeed, there had been a change, and all three pointers were aligned in a singular direction. It was then that Robin recalled the advanced recording pointer that Rod had previously asked her to carry. This sophisticated instrument, specially obtained by Robin, could simultaneously indicate islands across three great maritime routes. If it pointed in a certain direction, it unequivocally indicated that the magnetic field in that area was exceptionally potent. Gazing in the direction indicated by the pointer, Rod estimated the distance and, with a wave of his hand, conjured another spatial gateway before them. Let us proceed. The true sky island lies even higher, he declared, stepping forward into another swift passage. Robin quickly caught up with Angel Island. As Rod and his companion stepped through the spatial portal, they had not ventured far when they were enchanted by the melodious sound of a harp. Following the source of the music, they beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned with delicate white wings, gracefully seated by the shoreline. Her slender fingers danced over the strings of the harp, emanating an aura of serene elegance. Wings, a unique inhabitant of the Sky Island, perhaps? Robin rested his left arm across his chest, while his right hand cradled his chin as he spoke. Rod gently nodded. His eyes narrowed as he listened to the enchanting melody of the harp. This was indeed his first encounter with the music of this world, while others remained oblivious. The strains produced by Cornus were undeniably exquisite, capable of cleansing the soul and offering a profound sense of delight. At that moment, the music abruptly ceased. As Cornus noticed the arrival of the two unfamiliar visitors, "Welcome to Angel Island," she said, carefully putting away her harp and approaching with the cloud fox in her arms, extending a somewhat reserved invitation for Rod and his companion to be guests on Angel Island. Upon hearing this, Robin turned his gaze towards Rod. Rod gladly acquiesced, as he needed some time to acclimate to the environment at this altitude of 10,000 meters. Under the guidance of Cornus, Rod and his companion embarked on a tour of Angel Island. The myriad of unique shellfish and the diverse classifications of clouds left Robin utterly astonished, broadening his horizon significantly. Rod is particularly intrigued by the unique culinary delights and teas of this locale. Meanwhile, on the divine island of Appiato, the god Enel, who governs the vast expanse of the Sky Island, has discerned the intrusion of Rod and his two unfamiliar companions. Their sudden appearance is shrouded in mystery, devoid of any prior indication. Enel is somewhat perplexed. The customary route to ascend to the Sky Island is through the Gate of Heaven. Yet these two individuals seem to have materialized out of thin air, without a trace of forewarning. Ah, another pair of intruders, and they haven't even paid the entrance fee? At that moment, Enel's heart network quivered slightly, and a faint smile curled upon his lips. He felt a sense of delight. As the deity of the Sky Island, Enel takes great pleasure in toying with these visitors from the blue sea. Otherwise, he would not have whimsically priced the tickets to the Gate of Heaven at a staggering 1 billion, when in reality they only cost 100,000 berries. Wait, where have those two blue sea individuals gone? Suddenly, Enel's eyes widened slightly as he sensed their energy, which had inexplicably manifested within the forbidden grounds. How could this be? Curiosity flickered across Enel's face as he temporarily set aside his thoughts of unleashing divine retribution upon them. The forbidden grounds refer to Appiato itself. After their visit to Angel Island, the two individuals arrived at this place. The trees here must be at least 1,000 years old. Robin gazed upwards, yet was unable to discern the appearance of the treetops. With a sigh, she spoke again. "Boss, I have heard that there is a deity on this island. Are you certain you can handle it?" Her words were not born from superstition, but rather a tinge of concern. After all, this was a legendary place known as the Sky Island. Even if the being was not an omnipotent god, it must surely be a formidable force. Rod smiled calmly and was about to speak when a strange sound suddenly emanated from the adjacent woods. The two turned their heads to investigate, only to behold a ragged man, gasping for breath, emerging from the foliage. His body bore numerous wounds, and the absence of wings on his back indicated that he was not from the Sky Islands. "Help me. Please, save me." Upon spotting Rod and his companion, the man hurriedly approached but stumbled and fell to the ground. Undeterred, he scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling as he shouted, "A pirate?" A gleam flickered in Robin's eyes as he softly spoke. However, at that very moment, an enormous dog suddenly leapt out from the side, unleashing a wave of foul air and lunging toward Robin with its jaws wide open. Rod's expression shifted slightly, yet before he could make his move, he observed Robin crossing his arms in front of his chest. Suddenly, numerous arms sprouted from the limbs of the great dog. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed through the air. The immense creature was promptly overturned onto the ground. Seemingly aware of Rod's intent to strike, Robin chuckled slyly and remarked, "I truly owe my gratitude to the trials set forth by the boss back then." Rod's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he harbored his doubts, convinced that this woman must be concealing something sinister. Thank you," came the excited voice of the pirate beside him. Rod, however, could not be bothered with him. He had scarcely had his fill on Angel Island, and now, an ample source of sustenance had presented itself at his doorstep. He approached the colossal, incapacitated hound, effortlessly severing a generous thigh. In swift, practiced motions, he proceeded to skin and prepare the meat, before expertly igniting the grill. Robin, unable to bear the sight, unleashed her powers and swiftly snapped the neck of the colossal hound before gradually approaching the grill. In this forbidden territory of the Sky Island people, Rod and Robin sat together, tending to the flickering flames. The legs of the giant hound were roasted to a golden sheen, emanating an enticing aroma as the fat sizzled and dripped onto the fire. How delightful! The dogs of the Sky Islands are truly exceptional. Rod's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Robin couldn't help but swallow hard. The pirate was utterly bewildered. "Dear brother and sister, this is a forbidden zone. It is not a place for a picnic. If you don't flee now, the priest will soon arrive." In the midst of the pirates' astonishment, Rod and Robin swiftly concluded their impromptu feast, leaving behind nothing but a scattering of bones, a testament to the once mighty beast's grandeur. During this time, the pirate did not attempt to escape. He had lingered in this forbidden area for quite some time, realizing that it would be nearly impossible to evade capture using only his own strength. "How long have you been here?" Rod, feeling content and in good spirits after a hearty meal, casually inquired. It had been several years, though the exact duration escaped his memory. As if reminiscing about the past, he spoke with a hint of lingering trepidation. "Several years? Was it when Enel captured me to construct the Arc Maxim?" Rod's gaze flickered slightly just as he was about to continue his inquiry. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the air not far away, diving swiftly towards this location. Rod furrowed his brow, swiftly seizing the collar of the pirate and tossing him aside. In the next moment, a shadow surged past the spot where the pirate had just stood. It was a priest. "We must flee," exclaimed the pirate, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the newcomer, his voice trembling. Had it not been for Rod saving his life, he would have undoubtedly fled at once. However, Rod paid him no heed, merely casting a calm glance at the approaching figure. The man, adorned with an aviator cap and goggles, wielding a knight's lance while mounted upon a majestic bird, exuded an air reminiscent of the Air Force, commanding and formidable. Was his name perhaps Shura? Rod tilted his head slightly, recalling that Enel indeed had 4 priests under his command, all of whom possessed exceedingly arrogant personalities. At that moment, Shura, perched atop his flying bird, circled gracefully in the air, casting a condescending gaze upon Rod and his companions. "Another denizen of the blue sea," he proclaimed, his voice laced with disdain. "How dare you intrude upon this forbidden ground and attempt to seize my prey?" His tone was imbued with an air of superiority, tinged with a hint of anger. Rod narrowed his eyes slightly. Robin couldn't help but pay silent tribute to the individual. Yet, before Rod could take action, a voice resonated from directly below the Azura. "What is your prey?" "It is my prey." As the words echoed, a rotund figure, unmistakably resembling a ball, slowly floated into view. It was none other than one of the 4 divine officers, Dawu. This peculiar appearance caused Rod to raise an eyebrow, intrigued by the novelty. Indeed, the world of pirates is replete with an array of eccentric shapes. Alas, it seemed that both divine officers had arrived simultaneously. The unfortunate pirate had already knelt on the ground, filled with regret. However, what truly instilled terror within the pirate's heart, nearly prompting him to offer his neck for execution, was another voice, laden with fury. Get away. This scoundrel has devoured my pet, and I must tear him apart with my own hands. From the remains of the colossal beast, a towering figure, wielding a great sword, bellowed with rage. The third divine officer, Om. At this moment, the pirate lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he had already envisioned his demise through various tortures. Boss, it seems you have been underestimated. Robin crossed his arms, a smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, Rod found himself devoid of substantial thoughts. It was merely a matter of dispatching these individuals. Meanwhile, the three priests were engaged in a fervent debate over who would claim this quarry. Rod suddenly sprang into action, with a gentle stomp upon the earth. A web-like network of fine cracks emerged across the ground. In the next instant, his form flickered like lightning, piercing through the air and arriving before the two deities. Shura and Dai. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow. The 8-charge fist, a tremendous shockwave. Buzz. The overwhelming force, harnessed through a unique technique, transformed into a surge akin to a torrential flood, radiating outward like ripples, instantly reaching the two divine beings. In a mere heartbeat, Shura and his companion were caught off guard, their bodies violently jolted by the terrifying impact, resulting in blood streaming from their orifices. Crimson fissures emerged upon their flesh, and ultimately, the explosive force shattered them into pieces. A rain of blood fell. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The pirates, sprawled upon the ground, gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Meanwhile, the deity Om, consumed by thoughts of avenging his beloved pet, dropped his great sword with a clatter. Alas, how utterly blood-soaked. Robin took a small step back, expressing a slight complaint. It has indeed spoiled a fine ingredient. Rod descended slowly, casting a wistful glance at the mingled mass of flesh and blood. That bird had appeared quite delectable. Are you demons? Upon hearing the exchange between a man and a woman, the pirates below attempted to rise, only to collapse once more, trembling in fear. Whoosh! Not far away, the priest Om turned and fled in haste. Yet, in that fleeting moment, several delicate, yet powerful arms suddenly emerged from the ground before him, gently tripping him. Bang! Om fell in response. Robin said with a smile, "The boss hasn't spoken yet, so you mustn't leave." Immediately thereafter, a series of arms suddenly emerged from the ground, resembling a conveyor belt, transporting Om entirely over. This ability is truly intriguing. No wonder it can be employed in such a variety of ways. Rod muttered to himself. After his training, Robin was significantly stronger than in the original narrative, effortlessly handling the indigenous people of the Sky Island. There was an instinctive feeling that the boss might be harboring some inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps it was intuition. After releasing her abilities, Robin glanced at Rod. How could it be? With such a capable and considerate secretary like you, I should be elated instead. Rod maintained his composure, letting out a refined chuckle. Meanwhile, the priest Om seemed to be aware of his impending doom, glaring fiercely at Rod and the others as he proclaimed, "To slay a priest is the gravest of sins. You shall all perish under divine judgment." His tone was haughty, filled with unwavering confidence in that so-called deity. Firmly believing that Rod and his companions would meet their end by divine retribution, Robin couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She had always held a certain trepidation towards the so-called deity. Thus, she spared this person's life in an attempt to extract some intelligence. Oh? As Rod was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger emanating from the heavens above. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Robin's small hand and swiftly retreated to the side. In the next instant, an extraordinarily magnificent bolt of lightning pierced through the air, striking violently at the very spot where they had just stood. The thunderous roar that followed was akin to that of a meteor crashing to the ground. The sheer power contained within this lightning was immense, reminiscent of divine thunder, its brilliance dazzling to behold, leaving Robin momentarily stunned, her observation skills still somewhat inexperienced. Upon reopening her eyes, a look of astonishment graced her typically composed and intellectual visage. The place where they had once stood was no more. It had been replaced by an unfathomably deep crater, the center of which bore signs of having been crystallized by intense heat, a truly terrifying sight. This was the power of a deity. The pirates who had just risen to their feet, upon witnessing this scene, seemed to have their spines severed, collapsing once more to the ground. "Ha ha ha, you shall all perish," laughed the priest Om, standing at the edge of the pit, reveling in the chaos. Such a scale of discharge, could it be the work of a natural-type thunderfruit user? At that moment, Robin regained her composure and cast a questioning glance toward Rod. Rod inclined his head slightly, embodying an air of effortless composure. Thus, Robin said expressionlessly, "Boss, can we let go now? Are you not concerned that fellow might continue to unleash chaos?" Rod's expression remained unchanged as he gently released Robin's delicate, almost boneless hand, which carried a slight chill, and lifted his gaze towards the sky. He yearned to converse with more like-minded individuals about the extraordinary talents of the pirate series, to discuss life, and to seek kindred spirits. Chapter 166. Enel did not appear. This lightning strike originated from an extremely distant location. A super long-range assault with a force comparable to that of an ordinary missile. It appears that the heart network enveloping the entire Sky Island is indeed a tangible reality. A fervent glimmer ignited in Rod's eyes. Although this observation ability may lack the nuanced precision of Charlotte Katakuri's foresight in terms of its expansive range, it surpasses Katakuri's capabilities by a considerable margin, verging on being unparalleled in the world. It remains uncertain whether this ability is unique to the natural-type Thunderfruit user or if it can be acquired through diligent study. As Rod pondered, he suddenly cast his gaze towards a short distance behind him. There stood a Sandia man, adorned with a mask and shouldering a rocket launcher, observing them from afar. Upon sensing Rod's scrutiny, the individual was instantly taken aback and retreated without hesitation. "Should we let him go?" Robin inquired. Rod shook his head. These Sandians were merely a group of individuals yearning to reclaim their homeland. Once he vanquished Enel and took control of the Sky Island, he would require their service. Indeed, in Rod's perception, this isolated and scarcely visited Sky Island represented a nearly perfect natural base, remarkably concealed from the outside world. As for the issue of transportation, he had already conceived a preliminary plan, waiting only for the occupation of the island to put it into practice. So, is it time to confront this deity? Fear arises from the unknown. Upon perceiving the true nature of this god, the usually composed Robin felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, and she inquired of Rod. "No need." Rod shook his head, his gaze indifferent as he looked towards a high branch on the right, casually stating, "He has already arrived." Upon hearing these words, Robin was taken aback and followed Rod's gaze. There, she beheld a man, his head wrapped in a turban, reclining diagonally upon a branch, his bare torso exposed. A circle of drums adorned his back, and in his hand, he wielded a long staff crafted from gold. You should refer to him as God Enel. A denizen of the blue sea, one must show reverence to the divine. Enel spoke in a calm tone, his eyes shimmering with a hint of curious intrigue, as if he had discovered a particularly amusing prey. Rod was amused by this deeply delusional individual and casually jested, just a rather rare devil fruit user. And yet they dare to proclaim themselves a god. If that is the case, then the azure sea beneath our feet must be teeming with deities. And slaying gods would be as common as dogs. Robin smiled knowingly. According to Rod's assertion, she too could be deemed a deity. "Are you insulting me, mortal?" Enel replied, a hint of indignation evident in his voice. He was acutely aware of being a devil fruit user. However, after years of dominion, where the entire world hailed him as a god, Enel had gradually come to regard himself as such, dismissing others with increasing disdain. Those who dared to provoke a deity would inevitably face retribution. Rising to his feet, Enel extended his right arm skyward, and in an instant, a portion of his arm transformed into an enormous sphere of lightning, shimmering directly above Rod. Divine judgment. Enel swung his arm with ferocity, and the lightning sphere erupted into a colossal pillar of thunder, radiating earth-shattering energy as it surged toward Rod and his companions. The divine is invincible. Not far away, the priest Ohm beheld this spectacle, his eyes igniting with fervor, akin to a mortal witnessing a miracle. Quite impressive indeed, he mused. A few beads of cold sweat discreetly emerged on Robin's forehead, and only upon witnessing Rod's calm demeanor did he find a semblance of tranquility. This enigmatic master never engages in ventures devoid of certainty. As he beheld the thunderbolt descending from the heavens with a ferocity that seemed capable of obliterating all, Rod merely smiled gently and slowly extended his right hand, snapping his fingers. With a faint crack, amidst the booming thunder, the sound of the snap was almost imperceptible, even to Robin, who stood nearby, yet it seemed to exude a certain enchantment that spread forth. Then, all present beheld an astonishing spectacle. The towering lightning that pierced the firmament trembled slightly before converging entirely into Rod's palm, as docile as a domesticated pup, ultimately coalescing into a silvery sphere of lightning. How could this be possible? Enel's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The priest Ohm was equally astounded, his expression one of incredulity. For such was the power of the divine, now seemingly commanded by a mere mortal. He nearly forgot that the master was also a man proficient in the art of electricity. Robinson let out a sigh. What does it mean to be a man skilled in discharging electricity? He cast a silent glance at Robin, while Rod shook his head lightly. Feeling that he could scarcely maintain his composure in the presence of this woman's sharp tongue for more than 3 seconds, he tossed the thunderball in his hand, revealing a hint of amusement on his face. After evading Enel's long-range attack, he had entertained this notion. Although the intensity of his thunderous power had not increased upon its advancement, he found that he could influence and manipulate the external forces of thunder. The lightning released by that electric Eel Sea King was within his control, so there was no reason to believe he could not do the same with the lightning unleashed by Enel. Silver lightning, indeed. Rod suddenly sensed that perhaps the opportunity for an enhancement in the power of thunder lay within Enel himself. The deep blue thunderous energy corresponded only to the strength of a vice-admiral. Should it be elevated further, it would undoubtedly reach the level of a quasi-admiral. If this were indeed the case, his power would undergo a significant transformation, and he would be capable of defeating Ace without doubt. Contemplating this, Rod realized that Enel was indeed a treasure. With a smile, he tossed the silvery orb of light back. In midair, the thunderous light sphere instantly morphed into a spear of lightning under some invisible force, leaving a dazzling trail as it pierced through the air towards Enel. Enel, at that moment, was taken aback, his unyielding observation hockey wavering, leaving him no time to evade the lightning spear. To Rod's slight astonishment, the spear entirely penetrated Enel's body, as if it were absorbed into the sea, without causing a ripple. After all, how could thunder harm the user of the rumble fruit? However, this strike snapped Enel back to reality, though disbelief still clouded his features as he regarded Rod with a grave expression. Despite not comprehending how it had occurred, Rod was undoubtedly the first being unafraid of his thunderous might. A sense of foreboding began to creep over Enel. Yet, in the absence of Luffy, his intellect remained intact. Perhaps it was mere luck? With a spirit of experimentation, Enel extended his golden staff and struck the thunder drum on his right side. Buzz. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Seemingly endless bolts of lightning surged forth, transforming into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird that soared rapidly towards Rod. Yet this time, it was even more decisive. Rod merely waved his sleeve, and the aggressively charging thunderbird suddenly shattered, dispersing into a myriad of electric arcs that adorned the dense forest with an eerie ambience. The scene became palpably awkward. The fragmented arcs flickered in the air before gradually dissipating, saturating the dim, primitive forest with an electric scent. One could attribute this to chance, but following 2 instances, it was clear to all that this blue-haired individual possessed powers akin to their divine beings, wielding the authority of the heavens. You, mortal, who dares to usurp the strength of the gods, shall face retribution. Enel's expression darkened, his eyes retaining a glimmer of arrogance. As the user of the rumble fruit, he was far from limited to mere electrical discharges. And just then, a sound rang out. Clang. With a resounding cry, Rod drew his sword from its sheath, gripping it firmly with one hand before executing a diagonal slash. The sound echoed through the air, having ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Rod's sword aura had undeniably reached the limits of mortal prowess. A magnificent silver-white sword energy suddenly erupted forth, cleaving through the sky with an imposing force, as if it could sever anything in its path, aimed directly at Enel. Before the sword aura even reached him, Enel felt as though he was on the verge of being torn apart. This terrifying sensation, akin to confronting life and death, extinguished any thoughts of braving the attack. In a flash of lightning, Enel transformed into pure electricity, executing a high-speed teleportation to evade the sword strike. This near-instantaneous ability was the very source of Enel's confidence in gazing down upon Rod. Alas, Rod never anticipated that he could vanquish Enel with a single strike. Thus, as he unleashed that sword swing, he had already pushed his observation hockey to its utmost limit, while the activation of his lightning allowed him to be in a state of heightened reflexes. In this realm, far beyond that of an ordinary person, it felt as though time itself had slowed down. Although Rod's physical capabilities cannot match Enel's instantaneous movement, he is nonetheless able to anticipate the destination of Enel's displacement. As Enel's form reemerges, Rod's gaze shifts from the blinding flash of lightning, only to be met with a fist gleaming with a dark, ominous luster. Foolish. Enel let out a cold laugh, choosing not to evade any longer. He stood his ground, calmly observing as Rod's fist approached. His thoughts were quite simple. As a user of the Rumble fruit, he could transform into thunder itself, rendering him invulnerable to physical attacks. Although Rod could manipulate lightning, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the high-voltage currents up close, not to mention the terrifying heat that accompanied such electricity. A glimmer of mockery sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already envision Rod writhing in agony from the electric shock. However, in an instant, Enel was sent flying, his body colliding violently with a nearby ancient tree, causing a shower of leaves to rain down around him. He hung there like a painting for a considerable time before finally sliding down to the ground. Sitting there, Enel took a long moment to regain his composure, then touched his nose, noticing the blood on his hand, and his expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. You actually managed to hit me?" At this moment, Ainalu finally felt a sense of fear, his voice trembling slightly. "Is this deity a fool?" Beside them, Robin gazed in astonishment as Enel endured a powerful blow infused with haki from Rod, her mouth agape in a perfect O. Not far away, the priest gritted his teeth, completely taken aback by the unfolding battle. Their deity had sustained an injury? In that moment, my heart wavered involuntarily. Could it be that their deity, as the people of the Blue Sea claim, is merely an ordinary user of a devil fruit? As for that pirate, his eyes burst forth with a brilliant radiance, his excitement akin to having been invigorated by a potent elixir. For he had come to realize that this so-called deity seemed unable to best the young man. Does this not imply that his companions are also saved? At the time of his escape, many companions followed him, yet numerous others remained behind. At this moment, upon hearing Enel's somewhat foolish yet endearing question, Rod smiled and replied, "Guess." He did not intend to eliminate Enel, otherwise, he could have simply ended it with a swift strike. There were two primary reasons for this. Most importantly, Rod had yet to decipher the application of the heart network nor enhance the potency of lightning. Secondly, he found himself in need of this formidable subordinate. The Rumble fruit was immensely powerful, one of the nearly invincible natural types, and Enel himself possessed significant talent. With a broader perspective, it was not inconceivable that he could ascend to the pinnacle of power and contend with marine admirals in the future. Of course, given Rod's current capabilities. Even if he were to temporarily subdue Enel and compel him to submit, he would not grant Enel the opportunity to engage with the outside world. He would even resort to utilizing Sea Prism Stone to confine him. This was because Rod could not ascertain the loyalty of this individual. If Enel were to encounter the allure of the outside world, he might very well transform into lightning and vanish, leaving Rod utterly perplexed. Although Rod possessed ample confidence in his ability to outpace Enel in terms of progress, there was no need to allow such a highly mobile adversary to roam freely and cause him distress. Just then, Enel finally recovered from the psychological shock of his shattered worldview. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. The gods are invincible. They cannot be defeated." With a fierce roar, he brandished his golden staff and struck with great force. In his fury, this blow indeed carried a certain momentum. However, Rod executed a gentle upward thrust, his blade, imbued with the formidable haki, sliced through the golden staff as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, cleaving it into two distinct segments. The sheer decisiveness of this scene evoked a vivid recollection in Enel's mind of his own experience of being severed in two. A shiver coursed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, abruptly dispelling his fury and adolescent bravado, as he beheld a colossal black fist, seemingly emerging from the abyss, hurtling toward him. Enel executed a swift teleportation, evading the impending blow. The force was far too formidable to confront head-on. He needed to capitalize on his speed. No longer ensnared in childish fantasies, Enel astutely assessed the battle. Utilizing the inherent properties of his lightning-fast teleportation, he managed to gain a slight advantage in their successive encounters. This resurgence of confidence led him to exclaim triumphantly, "Ha! Can you not keep pace with my speed, mortal? Have you witnessed the magnificence of a deity?" His ability to morph into a bolt of lightning was indeed remarkable. He could nearly transport himself anywhere with astonishing velocity and agility, even outshining Admiral Kazuru's light fruit in this regard. However, just as Enel seized the opportunity to teleport once more to Rod's right side, poised to deliver his inaugural strike against this lowly mortal, a fist the size of a cauldron collided violently with his abdomen. The sound of impact echoed through the air. Enel was sent reeling, nearly expelling his stomach contents. Dazed and momentarily disoriented, he felt a grip seize his foot. In the next instant, he was whirled around violently. With a resounding crash, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, faintly hearing the ominous crack of his bones fracturing. Rod clutched his foot, feeling that he ought to teach him a lesson. repeatedly slamming it forcefully onto the ground. The scene before him resembled that of an adult mercilessly beating a kindergarten child, ferocious and brutal. Simultaneously, it shattered the inner faith of the priest, Aum, into countless fragments. Robin sighed. What a feeble deity. He yearned to engage in discussions about the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals. In the dense forest, a cacophony erupted, with leaves and soil swirling about. This spectacle of a fallen god sent shockwaves through the nearby pirates and the Shandians, who had been drawn back into the fray by the tumultuous battle, leaving their minds in a state of chaos. Who, then, truly is the deity? As the dust settled, Enel appeared nearly embedded in the earth, his entire body seemingly swollen. And his once indifferent visage had been particularly attended to by Rod, now resembling a grotesque caricature. The series of falls had left Enel dazed from the initial impact, and he had no time to evade through elemental transformation, resulting in a harsh landing. However, Rod had moderated his force, ensuring that while Enel looked pitiful, he had only sustained superficial injuries. Yet, the blow to Enel's psyche was immeasurable. Lying on the ground, he gazed vacantly at the sky, his expression one of utter defeat. He was lost, unaware of his identity, his surroundings, or his purpose. Did his master intend to subjugate him? Robin slowly approached Rod, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. With her calm demeanor and keen intellect, she could undoubtedly discern Rod's intentions. Otherwise, this so-called deity would have long since perished. Quite so. Rod clapped his hands, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. It must be said that this fierce and brutal style of play is undeniably exhilarating. The natural thunder fruit indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Robin slightly nodded. Despite seeing Enel being thoroughly defeated by Rod, almost entirely overwhelmed. It is important to remember that in the Grand Line, being one of the 7 warlords is an effortless endeavor, especially for one as notoriously troublesome as he. Should he master the Busashoka Haki, he could potentially contend with marine admirals. This time, Enel took a full minute to gradually recover from his daze, acutely aware of the pain coursing through every part of his body. This excruciating agony ignited a furious fire within him, and he also began to realize that his injuries might not be as severe as he initially thought. Could it be that the demon's power was insufficient? With this thought, a flicker of confidence began to rise within him, yet the overwhelming shadow of his previous brutal defeat left him too fearful to continue engaging with Rod, the embodiment of terror. Indeed, at that moment, Enel perceived this young man from the blue sea as a devil, utterly his nemesis. He trembled as he stood, the shattered golden staff in his hand pointing accusingly at Rod, and he bellowed, "No one can defeat me. No one." This scene seemed poised for a grand finale, and even the priest Ohm felt a glimmer of hope rekindle in his heart. However, before the echoes of his declaration had even faded, the god of Skypiea, Enel, spun around and transformed into lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant before the astonished eyes of all present. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the dust from the ground as the forest fell into an abrupt silence, as if a flock of black crows had flown overhead. A few dark lines inevitably appeared on Robin's delicate forehead. And what of her face? Where is the dignity befitting a deity? Rod couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. Enel, embodying the essence of lightning, escaped with an almost instantaneous speed, truly formidable. At least Rod found it exceedingly difficult to intercept him without prior preparation. However, upon hearing Enel's final, menacing words, he discerned precisely where this individual had fled. It could only be to Enel's ultimate reliance, the fabled flying ship, the Maxim. The Maxim was meticulously crafted by Enel, tailored to his fruit-based abilities. It could soar through the skies and harness its onboard devices to generate vast thunderclouds, unleashing devastating lightning strikes capable of annihilating cities and obliterating islands. In truth, Enel had long intended to obliterate Sky Island upon the completion of the Maxim, subsequently venturing forth to the boundless lands below. He could not allow this individual to wreak havoc upon his domain. Rod stroked his chin and addressed Robin, "Do not move from this spot. I shall attend to that delusional individual." Without waiting for Robin's response, he leapt into the air, utilizing his momentum to soar above the towering ancient trees, scanning his surroundings. In his recollection, Enero had constructed the Arc Maxim within his palace, positioned atop the colossal vines at the center of the Forbidden Zone. Thus, locating the vines was imperative. Finding the precise location of such gigantic vines within the dense forest of the Forbidden area was undoubtedly challenging, yet from his aerial vantage point, he swiftly identified them. He calculated the distance and promptly opened a portal, arriving at the base of the vines. gazing up at the vast, indistinct white clouds above. He found it difficult to gauge the exact distance and resorted to ascending rapidly using the moonwalk technique. Meanwhile, as Rod ascended the vines, Inaru had already returned to his palace. There, two figures awaited him. One was Nirvana, the last of the four deities, and the other was the corpulent captain of the divine arms, tasked with managing Inaru's divine weaponry. "Who are you?" Nirvana exclaimed, startled by the newcomer. Had it not been for the bizarre figure who had just manifested as a bolt of lightning, he might have retaliated immediately. Inaru's expression darkened at this remark, but he offered no explanation. Instead, he coldly unleashed a bolt of lightning as a lesson for his subordinate. Recognizing this signature ability, the inhabitants of the palace began to realize that this pig-headed figure was indeed their god, revealing expressions of astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? A god? Reduced to such a state? No. It must be that the deity has taken a liking to the corpulent. It must be deliberate. Unfazed by the peculiar gazes of those around him, Inaru coolly inquired, "Is the Arc Maxim ready for activation?" "It is primed for activation, but has yet to undergo testing." The captain of the divine arms replied cautiously, sensing the deity's displeasure. Perhaps he was not sufficiently rotund. This was an area in which he had some experience. "Testing is unnecessary. I demand activation at once." Inaru nodded in response, preparing to step forward when he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain, causing his lips to twitch. Simultaneously, he summoned his mental network to locate Rod's whereabouts. That devil has vanished? And why are there so many intruding rats in the Forbidden Zone? Inaru began his search from the battlefield, failing to find Rod, but instead discovering a new group of Blue Sea individuals. Damn it! You must mobilize immediately and eliminate those mortals. Knowing that Nirvana and the others were incapable of dealing with Rod, Inaru resolved to send them after the newly emerged Blue Sea intruders. Understood. The members of the Nirvana group promptly departed. Inal, on the other hand, once again summoned the power of his mind network, spreading it meticulously across the entirety of Sky Island. Yet, almost in the very next moment, his expression froze. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He had just realized that the demon had already ascended the vines, not far from his position. Inal was seized by panic, transforming into a streak of lightning as he dashed towards the rear of the palace, arriving at the location of the Arc Maxim. Here, he found numerous emaciated workers, predominantly Sky Islanders with a few from the Blue Sea, all forcibly brought by Inal to toil in the construction of the Arkansas. "Get out of my way. You are of no further use," Inal bellowed, simultaneously darting into the Arkansas. He then directly merged with the golden vessel, swiftly activating it. A tremendous roar echoed through the air, prompting the workers to finally react, scrambling in a frenzy to escape. Having spent so much time in this place, Inal had never concealed his intentions from them. They were well aware of the Ark's true purpose. "We must flee. Escape immediately. Otherwise, we shall all perish." The Blue Sea individuals Inal referred to were, of course, the Straw Hat crew, who had only recently arrived on Sky Island. They had been enjoying their time on Angel Island when they were suddenly drawn by the commotion emanating from the Forbidden area. Coupled with the words of Coney's regarding gods and the Forbidden Land, the adventurous Luffy naturally took the lead in charging forward, with Zoro and the others reluctantly following behind. After some commotion, Luffy and his companions reached the battlefield, only to discover a tall and strikingly beautiful woman, who appeared to be a lost pet rather than a wild creature. Sanji's eyes instantly transformed into heart shapes. Robin could not suppress a flicker of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the Straw Hat pirates. She was aware that her employers seemed to hold this pirate crew in high regard. "Who are you?" Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued, as she sent a punch flying towards the infatuated Sanji. "Isn't this a forbidden area? How could a Blue Sea person be here? Could it be that the recent fierce battle was instigated by this woman? I am the secretary of the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Miss Nami. I look forward to your guidance." As Robin gazed at the vibrant and youthful girl before her, a gentle smile graced her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Rod's secretary?" Nami nearly shrieked in disbelief. The rest of the crew, including Zoro, also exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Isn't Rod in Alabasta? How could he arrive at Sky Island even earlier than them? Only Luffy instantly grasped the crux of the issue, feeling somewhat dejected as he remarked, "Could it be that Brother Rod has been defeated by that divine being?" Robin smiled gently, clearly acquiescing. Zoro and the others were left speechless, feeling as though their efforts had been futile, akin to striking cotton with all their might. However, Nami fixed her gaze firmly on Robin, her jewel-like eyes betraying a hint of hostility. "A secretary? And so beautiful. Suddenly, Nami felt as though she had stumbled upon a revelation, her lips pouting in response. Meanwhile, Rod has traversed great distances to reach the elevated vines. He remains calm and unhurried. Although Enel's formidable power unleashed by the Arc Maxim is immensely potent, it is merely a supercharged technique, and Rod is not concerned about its swift completion. A low hum resonates beneath his feet as the vines suddenly vibrate, causing even the nearby clouds to quiver. Has it been activated? Rod blinked, feeling a flicker of interest in the so-called Arc proverb. With a gentle tap of his foot upon the vine beneath him, he suddenly ascended through the air, piercing the clouds, and arrived before the palace. Upon reaching this place, Rod discovered numerous emaciated figures fleeing from the depths of the palace, each bearing expressions of profound panic, terror, and despair. Observing Rod seemingly lost in thought, a kind-hearted individual urged, "Young man, you must flee at once. The divine wrath is upon us." Rod smiled faintly, shaking his head gently at him before making his way step by step into the palace. Amidst the throng of people, his contrary path drew considerable attention, however. The crowd was solely focused on their escape, casting only a fleeting glance at Rod before resuming their frantic flight. Even the well-meaning individual from earlier merely offered a word of caution, continuing on without pause. As Rod ambled into the palace's interior, the Ark's prophecies had already been set into motion. At the apex of the Ark, a chimney was relentlessly belching forth dark clouds into the sky, which had now coalesced into a substantial mass of thunderclouds overhead. Rod could sense a power within the storm clouds that was both familiar yet slightly foreign to him. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that it was indeed thunder, while the unfamiliarity arose from the sheer magnitude of this thunder, which surpassed his own. Was it akin to the strength of divine lightning? Perhaps this was the opportunity for the transformation of the thunderous power. Rod's gaze flickered ever so slightly. At that very moment, a sudden flash of light burst forth from the colossal hull of the Ark, and to his astonishment, Enel's form emerged partially from the visage of the Ark itself. The Ark's proverbs were forged from gold, a superb conductor, allowing Enel to harness the essence of lightning and meld into the Ark, presenting himself before Rod in this electrifying guise. "You have arrived," he declared. "But it is too late. Once the Ark is set in motion, no one can prevent the Sky Island from being reduced to ashes amidst the thunder." Enel bellowed with a wild ferocity, "I am aware of your formidable strength. Lightning is ineffective against you, and you can even soar through the skies. Yet, when the Sky Island meets its doom, what of your female companion? They shall all perish. No one can vanquish me. The divine is invincible." With that, Enel erupted into a maniacal laughter, his countenance brimming with a thirst for vengeance. Previously, he had been nearly driven to despair by Rod, and now, even as he unveiled his trump card, he harbored no intention of truly defeating Rod. His singular desire was to conjure a modicum of turmoil, to elicit a hint of panic from this devilish denizen of the blue sea. Yet, much to his dismay, he found himself disappointed. Rod's demeanor remained remarkably composed throughout, as if he had anticipated all that was to transpire. He did not cast a single glance in Enel's direction, instead choosing to gaze skyward at the ominous storm clouds enveloping the Arkansas. This blatant disregard momentarily dissipated Enel's fear of Rod, prompting him to roar with fervor. "Blue Sea Dweller, what are you looking at?" At that moment, Rod finally noticed him, clenching his fists with a creaking sound. Simultaneously, Enel's words abruptly ceased, and he seemed to shrink considerably, leaving only his head peeking out, watching discreetly. He had truly been struck with fear. At this juncture, he was indifferent to Rod's sword but was gripped by an existential dread of his fists. Upon merely receiving a glance from Rod, he resumed gazing skyward. Enel seethed with anger yet dared only to curse inwardly, "Those blue sea folk." A low rumble of thunder began to resonate, growing ever louder as storm clouds gradually spread, rendering even Angel Island faintly visible in the distance. The workers, still suspended in midair, clutching floating green leaves, could not help but feel a sense of despair. The Straw Hat Pirates sensed an oppressive atmosphere akin to a looming storm. If these thunderclouds continued to expand, the talented navigator Nami swallowed hard, bitterness flooding her throat. Once unleashed, it is likely that the entire forbidden zone will be obliterated. What? Usopp and Chopper spun around anxiously, like ants on a hot skillet. "Miss Robin, the Dragon Slayer swordsman should be up there, right?" Zoro could not restrain himself from asking, as he too felt a tinge of life and death peril. "Yes, or so I believe," came the response. At this moment, Robin felt a surge of unease, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The vast expanse of thunderclouds that was spreading outwards was truly terrifying. "Boss, what on earth are you doing?" In the palace, Enel gazed at the colossal thunderclouds gradually taking shape, sensing that he had leveraged Rod's vulnerabilities. His spirits lifted as he slowly emerged from the ark, proudly directing his gaze towards Rod. Yet, almost instantaneously, his expression froze in shock. Rod extended a hand, fingers splayed towards the sky, and with a commanding shout declared, "Come." Lightning. In an instant, a brilliant silver bolt of lightning surged down, carving a visible path through the air, twisting and turning before finally halting just inches above Rod's palm. He could actually manipulate the thunder himself. Enel stood there, dumbfounded. As a user of the rumble fruit, he knew that controlling thunderclouds required the release of one's own energy to stimulate the electrons within the clouds, thus summoning a thunderstrike. Yet, Rod seemed to beckon the lightning effortlessly. He must have consumed a counterfeit rumble fruit. Boom. The thunderclouds, agitated by this display, grew increasingly violent, with silver streaks of lightning periodically tearing through the sky, stretching for miles and rendering the very heavens dim. "No, I cannot absorb it directly." Rod felt the intensity and couldn't help but furrow his brow. As the master of thunder, he possessed the ability to manipulate thunder and harness lightning. However, this did not render his body immune to its effects. His resistance was merely significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Should he be struck directly by this silver lightning, he too would suffer injury. In a moment of inspiration, Rod contemplated various possibilities, ultimately directing his gaze towards the perplexed figure of Enel depicted on the ark phrases. Perhaps a conduit was required. With this thought igniting his mind, Rod seized the opportunity while Enel was momentarily stunned, leaping with agility to cover several meters in an instant, arriving directly beside Enel. With a hand imbued with the formidable hockey, he gently grasped Enel, as if plucking a radish from the ground, effortlessly extracting him from his predicament. This action seemed to trigger a memory in Enel of a recent violent encounter, clearing his mind in an instant. He exclaimed in a tone of despair, "No. Please don't come any closer." His voice was filled with anguish, and his injured, swollen body struggled to move along the ground. Regarding Rod with a gaze that mingled fear and contempt, akin to a damsel looking upon a bully, Rod fell silent, choosing to disregard him. With his right hand, he commanded the descending silver lightning, while his left hand grasped Enel's body, propelling it directly towards the thunderclouds. A resonant hum echoed as Enel radiated with brilliance, resembling a luminous electric bulb emanating blinding light. Simultaneously, wisps of silver arcs of electricity erupted, striking the deck of the ark and igniting a cascade of illumination. It was indeed feasible. Rod's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended his hand, summoning the scattered silver arcs of electricity to converge towards him, intertwining seamlessly with his deep blue thunder. What on earth is happening? Enel squinted, cautiously observing Rod, too fearful to make any sudden movements lest he provoke Rod into tossing him aside once more. In this manner, bolts of silver lightning were beckoned by Rod, and through Enel, the user of the rumble fruit, their chaotic energy was tempered, gradually merging with Rod's deep blue thunder. As time passed, the vast expanse of thunderclouds in the sky dissipated significantly, allowing the lightning in Rod's palm to transform completely into a pale silver hue. Simultaneously, within the realm of the soul, the book of knowledge quivered slightly, releasing ripples of soft golden light. Amidst these ripples, the pale silver lightning appeared to have taken a potent elixir, its previously unstable form instantly solidifying. Ha ha ha. Observing the transformation, Rod carelessly discarded Enel and, mesmerized by the emanating pale silver lightning, erupted into laughter. As the master of thunder, he could sense the metamorphosis of the lightning. The energy and power encapsulated within this pale silver lightning were undeniably far superior to the former deep blue lightning. With such strength, it could be said that Rod, wielding the power of thunder alone, was more than capable of confronting and even overpowering Ace, the user of the flame fruit. Yet, it seemed that this was merely the beginning. Rod's gaze flickered slightly as he stood enveloped in a soft silvery glow. This transformed lightning invigorated his being, seemingly far more efficient than the deep blue thunder. With a swift motion, he suddenly flickered and instantly appeared beside the slowly writhing Enel not far away. This was an extraordinary speed. While it may not rival Enel's lightning embodiment teleportation, it was a form of ultra-high-speed movement under his control, accelerating by a remarkable 30% compared to before. Rod felt an immense satisfaction within himself. If previously he had merely surpassed most of the quasi-admiral tier in terms of speed, now, with his newfound swiftness, he could contend with the admirals of the Navy, even outpacing certain peak entities that were not particularly adept at speed. At this very moment, lying on the ground and gazing at Rod, who radiated a silver luminescence akin to a war deity, Enel felt as though his eyes might be blinded by the brilliance. This terrifying energy fluctuation, seemingly capable of obliterating all, resonated profoundly with him, a user of the rumble fruit. This devil had grown stronger yet again. Enel trembled, a wave of despair washing over him, as he could only place his final hope in the boundless storm clouds above, which had yet to dissipate. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly erupted from outside the palace. It was Luffy, Robin, and the others, having defeated the Nirvana and the divine officials. They had finally climbed the vines and arrived at this location, intent on aiding Rod in dispelling the storm clouds that threatened to annihilate Sky Island. Following behind them were Wapol and a host of other Shandians. Among those who had witnessed Rod's overwhelming defeat of Enel was Wapol, the leader of the Shandians. After observing Rod's battle, he hurried back to the tribe to rally his people to overthrow the divine rule and reclaim their homeland, undeterred even by the tempestuous storm clouds looming in the sky. However, when Luffy, Zoro, and the others entered this exalted palace and confronted the vast, inscrutable storm clouds, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed them. The scale of such storm clouds could only be likened to a natural disaster. How could they possibly stop it? What could they use to thwart it? Wapol and the other Shandians gradually regained their composure, yet a hint of sorrow crept into their expressions. Had they just welcomed the hope of reclaiming their homeland only to face imminent destruction? Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, and jagged bolts of lightning erupted uncontrollably from within the storm clouds, slicing through the heavens and stretching towards the ends of the world, as if cleaving the sky itself. The sheer magnitude of this threat instilled doubt in everyone's hearts. Yet, at that moment, upon the colossal Arc Maxim, a resplendent figure shimmering with silver light suddenly ascended into the air, standing in the void. What was he about to do? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes drawn upwards. Then, they beheld an unforgettable scene. The silver figure standing aloft slightly tilted his head, and from his eyes emanated a light as tangible as substance. Before he surged skyward with a mighty roar, a sudden sonic boom reverberated through the air, followed by the magnificent eruption of a white cloud ring. In an instant, a silvery figure plunged into the storm clouds above, embodying the audacity of a warrior challenging the very heavens. Almost immediately thereafter, the boundless storm clouds quivered subtly before erupting into a dazzling display of light, resembling miniature suns, blindingly brilliant. Thunder rumbled like the wrath of the heavens, shaking the very earth. Amidst the astonished and then despairing gazes of onlookers, the endless storm clouds began to contract rapidly, transforming into a colossal lightning sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters, cradled in the hands of the silver figure. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the members of the Straw Hat crew, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. The silver figure then gently nudged the thunderous orb. This massive sphere, imbued with the power to obliterate an island, surged upward into the sky, becoming a mere speck before erupting in a spectacular explosion akin to a grand fireworks display. Breathtakingly beautiful. Witnessing this scene, Enel on the Ark's deck felt the last flicker of hope extinguished within him, as the pride and arrogance in his eyes vanished completely. It seemed that their master had grown even stronger. Robin squinted her eyes, admiring the fireworks for a moment, yet she remained unaware that this was Rod. She wished to engage in discussions about the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals, to converse about life, and to seek kindred spirits. Chapter 171. The Aftermath of Such Power. Rod gently descended upon the Ark, gazing at the astonishing commotion in the distant horizon. The surging waves of energy were so potent that even from this far away, one could faintly sense their presence, evoking a sense of longing and awe within him. This was indeed a force of cataclysmic proportions. He recalled the original tale where Kaido, the Beast King, transformed into a dragon and unleashed a devastating blast that obliterated cities. This lightning strike seemed to rival that power, if not exceed it. However, this formidable maneuver relied heavily on Enel and the Ark's prophecy, which left a tinge of regret in his heart. Rod shook his head. The artificial thunderclouds created by Enel and the Arc Maxim differ somewhat from the natural thunderclouds of the world. The power of the thunder and lightning within them is comparatively gentler, densely concentrated, and easily manipulable, allowing for the formation of a lightning sphere. Had it been a normal natural thundercloud, Rod would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such a feat. At best, being able to summon one or several bolts of natural lightning. Of course, the upper limit of the power of natural thunder is significantly higher than that of the thunderclouds manufactured by Enel. After all, Enel can only unleash 200 million volts, while nature boasts lightning strikes of 1 billion volts. As he pondered this, Enel, not far away on the deck, rolled his eyes, quietly elementalizing. Intending to vanish from this sorrowful place, he reasoned clearly. If he could not confront it, could he not evade it? As long as he found a new sky island. Far removed from this devil, he could still consider himself a god. Moreover, this time he intended to descend into the blue sea to seek knowledge, grow stronger, and then return to exact vengeance on Rod and reclaim the Ark. The mere thought of it filled him with a dark resentment. The crafting of this Ark had taken a full 6 years. How many 6-year periods does one have in a lifetime? Yet, just as Enel had nearly completed his elemental transformation and was about to teleport away, Rod suddenly extended his hand, reaching out into the distance. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. With this simple gesture, Enel, who had just teleported, suddenly found himself immobilized, before being hurled away, rolling several times on the deck. The violent impact exacerbating his injuries. Enel couldn't help but gasp in agony, feeling as if he were on the brink of death. What in the world? Ignoring the pain, he attempted to teleport once more, only to find himself in an even graver predicament, crashing directly into the ship's railing, nearly shattering his bones. What have you done to me? Enel gazed at Rod with a look of utter despair and fury, fully aware after 2 failures that it was this devilish blue-haired man who was responsible. Rod chuckled, finding the situation rather amusing. It was a sudden realization for him. Eneru, the user of the rumble fruit, transformed into a humanoid bolt of lightning, allowing him to seamlessly blend into the Ark Maxim or execute lightning-fast teleportation. However, this very aspect provided Rod with an opportunity. He was the master of thunder. Since Eneru embodied lightning, it was only natural that Rod could manipulate it as well. With a mere gesture, Eneru lost control of his form and plummeted from his elemental state, landing with a resounding crash. From this perspective, Rod appeared to be the nemesis of natural-type rumble fruit users. His formidable power rendered even the mightiest lightning ineffective, and his teleportation technique surpassed that of the light fruit. Contemplating this, Rod cast a glance at Eneru, unable to suppress a tinge of sympathy. In Eneru's eyes, that gaze felt eerily unsettling, compelling him to instinctively seek refuge in his elemental form. How stubborn he was. Accompanied by this light remark, Eneru uncontrollably surged toward Rod. This time, under Eneru's own will. He did not revert to his elemental state, but struggled against the inexplicable force that bound him. Yet, it was all in vain. Rod can manipulate even thunder, let alone being a living embodiment of lightning himself. Almost in the next instant, Enel found himself grasped by Rod. With a hand enveloped in haki, Rod seized Enel by the neck, intending to slam him down once more. However, he suddenly realized that this time Enel had wised up, maintaining his elemental form throughout the rest of his body. A mere physical blow would not harm an elemental being. Quite clever indeed. Rod chuckled softly. Then, with the other fist enveloped in the might of armament haki, he delivered a powerful blow to Enel's face, nearly distorting the fellow's nose, causing tears and snot to uncontrollably stream down. Rod disdainfully tossed him onto the ground. At that moment, after suffering a heavy blow to the head, Enel felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Unable to maintain his elemental form, he reverted to his original state and collapsed on the ground. At this juncture, the Straw Hat crew along with the others finally boarded the Arkansas. Is this a god? So weak. Zoro observed the scene, his initial battle spirit dissipating in an instant as he curled his lip. Enel, slightly regaining his senses, was immediately filled with fury upon hearing these words. But when he met Rod's gaze, he trembled slightly, cursing inwardly. Boss, have you found the Golden City? Robin maintained a serene demeanor as she gracefully approached, her gaze alighting upon the Ark Maxim with a sparkle of keen interest. Gold City. Upon hearing these 2 intriguing words, Nami's gem-like eyes instantly transformed into symbols of currency, and she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Rod's, incessantly nuzzling against him. Though the softness of the young girl was indeed delightful, the brilliance shining in Nami's eyes was so dazzling that even Rod found it somewhat overwhelming. Sanji, witnessing this, was infuriated. Let go of Miss Nami, he exclaimed. Zoro could not help but cover his face, recognizing that it was, in fact, Nami who refused to relinquish her hold on Rod. Observing the pitiful state of the god of Skypiea, the other Shandians brought by Wiper displayed expressions of profound shock. when Wiper had returned to the tribe. Recounting how the god Enel had been defeated by a blue sea dweller, they had been skeptical, following him only due to his esteemed reputation. Yet, what unfolded before their eyes surpassed even Wiper's accounts. The once exalted deity appeared utterly devoid of any power to resist. In that moment, Wiper and the Shandians found themselves feeling somewhat awkward and uncertain, casting their gazes toward Wiper and the tribal elders. Just then, a sudden rush of air pierced the atmosphere nearby. The crowd turned to see an elderly man riding a majestic bird, brandishing a knight's lance as he descended from the sky. "Ah, it's the old mercenary," Chopper exclaimed. The newcomer was none other than the former ruler of Skypiea, the Sky Knight, Gonfall. Upon landing on the deck, he approached Rod and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, sir. Allow me to express my most sincere respect. It is you who has saved Angel Island." Rod waved his hand, unabashedly stating, "The Sky Island serves my purposes. I am merely safeguarding my own vested interests. As for the rest, Robin, you may converse with him." Indeed, Robin nodded slightly and began conversing with Gamfuer. The value of the Sky Island is considerable. At the very least, various shellfish found there represent a remarkable and rare resource in the Azure Sea. Robin is a professional secretary, well-versed in the art of negotiation. With the formidable presence of Rod as a deterrent, he effortlessly intimidated Gonfuer. And at this moment, what about you? Rod approached the Waihapa and the Shandin people, his unmasked demeanor eliciting a profound gravity in the expressions of Waihapa and the tribal elders. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the weight of the other's gaze. The recent cataclysmic thunderball still loomed vividly in their minds. Who would dare to provoke this young man clad in white? Finally, Waihapa spoke in a somber tone, "Your Excellency. The Shandians may submit, but we beseech you to allow us to ignite the flame of Zyangwala, a sacred edict etched into our very souls. Should this request remain unfulfilled, our lives hold no value." With that, Waihapa raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with Rod. The other Shandians silently stepped forward, their actions signifying unwavering support for Waihapa. After enduring 4 centuries of warfare, this group of Shandians had long since cast aside any fear of death. The atmosphere on the deck momentarily stilled. Rod's companion, Nami, stood quietly by his side, observing him intently. Rod, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Do I truly appear to be a villain? What is there to be anxious about? It's merely a matter of ringing a bell." Instantly, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and Nami and the others exhaled in relief. Should a conflict arise, the Straw Hat crew, remembering their bond with Alabasta and their connection to Nami, would ultimately side with Rod, albeit with a sense of discomfort. Upon hearing Rod's words, Wallapa was struck by a sudden suspicion. Could it be that this man from the Blue Sea knows the whereabouts of Shandora? The mere thought of it overwhelmed him, and he exclaimed with unmatched fervor, "Do you truly know where it is?" "Yes." Rod nodded slightly and gradually ascended into the air, simultaneously gesturing for Analu to follow. With no other choice, Analu complied. "Gold. Treasure." Nami, Luffy, and the others exclaimed excitedly, yet they lacked the ability to fly and could only climb the vines. The group followed Rod, ascending the enormous vines towards the higher island clouds. Upon traversing through this canopy, they arrived at a loftier realm, where the sight before them captivated all. This island cloud was not extensive, measuring merely several dozen meters in circumference. At its center stood a remarkably exquisite golden bell. The intricate patterns and ancient inscriptions adorning its surface spoke of a time-worn history and profound weight. Even Rod couldn't help but express admiration. At that moment, Wapple trembled, speechless, casting a gaze towards Rod that bore a hint of desperation. Rod nodded slightly. Valapatan, filled with excitement, first performed the most solemn of bows before Rod. Then, with a powerful stomp on the ground, he bellowed, "Calgera." Finally, he struck the golden bell with a mighty fist. Clang! The resonant chime reverberated, imbued with 4 centuries of perseverance and devotion from the Shandians, as if it possessed a soul-cleansing power that resonated deeply within the hearts of all who heard it. The other Shandians, overwhelmed by the sound, had already fallen to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Who was Calgera? Enel felt a stir of emotion in his memory. These beings were mere pests that could be vanquished with a flick of divine judgment, yet they had managed to achieve such a profound moment. Calgera, a great warrior from 400 years ago, could be regarded as the spiritual leader of the Shandians. Rod cast him a fleeting glance and remarked nonchalantly, "You neither intend to kill me nor allow my escape. Is it your aim to subdue me?" Enel gazed back at Rod, his tone imbued with an indescribable nuance. After a period of reflection, He had come to discern Rod's true intention. Quite so. Rod did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. However, your abilities are exceedingly troublesome. Until I have sufficient means to impose restrictions, I shall not grant you freedom. Troubling indeed. Anilu let out a bitter laugh, yet within, he felt a sense of relief. His arrogance and pride stemmed from his power, and he did not shy away from submitting to those stronger than himself. At that moment, Wapple had beaten his fists to a bloody pulp and could no longer continue. He collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Ganful, witnessing this scene, felt a deep sense of reflection. He approached Wapple and engaged in a lengthy conversation, leading the two rulers to sign a peace treaty, thus bringing an end to the 4-century-long conflict. Chopper hurried over to tend to Wapple's injuries. Rod, accompanied by Robin, gradually approached the Golden Bell, allowing her to interpret the historical text inscribed upon it. This text chronicled the ancient weapon bearing the name of the divine, the location of the Sea King. At this juncture, Robin paused slightly, only to hear Rod continue in harmony with her thoughts. It pointed to the junction of the Grand Line and the Red Land, situated in the depths of the ocean, the island of mermaids. Upon hearing Rod's words, Robin could not help but blink. Her earlier hesitation was not born of uncertainty, but rather a reflection of her struggle to decode the historical text with sufficient swiftness. Little did she anticipate, Rod deciphered it ahead of time. Although the sequence of words may be slightly off, the general meaning remains similar. I fear I might be a false survivor of O'Hara. A peculiar expression emerged in Robin's heart as he cast a glance at Rod, imbued with an inexplicable gaze. Rod smiled faintly and pointed to another section of the historical text, saying, "Behold this." Robin paused momentarily, following the direction indicated by Rod. She instinctively translated, "I have come to this place to bring this text to the world's end. Gold. Roger. The Pirate King, Roger? He has been to Sky Island? Why would he inscribe these words? Roger, was it? He seems to have visited here over 20 years ago," Ganfewer interjected, recognizing the familiar name. Luffy and the others rushed over, irresistibly drawn by the illustrious title of the Pirate King. Those who can decipher the true history are not limited to the scholars of O'Hara. All the secrets and clues of the Void Century have been gathered by Roger and placed upon the final island. Laugh Tail, Rod spoke calmly. Luffy and the others listened, captivated and exhilarated. In Robin's heart, an unsettling conjecture began to take shape. Could it be that Rod had ventured to Lavdru? As this thought crossed her mind, she found herself increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic nature of her employer. Rod smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. The satisfied Shandians and the residents of Angel Island, led by Ganfewer, reconciled and unanimously recognized Rod's sovereignty. With his Straw Hat crew, Rod ventured to the Golden City of Shandora. After a thorough search, they unearthed a fortune in gold, significantly exceeding the wealth depicted in the original narrative. According to Nami, the cunning cat burglar, the treasure was valued at nearly 10 billion berries, even accounting for the depreciation of pure gold in the market. Undoubtedly, 10 billion berries constitutes an immense sum for anyone. Initially, the notorious bounty placed on Rod by Don Quixote da Flamingo had sent ripples through the entire underworld, amounting to a mere 10 billion. After Nami's estimation, she became giddy, clinging to Rod's arm and swaying it back and forth. Her delicate visage flushed with a charming rosy hue. Rod could not help but chuckle, displaying a generous spirit. After all, it was a windfall. Furthermore, the Straw Hat crew had exerted considerable effort during the excavation process, so he allocated a modest portion of gold to Nami, who joyfully embraced Rod, showering him with fervent kisses. What a magnanimous boss he was. Meanwhile, Robin smiled sweetly, yet a glimmer of danger danced in her beautiful eyes. Although he was indeed generous, in the end, it would be her, the secretary, who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Rod maintained an impassive demeanor and casually remarked, "The Sky Island is akin to a vast treasure trove. These unique shells, when presented at an auction, will undoubtedly fetch an excellent price. However, have you contemplated the logistics of transportation?" Robin interjected, "While I have no qualms about shouldering the responsibility of the hauling." Rod, dealing with the secretary's minor vexations, refrained from divulging his solution, merely urging Enel to take on the laborious task, gesturing for him to melt down the collected gold into ingots. Enel, the illustrious deity, inwardly cursed. How could he, a being of divine stature, be reduced to such menial labor? Today, he felt as if he were being hammered by this devil, to the point of confusion, and he would never stoop to such drudgery. Yet, Under Rod's piercing gaze, he begrudgingly embraced the promising vocation of a welder. Observing Enel manipulate the thunder to refine the gold, Zaro and Sanji could not help but exhibit expressions of solemnity, realizing they had underestimated this so-called deity. Concurrently, their understanding of Rod's formidable strength deepened. The distribution of gold was swiftly concluded. The Straw Hat crew spent a little more time reveling on Angel Island before bidding farewell to Rod and his companion, continuing on their journey. At this juncture, Rod began to experiment with the construction of a permanent spatial gateway, aspiring to connect with like-minded individuals to discuss the extraordinary talents of pirates and the nuances of life. Chapter 173. How far from the Admiral within the temple? The mental energy required to sustain the spatial passage was minimal, yet perpetually present. Although it was feasible to preserve a portion of mental energy for temporary maintenance, this was merely a stopgap measure and lacked the potential for widespread application. Rod gazed at the grand door embedded in the wall before him, a pensive expression crossing his face. The natural environment of the pirate world is undeniably harsh. The four seas are relatively manageable, with predictable weather patterns allowing for some degree of commercial development. However, the isolation imposed by the Red Line results in infrequent interactions with the Grand Line, leading to a certain stagnation in various aspects. As for the Grand Line itself, its conditions are nothing short of extreme. Even with a vice admiral stationed at the headquarters, they can only contend with the majority of situations. When faced with significant natural disasters or formidable sea kings, even they may meet with destruction. Rod currently possesses two primary domains, the Kingdom of Flowers in the West Sea and the first half of the Grand Line, known as Alabasta, alongside the recently conquered Sky Island. Should there be a method to facilitate the exchange of resources among these territories, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall prosperity of his dominion. The permanent spatial gate serves as Rod's proposed solution. However, it appears to present some complications. With the current reserves of spiritual energy, this passage can sustain itself for approximately 3 months, which should suffice for the time being. The power of thunder has been augmented through Enel, leveraging the might of his rumble fruit. It remains uncertain whether the abilities of the gate fruit, akin to those of CP9's Bruno, can be similarly adapted. In Rod's eyes, a flicker of light danced unpredictably. After a moment of contemplation, he cast these thoughts aside. The development of influence was merely a secondary endeavor, a strategy for the future. At present, his foremost priority remained the relentless pursuit of strength, striving to enhance his capabilities in order to attain peak combat power at the earliest opportunity. He pondered how far he currently was from the rank of admiral in the Navy. Rod stroked his chin, somewhat uncertain. He had encountered only a few individuals of exceptional caliber. The only one who had demonstrated formidable strength before him was Teacher Peach Rabbit, with Zephyr being a half-acknowledged contender. However, at that time, his abilities were too weak for a true comparison, making it difficult to draw parallels in retrospect. It would be splendid if he could find a peak figure for a spar, he murmured to himself, just as a group of figures slowly emerged from the spatial portal before him. Leading the way were Robin and Vivi, followed closely by several members of the Baroque works, including Bon Clay. These members had all been tested and met the standards of loyalty. So, we have arrived at Skypiea? Vivi, adorned in a stunning princess gown, radiated a vibrant and youthful aura. Upon stepping out, she surveyed her surroundings, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. Is this truly the legendary Sky Island? Soaring 10,000 meters above? Just moments ago, we were still in Alabasta. Greetings, boss. Bon Clay and the other members of Baroque Works approached Rod and bowed respectfully. You may proceed to transport the gold. Rod nodded slightly and then commanded, yes. Bonus and the others promptly acknowledged. Vivi approached gracefully, after months of refinement. The desert princess had increasingly embodied an air of nobility, elegant and regal. Here, these are the Sea Tower stone handcuffs you requested. I have polished them for quite some time, she said, her face adorned with an expression that seemed to beckon. Praise me, do. Understood, Vivi is the best. Rod could not help but smile as he gently tousled Vivi's silky hair. He then approached and restrained Enel with handcuffs made of sea stone. What manner of creature is this? After being shackled, Enel could not suppress a look of horror, exclaiming in disbelief. This was far more terrifying than being completely subdued by Rod. Although various powers were nullified by Rod, Enel still harbored confidence in his ability to overpower other foes. Yet, at that moment, bound by the cuffs, he found himself unable to summon even a spark of electricity, rendering him almost powerless, as if he were a mere weakling, easily defeated by any inhabitant of Skypiea. Rod felt a sense of relief wash over him, no longer burdened by the worry of this individual escaping. Hey, people of the Blue Sea. Is it not enough that I surrender? Please do not bind me with these restraints. The terror of losing his powers compelled Enel to finally relinquish the last vestige of his pride, speaking to Rod with a voice laden with trepidation. From the lofty heights of divinity, he had plummeted to become a target for ridicule and scorn, a degradation he found utterly unbearable. This was a trial. Although this entity currently suppressed him, once it was removed, he would feel his strength surging anew. Rod spoke with a grave demeanor, uttering nonsensical tales. Enel was filled with disbelief 1,000 times over, yet he found himself powerless, hoping that Rod would soon discover a means of control. Indeed, rather than relinquishing his power, Enel would rather be governed by Rod. He could scarcely fathom a life devoid of strength, even though he no longer considered himself a deity. He did not wish to be so feeble that even a mere mouse could overpower him. Rest assured, it shall not be long. Rod gazed at the predetermined future of his subordinate and offered a word of comfort. The methods of controlling the pirate world are indeed quite numerous, and the surgical fruit of the death surgeon, Trafalgar Law, is rather impressive. Enel could only nod in frustration. Is this fellow truly that formidable? Is he worth all this trouble? Vivi inquired curiously. Indeed, he is quite formidable, though somewhat foolish and unappealing in appearance, Rod replied. Upon hearing the first half of Rod's statement, Enel felt a sense of satisfaction. However, as Rod continued, his expression darkened instantly. You are the foolish one. You are the ugly one. Of course, these words were confined to the depths of his mind, as he could only dare to think them quietly. For Enel had sensed that this devil seemed to possess the uncanny ability to perceive one's thoughts. Here you are, boss. This is the latest news report, which you might find interesting. Robin swayed gracefully as she approached. Vivi suddenly realized that despite her recent diligent efforts to master royal etiquette and embody the demeanor of a princess, her poise still paled in comparison to that of her elder sister Robin. The young girl felt a twinge of disappointment. Rod, intrigued, took the newspaper and glanced at it. The Straw Hat Pirates wreaking havoc on Judicial Island? Rod was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the formidable inertia of history. Or perhaps, given the nature of individuals like Luffy and his companions, certain events are almost destined to unfold. Although Robin had already assumed Rod's form, the temperament of Luffy and his friends would inevitably lead to chaos should any of their comrades be captured. This situation could prove troublesome. It remains uncertain whether they would still be able to locate Bruno from CP9. Rod furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. It seemed that after the conclusion of the Judicial Island incident, Luffy and his companions would encounter Garp upon their return to Water 7. Wasn't this the very sparring partner he had longed for? Admittedly, Garp appeared to possess a degree of strength that surpassed his own. However, given Rod's rapport with the Navy and his connection with Luffy and the others, Garp would likely be more than willing to offer him guidance. Moreover, it was only by confronting an adversary of such caliber that he could truly assess his current abilities and recognize his shortcomings. Chapter 174. The arrival of Garp. After making the necessary arrangements, Rod set off for Water 7. This time, he traveled alone, without any companions. He swiftly navigated the lengthy spatial passage and arrived near Water 7. After gauging his position, he opened a door and stepped into the heart of the city. As he walked along the streets of Water 7, Rod observed that many temporary structures had succumbed to the onslaught of seawater, yet the towering buildings remained steadfast. This sight filled him with awe. In his view, a city constructed upon ruins was inherently precarious. He could only wonder at the craftsmanship of the island's artisans, who had managed to withstand even the mightiest tsunamis, those of the sea gods themselves. After a brief exploration, Rod was suddenly enveloped by an exquisite aroma. As a true Epicurean, he swiftly followed the enticing scent. Upon approaching, he discovered its source, a modest barbecue stall where an elderly man was diligently grilling meat, occasionally calling out to passers-by. Yet, there was no need for shouts. The mere fragrance alone had drawn a crowd, with eager patrons lining up, each clutching their plates. And Rod could distinctly hear the sound of many swallowing in anticipation. Gulp. Rod swallowed hard, eagerly following behind in the queue. Despite his formidable strength, he had no intention of flaunting it before these common folk. The old man's pace in grilling the meat was leisurely, and Rod waited for quite some time before finally receiving his portion. With the first bite, an explosion of juices erupted, and a rich aroma enveloped him. As if it were an indelible essence, this meat was unlike any ordinary fare. It was incredibly tender and smooth, brimming with succulence. How delightful it was. This must surely be the renowned specialty, the succulent meat of the Water City. Rod spoke in a rapid succession, his words mingled with indistinct admiration. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, perhaps captivated by his handsome appearance, remarked with a smile, "Young man, you possess exquisite taste. Due to climatic conditions, the succulent water meat can only be savored here in the City of Seven Waters." I knew it. Otherwise, how could it be so delectable? Thank you. With that, Rod turned to leave, his true purpose for this journey still fresh in his mind. Polite and handsome, she mused, if only I had a daughter. The middle-aged woman regarded him with awe, yet a hint of perplexity lingered, as she felt an uncanny familiarity with this young man, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. After wandering for a while, Rod realized that the city design of Water 7 was rather intricate, with a labyrinth of waterways and intersections that could easily confuse the unacquainted. Pausing at a crossroads, Rod's keen observation suddenly detected a familiar presence emanating from a shop not far ahead. It appeared to be Nami. Rod was momentarily taken aback and instinctively stepped closer. He then beheld Nami, who was in a clothing store, constantly trying on various styles of garments. It must be said that Nami was truly a natural model. Her tall stature, slender waist, and long legs, coupled with her ample bosom, allowed any outfit she donned to radiate an extraordinary allure. At that moment, she was clad in a professional office attire, her curvaceous figure tightly enveloped, forming a perfect S-shaped silhouette that even drew admiration from the female proprietor, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Nami, gleefully striking poses in front of the mirror, suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. "You look stunning, little Nami." Startled, she swiftly turned around, her face instantly lighting up with surprise. "Rod, big brother. Wow, it's so wonderful to see you again," Nami exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Rod's embrace. Twisting with excitement, having personally vanquished Nami's nightmares and witnessed her most vulnerable moments, Rod held a uniquely significant place in her heart. All right, that's enough now." Rod quickly pressed Nami's forehead and pushed her away, surveying her office attire with a slight smile. "Do not hesitate to spend on clothing, take all of it." Nami's cheeks flushed as she playfully stuck out her tongue. However, Rod soon regretted his earlier words, for with a mindset of extravagance, Nami promptly purchased everything she desired. In that moment, Rod truly experienced the daunting reality of accompanying a girl on a shopping spree. Fortunately, the City of Water 7 was replete with special mounts known as brus, which facilitated the transport of Nami's newly acquired garments. Together, they rode a brew to the city center. Upon reaching their destination and gazing at the numerous bags filled with clothing, Nami couldn't help but scratch her head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she remarked, "It seems I may have gone a bit overboard." Rod was at a loss for words, realizing that this was the moment of discovery. Just then, a voice rang out from the courtyard. "Hey, Rod, what brings you here?" Rod turned his gaze and was astonished to see Zoro adorned with 3 swords at his waist, stepping forth in surprise. Rod slightly narrowed his eyes and glanced at the sword at his waist, inquiring, "Is your sword damaged?" "Ah, yes." Zoro's expression darkened at these words, his tone laden with gravity. The snow he had brought from Road Town had recently been destroyed by the powers of a paramecia user wielding the rusty rust fruit. "As a swordsman, it is rather incompetent not to safeguard one's own sword," Rod remarked. "Do you have a solution?" Zoro, quick-witted, promptly discerned Rod's intent and responded with a spark of excitement. "Indeed, I do." Rod nodded and addressed the several carts filled with garments, saying, "If you move these inside, I shall impart to you a unique power that will enable you to safeguard the sword in your hand." "Very well," Zoro replied with fervor, completely unconcerned that someone of Rod's stature might deceive him. In a matter of moments, he swiftly transported all the garments indoors. "Thank you," Nami exclaimed joyfully as she rushed inside to try on the clothes. Observing Zoro, who was panting heavily and drenched in sweat, yet still gazing longingly at his own reflection, Rod smiled faintly and slowly drew forth the cursed sword. The supreme great blade, the cursed sword of the phantom. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in Zoro's eyes. The supreme great blade is, for any swordsman, one of the highest aspirations. It embodies a power known as armament hockey. After Rod donned the armament color, he suddenly realized that wielding the supreme blade might not be the most prudent choice. Thus, he sheathed his sword and extended one hand, hardening it with the armament color, causing his arm to instantly transform into a deep shade of black. "Why don't you draw your sword and give it a swing?" Rod smiled at Zoro, saying, "Well then." Noticing Rod's serious demeanor, Zoro slowly unsheathed Wado Ikamanji, gripping the sword with one hand. With merely 70% of his strength, he brought it down. Clang! The blade struck against Rod's hand, producing a sound that left Zoro utterly astonished, a resonating clash of metal. Are you merely tickling me? Rod, with a deft grip, brought the sword to a halt in midair, rendering Zoro utterly powerless to extract even the slightest inch, no matter how much force he exerted. Zoro leaned in closer, scrutinizing the scene, yet he was still unable to discern even a droplet of blood flowing from Rod's arm beneath the weight of this strike, leaving him profoundly astonished. Although he had only utilized 70% of his strength, the combination of the great blade and the sharpness of the sword had the potential to sever steel. To his disbelief, Rod had emerged unscathed, not even a scratch upon his skin. This display of power ignited a brilliant spark in Zoro's eyes, filling him with an insatiable yearning as he gazed upon Rod. Rod chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "This is the power of armament hockey. When it is infused into the blade, it can withstand the destructive forces that threaten the sword's edge while simultaneously enhancing its offensive capability." Upon finishing his words, he casually reached out towards the wall, creating a sizable dent as if the solid structure were as fragile as tofu beneath his grip. "Can I learn this?" Zoro felt as if a cat's claws were scratching at his heart. Having just lost his precious snow, he yearned desperately for this wondrous power of hockey. "Certainly," Rod nodded, showing no reluctance to impart some fundamental knowledge of hockey to Zoro in advance. During the following days, Rod, under Nami's guidance, wandered around Water 7, indulging in the pleasures of food and entertainment. Upon returning each evening, he dedicated his time to instructing Zoro in the ways of armament hockey. Of course, due to the limited time, Rod could only convey some basic principles, encouraging Zoro to grasp and explore them on his own. Time passed swiftly. The celebrated marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, finally arrived. Chapter 175, A Sparring Match, a delightful gathering of familial recognition. "Oh, what brings you, the warlord of the sea, to this place?" Garp remarked, absent-mindedly picking his nose, as if just now noticing Rod's presence. "Are you perhaps eager to experience the might of my fists?" "It is an honor to meet you, Vice Admiral Garp." Rod deeply respected this naval hero, not only for his strength but also for his character. "Ah, quite courteous indeed." Garp displayed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man, who had once shaken the world, would be so composed and polite. Moreover, it seemed this young man shared a close bond with Luffy and others, and it was rumored he had even bested Ace. Thus, Garp had a favorable impression of Rod and, with a grin, inquired, "What brings you to me?" "I wish to spar with you, Admiral Garp," Rod declared. The room fell silent. The naval officers, including Kobe, regarded Rod with incredulity, their eyes unmistakably conveying a sense of disbelief, as if to say he was seeking trouble. Even Luffy's group appeared taken aback. Although they had not truly witnessed Garp's prowess, it was evident that he was one of the preeminent figures of the sea, having repeatedly forced the Pirate King into dire straits. A spar? Garp was momentarily taken aback. It had been years since he had heard that term. However, upon noticing the fighting spirit emanating from the young man before him, he chuckled heartily and replied, "Very well. It has been some time since I last exerted myself. Let me see how formidable the one who could best Ace truly is." At Water 7, on the island of abandoned ships, the area was now teeming with people. A truly magnificent sight. "Luffy, have you ever witnessed your grandfather in action?" Nami asked, peering from afar, unable to suppress a hint of concern. "Ah, of course I've seen him." Luffy scratched his head and responded, "But it seems that whether it was a monster, myself, Ace, or Sabo, we all fell with just one punch." Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper exclaimed, "What kind of comparison is that?" On the naval side, excitement bubbled as they anticipated witnessing Vice Admiral Garp in action. His opponent was the newly appointed warlord of the sea. Surely, this would reveal Garp's true might. "Do not jest. At most, he is only 70%, one officer remarked. Vice Admiral Garp was the man who had repeatedly cornered the Pirate King, while the Dragon Slayer swordsman was still too young. The naval officers buzzed with anticipation, particularly Kobe and Balloon. On the sea, both Rod and Garp stood suspended in midair, as if walking on the moon. For these two, the devastation wrought by the aftermath of their battle was immense. Should a conflict erupt in the city of Seven Waters, it could potentially obliterate a significant portion of the city, leaving only the sea capable of withstanding their assaults. Garp, adorned in the grand uniform of a Navy Vice Admiral, casually crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at Rod with an air of indifference and with a grin. He remarked, "Come at me, young man." I welcome your guidance. Rod inhaled deeply, suppressing all emotions, and adjusted his focus to its utmost intensity before slowly drawing the cursed sword. With a decisive stroke, he executed the technique. Aye. A resplendent silver blade of energy surged forth, traversing the vast expanse with a strength far surpassing that which he had wielded against Ace. Aye embodies the swordsman's ultimate strike. For a pure swordsman like Mihawk, it could be deemed an unparalleled attack, its might intertwined with physical strength, mastery of swordsmanship, and the aura of dominance. Throughout these days, his training in swordsmanship has been relentless. Although he remains a distance from the realm of the great swordsman, he has traversed a significant path within the domain of elite swordsmen, rivaling the prowess of the former Rear Admiral. Furthermore, Rod's utilization of observation haki, inspired by Enel's mastery of the Mind Network, has not achieved the same extensive coverage of the Sky Island as Enel's, yet it has certainly seen significant enhancement. Meanwhile, his mastery of armament haki allows for the fortification of various body parts, including the face, chest, and back, at will, although he has not diligently trained in controlling haki. The augmentations from the Book of Knowledge bestow upon Rod formidable capabilities, making the command of armament haki a manageable endeavor for him. With further refinement, he could attain comprehensive mastery over his armament haki. The advancement in his control over armament haki is vividly manifested in his swordsmanship. The attached armament haki has become significantly more potent. With a resounding whoosh, the sword energy sliced through the ocean, carving a profound chasm and stirring tumultuous waves. The sharp, menacing aura, even from hundreds of meters away, instilled a prickling apprehension, particularly in skilled swordsmen like Zaro. Not bad, Karp remarked, observing the sword energy with a nod of approval, yet his response was deceptively simple, a single punch thrown forth. As he unleashed his strike, it was utterly silent, yet it arrived with astonishing swiftness. When his fist met the sword energy, contrary to the expectation of a cataclysmic sound, it produced only a subdued thud. The silver sword energy, which had seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth, instantly dissipated, leaving no trace of residual force. It was as if Karp's punch had obliterated the very essence of the sword energy. Witnessing this display of power control, Rod's lips twitched slightly. Long ago, he had witnessed the prowess of the martial artists Rao Ji and Harmon, and felt himself lacking. Yet at this moment, seeing Karp's fist, he comprehended the depths of true strength. The absence of any residual collision only attested to Karp's formidable might. He had honed his power control to an almost transcendent level, ensuring that a single punch aimed at Luffy's head would yield but one bump. This level of perfection far surpassed even that of Diamond Jozu, who had shattered an iceberg during the Marineford War. After witnessing his full force effortlessly dismantled, Rod relinquished any reservations. Accompanied by a gentle exhale, he began to emanate resplendent silver lightning, presenting himself as if he were a divine warrior emerging from antiquity, radiating unparalleled majesty. Thunder God's Spear. The lightning converged and compressed above Rod's head, forming 3 shimmering silver spears of lightning, weaving an astonishing wave of energy that caused onlookers to squint as if gazing directly at the sun, their eyes stinging in response. However, after conjuring these lightning spears, Rod refrained from launching an immediate attack. While these spears might inflict significant harm or even severely wound figures like the leader Green Pepper, they would be somewhat trivial against the Iron Fist Karp. Armament. In the next moment, the tangible tips of the lightning spears were suddenly enveloped in a fine layer of armament haki, while the rear halves shimmered with bright silver lightning. A few beads of sweat trickled down Rod's forehead, clearly indicating that mastering such a technique imposed a considerable strain on him. To elaborate, this series of movements executed by Rod took less than 5 seconds. Whoosh! Almost immediately after Karp shattered the sword energy, 3 lightning spears shot toward him. Renowned for their speed, the thunderous bolts were no exception. In an instant, the 3 lightning spears formed a triangular formation and pierced toward Karp. Intriguing indeed. A slight hint of gravity crossed Karp's features, yet his demeanor remained composed as he swung his fists in a chaotic manner. Crack! The terrifying primary attack re-emerged. The 3 lightning spears were obliterated in almost the same moment by Karp, but this time, even with Karp's mastery of martial techniques, he could not entirely dissipate the resulting shockwave. The air erupted violently. The intensely compressed force of thunder exploded, sweeping outward, and Karp was inevitably caught in its grasp. Enveloped by blinding arcs of lightning. Had Vice Admiral Karp sustained injuries? People were left in disbelief, particularly his subordinates, who could hardly fathom such a scenario. For Karp had always dispatched any pirate with a single punch, making the current scene seem impossible. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the radiant lightning. Accompanied by this mighty shout, the tumultuous sea appeared to be subdued, as the surface beneath Karp's feet collapsed into a colossal pit, resembling a footprint. This was the result of leveraging power in the air. Simultaneously, the dazzling lightning almost instantaneously disintegrated into nothingness. Whoosh! Rod gazed at the scene, taking a deep breath. One must admit that such a master of martial arts, honed to perfection, was indeed formidable. Regardless of the technique, a single punch could shatter everything in its path. One sword style, Thunder Dragon, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as Karp had extricated himself, he gathered his strength with fervor, merging his swordsmanship with the might of thunder to their utmost potential, and then struck with his blade. Under normal circumstances, he would not act in such a manner, as it demanded excessive stamina, unfavorable for prolonged combat. Yet, when faced with Karp, such considerations were rendered moot. With a thunderous roar, a fearsome thunder dragon, nearly dozens of meters long, surged forth. The gale it generated akin to a tempest of level 10, causing the sea to tremble and the waves to churn violently. Thunder swordsmanship? Karp, a figure of immense renown, having battled through the ages, had encountered countless powerful adversaries, and, with a mere sweep of his observation haki, recognized the origin of the Thunder Dragon. But could such a manifestation truly be the result of Thunder Sword intent? Karp's thoughts flitted momentarily, not delving deeper, for he was now poised with his fist clenched, as if grasping the very essence of the world, and unleashed a full-force punch. Boom! With a single strike, a display of might that could annihilate a naval warship. The silver dragon was obliterated, scattering into a tempest of crackling arcs of electricity. Simultaneously, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, affecting hundreds, even thousands of meters, nearly toppling those on the shore. Truly, it was an exaggeration. Rod's lips quivered, a display of pure monstrosity. This was no longer human. It was akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, or rather, a humanoid sea king. It was no wonder that the legendary pirate King Roger found himself cornered on multiple occasions by such raw power, unadulterated strength devoid of any embellishments, which was exactly the nemesis of the Conqueror's haki. The Conqueror's haki is capable of influencing the very laws of nature, rendering it nearly invincible against all abilities. After all, every power is bound by the laws of the universe. However, Karp was different. Armed with nothing but his iron fists, he swept through foes with an imperious gaze, shattering everything in his path. What did it matter if the laws were altered? As long as he charged towards you, a single punch would suffice to leave you reeling. Moreover, his nearly unparalleled mastery of armament haki endowed him with an almost invincible physique, allowing him to trample all adversaries. Lacking any extraordinary skills, he fought like a mere soldier, or rather, a super soldier, enhanced tenfold, each punch and kick capable of obliterating a hero. Yet, reaching such a level must surely require his utmost effort. He guessed correctly. Indeed, Karp was exerting himself to the fullest. After the advancement of Thunder, Rod's strength was more than sufficient to suppress individuals of Doflamingo's caliber. Should circumstances permit, he could even slay them. Within the Navy, he would undoubtedly be a solid candidate for a high-ranking admiral. Such power is not to be taken lightly. If you wish to engage with like-minded individuals about the extraordinary talents in the world of pirates, follow on WeChat for literary discussions, delve into life, and seek kindred spirits. Chapter 176. Summary. Boom. 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 The resounding explosions echoed continuously, accompanied by arcs of electricity surging through the air as columns of seawater shot skyward. Rode maintained an intense assault, continuously unleashing waves of silvery sword energy while simultaneously manipulating the power of thunder to coalesce into a bright silver spear, piercing forth with formidable force. Meanwhile, Karp hovered in the sky, delivering punches that shattered every incoming attack. In this direct confrontation, Rode truly comprehended the terrifying prowess of Karp, the naval hero. His strikes were remarkably steady, exhibiting almost no fluctuations. Each motion exuded a colossal force akin to Mount Tai pressing down, yet executed with the precision of a finely tuned machine. To Rode's perception, Karp's armed haki seemed to transcend mere armor, permeating every corner of his being, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities and rendering him nearly flawless, an entity of seamless unity. At the same time, Karp's observation haki approached an almost unparalleled zenith, allowing him to effortlessly respond to Rhodes' every activation, repelling him with a single punch. Indeed, quite impressive. Do you possess any further techniques? Karp exclaimed, shattering the oncoming sword energy with his fists, laughing heartily. He appeared to relish the physical activity, as this battle provided a refreshing warm-up for both his spirits and physique. Taking a deep breath, Rhodes felt the rapid depletion of his stamina and slowly tightened his grip on the sword hilt. A flicker of silvery lightning danced along the blade of the ghostly sword, endowing the supreme cutting edge with the potential to rival the world. Simultaneously, the power of thunder enveloped him, subtly generating an immense driving force. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rod's eyes, this time. The force he unleashed was undeniably more formidable than ever before. With a gentle stamp of his foot, a tremendous roar erupted, akin to the cataclysmic rending of the earth and sky. The entire surface of the sea was instantaneously struck by an invisible, colossal power, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep, sending towering waves crashing violently towards the shore. Rod himself was propelled forth like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, the void was pierced in that very moment, as white clouds radiated outward in all directions. Before the echo of the thunderous roar could resonate, Rod had already vanished from sight. It was indeed the legendary strike of the dragon-slaying sword, a blow that shattered the sound barrier. To date, 2 notorious pirates have perished beneath the might of Rod's blade. Witnessing this spectacle, even Karp could not help but display a semblance of solemnity, his gaze intensely fixed upon the scene. Whoosh! Almost in the next instant, Rod unleashed a long, white wave of energy that spanned hundreds of meters, surging towards Karp before delivering a decisive strike. This blow was executed with utmost fervor, showcasing the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, speed, armament haki, and the power of thunder. In response to this formidable attack, Karp merely retaliated with a single punch, albeit one that was a notch stronger than his full-powered strike, gathering his strength. As their fist and blade collided, the air momentarily stilled, only to erupt into a violent shockwave that radiated outward, creating a terrifying and boundless ripple of energy. The clash between these 2 titans resembled the collision of meteors, shaking the heavens and earth and echoing across the land for miles. The sound was profound in its silence, as arcs of electricity crackled through the atmosphere. A profound chasm, reaching depths of several dozen meters, suddenly tore open beneath the feet of Rod and Karp, spreading ominously to either side. Amidst the tumultuous waves, this terrifying tremor resonated with such force that it even affected the island of shipwrecks, sending fragments of hulls soaring into the sky, causing those who bore witness to retreat in fright. After a considerable time, the uproar finally subsided. The vast expanse of the island appeared as if it had once again been baptized by the deities of the sea, engulfed in chaos, with fissures scattered everywhere, leaving onlookers in awe. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the tumultuous waves had yet to dissipate. Rod, sword in hand, struggled to maintain his moonwalk, his body unmarred by wounds yet exuding an aura of exhaustion. Opposite him, Karp stood unscathed, though his gaze upon Rod held a hint of astonishment and a trace of trepidation. In that final blow, Karp had sensed the gravity of the moment, accumulating an unprecedented amount of power before launching a punch. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Rod had managed to fend off the attack, retreating merely half a step. This indicated that Rod's ultimate strike was merely a fraction weaker than Karp's charged punch. Though it may seem somewhat embarrassing to admit that Rod's grand move could only match Karp's formidable strength, who is Karp but a legendary hero of the Navy, known as the Iron Fist and one of the mightiest of his time. His charged punch could send even the likes of Admiral Akiji and Akainu staggering back several paces, if not launching them into the air. Yet, this young lad Rod dared to confront him in a clash, only to find himself slightly at a disadvantage. How could this not stir the heart of such a naval hero? It appears that both Sengoku and I have underestimated this master swordsman of the dragon-slaying style. A thought flashed through Garp's mind. Initially, he and Sengoku merely intended to utilize this newly appointed warlord to reform the structure of the warlords. They never anticipated that this dragon-slaying swordsman could one day cause such monumental upheaval, assuming he would merely be an equal to the Navy's admirals. However, through Garp's personal trial, he discovered that this young man's potential likely surpassed the very level of the admirals themselves. With such extraordinary talent and a character marked by gentility and politeness, should Sengoku witness this, he would undoubtedly strive with all his might to recruit him into the Navy. Not to mention, I too find myself contemplating the idea of taking on a disciple. Garp mused about his old comrade, a glimmer of light sparking in his eyes. The few prot-gs he had nurtured either turned to piracy or joined the Revolutionary Army, leaving the old man somewhat exasperated. Thus, upon seeing Rod, a youth of a suitable age, it was inevitable that he would feel a stirring of interest. Meanwhile, Rod had already begun to gracefully return to the island of abandoned ships, moving with a moonlit stride. He was obstructed. As Rod finally set foot upon solid ground, he exhaled with a sense of relief, murmuring in excitement. The final collision had reached a sublime crescendo, with a velocity so extreme that his muscles, both large and small, were left with various strains. Ultimately, in terms of offensive power, he was nearly equal to Garp, though he found himself slightly at a disadvantage. This clash allowed Rod to gain a clearer understanding of the extent of his own strength. With a full-force strike, employing every conceivable power and disregarding his injuries, his supersonic slash undoubtedly reached the level of an admiral of the Navy, perhaps even surpassing it. His speed was formidable, while he might not match Garp, a veritable anomaly. He should not be overshadowed by other admirals, and may even exceed them in combat velocity. However, when it came to defense, it could only be described as mediocre, perhaps even abysmal. Should Garp initiate an attack, it was likely that a single punch could send him sprawling. Even if Rod could withstand Garp's fist with a fully powered strike, the subsequent kick would surely send him flying, followed by a relentless combination of blows. Who could fathom how many times Garp could unleash his full-powered punches? Rod was certain that toppling him would be a trivial matter. The mastery of martial arts and the application of armament hockey, both refined to their zenith, were indeed terrifying. There was simply no rationale to be found. Close combat became a relentless barrage. Garp embodied a synthesis of offense and defense, possessing no discernible weaknesses. The world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, likely boasted an offensive power that surpassed Garp's, yet his defense would undoubtedly fall short. Meanwhile, Kaido, known as the Beast, claimed to be immortal, likely excelling in recovery and defense, though his offensive prowess could not rival that of Garp. At present, Rod may not rival the most formidable beings of our time, however. When confronted with the current three admirals, who were reliant on the powers bestowed by natural-type devil fruit users, he ought to be capable of engaging them in direct combat. Whether he can emerge victorious remains uncertain until the confrontation occurs. Should his mastery of hockey and physical strength see further enhancement, he would likely possess a significantly higher probability of triumph. In Rod's eyes, a flickering light danced uncertainly. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a figure of paramount stature from the vast ocean. The insights gleaned from this encounter proved invaluable. He yearned to engage in discourse about the extraordinary talents of pirates with like-minded individuals. Chapter 177, the one with thick brows and large eyes. As Rod contemplated, Garp slowly approached, grinning as he remarked, "Young man, your swordsmanship and thunderous power are formidable, yet your dominance still exhibits considerable shortcomings." Rod's perplexity regarding Garp's peculiar demeanor was palpable, yet he reverently inquired, "Might you have any guidance to offer, Senior Garp?" Garp's mastery of armament hockey was formidable, arguably among the strongest of the younger generation, surpassing even that of Fire Fist Ace by a considerable margin. However, in comparison to the esteemed figures he stood amongst, he appeared significantly lacking. Nonetheless, the cultivation of armament hockey is not a pursuit that can be hurried, akin to the fortification of one's physique. It requires diligent practice over time. Even with Rod's thunder body refinement, which accelerated his training immensely, it would be implausible for him to match the decades of experience these pinnacle figures had amassed in just over a year. Furthermore, your martial arts skills are rather deficient. Or rather, your defensive techniques leave much to be desired. Garp, however, refrained from responding directly, opting instead to highlight Rod's most glaring flaw. During their recent skirmish, Garp observed that Rod had been relentlessly on the offensive, exhibiting no semblance of defensive awareness. While this could be attributed to the nature of their sparring, Garp's seasoned insight allowed him to deduce that Rod likely approached his battles in a similar fashion. "You probably believe that possessing sufficient offensive power is enough to keep your opponent at bay, perhaps coupled with your commendable speed?" Garp remarked with a knowing smile. "Indeed." Rod nodded slightly, for this was indeed his belief. As long as his offensive power was sufficiently formidable, his adversaries would be subdued. If his speed was swift enough, the enemy's strikes would be unable to catch him. Such a strategy proved effective in the initial stages, with a fierce momentum capable of overwhelming opponents. However, at our level, this approach becomes decidedly imprudent. In this echelon, The possibility of an instant defeat is virtually non-existent. Battles often extend into protracted engagements before reaching a conclusion. Under these circumstances, neglecting defense renders one vulnerable to the enemy seizing an opportunity, leading to potentially grievous injuries. At this juncture, Karp paused momentarily, ultimately revealing his intent. Within the Navy exists a compendium of various defensive techniques, along with opponents like myself to engage and practice with you. Rod's gaze was peculiar. He never anticipated that Karp, with his prominent brows and expressive eyes, would resort to cunning. However, having recently engaged in a friendly spar, it was inappropriate to outright refuse. So he diplomatically stated, "My aspirations do not lie within the Navy." Karp, upon hearing this, refrained from further persuasion. His suggestion had been a spontaneous thought. Success would be delightful, yet failure would bear no consequence, especially as retirement was just a few years away. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew and the Navy members, including Kobe, had already gathered around. Among them, Nami, cradling Chopper, hurried forward, eager for Chopper to examine Rod's injuries. Although Rod sustained little injury, he could not disregard Nami's goodwill and thus acquiesced to Chopper's insistence. The gazes of Kobe and the other Marines towards Rod had transformed. Previously, they had perceived this young man as audaciously ignorant, daring to challenge a hero of the Navy. However, they were astonished to witness the extent of their clash. The terrifying aftershocks were enough to cause the ocean to churn violently, creating waves akin to a tsunami. They harbored no doubts that had the battle erupted on the derelict ship island, it would have utterly obliterated the locale. Following the conclusion of the battle, Rod and his companions did not linger at the derelict ship island, but returned directly to their lodgings. Once they departed, the residents of Water 7 gradually dispersed, spreading tales of this almost divine confrontation. For an extended period, this battle became a topic of lively discussion among the inhabitants of Water 7, captivating their imaginations. Upon returning to their quarters, Rod did not take a shower or engage in any other rituals. He simply lay down on the bed and enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he felt a refreshing clarity, his energy nearly restored, and the minor strains in his muscles had long since healed. Rod stood in the courtyard, gazing at the dark, glistening surface that resembled a hand forged from steel. He murmured to himself, "Kapu was not mistaken. My hockey's intensity indeed lags behind my strength. Perhaps Kapu possesses unique techniques of armament hockey, but I am not a member of the Navy, and it is unlikely that he would share all his secrets with me. Our friendship has yet to reach that level. In this world of pirates, where might one enhance their armament hockey?" Rod gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recalled the Island of Nine Serpents, situated in the doldrums, a nation where nearly the entire populace had awakened their formidable powers. Indeed, it would be worthwhile to pay a visit. Rod nodded discreetly. Although the pirate empress's personality was excessively narcissistic, he, being well versed in the original narrative, understood that this seemingly narcissistic demeanor stemmed from profound insecurities. If he could address this underlying issue, Hancock would likely acquiesce to the proposed arrangement. Thus, the only remaining concerns were the location of Amazon Lily and how to resolve the matter of the celestial dragon's footprint. Inquiries directed towards Kuma would suffice. Kuma, capable of accurately launching Luffy to Amazon Lily, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of its precise whereabouts. Coincidentally, recently, Drackle Myhawk had provided Rod with Kuma's contact information. After a brief exchange, Kuma, though slightly perplexed that the renowned Dragon Slayer sought him out merely to inquire about the location of Amazon Lily, nonetheless provided the information directly and cautioned Rod to exercise caution. The Pirate Empress was exceedingly perilous, possessing the lethal ability to petrify individuals, once ensnared. The consequences could be fatal. While her true prowess may rank her as merely average among the Shichibukai, her threat level was comparable to that of the most formidable among them. Rod nodded in acknowledgement. After ending the call with Bear, he dialed Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, to inquire about the method for removing the celestial dragon hoof mark. That wretched mark. Crocus's voice came through the line, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There are indeed many ways to approach this. The most straightforward would be to scorch it away. However, aren't you capable of manipulating electrical currents to stimulate cellular activity? With a bit of care and patience, you should be able to gradually eliminate the mark without leaving a trace of a scar." Subsequently, the elderly doctor elaborated on some relevant details before disconnecting the call. As the physician who had navigated the Grand Line while tethered to Roger's life, Crocus could be considered the foremost doctor of his time. Removing the celestial dragon hoof mark was, to him, a task of little difficulty. Everything was in readiness. Rod made slight adjustments before bidding farewell to Nami and the others, departing towards Snake Island. Meanwhile, Carp was engaged in a conversation with Sengoku. Sengoku was still seething over the revelation that Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was Carp's grandson, berating Carp mercilessly. The son of a naval hero had become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now his grandson had risen to the ranks of a supernova pirate. It seemed he had raised a family of criminals. Sengoku nearly choked on his indignation. Fortunate that he was unaware that Portgas D. Ace was Carp's adopted grandson. Wait, are you saying that the Dragon Slayer has already acquired the strength to rival a Marine Admiral? Sengoku inquired. Well, more or less, Carp replied with a carefree grin. At the very least, he possesses the strength of an Admiral candidate. Sengoku couldn't help but express his astonishment. What did it mean to be an Admiral candidate? Take Momonosuke. For instance, he could almost single-handedly intimidate a fearsome pirate like Don Quixote da Flamingo, with a win rate exceeding 70% in a real battle. But this surge in strength was astonishingly rapid. Just last December, Rod had struggled mightily against the leader Qingjiao in their grand duel. Yet, here he was now, already nearing the status of an Admiral candidate. Could it be that within this year, he would truly be able to contend against a Marine Admiral? Even Sengoku, known for his composure, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Chapter 178, still precise in a certain sea area. Rod stepped out of the alternate dimension and glanced around, realizing he felt no sea breeze, which intrigued him. The climatic conditions of the Grand Line were already peculiar enough, and the existence of sky islands was astonishing in itself. The doldrums could be considered a spectacle in its own right. Perhaps the next transition would bring him closer to his destination. Rod stretched his body to regain a semblance of vitality before opening the portal and departing from his original location. He traversed a lengthy corridor. As Rod stepped through the spatial gateway, he plummeted from midair, landing with a splash that sent water flying. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind rushed towards him, accompanied by a white figure emerging from the mist. Rod's hair stood on end, sensing an immense danger, and he quickly infused his arm with armament hockey to block the impending strike. Bang! The force of the blow was astonishing, sending a spray of water into the air, and Rod was abruptly sent flying. However, he reacted swiftly, turning midair and employing the moonwalk technique to dissipate the impact, his expression serious as he gazed across the pool. Yet, this seriousness was soon shattered by his own astonishment. He found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Before him lay an expansive pool, fragrant and reminiscent of a bathing sanctuary, where a woman of unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating all who beheld her, stood. She radiated an enchanting aura that was simply otherworldly. Amidst the misty water vapor, her flawless, jade-like figure exuded an enticing allure that left one parched with desire, the splashes of water failing to conceal her fair and glistening skin. Yet, in a swift motion, the stunning woman draped a bathrobe over her exquisite form, effectively concealing her perfection. Of course, with Rod's keen eyesight, he discerned many details despite her rapid movements. At this moment, he could no longer deny the identity of the woman before him, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. The spatial door continued to wield its mysterious power, transporting Rod to one peculiar location after another. Rod, the Dragon Slayer swordsman? Hancock's beautiful eyes glinted with malice as she coldly uttered his name. Although Amazon Lily was isolated from the world, with news seldom reaching its shores, the Kuja pirates occasionally ventured out to plunder, thus gaining awareness of significant events and figures in the vast ocean, especially Rod, who, like Hancock, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing the fierce expression on Hancock's face, as if she wished to devour him, Rod shrugged and remarked, "Can I say this is an accident? What do you think?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Hancock lunged towards him, executing a remarkably fierce side kick. Her long, fair legs were as beautiful as they were lethal. As her bathrobe billowed, a tantalizing sight flashed by, and Hancock's long legs struck with the ferocity of a white python, ruthlessly aiming for Rod's neck. Rod swung his fist in defense, yet he was forcefully pushed back several steps by Hancock's kick. Observing Hancock's failed attempt, which only fueled her determination to continue her assault, Rod's gaze turned icy as he resolved to employ physical means to persuade the world's most beautiful woman. However, before he could draw his sword, Hancock preemptively unleashed her ultimate move. "Please, do not strike me." Her previously cold and indignant eyes suddenly softened, becoming alluring and enchanting, while her delicate, fair complexion flushed with a tempting hue. Her voice transformed into a soft, melodic whisper, akin to a gentle caress that stirred the heart, brimming with seduction. Just stand there obediently. I shall merely deliver a single kick. Upon hearing this, Rod couldn't help but chuckle, rolling his eyes as he remarked, I must say, is such narcissism truly acceptable? The moment his words escaped, a look of shock crossed Hancock's exquisite face. It appeared that this man was seemingly impervious to her charm. How could this be? Hancock held an unwavering confidence in her allure, capable of captivating individuals of all ages and genders. Yet, before her stood Rod, who exhibited no signs of being enchanted, igniting her defiance. No matter how self-absorbed she may be, she was certain that her beauty would eventually be acknowledged, for indeed, she was extraordinarily stunning. She tilted her graceful neck skyward, revealing the ample beauty that her robe could scarcely conceal. Rod's lips twitched slightly. Even though he had witnessed such scenes in his memories, seeing Hancock speak in that tone and utter such words was truly difficult to endure. In truth, Hancock's allure did not leave Rod untouched. However, this power, targeting the will of the soul, was not only resisted by Rod's own conqueror's haki, but also erased by the book of knowledge within the realm of the soul. Thus, Rod regarded Hancock merely with an appreciation for beauty. Are you still going to fight? He casually remarked while admiring Hancock's enchanting figure. Rude fellow. Hancock was now somewhat incensed. She could scarcely believe that anyone, especially a young man like Rod, could disregard her charm. With a delicate gesture, she extended her two fair hands, resembling tender green onions, and formed a heart shape in front of her. Even if she concealed her infatuation for him deep within her heart, it would have no effect whatsoever. Sweet wind. Buzz. A wave of pink light enveloped Rod's entire being. Hancock could almost envision the moment he succumbed to her allure, a satisfied expression gracing her beautiful face. However, to her disbelief, as the light dissipated, Rod remained standing there unscathed, seemingly unaffected in the slightest. Was this the power of the sweet fruit? Rod's eyes glimmered with an unusual hue. In truth, with his speed, he could effortlessly evade the oncoming wave of light. However, he harbored an instinctive belief that Hancock's fruit ability would be ineffective against him. Indeed, the moment the ability brushed against him, it was repelled, failing to penetrate his being, rendering it utterly ineffective. Now it's my turn, he murmured with a light chuckle, suddenly springing into action. His form transformed into a mere illusion, stirring up fierce winds and crashing waves as he nearly instantaneously lunged toward Hancock, bringing his sword down in a decisive strike. Hancock's most formidable and perilous trait lay in her allure, yet her intrinsic strength was commendable as well, with her mastery of martial arts and haki being exceptional. Faced with Rod's abrupt advance, she remained composed, instinctively leaping back to evade him. Yet, Rod's speed was too overwhelming. He pursued her like a shadow. There was no escape. A sense of dread enveloped Hancock, compelling her to unleash a fragrant kick. With a resounding impact, her foot collided with the sword, unleashing a tremendous wave of air that splashed water in every direction. The force of the clash reverberated through the blade and into her calf, and despite her haki's defense, the pain was sharp, propelling her backward as her loose bathrobe billowed, revealing a generous glimpse of her form. She had just been bathing, completely unclothed beneath. Caught off guard by such a soul-stirring attack, Rod momentarily hesitated in his subsequent assault. However, he quickly regained his composure, unleashing a distant sword strike. A silvery blade of energy erupted forth, slicing through the water's surface, aimed directly at Hancock in midair. In her airborne state, Hancock found it difficult to evade, opting instead to execute a spinning kick against the silver energy. The impact shattered the sword's aura, sending her hurtling backward, her body momentarily frozen in shock. She could only watch as a figure, shimmering with silver light, surged through the air towards her, a hand reaching out. How dare you? Hancock's fury ignited within her, and she summoned her remaining strength to tilt her body aside. Rip! In the next instant, a crisp sound of tearing fabric echoed. Chapter 179. What? Due to Hancock's sudden twist, Rod's hand, originally reaching for another, inadvertently grasped the fabric of Hancock's bathrobe. Even the tightly bound garment succumbed to his grip, let alone this already loose robe. Hancock fell to the ground, one hand desperately covering her inadequately concealed bosom, while the other awkwardly shielded her most private area. Her face a portrait of mortification and indignation as she glared at Rod. The vigorous movement had rendered her once smooth black hair a tousled cascade around her collarbone. Her alabaster skin glistening with mingled droplets of water and sweat, creating an undeniably provocative sight. In the midst of the strange silence, the distant sound of hurried footsteps finally broke the tension outside the palace, with the anxious voices of Hancock's two younger sisters faintly echoing from beyond. Have they regained their composure now? Can a civil conversation ensue? Rod held his bathrobe, a smile that seemed to dance between amusement and mockery gracing his lips. What is there to discuss? Hancock, her silver teeth clenched, glared with a fury that colored her delicate features. I have come merely to propose a transaction. Observing Hancock subtly shifting her alluring figure while maintaining her stance before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. A transaction? Hancock's irritation lingered. Who would dare to negotiate within the confines of another's bath? Indeed, spare me the pretense. I am here to address the marks left by the celestial dragons at your back, Rod stated with unvarnished candor. Hancock, however, was left utterly stunned. Upon hearing the phrase celestial dragon's hoofprint, her body seemed to succumb to a sudden weakness, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Her small hands fell limply to her sides, her eyes devoid of life, as if haunted by the dreadful memories of a past terror. It appeared that the impact of this experience on Hancock was far more profound than one could have anticipated. Rod, unabashedly admiring the exquisite beauty that Hancock revealed, leisurely approached her, attempting to drape the tattered bathrobe over her shoulders. This intimate gesture momentarily cleared Hancock's mind, yet she instinctively twisted her alluring form, unwilling to allow Rod to glimpse the mark upon her back. A fiery glimmer ignited in Hancock's eyes as she contemplated the possibility of erasing that mark, envisioning a clean break from her past. As long as one is willing to pay the requisite price, I can assist you in removing that mark. As Rod was about to speak, he was suddenly startled by the creaking sound of the door, indicating that someone was about to enter. He glanced at Hancock, who was barely concealing the spring light, and shook his head, saying, "You handle the aftermath for now. I will come back shortly." With that, he opened a portal and departed from the scene. Almost in the next moment, Hancock's two sisters, Sonda Sonia and Mary Gollad, burst in. Upon witnessing the disarray that lay before them, their expressions turned to one of shock, and upon recognizing Hancock, they hurried over. "Have we encountered an enemy?" Mary Gollad inquired as they approached. Upon seeing Hancock collapsed on the floor, her robe torn, they were immediately taken aback. In a flurry of activity, they rushed to cover Hancock with clothing while urgently instructing the female guards outside not to enter. "We just heard the sounds of battle and hurried over." "Where are the enemies?" Sonda Sonia asked. The confrontation between Rod and Hancock is a long tale, yet it transpired in mere minutes. Upon hearing this, Hancock fell into a moment of silence. Marigorud, sensing the gravity of the situation, cautiously inquired, "Sister, could it be that it was seen?" Given Hancock's current state, the likelihood of that object being discovered was exceedingly high. Sonda Sonia's expression also shifted, her face betraying a blend of anxiety and fear as she glanced at Hancock. As Hancock donned her attire, she cast a heavy gaze towards the spot where Rod had vanished. She had previously considered that perhaps, with the strength of the warriors, they could collectively restrain Rod, yet she had not anticipated that the man possessed such elusive abilities. The thought lingered in her mind, as long as Hancock pondered, her eyes filled with uncertainty. She was willing to pay any price to rid herself of the mark, but if that price were her very existence. "Sister, what shall we do?" At that moment, Sonda Sonia and the others, noticing Hancock's pallor, became alarmed, utterly at a loss. "There is no need for haste. That man will return," Hancock reassured, her expression softening as she looked at her two beloved sisters. Just then, a voice emerged from beside them, a frail old woman. "That person? Who is he?" The trio turned to see a diminutive elderly woman with a serious demeanor, known as Granny Jia, the former emperor of Amazon Lily. "Is he the newly appointed warlord?" Hancock slightly tilted her head. Having just had her deepest scars unveiled by an outsider, she could hardly focus on matters of allure. "The Dragon Slayer, Rod?" Granny Jia paused, gripping her serpent staff. She did not inquire why Rod was present. Instead, she directly asked, "What is his strength?" A fierce glint sparkled in her eyes. The matter of the celestial dragon's mark could not be allowed to spread, and her first instinct was to consider silencing any witnesses. "I am no match for him," Hancock reluctantly confessed. "Even my allure proved ineffective." "What?" Both Granny Jia and the others displayed expressions of disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. They were acutely aware of Hancock's allure, which could overwhelm even the admirals of the Navy. Yet, this young warlord rendered it utterly ineffective. Moreover, he possessed a unique mode of movement. As they spoke, Hancock meticulously arranged her attire, a low-cut, high-slit cheongsam that accentuated her figure, her lustrous black hair cascading freely behind her, and her slightly furrowed brows evoking a sense of compassion. This poses a significant dilemma. The enemy has entirely seized the initiative. As the matriarch spoke with a grave demeanor, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Almost immediately, a door's shape materialized on the adjacent wall, and a young man clad in white stepped through. Instinctively, the two women, Sonda and Sonia, prepared to act, only to be halted by Hancock's firm command. With a complex expression, she gazed at Rhodes. Before this man, who seemed to have unraveled all her secrets, Hancock's usual pride could not manifest. "So, have you made your decision?" Rod spoke calmly, while Hancock's eyes flickered with intense emotion. To her, it seemed that all Rod desired was to possess the world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress. If it were merely for herself, to rid herself of past humiliations only to incur new ones, Hancock would never acquiesce. However, casting a glance at her two sisters and considering the vast expanse of Amazon Lily and its countless citizens, her resolve gradually solidified, as if she had made a solemn decision. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Rod interjected, "It's merely the inheritance of hockey. Is it truly necessary to be so conflicted? I have no intention of spreading it." In stark contrast to his words, Hancock's delicate lips parted in astonishment. "You only seek the inheritance of hockey?" Her eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe her ears, yet the sincerity in Rod's expression forced her to confront a harsh reality. It was indeed somewhat brutal. She was self-absorbed, proud, and domineering, yet not foolish. She was acutely aware of what made her the Pirate Empress and the world's most beautiful woman, so valuable and lauded by society. Little did she expect such a proposition. Otherwise, "Do you think I summoned you merely to serve my bed?" Rod placed one hand upon the hilt of his sword, regarding her with a half-smile. "If you desire, I would not mind at all. The world's most beautiful woman, indeed." However, despite his words, Rod had no intention of acting recklessly. On one hand, he abhorred coercion. On the other, who could fathom how Hancock, already possessing extraordinary allure and ethereal beauty, might react in such a moment? Should she falter, the consequences could be dire. It was astonishing that someone could remain unaffected by the charm of his sister. Sandasonia and her companion gazed at Rod's casual demeanor, their expressions betraying their disbelief, as if witnessing the most implausible spectacle. "Since you have come with goodwill, you are, of course, a guest of our Amazon Lily," spoke Granny Za, her tone steady. If Hancock represented the might and beauty of Amazon Lily, then Granny Za embodied its wisdom. Akin to a national strategist, her insight profound. It was she who had tirelessly championed Hancock's ascension to the Shichibukai, thereby securing the safety of their pirate nation. Not only goodwill was present, but also formidable strength. Rod smiled faintly, casting a glance at the gathering warriors of the Nine-Snake Island at the palace entrance, and a flicker of enigmatic light suddenly glimmered in his eyes. In the next instant, a formidable aura, overwhelming and awe-inspiring, surged forth, sweeping over the Amazonian warriors silently assembling outside the palace. A profound silence enveloped the world. Under Rod's conqueror's haki, these female warriors fell like ripe wheat, only a scant few managing to remain upright, their bows and arrows clattering to the ground. Clearly bereft of combat capability, this was the might of conqueror's haki. Sandasonia and her sister were filled with trepidation. Not only they, but Hancock too felt an incredulous sensation, for she sensed that Rod's conqueror's haki surpassed her own. The female warriors of Nine-Snake Island, well-versed in hockey and having experienced Hancock's own conqueror's haki multiple times, had developed a measure of resistance. Yet, under Rod's overwhelming presence, they fell in droves, with the remnants likely stripped of any fighting spirit. Strength is the ultimate bargaining chip. Witnessing this scene, Grandma Zhao could not help but feel a pang of bitterness, realizing that this man possessed the power to make all of Nine-Snake Island submit. She had believed Hancock to be a rare prodigy, destined to elevate Nine-Snake Island to the world stage, only to discover that this dragon-slaying swordsman was even more formidable. "My patience is finite, Hancock. Provide me with an answer. Will you concede passively or actively?" As Rod's conqueror's haki gradually receded, he regarded Hancock, who was least affected by the aura, with a detached gaze. Under that scrutiny, Hancock's defenses, already shattered by the imprint of the celestial dragon, crumbled instantaneously. Avoiding Rod's gaze, she lowered her head slightly, murmuring in a voice as faint as a whisper, "Is it acceptable that I agree?" Fortunately, Rod possessed exceptional hearing. Otherwise, he would have struggled to discern Hancock's almost inaudible response, leaving her two sisters to tend to the unconscious female warriors of Nine Snake Island. Hancock and Grandma Zhao led Rod to the secretive place. "Can you truly assist Hancock in dealing with the imprint of the celestial dragon?" Grandma Zhao, gripping her serpent staff, appeared quite agitated. The slave marks on Hancock and her sisters had long been a source of distress for her, representing the greatest peril to Nine Snake Island. In this world, any entanglement with the celestial dragons was a grave matter. She could envision that if this mark were ever exposed, Nine Snake Island would surely face a cataclysmic blow, potentially leading to its annihilation overnight. Although Hancock walked ahead with an air of icy pride, she discreetly perked up her ears, listening intently. This mark is not difficult to remove. Noticing Hancock's subtle movements, Rod smiled, remarking that he had a friend who had also borne this mark, yet eventually managed to remove it. A friend? Hancock felt a certain relief upon hearing those words. The same was true for the old lady, who pondered even deeper. Since Rod could befriend someone who had once been a slave to the celestial dragons, it was evident that he was a reckless individual who held disdain for the world government. The place of inheritance on Amazon Lily was remarkably concealed. Situated far from the palace's interior, the trio traversed numerous tunnels, surrounded by darkness, illuminated solely by a peculiar luminescent stone. Rod felt that this place was likely nestled within the hidden recesses of the rear mountain of the Nine Snake Island Palace. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for not acting recklessly, as such a concealed location would indeed be difficult to locate. Observation Haki, unlike spiritual perception, is limited to sensing living beings and cannot discern the terrain. Eventually, Hancock pushed open a heavy iron door, and the trio stepped into a space measuring several dozen square meters. At its center stood a black stone tablet, surrounded by bookshelves filled with leather-bound tomes that were meticulously preserved. These books contained the insights and reflections on Haki cultivated by the successive kings of Nine Snake Island. Alongside various martial techniques, the stone tablet bore inscriptions of an ancient method for practicing Haki. "Feel free to examine it yourself," said Grandma. Rod gently nodded and slowly approached the monument, which was divided into three sides. The inscriptions on the stone were not of an ancient, esoteric nature, but rather the common language of this era. The front section that Rod faced contained information regarding the conqueror's Haki. It did not provide methods for awakening or training, but rather techniques for mastering the control of the conqueror's Haki once it had been awakened. For instance, it detailed how to direct the conqueror's Haki towards a select few individuals or even a single person, rather than the indiscriminate release that Rod currently exhibited, which affected both friend and foe alike. Rod possessed an extraordinary memory. With but a fleeting glance, he almost entirely retained the information. Nevertheless, to ensure that nothing was overlooked, he diligently perused the content several times to reinforce his recollection. Subsequently, he examined 2 additional stone tablets, each revealing methods pertinent to the cultivation of armament Haki and observation Haki. Upon comparison, Rod discerned that the techniques inscribed on the tablets were considerably more straightforward and comprehensible. Should one pursue this path of training, the efficiency of awakening would be significantly enhanced. It was no wonder that the entirety of Nine Snake Island seemed to embody the essence of Haki. Rod also discovered the ultimate realm of armament Haki, surpassing the mere hardening of the entire body. This pinnacle of mastery allows the Haki to penetrate every muscle, every bone, and even every cell, rather than merely enveloping the surface like armor. This must be the level attained by Karp. It remains uncertain whether anyone else has reached such heights. Rod blinked, filled with a sense of longing. Within the narratives of these materials, this ultimate realm promises a remarkable enhancement of the human body's capabilities, transcending limits and unleashing extraordinary power far beyond the ordinary. Furthermore, the descriptions of observation Haki are exceptionally comprehensive, granting Rod a more intuitive understanding. The primary functions of observation Haki are twofold: sensing presence and anticipating attacks. When these abilities reach their zenith, one can perceive emotions and even discern the thoughts of others, while the other allows for a fleeting glimpse into the future. Indeed, quite impressive. After absorbing this knowledge, Rod felt that this journey was not in vain. Compared to these ancient legacies, the revolutionary army of a single generation seemed undeniably immature. "Well then," the esteemed guest inquired, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Rod understood what she intended to convey and nodded, saying, "I am ready whenever you are." At this juncture, Hancock displayed no pretense or shyness. She gracefully knelt upon a broad stone table, shedding her upper garment to reveal her pristine back, while her long, raven hair cascaded down, concealing the mark's location. After a moment of contemplation, Hancock bit her lip and slightly turned her head toward Rod, stating, "You may proceed." With that, she extended a hand and swept her hair aside from the nape of her neck. In that fleeting motion, Rod could not help but catch a glimpse of the alluring curve of her bosom, partially obscured yet tantalizingly visible. It must be said that this coy, suggestive display proved far more enticing than the earlier, more direct sight. Rod restrained the tumult within, casting his gaze upon Hancock's smooth back. The slave mark, a lifelong torment for Hancock, caused her to tremble subtly, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Chapter 181. Departure. Is this the mark of the celestial dragons? Sensing Rod's gaze fixated on that distinctive spot on her back, Hancock's body quivered slightly, biting her crimson lip as she spoke in a quavering voice. "Indeed, it is the mark of my two sisters and myself. When we stealthily followed the snake pirates out to sea, we were unfortunately captured by human traffickers, subsequently sold to the celestial dragons, and enslaved. Those days were the most harrowing memories for the three of us. Fortunately, the adventurer Fisher Tiger ascended to Mariewa and liberated thousands of slaves, allowing my sisters and me to escape." Rod could distinctly perceive that as Hancock spoke of these matters, her entire body trembled more intensely, evidently recalling something exceedingly distressing. The celestial dragons. Rod smiled wryly, slowly extending a long, slender hand to gently caress the mark on Hancock's back, as he felt the warmth emanating from Rod's palm. Hancock's trembling body stiffened slightly. It was, after all, Rod's first encounter with Hancock's skin, aside from the collisions experienced during battle. One must admit, this woman is indeed a natural enchantress, possessing a devilish figure, exquisitely perfect features, and skin as smooth and delicate as snow. The title of Pirate Empress is undoubtedly well-deserved. Although Rod yearned to linger a little longer in this moment, he recognized that prolonging it would be rather impolite. Thus, he focused his mind, allowing a faint flicker of lightning to emanate from his palm before delivering a swift jab. Caught off guard, Hancock could not suppress a soft moan. Initially, it was somewhat painful, but bear with it. Rod's forehead was adorned with dark lines of worry. Hancock could withstand her playful charm, but this unintentional allure was somewhat challenging to endure. He hastily suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, entering a state of calm akin to that of a meditating monk. Hancock's delicate face flushed with a faint hue, her lips pressed tightly together, her heart in disarray. A subtle electric current incessantly stimulated the soft tissue of the mark on her back, causing her to grit her teeth, enduring a sensation that was both numbing and prickling, simultaneously bizarrely pleasurable and provocative. As Rod entered his focused state, the nearby old woman was astonished to observe that the mark on Hancock's back was indeed gradually fading. Although the change was minuscule, her keen eyes discerned the difference. It was truly possible. Tears streamed down the old woman's face, overwhelmed with excitement. Upon hearing her voice, a flicker of joy ignited in Hancock's heart, prompting her to turn her head for a glimpse. However, Rod's cold voice pierced through the air. "Do not move." Hancock pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of grievance as she lowered her head, resembling a wronged little girl, inwardly cursing Rod in circles. As time gradually passed, moments later, Rod ceased the treatment, stepping back slowly, taking a deep breath.